Family, who understands this ridiculous time travel? I just opened my eyes and became a 6-year-old child, and I bumped into BB Dong, who tricked me into joining the Wuhun Hall. As a result, during the awakening ceremony, my twin spirits blew everyone away, and I was rumored to be BB Dong's illegitimate child. This gossip is simply outrageous, and the follow-up is even more thrilling. Let me tell you, I was completely stunned at that moment. What does this woman mean? In front of all the elders of the Wuhun Hall, she just sold me out. What could a 6-year-old child like me do? I just wanted to shout, family, who understands? Just after time traveling, I ran into a workplace power struggle, and am still the cannon fodder being roasted on the fire. Sigh, this story has to start from the beginning. Let me tell you, I was just slacking off and dozing in a company car 1 second, and the next second I opened my eyes, and boom, I was in a primitive forest. The ground was covered in sticky blood, and the smell almost sent me away on the spot. I was still dazed when I looked up and saw a cold, purple-haired beauty staring at me, and she said, "You are still alive?" At that moment, my mind went buzz. This face, this aura, isn't this the future femme fatale of the Wuhun Hall, the ultimate Pope BB Dong? But she seems to be in a position where she hasn't reached the highest point yet. But that doesn't matter. What's important is that I have time traveled to the Douluo continent. And right from the start, it's a hellish difficulty, face-to-face with the biggest villain. Seeing me in a daze, she thought I was scared silly by the spirit beast. But when I looked down, hey, my little arms and legs, I had shrunk down to a 6-year-old child. I bounced around, and she wasn't happy, revealing her martial soul behind her, a huge death spider emperor, baring its fangs and claws at me. But who am I? I've seen AI drawings of Guan Gong battling Transformers. Am I afraid of this? I blurted out, wow, so cool. This line completely threw BB Dong off. Her gaze towards me changed, probably because she had never seen such a stubborn child. She asked my name, and I said I was YanLing. She asked about my parents. I quickly thought, the standard 3-piece set for time travelers, and decisively switched to the pitiful mode. I am an orphan. As soon as I said that, BB Dong's gaze softened instantly, and she directly asked if I wanted to join the Wuhun Hall. At that moment, I started calculating in my mind. Join the Wuhun Hall? I have no background and no talent. Am I going to be a mascot? It would be better to run away and find Tang San. Hugging the protagonist's thigh, maybe I could even get some immortal herbs and lie flat. Just as I was hesitating, my mind went ding, and it arrived. Family, my golden finger has arrived. Super God Choice System. Option 1. Join the Wuhun Hall. Reward with a God-level martial soul. Option 2. Refuse. Reward with a chance to travel through time and space once. I took a look at option 2 and couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this a death sentence? Refusing would send me back? No need to think about it. Hugging Tang San's thigh is way better than being a thigh myself. Isn't it more fragrant to grab that ice and fire Yin Yang I from Dual? Tang San? Not familiar at all. I immediately got into character, looking excitedly at BB Dong. Wow. Is this the legendary Wuhun Hall that all soul masters dream of? Can I really join? BB Dong laughed at me and made a decision on the spot. The system reward arrived instantly. God-level martial soul, 5 elements armor, soul power directly maxed out. Innate full soul power. I instantly felt a surge of primal power rushing through me, feeling like I could knock down 10 of my past selves with one punch. BB Dong patted my head, her hand trembling slightly. She must have sensed the divine aura on me, probably already calculating in her heart that she had found a treasure. On the way, she told me that starting tomorrow, she would be the new pope. She even asked me not to call her pope, but sister. Wow, this sibling play was immediately arranged. Of course, I climbed the ladder and called her sister, asking if our Wuhun Hall was super powerful. When we arrived at the Wuhun Hall, let me tell you, the scene was truly shocking. Giant stone doors, towering statues, much more impressive than in the anime. As soon as we entered, BB Dong's queen aura fully opened, and she directly ordered to move the originally scheduled awakening ceremony a quarter-hour earlier just for me. Now, this stirred up a hornet's nest. The square was packed with people, and several elders had dark expressions. An old man in a purple robe, named Dalu, exploded on the spot, directly criticizing BB Dong. BB Dong, you are so arrogant. Changing the rules without permission. Do you think we elders mean nothing to you? I felt a jolt in my heart. Oh no. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Wow. You can't sit steadily in that pope position. You look impressive on the surface, but behind the scenes, there's still people challenging you. BB Dong is also tough. She directly shot back. Whether it's up to me alone, today, I will let all the elders see clearly. Then, she turned around and pushed me to the forefront. All eyes instantly focused on me. Damn, this is what I was talking about at the beginning. I was directly used as a gun by her. Those elders were still chattering, and BB Dong ignored them, directly letting me go queue for awakening. Let me tell you, the awakening ceremony in the Wuhun Hall is truly grand. That magic stone tablet is 3 meters high, covered with profound runes, looking very advanced. The ones before me were quite interesting. One named Li Yunfei awakened a thunder lion, acting as if he was the king of the world. Another named Lin Weiner awakened a fire phoenix, with effects so grand that BB Dong looked at her twice. Then it was my turn, the focus of the entire venue. I walked onto the stage, and that elder named Ing Rin surprisingly smiled at me for the first time. I placed my hand on the magic stone tablet, and guess what happened? The magic stone tablet exploded directly. It really went bang, shattering into countless pieces. The hosting elder Ing Rin was stunned and was blown away by the shockwave. The whole place went silent. BB Dong was shocked and stood up from the Pope's throne. Just when everyone thought I had broken the Wuhun Hall's treasure, behind me, with a boom, a golden armor giant's phantom shot directly into the sky. That momentum, that sense of oppression compared to that lion and phoenix, it was simply like a kitten and a chick. But that's not all. Immediately after, a black longsword entwined with 9 dragon shadows emerged from my left hand. Twin spirits. The whole place went crazy. Those elders' eyes were about to pop out, especially Dalu, who had been most excited earlier, had a face that looked worse than if he had eaten shit. BB Dong laughed joyfully. Her gaze seemed to say, "See, my eye for talent is just that sharp." At this moment, I became the darling of the crowd. The one who awakened the fire phoenix, Lin Weiner, looked at me with eyes that were practically shining. However, where there are supporters, there are also detractors. That Li Yunfei, who was the first to take the stage, saw me stealing the spotlight. His eyes turned red, and he immediately wanted to call his group of friends to trouble me. But his little brothers weren't fools. They saw who was standing behind me, BB Dong, the new pope. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to provoke her. They immediately advised him not to court death. But this guy got even more fired up and scolded his own little brother. Wow. Now he was isolated his group of drinking buddies scattered like birds and beasts, saying they wouldn't get involved in this muddy water. But this grudge was formed. The grudge was formed, but the onlookers below the stage didn't have a second of quiet. Let me tell you, the scene was even more lively than a vegetable market, buzzing with all the voices. At first, everyone was just having a normal discussion. Things like, who is this YanLing? Where did he come from? How could the Pope take a liking to him? However, as the conversation went on, the tone started to shift. Someone began to gossip about my relationship with BB Dong. After all, with our age difference, some people even believe I could be her grandson. But relatives? Impossible. Everyone knows that Pope BB Dong is an orphan, a solitary figure with no family. Where would relatives come from? At that moment, some clever person in the crowd suddenly lowered their voice and said, "Hey, do you think he could be the Pope's illegitimate son?" Wow, I almost spit my drink out at that moment. This statement was like throwing ice in a hot oil, and the whole place exploded. Family, who can understand this? This imagination, this creativity, they should be a screenwriter. As soon as the words illegitimate son came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Their expressions were like they had discovered a new continent. Was it terrifying? Absolutely terrifying. This is the Pope, the most supreme existence on the continent. And now there are rumors of an illegitimate son? This gossip is too big. It's practically an epic scandal. Everyone's worldview shattered into pieces. Of course, while some people enjoyed the gossip, there were also true fans. One big guy got anxious right away, pointing at the rumormonger and shouting, "Don't talk nonsense. BB Dong is our continent's faith. If you dare spread such rumors again, they'll break your legs." Hey, you have to admit, this guy made a good point. To us, ordinary people, the Pope is like a god. It's faith. If that faith collapses, the whole world would be thrown into chaos. So, while most people looked like they were enjoying the gossip, deep down, they didn't want this to be true. But just as everyone was clamoring, the host of the event, a big shot named Shadowblade, finally couldn't sit still. This group down below was treating the Soul Awakening Festival like a gossip tea party. Could he tolerate that? Let me tell you, this guy is tough. His strength is on par with the Pope. He has sharp ears, and as soon as he heard them spreading slander about BB Dong, his brows knitted together tightly. In the next second, I only saw a shadow flash down from the stage, followed by a crisp sound of pop. It was incredibly clear. The unlucky guy who said I was an illegitimate child was sent flying over 3 meters like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. I could hear the sound of bones breaking from a distance. Ingrid shook his hand, his gaze slicing through the crowd like a knife, and coldly uttered a few words. "I advise you to speak with respect. If I hear another word nonsense, you'll end up like him." The entire venue fell silent in an instant. Those who had been jumping around just moments ago turned pale, bowing and apologizing. Yes, Lord Ingrid, we were wrong. We won't talk back again. Of course, they wouldn't dare challenge him. It was like an ant trying to take on an elephant. Pure folly. The effect of his warning was outstanding. But amusingly, while Ling Run had managed to intimidate others, he himself began to feel uneasy. As he walked back, he stole glances at me and BB Dong, his eyes filled with questions. Could it be? Who is this kid, really? Is this rumor true? Even he was taken aback, which showed just how outrageous the gossip was. However, being clever, he decided not to dwell on it and muttered, "What does it have to do with me?" and acted as if nothing had happened. But the quiet in the audience didn't mean everyone was behaving. That Li Yunfei, the clown from the beginning, was far from idle. This guy was determined to get himself into trouble. Seeing me steal his thunder was like killing his parents. He was hell-bent on targeting me. He gathered all his lackeys, preparing to hunt me down. Among his underlings, a few were sensible and earnestly advised him, "Boss, that's a twin martial soul. We can't take him on." Another added, "Yeah, boss, even the Pope has taken him as a disciple. Aren't we just walking into a trap?" But guess what happened? Li Yunfei exploded right there, pointing his finger at them and shouting, "Useless. Two useless fools. You're just undermining our prestige." His two lackeys turned green from being scolded. Who could understand their plight with such a pig-headed boss? In the end, with no other choice, his lackeys had to agree. But they still set some rules. "Boss, we agree that if there's real danger to our lives, we'll bail." Li Yunfei impatiently waved his hand. All right. If something happens, I'll take responsibility. Now let us move." Then, I witnessed an utterly explosive scene. Li Yunfei led a dozen lackeys, sneaking into the crowd. I was sitting next to BB Dong, watching the show, when suddenly I sensed a killing intent. I glanced over and saw that they had pulled out slingshots. I was dumbfounded. Who still plays with slingshots in 2025? Was this a retro tactic from elementary school fights? Li Yunfei gave the order, and one of his lackeys, trembling, pulled back the slingshot and aimed at my head. But this lackey was clearly half-hearted. He barely stretched the rubber band. I heard a whoosh, and a small stone lazily flew toward me. I was just sitting there, too lazy to even lift an eyelid. The stone was still half a meter away from me when it hit an invisible wall with a bang and was instantly deflected, shattering into bits. Come on, I'm the chosen one. I must have some passive defense. That little attack wasn't even worth a scratch. Honestly, when that stone exploded in front of me, it was like a fart, just a soft puff, turning into a cloud of dust. I was completely unharmed, just momentarily stunned by the sudden effect. Let me tell you, my master BB Dong has sharp instincts. She immediately sensed something was off and rushed over, her face filled with concern. What happened? Did it hit you? Does it hurt? Her gaze sharpened in an instant, scanning the entire area, clearly searching for whoever was trying to pull something behind my back. What could I say? I couldn't just say, "It's fine, master. I have a shield that automatically blocks attacks, right?" I could only quickly wave my hand, pretending to be nonchalant. "It's nothing, just a stone that probably fell from a mountain. No big deal, don't mind it." Who understands a need for low profile? Especially for someone like me who just got a twin martial soul script. If I made a fuss, it would be like shouting to the whole venue, "Come and envy me. Come and mess with me." I understand those people too well. They laugh at your poverty and hate your wealth. If you show even a hint of excellence, their eyes turn red with envy. But little did I know, in a corner of the distance, there were indeed a few small-time losers secretly observing. The lead guy, Li Yunfei, seeing that his carefully prepared ambush was useless, immediately lost his cool. He yelled at the lackey with the slingshot, "Did you forget to eat? Your strength is pathetic. Hurry up, give that guy another shot right on the forehead." Goodness, this guy was all about emotional stability. Just kidding. The lackey's CPU was nearly overheating, trembling as he said, "Boss, BB Dong seems to have noticed us. She asked the Pope, after all. Should we change locations?" Of course, how could she not notice? BB Dong is a top-tier boss with max perception. She could sense whether a mosquito nearby was male or female, let alone you sneaky bunch. Meanwhile, my master quietly whispered to me, "I feel someone is intentionally causing trouble. Your twin martial soul was too eye-catching and has drawn the attention of bad people." My heart sank when I heard that, and I quickly replied, "What should we do, master? Should I withdraw? I don't want to affect the competition because of me." I thought, a true hero doesn't suffer short-term losses, mainly to avoid causing trouble for my master, you know? She asked the host, if she leaves because of me, the whole event would be thrown into chaos. My move was a tactical retreat. My master nodded solemnly. "All right, you withdraw first. I have my plans." With her order, I took advantage of the crowd and slipped away. Just as I ran, those guys noticed, and like dogs catching a scent, they were on my trail. One lackey immediately reported to Li Yunfei, Boss, that guy ran away. He is scared. Li Yunfei perked up at this, his eyebrows raised in excitement. Wants to run? He can't escape. Chase him down. Today I must take his life. He completely misinterpreted my strategic retreat as a sign of panic, and his confidence soared. His lackeys, still somewhat rational, tried to dissuade him. Boss, don't chase. That guy is tough to deal with, and BB Dong is protecting him. Li Yunfei, furious, jumped up and down. What are you afraid of? BB Dong is the host. Can she leave? This is the best opportunity for us to strike. Charge. Saying this, he grabbed one of his lackey's arms and dragged the entire group after me. I didn't run far, leading them to a deserted alley next to the academy. Once deep in the alley, I abruptly stopped, turned around, and stood there. Hey, I wanted to see who these people really were. They rushed into the alley, instantly forming a circle around me. They were probably scared too, but they still pressed forward. Li Yunfei was crowded in the middle, and one of his lackeys with a scar on his face pointed at me and began to yell, "Hey, kid, you stole our boss's spotlight today, and we need to teach you a lesson." I remained unfazed, my eyes not showing the slightest fluctuation, directly looking past him and focusing on Li Yunfei. Coldly speaking, I have no grievances with you in the past, nor any grudges recently. What is the meaning of this? Have I offended you in any way? Li Yunfei laughed contemptuously, his expression as if I was already in his grasp. There was no hatred, just a desire to argue with me. Why did you have to be so arrogant? You took all the spotlight at this conference. Where am I supposed to put my face? When I heard this, I can tell you, the door to negotiation was slammed shut for me. Isn't this just looking for trouble? Just because of this? It's simply unreasonable. So, I clenched my fists and pointed at him fiercely. All right, you want to teach me a lesson? I'm ready anytime. Speak up. How do you plan to do it? Through words or through force? Goodness, Li Yunfei was stunned on the spot. He probably didn't expect me to accept the challenge and be so tough. The scar-faced guy beside him quickly encouraged him. Boss, look at this kid's temper. It seems we need to play a different game with him. The scar-faced guy then turned to me, arguing. Aren't you YanLing? What's so great about that? Why do you have to be so arrogant? Don't you know that someone like you shouldn't exist on this entire continent? I was really amused by this logic. What does my arrogance have to do with you? Who do you think you are to disturb me? Li Yunfei, seeing he couldn't reason with me, became directly impatient and waved his hand. Stop the damn nonsense. If you're brave, stand still and let us catch you. Let's have a group fight. I was about to laugh out loud. Why should I? Are you some kind of superhuman? Just because you say so, I should just stand still? Why should I listen to you? Seeing that I wasn't backing down at all, Li Yunfei probably felt a bit embarrassed. His eyes rolled, and he thought of another trick, saying in a condescending tone, Then how do you think we should handle this? Otherwise, you'll have to kneel and bow to me. When I heard this, I was directly amused. Bow down? Are you awake? I looked at his punchable face and couldn't be bothered to explain, directly laying my cards on the table. All right, stop with the useless talk. Come on, I'll take you all on by myself. Goodness. As soon as I said this, Li Yunfei's eyes widened like copper bells, both surprised and delighted, as if I had said something incredibly great. He was so excited, like a 3-year-old, shouting for his little brothers to rush at me. However, one of his little brothers, the one who had been advising him all along, timidly spoke up. Boss, are you really sure? Don't forget. Before he could finish, Li Yunfei exploded, pointing at that little brother and cursing. Are you done? I said if anything happens, I'll take the blame, and you're here dilly-dallying and boosting others' confidence. Do you want to scram? That guy shrank back, not daring to speak. As for me, I couldn't be bothered to watch them act all close and caring. I directly got into a fighting stance. After all, we were going to fight sooner or later. Why waste words? Seeing their boss had spoken, Li Yunfei's little brothers rushed at me, shouting. Hey, they were quite honorable, not using weapons, just relying on their fists and feet. The first one to charge at me didn't even touch me. The second, third, goodness, it was like they were dumplings, one after another rushing in. But all were pushed back by an invisible force half a meter away from me, clanging like they were scraping the skin. They simply couldn't break through my defense. One of the scar-faced ones, probably the most loyal, got anxious and shouted to Li Yunfei, Boss, this isn't working. This guy seems to have a shield on him. We can't break through. Li Yunfei was dumbfounded. He finally realized that me standing here alone wasn't due to being reckless, but because I really had something. His arrogant face instantly fell. Looking at me with a troubled expression, he probably began to back down internally. What else could he do? Charge at me with all you've got. Don't be cowardly. Li Yunfei was still trying to hold on, probably because he couldn't save face. That scar-faced guy, hearing this, felt like he had received a royal decree. not knowing whether he was genuinely loyal or just foolish. Snatched the intimidating knife from Li Yunfei's hand and shouted as he lunged at me. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. I didn't even move, just watched him rush over. As a result, the tip of his knife barely touched my energy shield, and it was like poking a super elastic jelly. It was bounced back with a whoosh, doing a complete 360-degree spin, and with a thud, hit right in his own stomach. The scar-faced guy immediately fell to the ground, howling and bleeding from his stomach. To be honest, this was entirely his own doing. He was more professional at self-injury than any professional. The surrounding little brothers were all dumbfounded, and Li Yunfei was also stunned. Looking at their cowardly expressions, I couldn't help but laugh. I said, "You guys really are something. Group fighting doesn't work, and risking your lives is a flop. What is going on in your heads? You're scared by this?" Li Yunfei's face turned green. He hurried over to check the scar-faced guy's injury, finding it was just a surface wound, and finally relaxed, quickly ordering someone to carry that unlucky guy away. Then he raised his head, his eyes red, glaring at me, completely breaking down, cursing, "We only have one life. Unlike you, who somehow climbed up to that high branch of BB Dong. She is your mother, right? Why is she protecting you so much?" This directly stepped on my landmine. Let me tell you, if you curse me personally, I take it as nonsense. But dare to insult my master? My expression immediately turned cold. Insolence. The name of His Majesty the Pope is something trash like you can casually utter? Seeing me get angry, Li Yunfei instead got even more excited, like a rogue, continuing to spit. "Oh, you're angry now? What is wrong with saying a few words? She wouldn't really be your mother, right? Otherwise, why are you so worked up?" I finally understood. This guy was really coming for me. He was just jealous. Jealous that I could be accepted as the Pope's disciple, while he, a so-called noble family member, was left unwanted. He came here looking for trouble today, targeting my master BB Dong. "Kid, you really hit the nail on the head." Li Yunfei completely tore his face off. "I'm not just angry at you. That Pope in my eyes is just a waste." Well, this was really something. I exploded, feeling all the blood in my body boiling. A terrifying energy erupted from my body. I can tell you, in that instant, my eyes were probably filled with white flames, and the surrounding air began to distort, with waves of energy shock waves spreading outward, causing those people to stagger back, unable to stand firm. Li Yunfei was completely scared out of his wits. His face turned pale. How had he ever seen such a scene? He probably thought I was going to self-destruct on the spot and take them all with me. His only relatively sober little brother, trembling, spoke up again. "Boss, I told you earlier, he has a twin martial soul. We can't beat him." But at this moment, with death looming, Li Yunfei still cared about his pride, shouting at the remaining little brothers. "What are you afraid of? Stop hiding. Lend me all your power." He wanted to use a combined technique, trying to gather everyone's strength into himself to fight me. Family, who understands? His little brothers weren't stupid. It's fine to be a henchman for a meal, but to lend their own cultivation to fight? If they were scattered, they would all be wasted. The first little brother immediately reacted and took a step back. "Boss, this deal isn't worth it. You'd better take care of yourself. I'm leaving." After saying that, he turned around and ran away. With one leading the way, the others followed suit. The second one also ran away. "Sorry, boss. I want to live a few more years, goodbye." The third one, "I'm still the only child at home, and I'm leaving too." Goodness, in less than 10 seconds. All 7 or 8 of his little brothers ran away, leaving him standing there alone like a bare pole, looking disheveled in the wind. Li Yunfei was so angry that he was trembling all over, pointing at their backs and cursing, "A bunch of bastards. Ungrateful wolves." Looking at his forsaken appearance, I slowly retracted my imposing demeanor and returned to normal. There was no need to get serious with such a clown. It was beneath me. I crossed my arms and smiled at him. "Your little brothers aren't all that great, are they? They run faster than anyone when it comes to reality." Li Yunfei's face turned red and white in succession, and finally, realizing he had lost face today, he glared at me viciously. "All right, your name is YanLing, right? Just you wait." After saying this classic threat, he turned around and ran away in embarrassment. I shouted at his back, "All right, I'll wait and see how many people you bring next time." When I returned to the dormitory, I found a new roommate named Monumentin. This guy was so enthusiastic when he saw me. He immediately started praising me, saying I had a twin martial soul and my future was limitless. I was simply the next Tang San. His praise was so intense that I nearly thought I was going to ascend tomorrow. I could only humbly respond, No. I can't compare to the Do Emperor Tang San. I'm still far from it." However, he was even more excited than me. "Hey, you can't say that. You have this level of cultivation at such a young age. You mustn't be low-key. You have to be bold. I was really a bit speechless. Fine. Let him say whatever he wanted. I would just take it as a joke. Seeing that I didn't refute him, he became even happier and took out 2 bottles of Mungyo yogurt from his bag and handed them to me. Here, buddy, we're roommates. Let us have one. I waved my hand. Thanks, but I don't like drinking these. Murong Yunshue's smile froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal as he took the yogurt back and said understandingly, That's fine, we'll be in the same dorm. It's good to look out for each other. I tell you, Murong Yunshue was clearly trying to latch onto the future big shot YanLing. But who is YanLing? He wouldn't even engage. While things were calm on our side, the other side was in chaos. That Li Yunfei, who had just been humiliated by YanLing, was in a terrible state. With a swollen face, dark bruises, and eyes as black as a panda, he ran home howling to complain. What happened next? The big brother he wanted to find wasn't home, and only his second brother, whom he usually looked down on, Li Xiaofei, was there. This was awkward because their brotherly relationship was quite tenuous. When Li Xiaofei saw his brother's state, he was shocked and said, Who dares to mess with you at school? Aren't you always walking around with a gang of friends? Just mentioning this made Li Yunfei so furious that he almost spat blood, cursing, Don't mention those ungrateful wolves. Purely useless. They eat my food and drink my drinks. But when something really happens, they all run faster than anyone. They treat me like air. Goodness, Li Xiaofei finally understood. So it turns out his useless brother had raised a bunch of drinking buddies outside, and now he got bullied. After all, they were the Li family. Wasn't he that slapping the whole family in the face? He got angry on the spot and slammed the table. This is outrageous. Don't worry, I'll take care of this for you. When Li Yunfei heard this, he was as happy as a monkey, bouncing around. Originally, he wanted to find the eldest brother with the worst temper, but unexpectedly, the usually cultured second brother agreed. He felt so good inside. At a critical moment, it had to be his own brother's. Blood is thicker than water. Just as Li Xiaofei nodded in agreement, suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany. Wait a minute. Not right. You just said the one who beat you. What was his martial soul again? Twin martial souls. Let me tell you. Li Xiaofei's face turned pale. Twin martial souls. Who understands that? The last person this strong was Tang San. This thing was like cheating. How could Li Xiaofei take that on? He looked at Li Yunfei with the eyes of someone seeing an alien, wondering to himself, what kind of hornet's nest did you poke? How did you provoke this chosen one? Li Yunfei saw his second brother hesitating and panicked, quickly persuading, Oh, come on, second brother. What are you afraid of? His twin martial soul is just a beginner version, fresh out of the newbie village, not developed yet. If we crush him in the cradle, it'll all be over, right? But Li Xiaofei had a headache. He understood much more than his brother. Someone with that kind of protagonist template behind them had to have some backing, right? You think this is a game where you can just crush someone? They have 9 lives? Okay. He said with a bitter face, My dear brother, those with twin martial souls are all chosen ones. This matter. Aren't you making it hard for me? In the end, Li Yunfei directly played the rogue, sitting on the ground and starting to throw a tantrum. I don't care. You promised me just now. If you don't go, I'll tell Dad. Let us see if Dad doesn't scold you. Goodness, he directly pulled out the trump card. Everyone knows their dad dotes on this youngest son the most. At that moment, Li Xiaofei really wanted to cry, but had no tears, completely at his brother's mercy. He was stuck in a situation he couldn't escape. He could only grit his teeth and agree. Fine. You little brat, just know how to complain. I'll help you, but I'm saying it up front. If there's any danger to life, I'll run away immediately. You're on your own. Li Yunfei didn't care about that. Anyway, his goal was achieved. And he was still stubborn. Don't worry. That kid is just a paper tiger. Just do it. The next day I was with YanLing. Oh no. It was YanLing with Murong Yunshue. As the two of them just entered the school gate, they were stopped by a kind-looking security guard. The old man looked at YanLing with admiration in his eyes and said, Young man, you are the one with the twin martial souls from yesterday, right? Not bad. Not bad. You're quite a talented person. I told you, this kind of gatekeeper is definitely a hidden master. YanLing was flattered and humbly replied, Oh no. Old man, I'm just an ordinary person. The old man shook his head. Oh, you can't say that. Your future is limitless. Beside them, Murong Yunshue became anxious and checked the time. Wow, class is about to start. Hurry up, YanLing. The teacher will take attendance on the first day. Only then did YanLing react, bidding farewell to the old man and rushing towards the classroom. Behind him, the old man looked at his back and said meaningfully, Twin martial souls. This kid has a bright future ahead. As soon as he entered the classroom, before YanLing could even sit down, he saw an old acquaintance. Who? Li Yunfei. Li Yunfei also saw him and exploded on the spot, pointing at YanLing's nose and cursing. Damn it. What bad luck. How'd I end up in the same class as you? What makes you think you're worthy to be in the same class as me? Upon hearing this, YanLing was amused. After having taught him a lesson yesterday, how dare he act up again today? He directly countered, I advise you to clean up your mouth. Are you not done after being taught a lesson yesterday? Do you believe I can break your bones again today? Li Yunfei was frightened by his imposing manner and immediately shrank back. He couldn't win in a fight or a verbal battle, so he could only throw out a harsh remark to salvage some face. Fine. You're tough. Just you wait for me after school. I was standing next to them and thought to myself, it's 2025, how can there still be someone using such old lines? It's simply hilarious. At that moment, Morong Yunshua leaned over, curious, and asked, do you two know each other? What's going on? YanLing briefly explained what happened yesterday. Upon hearing this, Morong Yunshua's eyes lit up and she started dancing with joy. Good job. That's great. Li Yunfei is such a jerk. He deserves to be beaten up. Li Yunfei, already furious, saw that Morong Yunshua was also on YanLing's side, and his face turned green with anger. He pointed at her and cursed, Morong Yunshua, watch your mouth. I have no grievances with you. Don't team up with him. If you're not convinced, let us have a match. Morong Yunshua rolled her eyes, her expression dripping with disdain. Just you? You think you're worthy? You can't even beat YanLing, and you want to fight with me? This drove Li Yunfei mad. He pointed at us, oh no, at the two of them, and threw down the ultimate threat. Damn it. You two just wait. After school today, I'll have my second brother teach you both a lesson. YanLing couldn't help but laugh at the side and complain to Morong Yunshua. I think this guy is really crazy. It's a waste of time to argue with him. Morong Yunshua nodded in agreement. Exactly, he is just pure trash. Why bother with him? The two of them were in sync, while Li Yunfei trembled with rage, wanting to charge at us but dared not. So he could only stand there and threaten us. You guys are tough talking. Just wait and see after school. At this moment, YanLing finally reacted and quietly asked Morong Yunshua, does he really mean to bring people to confront us after school? Morong Yunshua, however, didn't care at all and patted YanLing on the shoulder. Why be afraid of him? When soldiers come, we fight. When water comes, we block. His Li family may be rich, but our Morong family is in politics. Can we really be scared of a businessman as son? You're really quite nice. Don't worry. If something happens, I'll cover you. YanLing repeatedly waved his hands, thinking it was better to keep a low profile. It's not necessary. I'm just a small fry. Why would the Li family bother with a big family like that? Morong Yunshua looked at him and shook her head helplessly. You're just too humble. A person with twin martial souls shouldn't be afraid of a foolish, rich second generation like him. I hadn't even had a chance to reply when Li Yunfei, the little brat, started getting impatient, waving his hand. Okay, stop talking. Since it's come to this, why waste more words? At that moment, I thought, this guy really thinks he is something special. So what if he offended me? What else could he do? Did he really have to pick apart every little detail? Honestly, I was quite annoyed. Encountering such a peculiar, rich second generation was simply bad luck. Just then, our teacher, Shrek, had a dark expression on his face. I tell you, his face looked like a dark cloud looming overhead, staring intensely at the three of us. I guess he must have thought of that Tang San from back in the day. Imagine, he must have been pleased, thinking that insignificant little kid back then has become a god under my guidance. Now, this YanLing, wow, starting off with twin martial souls. ISNT, that just a pure version T0 hero? With a bit of training, wouldn't he just take off? So, he couldn't just leave us alone. He cleared his throat, his voice heavy enough to drip water. No, you three are my students. I can't let this go. Families, who understands? This teacher is actually quite nice. He is the responsible type who doesn't want any of us to go down the wrong path. So he suppressed his anger. Otherwise, he would have already brought out the ruler. He said, we're all in the same class. Don't make this situation so ugly. I was really furious and laughed. This feud had already formed and couldn't be resolved with just a few words. I directly asked, then teacher, what do you consider fair? This fight must happen today. Li Yunfei lost so much face yesterday. Would he let me off the hook? If he could be magnanimous, the sun would rise in the west. Everyone in the academy knew he was a spoiled rich kid who relied on his family's money to cause trouble everywhere. How many honest students had he bullied? If he hadn't run into me yesterday, who knows how he would have trampled on others? I just couldn't stand his arrogance, flaunting his family's legacy. Isn't it ridiculous? I'm an orphan, dirt poor, but I can still hold my own. Besides, I have a system and I'm the man chosen by BB Dong. My future achievements should surpass Tang San, right? Shrek teacher's face turned even darker, probably not expecting I would dare to confront him directly. He suppressed his anger and said, "Come out with me. This is not good for the classroom." Hey, does that mean he wants to give us a private lesson outside? I understood. This was to set rules for us to serve as a warning. I hadn't even moved when Li Yunfei, like a firecracker, shot up from his seat and rushed outside, shouting, "Let us go outside. Whoever doesn't dare to go out is a coward." Damn, is this little brat trying to provoke me? I smiled helplessly. Fine. Let us go out and have it out. I directly told him, "All right, you said it. After all, we'll see each other every day in the academy. After school today, let us see who can't handle who." Didn't he say there was a big crisis after school? I wanted to see how big of a crisis it was. If it's fate, it's fate. If it's danger, I can't avoid it. So let us just do it. Without saying another word, I stood up and walked outside. At worst, I would attend this school anymore. Who is afraid of who? Murong Yunxue saw that both of us had gone out and sighed, silently following behind. As she walked, she cursed, of course, all directed at Li Yunfei. Their feud ran deeper than mine. To put it bluntly, if I hadn't beaten up Li Yunfei yesterday, she would have bothered getting involved. Unlike Li Yunfei, who was the treasure of his family, she was the most inconspicuous one among the many grandsons of the Murong family, and no one really paid much attention to her. When we reached the corridor, Teacher Shrek, holding his ruler, had a face as hard as iron, staring at the three of us. "Speak. What exactly happened?" On the first day of school, things turned out like this. In his tone, there was anger, disappointment, and more of a feeling of "why can't you be better?" He, the top teacher, was openly challenged by students in class. Where could he put his face? I could almost feel him grinding his teeth in frustration. But I didn't feel guilty at all and said straightforwardly, "It's nothing, just that written test yesterday. You can't get to know someone without a fight." To put it bluntly, it was just that Li Yunfei was jealous of my talent being better than his and was afraid that my future status would be higher than Tang San's. Trying to trip me up. He deserved it. When Shrek heard this, he got even angrier, raising the ruler in his hand. "This is a school, a place for teaching and nurturing. How can you just fight here?" That ruler, I tell you, was rumored to be so powerful that it could split the Douluo continent in half with a single strike. Goodness, is this a ruler or Panga's axe? Li Yunfei, who was closest, turned pale with fear, shaking like a leaf. I guess he thought that strike would really land on him. As a result, this kid confessed without a fight, trembling all over. "Teacher, everyone has jealousy." I couldn't help but laugh. He was quick to show his cowardice. In the end, Shrek's ruler didn't come down. He didn't really want to kill anyone. He just wanted to scare us, then started to earnestly advise us, saying we should study hard and contribute to the Douluo continent in the future and not learn those chaotic things. You know, despite his fierce appearance, this teacher truly cared for us like his own children. All the students in the academy respected him for a reason. Hearing his tone, I felt I shouldn't be too disrespectful. The grievances between the three of us were our own business and had nothing to do with the teacher. So I softened my tone. "Teacher, we have always respected you. You were a famous teacher at Shrek Academy." Murong Yunxue and Li Yunfei quickly nodded in agreement. Even a jerk like Li Yunfei could tell who was genuinely good for him. Shrek sighed. "Since you know that, why don't you give me any face?" As a result, Li Yunfei acted foolishly again and blurted out his true feelings. "Didn't I say it, teacher? I'm just jealous of him. Why does a poor guy like him have such a strong martial soul and still get noticed by BB Dong? It's not fair. Goodness, this kid really doesn't understand." Teacher Shrek probably found it amusing and finally made it clear to him. "I think I understand. Li Yunfei, you think it's unfair, right? Then let me ask you. You were born in a wealthy family, having everything you want. Does YanLing have it? He doesn't. He was born with a powerful martial soul. Do you have it? You don't. This world is already very fair. What you have, he doesn't have. What he has, you don't have. What are you making a fuss about?" After this speech, Li Yunfei was left speechless, his face alternating between red and white. Indeed, innate shortcomings can be compensated by hard work. But if you don't work hard later, then that's just pure deserving it. After a long while, Li Yunfei finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Then, "Since we fought yesterday, I found him displeasing, and he found me displeasing too. Teacher, what do you think we should do about this?" He was looking for a way out. Teacher Shrek nodded. "You two mediate yourselves. You are all my students, and I don't want to see you making a scene." Seeing the situation, I thought, well, the teacher has already provided a way out, so let us take it. I directly spoke up. "All right, since the teacher has said so, let us each take a step back and consider this matter settled. How about it?" Mainly because Teacher Shrek was here, and that ruler was too intimidating. If it were a rookie teacher, I bet we could have beaten Li Yunfei in front of him again. Li Yunfei saw that I had provided a way out. So he also went along with it but still wanted to regain some face. All right, then you too should apologize to me. That's not too much to ask, right? You beat me up so badly yesterday. I hadn't even said anything yet when I turned to look at Murong Yunxiue. This guy in tea said a word the whole time, and his face was as dark as a rotten winter melon. I knew he still had a grudge. If I agreed by myself, this newly made friend would probably turn on me immediately. I asked him, Murong Yunxiue, what do you think we should do about this? Sure enough, he exploded directly, coldly laughing at Li Yunfei. If anyone should apologize, it's you who should apologize to us. How dare you ask us to apologize? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Hey, it seems these two have a deep grudge. Murong Yunxiue didn't believe that Li Yunfei would just let it go. He thought this kid was just pretending to endure and would definitely retaliate even more harshly later. Li Yunfei also refused to back down. Why should I? You were wrong. I was wrong. Everyone was wrong. Teacher Shrek saw that they were about to start arguing again, and his head felt big, so he quickly started mediating. All right. Stop arguing. YanLing already said it. The matter is in the past, so why are you still acting like this? His face looked as dark as if he had eaten 2 pounds of cow dung. When Li Yunfei saw that the teacher was really about to explode, he also caved, reluctantly saying, All right, teacher, I'll listen to you. Only then did Shrek show a bit of smile, patted Li Yunfei on the shoulder, and looked at me with approval. Okay, from today onwards, this matter is over. Let's not hold grudges anymore, understood? What could I say? I could only nod. All right, since the teacher said so, we will definitely give you face. Shrek was overjoyed, praising me for being understanding, saying that at such a young age, I had a broad mind and would surely achieve great things in the future. I thought, come on, you don't know what this kid is going to do later. After mediating between the three of us, Shrek hurried back to the classroom. As soon as he left, Li Yunfei's face instantly changed. I tell you, the speed of that change was faster than flipping a book. He stared at me and Murong Yunxiue, his eyes wishing to devour us alive, gritting his teeth and saying, Just wait, you two will suffer after school. I almost laughed out loud. Dude, are you performing a Sichuan opera here? Acting like a coward in front of the teacher, and as soon as the teacher leaves, you show your true colors? Murong Yunxiue rolled his eyes directly, with a look that clearly said, I knew this kid wouldn't let it go. Just now, it was only because Teacher Shrek was here that he didn't dare to act up. He looked at Li Yunfei as if he were a clown, and the meaning was obvious. If you want to play, then I'll play with you to the end. Who is afraid of whom? I shrugged nonchalantly. If you want to wait, then wait. It's just after school. Let us see who can outdo whom. As a time traveler with a golden finger, if I were to be pinned down by a rich second generation here, I might as well find a piece of tofu to crash into. After saying that, I noticed that Murong Yunxiue looked at me with the same fighting spirit, and I curiously asked him, Aren't you afraid at all? Li Yunfei's family is not ordinary. Guess what? This guy smiled at me, and goodness, that look in his eyes clearly said that he also had a background. I tell you, the way he looked at me was different now, saying things like, Brother, you're awesome. Daring to stand up to Li Yunfei with nothing to back you up? I admire you. Hey, that left me speechless. I thought you, a young master of the Murong family. Why are you envious of this barefoot guy? And guess what he said? He said that someone like me, who relied solely on myself without any background, would have an unlimited future. Family members who understands. This wave of mutual flattery almost blew me away. I quickly returned the compliment, saying, Come on, your family background is what people truly envy. You can do whatever you want. We were just flattering each other when we entered the classroom, and there was Li Yunfei's big face again, standing there like a door god. He immediately started threatening us. You two better wait after school. My second brother will make you pay. I was so fed up I rolled my eyes and couldn't be bothered to respond. Murong Yunxiue was even fiercer than me. She jumped up and added fuel to the fire. Exactly. How many times have you repeated that? Are you feeling guilty? ISNT your second brother Li Xiaofei? What's so great about him? Goodness, she even knew his second brother's name and dropped a bombshell, saying that the eldest of the Li family, Li Dafei, had already been beaten to a pulp by his father and was at home nursing his wounds. This completely silenced Li Yunfei. He was probably stunned, not expecting us to know his family's secrets so well. But he still played tough, leaving us with a just wait, and sulking in his seat. After sitting down, Murong Yunxiue vented to me, saying she couldn't figure out what she had done to provoke Li Yunfei. The guy chased her around like a mad dog. I got angry just listening and told her, why care about him? There are people like that in the world. Useless themselves and can't stand to see others do well. I was a bit heated at the moment and blurted out, why is it that the children of ordinary families aren't considered kids? Do they deserve to be trampled on by these rich second-generation kids? This world is so unfair. As soon as I said that, Morong Yunqiue's face turned pale. He awkwardly coughed twice and quietly reminded me, buddy, saying that to me is like playing the lute to a cow. I'm also from a big family. I slapped my forehead and realized I had been rash. I quickly found a way to backtrack. Oh, I'm not talking about you. I just can't stand those bullies who rely on their power. Morong Yunqiue didn't team mind and smoothly changed the topic, explaining to me why the three brothers of the Li family were so domineering at the academy. I asked if the principal and teachers didn't team manage it. He sneered, manage? Do you know how much the Li family donates to the academy every year? It's all an exchange of benefits. They're big capitalists. Does the principal dare to offend them? I understood then. They were cash players. Fine, I felt a surge of determination and thought to myself that one day I would overturn these unfair rules. After hearing my bold words, Morong Yunqiue's eyes lit up, jokingly saying, brother, if you really reach Tang San's level, you better go easy on our Morong family. Just then, the school bell rang. As we stepped out, we saw a guy standing at the entrance who resembled Li Yunfei, but had a completely different demeanor. He was wearing glasses and looked refined. No need to ask. This must be his second brother, Li Xiaofei. Li Xiaofei didn't even look at me and first scolded his brother Li Yunfei. I just came to see if you're dead and to check out what kind of person YanLing really is. Li Yunfei got anxious, jumping around like a monkey. Second brother, what are you talking about? Just do it. While he hasn't grown up yet. Kill him in the cradle. I couldn't help but laugh. This little brother was truly a character. Li Xiaofei was smarter than him. He sized me up and even nodded. You look honest and not like a bad person. How did you offend him? He was clear in his mind that his brother was the one who started it. But he had no choice. He had to protect his little brother. Frustrated by Li Yunfei's antics, he finally decided to take the plunge and pointed to the playground in the distance. Go over there. I'll hold them off alone. You find a chance to strike, just don't kill them. Morong Yunqiue and I exchanged glances. Great, this was just what I wanted. When we got to the playground, I directly took 2 steps back and assumed a stance. Let's talk. Show me what you've got directly. Don't just yap like Li Yunfei, it's disgusting. Li Xiaofei was provoked by my words and shouted, then come at me with your life, and charged at me. Let me tell you, the scene that unfolded was explosive. It wasn't just a student fight. It was like gods battling. His martial spirit was a majestic iron lion, while mine was a deep blue dragon. The 2 massive phantoms clashed in the sky. With a loud bang, we created a hole in the sky, making the stars of the universe visible. In broad daylight, it instantly turned into pitch black night. The classmates who had planned to go home, but stayed to watch were all wide-eyed. Their mouths agape like they could fit an egg inside. Li Yunfei was also dumbfounded. He probably never imagined his weak second brother could be this fierce. Li Xiaofei himself was shocked. Looking at me, his eyes were full of disbelief. Good kid, you really have some skills. No wonder my third brother couldn't handle you. While I was clashing with him, I didn't forget to taunt him. Stop praising me. I want to go easy on you. Hurry up and use all your strength. At that moment, the surrounding energy intensified. It felt like fireworks were going off in the sky, with energy orbs exploding one after another. The crowd below was filled with gasps of amazement. How impressive. I actually got to see this level of duel after school today. Our academy truly has hidden talents. It's remarkable, really remarkable. Remarkable? Let me tell you, this couldn't just be called remarkable. This was simply a celestial battle. The entire academy was packed with people. All like they were at a concert, almost holding up light boards and cheering. Everyone could see that with the way things were going today, no one would walk away unscathed. The special effects were dazzling, even more thrilling than watching an IMAX movie, with light waves exploding so intensely it almost blinded people. But these spectators were still craning their necks, saying they had to get autographs after it was over. Their hearts were too big. Meanwhile, on top of the teaching building, Teacher Shrek was watching the show with his hands in his pockets. He was well aware that the feud between these 2 students couldn't be resolved by him just shouting a few words. To be honest, he felt a bit excited. The academy had been so dull for so long, and finally, there was some vitality which was nice. Just as he was lost in thought, suddenly, Bibi Dong appeared behind him with a flash. Bibi Dong watched the 2 martial spirits clashing in the sky, unable to help but exclaim, impressive. Our academy actually has such fierce people. I'm really pleased. How could she not be pleased? One of them, YanLing, was her newly accepted disciple from yesterday. The other, Li Xiaofei, was the second son of the Li family. Both were heavyweight figures. They started off with their ultimate moves, and the scene exploded, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Shrek smiled proudly, thinking to himself, When have I ever missed my mark? He thought that if YanLing was BB Dong's disciple, then the academy would have a successor in the future. This was fantastic, almost rivaling Tang San for back in the day. But as BB Dong continued to watch, she began to feel uneasy. She frowned and directly questioned Shrek. Wait, if they keep fighting like this, won't someone get killed? I feel like that Li Xiaofei is hitting hard, not holding back at all. As a teacher, why aren't you going down to manage this? Her tone was almost accusing Shrek of dereliction of duty. What do you think happened next? Shrek didn't take it seriously at all, waving his hand calmly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If it really comes to someone dying, I'll definitely intervene. BB Dong thought at that moment. You intervene? By the time you act, people will be turned to dust. What is the use of that? Shrek noticed her expression and knew what she was thinking. So he casually added, I have a skill called Time Rewind. If someone really dies, I can just use a big move to rewind time back to before the fight started, and everything will be as if nothing happened. Wow, what a guy. Family. Who understands? This teacher is using cheats. Even if he dies, he can reload the save. Isn't this the legendary concept of companionship? Accompanying you to fight. And if something goes wrong, I'll back you up. BB Dong nearly laughed out loud after hearing this, thinking to herself that this person is truly savvy in the ways of the world. If something goes wrong, just one move to reverse time, no one would dare to frame him. Shrek noticed her expression and smirked. Are you talking about me? Aren't you the same? You're the Pope. Yet you come to our academy as the dean, with a higher rank than mine, and you're here watching the show with me? While the two were exchanging compliments on the rooftop, the battle downstairs was nearing its conclusion. Li Xiaofei could clearly feel his blue energy bar depleting. He was stunned, completely unprepared for YanLing's dual spirit, that blue dragon, which was ridiculously powerful. He gasped and shouted, Damn, you're impressive. I used 70% of my power. Thinking you'd be down by now, but you're still holding on. He said this, but inside he was panicking. He was using every bit of strength he had, yet he couldn't even scratch a hair on YanLing. On the contrary, YanLing was like a power bank, getting stronger with each attack, while Li Xiaofei felt like his phone battery was down to 1. YanLing was actually nearing his limit too, but when he saw Li Xiaofei looking like he was about to collapse, he felt reassured. He forced a smile and panted, I can't give up, otherwise how will you remember me? After saying that, YanLing thought it was about time. There was no deep enmity, no need to actually kill the guy. So he took the initiative to say, we don't have any deep grudges. Your brother was at fault that day. I can't take all the blame, understand? Saying this, he reduced his power by 30%, giving him a way out. I tell you, Li Xiaofei is really clever. He saw YanLing easing up and then looked up just in time to see Shrek and BB Dong standing on the roof. His mind buzzed, suddenly clear. One was YanLing's newly appointed master, and the other was clearly biased towards YanLing. What was there left to fight about? Continuing would just be a pure electronic pickling, becoming a joke for others to watch. He made a quick decision and directly gave in. All right, no more fighting. I admit defeat. Damn, I really didn't expect I couldn't beat you. Let us just forget about it. I'll explain it clearly to my family. He was truly scared. Just a moment ago, he almost had his own memorial service live-streamed at the academy, seeing his second brother giving up. The nearby Li Yunfei turned green with anger, but there was nothing he could do. He could only walk away while cursing. Fine, you can't beat him. My big brother must be a useless piece of trash. Can't even pass the trial. What a disgrace. Li Xiaofei heard this and felt wrong to the point of almost crying. Can you not say that? What can I do? I really can't beat him. He knew in his heart that YanLing had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would already be a corpse. The power of that dual spirit made him weak in the knees just thinking about it. Li Yunfei continued to nag. You can't beat him. I'll let my big brother come. Li Xiaofei was so angry he laughed. Go ahead anyway. Big brother didn't even pass the trial and is currently at home being whipped by my dad with a wet whip. His but is about to bloom, and he coming for revenge? He'd probably get defeated in one move. YanLing listened to the two brothers arguing behind him and nearly laughed out loud. This is interesting. The Li family's 3 brothers are already at odds? Li Yunfei, upon hearing this, exploded. Don't try to sow discord. Our Li family is doing just fine. YanLing didn't want to waste time arguing. I don't care if you argue, just don't let this petty matter turn into another fight. That will be even more embarrassing. Just as the 3 were about to clash again, Shrek finally descended from above, shouting, Enough. The winner is decided. Everyone settle down. Li Yunfei's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, but he didn't dare retort to the teacher. So he just glared at YanLing fiercely and left in a huff. At this moment, BB Dong floated down gracefully, walking up to YanLing with eyes full of surprise and admiration. I didn't expect, YanLing, that your spirit would be a blue dragon. This truly pleases me." She was so excited her jaw nearly dropped. A dragon. This is a dragon. Her own spirit was a phoenix. And her disciple-s spirit was even more impressive than hers. This was simply a huge gain. Shrek, standing nearby, instantly changed his expression, looking at BB Dong with the eyes of someone who suspects a fraud, spouting 4 words. "Master? All right." The implication was clear. "Wow, you're quick to bind him?" BB Dong's face darkened. She certainly knew Shrek was mocking her for getting a head start. If she had been a moment later, such a good seedling would have definitely been snatched by Shrek to become one of the Shrek's 7 monsters. Seeing these 2 big shots about to fight over her, YanLing quickly stepped in to mediate, pushing the credit onto them. "I suddenly became this strong. It must be because you two were helping me behind the scenes, right?" As soon as he said this, Shrek nearly jumped up, urgently yelling, "You can't say that. Your match with Li Xiaofei was a fair contest. If this gets out, it'll look like BB Dong is protecting her student, and that would be bad for everyone." He was thinking, if BB Dong is going to cover for him, that's fine, but don't drag me into this. I can't afford to tarnish my golden reputation. YanLing was stunned by his shout, thinking, "I was just being polite. Why are you so agitated?" So he quickly changed the subject. "All right then, let us say my personal abilities are exceptional, and this matter ends here." He looked at the 2 powerful figures in front of him, feeling a surge of emotion. BB Dong, still excited, patted YanLing heavily on the shoulder, tears in her eyes, feeling deeply. There are always stronger people out there. One generation surpasses the last. Young man, well done. In the future, this position of mine might just be yours. Brothers, this is what ambition looks like. What does ambition mean? BB Dong was almost handing over the throne, saying, "Young man, this empire will be yours in the future." And guess what? YanLing directly declined. He kept waving his hands. Forget it, forget it. Your position is too high, and the responsibility is too heavy. I can't bear it." He was clear in his heart. Being the Pope in Douluo continent is like being a priest. It requires purity and ruthlessness, a lifetime of solitude, which he couldn't endure. He had his own ideals. He wanted to soar into the universe like Tang San and become the great ruler. Shrek was overjoyed to see YanLing even rejecting the position of Pope. Yes, this kid looks down on the Pope, which shows his ambition is for the stars and the sea. Shrek thought this kid has a bright future. I tell you, Shrek, that old man was calculating in his heart. The Pope is nothing. This shows that my disciple YanLing's ambition must be the whole continent. If I could bring him under my wing to become one of the Shrek 8 monsters, how glorious would that be? But me? I was just standing there, sandwiched between these 2,000-year-old old monsters, smiling on the surface while feeling empty inside. Family, who understands? I'm a social phobic, being publicly observed by 2 ancient beings, surrounded by a sea of people. It felt like a public execution, and I almost wished I could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment right there. I quickly waved my hands and said, Hey, both of you teachers, don't kill me with praise. Can we keep it low-key? The crisis has just been averted. We should think about what to do next." I was clear in my heart. These 2 old foxes were more cunning than the other. If I really followed the path they planned for me, wouldn't I end up as a puppet for the rest of my life? My destiny must be determined by myself. And guess what? As soon as BB Dong heard this, her eyes lit up, and the way she looked at me was so affectionate that it gave me goosebumps. She excitedly said, "Good job, not getting arrogant after winning, still thinking about the future, truly worthy of being my disciple. You have the demeanor of a great general." Good heavens, with such flattery, I almost thought I was about to ascend on the spot. She was overjoyed, feeling like she had struck gold with a young disciple who was extraordinarily powerful, yet knew how to conceal his strength. This was like being rewarded by the ancestors, and the spirit hall had a promising successor. Just as YanLing was about to humble himself a bit, Shrek came over, all enthusiastic. "If you're an ordinary person, then you're the pinnacle among ordinary people. Don't worry, young man, I've got your back. Let me tell you, this old guy really loves talent, but he's also really sour." His eyes were full of regret, thinking, how could such a great talent be taken by that old, which BB Dong? He was imagining how great it would be. Even if he couldn't become a master, he could at least become a second master. In the future, when YanLing became famous across the continent, his name would also get some recognition in the history books. BB Dong was almost rolling her eyes, thinking to herself, "You don't have any disciples, do you? Coming here to curry favor with me?" Shrek completely ignored her and directly launched his big move. "Young man, don't listen to her. Come with me, and you'll be one of the Shrek 8 monsters, the legendary 8th member." When I heard this, I almost laughed out loud. "Buddy, I have a goddess perspective mixing with you. Isn't that like joining the National Army in 49? Your Shrek camp doesn't have a good ending ahead. I certainly don't want to join a team that's destined for annihilation right as I'm taking off. So, without thinking, I made my stance very clear. Forget it, Teacher Shrek. I decided to stick to my own path and focus on the Douluo journey. To put it simply, we're not in the same system. We have different paths and cannot collaborate. As soon as I said this, BB Dong burst into laughter, so happy that she was practically dancing, and directly started to unleash a barrage at Shrek. Did you see that? Shrek, this is the awareness of my disciple. He has already chosen his camp, so don't force him. Give me some face, okay? She was so smug, it was as if she had just won a bet. Shrek's face darkened immediately, and he was so angry that the veins on his forehead were popping. He and BB Dong were already at odds, and now being slapped in the face like this. How could he take it? He gritted his teeth and shouted, BB Dong, don't be too happy too soon. Not a single disciple of mine is worse than your Douluo. Good heavens, two old men combined were nearly 10,000 years old, and they were arguing in front of all the teachers and students. BB Dong was still fanning the flames. Then let us wait and see. Let us see if my Douluo power is greater or your Shrek power is stronger. Shrek was so furious that he nearly ground his teeth to dust. Finally, he glared at BB Dong and then looked at me, and with a flick of his sleeve, he said, fine, you two go ahead. I want to interfere. After saying that, he turned around and walked away, mumbling, I have thousands of students waiting for me. No time to waste with you two. His back looked so aggrieved. I figured he was already calculating that he had to quickly find an even more amazing genius. Otherwise, if YanLing really grew up, the Shrek faction would be in trouble. Just as the divine beings finished their fight, the scene shifted. Guess what? Let's take a look at the unfortunate Li family. The Li family was in complete chaos. The third son, Li Yunfei, was locked in his room, sulking after failing to seek revenge on me, too embarrassed to go out. The second son, Li Xiaofei, who had a bit of sense, rushed into his father Li Feihu's study as soon as he got home and reported everything that had happened today. His father, Li Feihu, was a cultured man, a returned PhD, yet he had 3 sons, each more troublesome than the last. The eldest and the youngest were pure wastrels, always causing trouble. Only the second son, Li Xiaofei, had a somewhat gentle personality. After listening to his second son's report, Li Feihu furrowed his brow. Even you can't defeat that YanLing? Who is this guy? I've never heard of him before. He felt a chill in his heart. Good heavens, just starting out with a twin martial soul. And he could take out his middle stage son in the initial phase. ISNT this just the second Tang, San? One Tang, San, is enough trouble for the continent. Now if another version of him has popped up, and the key point is that his own son has offended him. Li Xiaofei also had a worried look, Dad. I don't know. He just seemed to appear out of nowhere, ridiculously strong. I couldn't even react. Li Feihu sighed, patted his son's shoulder, and said earnestly, the eldest is useless. The third is not worth relying on. Now the family is counting on you. Listen to Dad. Don't hold a grudge against this YanLing. We can't afford to provoke him. He understood. Going against such a future chosen one was courting death. What if he came back to settle scores in the future? The entire Li family would be buried alongside him. A real man knows when to bend and when to stretch. If you can't win, don't provoke. Li Xiaofei was also a smart person. He understood as soon as his father pointed it out. He was already feeling some fear towards YanLing in his heart, and now, with his father's analysis, he immediately understood, Dad, I get it. Not only will I not be his enemy, but maybe in the future, I can also build a good relationship with him. Li Feihu nodded in satisfaction, feeling that his second son was finally worth the effort. He told Li Xiaofei to go back to the academy first and advised him to keep the third son, Li Yunfei, at home for a few days and not to go out looking for trouble. After all, they were in the same class. If they met again, it would certainly be an explosive encounter. After sending off his second son, Li Feihu sat alone in the study, sighing and feeling distressed to the point where his hair was almost turning white. He contemplated his 3 sons. 2 were useless, and 1, although mild-mannered, lacked the guts to achieve great things. Then he looked at the sons of his elder brother's family, each one vigorous and spirited. Once the old man passes away, it seems the Li family's fortune will have nothing to do with his line. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, unable to help but curse. Has my old Li family really run out of successors? As soon as he finished speaking, a cold snort came from outside the study. The old man, leaning on a cane, didn't he know when he had stood there, looking at him with a grim face. What nonsense are you spouting with your crow's mouth? I think Xiaofei is a great kid. He knows how to assess the situation and understands that he can't take on an enemy he can't defeat. That shows he has a brain, there's hope. Let me tell you, when I heard this, I was about to explode with anger. My own father, right in front of me, was defending his grandson and calling me a crow's mouth? Good heavens, I directly had the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone, simply unable to comprehend. I darkened my face and retorted, Dad, can you stop protecting him like this? He doesn't understand the situation at all. He's just a coward. If you keep spoiling him like this, it will lead to big trouble sooner or later. I really didn't want to argue with him. My old man acted on impulse all his life. Today he finds a Xiaofei pleasing to the eye and praises him. Tomorrow, if he makes even a small mistake, the first one to kick him out of the house will definitely be him. But the old man wouldn't listen at all. He slammed his cane down and lectured me with vigor. What do you understand? Your two eldest sons are more useless than the other, already hopeless. Now, there's only Xiaofei left. If you don't rely on him, are you planning to let your lineage die out? Let me tell you, Li Feihu, I'm getting old. And so are you. This huge family business, if you don't pass it on to him, who else do you want to pass it to? When I heard this, my head started to hurt. Great, here we go again with this bloodline theory. You just want me to pour all the resources into Li Xiaofei. But I just don't want to. I directly gave up. All right, you don't have to worry about this matter. I know what I'm doing. After saying that, I turned and walked away, feeling annoyed at the thought of saying another word. It can't be changed. Can I still hide from it? Let him wallow in his own sorrow. The scene shifted, and I was telling you that I was walking to the dormitory with Morong Yushiwe. I was still baffled by what happened at the Li family earlier. I asked Morong Yushiwe, hey, I really don't understand. Is Li Yunfei sick? His brother was almost begging me, yet he was there gritting his teeth. We don't have any deep grudges against him, do we? Is it really necessary? Guess what? Morong Yushiwe burst out laughing. Her expression was as if she saw through everything, and she said slowly, you don't understand. For us from big families, face is everything. You took it down in front of so many people today. He feels he has lost face. This grudge is set, and he definitely seek revenge. I was speechless at that moment. All because of this trivial matter? What kind of literary spirit is this? Isn't this just pure stubbornness? I shook my head and thought, forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I have no money, no background, just a master like BB Dong. Where do I have time to play palace intrigues with these young masters? I came here to study, not to fight crickets. I was just contemplating how to quickly improve my strength to eventually go to a better sky city for further study, when, suddenly, there was a thunderous roar outside, followed by cries of panic. Not good. Golden Sacred Dragon. A dragon crashed into our academy building. Morong Yushiwe and I exchanged glances and rushed to the window. I looked outside and was shocked. Down in the playground, there really lay a giant dragon gleaming with golden light. It looked like it was covered in gold, lying there motionless, and the surrounding students were running around in fear. I recognized it. It was the Golden Sacred Dragon, but this didn't make sense. This was a sacred creature only found in high martial worlds. How could it have fallen into our newbie village? My mind buzzed and I thought, oh no, could it be that I crossed over and caused a time-space bug? But Morong Yushiwe had a different focus. She turned to me and noticed I wasn't panicking at all. Instead, I was curiously watching the dragon. My first thought was indeed a bit ridiculous. And I muttered to myself, the Golden Sacred Dragon has fallen. Isn't this just a live target? A walking experience bag. Who knew? This was a great opportunity to farm equipment. What if it dropped a divine artifact? Then I could walk unimpeded on this Douluo continent. When Morong Yushiwe heard this, her eyes lit up as she also got interested. I heard that killing the Golden Sacred Dragon can yield top-notch equipment. I wonder if we can get a powerful weapon. Seeing that she was also excited, I immediately agreed. Let us go. Let's take a look. Fortune favors the bold. We said we would do it. And we rushed into the crowd. Goodness, there were layers upon layers of students at the scene, all eager to watch the excitement. We squeezed to the front and realized something was wrong. The Golden Sacred Dragon wasn't here to cause destruction. It seemed to have fallen from the sky and was severely injured, now barely breathing, lying there surrounded by a faint golden light shield, isolating itself and those nearby, not hurting anyone. Seeing this, my thoughts of farming equipment vanished instantly. Come on, this is a sacred object, not some evil creature. Taking advantage of someone else's misfortune is too low. Moreover, I suddenly thought of a more serious problem. What if this thing is the start of space-time rift? Would something even scarier fall down next? The more I thought, the more cold sweat I broke out in, and I quickly told Morong Yushiwe, something's wrong. This dragon seems to be seriously injured. This isn't the time to think about farming equipment. What if it goes berserk and hurts someone? Where's the principal? Quick, let us get the principal to handle this. Murong Yushua looked at me with a "you're too naive" expression and splashed cold water on my enthusiasm. Principal? Did you forget? Our Shrek Academy's principal, Flinder, has long disappeared. Now, the one in charge is Vice Principal Zhao Wujin, who is in seclusion cultivating right now. And he has a terrible temper. Who dares to disturb him? I was furious. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and invite him. The sky is falling. And he is still in seclusion. Murong Yushua was taken aback by my shout and looked even more helpless. Do you think I don't want to? Who would dare? Besides, right now, other than Zhao Wujin in seclusion, we're the highest ranked here. Well, it seems we can't rely on anyone else. I took a deep breath, not caring about anything else, and charged forward. Forget it. Let us save people first. Let us see if any students are hurt. Murong Yushua looked at me. Her eyes complicated, as if she didn't expect I would be this kind of person. She couldn't hold me back and could only follow behind. I crouched down in front of the golden sacred dragon and took a closer look, finding that its breath was indeed very weak, like a sick cat. I couldn't help but sigh. Is this the golden sacred dragon? Why does it look so weak? Murong Yushua reminded me impatiently from behind. Don't underestimate it. Even Queen Medusa couldn't take it down back in the day. Now that it has fallen, something must have gone wrong in the high-level space. Be careful. Don't get taken away by its last-ditch efforts. After she said that, I calmed down. Indeed, a dead camel is bigger than a horse. I slowly stood up, staring at the dragon, and said solemnly, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." This guy is not easy to deal with. When Murong Yushua heard me say this, she finally relaxed and quickly pulled me back. Since it's not easy to deal with, then don't force it. Look, everyone else is keeping their distance. Let us retreat. I took 2 steps back with her, but still felt uneasy and turned back to those students who were still watching. All right, let us retreat. But we need to set up a barrier first to protect everyone's safety. When Murong Yushua heard this, she was stunned, looking at me as if I were an alien, and after a while managed to choke out, "You really have a big heart, even thinking about others at a time like this. No wonder Teacher BB Dong can see something in you. You're simply a standout." I tell you, that was not a compliment. His mouth was almost twisted to the back of his head, and he was just short of pointing at my nose and calling me a saint. Sure enough, his next sentence was, "I say, YanLing, have you lost your mind? What do we care if our classmates live or die? We came here to study, not to be living bodhisattvas. It'd be better if this golden sacred dragon killed them all, so they wouldn't compete with me for resources." Goodness, what a selfish thing to say. I replied to him, "Get this straight, this isn't about saving classmates. It's about saving ourselves. This academy is our territory. Now an alien species has fallen down to stir trouble, and if we don't unite against it and instead fight among ourselves, do you want to die?" I thought I was being clear enough, but after Murong Yushua heard this, her gaze toward me became even stranger, as if she were looking at some rare species. And she gave me a thumbs up, sarcastically saying, "My goodness, your level of thinking is simply that of Confucius reincarnated. Boss YanLing from now on. I'll stick with you. Take me to show off and fly, okay?" I was truly a loss for words. Her thought process was really something. I quickly waved my hands. "All right, stop with that. I don't have time to argue with you. We need to find a way to deal with the main issue." Speaking of the main issue, dealing with the nearly dead golden sacred dragon was indeed troublesome. This thing is a sacred object. Deciding whether to kill or spare it is not something 2 elementary students like us can decide. Just as we were staring at each other, our savior arrived. My teacher, BB Dong, and the director of our academy, Shrek, rushed over in a hurry. Let me tell you, when Shrek arrived, the atmosphere changed drastically. He first circled the golden sacred dragon twice, marveling at it, then squatted down to check the dragon's breath and found it was still alive. An extremely explosive idea popped into his head. He leaned over to teacher BB Dong, rubbing his hands and grinning lewdly. "Hey, Grand Pope, look. This dragon is fierce, but it's half dead now. Since it poses no threat to us, why not? Instead of killing it, we could just keep it as a pet. It's a holy object. Having it around would surely boost our cultivation, right? Who understands, right?" At that moment, I almost wanted to applaud him. This imagination and selfishness were simply audacious. Keeping a golden sacred dragon as a pet? Why not just fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? A mere mortal, even if you're a director. You want to raise a holy object? Aren't you just asking for trouble, trying to contribute some organic fertilizer to the development of another world? Teacher BB Dong exploded on the spot, her face turning as dark as the bottom of a pot. If it weren't for us students being there, I bet she could have slapped Shrek in the ground. She held back her anger, her voice trembling. "Shrek, are you really crazy or just pretending? This is the golden sacred dragon. It's a holy object. Will you feed it? Can that little broken cage in the academy even hold one of its claws? Shrek shivered under a shout, but relying on his position in the academy, he still tried to struggle a bit. You can't say it like that. What I mean is, we should help it heal first. Everyone could see through his little scheme. He just wanted to wait until it was alive again before secretly using it for himself. This man was selfish to the core, not even afraid of divine retribution for his own cultivation. Teacher Bibi Dong was so furious she could barely speak and was about to continue scolding when suddenly a powerful aura descended from the sky. Goodness, a more heavyweight figure appeared. Our academy's vice principal, the professional recluse Zhao Wujia, actually emerged from his seclusion. He was probably annoyed by the commotion outside while he was focused on his performance and directly teleported over. Teacher Bibi Dong followed closely behind him, seemingly intercepted on the way and called over together. When the students saw a big shot arrive, they quickly made way. Zhao Wujia walked up to the golden sacred dragon and gasped. Oh my, really is the golden sacred dragon? How did this holy thing end up in our academy? While he was still in shock, Shrek, the master of changing faces, immediately switched to a fawning expression and approached Zhao Wujia to report me, directly pointing the finger at me. Vice Principal, this matter, I believe it has an absolute connection with YanLing. He pointed at me, speaking decisively. This kid has an unknown background, suddenly appearing out of nowhere, and the Grand Pope insists on taking him as a disciple. I suspect he is the one who attracted this ominous object. Damn, I wanted to give him a set of military boxing moves right then. This bastard, unable to argue with Teacher Bibi Dong, took it out on me, a student, trying to undermine me in front of my teacher. Does he really think Teacher Bibi Dong is made of clay? Sure enough, Teacher Bibi Dong's patience reached its limit. Her protective instinct kicked in, and she stepped forward, directly shielding me behind her. Her gaze as cold as an ice blade slicing across Shrek's face. Shrek, my people, do you dare touch? That aura, that pressure, instantly froze the air around us. But who am I, YanLing? I can't let my teacher take the heat from me. Absolutely not. I stepped out from behind Teacher Bibi Dong, stood forward, too lazy to waste words with Shrek, and slightly released the power within me. Just a slight hint, and the temperature across the entire playground seemed to drop by dozens of degrees. The fawning smile on Shrek's face instantly froze, then turned pale, cold sweat rolling down his forehead, and his legs began to tremble. I looked at him and said word by word, I know you think my behavior is strange, but I warn you, don't set your sights on me. I acknowledge Bibi Dong as my teacher out of respect. If you dare to trouble me again, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as I finished speaking, the whole place fell silent. Everyone looked at me with the eyes of a monster. Shrek, that arrogant director, dared not even let out a sound under my aura and ultimately, shamefully lowered his proud head. Folks, this twist was absolutely satisfying. But guess what? My teacher, Bibi Dong, actually backed down first. Seeing that my energy was about to explode, she hurriedly stepped up to pull me back, saying, YanLing, calm down. This matter has nothing to do with us. Don't get involved. Let me tell you, I was furious at that moment. I shook her off, feeling utterly cold inside. Teacher? Teacher has zero weight in the academy now. She can't protect me. These people are splashing dirt on me, saying that I caused the space-time rift. This is even more absurd than the post-2000s workplace reforms. It's like they're dancing on my grave. Do they think I, YanLing, am easy to bully? I was so angry my mouth tasted bitter, and after holding it in for a long time, I directly exploded. I really don't understand what's wrong with your brains. The space-time rift has nothing to do with me. You really think I'm a soft persimmon that you can squeeze however you want? Well, as soon as I said that, Shrek, who had just been gossiping behind my back, turned pale. He probably didn't expect my ears to be so sharp, and he was caught red-handed. That guy instantly wilted, bowing his head and apologizing. No, we didn't doubt you, just said it casually. I'm really sorry you heard that. Where were you before? Getting caught bad-mouthing behind my back. Folks, who understands that kind of awkward, yet satisfying feeling? Seeing him look so cowardly, I didn't want to pursue a teacher further. After all, I had a save face. I coldly snorted and nodded. Teachers, please be mindful of your words in the future. Don't gossip behind my back. I just want to keep my little piece of land and live a stable life without all these antics every day. However, just as I suppressed one issue, another one with even higher authority popped up. Vice Principal Zhao Wujia approached with a dark face. His meaning was very clear. Kid, I'm here, and you still dare to be so arrogant, not giving me face? I coldly laughed in my heart. So it's true that a higher rank can suppress a lower one? Come on, who is afraid of who? Zhao Wujia's face looked as if he had been constipated for half a month. He probably felt that as a student. I had embarrassed him in front of the entire school, Where was his vice principal's authority? He wanted to suppress me with his status, but unfortunately, YanLing, did not respond to pressure. The atmosphere instantly froze, and we faced off like two bulls ready to fight, neither willing to back down. But then something interesting happened. Zhao Wujie, staring at me, his eyes shifted from anger to something else. I could tell he had probably heard of my reputation long ago, and upon seeing me today, realized not only was I strong, but I also had the audacity to match. The key was that I looked incredibly handsome. In his eyes, I sensed a hint of shock, then appreciation, and finally, calculation. Damn, I saw through it right then. This old fox wasn't trying to suppress me. He was eyeing me. He must have been calculating. This kid is a once-in-a-lifetime talent. If I could recruit him for my own use, when that old man Flander retires, I could push him into the principal's position, and then I, as vice principal, could seamlessly transition to principal. Goodness, this kind of fortune you give me. I can't handle it. This old guy, the abacus beads are almost falling on my face. Although I was overjoyed inside, Zhao Wujie still put on a serious face and said in a sarcastic tone, "All right, kid, you're really a talent. Just a few words, and you've put me in a difficult position." I was really at my wit's end, blaming myself for being too theatrical. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him, so I turned my head directly to that half-dead golden holy dragon. Seeing that I was ignoring him, Zhao Wujie got even angrier, raising his voice by 8 degrees. "YanLing, give me some face. Don't make me look too bad." I thought to myself, you're just a vice principal. Why do you need face when managing students? But I also didn't want to waste any more time with him. So I waved my hand and said helplessly, all right, let's move on from this. Just treat it like a cloud passing by. Okay? Only then did Zhao Wujie regain his composure, sighed in relief, and quickly changed the topic, pointing at the golden holy dragon and saying, "This dragon has obviously fallen down after being seriously injured. Something big must have happened in the upper world. The strange beasts must be fighting." He began to analyze with great confidence, saying that this thing normally wouldn't appear here at all, and it must be the gods fighting above, causing innocent casualties. Upon hearing this, my heart sank. I furrowed my brows. Could it be that something went wrong in the chaotic world of Tang San's universe? Folks, don't forget that I came from another world. If this anime world starts to collapse, then my original reality. I didn't dare to think further. Just then, Morong Yunshua suddenly leaned over, her eyes shining as she stared at the dragon, whispering to me, "YanLing, are we really not going to do anything? This is a holy dragon. If we explode equipment from it, then our power." I immediately felt like an old man on the subway, looking at his phone. What was this girl thinking? Her mind was full of leveling up and exploding equipment, right? I directly refused. What does that have to do with me? I'm not some equipment-crazy person. I just want to live my little life. Seeing her still looking confused, I was really at my wit's end. I irritably waved my hand. Let me have some peace. If there really is a time-space crack, then none of US can escape. This is a huge crisis. In the end, it was still Zhao Wujie who made the decision. He spoke with an official tone. "I think we should first provide treatment, using my unique secret method to perform biochemical decomposition on it. If it can survive, we will send it back to the other world. If it can't survive, then that's its fate." After listening, Bibi Dong nodded, thinking this plan was quite reasonable, and said, "All right, then let's do as you say. I won't get involved in this." After saying that, she turned and left. After all, this place was Zhao Wujie's territory, and as an outsider, it was indeed a bit too much to stay any longer. Zhao Wujie didn't keep her either. He was originally a cold-blooded guy. Watching Bibi Dong leave, his expression didn't change at all. This matter was considered settled. Morong Yunshue and I walked shoulder to shoulder towards the teaching building. Let me tell you, after this commotion, I became a legend in the academy. Think about it. Being able to make Bibi Dong, Shrek, and Zhao Wujie revolve around me, while also being put in a difficult position in front of me. I was like the top star on campus, a walking legend. Many people wanted to come and get close to me, but I was in a bad mood at the time, probably had "please keep your distance" written all over my face, so they didn't dare to approach. But just as I was about to reach the entrance of the teaching building, I suddenly caught sight of a figure out of the corner of my eye. That profile, that figure. I felt all the hair on my body stand up. Good heavens, ISNT, that exactly like Li Yunfei. The Li family, haunting me endlessly, right? Do they plant their spies all over the academy? Do I even need to ask? It was like they had installed surveillance right on my forehead. I turned to Morong Yunshue beside me and asked, "Hey, who is that guy? Why does he look so familiar?" Guess what? Morong Yunshue didn't even hear me. She was busy scrolling on her phone with a serious expression. I leaned over to take a look, and oh boy, it was all negative headlines about our academy. The incident of the golden, holy dragon falling was trending, making it sound like some earth-shattering scoop. She looked like her internet was lagging, staring at the screen in a daze. I nudged her with my elbow, and only then did she come back to her senses, following my gaze and exclaiming, "Wow." She was startled too, but having seen the world, she quickly calmed down and said to me, "Oh, that guy? He is a distant relative of Li Yunfei, named Li Feilong. Don't worry, he is not like Li Yunfei, just a pure weakling. He won't cause us any trouble." When I heard this, Li Feilong. This name sounds quite imposing, but he is just a weakling? And when I looked closely, I noticed he had a long scar on his face, looking creepy like a centipede. So I asked Morong Yunshu, what is up with his face? Don't the Li family care about their image? A scar on his face. That is too wild, right? After hearing this, Morong Yunshu looked at me with a changed expression, as if to say how could I be so clueless. She even started to keep me in suspense, saying, "Oh, don't mention it, that's his sad story. We can't just bring it up." I was immediately infuriated. Let me tell you, I hate it when people speak half-heartedly. I directly retorted, "Just say what you want to say. What's so hard about telling a story? Just tell me how he got that scar." This completely left Morong Yunshu flabbergasted. She probably had never seen someone so straightforward. She could only smile helplessly and said, all right, I'll tell you. His story is actually simple. He went to hunt the Titan giant ape back then, but got slapped in the face by it, leaving him this permanent reminder. The Titan giant ape? My eyes almost popped out. Let me tell you, that thing is on the same level as the golden holy dragon. Li Feilong actually dared to challenge it. ISNT, that pure heroism. I instantly felt a surge of respect and blurted out, "Wow, this guy is tough. A true hero." However, after hearing this, Morong Yunshu looked at me as if I were an idiot, rolling her eyes at me. A hero? What kind of hero is he? The Titan giant ape didn't even die. Who knows where it's hiding now? Maybe it's even hiding in our academy. Only then did I realize that he had failed in his challenge. Morong Yunshu also told me that Li Feilong had a promising future back then, almost becoming the head of the teaching department, but because of his failure, he had now fallen to being a janitor in the academy, doing odd jobs. Folks, who understands this? The contrast is just too great. One moment, he was the brave warrior in my heart. The next, he is a janitor. What surprised me even more was what Morong Yunshu said next, seeing my eager expression as if I wanted to slay the dragon. Oh no, slay the ape. She actually started to pour cold water on me. All right, we're just ordinary students. Why should we meddle in other people's business? Just stay put and keep our lives safe. At that moment, my heart sank. Good heavens, when we were beating up Li Yunfei together before. Why didn't you say this? Now that we encounter a real tough opponent, you start to act like it has nothing to do with you? This is pure plastic brotherhood, all about enjoying the benefits while leaving the troubles to others. I figured it out. This guy is someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. If something really happens, he will definitely be the first to sell me out. From that moment on, the atmosphere between us instantly dropped to freezing point, awkward enough to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Morong Yunshu probably felt that the atmosphere was getting a bit hellish, so he had to find a way to salvage it and forcibly change the topic. There's stir-fried noodles with vegetables in the cafeteria today for lunch, and also seaweed and egg soup. It's seafood. His excited expression was as if he were talking about some heavenly delicacy. I was stunned. Seaweed and egg soup? This thing is just the most ordinary home-cooked dish in my hometown. Sometimes even the dog wouldn't eat it, depending on its mood. Why was he acting like he hadn't eaten for 800 years, with his eyes shining like that? When he saw my lack of reaction and interest, he became curious and directly asked me, "Why do you seem uninterested? Where are you from? Which state and city? How come you feel so out of place with us?" His question made my CPU overheat. To be honest, my memories of my hometown were like a mosaic, hazy and unclear. I remembered I had a big family and a happy home, but I really couldn't recall how I ended up in this strange place. I got annoyed and didn't want to explain, so I shot back. "Why do you care which state or city I'm from? Can't you see our styles are completely different?" Morong Yunshu was taken aback, his face turning green, probably not expecting me to respond so harshly. He didn't want to make things worse, so he waved his hand, indicating we should go eat in the cafeteria. I didn't want to go with him, but my stomach was growling, so I had no choice but to follow. As we left, I added a parting shot. If you know it's nonsense, just ask less and take care of your own little plot of land. Don't worry about other people's business. We walked into the cafeteria in silence. When I looked down at the menu, I was shocked. It boldly stated 4 big characters: stir-fried dragon meat. I understood the saying about dragon meat in the sky and donkey meat on the ground, but that was mythology. How could this be a home-cooked dish? I couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, is this really the cafeteria? They actually have dragon meat for sale?" Morong Yunshua looked at me not like I was a fool, but like I was a prehistoric creature. He said incredulously, You've never eaten dragon meat? You're really not from our world? I was so embarrassed I could have dug my toes into the floor, but I stubbornly replied, What does it matter if I've eaten it or not? Who knew dragon meat was as common as pork here? What he said next completely rubbed my worldview into the dirt. He told me that in this world, dragon meat is the lowest grade of ingredient, on par with pork back home. And what do those really high-class people eat? They eat dirt. They eat garbage. It's said that when a whale falls, all things are born. The most primitive things are the most precious. I finally understood that the logic of this place was not even on the same factory settings as that blue little planet I came from. For example, this dragon meat. I tell you, it completely refreshed my worldview. Seeing my ghostly expression, Morong Yunshue calmly explained, Oh, you misunderstood. We only eat dragons that have died from illness or old age. We definitely don't kill live ones. That would be too cruel, just like killing pigs. At that moment, I had a face full of question marks, like an old person on the subway, looking at their phone. Dude, your explanation is worse than not explaining at all. Dead from illness? Old age? Who understands that? Isn't that just a buffet of large-scale biological weapons? I only had one question in my mind. Are the people here immune to that? Wouldn't eating that stuff just cause an immediate outbreak? Just for a meal? Is it worth such extreme challenges? As a result, Morong Yunshua looked at me like I was an idiot. He thought I was pretending to be dumb to gain his sympathy. I was really. What was I pretending for? I genuinely didn't understand. He saw that the line in the cafeteria was still long, and probably since he had nothing better to do, he reluctantly gave me a lesson. He said, Did you forget what kind of world this is? Douluo continent. Everyone can use magic, okay? Don't say you're eating dead dragon meat. Even if you chewed on that rotten wood at the entrance, our healing experts could bring you back to life and purify the toxins in the meat, turning it into a high-protein, nutritious meal. Wow, I was just amazed. So toxic substances here are just like a seasoning that needs some post-processing, right? If the periodic table came here, it would shake its head and leave. So I asked him, is it true that as long as the magic is powerful enough, even eating dirt can taste like Buddha jumps over the wall? This made Morong Yunshua laugh, his mouth curling in a way that was 3 parts mockery and 7 parts disdain, saying my imagination was really rich, asking if my brain was fried. He even asked if I really came from another world, how I was getting more and more incomprehensible. When he said that, my face instantly lost its composure. What did that mean? There were so many people in the cafeteria, and he gave me no face at all? If I weren't so good-tempered, I would have asked him if he thought he was funny right then and there. I could only hold back my anger and say, all right, let us hurry up and get the food. Is there any fried rice noodles left? Give me a bowl. As a result, when we got to the window, it was a big joke. Not to mention fried rice noodles, the plates were cleaner than my face. The cafeteria lady was waving her hands, smiling like a flower, apparently happy to get off work early again today. Morong Yunshue was also stunned, pouting, probably cursing the hell out of whoever was that finished all the food. Now what do we do without food? Morong Yunshue probably felt he had spoken too much just now, so he pretended to be sincere and asked me, how about I treat you to takeout? Let me tell you, there really is takeout in Douluo continent, and the setup is quite explosive. The delivery people have their own flying spirit beasts zooming around. The security guards are all like diamond shields. The waiters can use overwhelming force just to sweep the floor, focusing on maximum efficiency. But when I heard the word takeout, my PTSD kicked in. I was a heavy user of takeout in my last life and ended up with gastroenteritis nearly leading to perforation. I now suspect some unscrupulous businesses might have added some secret snot or soul phlegm as seasoning. I directly shook my head and said, forget it. Takeout is something even dogs wouldn't eat. Morong Yunshue probably didn't expect me to refuse so bluntly, and he was taken aback for a moment. Then, his little schemes came back, and he enthusiastically suggested, all right, since takeout isn't healthy, how about we go to the convenience store and buy 2 packs of instant noodles to cook in the dorm? Folks, listen to this. Instead of eating takeout, he wanted to eat even more junk instant noodles. He was clearly trying to test me, or, in other words, playing a joke on me. But I was hungry, so I nodded and said, sure, instant noodles are fine too. Guess what happened next? This guy burst out laughing, his mouth stretching back to his neck, looking at me like I was a fool, coldly saying, you don't really think I'm going to buy it for you, do you? I was just joking. Damn, his whole operation directly burned my CPU. I finally understood that this guy was a typical rich kid who looked down on someone like me from a rough background. His previous kindness was all an act. He probably wanted to gain some benefit from me. Now that he saw I had no food, it was already good enough that he didn't kick me while I was down, and he expected me to let him treat me? I couldn't be bothered to get angry at him, so I smiled and said, of course I know you're joking. I was joking too. We're just having fun. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Murong Yunxue probably didn't expect me to respond like that, and his expression was quite something. While the two of us were staring at each other, I felt someone behind us watching us intently. I turned around and saw two guys holding empty bowls with worried expressions on their faces. They looked quite distinctive. One resembled Poseidon, and the other looked like Hades. They probably came late and missed out on the food like poor souls. I ignored them and walked out of the cafeteria with Murong Yunxue, but I couldn't hold it in any longer. I turned around and blocked his way, getting straight to the point. What do you mean by this? Ever since the incident with Li Yunfei, your attitude towards me has been all strange. Do you have a problem with me? He immediately began his performance, looking innocent, saying that there were so many people in the cafeteria just now that he was trying to protect me by not giving me face, fearing others would find out about my conflict with Li Yunfei and treat me poorly. At that moment, I wanted to give him an Oscar. His acting was too good to waste on anything less than a historical drama. I sneered, all right, stop pretending. You've been following me because you think I have something you want, right? Let me tell you, I don't have anything, so don't waste your efforts. As soon as I said that, he clearly panicked, but still maintained a calm facade. This guy has great mental fortitude. He knew that if I really flipped out, I could easily take him down. So he quickly backtracked, reminding me that when I first clashed with Li Yunfei, if it weren't for him stepping in, I would have been beaten up by the crowd. When he said that, I actually remembered that it was indeed the case. If it weren't for him, I might have been the one getting beaten. So, by this calculation, I actually owed him a favor. Seeing my expression soften, Murong Yunxue let out a sigh of relief and said, "You understand? That's good. We still have things to discuss." I nodded and didn't want to argue about these trivial matters anymore. This guy is quite scheming, but for now, he doesn't seem like an enemy. I shifted the conversation to the main topic. I have a feeling that there's a Titan ape in this academy. After we finish eating, let us investigate. This thing is too dangerous. If it hurts a student, it's not a joke. I thought that this Titan ape, like the golden sacred dragon, must also be a tough character that needs to be dealt with quickly. However, after Murong Yunxue heard this, his gaze at me became even stranger, filled with disbelief. And then he exaggeratedly said, "Oh my, I didn't expect you to be so concerned about the country and the people at such a young age. You're truly a model for us aristocratic youths to learn from." I felt goosebumps all over and thought, this flattery is way too awkward. I could only dryly reply, "What model? With great power comes great responsibility." Murong Yunxue almost laughed out loud but held it in, continuing to act. Yes, yes. Your noble character is something we can't comprehend. Thank you very much." At this point, he paused, suddenly turning serious. "However, thanks aside, I still have to advise you. That Titan ape is not an ordinary creature. Back in the day, a legendary martial artist named Li Feilong was crippled by it. Do you think its power is not great?" I have to tell you, when I heard this, I almost rolled my eyes to the back of my head. This Murong Yunxue. One second he was praising me, and the next second he was throwing cold water on me. Playing extreme tug-of-war? I shot back. "Why do you care so much? Just do what I say. The golden sacred dragon is a sacred object, and we can't touch it. But this Titan ape is an evil creature. Do you understand? It can drop equipment when killed. This is a great opportunity to boost my combat power. Moreover, having this thing hidden in the academy is like a ticking time bomb. Eliminating it is a good deed for the people, accumulating merit. And let me tell you, I did some research before coming here. This Titan ape sounds intimidating, but it's not that impressive. According to rumors, it came out of the same stone as Sun Wukong back in the day. However, while the Monkey King jumped out, it got stuck inside, turning into a stone spirit after thousands of years. Just how powerful can such a poorly developed creature be? Just as I was saying this, a light bulb went off in my head, and I asked him a question. "Hey, are there any deities from our dragon kingdom on this continent? Like Sun Wukong or Erling Shun?" Goodness, when I asked that, I completely stunned Murong Yunxue, his CPU almost overheating. I later realized that this guy is a typical Western-centric person, inherently believing that the moon is rounder abroad and looking down on our local things. But he didn't dare to say it directly, so he stammered for a while before starting to ramble. He actually told me that we don't have deities here. This world is just a cultivation world. The Douluos can become gods once they reach the end of their cultivation. He even gave an example. Who knows? Maybe in the future, Tang San will ascend and become the kitchen god in heaven. I almost burst out laughing. Tang San, the kitchen god? What a ridiculous setting. So the best Tang San ends up just being a grassroots civil servant? Absolutely ridiculous. But as I laughed, suddenly I couldn't laugh anymore. Wait, what if? What if there's some truth to what he said? What if this Douluo world really could ascend to godhood, and this Titan ape, could it really be the youthful version of the Monkey King? If I were to kill it now, and hundreds of years later, there was no great sage equal to heaven on the god list, wouldn't I become a historical sinner? Family, who understands? This suddenly left me in a dilemma. To kill or not to kill. This is basically gambling with the fate of the nation. If I win, I eliminate a harm for the people. If I lose, I personally snuff out the future of the Buddha of battle. In my silence, Monumentin began to overthink again, probably imagining some inner drama of being with the emperor is like being with a tiger. At that moment, I had only one thought. How can I kill this monkey and not bear the historical blame? To break the awkwardness, Monumentin cautiously asked me, so, how can we lure out this Titan ape? What if we harm innocent people? His question caught me off guard because I had no plan at all, but I couldn't lose face. I cleared my throat and started to paint a grand vision. Don't worry. Eliminating harm for the people is our responsibility as cultivators. Even if there are sacrifices in the process, the people will definitely understand us. We are doing this for the greater good. The vision I painted was so grand that I almost believed it myself, truly ahead of the game. Guess what? Monumentin took me seriously. He was as excited as if he had just been injected with adrenaline, his eyes sparkling, and he was so pumped that he was almost bouncing up and down, repeatedly asking me how I could always say such positive things. What could I say? I could only continue to play along, casually saying, because my heart is oriented towards the light. In fact, I was feeling extremely anxious. Who knows how tough that Titan ape is? However, this guy is also someone with max execution ability. He immediately turned around and took my motivational speech to find those two exchange students from the West, Poseidon and Hades. That wasn't just a negotiation. It was practically issuing an ultimatum, meaning whether they agreed or not, they had to agree, or else they would have a hard time in the future if they didn't team up with us to fight the boss. Goodness. When this news reached Poseidon and Hades, the two of them were completely dumbfounded. Especially Hades, after hearing it, his face turned green, as if he had eaten 2 pounds of bitter melon, and he nearly cried. What's going on? That demon, YanLing, wants us to go kill the Titan ape? Are they crazy? I'm telling you, these two Western deities are not here to contribute to the Academy at all. They came here to gain some experience and credentials. And once they've developed, they'll just pack up and go back home. Now, suddenly asking them to confront the big boss of the version head-on. Who will be willing? Poseidon was still a bit hesitant. After all, the gear dropped from the boss was too tempting, and it might allow him to level up directly. But Harris was completely clear-headed. He directly snapped. Are you out of your mind? Do you even know what level the Titan giant ape is? Many elders from the Academy couldn't handle it back then. And you expect us low-level players to go die? His words hit the nail on the head, directly raising the most critical question. Fine, even if we join forces, who is going to be the bait? Who's going to take the first hit? That YanLing guy is as cunning as a monkey. Would he willingly go to his death? This question left Poseidon speechless. Yes, fighting as a team isn't scary. What is scary is who initiates the fight and who becomes the cannon fodder that sticks their head out. Poseidon was at a loss for words and could only weakly explain. He approached me proactively. I'm just here to discuss strategies with you. But deep down, he was already a bit shaken. After all, YanLing was a big name in the Academy, and being able to latch onto this big thigh would definitely be beneficial for them. Two foreigners who were somewhat marginalized. So, he wanted to negotiate a bit more, earnestly trying to persuade Harris. Think about it. YanLing has thrown out an olive branch. This is an opportunity. More friends mean more paths. We can't refuse. Harris looked at Poseidon's sincere expression and nodded, falling into deep thought. He knew Poseidon wasn't simple. He could navigate high-level games with ease and also dominate low-level games. A flexible character. Let me tell you, it was precisely because of this that Harris had always regarded Poseidon as a true big brother. But right now, he was genuinely anxious, feeling uneasy. He argued with Poseidon, Bro, it's not that I don't trust you, but this is too risky. That Titan giant ape, who knows how powerful it has become after thousands of years? What if we can't even defeat it together? Wouldn't that be for nothing? We'd get wiped out and turned to dust. Family, who understands? Harris, he's the king of the underworld, the master of life and death. So he takes life very seriously. He was calculating in his mind. He thought, we're the two of us, the god of the sea and the king of the underworld, doing in this Douluo Academy. We're here to gain experience. If we don't make it, and instead lose our lives in future, wouldn't that be a laughingstock back in our Western divine realm? How we get by then? Our titles as the king of the underworld and god of the sea might be stripped away. So he kept urging Poseidon, bro, stay calm, don't act impulsively. We can't risk ourselves for a YanLing. But guess how Poseidon responded? Goodness, this guy was completely a battle maniac with a pay-to-win mentality. As soon as he heard Harris analyzing the risks, he became impatient and sneered. Why are you overthinking it? Being so timid. Risks? Behind risks lies rewards, brother. Just think about it. That's the Titan giant ape. A divine-level, sacred object. As long as we take it down, the top-tier gear dropped from it. How much would our power increase? We might even get a 10,000-year soul ring. Poseidon could ascend right then and there, and the whole Douluo world would tremble for me. By then, don't just call me the god of the sea. If they gave me the title of Tidal Daw, I'd be dreaming and laughing awake. Let me tell you, Poseidon's face was blooming like a flower, his eyes full of golden light. Almost like he wanted to engrave the words, I'm going to get godly gear on his face. Seeing him so excited, Harris's heart sank. It seemed he couldn't persuade him anymore. This guy's heart was wild now. He thought again. After all, there were Western gods came to this Eastern land, and were being led around by a little brat named YanLing. What kind of situation was that? How would they face others if this got out? With this in mind, Harris steeled himself and thought, damn it, let us do it. Gamble a bit. He silently chanted, one honor, all honor. One loss, all loss. If we succeed, we both rise to glory. If we fail at worst, we'll be shattered to pieces together. So he slapped his thigh and said to Poseidon, all right, since you said that, I'll go all in. But it's agreed, once we take down that old monkey, the gear dropped must be shared with me. I want to see just how powerful that divine-level sacred object-'s gear really is. Poseidon laughed, patting him on the shoulder. I knew you were reliable. Just now you were pretending, saying you wanted to eat seafood, and indirectly throwing shade at me. Now that you hear their gear, you're more eager than anyone. Harris's face turned red, and he quickly changed the subject. All right, that's all minor stuff? Since we've decided, let us not dawdle. And so it was settled. Poseidon immediately passed the news of Harris agreeing to join to YanLing. Let me tell you, when YanLing received the message brought back by Monumentin, he was shocked, nearly jumping out of his chair. What? They agreed. He could hardly believe it. Harris, the king of the underworld. Poseidon, the god of the sea. Such big shots actually listened to advice. YanLing had prepared himself for a long negotiation, but went so smoothly. He thought, these two Western gods, they wouldn't be looking at me because of my master BB Dawn, would they? After all, my master's name does sound somewhat fancy. Who cares? YanLing was now extremely excited, but he, let me tell you, had been let down too many times in society before, so he had a psychological shadow over verbal agreements. He felt it wouldn't work. They must sit down and talk face to face, signing a gentleman's agreement. So he said to Monumentin next to him, just passing messages won't do. We need to sit down and have a meeting to finalize the details. We can't have anyone dropping the ball later. Monumentin nodded vigorously. Exactly. Sitting down to talk is the most reliable. He was now YanLing's loyal sidekick. Whatever YanLing said was what it was. YanLing nodded in satisfaction and then shot a glance over, making it clear. When negotiating, we need to make a show of it. We have to arrange something, right? Monumentin immediately understood, thinking to himself, great, today, I'm going to be the one paying again. He was now YanLing's exclusive mobile wallet. YanLing spoke up. I heard those two are Westerners. Later, you set a time and take them to the CAF at the academy. I want to see if these foreigners prefer our tea or their home coffee. Let me tell you, once YanLing said this, Monumentin's face turned green. The CAF at the academy? A cup of coffee costs 500. The tea there is even more exorbitant, the legendary Dahong Pao. Just a few ounces could buy a house. YanLing really doesn't treat himself as an outsider, but he dared not express his anger and could only force a smile. Well, they must prefer coffee. Their Western stomachs can't handle our tea. YanLing waved his hand. All right, you understand, so you'll handle this. I'm waiting for good news from you. Monumentin's face was long like Chombai Mountain, but he could only force out a smile. Don't worry, I'll make sure everything is arranged clearly. After saying that, he painfully walked towards the CAF to make arrangements. Meanwhile, on the other side, as soon as Poseidon and Harris heard that YanLing wanted to treat them to coffee, they both instantly took off. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. Two Western gods, after such a long time on Douluo continent, were broke as hell. They couldn't even drink clean water, let alone their hometown coffee. Now hearing someone was treating them to coffee was like a long-awaited rain after a drought. It was their electronic ibuprofen. Poseidon was drooling, excitedly saying, wow, this YanLing kid really knows how to play. He actually knows we like this. So thoughtful. Hades was also wide-eyed, almost drooling. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. If you keep dilly-dallying, the coffee will get cold. Although this is definitely a feast with ulterior motives. Who cares when there's free coffee to drink? The two of them dashed towards the CAF as if they were on fire, completely losing any semblance of divine dignity and looking like two country bumpkins who had never seen the world. But when they arrived, they were dumbfounded. The CAF was packed, like a vegetable market, and it was so noisy it felt like a headache. YanLing and Murong Yinxue had already found a recently vacated seat, but YanLing's face was dark, clearly unhappy with the environment. He wanted to find a quiet place to discuss matters, but Murong Yinxue had arranged such a chaotic spot for them. Just then, YanLing finally spotted Poseidon and Hades squeezing into the crowd. Wow, what a sight. He almost laughed out loud. Poseidon had bright blue hair that stood out like a character from an anime, while Hades had a face as red as Guangong. YanLing couldn't help but think, what the hell is going on? These two Western deities have such outlandish styles. One is a blue beauty and the other a red-faced man. Is this some new type of shammate combination? They would definitely attract attention if they walked down the street in 2025. But let me tell you, as much as I wanted to complain, I still had to handle the situation. I immediately put on a professional fake smile and started flattering the two of them. Oh my, aren't these the great deities Poseidon and Hades? I've long admired your names. They're like thunder in my ears. Who understands, right? I was just talking nonsense. Everyone in the academy knows these two, but I had to put on a good show and make them feel important. After all, we were asking them for help, and I couldn't just show up with a stinky face, could I? But good grief, while I was delivering my compliments, the blue beauty, Poseidon, plopped down and started scanning the table with his eyes. After a quick look, he frowned deeply. I wondered what he was looking at, and then he spoke up, sounding like he was ready to explode. YanLing, right? You brought us here just to deal with that Titan giant ape? We don't even know where it is. And you're daring to start a fight? Aren't you a bit reckless? As soon as I heard this, I realized he wasn't here to discuss cooperation. He was here to nitpick. Let me tell you, his thoughts were practically written on his face. Traveling all the way from the West without enjoying VIP treatment. He was clearly displeased. Especially since the coffee I promised was nowhere in sight. He was definitely not going to be in a good mood. Hades, the red-faced man beside him, also looked down at the empty table, and his expression immediately dropped like a bitter melon. I can tell you, these two probably forgot their own father's name just for that cup of coffee. Now that their hopes were dashed, the resentment was palpable even from 800 meters away. Poseidon, not having his coffee, was on full blast, and Hades, seeing there was nothing to drink, immediately joined the fray. Yeah, this can't be rushed. We need to be steady and seek victory. What if something goes wrong? Who's responsible? I could see that Hades was even more anxious than Poseidon. He hadn't wanted to come in the first place. He was dragged here by Poseidon. Now that he was here, not only was there no benefit, but he hadn't even gotten a drop to drink. The way he looked at Poseidon was as if he wanted to carve my incompetent teammate onto his face. He was definitely cursing inwardly. I fell for your nonsense. You said we were coming for coffee, and now we're just sitting here. What's the point? He even started to imagine that I and Poseidon were secretly colluding to trick him. Poseidon was in an awkward position, nearly burying his head under the table. After all, this meeting was his idea, and now I had stood him up, making it hard for him to save face in front of his brother. Murong Yinxue was almost bursting with laughter, her eyes darting over, as if to say, "See, you bragged, and now look at the situation?" She knew I had no money and was just waiting to see me make a fool of myself. I can tell you, the atmosphere was so awkward it could have sparked an electronic ascension ceremony right there. Around us, the CAF was bustling with noise and the sounds of vendors. While at our table, the four of us were staring at each other in dead silence. I cleared my throat, knowing that if I didn't speak up, this situation would really fall apart. I looked at the two of them and said word for word, "Don't worry. I called you two here not to send you to your deaths. I know what you want. You just want to wait for me to weaken the Titan giant ape and then come in to take the kills and loot while I just get the scraps." I made it clear. These two bureaucratic deities were calculating away, and how could I not know? If it wasn't that Murong Yinxue and I couldn't take on that giant gorilla, I wouldn't have brought them along. The problem now was that someone needed to act as bait to draw that guy out. Murong Yinxue, being a clever little thing, immediately began to back me up, giving me a thumbs up and praising me. That's right, our big boss YanLing is definitely a master strategist. Follow him, and you'll surely enjoy the spoils. But what happened? Those two didn't even respond, their eyes unmoving, with one expression on their faces. "Stop talking nonsense. Where's my coffee?" Poseidon saw that the situation was stuck and was probably trying to find a way to backtrack, awkwardly saying, "All right then. Let us continue with tea, shall we?" As soon as he said that, Hades exploded. I swear, his expression was like he had just lost his mother, ready to flip the table. "Tea? Are you out of your mind? Who said we were coming to drink tea? Poseidon, listen to me. Do you not know how rare coffee is in the Douluo world? Now you're telling me we're having tea?" Hades really showed me no respect, nor did he show Poseidon any. He had been dragged here against his will, and now his patience had completely run out. Poseidon was stunned by his outburst and quickly changed his tune. Right. Coffee, we must have coffee. All right. It was clear that if we didn't arrange for coffee today, this matter would be impossible to settle. I sighed, waved to the waiter, and directly said, "Waiter, bring the coffee. The most bitter kind you have. Yes, the one that's extremely bitter. Serve it up." I wanted to see what kind of reaction these two would have to their insistence on drinking it. Guess what? The waiter brought over something that looked as black as Chinese medicine, and Hades' face, which had been so gloomy, instantly brightened with joy. Poseidon also let out a huge sigh of relief. I took a sip and almost died on the spot. This was not coffee, it was practically bile. Murong Yunshua didn't even touch it. But then I looked at the two clowns across from me, who drank like they had never had water in 8 generations, gulping it down and immediately raising their hands. "Waiter, refill." Good grief, they understood the concept of free refills. Murong Yunshua and I exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. Are these two starving ghosts reincarnated? In any case, after downing a few cups of free bitter brew, these two Western deities finally agreed to join me in taking down the Titan giant ape. In their eyes, being treated to such delicious coffee meant that they could take on anything, even the Jade Emperor. Just when I had finally gathered my dragon-slaying team and was ready to go all out, on the other side, my previous defeated opponent, Li Yunfei, had completely disappeared from the school these past few days. It is said that last time he was beaten so badly by me that he was humiliated to the core. And now he is being locked up at home by his father for closed-door training, getting beaten every day, and his body is almost covered in bruises. His brother, Li Dafei, is in the same situation. One caused trouble, but ended up getting beaten, and the other failed the trial and became useless. So the two of them have become the hidden dragons and crouching tigers of the family. As a result, among this pair of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, the younger brother, Li Yunfei, is quite well informed. Let me tell you, as soon as I finished gathering the Dragon Slayer team, the news reached him. When he heard that I, YanLing, had actually teamed up with Murong Yunshua, the sea god Poseidon, and the underworld king Hades to prepare for a big hunt to take down the Titan giant ape, he exploded on the spot. Goodness, he was furious. Originally, he was already humiliated because I had beaten him, and now he was about to lose his right to choose a partner. Meanwhile, I had assembled an all-star lineup to steal his one chance at glory. He originally wanted to take down that Titan giant ape to show off in front of the goddess he secretly admired. But guess what? I intercepted him. If I really manage to take down the giant ape, who in the academy will even remember who Li Yunfei is? All the attention will be on me. This news exploded in the academy like a bomb, and my name, YanLing, was directly cemented at the top of the leaderboard. When Li Yunfei heard about this at home, I bet his eyes almost popped out, and his nostrils must have been spewing blue flames. That little-minded guy, I tell you, is narrower than a needle tip. All he thinks about is how to take advantage, but he finds that when I raise my hand, what I accomplish is 1,000 times more impressive than him. Who can handle that kind of disparity? The next afternoon, one of his subordinates ran in a panic to report to him, recounting everything about our 4-person team. After listening, Li Yunfei was completely stunned. His CPU seemed to burn out right then and there, and he couldn't think of anything else but one conclusion. YanLing wasn't just going to fight the Titan giant ape. He had gathered a team like the Avengers to completely settle the score with me. Li Yunfei, let me tell you, this guy really thought of himself as something special. He never considered that the Titan giant ape had once turned his father's cousin, Li Feilong, into a cripple, leaving him with permanent, indelible after effects. By all rights, this should count as a familial grudge, right? But Li Yunfei, he didn't care at all, thinking of it as an irrelevant poor relative. All he cared about was the rewards and honor for killing the giant ape. Now, he felt that I was leaving him with nothing and was about to smash his bowl. His secretary was right beside him, too scared to even breathe. The subordinate who reported the news had already slipped away because everyone knew that Li Yunfei was just a spoiled son of a landlord with a terrible temper. Taking it out on those around him and breaking things was considered mild. His father, Li Feihu, treated him like a treasure, spoiling him since childhood. afraid he would melt in his mouth or fall if held in his hands, which resulted in this kind of person. The secretary was clear in his mind. Li Yunfei had it coming. You a rich second generation with everything you want, how to provoke someone like me. A barefoot man from the streets with no parents. How is that not asking for trouble? Now, he had angered someone, and now that person had called for help, and he was scared? It was simply pathetic. Li Yunfei was sweating coldly, stammering as he spoke, grabbing the secretary's arm, his voice trembling. He got me. I just bullied him a bit. Is he really that serious? He called Poseidon, Hades, and even dragged Murong Yunxue over. He must be trying to kill me. Who understands? I was shocked at the time. How did his brain work? I just wanted to quietly hunt a monster. How did it turn into a gang war to wipe out his entire family? The secretary was also at a loss for words, probably rolling his eyes in his mind. But still maintaining his professionalism, he could only awkwardly advise. Young master, I think. It shouldn't be that serious, right? There should be other circumstances. In fact, he thought there were two paths to take. Either Li Yunfei would back down, come to me and apologize, and from then on we would not interfere with each other. Or he would toughen up, bring out all the connections of the Li family, and confront me. But what did this guy choose? He picked the third path, staying put in fear, crying for his parents. The more he thought, the more scared he became, even starting to doubt life itself, wondering how he had provoked such a disaster. Mainly, his older brothers had helped him out a few days ago. One was beaten into a pig's head, and the other almost crippled, leaving him with a huge psychological shadow, while Li Yunfei was nearly scaring himself to death. The atmosphere on our side was also a bit delicate. Murong Yunxue, this girl, had a very tough attitude, staring at me with a gaze full of battle intent. Li Yunfei must be gathering forces too. We can't just sit here and wait. YanLing, what do you think? Good heavens, she wanted to use my hand to directly go to war with the Li family. I realized that this girl had big ambitions. She wanted to escalate our dragon-slaying operation into a conflict between the two major families. Then her Murong family could sit back and reap the benefits. Could I let her use me as a pawn? I laughed at the time. My little issue with Li Yunfei was, in my eyes, child's play. I hadn't taken it to heart at all. My real target was only the Titan giant ape. I looked at Murong Yunxue and replied nonchalantly. You mean you want to personally negotiate with Li Yunfei? Don't be ridiculous. That guy is currently a frightened bird, in a fit of anger. If you go over now, he will only feel humiliated, and then it will be even worse. When Murong Yunxue heard this, her eyes widened in shock, probably not expecting me to see through her little scheme. She might have thought I was still pretending to be a virtuous person, and she was so furious her face nearly twisted. I could feel it. Her gaze towards me had changed, as if she were doubting whether I had seen through her intentions to use me. Who understands? The next second, this girl directly pressured me. She gritted her teeth and spoke in a particularly serious tone. Then what do you suggest? Li Yunfei has been causing trouble. It's disgusting. You can't just let Poseidon and Hades personally kill him, right? When I heard this, something felt off. What was she trying to do? Oh, I understood. She wanted me to be her knife, to stab Li Yunfei to death. She was saying it couldn't be done, but in her heart, she was hoping I would agree. It was all about using a knife to kill someone, right? She wanted to see if I dared to take such a ruthless action and test how strong my hand was. If gods like Poseidon and Hades really went to kill a mortal for such a trivial matter, what would it make me, YanLing? A laughingstock for the history books of the Douluo continent for 1,000 years? Western gods came to the East for exchanges and ended up killing a student from an academy? I quickly saw through it. Murong Yunxue approaching me was not out of admiration, but purely wanting to drag me into the mess to help her deal with the hidden trouble of Li Yunfei. Why should I be involved in the melodramatic struggles between their big families? I was just a bystander. When you gods fight, don't splash blood on me. Seeing her gritting her teeth in anger, I almost laughed out loud. You want me to follow your script? Dream on. I coldly told her. With firmness, Li Yunfei is despicable, but he doesn't deserve to die. He is an important descendant of the Li family. If we really got rid of him, the Li family would go mad, and none of us would have it easy. This needs to be handled carefully. We can't just go in hard. I made it very clear. No violence, especially not letting the gods take action. This had to be strategic, not bloody and violent. Guess what happened next? After hearing my words, Murong Yunxue completely changed the way she looked at me, as if she were looking at a stranger. Her expression seemed to say, wow, are you still the big brother I knew? Why are you so timid now? He's just the third grandson of the Li family. They have so many sons and grandsons. What is the big deal if one dies? Just do it. Why are you hesitating? Her gaze was simply infuriating. It was as if she was about to call me cowardly. I got angry and shot back. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just stating a fact. What do you mean by that? Do you think I'm afraid? What can I do? I can't just stand on a moral high ground and expect him not to do those things. Can you not make it difficult for me? Murong Yinxue was also a master of changing her face. Seeing that I was angry, she immediately started to speak nonsense with her eyes wide open. No, no, no. My gaze was just thinking. You're quite interesting, your ideas are quite reasonable. I just found you very funny, got it? I don't believe you. She looked at me now as if I were a play god, one she couldn't control at all. She initially thought she could use me as a pawn, but now found that this pawn had its own thoughts and wouldn't take her orders at all. Now she had completely given up, no longer holding any hope for me. Fine, if you're not kind, don't blame me for being ungrateful. I saw through her little scheme. Since you want to use me, I want to be polite. I pointed directly at her nose and said, all right, then you take care of this matter. You are also from a big family. You have common ground with Li Yunfei, so you two should discuss it well. We want to interfere. I directly passed this hot potato to her. Aren't you capable? Don't you think I'm cowardly? Then you go ahead. I want to see what tricks you, Murong Yinxue. Have up your sleeve. I know very well that the Murong family and the Li family have old grudges. Sending her over is simply adding fuel to the fire, perfectly shifting Li Yunfei's hatred away from me. Murong Yinxue was stunned at that moment, her eyes wide open, even bigger than before. She probably didn't expect me to be so shameless, roasting her with just a few words. Asking her to negotiate with Li Yunfei? ISNT, that's sending her to her death? She was reluctant 1,000 times in her heart, but since I had already put the words out there, she could only swallow her frustration. In the end, she could only squeeze out a few words. Fine, since you've assigned this task to me, I'll go. After saying that, this fierce woman directly took her gifts and headed towards the Li family's direction, planning to visit in person. On the other side, when the news reached Li Yunfei, he exploded. What did you say? Murong Yinxue is coming to my house. Are you sure you're not lying? Has her brain gone to water? When Li Yunfei heard his secretary's report, he was on the verge of tears. He never expected Murong Yinxue would dare to come directly to his house. His secretary was also quite aggrieved and retorted, Third young master, I think it's your brain that has gone to water. Go take a look outside. Murong Yinxue is standing there with her things. I'm just a messenger. Why are you taking out on me? Seeing that his secretary was about to quit, Li Yunfei also got scared and quickly said, Okay. You want me hold her off. I'll go find my elder brother to discuss. This guy wouldn't try and pull a Jing-Ku assassination on the king of Qin. Would he? Using the pretext of gift giving to stab me in the neck? I don't have the guts to play that game with her. After saying that, Li Yunfei dashed off to his elder brother Li Dafei's room. Let me tell you, that scene was like a family drama. His elder brother Li Dafei lay on the hospital bed like a dead pig, groaning, his body covered in whip marks from their father, his skin torn. Their mother stood by, sighing and looking worried. Li Yunfei rushed in with a mournful face and shouted, Elder brother, Murong Yinxue has come knocking. You need to help me think of a plan. But his elder brother, lying in bed, weakly replied, I'm a clay Buddha crossing a river. I can't save myself. What use is it for you to trouble me? Their mother also chimed in, Third son, don't trouble your elder brother. Look at his injuries. Tears streamed down her face. A mother's heart aching to see her eldest son in such a state. Then she turned to look at Li Yunfei, her eyes filled with disappointment. As if looking at a hopeless case, Li Yunfei saw this and immediately broke down. He shouted at his mother and brother, Fine, you're not on my side. I'm so disappointed in you. I won't ask you for help anymore. After yelling, he suddenly had a bright idea, as if a light bulb went off in his head, and he dashed towards his brother's back. Because he remembered that his brother had a treasure called the Binding Immortal Rope. As long as he got this thing, no matter what monsters or ghosts, they all had to kneel before him. He believed that if he got his hands on this, all problems would be solved. But his brother Li Dafei suddenly sprang up like a carp, blocking him fiercely. I tell you, that scene was chaotic. His brother was so anxious that he was about to burst a blood vessel, shouting, Are you crazy? That's the Binding Immortal Rope. It's our family's trump card. You're going to use it against the Murong family? You dare to trample on YanLing's face? Do you want our Li family to make headlines and become a laughingstock? Good heavens, Li Yunfei seemed to not understand human language at all. His head filled with I want to show off and win. He got anxious and started ranting at his brother. I'm just using it for self-defense. Do you understand self-defense? Who knows what that YanLing guy is planning? What if his people act up? Why are you turning against me? As the two were tugging at each other, their mother suddenly appeared from somewhere, and upon seeing the situation, her face grew long. She pointed at Li Yunfei's nose and began to scold. Look at you, you useless brat. All day long, you just know how to fight. Your brother is hurt like this, and you're still making a fuss. I think you're itching for a beating. You want your father to teach you a lesson. Let me tell you, mentioning their father made Li Yunfei's face turn pale. Their father was a tough guy, a former wrestling champion. When he got serious, it was like a whip dipped in cold water, focusing on skin tearing and flesh opening. He immediately shrank back, his voice almost in tears. No, no, no. Mom, don't. If you let Dad teach me, I'll end up lying down with my brother today. Don't you care about me? This made their mother so angry that her eyes turned red, feeling her son was a total ingrate. Seeing this, Li Dafei's head felt heavy, and he quickly stepped in to mediate, impatiently waving his hand at Li Yunfei. All right, just take it and scram. Hurry up. Murong Yunxue is still waiting outside. Don't let her think our Li family has no manners and embarrass ourselves. Good heavens, as soon as Li Yunfei got the binding immortal rope, he instantly felt different, standing tall and straight, entering full I'm the protagonist mode. Armed with his powerful weapon, he strode out confidently. But guess what? As soon as he stepped outside, he was dumbfounded. Murong Yunxue was not here to fight at all. She was carrying bags of gifts, smiling like an AI customer service representative, radiating politeness. I thought to myself, this script doesn't match up? Wasn't she supposed to come seeking revenge? But our Li Yunfei didn't care. He took the initiative and pointed his finger at Murong Yunshue's nose, blasting off. Oh, Murong Yunxue, you really dare to come. Huh? All right, we've had tea. We've eaten snacks, enough small talk. Tell me, what do you really want? His attitude was as if he had taken gunpowder. Murong Yunshue's smile froze for a moment, probably with 1,000 alpacas running through her mind. She originally came to talk nicely. You don't hit someone who is smiling, but she encountered such a situation. She could only endure and say, I'm not here for your sake. I'm here on behalf of our boss YanLing. He sent me to clarify things. This is loyalty to my superior, you understand? Hearing YanLing's name, Li Yunfei's anger surged up. He leaned back in his chair like an old man, poured himself a cup of cold tea, and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Oh, YanLing is your boss? I heard he created some dual soul martial spirit a few days ago. Quite the sensation. Huh? I can smell the sourness from 800 miles away. It's pure jealousy, feeling that YanLing stole his spotlight. Murong Yunxue was speechless, thinking, what does this have to do with anything? She waved her hand and said, these are secondary. YanLing sent me to have a good talk with you about what to do next. However, Li Yunfei didn't engage at all. He suddenly exploded, pointing at Murong Yunshue's legs, shouting, good talk? You call this a good talk? You're in my house. With your legs crossed. What do you mean? Trying to dominate the conversation. Family, who understands? Just because she crossed her legs. He almost exploded on the spot. Murong Yunxue was also thrown off by his thought process, awkwardly putting her legs down, saying with a wry smile, big brother, I do this at home too. It's a habit. Is there something wrong with your head? Li Yunfei was provoked by those words, and he slammed the table, getting anxious. My head is fine, but you need to understand, this is my home now, and I hold the power to speak here. So, what exactly do you want? Murong Yunxue looked at his confident and arrogant demeanor and couldn't help but laugh in anger. He thought to himself, does he really think he is someone important? If it weren't for the boss's face, who would pay attention to him? He could only shake his head helplessly. Then he started to negotiate with Li Yunfei, saying, look, I understand the implications of what you're saying. You're just short of directly saying, big brother, give me some face. To put it bluntly, you're acting as a messenger for your big brother YanLing. Our big brother YanLing is going to hunt the Titan giant ape in the academy. So you should stay out of it. Otherwise, it won't be good for anyone. And then he goes on about Poseidon and Hades, saying they possess god-level power, which you, Li Yunfei, can't provoke. The underlying message is, our big brother has someone backing him up, so don't cause trouble here. Li Yunfei almost laughed out his leftover meal after hearing that. What is this? Threatening me? His expression was as if he had just heard the funniest joke of the year, pretending to be confused, playing along with AO. Is that so? I'm not listening. I'm not listening. He was very clear in his heart that YanLing's group wanted to monopolize the Titan giant ape and had sent a negotiator to calm him down. But was he someone who could be easily swayed? He held the divine binding rope, a trump card. So who was he afraid of? So, Li Yunfei sneered and said, facts? What facts are there in this world? You have the final say? His attitude was so arrogant that he didn't treat Murong Yunxue as a person at all. He even thought to himself, the name Murong Yunxue doesn't sound like someone from our Douluo continent. Compared to BB Dong and Shrek, the vibe is completely different. Probably someone from some corner of nowhere. Let me tell you, what happened next was truly incredible. Li Yunfei got fired up and thought, hey, aren't you acting like a dog? Fine. He directly grabbed a piece of pastry from the nearby table and threw it at Murong Yunshue's feet with a loud bang. The meaning was clear. It was a blatant humiliation. Here you go, enjoy. I thought Murong Yunshue would explode, right? He would flip the table on the spot, right? But guess what? He actually bent down and picked up the pastry that had fallen on the ground. Not only that, he actually stuffed it into his mouth and started crunching on it. Let me tell you, Li Yunfei was completely stunned. His CPU was overheating. He watched Murong Yunshue eat, and the next second, he was flabbergasted. He saw that the pastry in Murong Yunshue's mouth had turned into a swarm of black ants, wriggling like maggots in his mouth. Murong Yunshue even laughed maniacally at him, and the scene was a mental attack of "What are you looking at?" It was outrageous. Li Yunfei was so scared that he almost jumped up, quickly rubbing his eyes. And when he looked again, there was nothing. Murong Yunshue was quietly eating the pastry, not laughing, and there were no ants at all. At this moment, Li Yunfei was completely intimidated, and cold sweat ran down his back. He thought, what kind of sorcery is this? Is it the Murong family's five poisons technique? I can't mess with this person. So, just a second ago, he was arrogant, and now he did a complete 180. Just as Murong Yunshue wiped his mouth and was about to get straight to the point with the final ultimatum, saying something like they had the Titan giant ape covered and he shouldn't interfere, the words weren't even out of his mouth when Li Yunfei was already nodding furiously as if he saw a plague god. Okay, I agree, I won't interfere. You guys handle the Titan giant ape. I won't go to the academy for a few days. Let's keep our distance. His attitude was a complete 360-degree turnaround. Murong Yunshue was also stunned, thinking, that worked? He had prepared a whole bunch of arguments. But since the goal was achieved, he didn't stay longer and quickly ran off to report the good news to YanLing. When he got to YanLing, this kid acted like a negotiation expert. YanLing was shocked to hear that Li Yunfei, that stubborn guy, had been dealt with so easily. He could hardly believe it. He had been prepared for a protracted battle. In an instant, he looked at Murong Yunshue with newfound respect, thinking this guy was not just a good-for-nothing, but a capable person. As for Murong Yunshue, he was clear in his mind. He knew Li Yunfei had been scared, but could he say that out loud? No. He pretended to say, maybe it's because the gift I brought was quite good. In reality, the box he brought looked flashy on the outside, but it was filled with bricks and tiles. A pure, empty-handed trick. YanLing didn't know any of this. He truly believed it, patting Murong Yunshue on the shoulder and saying, well done, you take the lead. Then they were going to hold a meeting to discuss how to take down the Titan giant ape. But then Murong Yunshue quickly waved his hand and said, boss, I'm not participating anymore. I have some urgent matters at home. His old man was nearing the end, and he had to go back to fight for his inheritance, which is a big deal. YanLing understood. After all, they were from a big family, so he let him go attend to his business. After sending off Murong Yunshue, YanLing was also a man of action. He thought, since the biggest obstacle, Li Yunfei, had been resolved, why not seize the opportunity and visit the old master of the Li family? After all, the Titan giant ape had also harmed the Li family before, and now going to seek revenge could be seen as doing the Li family a favor, which would strengthen their relationship. You wouldn't believe it, but he really managed to pull it off. The old master of the Li family had long known about this matter and was very polite to YanLing, directly inviting him to the residence to talk. After YanLing laid out his plan, the old master immediately agreed and offered full support. He provided money, medicine, and weapons, whatever was needed. But there was one condition. None of the Li family's descendants were to be sent out. YanLing was overjoyed. He didn't need the Li family to send people anyway. Having the four of them was enough. Now with the backing of both the Li family and the Murong family, the Titan giant ape was practically a done deal. However, just as YanLing finished discussing with the old master and was happily on his way home, he turned into a small alley, and suddenly everything went dark. A sack fell directly from the sky and covered his head. What the heck? What era is this? Still playing such retro kidnapping? YanLing was so angry he almost laughed. What was his reaction? A spinning kick. He kicked off the wall, and with a swish, he opened the sack. When he focused his eyes, good heavens, familiar faces. Li Yunfei and his little sidekick Li Moran were blocking the way like door gods. Their eyes practically wanted to swallow YanLing alive. Li Yunfei was furious. Oh, you YanLing, are you playing dirty? Going around me to find my grandfather? Do you still see me, the young master of the Li family? YanLing looked at the time. Oh my, it was already past 10 at night. These two guys were really persistent. He also stood his ground, directly firing back. That's right, the matter has nothing to do with you. It's not my business. It's all your own doing. His fists were cracking, and the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. The little brother, named Li Moran, was almost in tears. He didn't want to come at all, but Li Yunfei insisted on dragging him along. He quietly advised, "Big brother, why don't we just let go? Do we really have to clash head-on?" Li Yunfei was furious at the time and glared at him fiercely. "What nonsense! Get in there. We must teach him a lesson today." With no choice, since the big brother had spoken, Li Moran could only brace himself and go along. The two of them moved in tandem, directly pinning YanLing in the middle, planning to launch a front and back assault. Li Yunfei is a skilled fighter, and his martial arts are decent, but the person next to him, Li Moran, is just a pure weakling. The strengths that Li Moran displays aren't particularly impressive. He understands that if he doesn't possess those qualities, it would be better to retreat when faced with difficulties. As the two of them assumed an attacking stance, YanLing couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect to be constantly encountering bullies and ruffians. Did having the system mean he would always attract these kinds of people? It truly gave YanLing a headache. He felt that if there were many benefactors in life, it also indicated that there were many petty individuals around. Everything in this world is relative. With good comes bad, and when good increases, bad will also appear. When bad increases, good will emerge. And the concept of opposites bringing forth balance is quite clear, revealing what one's plans truly are. YanLing stretched his limbs, feeling that since things had come to this point, further talk would only make others think he was backing down. So at that moment, he directly said, "All right, since you insist on making things difficult, I have no need to show you any mercy." With someone in front and someone behind, YanLing unleashed the power of his twin martial spirits. This time, instead of using bandages, he took out his ring, forming a powerful steel wire that coiled in his hand like Spider-Man's web. This was YanLing's trump card, and he finally understood his strength because he knew his own capabilities. Being afraid of both the wolf and the tiger was not an option. YanLing decided to take down Li Yunfei first, then deal with Li Moran behind him. The reason was simple. Li Moran was not a formidable opponent at all. His own strength was quite weak, so the only real threat in front of YanLing was Li Yunfei. Dealing with just one person like him was quite manageable. However, Li Moran was still a burden. Although not very strong, he could still be a hindrance, so when the situation became unsatisfactory, YanLing understood he had to use all his skills to handle this series of events. Victory might not belong to him, but the outcome wouldn't necessarily be so humiliating. Seeing YanLing remain calm and pull out his weapon, Li Moran felt a strong sense of humiliation. This intense humiliation made him immediately discuss strategies with Li Yunfei. "Big brother, you go left, I go right, and we'll attack together to keep this guy under control. Let's make him understand what it means to know his place." After hearing Li Moran's words, Li Yunfei finally laughed. At that moment, he gave Li Moran a thumbs up and said, "Good idea. You finally wised up. All right, just watch my signals and let us act together." Li Yunfei didn't expect Li Moran to provide any useful help, but he was surprised to see that this guy was actually doing quite well and seemed to be impressive. Considering this, Li Yunfei thought that if this guy truly had some skills in the future, he didn't need to make things too difficult for him, as having one more or one less brother didn't matter much. Moreover, Li Moran had followed him for so many years, so it was even more important to maintain his personal image. Otherwise, if he hurt his feelings, who knew how many brothers would stop following him? Seeing this scene, YanLing was almost laughing out loud. He didn't expect the Chan brothers to appear before him like a joke. So, at this moment, not wanting to engage in a direct confrontation, YanLing got fired up and said straightforwardly, "Come on, let us see whose fists are harder. If you can take me down, I'll kneel and bow to you. That's no problem." YanLing clenched his fists tightly, feeling that no one was his opponent. If there was someone, that person might not even survive in this world. Faced with such a serious situation, the strong points YanLing exhibited made both Li Yunfei and Li Moran uneasy. They felt that since things had come to this point, there was really nothing more to say. In the face of such a dangerous situation with attacks from both sides, YanLing was not intimidated at all. He directly bent down to form a circular stance, creating a sweeping leg motion. A large circle appeared, creating a scene akin to a whirlwind around him. When Li Moran and Li Yunfei saw this, their eyes nearly popped out. They couldn't believe that a person could become a living tornado, creating such a whirlwind effect. Chapter 153. YanLing's spiral wind leg. YanLing, who was riding high, left these two people dumbfounded. Initially, they were both shocked at what they saw, but now their jaws were nearly dropping in disbelief. The situation they faced was the most stable outcome. If they couldn't even get close to YanLing, then no matter how they attacked from both sides, they would have no way to succeed. They could only try to manage the chaotic situation in front of them. Thus, the main question before them was quite obvious. how to get into YanLing's body and hold him down firmly. Li Yunfei looked at Li Moran, equally at a loss. He couldn't wait any longer, knowing that dragging this out would only be more disadvantageous for them. With that thought, Li Yunfei charged forward, disregarding whether YanLing was a living tornado or not. He shot forward like a cannonball and struck YanLing's body. In a flash, YanLing executed a sweeping kick aimed straight at Li Yunfei, delivering a powerful blow that sent the already flustered Li Yunfei crashing to the ground, hitting the dirt hard. Li Muran, witnessing this scene, hurried to save his older brother. In an instant, they both dashed forward with a thunderous rush. Li Muran thought that once he got there, he could pull Li Yunfei out, but unexpectedly, YanLing's tornado was spinning rapidly, and he didn't know how strong it was. In just a moment, a gust of wind formed around them, kicking up all the dust and covering both Li Yunfei and Li Muran's faces with dirt. Seeing that they couldn't reach YanLing, Li Yunfei was truly at a loss for words. He could only watch YanLing, who was rolling around as if throwing a tantrum, and without careful observation, one might think he was just playing some sort of trick. In reality, YanLing was showcasing his skills, and at that moment, Li Yunfei felt utterly helpless. After being knocked down by that sweeping kick, Li Muran lay on the ground and didn't get up again. The power of YanLing's kick had been too strong, causing him to hit the back of his head and leave a bump. Li Muran held his head and lacked the strength to stand, initially hoping that Li Yunfei could help him up. But Li Yunfei only shot him a glare and then ignored him. At that moment, Li Muran could only dejectedly say, "Big brother, this is bad. This guy seems to really have some skills. I feel like I haven't done anything, and yet he's already got me in a mess. What should we do? Can we even make a move?" After being hit on the back of the head by that sweeping kick, Li Muran was now dizzy, feeling like he was about to see stars and vomit blood. Luckily, his own abilities were somewhat outstanding. Otherwise, with his large frame, even the strongest opponent might not be able to find anything useful on him. Li Muran appeared completely clueless, demonstrating that he had no opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Even the most basic fighting skills were of no use. Meanwhile, the dizziness was overwhelming, and when Li Yunfei saw this scene, he really felt frustrated, thinking that 3 useless people could hardly match one Zhuge Liang. He never expected that Li Muran, such a big guy, would be knocked down by YanLing's sweeping kick and wouldn't be able to get back up. This was a terrifying sight that made others find it extremely amusing. Seeing Li Muran wailing on the ground, Li Yunfei could only smile helplessly and mockingly at him, saying, "You useless brat, I knew you wouldn't be able to do anything. If I had attacked alone just now, I could have probably taken this guy's life. But because of your interference, now I'm struggling against 2 tigers." Li Yunfei was genuinely angry with Li Muran. If he had attacked alone, he might have already achieved a significant victory. But now, looking at the situation, he realized he hadn't even managed to find a way to connect his attacks, while the opponent had already gained the upper hand, and he didn't even understand what was happening. It was indeed quite interesting. At this moment, Li Yunfei truly felt that Li Muran not only dragged him down, but also made him lose a lot of face. He initially wanted to regain his reputation today, but now it seemed that not only was regaining face impossible, but even getting back at the opponent was out of the question. Watching Li Yunfei not daring to attack, and Li Muran lying there like a monster that had eaten 3 pounds of dog poop, starting to wail, YanLing couldn't help but laugh. He never expected such a useless display from the 2 of them. Initially, these 2 were quite loud, but now they seemed more like a joke. In YanLing's eyes, it looked like they were performing a circus act. At this moment, seeing that they had lost their attacking power, YanLing slowly got up from the ground. He felt he should explain the situation to them. "With your skills, I don't even know what you have in your hands, yet you managed to create such so-called oddities. It's truly amusing." YanLing stood up slowly like a spinning top, looking at the 2 young men in front of him. He thought, with such weak skills, how dare they challenge me? Don't they ever take a good look at themselves? His mind wandered back to the days when he had swept through the bully circles, having made a name for himself. Now looking at these 2, it was indeed laughable. He hadn't expected that this kid actually had some skills and could perform such feats. Chapter 154. Relentless. However, your skills are indeed a bit lowly, like a spinning top, going around in circles on the ground. Does that even help? I find it a bit amusing, to be honest. Watching YanLing slowly stand up, Li Yunfei began to hurl various sarcastic remarks at him. The implication was clear. He had no intention of forgiving this guy. He felt he had already suffered a loss at his hands once, so now he wanted to see who could do something more correct. The main thing was that he now understood YanLing was not someone to be trifled with. If he were to suffer losses again, he would definitely pay the price. To put it bluntly, If he wanted YanLing to suffer, he would have to pay several times or even dozens of times the cost. A painful price was the only way. Otherwise, everything was just nonsense. From the current situation, Li Yunfei and Li Murin had already been knocked down by YanLing. The remaining key decision was to see if Li Yunfei could hold up this situation. However, from what was visible, it seemed Li Yunfei had no such powerful plans. He merely buried these shining points, yet over there, they still didn't know how to express their thoughts properly. Such a shabby situation was truly hard to bear. Why was that? Hearing Li Yunfei call him lowly, YanLing couldn't help but laugh. He thought, if it weren't for you and your gang bullying me, how could I possibly bring out my trump card? Why was it like this? Didn't everyone present know? If others didn't know, he still couldn't clearly see it. It was truly a ridiculous existence. So at this moment, YanLing had no intention of giving Li Yunfei even a hint of kindness. He started speaking bluntly. No matter how funny you think this is, I only know this one move. With your little skills, you definitely can't handle this. So I don't care about you at all. YanLing found it absurd. It was one thing to be bullied by two people. But now that they hadn't knocked him down, they were blaming him instead. The moves used here were quite peculiar, and regardless of the reason. Even if he used more humiliating moves, it wouldn't matter to these people. The situation was simple, no matter how true it was, as long as he could defend himself. There would always be opportunities. As for everything else, there was no need to take it to heart or consider it a big deal. Li Yunfei cracked his knuckles, making a popping sound. At this moment, he was anxious. He knew that brute force wouldn't work against YanLing. But if he didn't use brute force against YanLing, what else could he do? When he thought about scattering these facts, he truly didn't know what to do. Meanwhile, Li Murin, like a spinning top being pressed down, couldn't show any skills. A large bump had already formed on the back of his head, indicating he had been hurt by the earlier blow. Li Yunfei glared at Li Murin, realizing the kid had started to close his eyes and rest, seemingly on the verge of coughing up blood. It seemed this guy was indeed in a tough spot. If one were to consider this from another perspective, as an older brother, Li Yunfei should care for his younger brother, who was in such poor physical condition. But Li Yunfei wasn't doing that. Instead, the scene over there seemed almost comical. Realizing this, YanLing found Li Yunfei to be quite heartless. Li Murin wasn't really a relative, but at least they had gone through tough times together. No matter what, he shouldn't just easily abandon him. Yet, Li Yunfei's demeanor was completely that of a ruthless emperor, displaying such obvious traits that even YanLing found it quite interesting. Li Yunfei gritted his teeth, realizing not only could he not beat YanLing, but he couldn't even gain an upper hand verbally. So at this moment, he angrily shouted at YanLing, "If you're capable, stand up. Let's fight one-on-one, using fists and feet. Are you a person or a spinning top? You really think playing these so-called tricks is effective?" Li Yunfei found that he hadn't gained any advantage over YanLing. In fact, the closer he got to YanLing, the more powerful this guy seemed to become. At this moment, Li Yunfei clearly felt that YanLing was a typical rogue. To put more plainly, he was never a match for YanLing from the beginning. Not to mention leading Li Murin, even by himself, he might not be YanLing's opponent. Thus, the outcome was already predetermined. Regardless of whether Li Yunfei stepped up or not, he wouldn't receive any deserved consequences. The conclusion was very clear. It was only a matter of seeing who could take control of these matters. This victory wasn't particularly important to anyone, but the result would be quite serious. Because everything they faced was very manageable, it wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. Seeing Li Yunfei say he was like a spinning top with no skills, YanLing couldn't help but laugh. In an instant, he leaped up like a zombie carp springing up, directly standing at the corner of the wall not far away. Like a goat standing atop a peak, he looked down at the two below. At this moment, his eyes were bright and full of spirit, showing no signs of slackness. He felt he had already explained everything perfectly to the old man of the Li family. Yet why did Li Yunfei have to go against him? Chapter 155. What on earth is going on? Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to take it. Hell has no door, yet you insist on coming in. I've already made it clear with your family's old Master Li that after I kill the Titan giant ape, I will definitely help your distant cousin, the so-called Li Failong, take revenge. It's not a big wish. After all, Li Failong is also from your Li family. Why must you engage in a battle of wits and courage with me? What do you really mean? YanLing felt confused. He moved his muscles and bones, only to find that the Li Yunfei in front of him truly seemed like an unyielding person. The last time Li Failong killed the Titan giant ape, he didn't manage to kill all of its power, which was already unfortunate. Instead, he suffered severe injuries, and at this moment, he was in a semi-disabled state. Therefore, YanLing decided to kill the Titan giant ape, Perhaps he could obtain a very good medicinal item from it. Then, he could cure Li Feilong's illness, which would also fulfill the old Master Li's wish. Although Li Feilong was merely a distant relative, not closely related to the old Master Li. To put it more clearly, they only shared the same surname, and several generations apart didn't he really count as relatives. However, the old Master Li was a warm-hearted person. He felt that the descendants of the Li family were being bullied outside, and that someone needed to come forward to break this reality. Otherwise, it would appear that the Li family was indifferent to suffering, and being criticized so harshly would move even the hardest of hearts. Li Yunfei couldn't help but laugh. He thought that while the old Master Li agreed, he certainly did not. Even though the old Master Li was his so-called grandfather, in his eyes, he was just an elder. Li Yunfei didn't even respect his own father, Li Feihu. How could he possibly respect the old Master Li from the bottom of his heart? Logically, it shouldn't be said that there is a close bond between generations. After all, blood ties are connected by bones. In truth, Li Yunfei was just a naive oddball who had never developed any useful feelings towards the old Master Li. Moreover, the old Master Li disliked him very much. He preferred the second son of the Li family, Li Xiaofei. He thought this child was very refined and that he could gain a series of useful perspectives on business and politics from him. However, Li Dafei was different from Li Yunfei. These two were like typical rich second-generation kids, exuding an incomprehensible attitude that was, to put it bluntly, eating from both sides. Just this laziness and indulgence had already greatly annoyed the old Master Li. Thus, even though YanLing had reached an agreement with the old Master Li, who was willing to help, he didn't expect that Li Yunfei would be unwilling. He couldn't understand what was going on in this guy's head. He always wanted to take advantage of YanLing and obstruct him from doing everything, let alone killing the Titan giant ape. He even wanted to disrupt everything and make trouble for YanLing. This left YanLing feeling quite a headache. He never thought he would encounter such a stubborn young man one day. Logically, YanLing had no deep grievances against Li Yunfei. With their twin martial souls and this spiral leg technique, if it came to a fight, the three of them wouldn't necessarily be a match for YanLing alone. However, YanLing had already shown mercy and had reached a perfect agreement with the old Master Li earlier. As long as they killed the Titan giant ape, it would help the Li family regain their face. But Li Yunfei was unconvinced. He felt that after YanLing gained some fame, he wanted to run away. Everything wasn't that simple. At this moment, he stood in YanLing's team, pointing and cursing. I don't care what reason you have. The old master of the Li family is willing to help you, but he is just my grandfather, to put it bluntly. He is just an old man who won't die. My dad, Li Feihu, is merely the second son of the family. There is an elder above him, and my elder is the one with real inheritance rights. Our family has no so-called inheritance rights, so I have every reason not to respect the old Master Li. I don't have any royal inheritance. Why should I respect him? What you're doing today has already put you on the opposite side of me, and sooner or later, we will have a bloody battle. Li Yunfei tightly clenched his fists, making a cracking sound. At this moment, he had determined that if this kid dared to confront him head-on, Li Yunfei would also decide to take control of everything in his hands. Not for anything else, but to vent his frustration. The reason was simple. Li Yunfei felt that he had become accustomed to being arrogant. YanLing was just a wild card, and if he couldn't outwit him, he might as well engage in guerrilla warfare. After all, he could shoot and change locations. Let's see if YanLing could do anything about it. After hearing Li Yunfei's unamused words, YanLing truly laughed. He didn't expect that the competition and assassination actions among the descendants of such prominent families could be so well organized. If that were the case, this matter was quite intolerable. Li Yunfei, I warn you once again, if you plan to engage in a battle of wits and courage with me, don't blame me for being rude. I'm not interested in you. I've said it many times. Don't entangle me. I've already agreed with your old master that after killing the Titan giant ape, I will help your Li family regain face. Why must you engage in this battle of wits and courage with me? What is your purpose? Speak up. How can we end this matter? I don't have time to waste. Poseidon, Hades, and Murong Yunxiue are all waiting for me. If the Titan prophecy is found, I must kill it. YanLing gritted his teeth in anger. He couldn't understand where he had provoked Li Yunfei. Why did he keep pushing him like this? Why was it that while both were human, his brother, father, and grandfather were all very reasonable people, yet Li Yunfei seemed to understand none of the most basic principles of being a person? Why? Is it really that hard to be human? I've said many times that face issues are just face issues. Chapter 156. Still not running away, you have a twin martial soul. While I am just an ordinary martial soul, In the entire Douluo continent, there's never been anyone as powerful as you. So tell me, what exactly do you want? Why are you so powerful? And why am I so weak? You come from a typical rough background, and the blood flowing in you is not particularly noble. Why have you become so formidable? Teach me this memory, and I will let you go, and we will consider this matter settled. Li Yunfei directly put down his communication disc, feeling that if he continued to waste time, neither side would end up well. He could see a burst of anger in YanLing's eyes. He was genuinely afraid that if YanLing became enraged, his twin martial soul would stir up a storm across the Douluo continent, likely resulting in his own demise. Yes, that's right. Despite being human, YanLing's perspective revealed that he was an orphan, yet he lived a very comfortable life, while Li Yunfei, as a wealthy young master, constantly thought about taking from others what they already possessed. This was typical bandit behavior. Fortunately, YanLing was truly capable and had the means to defend himself. Otherwise, if Li Yunfei and Li Mo Ran teamed up, they could definitely leave YanLing half dead. Moreover, within the academy, Li Yunfei had many underlings surrounding him. No matter how powerful a person was, they would still be firmly suppressed by Li Yunfei, unable to rise again. It was lucky that Bibi Dong had taken YanLing back as her disciple early on. Otherwise, Li Yunfei would have caused all sorts of chaos, making it difficult for YanLing to find a resolution. It seemed that talented individuals were indeed envied by others. However, there was no way to change this. One could only silently choose to compromise. YanLing finally understood that Li Yunfei wanted to gain a technique from him to upgrade his own martial soul. This was indeed too interesting. Is upgrading easy? Logically speaking, it is not that simple. The reason YanLing could possess a twin martial soul is that he is the protagonist, blessed with a perfect protagonist halo. In contrast, someone like Li Yunfei was merely a side character, possessing no real strength at all. Just with a few moves, he was able to match wits with YanLing for a few rounds, which was already giving him face. If this were in a movie, it would be considered a substantial role, and yet Li Yunfei was still not satisfied. He insisted on wanting to take from YanLing everything he had, never bothering to reflect on his own worth. Thus, people of different statuses need to have self-awareness. Li Yunfei relied on his family's power, wanting to pry into YanLing's secrets. Even if he couldn't plunder, he was determined to find out how YanLing obtained his twin martial soul. In fact, if YanLing were to explain how he got his twin martial soul, he wouldn't know either. He only knew that when he was reborn and crossed into this world, the twin martial soul came along with him. Every time he saw his twin martial soul, he would ponder why he had it from the start. Was it that he was born with the so-called protagonist halo? Indeed, every person who has been reborn or crossed over has absolute advantages. Otherwise, how could it be called rebirth or crossing over? There has never been a story where rebirth or crossing leads to a tragic outcome, where the person is gradually turned into a clown and leaves in misery. Such a narrative wouldn't be considered enjoyable literature. It would merely be a depiction of a tragic life. If rebirth and crossing over were always so miserable, then what was the point of it? I have nothing more to say to you. If you really plan to make a scene, then don't blame me for being rude. This is my last warning. Think carefully. Li Yunfei, I warn you one last time, don't blame me for being merciless. I have enough power in my hands to cripple you. Do you believe I can ruin your cultivation? YanLing clenched his fists tightly, and in an instant, golden light shimmered around him, emanating unusual waves of energy, swirling around his entire body like a celestial dragon. As his eyes turned crimson and opened once more, he had memorized the second segment of his martial technique. Holding his hands tightly, he realized that he seemed to have awakened another powerful ability, the Tyrant Dragon Fist. At this moment, YanLing's hands had turned golden, and it appeared as if claws were about to emerge from his fingertips. Upon closer inspection, his hands were slowly sprouting scales, just like the cage possessed by the Tyrant Dragon Fist. It seemed he was about to transform into a dragon. Of course, it was hard to tell whether it was a Western dragon or an Easter dragon, but it was clear that scales were something only an Easter dragon could possess. And the scales on YanLing's palms were indeed shimmering gold. Damn, this kid must have leveled up again. I told you not to push him so hard. Now look what you've done. You've forced him to his limits. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and run. Don't waste any more time. Li Mo ran, covered his mouth, where YanLing had just broken it, and hurriedly pulled on Li Yunfei. There was no choice if they didn't T-run now. Once YanLing got truly angry, both of them would definitely end up with no place to bury themselves. Perhaps in the next moment, YanLing's fists would strike them, instantly turning them to dust. They were just ordinary people. Although Li Yunfei had an ordinary martial soul, Li Mo Ran had nothing at all. He didn't even have the opportunity to study at the Douluo Academy. He was merely a servant of the Li family, a being lower than even the underlings. To put it bluntly, if the Li family wanted him to eat here, he could. If not, he would be kicked out to find another job. This was the typical plight of a worker, so Li Mo-ran felt that life was in his own hands. Chapter 157. The best plan is to run away. The job belongs to the boss, and one cannot risk their life here. He initially wanted to flee in a panic. However, thinking of Li Yunfei, his so-called little master, still being here, he had no choice but to drag Li Yunfei along to escape. He didn't want to return to the Li family and be questioned about where Li Yunfei had gone. Li Mo-ran was at a loss for words and didn't know how to explain. Li Yunfei was also scared, as he hadn't expected that YanLing would actually be as provocative as Li Mo-ran had described. It seemed like he had leveled up once again under the provocation of words. They say that twin martial souls are indeed powerful, but he had never seen a twin martial soul elevate a human to such a high level. This was getting more and more interesting. Faced with Li Mo-ran's insistence, Li Yunfei could only helplessly shake his head. He felt a significant urge to retreat. If he didn't, it seemed he might end up crippled by YanLing. At this moment, Li Yunfei could only helplessly shake his head. Fine, since things had reached an undeniable point. Let us let YanLing go today. I don't want to stoop to your level. If it came down to it, we could definitely beat you to a pulp. Even now, Li Yunfei still stubbornly refused to admit his mistakes. This kid was always like this, wanting to fight over issues of face. In reality, he was feeling very anxious inside, about to wet his pants from fear. Because just now, when YanLing had displayed the Tyrant Dragon Fist, the surrounding light waves felt like a gust of wind, almost blowing his hair into disarray. Fortunately, Li Yunfei was strong and composed. After all, he had fought many times before. He had to maintain his dignity. There was no way around it. Helplessly, Li Yunfei could only feign calmness, presenting the facts clearly and logically, making it hard for many onlookers to dismiss the situation. So under Li Mo-ran's persuasion, Li Yunfei had developed a strong desire to retreat. He thought, if he was going to retreat, then he should just do it. If he didn't, he might lose his life. Now, knowing fear, he still didn't expect to be so stubborn. Fine then, since you all don't intend to continue. I don't need to entangle with you any longer. Let us just leave it at that. Goodbye. YanLing looked at Li Yunfei's fleeing figure and almost laughed out loud, finally understanding. It turned out that Li Yunfei wasn't fearless. He just didn't respect his own strength. Just look at how scared Li Yunfei was when he was about to showcase the Dragon Fist. Thanks to his own strong abilities, otherwise, if it were someone weaker, they would have almost bled from fear. Li Yunfei was a typical bully who feared the strong, relying on his family's strength. Otherwise, if he were a child from an ordinary family, he would have long been bullied to the point of not being able to lift his head. But since things had reached this point, there was nothing more to say. YanLing wasted no time and quickly flew towards the academy. This time, he was really flying. He initially thought of flying with a sword, but Lin Yan knew he wasn't used to using a sword. With nothing to ride on to cut through the waves, he could only utilize the wind and step on clouds, moving towards Dual Academy step by step. As he looked down from the sky, YanLing realized that the entire Dalu continent resembled a gladiatorial arena, with Douluo Academy right in the center and other lands surrounding it. Of course, the conflicts between these lands were beyond YanLing's display of power. However, he understood that his arrival in this continent was solely for his own development. Regardless of how things developed, it had nothing to do with him. Having reached this point, there was nothing more to say. YanLing slowly descended from the sky to the ground. The students of Douluo Academy were all dumbfounded at this scene, pointing and discussing various things about him. They didn't know what was going on, feeling that YanLing was clearly one level below them, or just slightly above, yet he was so powerful. Having even mastered ordinary sword flying, this made the Academy's system feel quite bewildering. At that moment, many students had a lot of questions. They all wanted to ask whether YanLing was taught by a teacher and not by them. So at this moment, more students felt seriously deceived, thinking the teacher always held back, not sharing particularly good things with them, which made them feel very frustrated. So this kid is YanLing, right? I heard that BB Dong accepted him as a disciple. I didn't expect this guy to be quite skilled, even mastering wind flying. Wind flying? ISNT that's supposed to be sword flying? Wait, where's his sword? He doesn't have one. I said from the beginning that this is wind flying. It seems BB Dong is indeed quite a capable person, able to train even a waste into something formidable. But wait, YanLing doesn't seem to be a waste. Don't forget, YanLing was a typical twin martial soul during the trials a few days ago. Back in the day, Tang San was just at the beginning of having a twin martial soul, and now another YanLing has appeared. Perhaps next, his achievements will surpass Tang San's. This matter is getting more and more interesting. If YanLing's achievements exceed Tang San's, it will definitely refresh the perspectives of everyone in Douluo Academy. Since that's the case, we should congratulate this guy. Congratulate him for what? I think we should be jealous of him, envious of him, and then learn all his techniques for ourselves. Isn't that better? The students of Douluo Academy were discussing and pointing at YanLing with various comments. The meaning behind their words was already quite clear. In their eyes, YanLing wasn't that powerful, just someone who got lucky with a good master, which is why he had twin martial souls. Chapter 158. Evaluation by experts. It is also possible that Bibi Dong trained him better. In fact, Bibi Dong took YanLing as her disciple because she saw his twin martial souls, not because she transformed him into having twin martial souls. Faced with these somewhat harsh words, YanLing remained expressionless and directly ran towards a distant place. At this moment, he had already understood his own worth and held a certain respect for it. He knew what kind of person he was and understood what he needed to do next. Since he wanted to achieve something in the entire Dalu Academy, then the Titan Grade 8 would definitely be his first big victory, allowing him to establish himself in the Douluo Academy, making those who mocked him taste the consequences of their words. Some people could not just casually pass judgment on him. At this time, Poseidon and Hades, standing on the rooftop, were overlooking YanLing as he descended from the sky to the ground. They both felt a sense of admiration, especially Poseidon, who thought that YanLing was truly impressive. At such a young age, he was not only a twin martial soul owner, but could also use wind control to fly in the sky. When they were YanLing's age, they were just inexperienced kids. Poseidon was still in the sea, playing with small shells and fish, while Hades was even worse. At YanLing's age, he was merely a star in the universe. His so-called status as the king of the underworld was not fully realized. Otherwise, Pluto would have long become his domain. In the entire Western mythological system, Zeus is the creator of all things, while Poseidon and Hades are all sons and grandsons of Zeus. However, Poseidon and Hades had no emotional attachment to Zeus. Because the dragon has 9 sons, each is different, and when there are many sons, a father cannot care for all of them. Thus, their feelings towards Zeus are actually very indifferent. In a sense, they merely consider Zeus as their father without any significant emotional connection. However, at this moment, they saw YanLing's respect for Bibi Dong and admiration for Shrek. This indicated that YanLing was a relatively low-key person, and facing these two teacher-like figures, he did indeed hold the belief that a teacher for a day is a father for life, which was quite eye-catching. This was also inevitable. Poseidon and Hades were not from the Eastern world. They came from the Western world to travel here, much like the journey to the West to obtain scriptures. Their journey was more like an Eastern travel narrative, coming to the ancient Eastern country for a series of learning experiences similar to seeking scriptures. Poseidon felt that YanLing was quite capable. The knowledge Bibi Dong imparted to him was good. Just look at how well he performed wind control flying. It was far better than any student in Douluo Academy. He had already become talented and might even have a place in the entire Douluo continent in the future. Poseidon gave a very sincere affirmation, believing that his comments were fairly standard. As long as Bibi Dong continued to cultivate YanLing, perhaps in the next moment, he could really take her place. This was not impossible. After all, Bibi Dong held a top-tier instructor position. If YanLing were to take over, he might even be more capable than Bibi Dong. If YanLing achieved results that surpassed Bibi Dong, it would be a lot more interesting. However, one cannot say that success is guaranteed. Whether a person can achieve corresponding accomplishments in the future is not something we can be sure of. After all, we are from the Western world, and he, as a figure from the Eastern world, cannot allow us to make a series of changes at will. Hades felt that he was not a person from the Eastern world, even though he had adapted to local customs for many years. However, this time would surely wash away the rebelliousness from them. Thus, at this moment, Hades no longer had the passionate blood of his youth. He was now very steady and sought victory. He believed that no matter what position YanLing reached in the future, he should just do his best. Even if they spoke beautifully, their role towards YanLing was merely supportive, to make him happy, and nothing more. Poseidon stopped speaking, and Hades chose to remain silent, as their viewpoints were different. At this moment, they looked up and saw these two god-level figures overlooking him. YanLing felt that if he were to climb the stairs, he could not reach the top of this high building anytime soon. So at this moment, he had to perform an impressive feat once again. With a whoosh, he maximized his sword flight. In YanLing's eyes, this was sword flight, not wind control flight. He felt as if there was an invisible sword beneath his feet, allowing him to step directly into the clouds. It was like having an invisible air staircase. In just 2 steps, YanLing reached the rooftop and joined Poseidon and Hades. Young man, you really are impressive. At such a young age, you have achieved such greatness. I believe you will definitely do better than us old guys, Poseidon said with great admiration, heavily patting YanLing's shoulder. The meaning was clear. There would definitely be accomplishments for him in the Douluo continent as long as he worked hard. Hades, however, remained expressionless and seemed to have nothing to say to YanLing. He understood that if even the highest level figures were overly praised, they might be killed by flattery, falling into a deep abyss. This is why Poseidon and Hades had different viewpoints. One thought that praising a good child brings out their potential, while the other believed that even with praise, one must act within their means. Any unresolved oddities could lead to unimaginable consequences. Even a genius cannot be killed by flattery. Flattery can destroy a person in the most fundamental and painful way, leaving them with no good outcome. Chapter 159. Zhao Wujia's thoughts. You flatter me. You two are too respectful of me. Don't hold me in such high regard. I can be proud. I'm here today to tell you that the matter has been settled. The Li family no longer poses any threat to us. Next, we just need to draw out the Titan giant ape from the academy and then kill it. We will definitely gain all its power. So, when shall we act? Midnight tonight or early tomorrow morning? The Titan giant ape only appears in reality at night to breathe the fresh air. YanLing expressed his analysis, believing that the Titan giant ape must be hiding in the darkness, completely invisible during the day. It may also be that it has been severely injured from previous hunts and is now hiding in the academy to recuperate. Once it has healed, it will surely cause trouble again. It's simple. The spiritual energy in the entire Dalu Academy is incredibly strong. Even a severely injured creature can be healed to a perfect state. Just think about it. Severed arms and legs are already considered extremely serious injuries, yet they can be restored to normal. A person who is partially paralyzed can become normal under the Academy's spiritual energy, and even the dead can be reincarnated here. Just think, why are there so many talents emerging from Douluo Academy? This is very evident. Faced with YanLing's attitude, Poseidon and Hades each had their own insights. They felt that this young man before them might have his unique perspectives. Since they were entangled in this, wanting to kill the Titan giant ape, there must be some truth to his story. So at this moment, what they should have refused, they silently compromised in their hearts. All right, I think if we can draw out the Titan giant ape and kill it, then we can definitely eliminate all those bastards without a doubt. What do you think? YanLing looked at Poseidon with very excited eyes, knowing that Hades was not particularly warm towards him, so he could only ask Poseidon, hoping for good advice. If possible, they would act immediately. After all, as long as they teamed up in the academy, there would definitely be no obstacles. Yes, what you said is indeed correct. I also think it's time to draw out the Titan giant ape. I heard it usually moves at night, so since that's the case, we don't need to involve too many others. It's daytime now, and if we force it out, we might hurt too many innocent people. Poseidon, true to his character of being concerned about the nation and its people, felt that his goals had reached an unprecedented height. Since that was the case, there was no need to discuss anything else. At this point, they could only look for ways to minimize all harm and then proceed with the challenges ahead. Hades remained silent, his head lowered, looking at Zhao Wujia not far away. He clearly felt someone in the middle of the playground was watching him with a meaningful gaze. That person was Zhao Wujia, who at this moment was dressed in a flowing white outfit, seemingly narrating his own situation and story, representing a perfect blend. In this situation, Hades felt a sense of crisis. His intuition told him that the Titan giant ape might be protected by Zhao Wujia. If that were the case, this situation was quite concerning. At this moment, Hades frowned, thinking that Zhao Wujia might obstruct them. At the same time, Zhao Wujia was looking at the 3 individuals on the top floor of the teaching building with a very intriguing gaze. A chill erupted in his eyes. After all, he was an associate dean of Douluo Academy. Yet this associate dean seemed to be sidelined, lacking absolute authority, while the 3 standing on the rooftop were merely students. Poseidon and Hades, these 2 gods from the Western world, came to Douluo Academy merely to develop their situation smoothly. Yet unexpectedly, such trivial matters could lead to them being in such a commanding position, which was quite evident. I think we should not rush. I feel that Zhao Wujia over there seems to be watching us closely. What is going on? How should we deal with him? Is he trying to convey something to us? I feel a sense of crisis, Hades said, looking at Poseidon and YanLing. He felt he should reveal all these so-called facts. Otherwise, if these facts did not lead to a good outcome, the result would be quite serious. After all, what was presented before them was not a highlight. Instead of being so cautious, it would be better to propose a real solution. Following Harry's suggestion, YanLing looked towards the distance and indeed found Zhao Wujia's figure. At this moment, Zhao Wujia was wearing a white outfit. It seemed he had developed significant emotional fluctuations towards the three of them on the rooftop. If he were to make a move, it seemed none of those guys would be their match. As a dignified associate dean, why was he casting unusual glances towards them? What did he intend to do? Was he really plotting against them? Or was the Titan giant ape's concealment in the academy somehow related to Zhao Wujia? YanLing clenched his teeth, for the previous incidents had made him understand that Zhao Wujia was definitely here to cause trouble. He couldn't fathom what was on his mind, always trying to stir up these facts. Chapter 160. Let's talk it over. What was presented before these few people was actually the sideline vice principal. As long as Principal Flander did not personally intervene, everything was just nonsense. Zhao Wujia, you don't need to look at me for anything, just come up here. Right now, the balcony is a triangular formation, and once you come up, it can turn into a parallelogram. Come on, stop dawdling. Dragging this out is not good for anyone. YanLing said this while coldly looking down. He used the technique of long-distance sound transmission to summon Zhao Wujia, who was equally shocked. He really didn't expect that YanLing's skills were so profound, from hundreds of meters away. He could use the technique to bring him up. If that's the case, this situation is quite self-evident. What a kid. He truly has some skills. No wonder BB Dong and Shrek hold you in such high regard. It seems today, I need to have a good talk with you about who is the top dog and who's second best. After saying this, Zhao Wujia directly stepped onto the invisible staircase in the air and flew up. At this moment, he did not hesitate at all, stepping on layer upon layer of invisible bricks in the air. It was as if he was charging up the rooftop with the wind at his feet. Meanwhile, the students on the playground and in the teaching building watched Zhao Wujia like a gust of wind, writing a perfect punctuation mark in the sky. Once back on the rooftop, the number of people had increased from 3 to 4. Of course, the students had no idea that a great battle was about to unfold. And the reason for this battle was simply differing moral ideals. So what is your attitude, kid? You actually used the long-distance sound transmission technique on me? Are you showing off how outstanding your abilities are? Don't think that just because you have BB Dong and Shrek behind you, I'm really afraid of you. Let me tell you, the person I fear hasn't even been born yet. Enough talk. If it's time to act, then act. Zhao Wujia tightened his fists, wanted to violently squeeze the veins in his hands. It was as if he was about to strangle YanLing next moment. He understood that the Titan giant ape in this academy was truly hidden here. However, the most important thing was that Zhao Wujia was, after all, a principal and not just some random teacher. He knew that if he were to really pull out the Titan giant ape, not to mention whether it could harm the students, the buildings in the academy would definitely suffer severe damage. Moreover, it was evident that a few days ago, when the golden Saint Dragon fell from the sky, it had already smashed the neighboring teaching building to pieces, with bricks and debris scattering everywhere. Such a situation would be utterly ridiculous in the eyes of others. Therefore, Zhao Wujia did not have any ties or friendships with the Titan giant ape. The truth was quite simple. Zhao Wujia did not want to harm a single blade of grass or the life of any student in this academy. Furthermore, the annual budget for the teaching building was several tens of millions, and Zhao Wujia and Flander had embezzled quite a bit from it. If they were to really pull out the Titan giant ape for a hunt and kill, it would definitely cause irreparable damage to the academy's buildings, who would then take responsibility for all the repairs. At this moment, Zhao Wujia's attitude toward YanLing was as if he were facing a sworn enemy. It was simple. Cutting off someone's livelihood is akin to killing their parents. Right now, YanLing seemed to want to force Zhao Wujia and Flander to cough up all the embezzled money, to then rebuild the teaching buildings and various other structures in the academy. How could Zhao Wujia possibly pay that? He had already spent all his money. No matter the reason, he was now in the position of vice principal. The funding allocated to him from the upper levels of Douluo every year already reached hundreds of thousands in no time. I say, Vice Principal Zhao Wujia, right? What exactly is your attitude? Why do I have to kill the Titan giant ape? Your attitude toward me is neither here nor there. What do you mean? Speak up. If you have any objections, just say them. Don't dilly-dally. What are you stalling for? YanLing truly found it laughable. At this point in time, why was he still wasting time on such trivial matters? Who could he blame? In fact, no one could be blamed. It only reflected Zhao Wujia as own incompetence. The Titan giant ape had been living in the academy for so many years, and he was still wasting time instead of taking action. What was he thinking? Did he really not have anything useful in his head? That shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, someone of your caliber as a top-notch vice principal should be considering that the Titan giant ape could endanger the people at any moment. But today, Zhao Wujia's attitude seemed to indicate that he didn't want to take any decisive action, which made YanLing feel quite intriguing. Enough with the nonsense. I'm telling you, if you dare to act recklessly in the academy, don't bring up all this nonsense. I am the vice principal here, and my duty is to maintain safety. If you insist on playing your little games against me, then I advise you, as long as I'm here, don't even think about pulling out the Titan giant ape. No matter what the reason is, the result is clear. Zhao Wujia exuded a powerful aura, like a lion or tiger about to erupt in anger, his eyes shining brightly. The strands of white light swirling around him made him appear like a shining, celestial being. He didn't even know what was happening. It seemed his intent was misunderstood. When YanLing saw this scene, he couldn't help but sneer. He didn't expect this old fellow to have such a trick up his sleeve. Well then, since he is unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Since the situation has reached this point, YanLing felt that wasting more time with this guy would be pointless. Chapter 161. Battle to the death. This can only indicate one's own incompetence. So under this pressure, YanLing clenched his fist tightly. His dominating dragon fist was indeed held firmly in his grip, as if it was about to explode at any moment. However, when Zhao Wuji saw the dominating dragon fist in YanLing's hand, he clearly moved, as he hadn't expected this. Among such third-rate weapons, YanLing actually learned it effortlessly. If that's the case, this situation is truly hard to accept. What? The negotiation here hasn't succeeded? Over there, it seemed like a fight is about to break out. You two don't have any deep-seated enmity, do you? Poseidon and Harris quickly took several steps back, as they also hadn't anticipated this. Just a moment ago, Zhao Wuji was watching them on the playground, and in an instant, it appeared he was about to argue with YanLing. If that's the case, this situation is quite amusing. What on earth is going on? How did it come to this? Poseidon hurriedly wanted to mediate, while Harris simply pulled him back, glaring at him with a very stern expression, as if to indicate that the situation was not something that could be easily expressed. They mustn't create any of these bizarre so-called issues. This is a matter for the people of the Eastern world. It has nothing to do with the gods of the Western world. Therefore, before this, Harris's attitude was very tough. He decided to pull Poseidon into another camp. He urged him not to create any chaotic so-called troubles. Otherwise, the outcome would be self-evident, and it would be difficult to end well. Poseidon, you're just pretending to be playful now. What do you want to do? Don't you know in your heart? Everyone in the academy knows there is a Titan giant hidden within. This Titan giant ape is the treasure of our entire academy. And you Westerners actually joined forces with YanLing to attack it, which shows that YanLing is indeed a sycophant of the West. Why would you target our academy's mascot? Don't you know that the Titan giant ape maintains the fortune of the entire academy? Zhao Wuji began to argue vehemently, trying to smear YanLing. At this moment, he didn't even know how it came to this, even bringing up so-called family grievances and national hatred. He pointed at YanLing, accusing him of being a disgraceful traitor, and YanLing was completely stunned upon hearing this. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Was Zhao Wuji out of his mind? YanLing tightly gripped his fist, biting down on his back teeth. He never expected that Zhao Wuji would elevate the so-called moral high ground to such a level. What was he talking about with family grievances and national hatred? How did it come to such a serious situation? Zhao Wuji, stop talking nonsense. The fact that the Titan has stayed in the academy for a day is a threat to the safety of the entire academy. What so-called mascot? What so-called family grievances? Don't bring up these territorial issues between the Western and Eastern worlds. Poseidon and Harris are able to help me because they see me as a person of potential. Otherwise, given their identities as gods, how could they look at me? You should think about what the situation really is, why it has come to such a serious state. What I want to do is significant. Don't obstruct me. I hope you can understand. YanLing truly hated Zhao Wuji. He never imagined that in just a few words, he would be placed in the position of a traitor, accused of colluding with foreign enemies. Yes, it was somewhat true. Poseidon and Harris were indeed beings from the West. YanLing belonged to the Eastern world, and the two were not from the same world. They actually united to resist something from the Eastern world, which was clearly akin to a traitor during the anti-Japanese war, leading the Japanese into the city to plunder. Am I wrong? I am absolutely correct. The Titan giant ape is the mascot of our Eastern world. Why would you join forces with Westerners to attack it? Are you harboring ulterior motives? Or has your conscience been buried deep within you? Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth fiercely at this, feeling that YanLing in front of him was simply an absurd clown. He couldn't possibly use all his strength to help YanLing, and moreover, if the Titan giant ape were truly exposed, his charges of embezzlement would definitely be solidified. The millions allocated to him each year from the upper echelons of Douluo would certainly be investigated thoroughly, so he had no choice but to obstruct YanLing, ensuring he didn't create any useful situation. What a brat. There's nothing left to discuss, right? Fine, let's take action. Whoever shows even a hint of cowardice is a dog of a mother. With a swoosh, YanLing directly tightened his grip on the dominating dragon fist and charged at Zhao Wuji. At this moment, his eyes were bright and focused, as if in the next instant, the flames would shoot forth like auspicious fire. At this moment, he realized one crucial point. No matter how advanced the technique or martial art, if one doesn't unleash their true abilities, everything is meaningless. Even if something is great, it must be practiced. Otherwise, if knowledge and action cannot be unified, then it's all nonsense. Understanding how something should operate must translate into action. Otherwise, everything is up for debate. Zhao Wuji, not to be outdone, knew that as a vice president, he couldn't allow YanLing, a mere elementary student, to knock him down. So at this moment, he formed a powerful encirclement, deploying a shield-like formation around him. He knew that the power of the dominating dragon fist depended on its attack speed. And after Zhao Wuji deployed a shield, he could absorb and convert all the harm, then return it to YanLing. Thus, it was merely a battle of spear and shield, engaging in a series of twists and turns. YanLing saw that he couldn't break through Zhao Wuji's shell. At this moment, he stepped onto a piece of invisible air brick beneath his feet. Chapter 162. Onlookers then, a 360-degree spinning kick came in, directly aimed at Zhao Wuji's head. This kick was fast, accurate, and fierce. If it hit Zhao Wuji's back of the head, it would surely cause him to drop dead on the spot. However, the reason it didn't was simple. Zhao Wuji's defense had reached its peak. Prior to this, he had transformed the series of disturbances into a turtle shell state, acting like a typical turtle with its head withdrawn, and no one could break through his barrier. If anyone could, it would have to be Poseidon and Hades attacking simultaneously. At this moment, the other two were merely onlookers, watching the show from the sidelines. In fact, Poseidon even pulled out some sunflower seeds from his pocket and shared them with Hades, thinking that this performance was simply spectacular. Who do you think will win this match? Poseidon asked. I have a lot of confidence in YanLing, sure. The power of the dragon fist isn't that great, but if those three martial skills hit, they could easily take this kid's life. Poseidon offered a very reasonable opinion, believing that YanLing would definitely win. He thought that even someone as powerful as Bibi Dong could take YanLing as a disciple. So even the most formidable characters would likely give him some respect and try not to reveal too much. Don't speak too confidently. I actually think Zhao Wuji's defense isn't weak at all. Right now, he's on the defensive, but if he attacks later, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's unfortunate that things have reached such an inexplicable state, making it even harder to articulate. Hades furrowed his brows, observing YanLing. Although he felt that YanLing's offensive was too fierce, the more aggressive he became, the more he noticed the flaws in his approach. In contrast, Zhao Wuji was conserving all his energy, waiting for a lethal counterattack. If YanLing continued his series of attacks and ran out of strength, Zhao Wuji would definitely turn the tables and crush him decisively. YanLing saw that the two people he thought would be his allies were now just spectators, and he was about to spit blood in frustration. He never imagined that these two guys would be so unhelpful. They had just agreed to stand on the same battlefield. So why were they acting so disorganized now? Why were these two so disappointing? At this moment, YanLing shouted angrily at Poseidon and Hades. What are you two doing standing there? Hurry up and come over. It's already this late, and you're still wasting time. Get over here and help me. YanLing was so frustrated that he felt like he might bite his teeth to pieces. He never expected that the two helpers he invited would just watch from the sidelines, making him want to cry. Things had reached such a critical point. Why create so much unnecessary chaos? At this time, the tumult on the rooftop of the teaching building left most students staring in disbelief. They never expected that the once amiable YanLing and Vice Principal Zhao Wuji would suddenly start fighting. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted, creating a strong tornado on the rooftop and forming a perfect barrier. The clouds above the barrier were in chaos, as if they were about to rain at any moment. What is happening on the rooftop? Isn't that our Vice Principal Zhao Wuji? And the other one is YanLing. Why are they fighting? According to logic, YanLing was just a student, while Zhao Wuji was clearly the vice principal. Their ranks were different. Why was there hostility? I don't think they have any real hatred towards each other. It should just be a martial arts competition. After all, both of them are experts. Even though Zhao Wuji is older, YanLing has considerable skills too. When you compare the two, it's bound to be an interesting match. If you think about it this way, it makes sense. Since things have reached this point, there's no need to complicate matters further. The students below were pointing and discussing among themselves. It seemed they all had their own opinions about this battle, and they felt curious as to why such a seasoned middle-aged man like Zhao Wuji would attack a young man in his 20s like YanLing. It was clearly a sparring match, with no deep-seated enmity involved. In reality, they didn't know that this was a conflict of interests. Zhao Wuji wanted to conceal the embezzlement of several million, while YanLing wanted to expose the Titan giant ape. However, YanLing had no idea that bringing out the Titan giant ape would definitely damage the surrounding buildings and incur various repair costs for the academy. One was motivated by money, while the other sought to eliminate a threat to the academy. In simpler terms, both had their own selfish motives. To put it nicely, YanLing wanted to eliminate the threat posed by the Titan giant ape to the academy, while Zhao Wuji, in his own eloquent way, argued that exposing the Titan giant ape would lead to a series of disturbances, and if innocent students were harmed, it would be difficult to explain. At this moment, both were engaged in a struggle of hearts, both driven by their own selfish desires. As YanLing urged them to act, Poseidon and Hades found themselves unable to move. They were caught in a dilemma. In truth, the situation they presented was not as straightforward as it seemed. If the circumstances were accurate, it could only be said that a series of complicated situations had arisen. Poseidon and Hades would not intervene because this was a battle between YanLing and Zhao Wuji. If they intervened, they would be labeled with a very serious tag: international conflict. Yes, that was correct. After all, this was an outsider attacking someone within the territory, and in such a severe situation. Chapter 163. Unconcerned and unaware if we really go on with the slaughter, we will surely be able to shatter the heads of our enemies. This is a struggle between two nations, and the stakes are incredibly high. So in the face of such a situation, even a fool can see who is right and who is wrong, who lives and who dies. YanLing, if you say that Poseidon and Hera are going to attack me, then this incident can be considered an escalation of conflict. I have said many times that they are people from the Western world, and now we are in an ancient Eastern country. You want outsiders to hunt down a local person like me. What is your purpose? Why are you doing this? Your situation is so obvious. I have no deep-seated hatred with you. You only need to give up the pursuit of the Titan giant ape, and you will be very stable in the entire Douluo Academy. After all, your master BB Dong and your so-called teacher Shrek have a lot of face on my side. I cannot do anything excessively to you, so just stop. Don't plan on pursuing the Titan giant ape, or I will definitely not let you go. Zhao Wuji was already feeling extremely scared. He had every reason to be afraid. If Poseidon and Hera were to attack him, then it would be 3 against 1. It wouldn't take long before they could kill him. The situation was very comfortable for them, like a big pancake. One person might take a long time to finish a bite, but 3 people would finish it in no time. And now this big pancake is equivalent to Zhao Wuji. Relying only on YanLing's power might be insufficient, but if more people join in, it would only take a moment to roast him on the fire and then shred him to pieces. So in the face of such a situation, even with Zhao Wuji's strength, he had to weigh his options carefully. What he was about to do was right or wrong, whether he could express it correctly or if it was just a chaotic mess. Less of your nonsense. I said I must kill the Titan giant ape, otherwise I have no reason to continue living in this world. I have already spoken, and I have gathered people. My goal is very simple. I must blow up the equipment on the Titan giant ape. Otherwise, I will not suffer any serious consequences. This is a well-established fact, and only I can act on this fact. YanLing presented his final ultimatum. If Zhao Wuji really wanted to play, then there was no need to get involved in too many matters. We have already reached such a point. Further entanglement would only make others think he was a joke. So in such a straightforward situation, there is no need to let others feel that he is so cheap. YanLing expressed it clearly. He just wanted to showcase this fact. No matter how good or grand a situation is, it is ultimately about fighting for profit. People die for wealth, birds die for food. YanLing just wants to kill the Titan giant ape, and then proceed with a series of equipment explosions. It's that simple, that obvious, that motivated by profit. Of course, YanLing would not know what Zhao Wuji was thinking next. After all, he was also fighting for so-called profit, and he had received funding from the upper echelons of Douluo worth tens of millions. Good kid, for equipment and upgrades. He doesn't even care about life and death. You really are quite capable. Well, since you intend to play this way, I don't need to get involved too much in your messy situation. If I were to express it further, it would only make others feel that it is a severe fact. Zhao Wuji's defenses were fully charged again. However, at this moment, it seemed he was extending his right hand, and a strong light was flashing in his palm. This was the third soul ring, a very prominent presence in the entire Douluo continent. In the past, Tang San had learned this move from Zhao Wuji. It was one of Zhao Wuji's ultimate techniques. Zhao Wuji wanted to deal with YanLing quickly. The situation had reached a boiling point. YanLing would not change his thoughts just because of a few words from Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji felt that he had to have a good confrontation with YanLing today, regardless of what backing he had, such as BB Dong or Shrek. What was presented was already a joke. What? Zhao Wuji intends to kill? If we don't act now, we might really let YanLing lose his life here. I didn't expect their hatred to reach such a level. What should we do? Should we help? Don't dawdle, what are you waiting for? Poseidon was already in a panic, as he had a certain fondness for YanLing. He felt that the Tang San of that year was just a small character who gradually grew up, even being expelled from his Master S school and slowly growing to take revenge. But now, YanLing's existence truly made Zhao Wuji's shining points appear like a joke. Fine. Since Zhao Wuji is determined to kill, BB Dong felt that there was no need to hesitate. A talent like YanLing is truly hard to come by. If we let him show his brilliance and then crush in the cradle, that would definitely be a loss. At this moment, Harris, who originally had some opinions about YanLing, also expressed his agreement. He didn't say anything, but he felt that if Zhao Wuji really intended to kill YanLing, Poseidon should help him. They shouldn't let this talent fall. At this point, Harris straightforwardly said, "Well, since you want to take action, go ahead." Chapter 164 Different Positions. If Zhao Wuji dares to make a move against you, I will definitely act. However, if he charges at YanLing and you go to block him, then all the consequences will be borne by you. I do not wish to be too involved with YanLing, nor do I want to be tangled up in any of this messy business. Harris's attitude is very clear. He wants to stay out of it. Although he has a warm heart and loves money, that does not mean he will fight for his own sense of righteousness. If Poseidon didn't have to be associated with YanLing, he wouldn't need to get too involved with him. The situation is already like this, and there are no broken facts showing any bright spots. It has reached a highly intense stage. I say, you two really don't plan to help me, do you? I treated you both so well before, and today I came to ask for your assistance, not to have you sit back and watch the show. Why are you just standing there? Come over and help me. I am no match for Zhao Wuji alone. Can't you see that? Are you blind? YanLing was almost jumping up in excitement. He didn't expect these two guys to be so weak. What exactly do they want to do? What are they thinking? He kindly brought these two over, but didn't expect them to have such an attitude now. What is going on? Do they have a problem with their heads or their nervous systems? The situation has reached this point, and yet they still want to quibble over trivial matters? Come on, get over here and help. Why waste time? Hurry up. Should we just go ourselves? Otherwise, YanLing will really get angry later. Look at him. It seems he carries all our skills. We should help him. Otherwise, if that Titan ape really kills him, we won't get any good equipment. Poseidon's expression was quite troubled because he knew that if they didn't act soon, YanLing would definitely suffer. After all, Zhao Wuji is a vice principal. Even if YanLing is powerful, even if he has a twin martial soul, he is still only at an elementary stage. He hasn't reached an advanced stage yet. And this problem is evident to many people. If they keep dragging out these trivial matters, it will only make others see it as a huge joke. Just surviving on the same battlefield is already quite good, but now there are so many ridiculous things that are hard to watch. It's really quite funny. Poseidon's attitude was very firm. He felt that if Harris didn't act soon, he would definitely go himself. YanLing was one of the connections between them, and if they didn't act, it would only let others see the broken and pitiful things. Out of sight, out of mind. Harris's attitude remained cold and indifferent. He didn't want to waste any more words. When he looked at Poseidon, he noticed that this guy's skin was a deep blue. No wonder he's called the sea god. He looked down at his own skin and found that it was a deep green with a hint of purple. That's why he was called Hades. At this moment, Harris, who bore the title of Hades, sneered coldly. If you go up, I definitely won't. If we both go up, it would be an international dispute. We originally came from the Western world to learn in this Eastern ancient country. So why should we get involved in this series of conflicts? Are you out of your mind? I've already said that I'm here just to learn and travel. Once enough time has passed, I will go back. I don't want to be too involved with these people. It's useless to pressure me like this. Once you go, you go. Harris's stance was very clear. He didn't want to get involved with these bastards from the Eastern ancient country. Although he loved his own country and land, He had no interest in people from other nations. To put it bluntly, he had his own goals and plans for what he wanted to do next. The reason he could command such authority was due to these circumstances, allowing him to show his brilliance based on the principle of when in Rome, do as the Romans do. His performance here was quite evident. As long as it belonged to him, it was all benefits. But once it didn't belong to Harris, he felt that retreating entirely was the most perfect plan. All right, since your stance is so clear, let me tell you a more obvious story. If YanLing fails, we will definitely face a significant threat. Think about it. In this Eastern ancient country, we can live quite well only because YanLing supports us. If he doesn't help us, then living in this world has no meaning at all. Don't you want to see how these facts will present themselves more easily? Poseidon's face no longer wore the previous playful smile. Instead, it was filled with coldness and ruthlessness. He looked at Harris and made the facts very clear. Politically speaking, they were quite powerful. Facing such a situation made it hard for others to understand the nature of the facts, which would only make people see it as a joke of broken plans. Therefore, when these cautious and meticulous matters could not showcase their smallness, those who could help YanLing would bring enormous benefits to their future and prospects. After all, they were all in the same boat. If someone fell off this boat, they would definitely be eaten by the sharks underwater. And this shark was Zhao Wuji. He was blocking YanLing's next moves because their positions were different. This was a struggle between two sides to see who was stronger, who had more power, and who had more courage. YanLing's overlord fist had no real power. It was just a fleeting moment in the midst of rising winds and swirling clouds. Chapter 165. Blood Demon Emperor. The Blood Demon Emperor relentlessly pursued Zhao Wuji. But before he could strike, the situation was already suppressed in its infancy. Zhao Wuji's defenses were simply too strong. On the other hand, YanLing was feeling a severe headache. He understood that each strike against the iron body could shatter his skull into pieces. Stop wasting time. Hurry up. Zhao Wuji is about to exhaust all my stamina. And you're just sitting there doing nothing? Are you out of your mind? YanLing felt utterly helpless and couldn't comprehend what Poseidon and Harris were thinking. Didn't they agree to stand on the same front? Why were they still dragging their feet? It was truly ridiculous. Poseidon charged forward, while Harris remained still. At that moment, Poseidon concentrated all his power into his hands, forming a powerful dagger made of deep green and bluish hues. This dagger transformed into a sharp blade, attacking the surrounding air, which formed a blue encirclement on the ground. Eventually, it created a cloud, and after a whirlwind, it directly formed a tornado that surrounded YanLing, presenting a powerful shield in front of him. Zhao Wuji was taken aback. He didn't expect Poseidon to take action and to use his so-called sea god power. The immense sea god power enveloped YanLing, lifting him to the clouds. At that moment, YanLing felt like a deity, looking down at the people below like they were ants. He finally understood that Poseidon was not just a figurehead. He had actually reached the third tier of weaponry with his so-called sea god power, propelling him to the clouds, creating a formidable threat to Zhao Wuji. No matter how powerful Zhao Wuji was, he couldn't possibly maximize his defensive shield. He would have to strike back. As expected, just as Poseidon had predicted, Zhao Wuji formed a defensive shield and extended a very sharp dagger towards YanLing in the sky. He knew that if YanLing's downward attack caused him damage, it could be a fatal blow. It was akin to a flying kick falling from a high place, capable of crushing a person into a state of half-life. Damn it, I didn't expect Zhao Wuji to be so clever. If YanLing had dived down just now, Zhao Wuji would have definitely been dead. Now it seems this guy chose to strike first because he thinks I pose no real threat to him. Fine, since this kid thinks my sea god power is useless, I'll assist YanLing a bit more. Poseidon circled around and flew up to the clouds, activating the sea god power once again. He absorbed the spirits of all things, and the sea's power manifested as a giant spirit before everyone. With the sea god power, Poseidon bestowed it upon a giant, who appeared as an old man with a deep blue body, golden hair, and glowing blue eyes. He looked down at everyone like a wisp of blue smoke, holding a trident in his hand. At first glance, he resembled a fishing expert, charging towards YanLing, seemingly about to stab him. However, just as the trident was about to pierce YanLing, it transformed into a beam of light and merged with him. At that moment, YanLing felt an unprecedented surge of power enveloping him. Zhao Wuji was quick to react, arriving at YanLing's side. YanLing understood what Poseidon was doing with his so-called technique. With a loud bang, the two forces clashed, causing both YanLing and Poseidon to be pushed back. while Zhao Wujie was sent flying nearly 100,000 miles away. This distance was equivalent to traveling from the eastern Douluo continent to the distant western world. Zhao Wujie was thrown away, but being the vice principal of the Douluo Academy, he couldn't simply give up due to this attack. At that moment, he quickly used his mental energy to return to the Douluo Academy, feeling utterly humiliated. At that moment, all the students of Douluo Academy had gathered on the playground, watching a magnificent image appear on the rooftop. The original spirit of sea god Poseidon had emerged, and YanLing had merged with the sea god power, becoming a super-enhanced vessel before everyone. On the opposing side stood Harris, who appeared to be watching the show, indifferent and dismissive, not taking it seriously at all. But Zhao Wujie was truly gritting his teeth in anger. He quickly performed a spell and shouted towards the sky. Suddenly, a pair of red wings burst forth from Zhao Wujie's back, causing chaos wherever they spread. Everyone's eyes were momentarily blinded, even though it was just for an instant. When the light faded, the wings had transformed into a soft crimson hue. Wow, I can't believe it. Zhao Wujie, the vice principal, has summoned the Blood Demon Emperor. He's using all his power to counter the sea god power. Incredible. It seems this match will be remembered in the history of Douluo Academy. What? The Blood Demon Emperor has actually possessed Zhao Wujie? This major spirit is truly formidable. Unbelievable. It seems that Douluo Academy is quite united. YanLing is actually teaming up with the gods of the West to confront the Eastern world. No wonder the Blood Demon Emperor is making such a powerful appearance. The entire sky had transformed into two colors, blue and red, slicing through the heavens like a vast expanse of land, dazzling everyone who looked up. Chapter 166. Confrontation. At this moment, far away in the distance, Principal Flanders saw blue and red appearing on the horizon. He thought to himself that something bad was happening. Zhao Wujie, this kid, must be causing trouble at the school while he, the principal, was away. What didn't he expect was that the one daring to challenge him was actually a junior student under his own command. Although this junior student was a disciple of Bibi Dong and came from Shrek Academy, he was actually able to compete with Zhao Wujie in a test of strength. This made the situation increasingly interesting, so Flander, neglecting any other matters, quickly rode a horse towards his academy. On Bibi Dong's side, she sensed the energy fluctuations around her. Since leaving Douluo Academy, she had been busy working on her own territory for several days. Unexpectedly, the abnormal energy fluctuations that day also alerted her to the troubling situation. So, she hurriedly rushed towards Douluo Academy. Meanwhile, Shrek originally intended to analyze the body of the Golden Sacred Dragon. After all, the Golden Sacred Dragon had been on the brink of death since falling from the sky. However, before he could figure out what was going on, chaotic events had already begun to unfold. At this point, Shrek felt a headache coming on, especially as he sensed the unusual energy fluctuations around him. Originally reluctant to intervene, he quickly rushed out. Upon seeing what was happening, Shrek was startled. The ground had turned into an invisible silence, and a blue and a red light split the entire sky into clear distinctions. Was this a battle of gods? How could such a significant event occur while he had been absent for just a couple of days? Who dared to cause such chaos at Douluo Academy? He wanted to see where this audacity came from. Clenching his fists, Shrek looked up and discovered two figures on the rooftop of the teaching building, Poseidon and Zhao Wujie. Moreover, YanLing seemed to embody Poseidon's will, appearing as Poseidon himself, alongside another person, Harris. Shrek was astonished that YanLing had the audacity to confront Zhao Wujie, a mere junior student challenging the vice principal. This was remarkable. It truly was impressive. Shrek thought to himself about how this spectacle had come to be. He reached the base of the teaching building and couldn't he help but give a thumbs up to YanLing, never expecting that this guy, the disciple of Bibi Dong, would have the guts to stand up to Vice Principal Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie was indeed tough-headed. How could this kid, who was not afraid of tigers, dare to confront him head-on? This situation was getting more and more interesting. Shrek, who was previously fuming, quickly took out his cigarettes and sunflower seeds. Settling in to watch the show, Harris, looking down from the rooftop, realized that Shrek was quite the entertainer. In his own academy, his former leader, Vice Principal Zhao Wujie, was being pushed to the brink of defeat by YanLing, while Shrek was merely watching the drama unfold below without stepping in to help. It made Harris wonder if Shrek had some grievances against Zhao Wujie, perhaps because Zhao Wujie hadn't been paying him. At this thought, Harris couldn't help but smile wryly. He thought, here was Shrek, a teacher, not even stepping in and expecting him, a so-called Western god, to help out at Douluo Academy? What a joke. The Earth was being affected by the two energy fluctuations, creating a series of indelible impacts. At this moment, the blue and red factions stood in stark opposition. Poseidon transformed into a top-tier primordial spirit, standing behind YanLing, ready to shield him from harm. It seemed that even if YanLing didn't win, he would likely come out of this conflict relatively unscathed. On the other hand, Zhao Wujie appeared to be preparing for a direct confrontation. At this moment, he felt his wings behind him beginning to expand once again. And sure enough, amidst the thunder and lightning, a deafening crack of thunder resonated, illuminating the entire land in deep red. In this instant, Zhao Wujie's wings grew larger, transforming into flames of the world, soaring into the sky. A top-tier fire phoenix stood behind him, representing the ancient spirits of the Eastern nations, now under Zhao Wujie's command. The onlookers were utterly astonished, as they hadn't anticipated that this battle had escalated to an international level. If YanLing were to win, he would be accused of being a traitor, having relied on the power of Western deities to defeat Zhao Wujie from the Eastern world. Unexpectedly, even at this moment, it seemed that YanLing had been holding back. His own abilities were not lacking at all. The reason he initially chose to defend might have been to conserve strength for a counterattack. Zhao Wujie truly was cunning. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, YanLing felt as though he might have been tricked, as his initial dragon punch had been too powerful, nearly exhausting his internal energy. Kid, don't forget, I am the vice principal of Douluo Academy. I didn't reach this position by mere flattery. I possess formidable abilities myself. Otherwise, it would be a joke for others to see. Well, it has come to this. I have nothing more to say to you, and the outcome is quite evident. If I can't showcase my abilities now, it will only make me look like a laughingstock. Having reached this level, any further words would make me seem like a babbler. Let's see your moves. No more hesitation. The time for a decisive battle has come. Show no mercy. Zhao Wujie was engulfed in a steam of energy, a rough flame igniting his hair. His originally dark hair turned blood red, resembling the reincarnation of Neza. Chapter 167. Red and blue duel within his eyes. Flashes of red erupted, and he understood that it had finally exploded forth. He was furious and felt that he must regain his face today. A dignified YanLing, a mere primary student, actually dared to bring him, the vice principal, to such a lowly state. Thus, having reached this point, fueled by anger and shame, YanLing had become Zhao Wujie's greatest resentment, compared to the hatred of killing one's father or the grudge of stealing one's wife. YanLing had now become the scum in Zhao Wujie's eyes, one that he was ready to behead at any moment. Poseidon was also taken aback, as he never expected Zhao Wujie to unleash all his power to strangle them. He had only sided with YanLing due to some disagreements regarding the Titan giant ape. How did it escalate to a life-and-death struggle? Now Poseidon was regretting it a bit. This trouble caused by YanLing could lead to his downfall. If YanLing failed, his status as the chosen one would definitely suffer, and if Bibidong were to blame him later, Poseidon would certainly not escape her punishment. At this moment, Poseidon found himself on the stage, forced to take the next step. With no other choice and feeling helpless, having reached such a critical juncture, Poseidon decided to fully assist YanLing. Even if his divine power was shattered, he would ensure that YanLing understood how to integrate and manage these circumstances. Zhao Wujie was enveloped in crimson flames, creating a pattern of a fire phoenix that shimmered in the sky, while the ground was scorched to a fiery red. If the normal temperature was around 17 or 18 degrees, Zhao Wujie's energy had raised the entire ground to nearly 400 or 500 degrees. Fortunately, everyone at the Dual Academy was not ordinary mortals. Otherwise, this temperature alone would have turned them into roasted corpses. With intense heat comes cooling, and Poseidon was not idle. He used all his divine power to envelop YanLing and seal off everything. At this moment, the two forces had already begun to enhance each other. The frozen 10,000 miles was Poseidon's top skill, and just as YanLing was about to be roasted by the intense flames, he suddenly felt a wave of coolness envelop him. He turned to see Poseidon standing behind him, forming a peak-level divine presence. Looking up at the sky, the clouds were swirling, and at that moment, snowflakes began to fall from the heavenly line above YanLing. This was a battle between ice and fire, a contest between blue and red, a clash between justice and morality. There was no evil, no good or bad people. This was a war between morality and justice, with Zhao Wujie representing justice and YanLing representing morality. There was no right or wrong. Whoever could win would be the protagonist of this academy. The show had begun, and this great battle was about to erupt, certain to end in mutual destruction. At this point, only the old principal, Flender or Bibidong, and the previous top figure who had left the academy, Tang San, could quell this blinding wrath. YanLing fought for what he called justice, believing that the Titan giant ape must be killed, not for any other reason, but to obtain equipment and ensure the safety of the students. Not wanting to lose so many ordinary students' names each year, he was determined to slay the Titan giant ape. On the other hand, Zhao Wuji believed that just the maintenance costs and bringing out the Titan giant ape, in case it damaged buildings, would be quite a significant expense. So, at this moment, he was also fighting for so-called morality. The two forces clashed without either side retreating. They merely felt numerous flickering points of light around them, unable to combine into anything coherent. The so-called chaotic situation had become very complex, leaving people puzzled as to why it had come to this. At this moment, in this powerful battle between ice and fire, the students below had split into two major camps. Those who liked the heat gathered around Zhao Wuji, while those who preferred the cold moved towards YanLing. The blue and red factions were clearly divided. It was truly unexpected. Who would have thought that just because of a Titan giant ape, so many chaotic issues would arise? One wondered where Zhao Wuji got such determination to confront YanLing head-on. This kid merely wanted to kill the Titan giant ape. How did he provoke Zhao Wuji's obstruction? Was there some hidden truth behind it? On the rooftop stood 4 people. Aside from the 3 engaged in battle, Harris stood there with his arms crossed, watching the show. He initially did not want to get too involved, but now he found himself inexplicably drawn into the situation. Below, the students looked at him as if he were a joke. Yes, between ice and fire, 2 dividing lines had emerged, and Harris stood right in the middle of them. One moment it was cold, the next hot. His face would turn pale, then red, as if he were changing faces. However, Harris felt indifferent. He was the god of the underworld and would surely not be affected by the extremes of cold and heat. He had come to the Dual Academy merely to gild himself, and once that was done, he would turn and leave. These matters would have no necessary relation to him. Thus, he felt no need to engage further with either side. Instead, he looked at Poseidon, wondering how he would resolve this. The situation had escalated to such a severe and heated stage. He thought to himself that Poseidon must have a tough time ahead if Zhao Wuji shattered his divine power. The consequences would be unimaginable. The 2 powerful energies were slowly pushing forward, step by step, showcasing all the energy around them in full display. At this moment, YanLing felt that he could not escape. He was trapped. Chapter 168, Power of the Sea God versus Fire Phoenix. Zhao Wuji felt that this matter must end in life and death. Having become so powerful, with such a vast aura, even the Fire Phoenix had been summoned, and the power of the sea god had also been drawn out by Poseidon. The contest between ice and fire had officially begun, producing a series of dramatic sounds on the earth, creating bizarre phenomena that could no longer settle down. One slash after another, cutting the earth as if it were cleaving a fissure. It was truly unsightly. Make your move. What are you hesitating for? Your power of the sea god can counter my Fire Phoenix, but I don't believe either of us can win or lose. If it truly comes to a mutual destruction, I hope that the lives of the 2 of us can be remembered in the history of the Douluo Academy. Zhao Wuji coldly smiled, his expression suggesting that he had placed life and death aside. He felt that he would definitely meet a bad end, so at this moment, the series of flashes he displayed in front of YanLing indicated that he was no longer afraid of death. He had placed life and death beyond his concerns. The fact that he was still alive only showed that he was a person fighting for so-called righteousness. He felt he was not wrong, that he was on the side of justice, and he did not consider himself evil. Although he was someone who very much wanted to embezzle the money from the upper echelons of Douluo, he believed that as long as the Titan giant ape did not appear, there would not be so many casualties, so he felt helpless. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath and was determined to confront YanLing head-on, believing that he was in the right. Where do you get the courage to challenge me like this? Why not just admit defeat? What are you dragging this out for? We reached this point. Wasting more time is bad for both of us. Enough with the theatrics. Stop making it so awkward. Do you understand? Got it. YanLing hoped Zhao Wuji would bow his head, even just once. If he did, YanLing could regain his face. As long as he could regain face, there would be a chance to turn things around. If face could be regained, everything would have a new opportunity. YanLing believed that if he bowed his head, there was no need to escalate to mutual destruction. Moreover, YanLing himself possessed a powerful dual martial soul, and who knows, perhaps in the next moment, he could reach Tang San's level, even if he was still just starting out without causing a series of impacts. After all, there was no need to make things too embarrassing, so there was no need to involve too many people. There was also no need for excessive talk. But Zhao Wujia's attitude was to fight to the end, preferring to die for his beliefs. He was willing to face the imminent danger of being smashed to pieces. But he had to know how this would ultimately end. There was no other way. YanLing felt that this matter had already begun. Any chance of reversal had been cut off, so it was what it was. One side among them would inevitably die. The powerful was slowly pushing forward, and YanLing could already sense that Zhao Wujia would not stop until one of them was dead. There was no turning back, so he had to make his move. Poseidon had transformed into a great primordial spirit standing behind YanLing, providing him with a powerful guarantee. At this moment, even if Zhao Wujia wanted to put YanLing to death, he certainly couldn't do it in one go. So in the face of such a determination, Zhao Wujia had no other choice. If it came to mutual destruction, so be it. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling wave of light appeared before YanLing, forming a shield that revealed a large triangle. At that moment, YanLing directly merged the triangle into his hand, and in an instant he slashed it down, forming a large crescent formula. This created a strong ripple directed at half the sky, known as the Thunder Half-Moon Slash. However, YanLing's Half-Moon Slash was not the legendary Thunder Half-Moon Slash. It was merely an initial form of the Half-Moon Slash, and its power was not very great, but also not weak. The Half-Moon Slash drew a crescent shape in the sky and directly swept toward Zhao Wujia. The blue stripes in the sky formed a semicircular shape, contrasting with Zhao Wujia's red half of the sky, creating a new half-circle. Clearly, the power of the Half-Moon Slash was considerable, directly causing a large crescent-shaped crack in Zhao Wujia's half of the sky. The ground trembled, and the sky repeatedly shattered. This crescent-like phenomenon directly formed a broken trace in the air. Zhao Wujia's side of the sky had already developed a gaping hole, and stardust was falling down in a cascade. Who would have thought that the heavens could truly be shattered, and all of this was done by YanLing? Who could imagine that this young man, barely in his 20s, could perform such a powerful feat? Of course, these events were only possible because he had the support of a deity like Poseidon. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to execute such a powerful maneuver. Zhao Wujia held his breath and took 2 steps back, but soon a very strong ripple appeared in the sky again. Quickly, after activating his will, he restored the red half of the sky to perfection. At this moment, YanLing also understood that the falling stars in the sky represented the energy fluctuations between the two sides. Simply put, whoever had more fragments falling from the sky was closer to victory or defeat. These falling stars, although they seemed few, would, upon landing, be as large as a house, crashing down and creating a semicircular crater on the ground. At this moment, the students of Douluo Academy, witnessing this scene, retreated significantly, for they understood that what they were about to face would not be as obvious as it seemed. Chapter 169. All around at this point, there was nothing more to say. Zhao Wujia originally did not want to damage the buildings in the academy. However, he felt that YanLing's actions were simply too extreme. Since it had come to this, there was no need to involve too many people. Unexpectedly, you really plan to strike hard, right? You really want to turn this Douluo Academy into a complete mess, don't you? YanLing, have you really decided to do this? Or do you only want to act if something goes wrong? Zhao Wujia looked at the scattered objects falling from the sky and found it extremely funny. He hadn't expected to see such chaotic situations unfold before him. It was as if he couldn't open his eyes, and these unexplainable facts were laid out in front of him like a bizarre net, impossible to escape. Yet now, it had transformed from formless to form. Clearly, at this moment, under the blessing of the sea god's power, his eyes and the condition of his entire body had turned light blue. At this moment, he resembled a cannonball submerged in seawater, officially emerging before him. Waves of blue light flashed, and at the end of this light wave was a tattered scene that was blinding. Zhao Wujia, this is clearly self-inflicted. Why are you blaming me now? You should blame yourself. If it weren't for you causing trouble here, I could have killed this Titan great ape. Now you turn around and blame me. You really are blind to the situation. YanLing tightly clenched his fists, empowered by the sea god's power. With a single punch from the dragon overlord fist, he could unleash cannonball-like power, reducing the entire Douluo Academy to ashes. But he didn't do it, as he clearly felt that all the power within him was like a wave that couldn't be cut through. The battle had already reached a fever pitch, like a bizarre spectacle that could no longer be displayed. At this moment, YanLing clearly sensed that Zhao Wujia had nowhere to retreat. He too had no way out. These two forces represented the final battle between red and blue. Zhao Wujia fought for so-called righteousness, while YanLing fought for so-called justice. The two forces could no longer be separated in the sky. If they merged, it would be inseparable. Cut the nonsense. Your crescent slash just now was indeed powerful, but it was nothing to me. Look up at the sky. At this moment, the sky has been torn open and has been restored. How is that? It clearly doesn't allow you to achieve anything significant. Do you feel regret? Zhao Wujie merely waved his hand lightly, restoring the gaping hole in the sky that had been created by the crescent slash. At that moment, the sky filled with brilliant stars instantly turned into a bright blue sky with white clouds floating by. It was as if nothing had happened. Everything was calm. When YanLing saw this scene, he was truly astonished. He hadn't expected Zhao Wujie's abilities to be so formidable. It seemed that the ordinary crescent slash could not cut through his sky, and YanLing's blue boundary line, wanting to go further, could only be obstructed by the red, preventing the blue side from making further plans. Unexpectedly, your abilities, Zhao Wujie, are indeed quite precious. I only advise you this. It doesn't matter if your sky is repaired. But look at your chest. That blue halo is a gift for me. How about that? Useful or not? At this moment, YanLing pointed toward Zhao Wujie, noticing a flash of blue light in front of him. This was a perfect gift that YanLing had given to Zhao Wujie. Once this gift exploded, even if Zhao Wujie floated in the air, he would definitely be knocked down, as there were no buildings supporting them below. All they had were their fighting spirit incarnations. This fighting spirit merged all their powers in the air, allowing them to float like carefree clouds. This is why YanLing had the confidence and courage to speak such nonsensical words. Of course, the outcome might be quite obvious, but the purpose was also very powerful, because YanLing needed to carry out a series of roundabout transformations to break Zhao Wujie down. However, since he had already warned him, Zhao Wujie felt there was no need to be afraid of YanLing's little trick. At this moment, he simply flicked the blue light in his hand and tossed it into the distant sky. He dared not throw it into the academy, knowing that although this blue light seemed unremarkable, if it exploded, it could very well produce strange light effects that would lead to a series of small explosions. To be clear, this light, despite its small appearance, could indeed cut everything down and create an explosion, resulting in a mushroom cloud in the sky. Unexpectedly, you really kept a hand, didn't you? This thunder crescent slash is just a distraction, right? That blue light just now is your main act. But why did you have to warn me? Do you want to show mercy? I tell you, even if you show mercy to me, I will not show mercy to you, because I know that mercy towards enemies is cruelty to oneself. I do not want to be merciful to this enemy, nor do I want to be cruel to this chaos. I hope you do not create such bizarre situations anymore. Zhao Wujie truly laughed, a cold light blooming between his brows and eyes. His cold smile conveyed a very perfect situation when he revealed the result. It was already clear what he intended to do next. It was also quite clear that the situation had reached this stage, and if it were to be resolved by others, it would be impossible. Chapter 170. No grass grows after seeing it. It was truly a rather humorous oddity. YanLing couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that after going to such lengths to help Zhao Wujie, he would instead mock himself coldly. Such a reaction was simply incredibly amusing. How could he still be dawdling at this point, thinking he was someone easy to bully? The two forces continued to entangle, and at this moment, the power of the sea god had transformed into a powerful deity created by Poseidon. It stood behind YanLing like a statue, creating the appearance of a giant across the entire horizon. At this moment, everyone who witnessed this scene stopped in their tracks, realizing that there truly existed such top-tier deities in the Douluo continent. If that were the case, it was indeed quite an eye-opener. So at this time, YanLing didn't bother with any of the chaotic so-called situations. He merely smiled casually and tossed aside the tangled facts in his hand. After another swirl of turmoil, YanLing had already figured out how to write a few key words. So at this moment, he simply smiled slightly and presented everything before him. He was unsure of what the next correct action should be, and he felt somewhat at a loss. He needed to understand one main point: what truly useful things could be done next. He didn't want to end up in an embarrassing situation, not knowing how to wrap things up. If that happened, it would leave everyone wondering how to proceed correctly. YanLing slightly raised his hand and grasped the so-called light energy in his palm. At that moment, he realized that he seemed to have never lost from the beginning. If he had really lost so thoroughly, it would have been quite an eye-opener. At this moment, the light began to flow gradually from between his nails, and this light was slowly causing his nails to grow longer and sharper. If YanLing chose to extend his hand slightly at this time, he could completely eradicate all the chaotic circumstances before him. However, YanLing had no intention of doing so. Instead, he calmly lowered his head. In lowering his head, YanLing had already surpassed Zhao Wuji by a significant margin. He looked down at Zhao Wuji, who had a series of cracks appearing on his face. It seemed that this guy had officially become demonized. It was no wonder. After the Blood Demon Emperor possessed him, a blazing blood phoenix emerged, which was equivalent to a genuine fire phoenix. The energy generated was entirely different. Think about it. Although both the blood phoenix and the fire phoenix were phoenixes, one was made of blood and the other of flames. Under the influence of these two forces, it was as if a cannonball had struck him, leaving one wanting to close their eyes and not knowing how to act correctly. Do you really think you can handle me? I think you're completely useless. Haven't you figured it out yet? The reason I can stand at this position is that I have the ability to do so. As a vice principal, how could I be easily defeated by a student like you? If you have guts, don't move. Zhao Wuji had risen to another level. If just now there was a distance of several hundred meters between him and YanLing, now Zhao Wuji had flown nearly 1,000 meters into the air, looking down at YanLing below. He looked at YanLing with disbelief, seeing him as nothing more than a jumping clown. Even now, he was still engaging in all this chaotic nonsense. Was he still holding back? At this moment, Zhao Wuji decided not to bother with all the nonsense and aim for a quick resolution. The facts were very clear, and the situation was easy to understand and express. At this moment, YanLing had become Zhao Wuji's prey. Zhao Wuji directly infused all his power into his wings, forming a powerful flame. In the sky, a semicircle appeared, with a large circle below it. The sunlight shone through, revealing a dazzling spectacle. In an instant, a blindingly hot red light shot into the sky, resembling an uncut oddity, making YanLing forget how to articulate the situation. At this moment, although he knew he wouldn't be able to do anything useful next, he understood that these so-called facts were quite clear and there was no way around it. YanLing could only choose to revisit his thoughts. He had expected Zhao Wuji to be so ruthless. It seemed he intended to take his life next. If that were the case, it was quite bewildering, leaving him unsure of what to do next. I didn't expect you to use the super energy dynamic light wave. Fine, if that laser beam hits me, it might cause me to lose my life easily. But now it's different. The situation I face is very complex. You need to understand one harsh reality. The reason I am YanLing, and the reason Poseidon SC God Power helps me, is that I possess strong abilities. You should be careful here. Don't end up in an embarrassing situation. YanLing bit down on his back teeth, planning to close his eyes and enter a state of deep thought, as he knew these established facts were very obvious. If he created more trouble, it would be quite an embarrassment for everyone. He had forgotten how to articulate the situation, so faced with such facts, YanLing had forgotten what to do next. The situation was unfolding before him and was quite urgent. Zhao Wuji showed no mercy at this moment. His fingernails were growing wildly. Chapter 171. Crimson flames. It seemed that in the next moment, he would turn into a red-haired demon with disheveled hair, his eyes turning pitch black, looking at YanLing like a madman. You have a path to heaven, but refuse to take it. You head to hell without invitation. Speak. What do you want? Why are you doing this? Speak. Zhao Wuji had completely sealed his demonic side. Just as the saying goes, one cannot live without madness. At this moment, he was disregarding his own life and death, forgetting everything. But he knew what he wanted to do next, and so he stood up. Zhao Wuji had been lying flat, but now he finally stood up, stepping onto a cloud. One step at a time, he rushed towards YanLing, wielding a sharp steel knife aimed at YanLing's neck for a fatal strike. He wanted to sever YanLing's carotid artery and kill his entire family. But at this moment, he seemed to have somewhat overestimated himself. He also seemed to have overestimated his opponent, as two factors were presented before him. One was YanLing's powerful shield, which, under maximum enhancement, made him forget about any so-called peculiarities he should be performing next. At this moment, YanLing was an invisible threat to Zhao Wuji, who wanted to deliver a deadly blow. However, YanLing's blocks and defenses were already fully fortified. Under such overwhelming authority, YanLing had also forgotten what the correct path forward was. But when facing Zhao Wuji, YanLing suddenly woke up, because he knew that these established facts had been thoroughly presented before him. If he couldn't come up with these so-called peculiarities, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. There was no choice. It was quite helpless, and YanLing could only choose to compromise. There was no other way. Life is only one. Zhao Wuji wanted to deliver a fatal blow, and YanLing could only choose to evade in a series of movements. The light was like two invisible lasers, moving back and forth, and in an instant, it made the chaotic situation quite clear. At this moment, YanLing also understood that the situation was very solvable. Zhao Wujie was attacking, while YanLing was blocking, and his powerful defense created a series of ripples. In an instant, those chaotic peculiarities appeared before him, like dynamic light waves. So at this moment, YanLing realized that Zhao Wujie's trump card was only this much. Since this old man couldn't kill him, there was no need to show him any mercy. Thus, under such powerful fearlessness, Zhao Wujie directly dodged, as YanLing planned a series of counterattacks. The two of them moved as if stepping on the wind, one step after another, towards the rainbow in the sky. However, at this moment, there was no rainbow in the sky, just flames between the red and blue sides, creating a dazzling spectacle. Faced with this situation, YanLing also knew that the established facts were very evident. If he couldn't come up with anything more, it would be even more embarrassing. Unexpectedly, this kid actually dodged my fatal strike. Fine, he really has some skills. But I seem to have forgotten the most important thing. You don't seem to have any real effect on me at all. At this moment, Zhao Wujie realized that YanLing didn't have anything truly powerful or useful. He was merely clad in defensive armor. And the so-called power of the sea god was just the notion that the highest virtue is like water, which can facilitate action. At this moment, Poseidon had stopped speaking, as he had transformed into a great primordial spirit, standing behind YanLing to shield him from the wind and rain. Now, YanLing and Poseidon's state was one of mutual honor and mutual loss. To be formally and reasonably connected was to form a complete circle. If one were to talk about chaotic peculiarities again, it would be truly blind. Zhao Wujie initially could have killed YanLing with just one move. However, the reason he didn't was that he had the top-tier Poseidon providing support behind him. There was also a Hades standing on the balcony. Zhao Wujie was very clear. Even though Hades hadn't made a move, if he exerted all his strength to strike at Poseidon, then Hades would certainly intervene. There was no way around it. They were essentially on the same side. Zhao Wujie was truly afraid of both the wolf behind and the tiger ahead. When he prepared to deliver a fatal blow to YanLing, he always had a way whether YanLing would retaliate with a series of effective moves. If so, then this chaotic situation was indeed quite blinding. Zhao Wujie gritted his teeth fiercely, as he hadn't expected Poseidon and Hades to stand together with YanLing. How did this happen? These two deities merely came from the Western world to learn about Eastern culture. They would leave when the time came. Why were they meddling in YanLing's affairs? He couldn't understand, but Zhao Wujie was already in this position. There was no choice. He could only charge forward with a stiff upper lip. YanLing also gritted his teeth fiercely, and Zhao Wujie did the same. Both sides found each other unsatisfactory, and neither wanted to let the other off the hook. However, it seemed that all of this was of little use because the outcome was quite clear. The situation presented before them left others at a loss as to how to create so-called peculiarities. Faced with this situation, Zhao Wujie could only ponder whether this battle would indeed become so deadlocked. Thinking of this, Zhao Wujie felt quite a headache scratching the back of his head, only to find that there was nothing inside, just a bald head. YanLing, seeing signs of Zhao Wujie's cowardice, thought that this vice principal might really choose to back down and let himself kill the Titan giant ape. Thinking of this, YanLing also retracted 30% of his power. But he didn't expect that Zhao Wujie's expression would suddenly turn ecstatic, as he finally realized that YanLing had fallen for his trick. Chapter 172. Impossible to ascend in one step, he had already pushed the situation to a boiling point, so how could he choose to end it? With no other options, and feeling helpless, Zhao Wujie found himself on that stage. He had no choice but to proceed with the next cycle of reincarnation, feeling that there was no need to get involved in so many trivial matters. The facts were already established, and it was even more difficult to express the chaos. In this so-called serious situation, there was nothing else to do, and feeling helpless, Zhao Wujie chose to take action once again. Earlier, YanLing had chosen to relax, while Zhao Wujie was filled with a strong sense of tension and distance. He charged towards the clouds in the sky. At this moment, he summoned hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers. Of course, they all looked like him. Zhao Wujie's previous master might have been the Bodhi ancestor, but now, regardless of whether it was the Bodhi ancestor or the primordial heavenly sovereign, the situation was so confusing that no one knew what to do next. It was truly a headache, but no one dared to do anything to Zhao Wujie. YanLing could only choose to block once more, and Poseidon, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but laugh. He never expected that this laughter would be so exasperating. It felt like a headache. What was the point of getting involved in so many chaotic matters at this time? What a ridiculous situation. This guy actually used the technique of splitting himself. I didn't expect Zhao Wujia's skills to be so formidable. Was Principal Flanders' power really that profound? If that's the case, Zhao Wujia might be pretending to be weak to take advantage. If so, he would definitely replace Flanders in the future. This feels a bit ominous. It seems like I need to wait for the old principal to come back and discuss this properly. Shrek couldn't help but laugh. And it was a very manic laugh, because he hadn't expected this. The things appearing before him were truly astonishing. He initially thought that these situations could be presented in front of him, which would have been a perfect battle. However, didn't he expect that this battle would show signs of life and death? Logically speaking, YanLing following Zhao Wujia shouldn't have any deep-seated hatred. Why was it so frustrating and helpless now? Zhao Wujia could only grit his teeth and lash out at YanLing. Shrek quickly used his blocking token and waved vigorously at Zhao Wujia. At that moment, Zhao Wujia felt a headache coming on. He didn't expect to turn around and see Shrek's figure. He was really dumbfounded. Here he was, fighting with YanLing, and Shrek was just stirring up trouble from behind. What was he doing? Why was he treating this situation so chaotically? Shrek, are you crazy or what? You actually sided with YanLing. He is indeed your student, but right now he is my enemy. Do you think I want to make you pay for this? Zhao Wujia, with disheveled hair, like a red-haired demon, was furiously beating on Shrek. His words and tone indicated that he would never forgive Shrek. This time, he had to pay a painful price. Zhao Wujia and Shrek's teaching philosophies were fundamentally incompatible. The Shrek 7 had a certain status at the Dalu Academy, while Zhao Wujia, as a vice principal, had failed to educate a proper student. Logically speaking, Shrek should have replaced him, but Zhao Wujia's abilities were more outstanding, and his personal cultivation was even more remarkable. It was no wonder that Shrek hadn't replaced his position. However, due to Zhao Wujia's fight with YanLing, Shrek actually dared to meddle, which infuriated Zhao Wujia. They were originally competitors, and these chaotic and bizarre occurrences truly made things complicated. Yet, Shrek seemed to treat it as nothing serious, only smiling helplessly. He knew the outcome was already very clear. If he continued to create more bizarre situations, it would make people think he had a grudge against Zhao Wujia. So at this moment, Shrek began to smile playfully. Vice Principal, stop it. The world is already in chaos. The Academy has lost any glimmer of hope. Can't you see this teaching building? It's been smashed to pieces, and you still need to use funds to repair it. Don't think I don't know. The fact that you wouldn't let the Titan Giant ape out to kill means you have your own little schemes. Let us get straight to the point. What is your bottom line? Isn't it just money? You've been dragging on with YanLing over funding issues. What the hell are you dragging on about? You keep trying to embezzle funds. So much money allocated from the upper echelons of Douluo, and you don't even leave a little for yourself. Hiding your situation while shamelessly taking this money. You really are shameless. I wonder if you were a starving ghost in your past life. You haven't eaten anything good in this life, and you care about a little money. What a pathetic thing. So, Shrek, who wasn't interested in money, continuously mocked Zhao Wujia. At this moment, Zhao Wujia was furious. He didn't expect his old friend to expose him, but YanLing was completely unaware of this. After hearing all this, he was also shocked. It turned out it was all about money. No wonder Zhao Wujia would fight him to the end. Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. The reason Shrek wanted to expose Zhao Wujia's background was simple. He didn't want YanLing to be threatened in any way. After all, YanLing had come to this world not to suffer. And with someone like Bibi Dong backing him, it was possible that in the next moment, his achievements would surpass Tang San's. However, unexpectedly, YanLing's situation didn't turn out to be more powerful than Tang San's. Instead, he was targeted by Zhao Wujia right away. Now, two young men from different factions were engaged in a series of confrontations. So there was no way out. It was quite helpless. Originally, he had not taken these situations seriously at all. Shrek, I didn't expect you to turn your elbow outward. What relationship do I have with you? Chapter 173. Shrek's Integrity Office Online. It's about the relationship between leaders and employees. I didn't expect you to dare to confront me. Are you out of your mind? Why are you treating me like this? What's going on with you? Speak. Zhao Wujia directly turned his gun towards Shrek and charged over. At this moment, Shrek looked utterly displeasing to him. He never expected that this old bastard would dare to speak ill of him behind his back while holding a dagger. This situation is truly amusing. In fact, Shrek and Zhao Wujia's personalities have never been compatible from the very beginning. They have harbored both new grudges and old grievances for many years, but now, this established fact is clearly presented before them. If more bizarre statements are made that confuse people, it would make things even more interesting. Shrek glanced at Zhao Wujia, who dared to turn his gun towards him, and felt there was nothing much to say. Vice Principal, After all these years, your temper hasn't changed at all. You just want to embezzle some money, thinking that others don't know about your little flaws. Do you really think you can hide it from me? I can't say anything grand, but who knows you better among all these people? Is it me, him, or some other random person? Actually, we both know the truth. You don't respect me, and I definitely don't respect you either. You chose to act this way over some profit disagreement with YanLing. Do you really think that's right? Shrek did not show Zhao Wujie any leniency. He knew his own status and understood his own strength. Therefore, in the face of Zhao Wujie's situation, he remained calm. The facts were laid out before them clearly, and there was no way to deny them. Stop with the nonsense. I know you've been unhappy seeing me in this vice principal position, right? This position was originally yours. That's true, but now I'm sitting in it. I am the king in this position. Are you sure you can compete with me? Don't end up blind and suffer a bad outcome. If I said something, wouldn't it make people curious? Zhao Wujie didn't even regard YanLing, focusing instead on the red waves of energy surging towards Shrek. He considered the situation with YanLing to be secondary. In this case, Shrek had become a thorn in his eye and a pain in his flesh. The facts were evident, and there was nothing more to express. Breaking these rules would only make others find it incredibly funny. YanLing was stunned. He never expected Zhao Wujie to turn his gun towards Shrek. At this moment, Shrek truly seemed oblivious. Zhao Wujie had transformed into a red female demon who wouldn't live without madness. Her eyes had turned crimson, and it seemed like in the next moment, her hair would fall wildly. At this point, YanLing saw this scene and retracted nearly half of his sea god power, knowing that as long as there was no threat from an opponent, he could pull back his power. If he couldn't pull it back, he would try to prevent any bizarre situations from arising. The red flames surged around Zhao Wujie, as if they would burst forth in sparks at any moment. His own strength was formidable. Coupled with this immense power, he understood the situation clearly. Even if Zhao Wujie did not attack Shrek at this moment, the sheer force of the flames surrounding him would still cause some damage to both YanLing and Shrek. However, YanLing possessed the sea god power, and water and fire were inherently incompatible. Therefore, YanLing should not suffer any substantial harm, but Shrek would likely have it worse. Shrek felt that Zhao Wujie's flames seemed ready to engulf him. Fortunately, Shrek's ability was quite powerful. In an instant, he created a protective barrier of light in front of him. This formed a relatively perfect block, which surprised everyone present. The crimson flames that had circled around YanLing returned to Zhao Wujie, swirling towards Shrek with great intensity. This situation was indeed hard to overlook. Why would a vice principal want to undermine a teacher's authority? Are you really sure you want to do this? You must bear the consequences of your actions. You need to understand that I'm not afraid of you at all. Shrek clearly stepped back 2 paces, feeling the heat from the flames around him, which made him slightly flushed. Although Shrek seemed unaffected, how could Zhao Wujie fully trust him? The reality was quite evident. After witnessing everything, everyone was baffled by the outcome. There was nothing that could be done. Perhaps it was frustrating, but the bizarre situation was laid bare before them. At this moment, Shrek quickly prepared for a series of counterattacks, while Zhao Wujie indeed took a step closer. It seemed that in the next moment, he would go for the kill against Shrek, who was merely a teacher. His abilities and authority weren't particularly strong, and since that was the case, no matter how powerful someone might be, they wouldn't be able to undergo any transformative cycles. Thus, at this moment, when nothing significant was supposed to happen, these trivial matters were displayed in their entirety. The crimson flames swirled around Shrek like a dragon, rotating 360 degrees. Chapter 174. Unfavorable start surrounded by a large circle. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. At this moment, even the dullest person would avoid the layout, knowing that things on their side were not easy to handle anymore. If more trouble arose, wouldn't it just make them feel like they could vomit blood? You're not directing your energy towards YanLing, but rather using your methods against me, right? Are you really planning to do this? The energy shield from Shrek was clearly making it hard for Zhao Wujie to open his eyes. He expected this guy to be so serious. But Shrek wasn't intimidated at all. As the dignified vice principal of a school, how could he be at odds with a student? Do you think I'm siding with you or with him? Logically speaking, I would definitely side with the student. After all, it's not easy for a student to come to the Douluo Academy from this world. They just want to learn some skills. Yet you keep delivering harsh blows to them. What is going on with you? Why do you have to act this way toward them? Is there some deep-seated grudge between you? That shouldn't be the case. Shrek didn't give Zhao Wujie any face, knowing full well what he was capable of. He was also clear about what he intended to do next. If Shrek were to take charge of the vice principal position, everything could turn into fleeting clouds. But now it was different. Zhao Wujin, occupying the vice principal position, was like sitting on the toilet without doing anything. Not only did he not do any real work, but he also wanted to embezzle money from the academy's maintenance funds. This really gave Shrek a headache. Why are you so excellent, yet still want to take 2 coins? You can't even tell east from west, and you still consider yourself a person? Why are you doing this? Shrek, are you taking personal revenge? How many times have I told you? The past can be forgotten, but I didn't expect you to spout such nonsense at me. Fine, tell me. What do you want? I've made it very clear that the vice principal position can only be held by me. If it's possible, after this battle, let us have a one-on-one. Don't rally the crowd to guide me. Zhao Wujin's expression darkened to the extreme, as he hadn't expected Shrek to be so out of touch. At this point, the enemy is YanLing, who has transformed into a blue sea god-s power floating in the sky, while Zhao Wujin is possessed by the Blood Demon Emperor. A series of confrontations have arisen, and now it's a battle of who is stronger. Meanwhile, on the way back, Flinder encountered a series of icy clouds blocking his path. He didn't know what was happening. It seemed like nothing significant had occurred there. But before him appeared an ice wall, behind which were the shadows of most people. Without a closer look, he couldn't figure out what was going on. At this moment, with a sense of righteousness, Flinder felt like he had hit a wall and couldn't turn back. What should he do to resolve this situation? Unexpectedly, he encountered an ice barrier on his way back. What on earth is going on? Is this truly a powerful collision and attack that I have encountered? How should I conclude this? Indeed, there are always stronger opponents. Each generation surpasses the last. What is the reason behind this? Flinder looked at the ice wall before him, already confused about what direction was which. The situation before him was such that he had forgotten what would happen next. The strong ice wall stood in his way, and now it was a matter of who could navigate the situation more skillfully. If possible, maybe there would be a turning point. If not, it might truly be nonsense. Flinder was really anxious. He expected the ice wall blocking his path to be like a dream bubble. At this moment, he gathered all his strength, and a blue halo appeared around him. Within the halo, a circle formed, splitting and cutting through, and with one strike, he split the blue ice wall, creating cracks. Flinder was startled. He thought his ability was very powerful, yet against this ice wall, he had only created slight cracks, which left him perplexed. After all, he was a titled Dalu, yet this ice wall had him utterly confused. Thinking it over, Flinder felt a headache coming on. He couldn't help but wonder why this was happening to him. Was the duel between Zhao Wujin and YanLing destined? If that were the case, it was indeed quite hard to watch. With this thought, Flinder gradually calmed down. Looking at the light blade in his hand, he realized that if he couldn't even break the ice wall, what use did he have in this world? After all, he was the president of the Douluo Academy, not some useless person. Moreover, not every student had reached such a decisive point. Why complicate things? Flinder took a deep breath and slowly examined the ice wall. He discovered that the ice was gradually becoming less opaque. It was as if the dream bubble was slowly dissipating. The reason was simple. Only by breaking these things apart could the situation have a chance to turn around. At that moment, Flinder finally understood why he was blocked by the ice wall. These things were like the nightmares in his heart. He harbored certain grievances against Zhao Wujin. After all, as a vice principal, he always wanted to cut funds from the Douluo Academy every year. Chapter 175. Glacier in the Way. Chapter 176. Who is right and who is wrong? It's not that Harris and Poseidon are old friends meeting each other with tears in their eyes. Their relationship is more akin to that of brothers in hardship. It's a situation of mutual assistance. You help me, I help you. If you don't help me, I'll still help you. In reality, they are both using each other to navigate a series of interests. Shrek, you have to get involved in this matter today, right? Don't blame me for not reminding you. I've told you 100 times that we can let the past go, but I didn't expect you to keep looking for trouble with me, right? Well, since you're being unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. I made it very clear. Only I can hold the position of vice principal and keep the entire Dalu Academy afloat. You were useless before, and you will still be useless now. You definitely won't be able to achieve anything significant on my side. Zhao Wujin's expression was extremely grim. With the Blood Demon Emperor possessing him, his eyes were bloodshot, as if sparks were about to burst from them at any moment. The veins on his face bulged, looking as if he might spit blood out any second. At this moment, he had completely lost any dignity. It was one thing for YanLing to oppose him, but now even Shrek, who was supposed to be on the same side, was stabbing him in the back. No matter how strong he became, or how many inner principles he had, he was still a person. Being betrayed by teammates and set up by enemies made Zhao Wujia feel that his existence in this world was meaningless. However, he had walked to this point by his own actions. YanLing had said he didn't intend to make trouble with him. Yet unexpectedly this guy kept coming back with all sorts of nonsense. Even someone with a heart of stone would understand that chaos would ensue. So at this moment, YanLing realized that Zhao Wujia was engaging in typical self-sabotaging behavior. There was no need for him to sit in the vice principal's position and create a series of obstacles. He had already been eliminated. Less bullshit. If you don't consider YanLing your enemy, then let us spar. You have the power of the blood demon, and I'm certainly not weak either. You need to understand that I could delineate a series of boundaries, and ultimately, you will clearly see what terrible actions I am capable of. On Shrek's side, the energy fluctuations were summoning his 7 subordinates, known as the Shrek 7 monsters. As long as he had the Shrek 7 monsters under his control, everything would turn in his favor because he understood very well that the Shrek 7 monsters became extraordinary due to the underlying energy fluctuations. There were twists and turns, leading to a plethora of bizarre outcomes. Legends say that gathering the Shrek monsters would cause a series of disasters within the entire Douluo Academy, making it impossible for them to gain any prestige, regardless of how powerful the enemies they faced were. It could only be said that they were the dregs of society, with no room for maneuvering. At this moment, YanLing understood that Shrek truly intended to engage in a series of confrontations with Zhao Wujia, which was not a foregone conclusion. The reason Shrek was so determined to confront Zhao Wujia was that he felt the need to help his disciple YanLing, especially since Bibi Dong had taken YanLing as her student. Shrek believed that, as YanLing's teacher, he should provide assistance and couldn't bear to see his beloved student being beaten to a pulp by Zhao Wujia. If he couldn't even protect his own student, what was the point of being a teacher? A glint of determination flashed in Shrek's eyes, as if he was preparing to step forward, the ground beneath him cracking. The Shrek 7 monsters had all been summoned back, though not in their true forms. They were merely puppets in a spiritual state, meant to serve Shrek. At this moment, the Shrek monsters knelt before Shrek, calling out, "We, the Shrek 7 monsters, pay our respects to Lord Shrek. We are willing to brave fire and water for you, even if it means sacrificing our heads to become sand." Everyone present was stirred by this scene. This was the legendary Shrek monsters, historical figures within the Douluo Academy, destined to leave their names in the annals of history, akin to great figures like Li Shimin and Liu Bang. The Shrek 7 monsters represented a strong expectation between military generals and civil officials. As long as they could hold on to this with great effort, nothing could scatter it. Those who could leave their lives in history must be incredibly powerful. Thus, Shrek looked at the 7 monsters he had cultivated, revealing a strong smile. He had finally summoned his subordinates back, albeit in puppet form. This was enough to confront Zhao Wujia, and these 7 individuals were each unique in form. Some were fat, some were thin, some were tall, and some were short. Their expressions varied with joy, anger, sorrow, and even ridicule. Unexpectedly, they had all grown into this state, which truly made Shrek feel gratified. He asked, "So, you've been wandering outside for so many years. How do you feel? Have your physical abilities improved? Why haven't any of you come to see me, your teacher, all these years? What is going on?" At this moment, Shrek's face turned dark. After all, he was a teacher who had nurtured these 7 students, yet none of them had come to see him over the years. Even if he had a heart of stone, he couldn't help but wonder, was he a bad teacher? Why had he cultivated 7 such powerful individuals? Chapter 177, Gathering of the 7 Oddities, Chapter 178. Breaking the Array, Chapter 179. None of my business. Bibi Dong had already beaten Zhao Wujia to the brink of death, and Flander was furious that his vice principal had been attacked. He immediately confronted Bibi Dong. Fortunately, he was a typical guy with divine power. Otherwise, if an ordinary person were in his place, they might have suffered a concussion from shock. "You guys are fighting. Why does it always involve me? And stop sending any energy fluctuations my way. I'm not interested in your mess." Harris's face was not happy at all. He jumped down from the teaching building. At that moment, he understood his own worth. If any more foolish remarks were made, he wouldn't be able to distinguish between right and wrong. A bunch of damn fools were still here digging their own graves, not knowing what they were thinking. He didn't want to get too entangled with these guys, but they insisted on making things difficult for him. Fine, since they wanted to go down that path. He hoped they would hurt themselves badly soon. It had nothing to do with him. Otherwise, if he saw what was happening on his side, it would be an eye-opening experience. As he spoke, Harris withdrew entirely. He knew his own worth. He felt that coming to this so-called Douluo world was just gilding himself, and that there was no need to get too involved. Now that things had come to this point, there was nothing more to say or do that would make people feel disgusted. It was just a series of bizarre behaviors. At this moment, no one had a clear understanding of the powerful concepts, and YanLing also realized his own situation. He felt there was no need to attract too much attention from so many people, seeing that Harris had chosen to distance himself. He also felt it unnecessary to get too involved. The more he got entangled, the more others would think he couldn't tell east from west. Since things were already like this, there was no need to create more chaos, which would only make others feel confused. YanLing saw that Shrek's attitude toward Zhao Wujia was quite intense, so he directly withdrew all his energy. Now that things had come to this point, there was no need to say anything further. Letting others see, it would only make them feel confused. At this moment, he shouldn't be getting involved with these so-called oddities, which would only make others understand less about what actions were truly warranted. As long as he didn't place too much emphasis on these situations, things would be better off. Otherwise, seeing it would only lead to a ridiculous scenario. Shrek was indeed not to be underestimated. He gave Zhao Wujia no chance to turn the tables and struck him hard from behind. Of course, he didn't use any weapons. He simply formed some so-called ice blades in his hands. In an instant, he unleashed all his strength towards Zhao Wujia, creating a series of tornadoes in the sky. The entire land was illuminated so brightly that it was hard for anyone to open their eyes. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to discern what was truly happening. Even a fool would realize that Shrek intended to eliminate Zhao Wujia. At this moment, those who should have understood the situation could see that the show no longer needed to continue. Although it might seem like a barren battlefield, the fate of the matter and the chaotic situations at hand were becoming increasingly difficult to bear, leaving others confused about why things had turned out this way. Under the powerful collision, coupled with the impact of helpless concepts, many people began to retreat, especially for Zhao Wujia. It seemed he didn't even understand why these so-called bizarre things were happening in his hands. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been such a verbose affair. It was enough to make him unable to open his eyes or define what was happening. What the hell? I didn't expect you to really dare to go all out against me. What deep-seated enmity do I have with you? Why are you doing this? Zhao Wujia exclaimed. Are you out of your mind? I've warned you many times not to take too much interest in me, but you keep insisting on making things difficult for me, right? Zhao Wujia flipped his hand and created a parallelogram. A large triangle was also formed in his hand, continuously blocking Shrek's attacks. The powerful barrier tightly surrounded Zhao Wujia, and he understood clearly that the situation was unfolding right before him. It was vividly presented, creating confusion for others. Now, he couldn't help but wonder how to navigate this chaotic situation. At this moment, this fragmented memory made many people realize that the situation on the field was beyond recovery. They couldn't do anything right, and since they were already in this predicament, they could only brace themselves and charge ahead. Zhao Wujia and Shrek were behaving like this. Neither of them would back down. They both wanted to defeat the other. Originally, they should have been good mentors and friends, a vice principal and a teacher. A leadership versus staff confrontation. However, it was unexpectedly awkward now, making it a comical spectacle for others to witness. It was intriguing yet helpless. Such events just happened before people's eyes, and the only thing to do was to charge ahead, no matter the consequences. Chapter 180. Ascending the Cloud and Breaking the Dawn. Chapter 181. Watching the fun without caring about the trouble, Flander chose to directly increase the temperature in his hands, allowing the so-called situation to be formally eradicated right before him. With just a few strikes, he could melt the glacier into fragments. On the other hand, BB Dawn was in a similar situation. When he arrived at the Douluo Academy, he found that the battle had already come to a halt. YanLing had chosen to stop his actions on the rooftop, while Zhao Wujia was fighting with Shrek, the two of them creating a powerful air current that swirled back and forth in the air. After all, the two of them were such peculiar figures in Douluo Academy that nobody could clearly understand their relationship. Even those who saw would grind their teeth in frustration. So, in the face of such a situation, those who should not take it seriously had no choice but to keep their mouths shut. The duel between two masters was something that others could not interfere with. Those who did not understand the truth of the matter had no need to involve themselves. Therefore, many people chose to close their eyes and rest, knowing full well what the situation entailed. A teacher fighting with a vice principal was enough to give anyone a headache. After all, it was hard to understand why such a situation had arisen. Logically, the relationship between the principal and the teachers should be very harmonious, regardless of whether the teacher was a regular or a vice principal. Even if he was an acting principal, he should have a certain way of expressing facts and opinions. It was unimaginable that a respectable teacher would actually fight with the vice principal. Logically speaking, weren't they supposed to coexist harmoniously? How did it end up like this? Could it be that they had some deep-seated hatred? If that were the case, this situation indeed seemed quite absurd. You probably don't understand. But the reason they ended up in such a predicament is that they are fundamentally on different paths. When people on different paths meet on the battlefield, fragmentation is inevitable. Given the circumstances, there is nothing more to say, and it is unnecessary to involve too many people, as it only leads to more confusion. At this moment, we should choose to avoid these situations, turning a blind eye until Principal Flander returns to make plans. However, as students of this academy, what can we do in the outside world? Shouldn't we be surviving in this world? Otherwise, wouldn't it be quite absurd for others to see us? The students of Douluo Academy were all commenting on the situation, as if they were ready to spit blood at any moment. Faced with such a battle, they had nearly reconciled all their inner memories. They understood the established facts and the scene before them, realizing why things were like this. Therefore, at this moment, even those with strong principles and inner conflicts would ultimately have to accept the reality as it was. If they were to involve themselves too much, it would only make others feel that it was absurd. Thus, they could only silently choose to keep their mouths shut, avoiding further complications. The facts were already vividly presented before them, and, as students, they could only grow increasingly indifferent to the situation. YanLing and Poseidon coldly watched this scene from the balcony, while Hera stood at the bottom of the building, also watching coldly. He had not expected that a kind of raw chaos would emerge in the arena. YanLing seemed like a child watching a play, while the others were preparing to take advantage of the situation. It appeared that these events increasingly baffled others, making them unable to comprehend such a serious absurdity. However, since the situation was already so awkward, there was no need to involve too many people. Given the circumstances, it was best for others to understand that this was increasingly absurd. At this moment, a large sphere appeared in the arena, colored blue and black, with black representing Shrek. Especially among the Shrek 7, they formed a strong ideological clash. YanLing, who initially wanted to help Shrek, was directly stopped by Poseidon, who hoped he wouldn't meddle. The reality was already very clear. After all, this was a confrontation between the vice principal and the teacher. As a student, if he rushed in to create a series of disturbances, it would only imply that the situation was more insidious. YanLing chose to retreat. While Harris was itching to act because he was truly fed up, having already given the academy face by being here, he did not expect this group of people to repeatedly pass judgment on him with various remarks. When had such absurdity happened right before their eyes? Even a fool or a madman could only choose to keep their mouth shut in such a situation. But would this really help? Logically, it wouldn't. On Zhao Wujia's side, he hadn't even put on his shoes. It seemed like he was going barehanded. His feet appeared to be unshod as he struck towards the Shrek 7, but before his fists could even be grasped, they had already been smothered in their cradle. The established facts were vividly presented before them. Even the most foolish person would feel that there should be some unspoken truths within this absurdity. Therefore, at this moment, YanLing, who had a certain clarity of thought, no longer regarded these events as significant. Chapter 182. The 7 monsters cry out as Zhao Wujia noticed that YanLing no longer intended to attack him with full force. He could finally act with confidence, regardless of whether YanLing would charge at him again. After all, YanLing was fighting for so-called justice. Since it was for this so-called justice, he certainly wouldn't bully the weak. A powerful shockwave formed numerous circles around them, making onlookers feel as if they were about to spit blood at any moment. It was unexpected that such a scene unfolded before their eyes, which made it hard to watch. At this moment, YanLing, who should have ignored these circumstances, seemed to have forgotten the established facts that would follow. Why was this happening in front of him? There was no choice but to watch helplessly as things unfolded. However, Poseidon at this moment responded with thunderous explosions in his hands. Amidst the flashes of lightning, a large blue ball of lightning appeared in his hand, which was undeniably true. Yet, it was quite an eye-catching sight that made one feel like they were about to spit blood at any moment. Faced with this reality, others could hardly comprehend the bizarre situation, making it truly hard to watch. The powerful explosion created massive shockwaves around, scattering the Shrek 7 monsters. After all, they were merely a wisp of soul and had no significant power. Everyone was dumbfounded at this scene, as they had not expected Zhao Wujia to hold back. Unlike earlier when he absorbed YanLing's half-moon slash, he had clearly grasped the situation that he did not consider a big deal. With these established facts, there was no need to get too involved, so it was better to quietly ignore it. If the impact of ideology could make one feel heart-wrenching, then perhaps the next step would already be forgotten. As for why to do something truly useful next, being on this platform only meant they might as well choose destruction, leaving the decision to YanLing. After all, he was the protagonist in this scene, while others seemed like bizarre figures without any insight. Zhao Wujia's shock did not cause significant harm to Shrek. Instead, Shrek began to form a series of strong ideologies. After the shock, they slowly revived from their daze. Logically, they should not have such strong boundaries. Yet in the face of such a situation, it was astonishing. Unexpectedly, this guy was indeed not to be underestimated. Given the circumstances, there was no need to look down on him anymore. At this point, saying too much would only make others feel like they had forgotten something. Shrek summoned the Shrek 7 monsters to his side, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts and creating a storm in his mind. He seemed to forget everything, yet simultaneously understood why he had to accept it. With things having come to this point, there was nothing more to say. Zhao Wujia smiled coldly, for his last move was a brilliant killing strike. Under such a strong killer move, no matter how powerful something was, it would surely be shattered. In those years on the Douluo continent, in the bizarre situation after the dragon god died, some so-called true powerful individuals emerged, including the Silver Dragon King becoming a divine beast and a myriad of other chaotic entities. Later, angels, sea gods, Shura gods, and Rakshasa gods appeared among humans, all of whom would show up at the Douluo Academy. They conducted trials for the angel family, and the City of Slaughter on Sea God Island brought forth characters like Poseidon, although he was a top-tier existence. It was only after Tang San arrived at Holy Soul Village that a series of changes began. Otherwise, he would have been subjected to a series of shocks from Nodding Academy, possibly leading to a bloody mess. Thinking of this, YanLing felt waves of emotion rise within him. Did he really think that Douluo Academy could handle Nodding Academy with ease? In fact, YanLing knew that within Douluo Academy, including the Divine Realm and the so-called Wine God and other chaotic entities, after a series of developments, the Dragon Emperor Douluo Long Xiaoyao and the Death God Douluo emerged prominently. In the end, they supported this world, or else how could there be any substantial existence in this world? To put it bluntly, if YanLing did not exist in Douluo Academy, perhaps the next moment everything would be shattered. Back then, Tang San was the protagonist, and now YanLing was also a protagonist. The differences between them were not that significant. However, the situation unfolding before them was increasingly hard to bear. The Dragon Emperor should not have caused this so-called shattered world to fall apart, nor should have created the so-called angel family, leading the human faction into unnecessary entanglements. Otherwise, if bizarre situations emerged that were hard to watch, it would make people forget in an instant. As for why it was so awkward, YanLing was a human, and although Tang San was also a human, he had colluded with the angel family to tear apart the Dragon Emperor. Otherwise, figures like Shrek and Zhao Wujia would not have appeared. Shrek was named as such because it did not belong to the human camp. It had significant ties with the angel family. Bibi Dong was a representative of the angel family, which is why she could play alongside Shrek. As for Zhao Wujia, being one of the weaker existences among humans, without Flender's support, he would have struggled even more. Chapter 183 Different Factions. He didn't really need to sit in the position of vice principal. To put it bluntly, it was still Flander who was protecting his own. Otherwise, with top talents like Shrek, they might very well replace Zhao Wujia's position and directly ascend to the level of vice principal, leaving him utterly shattered. Poseidon and Hades were originally studying at Nodding Academy. However, if it weren't for the presence of these people, the whole Douluo Academy wouldn't have so many factions. Currently, Douluo Academy is already fragmented, and the entire camp is under a unified front. Therefore, the students' lives are far inferior to the new 3 major factions, all of which have their own selfish interests and lack the clear respect found here. Moreover, YanLing's so-called fight for justice has already led to widespread destruction, making it an even more blinding existence. So these situations shouldn't be taken lightly. Some serious issues, when observed, seem to evoke an inexplicable courage in the next moment. Harris looked at Zhao Wujia's attitude of mutual defiance and was nearly spitting blood. He never expected that these two guys could be so blind. Since the matter was already set on such a platform, it was simply impossible to maintain the dignity of the power in hand. He decided there was no need to involve himself further with this non-native existence. After all, Harris was not a local either. He was merely an outsider, and as an outsider, there was no need to follow YanLing into too many entanglements. I never expected that the Shrek from the angel family would be so aggressive towards this Zhao Wujia from the human world. I see that a lot of splits have already occurred in this situation. Just look at the personality split from the dragon soul. It has produced so many chaotic gods, like the Rakshasa god, which have left us in a state of disarray. Anyway, after we finish our gilding here, we definitely want to get involved with the people from Douluo Academy anymore. So just let us off the hook. After saying this, Harris had a face full of bitterness because he didn't expect things to get worse and worse. He couldn't even distinguish what being in a state of disarray truly meant. At this point, there was no need to involve anyone else. So Harris could only face these circumstances and try to derive some real principles among these peculiarities, where perhaps nothing could thrive. But the fate would ultimately be difficult, and people would never understand what they were next meant to learn. The real facts among these couples would reveal themselves in a way that was hard to grasp. Only when it happened before their eyes did they realize that it was not so easy to manage. After listening to Harris's words, YanLing could only smile helplessly because he knew that if waiting could allow a person to face these established facts while confronting danger, then everything should have its own circumstances. Since this was the case, there was even less reason to get involved too much. On the contrary, Poseidon's attitude felt indifferent because he knew that his camp belonged to Nodding Academy, and this series of sea gods, Rakshasa gods, and various chaotic divine powers. Though they posed a certain threat to him, Poseidon still had a degree of sea god power to navigate through. Although there was also a sea god academy that would twist and turn behind the scenes, Poseidon felt that since he was already in this position, he shouldn't be shattered. At this point, there was no need to get too entangled. If others saw it as a joke, then they would understand what kind of peculiarities were being created. There was no need to involve oneself further in making others blind. Fortunately, Poseidon's camp was very clear about respect and fear. Harris belonged to the charming faction, while YanLing belonged to the human camp. He did not choose to stand with Zhao Wujia because Zhao Wujia was too extreme, wanting to eradicate the angel family from Shrek entirely. Otherwise, if people truly understood how to navigate through the peculiarities, they would eventually realize how difficult fate could be. What you said is indeed very reasonable. But my opinion is quite different because you are of no great use to me. You only present me with two situations. Since you can't even clearly distinguish your own camp, yet you want to point fingers at me. I'll tell you this. I have no need to get too entangled because I know my own worth and understand the established facts clearly. Got it? If you don't understand, then it's clear you don't understand. YanLing's attitude was so infuriated that it seemed he would spit out bright red blood from his mouth the next moment. After all, he was a person, not a beast. He didn't need to be pointed at by this so-called Harris. He knew Harris looked down on him. He knew Harris thought he was weak and pitiful, feeling that as a human, he was making a big deal out of nothing. Even discerning between heaven and earth was difficult for him, but there was no need to make it so humiliating. YanLing felt that he was also a person, not some damn beast, not a little toy under Harris's control. How dare you speak such unpleasant words to me? There is no need to get too entangled with you. The so-called you are unkind, so I'm ungrateful is displayed quite clearly here. At this point, there is no need for further discussion. What the hell do you mean? I'm telling you, our faction is clearly separated from Poseidon's. It's not like we want you to oppose us here. You can do whatever you want, you idiot. Harris was already furious. He never expected YanLing would dare to confront him. If things were like this, it would be quite an eye-opener to see what kind of plan was behind it all. Chapter 184, Angel School. Chapter 185. The Power of Punishment. What the hell have you done? I really overestimated you and underestimated your IQ. What the hell are you thinking? You idiots. BB Dong stood in the sky, cursing downwards, feeling that this group of people was too disappointing. I didn't expect this bunch of bastards to be thinking about such nonsense in their heads, probably just as stupid as they are. A bunch of useless things. Every day fighting and brawling, or on the way to fight and brawl. They don't even know what they're reminiscing about, and it's reached a boiling point. Logically, they should be very united, but unexpectedly, looking at them now, where is the unity? All sorts of chaotic things happening right in front of people's eyes are just disgusting. YanLing was momentarily stunned and quickly retracted all the power from his soul rings, while Harris was also frightened. Damn, seeing that YanLing's master actually came, he hurriedly retracted a lot of his energy. There's no way around it. Feeling helpless, he could only retract that much before others would understand this established fact. What kind of dangerous oddity is this? One misstep leads to another. At this point, there's nothing more to say. Being placed on this platform, one can only express what the real situation is. Sometimes, some things will ultimately be faced, especially under these truly bizarre circumstances. It also makes many people understand clearly how this situation is making people feel blind to the truth. YanLing, what the hell is going on with you? I haven't been gone long, and you've already created so many problems. I heard you had a fight with Zhao Wujia, and now you're planning to fight a few rounds with Harris. How did I end up with such a good-for-nothing disciple? What have I taught you? I told you to seek victory steadily, yet you keep producing this ridiculous nonsense every minute. What do you want? Speak up. If you can't explain yourself, get out of my school. I don't have this kind of disciple. Do whatever you want. Bibi Dong was truly furious. Of course, he was a righteous master who wouldn't casually frame or slander others because he knew his own worth. He also understood it very clearly. If others saw this, who knows what kind of unfavorable oddity would emerge next. Everyone else was stunned because they didn't expect Bibi Dong to be someone who wouldn't protect his own. He had a very perfect scale in his heart, and since things were like this, most people's emotions relax a bit. Even if he beat his disciple into such a state, even someone who doesn't protect their own would still feel heartache. But since it was already like this, there was no need to get too involved. Fortunately, at this moment, those who didn't take these matters seriously felt that Bibi Dong was indeed quite fair. My master, why did you come up and start cursing at me? There's so many people here, can't you see? Are you blind? Why have I been bullied under your hand for so long? You've never given me a good face, especially since the first day of that soul trial when you took me as your disciple. Now you've fallen to such a state. Why do you have to vent your anger on me? YanLing felt a severe headache. He originally thought he was in a boiling point, but unexpectedly, so many messy things appeared. Logically, he should be considered someone with a certain worth, not a beast. However, what was happening before his eyes made him feel so blind. So at this moment, he had some ability and confidence, and Shun-Ti let these so-called oddities make him feel so embarrassed. There was no way around it. Feeling helpless. Facing these truly powerful ideological impacts made others understand how these real situations were. Perhaps it was a barren wasteland. But Bibi Dong's attitude towards YanLing was like treating an outsider. What he said was like spilled water, impossible to take back. His unpleasant attitude made people feel it was not something a family could do. So at this moment, even those with strong ideals felt a severe headache when facing such oddities. My God, I didn't expect Bibi Dong to really not coddle YanLing at all. His words were so harsh, which was really impressive. Since he had plans to play like this, there was no need to get too involved with him. What do you mean by that? YanLing was not someone easy to provoke. If you planned to confront him with some ideological impact, it would definitely be of no great use. It's better to seek victory steadily. Moreover, it seems that Bibi Dong isn't really interested in you. If you really get too involved with him, he might just think your value is a bit lower, which is why things are looked down upon. You didn't understand what I said at all. I just didn't want to take these people seriously. But why, after it happened in front of me, did it make me feel so blind? There's nothing I can do. I can only choose to keep my mouth shut. At this moment, seeing Bibi Dong's arrival, the people below began to comment and gossip, talking about some messy so-called trivial matters. Of course, they might feel they didn't know how to handle it. But they felt that after being put in this position, there was no need to get too involved. At this point, it only made others feel that they weren't easier to bully. If they really created some relatively ugly things, it would make everyone feel a headache. So, at this moment, Chapter 186 Different Hatreds can only be expressed in a way that makes one's so-called barren land appear more vivid. Otherwise, wouldn't it be quite ridiculous for others to see that? Bibi Dong is indeed a character who loves to maintain a facade. With just a few words, he manages to elevate himself to a seemingly higher moral ground. The situation has reached such a powerful energy level that it has made people feel a sense of inevitability about it. There's nothing one can do. Feeling helpless after being left in this position, one can still find some supposed benefits in their own words, even if their surroundings may seem barren. However, destiny will eventually be unforgiving. Sometimes, certain matters must be confronted with the real needs that arise from the peculiarities of the situation. Faced with YanLing's attitude, Bibi Dong chose to remain cold and silent. He knew that his so-called disciple might hold certain opinions about him, especially after being publicly insulted in front of so many people. Even if he were a heartless wooden man, he would still feel significant emotional turmoil within. Furthermore, YanLing is a person of integrity, so there's no need to get too entangled in the matter. Therefore, feeling helpless, he could only keep these so-called circumstances increasingly obscure. It's better to manage things within his control. Since it has come to this, there's no need to let others see too much. It seems that the next step would lead to silent bloodshed, and YanLing was on the brink of collapse because he understood that since he had accepted everything predetermined, there was no need to get too involved. At this moment, he could only hold onto the increasingly unexpressible situation within himself. Otherwise, the outcome would be far from pleasant. Bibi Dong didn't waste words either, noticing YanLing's tough attitude. He had no intention of teaching YanLing a lesson, as he knew this was merely for show. He was very aware of his own disciple-less abilities, so at this moment, he directly executed a sudden change of tactics. He unleashed a thunder half-moon slash towards Zhao Wujie and not far away, producing a loud crack. Originally, Zhao Wujie was engaged in a fierce battle with Shrek, but in the blink of an eye, he found himself crashing to the ground. How could Zhao Wujie compete with Bibi Dong? At this moment, it seemed that he was completely outmatched and about to suffer severe injury. When Zhao Wujie turned around, he discovered Bibi Dong looking at him with a very sinister gaze. It turned out that Bibi Dong was already very aware of the situation with YanLing, and he understood why these events unfolded before his eyes. Bibi Dong, why are you doing this to me? Our personal grievances should not involve you as a teacher, yet you choose to repay kindness with malice? Zhao Wujie thought to himself. Just now, when Bibi Dong scolded him in front of so many people, it was all just for show. This was utterly ridiculous and laughable. Zhao Wujie lay on the ground, feeling as if Bibi Dong's thunder half-moon slash had nearly crushed his lungs, and he was on the verge of spitting blood. After all, he was human, not a beast. And how could he face everything without acknowledging the absurdity of the situation? At this moment, Zhao Wujie, who understood the situation all too well, realized that Bibi Dong was a typical protective manner. So, facing such a protective figure, even with his broad-mindedness, Zhao Wujie felt a surge of resentment. Meanwhile, Harris was extremely frightened because if Bibi Dong truly became enraged, he might also end up in a disastrous situation. Fortunately, he had not launched any attacks against YanLing earlier. Otherwise, entangling with YanLing might have resulted in serious consequences. The onlookers were once again astonished. They initially thought that Bibi Dong had humiliated YanLing so thoroughly that he should be able to educate his student properly. However, they did not expect that Bibi Dong would directly strike Zhao Wujie down. Shrek was also dumbfounded. He had thought he would have to engage in a lengthy battle with Zhao Wujie, but now it seemed unnecessary as Zhao Wujie was defeated without any chance to fight back. At this moment, Shrek, who had a clearer understanding of the situation, closed his eyes and meditated. It turned out that Bibi Dong was merely putting on an act with his words, while his actions were completely contrary. The hypocrisy was evident, and Bibi Dong felt quite proud. There was no way around it. His strength was apparent, and disregarding his disciple was tantamount to inviting trouble. Since this was the case, there was no need to involve others further and make them uncomfortable. However, Bibi Dong felt that his protective behavior was something that others could see, and he felt it was quite obvious. There was nothing to be done. He felt helpless, and after displaying all of this before others, there was no need to let them understand the true absurdity of the situation. Zhao Wujie lay on the ground, continuously spitting blood, and at this moment, not far away, Flander felt a surge of energy fluctuations. He could clearly sense that his capable subordinate, Zhao Wujie, had suffered a severe injury. Even with a heart of stone, he couldn't help but feel a mix of curiosity and anger, as if he were about to explode. However, the glacier in front of him blocked his path, preventing him from getting closer. At this moment, Flander began to suspect that all of this was orchestrated by Bibi Dong. He realized he had to act quickly, so at this moment. Chapter 187. YanLing Chapter 188. Master and apprentice have grievances. YanLing's arrival here indicates that he has already found a legitimate shining point in another era. Otherwise, if others saw him, it would be an extremely ridiculous existence. The situation has already been presented vividly before us, but if others were to witness it, it would be hard to distinguish what kind of bizarre fact it actually is. Bibi Dong looked at YanLing, realizing that the situation had become so serious, and he knew that this established fact was very obvious. If he created more situations that would make others even more blind, it would only indicate that he, as a so-called teacher, could not teach any good apprentices. Just look at the YanLing before he was taught and the current YanLing. Both of them have their own tempers, each trying to outdo the other. It's such an intractable situation that when it happens right before our eyes, it should not be filled with so many ridiculous oddities. In the end, because of these two chaotic apprentices, it has become so embarrassing that people forget what the next step should be. Actually, when it comes to YanLing, Bibi Dong feels quite distressed. After all, he is his first major disciple. They share a certain bond, but unexpectedly, this so-called disciple did not allow him to smoothly navigate a series of events. Instead, things have already become evident on the other side. What is the true situation? So at this moment, the person who should have acted accordingly will ultimately have to face these facts, and what has unfolded before them is indeed a bizarre situation. Thinking back to when he first met YanLing, Bibi Dong found it very intriguing. He never expected that this obscure little girl would eventually rise to such a high position, which, logically speaking, shouldn't happen. This is not because people on the other side do not take him seriously. Perhaps it is fate. However, destiny will ultimately be difficult to endure when placed on this platform, and has already become quite awkward, leading to situations that benefit others. It is even more impossible for outsiders to comprehend what kind of plans are involved, which is why Bibi Dong feels guilty when facing YanLing. He initially taught YanLing to face everything with an open mind and heart. Yet, in the end, the events that unfolded nearly subjected YanLing to harm from malicious individuals. As the situation escalated to such a heated stage, even those who are usually clear-headed must ultimately understand that they have accepted all of this. They must also realize that everything happening before them is indeed like this. If he were to fabricate some so-called bizarre remarks, wouldn't that just make people feel even more blind? All right, since things have come to this point, what good is there to say? There is no need to make it so awkward, right? We are not people on the same front line. Now that these so-called broken matters have arisen, why bring so many innocent people into it? Things are as they are, and there must be a reason for it. You do not need to involve so many innocent people, understand? You must realize the most important fact. We all have a scale in our hearts. YanLing's attitude seems to be one of complete despair, as if he might vomit blood and die any moment. He understands the reality of his situation and knows what truths he must accept moving forward. He feels that since he cannot control these circumstances, there's no need to drag too many fearless people into it. However, Bibi Dong felt his face darken upon hearing this, as YanLing is also his major disciple. The situation in the arena has already escalated to an impasse, involving so many irrelevant oddities, and now there are even more chaotic matters emerging. Anyone witnessing this would feel a headache. Why is this happening before our eyes? Thus, it is no wonder that among so many people, such unfavorable and unspeakable realities have emerged. The legendary "A Riding Horse in the Dust, the Princess Laughs" is being vividly displayed here. The events unfolding are indeed driven by each individual's plans, so there is no way to involve more irrelevant people. Under this overwhelming situation, YanLing has showcased all his prestige to the fullest. The arena has indeed quieted down. Even the bewildered onlookers have calmed down considerably, as they must soon comprehend a terrifying reality. This bizarre situation that cannot even be managed by oneself is even less likely to be manipulated by others. Since such events have occurred before us, to let others organize it further would be even more blinding. Everyone is focused intently on YanLing, hoping that he will say something genuinely useful in the next moment. Because the moment he spoke earlier, no one dared to say anything else. So everyone is anticipating his next words. If possible, even Bibi Dong plans to hear what wisdom might come from his mouth. However, at this moment, YanLing does not intend to say anything genuinely useful, as he understands that he has already reached this position, being placed on this so-called empty platform. There's no need to create situations that are relatively more awkward. What so-called east wind does not break, west wind breaks, presented before others is indeed quite blind. There is no way out, and it is quite helpless. These facts are simply laughably absurd, seeing the indifferent gazes of those around him. YanLing really had no choice but to smile wryly, and Bibi Dong also cast a very approving look at him. The situation has reached a relatively heated stage. Even a madman or a fool can clearly see that they are not taking this matter seriously, which is quite good. The more one treats this situation seriously, the less they understand why such unfavorable circumstances arise. Being placed in this position should be very difficult. However, after witnessing what has happened, he finds that there is no need to involve too many people or sort out such situations. YanLing belongs to the broken pot shatters category. He knows that experts are always lonely in this Douluo Academy. Chapter 189. The 7 monsters descend from Tianshan. The high-intensity training that he underwent every moment allowed him to forget most of the circumstances. However, it seemed that he could no longer distinguish or clarify his situation. He was about to face an extraordinary challenge. This position was inherently a painful dilemma. Yet when confronted with situations that left others at a loss, it became even more embarrassing. Despite the powerful resistance within his heart, YanLing ultimately had to confront these realities. I said, "YanLing, as a representative of Flanders in this negotiation, why are you so arrogant? Do you really believe that your arrogance will be effective? In the current state of affairs across the Douluo continent, no one can uphold this so-called sky. And can you truly bear the consequences? At this moment, Bibi Dong looked at YanLing, who had once been her most trusted disciple. She never expected that he would now become a thorn in her side. Logically, YanLing should share the same absolute perspective as YanLing and shouldn't be entangled in so much nonsense. They were supposed to be on the same front line. Such chaotic situations shouldn't arise. Yet, upon facing the reality, it became increasingly unclear what the true facts were. But with the situation as it was, who could truly understand? In front of the disciple, starving the master, the display was painfully evident. YanLing noticed the scars appearing on Bibi Dong's face, realizing that this seemingly composed young man, who appeared strong, was actually carrying a heavy moral burden for everything they represented. Yet, despite the metaphorical sunlight illuminating the incense burner, the waterfall hanging in the foreground, the situation was already as it was. Who could truly create something powerful that others could understand? All right, I think we don't need to drag this out any longer. Given the current situation, it will only make others think we are entangled in chaos. Neither of us is the absolute victor here. Zhao Wujin has already diverged with Shrek in various ways, and as your master, you needn't beat him to the brink of death. To prevent YanLing from harboring hatred towards Bibi Dong, YanLing had to present himself as someone with absolute confidence. He understood that what he faced wasn't merely a person of significance, but someone with a strong inner resolve who could comprehend the facts. Otherwise, wouldn't it seem overly naive to others? YanLing's gaze was already very cold. He found Bibi Dong utterly disgusting. He had not expected the situation to unfold in such an eye-opening manner. Logically, it shouldn't be this way. They were not supposed to be entangled with so many oddities that would only lead to further disgust. Bibi Dong, as a top pope, how can you blame so many of my subordinates for their chaos? What are you thinking? Don't blame me for not warning you. I'll just tell you this. You have no face here. You're just trash in my eyes. Since you're trash, you should stay in the trash pile and not bother me too much. I'm not interested in you anymore. Although you taught me before, I have now parted ways with you. So, hurry up and get lost. Don't drag this out. YanLing's expression was cold as water. He felt that Bibi Dong was no longer his teacher, but more like an enemy. Indeed, the outcome was quite clear. Bibi Dong was proving to be rather intriguing. Perhaps it was fate, but the divine would ultimately be challenged when faced with these so-called facts, which didn't seem reasonable at all. Bibi Dong was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected YanLing to speak so harshly. Logically, they were supposed to be a master and a disciple. If the disciple made the master starve, there should be some lasting decisions within their hearts. However, with the situation reaching such absurdity, the obvious truth left others even more confused. What was the original intention behind such changes? It became evident that one should not impose on others what one does not desire for oneself. I didn't expect you, you deceitful girl, to have such a venomous tongue. I don't hold any deep grudges against you. So why do you keep attacking me? What do you mean? What are you planning to do that is so excessive in dealing with me? Bibi Dong was infuriated. He had not anticipated that YanLing would not give him even a shred of face, which was simply outrageous. Logically, they should be on the same front line, not entangled in such messy situations, which had already reached a very understandable level. There was no need to drag innocent people into this. Given the circumstances, there was nothing more to be said. If things continued to unfold in such an unpleasant manner, it would be utterly disgusting. YanLing's brows furrowed tightly. She hadn't expected her master to speak so harshly. In front of so many people, he actually dared to insult her like that. She was a person, not an animal. How could he make her feel so humiliated? So at that moment, YanLing clenched her fists tightly, making a creaking sound. Seeing the scene, YanLing did not choose to step forward, but instead quietly retreated several steps. He understood clearly what kind of entity he was. If he couldn't even manage these oddities, others would see him as utterly broken. YanLing's attitude was to avoid being the first to stick his head out. He didn't have any deep grudges against this person either. Chapter 190. Master and apprentice share a grudge at this point. There's really nothing more to say. If one were to concoct some nonsensical explanations that no one could understand, it would truly be a bizarre twist of fate that one could find amusing. Could it be? YanLing, in his prime, actually wants to defeat his master and leave him in ruins. This guy certainly seems to be exhausting himself in the process. Fine. Since he wants to play this way, I believe there's a show worth watching. I think we should refrain from watching this so-called drama. Now that things have come to this, there's nothing more to discuss. Continuing to entangle ourselves in this would only lead to our own incompetence. At this moment, People in the arena began to scatter in all directions, forming a circle. A massive wave of energy fluctuations had appeared around, and YanLing had stepped back, watching as Bibi Dong's beloved apprentice distanced himself. Most of the onlookers also retreated, as they understood the implications. If someone like YanLing chose to withdraw, then no matter how powerful others might be, they certainly wouldn't achieve anything substantial. Poseidon and Hades were astonished, unable to believe that a rift had formed between Zhao Wuji and his apprentice. Regardless of their past grievances, there was no need to drag in so many trivial matters. Moreover, Bibi Dong should not have interfered in the conflict between Shrek and Zhao Wuji. Even if she had some supposed grudge with YanLing, there was no need to involve herself in such absurdities. Are you really going to fight? If you truly intend to do so, then I have no obligation to get entangled in your pointless affairs. Now that things have come to this, what is presented before me is quite vivid. You must understand and accept how these established facts are. Bibi Dong clenched her teeth in anger, feeling there was no need to get involved with this guy any further. There was nothing more to say, and if it were to be displayed plainly, it would be enough to make one want to spit blood in despair. Logically speaking, YanLing was not a formidable opponent for Bibi Dong. They were never on the same path. Their presence here was merely due to some nonsensical circumstances that made things look awkward. Otherwise, how could there be such a saying as the apprentice starves the master? YanLing remained silent, his eyes radiating a cold glare. He knew what he had to accept at this moment and what he needed to understand. In a situation that was relatively uncomfortable, he should not let others see something that was incomprehensible, intriguing, or unnecessarily complicated. Now that things have come to this, there is even less reason to let others get too involved. YanLing tightened his fist with precision, and at that moment, a faint blue light shone in his eyes. A circle had formed on the ground, and upon seeing this, YanLing chose to step back several paces. He understood that if these scoundrels didn't take him down, he certainly wouldn't end up with a good fate. Fortunately, having reached such a turning point, even if others saw it, it would just be an extremely ridiculous joke. With each step taken, YanLing moved with vigor, and his end was also flourishing. YanLing couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that Bibi Dong had indeed educated a few so-called enemies. If this guy could truly carve out a place for himself, it would logically be quite useful. It was just unfortunate that before anything substantial was revealed, more absurdities emerged, making it even more difficult for others to differentiate and understand. At this point, there was no need for further discussion. Fran was still blocked outside the glacier, unable to enter or retreat, resulting in a very unsightly outcome. He hadn't expected that so much chaos would unfold before his eyes. If others understood or didn't understand, it would really showcase the absurdity to the fullest. There is no such thing as a banquet that never ends in this world. Only when one engages in real combat can the true strength of the situation be grasped. Otherwise, if others witnessed it, it would simply be a comical farce, without any behavior that could be expressed adequately. At this moment, the onlookers saw Fran, who was in a state of confusion, unable to distinguish the situation. What kind of absurd reality would follow? What was unfolding before their eyes was just a series of unfortunate events. There was no need to get entangled in more trivial matters. Now that things have come to this, others should understand the need to be a bit stronger. Hey, are you even capable? You can't even navigate the glacier. What are you good for? Look at you, dressed sharply in a suit and tie, yet you are making a fool of yourself. Are you filled with nonsense in your head? How ridiculous. I used to think you were impressive, but it turns out you're just a blind fool. The one making these sarcastic remarks resembled a sharp-tongued toad. It was unclear how he managed to make everything before him so apparent, making others think of the grim fates of those who outlive their usefulness. Fran felt bewildered. He seemed to hardly recognize this person. Why was this guy continuously mocking him? Logically, they should be on the same side, not making things awkward. What kind of situation is this? At this moment, those who couldn't understand the meaning of it all were starting to realize. Chapter 191. The Birdman's hint from this point onward, amidst these established, obvious circumstances. It became even more unnecessary to involve too many innocent individuals. At this moment, the more Flandre looked at this guy, the more he felt that there was a hint of mockery in his demeanor. Where did this guy come from? Why did he suddenly appear in front of me? And why did he create such a mess of bizarre things? No, where the hell are you from? In all the academies of Douluo continent. I don't seem to know your name at all, yet you have repeatedly mocked me with cold sarcasm. So tell me, what the hell do you mean? If you came here to provoke me on purpose, I certainly won't give you any friendly treatment. You must understand that the established facts are very clear in my eyes. And what the hell are you supposed to be? Flandre was truly furious. After all, he was a dignified principal. But unexpectedly, he found himself in an embarrassing situation without having done anything to warrant it. At this point, he had lost even the most basic semblance of face. In such a situation, even someone with a good temper would eventually realize that they had to take control of the situation rather than casually forget it. Upon hearing this, the bird-headed human body guy suddenly burst into a cawing laugh. This laugh was so intense that it resembled that of Crow, and it was unclear what chaotic thoughts were swirling in his mind. It seemed that the next step was being presented to him in a rather vivid manner, and he didn't understand why such a serious situation had arisen. You don't need to worry about who I am. The reason I appeared in front of you is certainly for a reason. Otherwise, appearing out of nowhere in this world and creating so much nonsense would not only be laughable, but it would also lead to severe consequences, right? You need to understand. I have to accept all of this. Otherwise, if others see me, they will think I'm an even more ridiculous nonentity. In an instant, this bird-headed, human body guy seemed to sprout wings. With a swoosh, he flew onto the glacier, instantly crossing it and disappearing into the sky. At that moment, Flandre realized that there was indeed a boundary above the glacier, not just a surrounding enclosure. If one could truly step onto the glacier and start diving down, they could easily traverse mountains. Oh, I didn't expect that as a principal. I was being so redundant. I didn't even know the most basic situation. Flandre then casually slapped his forehead, realizing at this moment that he had truly been fooled. What was presented before him was indeed not something a person could concoct. Despite the bird-headed guy's unpleasant speech, he was a person who got things done. To have such a person by his side was truly a significant asset, given how logical the situation was. Since such a scenario had already been presented quite clearly, there was no need to involve more people who shouldn't be dragged into this. At this moment, Flandre finally understood the situation brought about by this monster. It turned out that he had been the most foolish all along, not even being clear about his own circumstances, yet wanting to stand at the forefront of others to manage all sorts of chaotic affairs, which was indeed very troubling. Thus, those who understood these true facts would eventually have to accept everything that had been established, and they were left with no choice. There was nothing to do but silently swallow this breath of anger and treat it as if it were not a big deal. Flandre then gathered all his strength beneath his feet and leaped into the air, drawing a relatively round circle in the sky. He began to plan a series of actions amidst the desolation on the ground. At this moment, Flandre realized he had indeed been duped. He couldn't afford to be fooled. He had to understand these matters to truly accomplish anything. Otherwise, if others saw it, they would feel like they were about to vomit blood from the absurdity of it all. Thus, such strong respect showcased before others was not something that could be achieved through absurd actions. The ground beneath his feet, full of power, seemed to hold any truth that could exist for the next step. What was presented at that moment felt far from being a situation that could be influenced by human action. After crossing the glacier, Flandre realized that he was still very far from the Douluo Academy. Logically, having walked down this path, he shouldn't have been triggered by these so-called absurdities. Yet what was displayed before him was nothing short of ridiculous. The facts were incredibly clear. It was no longer acceptable to others. And who exactly were those who established these rules? The glacier was covered with cracks, and the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. If someone were to truly witness this, they would find it exceedingly laughable and would have their own series of truths to uphold. Damn it, this is bad. I've been fooled. I originally thought this matter could be resolved perfectly, yet what appeared before me was nothing like that. How ridiculous. I'm really about to lose my mind. You bastard, just wait. Standing on the glacier, Flandre realized that he had been entranced by this so-called illusion. It felt like he was about to burst, and the sparks of his capabilities seemed ready to manifest, revealing something truly significant. At this moment, Flandre discovered the sharp knives on the glacier, as if in the next moment they would tear his skin apart. After all, he was a very capable person himself. Chapter 192. Learn literature when there is spare energy unexpectedly. The light points unfolding before them were increasingly difficult to comprehend, leaving one to wonder what kind of extraordinary outcome would emerge. At this moment, YanLing in the Dual Academy had already sensed the crisis facing Flanders. Not because of a deep connection between mother and son, nor because of any spiritual resonance, but because Flanders had used the technique of sound transmission over 1,000 miles to call for help. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong was continuously restraining YanLing from leaving. Bibi Dong felt that she had given all her abilities to him, but unexpectedly, what she received in return was this guy's collusion in mischief. So even those who might dismiss these matters in their hearts were becoming increasingly blind to the situation. The powerful ideological clash was evident here. As a former master, Bibi Dong found herself helpless against her relatively obedient eldest disciple, YanLing. After all, for her, the extraordinary abilities and bizarre phenomena that had emerged before her were becoming less and less like those of an ordinary person. Fortunately, at this moment, Bibi Dong, with her certain primordial power, could only quietly treat these matters as insignificant. She understood that in the face of these sudden occurrences, it was better to bury them deep in her heart. After all, it is said that a teacher can starve while teaching his disciples. YanLing, now a member of the Douluo Academy, planned to use any light waves at his disposal to control the chaotic behaviors before him. There was originally no deep-seated hatred. It was merely some bizarre fate that made others understand the reasons behind it. Therefore, at this moment, regardless of the inner refusal to comply with others' decisions, it was better to remain quietly oblivious. You don't need to drag this out. Although I have learned a lot from you in the past, it doesn't mean I'm selling myself to you. The reason I can obey you today is that I have my own principles, not because I'm afraid of you. You should understand a terrifying fact. My compliance does not mean I grasp your true intentions. It's because I have no other choice that I must resort to doing what I can. Otherwise, if others see this, it would only show me as a typical lowlife. You should understand the struggles I face. YanLing, being part of the Douluo Academy, had to keep these thoughts to himself. In the vast Dalu continent, some forms of reality had become painfully obvious. Thus, what should have been barren results now revealed a certain intention of his amidst others' perspectives. However, fate would ultimately challenge some individuals in this world, forcing them to confront these so-called oddities. Given this, there was no need to engage further. After hearing these words, Bibi Dong felt a chill. She never expected that her so-called eldest disciple would harbor intentions to resist from deep within. If this matter were to be revealed, it would be seen as utterly blind, not something that should be classified as a bizarre truth. The more such things were articulated, the more it caused headaches for others. At this moment, Bibi Dong realized that YanLing had lost the fighting spirit he once had. What was presented before her was increasingly unrecognizable as something achievable. Most people in the arena were stunned because they hadn't anticipated that when these chaotic truths were laid before them, they would be so blindsided. If that were really the case, it would make one forget in a heartbeat what kind of unfathomable oddity would follow. In fact, the majority of people's states were characterized by fear and trepidation. After all, they held a deep respect for Bibi Dong. In the presence of this top-level pope, everyone felt extremely tense. This was a figure of the highest teaching caliber. Yet now this top teacher was planning a series of cuts to the land due to discord with her disciple. If this were to happen, the people present would be left in a very awkward position. Just considering Zhao Wujia's situation, one would wonder how he could possibly maintain a dignified stance. It was rather innocent. This was clearly a private grudge among humans, as both Zhao Wujia and YanLing belonged to the human camp. Meanwhile, the Pope represented the divine side, and since YanLing, a so-called human, was Bibi Dong's disciple, he had been struck down by Zhao Wujia. Although he wasn't killed, both had exhausted their strength in the confrontation. It didn't matter that Shrek's appearance later didn't provide YanLing with any help. The outcome had already become relatively awkward. The Douluo Academy emphasized respect for teachers and the way. If even some ordinary individuals could not accept these established truths, how would others perceive them but as a source of laughter among the oddities? In reality, there weren't so many complicated issues or principles. It was merely about burying the anger in one's own interests. Originally, within the Douluo Academy, there should have been a certain hierarchy among its students. However, chaos had now emerged, making it impossible to rise or fall. There shouldn't have been such vast displays of their true principles. In fact, YanLing was not a serious individual who came to this world, as they inherently possessed powerful abilities and prestige. Otherwise, how could one know what state to adopt in order to achieve the most beneficial collection of words? It was simply absurd in the realm of oddities. Bibi Dong, as a master, had failed to educate a good disciple, which marked a boundary of failure. Now, what lay before her was increasingly blinding to others, making it clear that this was the reality of the situation. Chapter 193. Stumbling and staggering, what was presented in front of others was far from the reality. It was like teaching a disciple who ends up starving the master. Now, this disciple even wanted to slay the master with his own hands. Even someone with the best temper would find this scene laughable. If Bibi Dong really fought with YanLing today, it would certainly lead to a disastrous outcome for the latter. No one was wearing a happy smile on their faces. Instead, they exhibited a series of unclear flashes that made people feel a headache, as if they were about to burst and spit blood at any moment. Outside the arena, Harris couldn't help but almost laugh out loud upon witnessing this scene. He didn't expect the internal strife among these people in the Douluo Academy to reach such a perfect delineation. Since that was the case, there was no need to involve too many irrelevant people. Harris, originally a deity from the Western camp, had no obligation to perform any so-called oddities for this group. He and Poseidon were on the same side, and their performances had been very clear. At this point, there was no need to drag in too many irrelevant individuals. However, if Poseidon was trying to create divisions among Bibi Dong and YanLing's camp, then Harris felt he didn't need to clarify too many facts. This situation was already clearly displayed, and relatively speaking, it shouldn't have been expressed in such a manner. Harris had no expression on his face at this moment. His purple eyes looked at Poseidon and realized that this blue guy was indeed quite ruthless. Otherwise, why would one trample on everyone's dignity while standing in this position? Wasn't that simply ridiculous, not treating these perfect situations as serious matters? So at this moment, seeing Poseidon express himself unfavorably, Harris felt he should give Poseidon a warning. This kid needed to know his own limits. Otherwise, if something embarrassing happened, everyone present would be a loss for how to resolve it. This situation was getting more interesting. Harris originally thought it wasn't such a big deal, but unexpectedly, it dragged in so many innocent people. Well, since they insisted on entangling themselves in a series of issues, we shouldn't join their chaos. I tell you, Poseidon, I won't say anything about you helping YanLing just now, but if you help this so-called YanLing, I will make sure you regret it. Harris had clenched his fists so tightly that they made crackling sounds, knowing that if Poseidon were to fight Bibi Dong, the scene would surely turn ugly in front of everyone. Under these so-called factual circumstances, many people realized that perhaps there was some underlying sentiment in the predetermined clarity. However, if this sentiment could not be expressed, it would only make others feel it was very ugly. Therefore, at this moment, to turn the situation around and develop it in a better direction, the facts that should have been so were increasingly not being grasped by others. Thus, Harris decided to use force against Poseidon. He knew that if this guy really intended to take action against his side, it could easily lead to severing the opponent's head. After all, YanLing's abilities were no small matter. If he teamed up with Poseidon, it would surely create a thunderous existence. The cannonball could draw a perfect arc in the sky, ultimately forming a point of light before cutting down in a series of moves. Poseidon was infuriated by Harris's words. He never expected this guy would dare to threaten him here. At this point, there was nothing more to say. Logically, Poseidon and Harris were clearly on the same side, but the flashes appearing in front of them were increasingly difficult to distinguish, making it unclear why things were so self-evident. Seeing Harris dare to threaten him, Poseidon's expression was also very grim. Many people inside and outside were watching. He had to maintain face. Otherwise, if it became too ugly, who would handle it all? So at this moment, Poseidon's words began to sound harsh. You can rest assured, it was just that I did not distinguish a clear victory due to unclear positions. Now it's different. I know my own strength, and am clear about the perfect facts I will face next. So it's very clear that I don't need to involve too many people. I just need to deal with these facts without letting others understand some predetermined perfect situations. You should get that by now. Poseidon did not respond to Harris's words. He knew his own strength and was well aware of the situation on his side. At this point, there was nothing more to say. The more one got too involved, the less others would understand why things were so well articulated next. Thus, these matters should no longer be buried in his heart. Not treating them as serious issues would be better. Otherwise, if others saw it, it would indeed be laughable to the extreme. In fact, Poseidon still hadn't grasped the situation that he was not from the same camp. There was no need to make things so awkward. Logically, everyone's life on this path should have its own peculiarities, rather than creating something that others found hard to look at. However, the reality presented was far from such a vivid depiction, and the root of it was something beyond what others could comprehend. It had already made many people understand that if things truly reached such an embarrassing level, then everything must not allow the points of justice to be grasped clearly in the hands of others, which indeed should be the case. Chapter 194. Inside and outside, the arena Poseidon and Harris belong to the camp of the gods. They have their own abilities and prestige in this faction, but unexpectedly, the chaos that has arisen is making them increasingly blind to the situation. If they can't truly cut through these so-called facts, letting others see it would be nothing short of hilarious. Poseidon, representing the divine camp, shouldn't get too involved with the human camp. If they participate too much, It will surely make others think that this god has ulterior motives. If there are no ulterior motives, why engage so much with humans? It could only be to win hearts or to integrate and impose their own circumstances. If others see this, it becomes even more laughable. So it might be better to disregard altogether. On the other hand, YanLing did not choose to join any of these factions. Although he is human and has been recognized as part of the human camp since birth, he is not a vicious criminal. Logically, he should be leveraging the opportunities in his hands, rather than dismissing these matters more and more. However, once they unfold before him, it becomes evident that there isn't so much chaos after all. YanLing chose to remain uninvolved, as he knew that with his own strength, he cannot tackle all the mess. It might be better to let go of the grievances in his heart, as the situation has already developed this way. If he were to create more embarrassing scenarios for others to see, they would surely think that he, as the main character, is involved in so many trivial matters. This perception is indeed quite ridiculous, and he should keep these situations hidden in his heart, thinking it would be better that way. In the arena, YanLing and BB Dong exchanged glances filled with hostility. Neither liked the other. It seemed they both wanted to tear each other apart, but their state was merely one where both sides believed they were right, with neither willing to yield. Given the current situation, if they were to create some embarrassing circumstances, the consequences would be unimaginable. BB Dong felt that YanLing, whom she had educated, had not produced any useful outcomes, and to make matters worse, had turned against her. This realization made BB Dong feel extremely disgusted, as this situation was indeed quite embarrassing. As they locked eyes, the opportunities swirling around them became increasingly indistinct. BB Dong did not make a move, nor did YanLing. Their energies had already developed in a roundabout manner, as they understood the terrifying reality they faced, that none of this could lead to any genuinely useful actions from others. Logically, there shouldn't be so much chaos. If there were, it would only make others look foolish. What is the reality of this situation? How should it conclude after unfolding before them? The situation had reached a boiling point, and even a fool could see that both sides were unwilling to concede. If an embarrassing scenario were to arise, it would lead to an even more awkward conclusion. At that moment, Flender used his long-distance voice technique to command YanLing to hurry and save him. The eyes seemed to cause him to falter, unable to step out of any chaotic situation. Although YanLing's relationship with Flender was not particularly close, the consequences were still extremely embarrassing. They could be considered good mentors and friends, and most importantly, they belonged to the same human camp. Since they could thrive within the human faction, it only indicated their willingness to stand on the same front line for the next phase of development. Otherwise, creating something too embarrassing would only make others increasingly oblivious to the situation. Upon hearing Flender's voice, YanLing felt like she might cry at any moment. She understood that everything she faced was very unclear. Flender was calling for her, while BB Dong was holding her back. She was in a difficult situation, as the events were unfolding before her. The outcome became increasingly incomprehensible, and YanLing, being both Bibidong's disciple and a top confidant of Flender, had chosen to follow Flender due to their differing factions. After all, Flender was also the old principal, and his abilities were outstanding. If he couldn't handle this minor issue, it would be seen as a huge joke by others. So even without the power of 3 heads and 6 arms, Flender, who held certain truths within, was calling for YanLing to hurry and save him. Otherwise, if things became too embarrassing, it would be unclear how to bring everything to a conclusion. Currently, Flender's situation was precarious. He understood and accepted everything. The fact was not conducive to expression, and everyone in the arena was clear on why things had become so obvious. If something relatively embarrassing were to arise, it would be even less conducive to expression. YanLing's forehead was dripping with sweat as she understood why she felt so awkward. Time had not reached a relatively perfect timeline, and if it continued to drag on, Flender would surely be left wondering how to perfectly conclude the situation. Given how things had progressed, there was no need to further complicate matters. Chapter 195, Different Paths. Same sect BB Dong. I have nothing more to say to you. If you dare to stop me from saving the old principal, Flender, then I will definitely give you a very unsatisfactory explanation. After all, I'm not on your side. It's true that you want to restrain me, and I have shared many skills with you. You have also educated me, allowing me to flourish in your camp. However, I am human, not one of those so-called chaotic beings. If you want to take my life, at least let it be a perfect exchange between us. I thank you, dear father. At this moment, YanLing was gritting his teeth in anger because BB Dong was continuously obstructing him. He certainly understood that something messy had happened with Flinder's long-distance communication technique. The old principle is the pillar of the Douluo Academy. If something were to happen to him, he shouldn't exist in this world at all. Therefore, at this moment, one shouldn't dwell on this matter. Anyone should gradually hide it in their hearts and refrain from bringing out so many so-called messy facts. But the result was already very obvious. If things continued to look relatively unpleasant, it would only make others see it as a joke. Bibi Dong smiled, finally smiling. Indeed, she guessed correctly. YanLing was no longer her disciple. Even if he was still her disciple, he had no intention of standing with her in this camp for further development. The facts were very clear, and the outcome was even more evident. Being controlled in someone else's heart made it incomprehensible for others to understand what was truly facing them, and who could comprehend the chaotic events that would follow. Bibi Dong had no real connection with Flinder. If it weren't for his relationship with YanLing in the academy, he wouldn't even know who Flinder was. Not to mention Zhao Wuji, even the 7 oddballs of Shrek wouldn't necessarily be able to develop anything useful with him, because what he showed was not something that ordinary people could flourish. This fact was very clear. Bibi Dong didn't want to get involved too much. She was just forced into this position. Seeing that Bibi Dong's attitude had finally relaxed a lot, YanLing finally understood that he was already on this path. There was no need to drag too many innocent people into this. The situation had reached a more ambiguous decision, and it was not about making it more perfect for others to see. It was better to keep it under control in his own hands. Since you have already shown a very obvious attitude, I have no need to get involved any further. YanLing had already decided to retreat completely, but unexpectedly, Bibi Dong stood up again, forming a strong shield, making it hard for people to understand why it was so self-evident. YanLing felt the wind beneath his feet, thinking he could escape, but did not expect Bibi Dong to block him again. What the hell do you mean? At first, you told me to leave. Why are you stopping me now? What kind of chaotic thoughts are you having? Are you joking? YanLing was furious, as if something was about to burst forth from his eyes. At this moment, his gaze was filled with fiery anger. If he wanted to, if he dared, he would definitely deliver a perfect blow, because he knew if this grudge escalated to another level, everyone present would uphold their so-called traditions, and perhaps they would all die for what they believed in. So in facing these situations, those who shouldn't keep these facts in mind shouldn't place these truths in absurd reasoning. What kind of mind control did the old Principal Flinder use on you? Why do you trust him so much now? Could it be that he is just an insignificant oddity in your mind? Don't you understand by now? It's already very obvious. So why are you bringing up these self-evident situations? At this moment, Bibi Dong looked at the so-called YanLing and realized that her former disciple was no longer the same. Instead, he presented a fear that was more like an indescribable oddity. YanLing wanted to leave, but Bibi Dong was blocking him with all her might, giving him no opportunity. The two began to tussle, and at this moment, everyone had a little tail following them, marked by very distinctive signs, as if the next moment would spark strategic fireworks. YanLing, seeing this scene, couldn't help but marvel. These two guys truly put their all into reaching a relatively perfect peak. Since that was the case, things were becoming more understandable. Therefore, in the face of some serious situations at this time, YanLing should not have kept these matters in mind. He directly ran to the side, crossed his arms, and began to watch the show. This view did not go unnoticed. Everyone looked at him disdainfully. Your master is competing with your senior brother, and you are here just watching the show. It was truly disgusting. YanLing's stance was very clear. He felt there was no need to get too involved. The situation had already become so awkward. If others saw it and found it unbearable, it would be as if he would vomit blood from the embarrassment. He had no connection with YanLing, and if he weren't present in the academy today, there was no need for others to see what he would do next, as the situation was already clear. YanLing had his own plans. He was not truly part of Bibi Dong's faction. That is why he preferred not to keep these facts in mind and try to conceal his own situation. Seeing that Bibi Dong was not allowing him to move, YanLing was truly about to explode with laughter. Chapter 196 let it go. He never expected that a person who was supposed to be a role model would end up doing something so despicable. It was already a critical moment, and being in this position, he still intended to create situations beyond his capability. What was the point of all this nonsense? Did he really think people were that blind? It wasn't necessarily the case. YanLing had a perfect plan in mind. If Bibi Dong truly intended not to let YanLing go, then he would definitely make Bibi Dong pay a painful price. Otherwise, both sides would seem utterly ridiculous in their reasoning. It would appear quite comical, wouldn't it? Enough of this obstruction. Let him go. He needs to save Flander. If he doesn't rescue Flander, how can you all truly make a meaningful impact in this world? At this point, there was nothing more to say, no need to force things or give up. Although Bibi Dong was a top-tier pope, he must understand that the situation can only be controlled if it is in one's hands. Otherwise, it's just absurd. YanLing stood firmly in Qiling's position, wanting to uphold justice in these matters. He knew that Qiling's actual abilities were not particularly weak. If he truly became desperate, those present might not be able to bear the painful consequences. The outcome could lead to a situation that people could hardly accept. Otherwise, it would become even more absurd. YanLing valued Qiling's role highly. He understood that Qiling was a reincarnation of a demon god. If he truly wanted to stand up, not even the Shrek 7 could match him, let alone any oddball from Shrek Academy. After all, with Qiling being the reincarnation of a demon god, he was just one step away from becoming a legitimate entity. In the face of truly manageable situations, it could only lead to unacceptability for others. These thoughts could only be slowly hidden in his heart. Otherwise, showing such an absurd reality was simply ridiculous and increasingly obvious. Therefore, at this moment, he should bury these thoughts deep within. There was no need to cling to these so-called arrogant interests. Who among men is without faults? If Bibi Dong really wanted to put Qiling in this position, then YanLing felt he could at least give him a fair chance. Otherwise, it would lead to a situation that others found laughable. People would become confused and unable to understand how such a complete civilization should conclude. Bibi Dong glanced at YanLing and chose to shut his eyes, no longer concerning himself with Qiling's affairs. He realized that his prized disciple, cultivated over many years, was now being handed over just like that. And Flander, who knew what kind of charm he had cast on Qiling, had seemingly stolen his heart. Logically, they were not from different eras. Why could Flander capture Qiling's heart while keeping it within his own grasp? How did this happen? Why were these events unfolding? Faced with such serious considerations, it was hard for others to comprehend what was happening right before their eyes. Was it terrifying? It should be, and at this moment, Bibi Dong felt a chill in his heart. He sensed that many events would unfold next, and he could only blame himself. He couldn't make sense of why things were happening in such an incomprehensible manner. But the facts were already laid out. Being in this position could only be considered deserved. Otherwise, if something emerged that made people understand the facts, perhaps in the next moment, they would forget how to accept these genuine truths. Qiling dared not hesitate, soaring into the sky on a rainbow cloud. At that moment, he could only feel the raindrops falling from above. Finally, he understood that he had to accept these facts and could not choose to discard them. Being in this position was deserved. Since it was so, there was no need to involve himself in so many so-called trivial matters. He had already embarked on this irreversible path. If he were to create something that was beyond the capability of others, then seeing it would only lead to extreme absurdity. Having been placed in such an eye-opening position, people would feel either a headache or an overwhelming heat. This storm was temporarily under control, and Flander was certainly not an easy opponent. He used a technique to transmit his voice over long distances, firmly grasping Qiling in his hands, and his intentions were clear. Only by controlling this guy could he manage some of these bizarre behaviors clearly. Otherwise, if others saw it, wouldn't it be even more absurd? Unable to explain what kind of chaos he would bring. When Qiling arrived in front of Flander, he realized that this guy was indeed not to be underestimated. Flander seemed to be in a higher position, and in the next moment, a halo appeared around him, making it impossible to see how it fluctuated. But now that things had come to this, there was no need to involve too many innocent people. It was all told rather mercilessly. It could only be said that others were made to appear somewhat unsightly in their innocence. There was no need or way to do anything else. He could only choose to turn back quietly, bowing his head to make things sound a bit better. You say you are a seasoned teacher, yet the people you have raised are all such nonsense. Look at these people. Which one would listen to you? It has become so embarrassing. Chapter 197. Too many entanglements. How will this end? Let's not talk about it anymore. Saying such uncomfortable things will only make others think you are useless. At this moment, YanLing looked at Bibi Dong, who seemed like a comical figure, and he was almost laughing out loud. He never expected that this so-called big brother actually lacked the ability to bear the responsibilities of being a big brother. Instead, the actions he took were not what a real person could do. If that's the case, wouldn't others see it and feel that he is even more of a peculiar case, unable to articulate situations within his capabilities? This matter has become very obvious, laid out in front of us, and it is increasingly difficult for others to understand why it should end this way. However, it can only conclude in this manner for a perfect ending to be understood. Although Bibi Dong's side leaves people unclear about the true facts, the outcome is already very evident. It has come to this, and he has been placed in this position. Therefore, it is better to remain quietly oblivious. Otherwise, the facts that others feel will reflect a peculiar awkwardness, which is not a situation that is easy to navigate. You don't need to criticize and educate me here. You should understand one main point. The reason I chose this path is because my own abilities are quite valued. Otherwise, others wouldn't obey any of my commands. Now that it has come to this, what more is there to say? If too many entanglements are visible to others, it will only be seen as comically absurd. I have already expressed the facts clearly. You don't need to entangle with me too much. Otherwise, others will only say that you have me under control and wonder what else can be done. Don't create more absurd situations, understand? Otherwise, being part of the same sect, you will find it very difficult. Bibi Dong then began to sincerely advise his so-called little disciple. He knew this guy might be overestimating his abilities, as even the situation he was in was not firmly grasped. Attempting to carry out a series of developments that would only make others see it as a comical oddity, expressing an unspoken situation. So at this time, no matter how perfect a person is in their heart, they will ultimately have to accept everything laid out and create some relative highlights, which is very beneficial to everyone. Otherwise, if the comical journey continues to express incorrect situations, it will become a terrifying existence. Bibi Dong advised YanLing to stay calm, where the consequences would be unimaginable, and fate would be difficult to alter. YanLing stopped speaking. He knew that no matter what he said, he was facing this guy, and he could only make this little issue in his heart appear relatively ugly. Who would have thought that when these matters truly unfolded, it would feel like a nightmare breaking apart? Yet the outcome is as obvious as it gets. If we were to speak more of such absurdities, it would only become increasingly blind to reality. Thus, slowly integrating these situations into his heart is better than treating them as a serious matter. What so-called teacher or classmate is there in front of him that truly holds any significance? The development of events has already become apparent and vivid, and the results are very evident. If it can't be handled well, it will become even more awkward for people to understand the outcome. I believe things have reached such a point that it is becoming quite difficult to manage, and there is no good ending in sight. You don't need to say more to me because my matters are almost settled. On Flinder's side, he is already facing very serious situations, and I hope you understand. YanLing truly felt a headache. He never intended to get involved so much. Yet unexpectedly, he was placed in this position, leaving him at a loss for how to conclude. But since things have come to this, there is no need to entangle with so many trivial matters. Now that it has reached this point, being in this position, he could only bow his head silently and choose not to take it too seriously. After hearing these words, Bibi Dong could only smile helplessly because he knew that if YanLing truly did not intend to listen to him, it would be really difficult for him to handle things. Therefore, there was no need to create so many unnecessary actions or entangle with so many irrelevant people. Things are simply this way. Not knowing how to conclude well, it would be best to just give up on some things. Otherwise, if it truly leads to situations that others cannot bear to see, it would be akin to being placed in an exalted position, completely oblivious. At that moment, Bibi Dong chose to turn a blind eye to it. Shrek could only shake their heads helplessly, while Zhao Wujia was in an even worse situation. Just now, Bibi Dong's heavy blow had left him in disarray, and it seemed he could no longer distinguish how to write the phrase under control. Thus, at this moment, Shrek was pressed down into a not-so-good position. It was unclear what chaotic facts would emerge. The results were evidently laid out in front of others. If they were to become awkward, anyone witnessing it would find these facts comical. Bibi Dong, you are ruthless. You can strike against me, and I understand. You know that all decisions have been made, so just wait for me. Bibi Dong, holding his chest, slowly stood up and stretched toward a nearby area. Feeling as if he was about to vomit, he sensed a surge of hot blood in his chest that was about to erupt, and if he acted on these matters, the consequences would be unimaginable, as the heat in his chest made him uncertain about how to best conclude this situation. Zhao Wujia was already suffering from severe internal injuries because Bibi Dong had shown no mercy in his earlier attack. Chapter 198. Fierce assault. The intensity of the attack was so great that he felt he could be cut down at any moment. Like a lion, he struck swiftly and decisively, dismissing the act of killing as trivial. When YanLing saw this scene, he frowned, realizing that Bibi Dong was indeed formidable. Flander was still at the glacier, carrying out a series of blockades, and had not yet arrived at the Douluo Academy. If Flander really showed up, then not only Bibi Dong, but YanLing himself would be drawn into the battlefield. The situation was perplexing, and no one could understand the gravity of what was unfolding before them. Thus, the only choice was to quietly ignore the circumstances and move on. "Do you think I've gone too far?" he asked. Let me tell you something important. If I don't show mercy to him, he will definitely come at me with lethal intent. Not killing him is already a kindness. Zhao Wujia's rise was not legitimate. Do you understand? What I just did was merely to save you, not to harm you. Why treat me this way? Bibi Dong was genuinely heartbroken. She hadn't expected YanLing to repeatedly confront her with such trivial matters. Logically, they were on the same side, master and disciple. Why was YanLing suddenly turning against her? Did he really not regard her as his master? If that were the case, why even acknowledge her as one? YanLing was taken aback. Noticing the cold indifference in Bibi Dong's eyes, he realized that she had never held him in high regard. Since that was the case, there was no need to involve himself further. He decided not to maintain any excessive contact with her and to simply ignore the matter. I have nothing to say. Regardless of what Zhao Wujia did to me as a teacher and a pope, why would you humiliate him so much? He's a person, not an animal. There's no need for such severity. If you really killed him, who would take his place as the vice president of the Douluo Academy? Can you say that Shrek would just rise up and take over? Now, YanLing found Bibi Dong increasingly indifferent, and he couldn't understand her mindset. What was going on in her head that made her so unreasonably harsh? The situation had already become quite dire. Did it really have to result in loss of life? At this moment, Shrek couldn't help but laugh, realizing that YanLing was actually quite supportive of him. Given that, he felt it was better to keep these facts hidden within his own circumstances. Shrek had long been wary of the vice president position, as long as he wanted it, and dared to act. He could easily take control. If anyone were to expose any absurdities, it would only make others find it laughable. I don't think you need to have such extensive contact with me. I understand very well that I will take this position if I can, and if not, I won't. Shrek found it amusing. He didn't want to engage in so much nonsense. However, it was undeniable that he had some thoughts about the vice president position. Had it not been for Zhao Wujia's intervention, that position would have undoubtedly been his. But this situation was very unfavorable for Flander, who represented the human faction. Shrek, on the other hand, was a standout among the Nodding Academy and the Angel family, not part of the same faction at all. Since they were not aligned, there was no need to involve themselves in messy affairs. In fact, Shrek had intended to pledge loyalty to Flander, offering to be a devoted fan and subordinate. But Flander would not accept him, as it was clear that if Shrek took the second-in-command position, he would overshadow Flander's authority. Just think about it. Shrek's 7 monsters were already so powerful, especially with Shrek, the eldest brother, whose abilities were earth-shattering. If he truly wanted to seize everything, it wouldn't just be Shrek. Even with YanLing joining forces, they might not easily subdue the big monster. I say, you really are like a vendor bragging about their own goods. I only said a few nice things about you, and you take yourself so seriously. Do you really think you can sit in this position and thrive? Let me tell you, that's impossible. You might as well give up on that thought. I was just speaking casually. YanLing found it amusing. He never intended to take this guy seriously, yet he was met with a series of adulations from him. He truly thought of himself as some kind of sycophant, and YanLing had no intention of indulging him any longer. Facing such absurdity, if it came to light, wouldn't it be laughable? Shrek's expression fell dramatically from initial excitement to that of a crushed watermelon. His face devoid of emotion as he stared in shock at YanLing. He couldn't believe how harsh YanLing's words were. What did he think of himself? Acting like a fool? Why, having initially disagreed with himself and preparing to do the right thing, did he now want to elevate himself? If he didn't plan to flatter him, there was no need for such so-called nonsense that would only disgust others. Why is your mouth so filthy? I merely stated a fact. I didn't expect you to follow the trend like this. Since you've chosen to act this way, why should I get involved? Chapter 199. MO, Rantime, alright, I understand. I also realize what kind of act this is. It's enough that you are clear about it. Shrek turned around and left, while Zhao Wujia clutched his chest, crawling forward step by step. As a vice principal, he had been nearly killed by Bibi Dong with just one strike. This could be considered a loss of face, but if Flanders, the old principal, were here, Bibi Dong would definitely not have a good outcome. And YanLing was indeed exerting all her strength to save Flanders. A massive glacier with incredible penetrating power appeared before them. What was presented in front of them was something that others could hardly understand, an obvious occurrence. I first unleashed the power of all my soul rings to see if I could shatter this ice circle. If I could, I hoped you would heal me and temporarily send me to the Douluo Academy for treatment. Because if the power of the soul rings kept shattering, I would definitely not have a good outcome. Bibi Dong and YanLing faced each other without speaking, both like shattered nightmares. Seemingly unaware of what to do next in this incomprehensible situation, YanLing remained silent, lowering her head and deciding to accept these facts. It would be better in the end, because if she didn't accept these facts, others would see her as an inadequate weapon. As it stands now, the situation in the arena had already split dramatically. This glacier was like a human heart. If it could be shattered, Flanders would surely calm down. Zhao Wuji had already been beaten half to death, and Flanders was anxious to provide aid, but couldn't break through. This glacier had no connection to BB Dong. It was merely to challenge Flanders' inner demons. Flanders, clearly an old veteran with graying hair, displayed his skills vividly because he hadn't acted in the name of justice. At that moment, Flanders was indeed not to be underestimated. All his strength converged on his chest plate. In that instant, strong among the strong, waves of energy rippled outwards. And when YanLing saw this scene, she raised her head in surprise. She noticed a powerful dragon-like figure in the sky repeatedly crashing into the glacier. With a loud bang, the glacier didn't shatter. Another impact still didn't break it. After a series of attempts, a series of soul rings appeared that seemed impossible to break, making others increasingly bewildered. I thought, is it possible? Your soul armor has already reached a peak state. Why can you break this glacier? What are you thinking? Why do such incomprehensible things happen? I'm really at a loss for words. At this moment, YanLing realized that Flanders' abilities weren't as formidable as they seemed. Instead, what was displayed in front of her felt like a repeated joke. In such a scene, he actually wanted to shatter the glacier and step past it. If others saw this, wouldn't it be an extremely ridiculous existence? What can I do? My abilities have already reached their peak. I was hoping you could heal me, but who would have thought you'd be held back by BB Dong for so long? Now that it has come to this, there's nothing more to say. All I can do is exert all my abilities to the fullest. What can I do in this position? And don't say any so-called sarcastic remarks. I have no way to heal you anymore. Flanders was on the verge of spitting blood because his current predicament was extremely dangerous. If he really intended to go head-to-head, he wouldn't deserve any good outcome. But if he didn't get a good outcome, then the whole situation would be even less credible. Therefore, an incomprehensible situation was unfolding before others, becoming increasingly absurd by the minute. YanLing had nothing to say and could only choose to ignore it all. She knew her current capabilities were not respected. What she could do was to try to survive. As long as she could preserve her life, there would still be a chance for a turnaround. If she couldn't even protect her life, then there would be no chance, and she would be stifled in the cradle, unable to rise again. A person's power is ultimately small, and YanLing was about to ascend to a higher position. At this moment, this usually unremarkable young man was showcasing all his abilities and prestige to their peak, even though the situation hadn't yet been clarified. However, he was already in a state where his head seemed to be severed, making it even more interesting. Could it work? Could he still be healed? Why did such an embarrassing situation occur? You're only now mentioning these shattered things. Fine, I can't be bothered to argue with you. I see you can't even spit out anything useful. Flanders saw that YanLing couldn't provide any genuinely useful information, and he felt extremely annoyed. Because the situation presented to him was very unfavorable for expression. If they could break the glacier, then neither of them would suffer substantial harm. Although this thing was transparent, the thickness of the glacier was unimaginable. It looked like it wasn't very thick, but in reality, it was frozen solid. It felt as if any moment now, they would be spitting out blood due to its heaviness. With the wind at their feet, the two of them went back and forth as if they had circled several times, yet they still hadn't managed to break through this skill. It was evident that the situation was becoming increasingly intriguing, as the reality they faced was extremely dangerous. Chapter 200. Soul Transformation. Why can't this thing be shattered? Is what is presented before us truly something so bizarre that it blinds others? Why is it like this? My abilities are indeed limited. At this moment, Flanders was already exhausted. He realized that his power was not particularly impressive. Instead, it felt somewhat trivial. Meanwhile, YanLing had formed a massive encirclement with the power of his soul rings, preparing for a decisive blow, but he hadn't fully grasped the situation yet. When he did, it felt as if he was being slaughtered in a dream where he couldn't open his eyes. The two of them were attacking each other amidst the glaciers, creating significant tremors in the earth. They had hoped for a perfect conclusion to this matter, but, unexpectedly, it ended without anyone taking a proper shot. Instead, it felt like a true reality that was even harder to comprehend. At this moment, those who should have been indifferent were indeed serious about their existence. It seemed increasingly difficult for others to understand the predetermined facts that were so self-evident. Being placed in this position was already nerve-wracking, yet now they were also facing attacks from the glaciers. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. Facts are facts, and what was before them was just that. yet it didn't seem like something straightforward that could be articulated. Powerful light waves had formed a slowly rotating blade of light around them, with shades of blue and red. The entire sky was already slicing through the frozen clouds for miles. At this moment, many people began to understand. If they were to shatter these true memories, then others certainly could not possess all these genuine highlights. The white clouds in the sky were gradually unfolding their brilliance, but sometimes certain things were no longer easily discoverable. The peculiar situations within their reach should not have been possible, as they were not originally meant to be together. This only indicated that in this Douluo world, certain settings that others could not accept had emerged, leading to the dazzling scene before them. At that moment, a loud bang sounded and the glacier exploded. Flanders and YanLing's expressions turned to surprise. He thought he had succeeded, but unexpectedly, Bibidong arrived in front of them at that moment. Especially Bibidong's expression resembled someone who had eaten 2 pounds of dog feces. He looked at Flanders with a very perplexed gaze. As the principal of a school, how could he not shatter this glacier? What were you thinking? Did you really believe you could sit in this position and generate such powerful energy? Stop pretending. I know your act. Hiding your strength is useless. Bibidong's face was as cold as ice, as if in the next moment she was genuinely contemplating a series of soul transformation attacks on Flanders. Yes, after all, everyone walking this path is not a pure waste. And when reality is laid out before them, how could it be something others could easily touch? Therefore, there was no need for others to see the subsequent display of a drooping expression. I didn't expect you to come and see me personally. I initially thought you were causing chaos at the academy, and I didn't know how it would end. But after seeing you like this today, I truly feel relieved. You, as a top-ranking pope, actually left one of my vice principals half dead. Do you think I can let you off the hook? Flanders finally understood all the circumstances surrounding him. He knew clearly what he had to face. He understood even more that at any time and any place from now on, there would definitely be an invisible threat from Bibidong towards him. Otherwise, how could he be so blind to the situation before him? At this point, even a fool could see the situation. Bibidong had deliberately created this glacier. Then, leading Flanders to the academy formed a stark contrast. This opposition allowed others to see and feel the tension in every moment. After hearing Flanders' words, Bibidong's face was filled with a chilling expression. She hadn't expected this guy to still speak with such calculation. Indeed, their previous grievances were no longer the same skilled tactics as before. Back in the day, when they were in conflict, it created an invisible wave of light from top to bottom, inside and out, leaving people feeling intrigued. When YanLing saw this scene, he turned his head away, as he hadn't expected the two to meet like sworn enemies. Logically, both Flanders and Bibidong were masters of the same level. Such a disgraceful display shouldn't have occurred. But what unfolded before them resembled a wave of light that was difficult to perceive. I say, you two shouldn't make it so awkward. Zhao Wuji was merely injured. Yet, it seems like you two are making it all the more unbearable. YanLing tried to mediate between the two powerful figures. He knew that if they truly clashed, everyone present would surely be doomed. The air was already filled with waves of moving energy. If the light shone on people, it could make them feel that the next moment would be uncertain in how it would conclude perfectly. Thus, at this moment, no one should be playing around with these situations. Everyone was holding their breath, especially Bibidong, whose eyes were already displaying a smile of business acumen, as if about to spring forth with unusual sparks to explode upon this so-called burden. It was as if sworn enemies were glaring at each other, and, at this point, there was nothing more to be said. Do you want to fight or do something else? I can comply with whatever you wish, as long as you are satisfied. I will definitely provide you with a perfect explanation. Otherwise, others might think I'm bullying your so-called good principle. Chapter 201. Old Grudge's Bibidong's face showed no expression. He understood clearly what plans he had in mind that were advantageous to him. If he couldn't even grasp the situation, then there would be no need for him to exist in this world. On the other hand, the expression on Flanders' face was about to explode with a myriad of lines. It was like the fear of an explosive transformation radiating with glory, making everyone realize that a person could indeed unleash a fiery rage. Flandra was no longer the nonchalant figure he had been moments before. I think we should have a battle between us. After all, the new grudges and old grievances have accumulated over so many years. If we let these situations continue to be dismissed, others might think I'm still easy to bully. So at this moment, there's no need for us to get entangled too much. Everything is your own doing, so face the consequences. A strong offensive power swirled in Flanders' hands, making it seem like he was unsure of how to conclude the situation perfectly. With things having come to this point, there was no need for further discussion. After this misstep, the next step became even more intriguing. YanLing quickly dodged to the side, knowing that if these two powerful beings affected their surroundings, strange sparks might explode around him in the next moment. Therefore, even as an ordinary person who was trying to stay uninvolved, he buried these actions deep in his heart. BB Dong stood in the sky, forming a high-energy barrier that enclosed the entire land in a cage-like shape. She tightly controlled Flandra, who was far from being an easy target. He transformed into the shape of a sharp sword, aiming straight into the sky to break through Bibidong's formation. But her formation still hadn't dissipated. Over there, it had already been severed, leaving people unsure of how to proceed. The situation became increasingly difficult to articulate, and it was becoming clearer that it demanded respect. As a principal, failing to manage the personnel beneath him while boasting and displaying power was baffling. It was hard to comprehend what was going on in his head. I once trusted you so much, only to find out you're nothing but a useless figure. Fine, since you have to play this way, I'll make sure to show you what. Do you think this broken sword can break my formation? Let me tell you, no way. BB Dong, filled with anger, once again formed a prison-like mode in the sky, with chains appearing indistinctly around her. It seemed as if the entire sky had been locked into a perfect shape, a level of resilience befitting a top archbishop. At this moment, raindrops were falling from the sky, pattering down. If someone were to seize this opportunity, they might be cut down in an instant. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on Flandra's forehead. He hadn't expected this guy to be so powerful. Just this sharp blade hadn't allowed him to break through the chaotic elements. In that instant, it made everyone feel like they were entering a state of deep contemplation. Similarly, as a disciple educated by a master, he didn't know how to act, yet he wanted to kill the Titan giant ape in the Douluo Academy. How could he not take a look at himself? What a mess of thoughts in his head. Zhao Wujia is a manager under me. Do you think he would let you run rampant in the school? Flandra didn't feel guilty at all. Instead, he had an increasingly courageous demeanor. If BB Dong could speak, he could too. Let us see whose words carry more absolute authority. At this moment, Flandra, who was increasingly dismissive of the situation, felt that there was no opportunity to exploit. BB Dong paused for a moment. He never expected Flandra to genuinely protect one of his subordinates. Since it was like this, if he had to walk down such an irreversible path, there was no need for further entanglement. The only option left was to fight. Only by fighting could these matters be made clearer. Once again, a prison mode appeared in the sky, with chains rattling throughout the atmosphere. When YanLing saw this scene, he finally understood why Flandra had chosen to conserve his strength at the beginning. It seemed he had known Bibidong's intentions all along. As things had come to this point, the situation had entered a fever pitch. Meanwhile, at the Douluo Academy, a relatively unseen opportunity had already emerged. Look, what is that in the sky? Why is there an aerial prison? What on earth is going on? Didn't the battle already end? Why does it seem so much more blinding now? No way. What is going on? Why has this situation arisen? Hasn't the fight already concluded? Are we going to have to fight again? I feel like this prison mode isn't visible in the entire sky at all. What exactly is happening? If things have reached such a stage, it makes it even harder for people to open their eyes. All the students were in a state of shock. They couldn't help but be shocked by the facts unfolding before them. It was so obvious. If things had reached such a stage, it made others even more confused about why they felt that the next moment would lead to a storm. At this moment, they could only choose to treat it as if it were nothing and quietly observe. Harris Poseidon and YanLing lowered their heads quietly as they watched this scene, knowing that the turmoil of this event did not belong to anyone. They understood that this was a clash between BB Dong and Flandra. Far away, yet right in front of them. Chapter 202, Why Do This? Chapter 203, United against the enemy otherwise, if things really got awkward. It would be hard for others to see how it could end in a perfect way. In fact, he no longer had any attachment in this battlefield. He understood clearly what he had to face, and it was evident that such simple matters happening in front of him were no longer just obvious. If things were truly embarrassing, then those present would certainly not have a good outcome. YanLing smiled helplessly, thinking to himself, could it be that Harris treats Poseidon like his own mother? Managing his own child to such an extent is truly ridiculous. What does that expression mean? Are you seriously mocking me? Let me tell you, if you dare to laugh at me, I will definitely make sure you don't end well. Harris had already realized that YanLing's earlier half-smiling expression indicated that he was not someone to be trifled with. Since it had come to this, it only meant that being put on this stage made it even harder for others to accept the established style. I can't even laugh. Can't you see that? The battlefield over there has already unleashed all their abilities, Now you can only defeat that group of guys within your kill line to achieve victory. It's not that I'm meddling. It's because I have to meddle, you understand, right? YanLing rolled his eyes at Harris, finding that this guy really liked to meddle in others' affairs. What kind of nonsense was he thinking? He couldn't even explain these serious facts clearly. Yet he wanted to make a name for himself in others' lives. Was this guy crazy or just foolish? It's truly hilarious. All right, you two don't bicker here. I think we should go over to the battlefield not far away and see. If Flandra and BB Dong really start fighting, we can help if we can, but please don't cause any trouble if we can't. Poseidon frowned, not expecting that this situation was indeed difficult to end perfectly. So at this moment, given the circumstances, it would be better to bury it deep in his heart. I knew you wouldn't give up, you bastard. Fine. Since you have to make it so embarrassing, then I see no need to maintain any so-called master-disciple relationship with you. Besides, we are just fellow sect members and not brothers standing on the same front. Harris was furious, as if about to spit blood from his chest, because he didn't expect to face such a confusing and embarrassing situation with this guy. Poseidon, being a god of the Western world, was already suffering greatly in this Eastern world. Yet, he didn't expect that such trivial matters displayed before others would lead to such extreme ridicule. So at this moment, regardless of Poseidon's words, he would definitely act impulsively towards the battlefield. He pushed his abilities to their peak. Things used to be this way, so there was no need to involve too many irrelevant people. Seeing such a dramatic scene, YanLing could only smile helplessly, as he did not expect that what unfolded before him would be so bizarre. Since it had come to this, he silently decided to express some things that were better left unsaid. Fortunately, at this moment, YanLing flew directly into the sky not far away. At this moment, there was a huge chain in the sky, binding in a square shape. A very sharp sword was repeatedly striking in the sky, showcasing the light waves around him vividly. Upon seeing this, mortals showed expressions of astonishment. Zhao Wujia was in a healing state, and Shrek could only shake his head helplessly at this scene. He quickly put away his Shrek oddities back into his pouch, as they were merely remnants and not real people. Harris watched as YanLing walked towards the battlefield, turning to glare at Poseidon, hoping this guy wouldn't meddle too much. Earlier, when he used the power of the sea god to assist YanLing, Harris did not want to get involved in these matters. But he didn't expect this guy to push things further and further, now that it had come to this. There was nothing more to say. The outcome was already very embarrassing. If more events arose that others could not accept, it only indicated that Poseidon had certain ulterior motives regarding YanLing, or perhaps he had some intentions towards him. Don't worry, I won't get too involved. If I do, the consequences will definitely be severe, perhaps unimaginable. You must understand the purpose of life. It's not about such strength, but about accepting everything the best we can. Poseidon turned and left, feeling that if he continued to entangle himself with this guy, it would only show that he was a particularly unreasonable person. Harris had now become Poseidon's reborn mother, not only putting him in this position, but also wanting to take everything from him. In truth, Poseidon was very clear that Harris's attitude towards him was that of a fellow struggling brother. To put it nicely, they were sect brothers, but to put it harshly, it was a situation of you have me, I have you. The students watched the scene in the sky, feeling helpless. Since things had come to this, they, as mere bystanders, could not hide their inner thoughts. YanLing, however, was different. He showcased his inner light and thoughts, which were completely different from others. At that moment, he stepped onto the colorful clouds in the sky, moving step by step towards a place not far away. Ling watched a white light flying over and was momentarily stunned. When he realized that it was YanLing coming to his side, he truly felt a headache. Since things had come to this, as an observer, he had already stepped aside. But why did YanLing still insist on making a name for himself on this battlefield? What was he thinking? Chapter 204. Strong words. No speech. Chapter 205. Less ink. More action. Every minute feels like the next moment is already circling in front of one's eyes. And at this point, there's nothing more to say or do. Just let others see. It seems like the next step is about how to integrate some so-called facts that can't be pieced together. The confrontation in the arena has reached a fever pitch, yet YanLing and BB Dong have generated a lot of disagreements. At this point, it's surprising that the master and the apprentice are on the same page, even though they are not aligned on the same line. To others, it might look ridiculous, as if they are narrating a situation that makes the true facts even harder to discern. In contrast, Ling knows that he has a good Monumentin relationship with Flandre. However, BB Dong was also one of his top teachers before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have learned all this from some fool. Although he later betrayed his sect, He feels there's no need to get into too much unnecessary talk now. He said, you guys, if you want to fight, just hurry up and do it. Wasting time here is bad for everyone. We should understand that the most important thing is that life is like this. Just get it done. Stop dragging it out. YanLing directly dodged to the side, even wanting to pull YanLing aside. The reasoning is simple. YanLing's behavior here is like a meddlesome fool. He initially didn't want him to get too involved, but unexpectedly, this guy keeps making pointless remarks. Even a fool would see that he's being ridiculous. When YanLing saw this, he laughed, thinking it's fine. There's no need to get too involved. At this stage, it only makes others feel that he's a pointless person. If things continue like this, someone might get hurt, so to better integrate these matters into his hands, he chose to treat them lightly and gradually withdrew. YanLing directly moved to the side, standing with YanLing, watching BB Dong and Flander to see if they could pull off some top-notch skills. At this moment, BB Dong's hands were rotating with the brilliance of the sun and moon. The chains in the sky were pulled again, and she struck towards Flander with lightning. Her sharp sword aimed for a lethal attack. The two began to clash again, but at this moment, Flander felt his strength depleting. It had reached a point where it was no longer sufficient. That sharp sword was like a beam of light in the sky, striking down, making everyone feel that they might as well just close their eyes for peace. Fortunately, at this moment, the bizarre nature of their actions made many forget what the correct choices should be next. The sword in the wind seemed like an unbearable sight, and seeing it made people feel that if anyone could grasp this fact, it would be laughable. Unexpectedly, the operations between these experts revealed such a lack of insight. Since things have come to this point, he feels there's no need to get too involved with those irrelevant people. If they insist on playing, then he believes there must be some truth in their play. Alright, since it's already like this, he can only feel that it's exceedingly ridiculous. YanLing thought that since these experts must perform such high-level maneuvers, he feels there's no need to get too involved. The situation has already reached a turning point. Getting too involved will only make others think he's a meddlesome person. Therefore, to avoid being seen as a busybody, he swiftly moved aside and chose to retreat. However, not long after YanLing backed away, he felt a cracking ice layer beneath his feet. It turns out the temperature in the sky was low, and if rainwater forms a strong circle around, it would indicate that if this thing were seen, it could shatter heads in an instant. Thus, facing this, he knew better than to treat it lightly, and he had to swallow his pride. YanLing also felt something like ice breaking beneath his feet, but his ice wasn't as severe as YanLing's. The arena had become extremely cold, sending chills down people's spines, and Flander and BB Dong were certainly not easy opponents. They seemed to be lost in their chaotic thoughts, almost forgetting why they came to this world. Yet, the situation has reached a perfect point. It could only mean they had to fight. It seems that old grievances and new grudges will lead to a duel sooner or later. However, regarding how this should unfold, he feels there's no opportunity left. Make your move. Whoever hesitates is not worthy. Flander's face turned grim. He felt that if he didn't act soon, it would only prove his incompetence. No one could be blamed. It was just the chaotic events that appeared upon arriving in this world. Ultimately, it's quite amusing, as it may lead to barren lands. However, now that they're put in this position, the best choice is to silently accept everything. Otherwise, letting others see would only be more pathetic. BB Dong remained silent. He knew that he had to be as clear and aware as possible about what he would face next, and there was no need to get too entangled. Since they have been put in this position, they must bear the consequences. At this moment, YanLing and everyone in the arena silently chose to watch everything unfold, while Poseidon and Hades did not choose to take advantage of their own powers to make some powerful decisions in the midst of destruction. Chapter 206. Taking action again in the midst of the twists and turns. Any situation that unfolded made the people present already decide these facts. What appeared before their eyes was also quite obvious. At this point, there was nothing more to say. It was best to silently suppress this matter deep in their hearts. Otherwise, when others saw it, wouldn't it be even more ridiculous? YanLing chose to withdraw, using a method of retreating to advance and not accepting all of this. In fact, YanLing felt that even if BB Dong and Flinder were locked in a stalemate, it had no impact on him. The main situation he faced was that no matter who won or lost between these two, it would bring him no benefit. Unexpectedly, this guy didn't even help his master. I initially thought you were quite capable, but now it seems not to be the case. Fine, I think you should have some foresight. Don't let it end up looking relatively ugly in the end. YanLing's expression was very unpleasant. He originally thought that if the two of them started fighting, YanLing would definitely step in. If he did, he would also go help Flinder, leading to a 2-on-2 situation. However, it seemed unnecessary now, as they had already been slain at this so-called peak moment. The environment in the arena had undergone a 360-degree rotation, and everyone was bursting into laughter upon seeing it. The imagery in the sky made others feel as if they didn't even know what they would face next. At this point, there was nothing more to say. It was better to silently disregard these matters. Otherwise, letting others see it would only lead to a situation that was extremely ridiculous, expressing unspoken issues. Bai Dong was the first to strike, pointing at the iron chain and swiftly attacking Flender. Flender, however, was not to be underestimated and immediately countered with a powerful move. A strong wave of light radiated outwards, shattering the clouds above the ground. Everyone was astonished, especially YanLing. He had not expected that the duel between these masters would be so severe. With just a slight anger, a powerful wave of light was generated, causing everyone around to show even more saturated expressions. After all, this was a confrontation between experts. Flender, after all, was the principal of school, and top teachers from Shrek had had some interactions with him. To put it bluntly, there was a certain connection in their social interactions. But Shrek didn't recognize Flender as a so-called master. He just felt that he had educated him, and nothing more. He didn't want to place more importance on it. As the situation inside and outside the arena changed dramatically, it seemed as if everyone was slowly regaining their senses. All these things truly left people confused about why they happened so unnoticeably. At this point, there was nothing more to say. If Flender had a bit of strength left, then Bai Dong would definitely not have a good outcome, because what was presented before him did not seem like something a normal person could do. It truly made one feel a headache. YanLing, who should not have taken this matter seriously, was now tightly clenching his fists. He could clearly feel that Flender was physically exhausted while Bai Dong was in his prime. Suddenly, a thunderbolt-laden chain struck Flender hard, causing him to stagger back several steps. With a puffed, bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, staining the red cloth on his chest. Unexpectedly, the dignified Bai Dong was so ruthless. Fine, I'll concede you're strong. Today, I'll let you see if I have anything truly formidable to offer. Just wait and see if I can bring out something powerful against you. Flender took out a precious item from his pocket. Upon opening it, there was a small blue pill, which he swallowed. This thing seemed like adrenaline. After consuming it, he felt an immediate surge of energy. His eyes burst with a cold light, shocking everyone present again, especially YanLing. He felt that Flender, who generally didn't like to use such things, had unexpectedly resorted to these dubious methods. When YanLing thought about this, he felt that Flender before him seemed to lack any real integrity. What the hell? This guy actually took medicine? If so, it truly made it hard to distinguish the nature of the situation. YanLing was startled. He originally didn't want to take this guy seriously. In fact, Flender held a certain position in YanLing's heart. Even amidst the attacks from all sides, there had been some exchanges of martial arts skills. But now, it seemed not only were those exchanges gone, but what was presented was indeed more eye-opening. The more it unfolded, the uglier it became. The more it developed, the harder it was to understand or clarify what it was for. So at this moment, YanLing chose to step back and no longer engage Flender in a series of attacks. At this point, there was nothing more to say. The ice beneath his feet was crumbling down, making one feel as if blood would seep out with the next step. What's wrong? Young Master YanLing, are you scared now? You seem to be afraid now. I told you before, Flender is not a good person. The reason he has become like this is simply because he lacks the ability. Now, he has been forced into a corner. If he doesn't attack us, who will he attack? Don't make it look so ugly, lest others think everything is just a mess. YanLing saw YanLing trembling all over and fell. Chapter 207. 9 turns rejuvenation pill. These old fellows must have faced these situations and developed a deep-seated fear. Otherwise, how could a once unremarkable individual fall to such a serious state? One can only say they deserve it, and saying so might even seem more humorous. Especially when seeing YanLing's crooked head and funny demeanor, it becomes even more amusing. Anyone present would feel that if this scene were to continue, no one would have a good ending. However, Flender and Bibidong's stakes are quite high. Both of them are determined to put the other in a deadly situation, especially Bibidong, who harbors deep-seated hatred for Zhao Wujia. Although Bibidong and Zhao Wujia have no personal enmity, the involvement of YanLing in their confrontation has made Bibidong lose face. Since this is the case, Flender stepping in to intervene is equivalent to settling old scores with new grievances, which only highlights both sides' lack of insight. Regardless of the situation, there's no need to complicate matters further. The only way to determine the outcome is through battle. The winner will gain a certain degree of influence. while the loser will undoubtedly face a bad end. Next, we shall see who has more strength. Otherwise, if others witness it, it would only be seen as a joke. There's also an important point about YanLing, who was once a powerful spiritual mentor, but later events led to a lack of proper actions. If Li Yunfei were here, his Mr. Kong would surely have a powerful impact. Unfortunately, YanLing has not yet unleashed the third soul ring. If the 10,000-year dragon ring were to erupt, YanLing's personal strength would surely reach new heights. Sadly, this matter has not yet reached that decisive point. The esteemed old principal has started taking medicine. I must tell you that the medicine might not necessarily be effective. If it really goes into his stomach, it could make others fall asleep in no time. You must understand the reality. You have to bear all the consequences, or else others will see it as a joke. Bibi Dong looked at Flander, who had swallowed a large number of pills and felt a sense of fear. He was afraid that if he exerted too much effort in the medical aspect, this old man might directly spit out blood and die. If that were to happen, he would be seen as a strong-willed person. At this moment, Bibi Dong should not take this matter lightly. He has begun to take Flander seriously. As long as Flander dares to act, he surely has a perfect opportunity to seize. However, the situation has not yet become clear. On the other side, it has already become chaotic, hanging in a precarious position, which only reflects the other party's incompetence. Hearing himself being insulted and mocked in such a manner, Flander truly laughed. He is the principal of the Douluo Academy, and now he is losing certain physical functions because he cannot defeat Bibi Dong. How could he not take medicine under such circumstances? Therefore, at this moment, he must express his inner situation. Otherwise, if others see it, he would be a peculiar figure in this game. Only by understanding his serious matters can he manage things clearly. Otherwise, it would only lead to others mocking him. Flander is someone who values face. He believes he can handle everything and produce some useful actions. Only then does he feel that what he has done is meaningful. Otherwise, if others see him, it would be as if he could not distinguish between north and south. Sitting in this position, he would truly be a laughingstock caught in a moral bind. Whether I'm taking medicine or not, once this medicine enters my body, it will surely yield significant results. Otherwise, if others see it, it would indeed be a peculiar situation that could arise at any moment. I can only survive to regain my face. Otherwise, if others see me as a useless principal, that can't be right. I'm a useful person, not just a discarded principal. What Flander just consumed was the 9 turns rejuvenation pill, meant to restore all of his vitality. As long as his vitality reaches a certain physiological threshold, he will surely launch a series of assaults against Bibi Dong. Otherwise, if others see that he cannot defeat Bibi Dong, once this spreads, he won't just lose his title as principal. Douluo Academy might as well close down. If Douluo Academy can't even defeat someone like Bibi Dong, then his students will definitely be lost. In the future, the Nodding Academy and the entire Divine Realm will surely find it hard to hold their heads high. He can only regard the opponent seriously to make these facts clear. Otherwise, he would only be caught in a humorous predicament. If Flander fails to defeat Bibi Dong, many will surely think that Nodding Academy's achievements surpass those of Douluo Academy. Otherwise, if the old principal of Douluo Academy can't even defeat Bibi Dong, wouldn't that become an even more intentional joke? Faced with such powerful internal force attacking from all sides, Flander had no choice but to choose a near approach to seek the far. He chose to take one step after another in a good direction. After swallowing the 9 turns rejuvenation pill, he quickly felt a surge of vitality that didn't seem to be quite sincere. It seemed that the series of challenges he was about to face had officially revealed the situation of his internal exhaustion, making many people understand the truth of the matter. A steam-like force erupted from Flander's body, shocking everyone present once again, especially YanLing, who didn't expect this old fellow to really have some tricks up his sleeve. Having consumed the 9 turns rejuvenation pill, it could very well lead to a significant change in the next moment. Chapter 208. Motionless as motion, the moment the old man erupted with a slight anger in his heart, transforming into a typical fire dragon form. It was bound to affect everyone present. Perhaps in the next moment, even their heads would be completely severed. So such a strong situation made many people feel that there was nothing more to say. With the original intention of not being able to change everything, it could only indicate the helplessness among the opponents. This old guy has taken the 9-turn soul recovery pill. Yet why do I feel that his body seems to have no changes at all? What is going on? Could it be that this 9-turn soul recovery pill is fake? If this thing is indeed fake, then perhaps once its effects wear off, he might die from poisoning, which is also uncertain. YanLing couldn't help but smile helplessly. feeling that there was nothing more to say at this point. Since he had already been put in this position, it would be better to bear the consequences of it all. The 9-turn soul recovery pill had already erupted within him, sending waves of coldness from the inside out. If he wanted to produce some credible facts, it could only indicate that the other party could not come up with some credible real situation. Flinder chose to use this moment to regain his dignity in Douluo, and when YanLing saw this scene, he also felt that it was truly not easy for the old principal, who had thousands of troops waiting for him to train. If he really wanted to regain some face, perhaps he could do some straightforward things, but these so-called real situations cannot be described as anything but bizarre, which was truly unbelievable. You've already taken the medicine. Why are you still going through a series of motions here? What are you thinking? You can't really think that I will let you go, right? Make your move. Stop dragging it out. You've stuffed such a powerful tonic like the 9-turn soul recovery pill into your stomach. What more do you want? You can't say this is all due to our mutual ignorance, can you? BB Don looked at Flinder, who was standing there like a wooden man, making him feel extremely intriguing. The medicine had already been ingested. Why is he still hesitating to make a move? Does he think the facts presented by the other side are amusing? At this point, both sides must avoid dragging things out. If they do, neither will gain any benefits. This situation presented before them was like a shining point that was relatively understandable and expressible. If they couldn't come up with some relatively bright facts, it could only indicate that they had not even walked the correct path, and the other side had already been strangled in a cage. BB Don really couldn't see clearly now. Flinder had already taken the medicine. Why is he still hesitating here? Is he waiting for his own move? As he thought about this, he couldn't help but smile, thinking that these facts could be understood and transformed. However, now it seems that this is not the case at all. The shining point happening before his eyes is truly like a reality that seems endless. Since it has come to this point, there is no need to force any nonsense anymore. No, I don't want to choose to attack because you can't see my attitude clearly. All my abilities have been hidden. Only when you make a move can I choose to counterattack passively. Do you believe that if you hit me once, I can immediately fly over and chop off your head? When Flinder said these words, he couldn't help but smile helplessly. He felt that what he said was indeed the truth. He had to speak the truth. Only by speaking the truth could many people understand how blind he was being. When BB Don saw this scene, he truly laughed. Could this be the legendary attack power of using the unchanging to respond to the changing, like a tortoise? Thinking of this, YanLing also smiled helplessly at this scene. The concept of the tortoise truly made many people experience such a turnaround in their hearts. Yes, the situation has already reached a particularly perfect form. In Legends, the tortoise is not a serious person at all. If it truly wanted to support a piece of sky, it would be as difficult as moving mountains and rivers. Who would have thought that Principal Flinder would now adopt the posture of unchanging to respond to the changing to express his inner thoughts? Well, if he truly intends to bring these things to fruition, then I am also willing to engage in this series of desperate struggles against time. As YanLing spoke and laughed, Qiling also unexpectedly laughed out loud. After all, Flinder was an old man with white hair. Who would have thought he would really choose to use the tactics of an elderly person? Since it is like this, the situation is indeed hard to look at. What kind of facts are laid out before us? There's also a real shining point. Being broken and helpless can only indicate that in any situation where the earphones do not unfold, one cannot integrate some so-called bizarre things, and if one cannot express them, it further illustrates the helplessness among the opponents. I never expected that the old Principal Flinder would actually learn the tortoise's attack. Since he has such an inner situation, we, the people present, must understand his difficulties because everything he does is not easy at all. Qiling said this while sending a particularly funny glance at YanLing. Now the two of them finally stood on the same front. Regarding these ridiculous facts, it is indeed like this because many times, many people only realize that they have not been scrutinized too much. Only after that will they come up with these chaotic matters. And the situation has reached a very heated stage. Meanwhile, BB Don also smiled helplessly as he saw Flinder's eyes change from the normal color of a human to red at first, and now they had turned green. They say a turtle glances at a green bean, which might refer to such a situation. No wonder this guy's eyes turned green. It is indeed the proper color of a green bean. Chapter 209. Overconfident soldiers will surely lose. BB Don still chose not to take action, as he believed that Flinder must have a trump card. If he were to act, who knows what chaotic situation might arise next. It was better to keep these thoughts hidden in his heart and let the other side see who could come up with truly useful actions. Therefore, the strategy of responding to change with stability not only became Flinder's confidence, but also served as Bibbiden's trump card. It was just a matter of whose temper was tougher. At this point, it was already quite late, and the fact that he still chose not to act made one wonder if he truly thought that wasting time was beneficial for them. Let me tell you, that's not the case at all. Wasting time will only make it harder for us to see clearly. Given the situation, what more is there to say? Stop dragging this out. If someone is to act, it must be you first. I choose to remain passive. You need to understand that if I didn't have this passiveness, I shouldn't even exist in this world. If others see this, they would think it's a joke. Flinder felt like he was about to spit out blood from anger. The more he looked at BB Dawn, the more he felt something was off. He always sensed that this seemingly unremarkable honest man was actually a ruthless character. Indeed, he was right. If BB Dawn were not a ruthless person, there would be no need for him to exist in this world because he could only survive by being ruthless. Otherwise, others would see him as a joke. Once he reached his position, he could only use particularly ruthless means to maintain his power. Otherwise, others would treat him as a laughingstock. Flinder still believed that if he remained passive and made BB Dawn act first, he would certainly have a better outcome. But he slightly overestimated himself and underestimated Bibidon's patience. Sitting in his position required a certain level of composure. Otherwise, others would think he was easy to bully. Seeing this situation unfold, YanLing and Ling were already stunned. They didn't expect BB Dawn's endurance to be so formidable. Had they known he was such a tough opponent, they wouldn't have looked down on him. The current turmoil he displayed was like an unusual phenomenon that left others forgetting how to proceed next. At this point, the situation had reached a stalemate, and it was just a matter of seeing who had better endurance. Otherwise, if others continued to observe, they would simply see the other side as a well-spoken piece of trash. If you think that if I strike first, I will definitely not have a good outcome. Now that I am in this position, I can only maximize the benefits for us. Otherwise, others will think we are just playing a series of jokes. Don't you think that while you're joking, I am also expressing something that is even more confusing? You don't really think I am someone who is easy to bully, do you? BB Dawn remained calm. He understood clearly what he was about to face. There was nothing more to say, and if others were to stir things up further, it would only lead to even more ridiculous situations. BB Dawn would not charge at Flinder with an attack. He understood that if he were to attack first, everyone present would not have a good outcome, including YanLing, who would be killed in an instant. So, facing such a situation, which should have been perfect, was now turning into something that felt more like a joke. The strong would always outdo the strong, and the current situation made people feel as if they could not distinguish the next moment. Why did this become so intense? It could only be that these positions were placed in a way that made it better to consume secretly. I said you two should stop stalling. It has come to this point, and there is nothing more to say. If you keep trying to stretch this out, it will only drag out our time, slowly. YanLing glanced at the sun in the sky and realized that the sunlight was becoming more intense. If it shone on a person, it could cause them to burst out with sparks in the next moment. It seemed as if he would forget why he was in this world, expressing something and doing things that were not justifiable acts. At this moment, one should not take this fact too seriously. They could only silently bury their attitudes deep in their hearts, covering them clearly and understanding how to face the upcoming realities. He did not speak. After all, this guy was someone with a mentor, and both BB Dawn and Flinder were relatively close to him. Given the situation, there was nothing more to say. He could only silently not take these circumstances too seriously, burying them deep within himself, more brightly and clearly. Why was this exciting fact more evidently displayed? There was nothing more to say. It was better to temporarily not take it too seriously. You don't need to use such provocation. Whether we fight or not has nothing to do with you. Don't think that the two of us have any necessary connection with you to do something particularly meaningful. Let me tell you, BB Dawn is towards you, but I may not be. I'm just a principle, and the benefits I can bear are merely a fact that can exist. The facts are already clear. What more do you want me to do? I have already made my choice in my heart, so let it be. Flinder was truly on the verge of exploding with anger because he hadn't expected this. Chapter 210. Mind unopened, it turns out that this kid YanLing is so sharp-tongued. If I had known, I wouldn't have gotten too involved with him. I always thought this guy was someone who stood in a prominent position, someone who would promote and expand things, but now it seems that's not the case at all. Instead, it feels like he can make someone spit blood at any moment. An oval disc has appeared in the arena, which is clearly a typical competition arena. Everyone present is sweating coldly because they understand that if a small mosquito or fly were to stand in the middle, it would definitely be smashed to pieces. This is the Douluo arena. We're just looking at it could make one bleed from the head. At this point, there is nothing more to say. We can only silently cover it up and not treat it as a serious matter. The so-called behavior in the heart is what makes others feel even more the seriousness of what they are facing, what kind of proper situation it is, and that where they go, nothing can grow. But the facts are hidden before them, and it's not as ruthless as it seems. What spins in the arena is something that clearly expresses the facts. And since the facts are like this, there's no need to talk about some correct situations, which are just forced and luxurious at this position. There are only two types of people here. One is the so-called talent in Douluo, and the other is just not a serious person. To put it plainly, it's just funny. I said, what is wrong with you two? Still playing the lady here? If you two keep acting like that, it only shows that we have no vitality left here. What are you lingering for? What are you messing around for? Stop making such forced connections. If you're going to fight, just fight. Why waste time? Otherwise, the ridiculous facts that come out will only make others think you were just a joke, unable to distinguish even the most basic interests. How do you guys survive in this world? Otherwise, if others see it, wouldn't it be a joke within a joke? At this point, what else is there to say? Just get started, enough with the nonsense. This is truly garbage. YanLing can't take it anymore, because Flander has now transformed into the tortoise form of Xuanwu. A defensive mechanism has formed, and Bibi Dong looks at this defense mechanism and feels nothing but a headache. It seems like she doesn't know what to do next, so at this moment, YanLing also chooses to ignore everything. YanLing doesn't indulge Flander at all. He has no so-called news about this old principle. Now in the duel arena, a large disc has appeared before them, which is somewhat blinding. At this point, there is nothing more to say. It only lets others see that it seems like in the next moment, they will have to come up with some headache-inducing plans. So at this position, it has already become quite ugly, and there is no need to go to the county to make more people feel particularly funny. But how could Bibi Dong listen to YanLing? Because Flander is in the tortoise form in the arena. Once this tortoise form is revealed, it will definitely make others feel like they could get a headache at any moment. At this point, there is nothing more to say. They have already been placed in this position, which means they might swallow this insignificant breath at any moment. Those who understand will eventually have to face these facts. And those who don't understand will eventually have to realize that in this world, it's the survival of the fittest. There has never been any justice or morality. And the justice that YanLing chooses is to kill the Titan Great Ape. The series of chain reactions that ensue end up bringing forth all sorts of monsters and chaotic things. After people see this, they feel like they could get a headache at any moment. Too many connections have been made, too much has been done, and at this point, there is no need to force anything. We can only silently not treat these situations as significant matters and then cover them up in our hearts. But who can understand that the person placed in this position almost doesn't understand what is happening right in front of them? At this moment, Flander looks at YanLing as if he is looking at a tortoise. He really feels that this tortoise bastard is so disgusting. He doesn't know what is going on in that head of his. He always wants to oppose him at every turn. Since this situation has already become quite awkward, there is no need to involve too many indifferent people. Flander now really feels that the more he looks at YanLing, the more disgusting this guy is. He doesn't know why Bibi Dong wants to keep him around. This guy has neither the mentality of a big figure nor a basic attitude. He is always looking for trouble and doesn't know what nonsense is going on in his head. This world is like this. Some people are typical of enjoying the show without caring about the trouble. They don't know what is going on in their heads. They probably always think that what happens next has nothing to do with them. After being placed in this position, it seems like the next moment they all understand how the facts should be dealt with. YanLing, don't waste your breath with this guy. If you keep talking to him, it will only make him feel that you are even more ridiculous, while over there you are facing some peculiarities you can't handle. At this point, there is nothing more to say. Since you have been placed in this position, you must bear all the consequences that come with it. Otherwise, if others see it, they will think you are blind. I have nothing more to say. The struggle and battle between Flander and me can only show that it's best for us to conceal everything. Bibi Dong's fists are clenched tightly, as if in the next moment, she is about to crush her chest with all her might. Right now, she actually doesn't want to do anything. She just wants to clarify a series of situations that are occurring. Chapter 211. Luring the tiger from its mountain, it is neither like this, nor is there a need to waste words. Once one is settled in this position at home, it is better to silently cover up these facts. Otherwise, if others see it, they will only think that he is bright and cheerful here, and failing to make some just decisions. Isn't that also silently choosing to bow down? Fine. Since this is your battle, I don't need to get too involved, lest others think I'm just causing trouble for no reason. Since things have come to this, I have no reason to stay here. If I see that you two can't even fight, then I'm just wasting time here. So I'll immediately return to the academy to deal with the Titan giant ape. This way, it will provide a pretty perfect explanation for everyone present. YanLing thought. Since the two of them can't fight, he might as well do a 360-degree turn and fly back to the academy. Given that things are like this, there's no need to force too much. He can only say that he has become incompetent. Anyway, Zhao Wujia has already been beaten to a pulp. If he were to deal with the Titan giant ape in the academy, then surely he could do something relatively correct. So, there is no choice. YanLing can only choose this position, though this approach is indeed quite underhanded. However, it doesn't mean that in a minute his head could be crushed here. Flander was stunned. At this moment, he finally understood that YanLing often plays the trick of luring the tiger from its mountain. Now that Zhao Wujia is already in the position of vice principal, if it doesn't protect against the Titan giant ape, it will definitely cause quite a stir in the academy. Behind this stir, others have already forgotten why this was happening so blindly. But what can he do? He can only silently not treat these matters as something bright in his heart. Damn it, YanLing, you little brat, you actually played the luring tiger from the mountain trick. I finally understand. You deliberately let BB Dong restrain me, so you could go to the academy and deal with the Titan giant ape, right? Since you have to choose to play like this, I don't need to get too involved with irrelevant people. The situation has already happened. Is there still a need for me to maneuver freely in this world? Flander was truly about to spit blood. He didn't understand why he was living so blindly in this world. Logically, it shouldn't be like this. There are people on this path and don't need to get too involved. However, many people, after seeing this, might find it extremely funny. But the situation has already been placed in a relatively obvious position. What can be done? BB Dong saw that Flander finally moved and hurriedly blocked his footsteps. This was the moment she was waiting for. As long as she could stop Flander, everything would have a very advantageous shift in the situation. And it had already been downloaded to this position. None of this was beneficial. It must be said that the situation has reached such a stage. If she were to create something that people cannot understand, then perhaps even in the next moment, she wouldn't know if her disciple could still do something just. YanLing has now returned to the Douluo Academy, while BB Dong hurriedly blocked Flander, fearing that he would join forces with Zhao Wujia and prevent YanLing from executing his revenge. So at this moment, those with their own plans for indirect transformation have already realized that the facts in this situation are indeed so blind. BB Dong, are you a bit too much of a bully? I finally understand that your obstruction of Flander is to allow YanLing to deal with the Titan giant ape. Fine, fine. You really are quite capable. I never thought you were such a sly one. Ling was also about to burst with anger from his chest. He then realized that the facts he had to face were so blind. Who the hell knew this guy would play such tricks? Since the situation is already like this, there is even less reason to go on about being placed in this position, which is a very headache-inducing situation. But what can be done? In silently accepting these facts, one can only choose to turn a blind eye. However, Ling is currently following the old principal Flander, so he can only choose to help him. Otherwise, if they can't even stabilize their position, others would see it as an extremely funny existence. This is originally a luring the tiger from the mountain strategy. Do you really think my attitude towards YanLing is worse than yours? That's right, it's like that. Actually, years ago, I had my own indirect transformation plan for you too. But I didn't expect you to side with Flander, so teaching the disciple led to the master starting. Once upon a time, after the cat taught the tiger, it never taught him how to climb trees. Now I'm doing my utmost to protect YanLing, and you must pay a painful price. Otherwise, if others see this, they will think I didn't give him all my skills and left a triangular technique for myself. BB Dong laughed. At this moment, she finally laughed, and she laughed maniacally. She realized she was the true victor, and YanLing was a particularly well-cultivated disciple in her heart. But what about the others? After seeing this, they were all particularly funny and shouldn't be taken seriously. Flander finally spat out a mouthful of old blood. At this moment, he realized he had been tricked. Logically, Flander would definitely choose to stand on the same front as Zhao Wujia, but he didn't expect that Wujia had already failed. Chapter 212. Conspiracy and Open Strategy. He was beaten to a near-death state by BB Dong, while Flanders rushed out, and BB Dong executed a maneuver from 1,000 miles away. Well, all of this was under the plan of BB Dong and YanLing. So now Flanders was eager to head towards the Dual Academy for a series of developments, seemingly preparing to return to his Dual Academy. However, at this moment, how could BB Dong let him go? She would not give him any opportunity to return. If she gave him any chance, it would only indicate a relatively cruel existence towards her side. BB Dong, you are impressive, truly impressive. I didn't expect your schemes to reach such a level. All right. I admit you are skilled, and I will no longer underestimate you. Since things have come to this, There's no need for me to entangle with you. Once you let me go, we can discuss everything. Don't force me. If I choose to use my hidden energy for self-destruction, you will certainly not have a good outcome. Flanders was now in a state akin to a defensive tortoise, forced to choose defense and unable to attack. He could only be hit by others, as he couldn't possibly fight back. So now, if BB Dong made the strongest attempt to block him, he wouldn't even be able to chase after the so-called YanLing, let alone any birds. The current situation was already extremely alarming, and upon seeing it, one could almost spit out blood from their starry constellations. But the fact was that he was already placed in this position. Who could really understand and comprehend these circumstances and what plans they might entail? Do you think I could let you go when my beloved disciple has already returned to the Douluo Academy? If I were to let you go, wouldn't my people still have a decent outcome? Stop dreaming. Now you and YanLing, even if you join forces to attack me, you will certainly not have a good end. If you don't believe it, just try. BB Dong had converted all her energy, and a series of lightning appeared in the sky. Without the previous chains, it had transformed into a rolling box, revealing a very sharp dagger that seemed to emerge from within, aimed at Flanders and YanLing to strike them down. However, the situation seemed particularly helpless and obvious. If Flanders truly chose to proceed with the next destruction plan, everyone present would certainly not have a good end. But the fact had already placed them in this position. Even if they couldn't accept everything, it would only make others feel that they were making a joke out of serious matter. Damn it, BB Dong. I didn't expect you to be so devoted to your disciple that you would go to such lengths. All right. I admit you were skilled. You really want let me go, will you? My current state is one of top-level defense, but if I really create something particularly unpleasant, you will certainly not have a good outcome. Flanders was furious. He didn't expect that even if BB Dong treated him like a dead pig, she would still not plan to forgive him if he used his hidden energy for self-destruction. But now that it had come to this, there was no need to say anything further. YanLing was also furious. It turned out that all of this was part of BB Dong and YanLing's plan to lure him away. Logically speaking, it should be understood that BB Dong and YanLing's friendship, while not quite a mentor-student relationship, was still a partnership on the same front. They could only proceed with the next step of conversion to express their inner situations. Otherwise, if people saw it, it would simply be a bizarre joke. Failing to do the right thing would make others feel even more so. BB Dong, you really have gone too far. I didn't expect you to do such despicable things just to protect your own territory for your disciple. I can't believe what is going on in your heart. It's just too much. YanLing's attitude was also filled with resentment because he hadn't expected that everything he faced would turn out to be like this. Now that it had come to this, there was nothing more to say. Had he known, he wouldn't have followed YanLing here to participate in all this. It was precisely because of too much involvement that many people felt overwhelmed by what they had to face. The outcome was obvious. If things were too ugly, others would see it, and it would be a matter of moments before they would bleed from their heads. Now, they could only bear the consequences of everything, helping Flanders and launching a series of attacks against BB Dong. Otherwise, if they couldn't even distinguish between these so-called factions, it would only make others feel that it was even more ridiculous. Now that things had come to this, what more do you want? What I did is what I did, and what I didn't do is what I didn't do. There's no need to make it look so ugly. Otherwise, if others see it, they might think that you have a rather despicable character. Otherwise, why would they think that such things wouldn't happen on your side? All right, if we're going to fight, let us fight. If not, then let us not, so that others won't think we are creating some despicable mess. In the past, seeing YanLing had already formally detached from BB Dong. He felt that he had a certain history, and the facts had already placed them in this position. There was no need to create some so-called bizarre scenes. There was even less need to combine things in a way that made the situation look ugly, which was already quite off-putting to see. There was no need to involve too much, nor any need to clarify how things really were. With a loud swoosh, BB Dong's reincarnation transformation unfolded in the sky. Chapter 213. Falling into a trap, the clattering chains did not appear at all. Instead, many sharp daggers emerged. A laser array was maintained around him, forming a powerful energy shield. Many people, upon seeing this, revealed their hidden cards, realizing that everything read was perceived differently by others. The situation was already very clear. Being in this position was extremely dangerous. However, the facts needed to be understood, and there was no need to express these obvious truths. You really want to play in such a sunny manner, right? Choosing to use this dagger shield to cut through this series of things is quite ruthless. I admit you have some skill, but there are no opportunities for me here. Helpless and with no other options, YanLing made a 360-degree turn and plummeted down from the sky. At that moment, he transformed into a whirlwind of smoke and fire, merging into Flander at this very moment. Initially, Flander had the slow-moving abilities of a black turtle, but he also possessed the strong defensive capabilities of a tortoise. With this enhancement and YanLing's assistance, the situation on the battlefield had become something very hard to interpret. Flander finally had the ability to act. As long as he wanted to and dared to strike, everyone present would definitely meet a bad end. Faced with such a situation, BB Dong had nothing good to say. Seeing YanLing merge with Flander, he couldn't help but laugh. This was indeed the legendary fusion. Since things had come to such a decisive point, it was startling to witness, almost as if the next moment would obliterate the facts before him. Choosing to fuse, I said you two were already involved. Now it's not just involvement, but you actually fused before. Well, since you've gone this far, there's no need to make things awkward. Too many connections would only make others feel that I'm being troublesome. BB Dong sneered and tossed his hair back. At that moment, he finally chose to charge forward, stepping as if on clouds, with his fists clenched tightly. As long as he dared to throw that punch, everyone present would surely meet a bad end. Although at this moment, facing the obvious facts of justice, others seemed unaware of what to do next. However, the outcome was indeed as such. The intense confrontation had begun, and after YanLing walked a short distance, he heard the sounds of violent clashes from above. He was almost laughing to death. It turned out BB Dong had not been checking from the start and had finally accepted it. His series of actions among the students had merely been a performance. Now that it had come to this, there was nothing more to say. YanLing did not dare to waste any time since Zhao Wujia was in a healing state. As long as that old man was healing, there would be opportunities for him. If he could take advantage of that, the Titan ape could certainly be killed in a matter of moments. Poseidon and Harris were already waiting for Monumentin at the academy, who had not yet arrived. Of course, he had no idea that so many chaotic things had happened in the academy after he left. Time was running out. Since he had been placed in this position, everything was already beyond any circulation. He understood that he had to accept these facts. Otherwise, if he couldn't bring out even a bit of justice in his hands, it would only make it more laughable in front of others. YanLing moved swiftly towards the Douluo Academy, taking a series of detours. He knew he had to accept all of this, otherwise, if others were unclear about what actions he would take, it would be confusing. What kind of correct situation would arise in his heart next? Being in this position, it was already very dangerous. If he couldn't kill the Titan Chu Yuan, it would only make others see him as an even more comical existence. YanLing maintained a blank expression. Although the battle was fierce in the sky, he had no turning point left, trapped in this dangerous position. However, things had reached a precarious stage, and any situation was not easy to discuss. Now, he could only gather Poseidon and Harris quickly. Otherwise, once they left this place, the Western gods would not be able to exert any power over the Eastern deities. What the hell is going on with you? How have you survived in this world? Didn't you just help your master fight against Flander? Why are you back now? What is going on? Poseidon had been watching the show from the balcony for a long time, and only then did he realize he had to face these matters because the situation was very complicated and obvious. He needed to deal with everything to cover up the anxiety in his heart. Right now, YanLing was suddenly dropping from the sky, but when others saw him, they were all taken aback. The facts had become very complicated and clear. When presented to others, they were not thoroughly understood. It was all rather overwhelming. But since he was already in this position, what could he do? He could only choose to accept it. In fact, at the beginning, Poseidon had never thought that YanLing could return early. Now he felt that YanLing's return might bring a certain turning point. Chapter 214. Breaking the cocoon and launching an attack. Since there is a turning point, there is no need to elaborate on everything. I came back to quickly bring out the Titan giant ape. We have already been placed in this position, and we must bear all the dangers that come with it. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing, and none of us present would have a good outcome. I have already said that we need to kill this Titan giant ape. Otherwise, why would I have gathered you all? Hurry up and call Harris over. Monumentin is still negotiating at his family meeting, and he won't be able to come for a while, so just have a mental scale in your mind. YanLing wasted no time and directly expressed all his thoughts to BB Dong. After hearing his plan, Poseidon was nearly spitting blood. He could not believe that someone like YanLing, a relatively unknown young man, had such a brilliant plan in mind. If this matter were to be executed well, it would undoubtedly require Harris to come out and lead a series of changes. Otherwise, everyone present would surely face dire consequences. When Harris learned that Poseidon and YanLing had come to ask for him, he was furious. He never expected that the facts in his situation had become so apparent. Since things had reached such a clear stage, everyone present was definitely an accomplice. If they didn't catch and kill the Titan giant ape, others would surely find the situation very embarrassing. On Zhao Wujia's side, he had already been beaten half to death by BB Dong. He couldn't believe that you still planned to take action against the Titan giant ape. Well, since it had come to this, there was nothing more to say. If I opposed you, it would only make you think I was not a team player. We are all in this together, so there's nothing more to discuss. Let us take action. Harris, Poseidon, and YanLing formed a triangular formation, creating a series of triangular rotations in the sky. A large pentagram was drawn in the sky, and many people felt that it was quite absurd. Given the situation, there was no need to integrate attitudes. Being placed in this position only made others think it was ridiculous. The three of them chose a triangular formation to summon this entity. As long as the power of darkness could manifest strongly, it would gradually grow into brilliance. After seeing this, everyone felt that in the next moment, what they would face certainly had its reasons. Since the situation had already been established, the three people present would have to bear very serious consequences. The results could be expressed very clearly, and the aftermath would undoubtedly be very embarrassing. With everything integrated so systematically, everyone present would surely feel that these established, evident situations needed to be expressed somehow. The Titan giant ape is said to be an ancient entity. If it were truly summoned, we must choose an opportune moment. The triangular positioning indicates that the situation is complex and not easy to handle, which is why it can lead to misunderstandings. Do you understand? Harris's expression was as calm as water as he expressed all his inner thoughts. He understood that he had to accept these facts. Otherwise, if others saw this, it would frighten him to the point of forgetting why he was trying to survive in this world. Many found it very amusing, and at this moment, it was better to quietly cover everything up. Otherwise, others would think he was an existence stuck in a peculiar cycle. Harris spoke as if he were explaining, more like he was recounting a very bright truth. Those who understood such situations would eventually realize that the final outcome could be very difficult to cover up. However, the result was very obvious. He had to warn Poseidon and YanLing. If they failed to kill the Titan giant ape once summoned, then all three of them would bear very serious responsibilities. At this point, there was nothing more to say. They had to accept everything. Otherwise, if others saw it, they would find it extremely ridiculous. Is it useful to keep saying these useless words? It's not useful at all. Stop dragging this out. I don't want to hear it because I have no time or energy to waste on you. I have already been placed in this position. What more do you want from me? I'm so young and already in such a complicated situation. Do you really want to risk your life here? Since it has come to this, there's nothing more to say. If we can't kill the Titan giant ape today, then none of us present will have a good outcome. That's it. I've said everything I needed to say, so don't involve me too much. YanLing found it particularly amusing. The three of them, the Iron Triangle, had been placed in this position, leaving no room for retreat. At this point, saying or doing anything peculiar would only draw more attention and make it even more ridiculous. It was better to not take their inner situations too seriously. Otherwise, if others saw it, they would feel that there was no opportunity left. At this point, regardless of how much was said or done, it would just be another example of absurdity. There was nothing they could do about it. Chapter 215. How to end it can only be silently choosing to lower one's head. So now YanLing can only prepare to go through a series of twists and turns to crush everything inside. Otherwise, others might think he is really a complete coward. But in fact, YanLing is not cowardly at all. From the moment he arrived in this world, he had already officially expanded the situation in his heart. Because he understands that he must walk this path. Otherwise, if he truly cannot walk this path, then there is no need for him to exist in this world. Since it is a matter of survival and destruction, between these two, he must choose to live a life with very significant twists and turns. What is belief? What is reason? YanLing has already made it very clear in his heart. He knows that he definitely will not have a good ending. However, this lady actually insists on a kill. Otherwise, if others see it, they might think he is a very funny existence. After all, he is also a human being, not a beast. Being placed in this position can only be said to be deserved, and the Titan ape must be killed. YanLing must level up, otherwise, if things really look bad, then everyone present will be considered sinner. After leaving, they definitely will not receive any good ending, and, at this point, there is nothing more to say about being placed in this position. It can only be said that it is even more of an eye-opener for the oddities. Simply, it is better to silently not take it seriously. The situation is like this. In the end, the choice can only be said to be unnecessary. There is no way. He can only silently suppress the anger in his heart. Poseidon has nothing to say about this. Because Poseidon initially chose to stand on the same line as YanLing. He believes in winning people's hearts. Perhaps the rules on his side are unwilling, but if he does not win people's hearts, then his attitude must be one that does not allow others to see, neither going up nor down. At this moment, the three of them have already deployed their formations, and their eyes reflect the anger in their hearts, because they also know they must accept that everything is already like this. As for Zhao Wujia, he has already discovered the surrounding energy magnetic field and fluctuations, which have led to situations that people do not know about. What kind of opening situation should this be? It turns out that this fact is indeed very perplexing to people. What kind of perfect result should be expressed? At this point, there is nothing more to say, and there is nothing more to do. Being placed in this position can only be said to be somewhat deserved. Fortunately, this is not the case. But he is placed in this relatively obvious position. At least Zhao Wujia is currently powerless. Because he did not expect that YanLing was playing a trick to lure the tiger away from its mountain, and most of the people present were deceived by him. Who would have thought? YanLing, you really have a cruel heart. I treated you that way back then, but I didn't expect you to treat me like this now. Why do you have to end it this way? Why can't the result be expressed? I never thought that I would see a joke in you. At this point, I have nothing more to say. If I really look bad, others might think I'm even more ridiculous. Zhao Wujia's chest is slowly bleeding bright red blood, because he understands clearly that he must face these things. Otherwise, if it really looks bad, then letting others see, it is a minute-by-minute reminder of why he should understand these factual results. Zhao Wujia, just now, was hit by BB Dong, and in an instant, it almost caused him to spout bright blood. At this point, there's nothing more to say. Being placed in this position can only be described as bizarre. Fortunately, he can only suppress the harm in his heart and silently guard his own little piece of land. Otherwise, if others see it, they might think he does not know why. I said, "Teacher." "No, not teacher. It should be principal. What is going on with you? Don't go there. They are summoning the Titan ape over there. You don't need to join in the fun." At this point, what else is there to say? If it turns out to be a bad situation, then we, the people present, will definitely be labeled as not taking care of the teacher. You need to understand that we must accept these facts and not forget them. This situation has reached a point that cannot be understood. You need to understand our feelings. At this moment, the student taking care of Zhao Wujia truly feels like crying without tears, because he never expected that the teacher he was taking care of would create such a situation. Why is it so blind? Why is it no chance to exploit? What happened in front of them also made it unclear and even more unacceptable. Were these established facts? This teacher is responsible for taking care of the already injured Zhao Wujia's danger and situation. But what he presents seems to contradict this fact. Since the situation is like this, everyone present might be a puppet in a moment. Being placed in this position can only be said to be deserved. No, I can't. I want to get up. I want to stand up formally. I want to unleash a series of actions against this thing. Otherwise, if others see it, they might think I don't know what opportunity there is. I need to get up. Let me get up. The Titan ape must not be summoned. Otherwise, it will lead to a series of collisions and attacks on the buildings in our academy. Let me get up. Let me stand up. I want to destroy this thing. Zhao Wujia is half lying on the hospital bed, and at this moment, blood is slowly gushing out from his chest. He finally understands that he must accept all of this. Otherwise, if he truly cannot accept it, then everyone present will definitely think he is a typical reckless fugitive. Being placed in this position is inherently dangerous. Chapter 216. It's hard to be a human. Not to mention this vice principal. The situation in the arena was already very difficult to handle. No one knew how to accept all of this. The circumstances were so convoluted that it left many people confused. Why was this situation so eye-opening? If the facts were indeed so, there was no need to involve too many people. I said, "Vice Principal, why do you have to make things difficult for us? Even if you went to YanLing now, with Poseidon and Harris joining forces, they could definitely beat you to near death. Why can't you empathize with us? Taking care of you is not easy for us either. Please understand our situation. You need to realize that we have to accept all this in order to amplify the truth in your heart. Otherwise, if others see this, they might think we are treating you poorly, showing a cynical attitude. Don't you understand this fact? We are already in a very dangerous position. Please don't create more troubles for us. I thank your father." This student was almost boiling with anger, as he did not expect that his so-called vice principal would dare to act this way. He was in a half-dead state. If he entered that arena, not to mention YanLing, even BB Dong would likely deal him another blow. However, Flander was already arranging troops to keep BB Dong out of the control area. In reality, this was not in line with the facts. Flander was also in a precarious situation. YanLing had already merged with him, and BB Dong had launched a series of attacks against him. The two were entangled, preventing YanLing from executing a series of conclusions. But YanLing played a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. He knew that his good teacher BB Dong was there, twisting the situation around, making him realize that accepting these things might be more insightful than destroying them. Since the situation had reached this point, one had to bear the so-called consequences. You must understand a fact. This vice principal is not a person with real power. I must uphold the dignity of the school. The Titan giant ape must be killed. Don't you know these facts? If you don't even know these, then I have no hope of living in this world. So you must understand, or else take me with you. Zhao Wujie stood up again, not wanting to lie on that sickbed. At this moment, blood was boiling and flowing from his chest. If he exerted himself even slightly, blood would surely spurt from his mouth, because he understood that he was gravely injured. BB Dong, at the level of a Daluo Jinxian, could easily smash everyone present to pieces. Just being hit by that move was already a stroke of luck for Zhao Wujie. If anyone else were to take that hit, they would surely lose their lives. Therefore, Zhao Wujie's spirit was indeed commendable. The student could not help but shed tears upon seeing this. Who would have thought that his good teacher, good principal, would show such a rare spirit under these circumstances? There was nothing more to say. They had already been placed in this position, and they could only accept their fate. Vice principal, your spirit is truly commendable, but you must understand that if you die, there will be no one left to uphold the sky of the academy. The principal is currently fighting against BB Dong, and if you lose your life, who among us will bear the so-called consequences? Don't you understand this? If you don't understand this, then how are we supposed to conclude this situation? At this moment, the student was indeed shedding tears. This is what stance means. Zhao Wujie's stance was to protect everything in the academy. Of course, he might be a corrupt official. Every year, Douluo's upper echelons allocate tens of millions in funding that might lead him to collude with Flander and corruption. But he was also considering the safety of the entire academy. If the buildings were damaged, they would have to be funded from the embezzled money. But who understands the consequences of all this? Who comprehends all these regulations? Who can bear the series of embezzlement charges? This is why Zhao Wujie would rather bear his injuries to stop YanLing's advance. But how could that student know? Zhao Wujie certainly could not tell him that the situation in the arena had once again reached a stalemate. At this moment, everyone finally focused. The student saw Zhao Wujie's insistence and had nothing to say. He quickly found two particularly strong individuals to carry Zhao Wujie on a stretcher and rush toward a nearby location. Vice Principal, I see that your spirit is persistently holding on here. Since it has come to this, if you insist on playing it so flamboyantly, I have no reason to fear you. The student had no words left. He felt that since the vice principal insisted on playing this life-or-death game for the country, there was no need to get entangled further. Silence had already been imposed on this position, and there was no need to speak of any nonsense. Well, since the principal has said so, as a junior student, I can only silently suppress my feelings. Since it has come to this, there is nothing more to be done. If he insists on not turning back until he hits a wall, then as a so-called junior student, I need not get entangled in more unnecessary matters. At this moment, nearly thousands of students had gathered around the square. They looked at the huge triangle in the arena, which formed a circle, and truly felt a headache. They had not expected that within the triangle, 3 people were engaging in a series of agile maneuvers, surrounded on all sides. Chapter 217, Summoning Ritual. After seeing it, people often feel tears streaming down their faces. This is indeed the case, because this triangle is not of any other color, but black, emitting thick clouds of dark smoke. When people see it, they can't help but shed painful tears. What is this thing? It seems like nothing I've ever seen before. The enormous triangle in front of me makes me forget why it is so blindingly obvious. Even now, I still don't understand why this situation is happening. Don't you understand the basics? This is the legendary giant triangle, capable of summoning the so-called ancient world's evil spirits. Just watch. This thing will soon reveal all the evil entities, and perhaps in the next moment, even the ancient evil spirits in our minds will be summoned to the academy. But why do these bad guys want to summon this thing? What benefit could it possibly bring to us? Logically, it seems there would be no benefits at all. The onlooking students at this moment seem to have no idea what they are thinking. It seems like in the next moment, they've already forgotten why they need to survive in this world. Perhaps they know they must accept all of this to understand and clarify how a series of events might unfold effortlessly. But when these things are truly presented before them, they realize that this series of situations is not at all as they imagined. One cannot say it that way. if this so-called evil is actually summoned, then it could lead to a series of effortless occurrences for us too. Perhaps if they gear up and we reduce one item, it can enhance our achievements significantly. Just think, if our abilities become exceptional, then we will surely benefit as well. At this moment, there are many knowledgeable individuals present, and they understand very well that they must accept everything to amplify the situations in their hearts. Otherwise, if others see them, it would be laughable. They can't even distinguish this simple situation. Living in this world is quite difficult, so it's better to let go of some hatred in their hearts. If others see it like this, it doesn't seem like the behavior of a normal person. In fact, ordinary students think similarly to YanLing. If they really summon something from the ancient world, then in an instant, all of this could turn around. These situations are quite obvious, revealing the bright facts before them. Next, they might not even understand the true situation, which could lead to a barren outcome. However, only after those powerful items are revealed can the people present grasp the genuine situation in their hands. This is the best plan so far. The black triangle draws thick clouds of smoke on the ground, and YanLing's eyes are already clouded with black. As for Harris, he doesn't need to say much. His skin is purple all over. Meanwhile, Poseidon has blue skin, and under this radiant light, it forms a blue-black scenario. Originally blue, now it truly shines black, while YanLing, with human skin, is directly darkened, making him seem to forget how much more blind he will become next. I feel that my internal energy has almost evaporated. Looking at your side, I wonder what kind of state you will end up in. If you think you can proceed, then I have nothing more to say. Hurry up and exert your powers. I know one of you is definitely acting. Stop dragging it out. YanLing feels like he is about to spew fresh blood from his chest. He knows he is physically drained, and if it becomes too embarrassing, everyone present will be affected. Now let's see who among Poseidon and Harris is truly acting. If the summoning fails, then at least 2 out of the 3 of them will be severely injured. It will definitely lead to a kind of devastating blow that makes one feel life is of no use. That's right, it's like that. When this fact is presented before most people, it has left many unable to understand why it is so blindingly obvious. Because the situation is very confusing and shouldn't happen in front of them. I have already exhausted all my powers. And now we will see how you will perfectly conclude this. I don't know what to do, but I must understand the facts ahead. Otherwise, if others see it, it won't be a proper conclusion. It's just a mess, and I wouldn't even know how to deal with these issues. Poseidon is not acting at all. He thinks Harris is the one acting. From the beginning, Harris has had very strong opinions about YanLing, and now seeing this opinion, it has grown so strong that the two have conflicting thoughts. Given the circumstances, they are now in this position. There is no need to force too much. It's better to treat these situations more seriously to avoid others seeing it and not even being able to distinguish the serious facts, which would be the best comedy among oddities. Harris frowns deeply. Indeed, this triangle confrontation has shaken his internal energy back and forth. If someone hasn't exerted their power, it's definitely him. He admits this because he knows he must accept everything to express the situations in his heart. If others find it very funny, they won't be able to distinguish the blindingly obvious. In short, the events unfolding here are quite pitiful. Chapter 218. Stop delaying and start fighting since everyone is equally blind. Many have already come to feel that being put in this position is more than deserved. Therefore, in the face of such circumstances, it is better to quietly guard the small piece of land in one's heart. Harris actually understands very well how difficult it is to harness the true energy throughout his body. If he truly pushed all his abilities to the limit, this battle would inevitably be affected. Not only YanLing, but even Poseidon, who possesses the power of the sea god. He would certainly have his abilities cut down in a series of ways. After all, Harris belongs to Pluto, and he does not truly belong to this real world. If he were to use the power of Pluto to suppress any being on Earth, it would be a dimensional strike, an exquisitely perfect plan in that regard. Come on, why aren't you making a move? What are you still hesitating for? Make your move. YanLing was truly about to explode with anger. It was hard won that Zhao Wujing was not here causing trouble. Flander wasn't he making any waves on the battlefield, yet Harris kept wasting time here again and again. Well, since things have come to this, is there really a need to force anything too much? Logically, it shouldn't be this way. Among all the people present, there should be a very perfect plan. They all have a bright scale in their hearts. Now that it has come to this, there is nothing more to say. Being put in this position is somewhat deserved, as they say that only when pushed to a dead end can one choose to take the next step. But when the true situation is presented, it makes others feel even more blind. So what? People will ultimately have to face some real facts to truly expand the situation in their hearts. Otherwise, others will think this is just a performance, a series of unrepentant resolutions. Thinking of this, YanLing also recalled that in reality, he was somewhat of a playboy from a wealthy family. Just because he was relatively rich and had a wide network, he made some worthless friends. At first, he got along very well with those scoundrels. They borrowed money and spent it freely from YanLing, and he gave them as much as they wanted. In the end, when YanLing chose not to give money to those guys anymore, they retaliated against him in various ways, damaging his reputation and throwing dirt on his name. Later, YanLing realized that having money could also be a sin. If he didn't lend money to others, they might see him as a typical rich man. And if he didn't lend, he would be despised. Thus, YanLing felt a severe headache. He was rich because of his ancestors and his own hard work. Was that of any use to those guys? Moreover, he had already lent out so much money, and in the end, not getting it back was truly excessive. They even wanted to borrow from him again. Did they think he was some reincarnation of the god of wealth? Even if he were, it didn't mean he could give away all his money without expecting it back. YanLing really couldn't understand this. What is the saying? A favor for a favor, a grudge for a grudge. He had done nothing wrong. Simply because he didn't lend money to those bastards, they tarnished his reputation. Now YanLing understood very clearly. He felt it would be better to find a quiet place, and now the Douluo continent was a perfect choice. Here, he could engage with those who weren't from the same world and expand himself. It also made him realize that he had to accept all of this and understand it to develop the justice in his heart. Otherwise, outsiders would see it as a performance, and he wouldn't know how to conclude it perfectly. Now, having returned to the world of Douluo continent, YanLing understood all of this clearly. The sadness of reality had led him to choose to escape, and for a period, he even felt depressed. Later, he realized that it wasn't his fault at all. Only after distancing himself from some so-called trash people could he feel that his life was indeed so radiant and generous. Now that it has come to this, there is nothing more to say. Being put in this position should theoretically make him invincible at the same level. But now it seems there is no such thing as invincibility at the same level. Harris now was just like those trash friends from his reality. If you treated him well, he might not even thank you. If you didn't treat him well just once, he would hold a grudge against you. This truly gave YanLing a severe headache. Harris hadn't used any of his powers up to this point, and it was unclear what he was thinking. He always believed that he still had something to showcase, which was truly a very amusing existence. However, Harris indeed had his own set of arguments. He felt that he had his own little territory and shouldn't be so thoroughly grasped and understood. His energy was limited, and he was a so-called god from the Western world. There was fundamentally no connection to the Eastern world. Living in this Eastern world was merely a series of opportunities. To put it plainly, it was just gilding here, and after gilding, he would have to leave. Otherwise, the next step would be filled with chaos. Don't push me. My energy may not be limited. If I truly unleash all my energy to attack you, then I certainly won't have a good outcome. You need to understand and accept this fact. After Harris finished speaking earnestly, he was about to spew out all the anger from his chest. He felt that YanLing's current state was forcing him in a series of ways. After all, he didn't possess any so-called three-headed six-armed abilities. Why should he make things difficult for himself? YanLing, on the other hand, was eager to expand his energy because he himself possessed a powerful background with twin martial souls. Chapter 219. Wasting time on Harris's side, he is merely a backdrop of the gods from the Western world. Combining these two backgrounds, there is simply nothing to plan. The next step can only make others find it even more amusing. YanLing has run out of options. 3 people are united, while 1 is not. This truly reflects the discord among people. Each individual's thoughts have already devised a series of effortless developments. Since this is the case, there is no need to express these so-called situations anymore. The force connections only make others find the bizarre entanglements even more amusing, making it better to remain unnoticed. Poseidon also has no way out, because if Harris really gets powerful, then not only he, but even YanLing might not be his opponent. A very serious situation has now arisen. Some want to fight, some want to remain silent, and some want to launch a series of attacks. Others wish to preserve certain situations within themselves. After all, energy is limited. No one can expend all their resources in a series of displays. Letting others see that would be utterly ridiculous. Stop, stop, you bunch of bastards. Who gave you the audacity to act recklessly here? Which bastard gave you such immense courage? I can't believe it. I can't believe you dare treat any situation in our academy like this. Let me tell you, if you really summon this Titan giant ape, All our buildings will definitely suffer a series of damages, and you will face very severe punishment. Zhao Wuji stepped directly out from the stretcher, not knowing what was going through his mind at that moment. It seemed that in the next moment, he wouldn't be able to perform any actions more righteous than this. Zhao Wuji's mind seemed to be spinning, already contemplating how to face everything ahead. Otherwise, if some foolish situation really happens, it would appear that in the next moment, his turmoil has already spun out in his mind while he was being carried on the stretcher. At that moment, it seemed he didn't even know how to confront all of this. Yes, a situation of a large-scale summoning of zombies has already emerged in the field, truly about to be summoned piece by piece at the center. The scene on Zhao Wuji's side is also very comical, as a few junior students carry his body, spinning around haphazardly in the academy. Of course, he cannot reach the summoning ceremony on YanLing's side, because what they are demonstrating is a powerful energy fluctuation. Zhao Wuji is now struggling to protect himself. He can't even distinguish what is happening before his eyes. Such blindness can only mean that others do not take him seriously at all. As long as he dares to touch something similar to the summoning apparatus, everyone present will surely be harmed. Watching Zhao Wuji in a half-dead state, yet still attempting one after another to make a move, everyone looked on in shock, unable to comprehend what Zhao Wuji was after. Could it be that his mind is truly not functioning well? Logically, it shouldn't be the case because what is unfolding before their eyes seems beyond what anyone could achieve. Why does Zhao Wuji have such drive to confront this guy head-on? What deep-seated hatred do they have? At this point, it seems a very serious situation has arisen. It's just a matter of who can accept all of this and who can integrate this matter into their own understanding. Why are you here causing trouble again? Didn't I tell you? Settle down over there and don't oppose me here. Even that guy Flander hasn't said anything. You dare to bet your life against me, right? Fine, since you want to play this way, I'm not afraid of you. Let me tell you, there's no feast that doesn't end. Now that we've come this far, there's nothing more to say. My mood has calmed down. If you really want to play, let us play and see who survives. YanLing tightly clenches fists, feeling that Harris is just a half-hearted fool. He didn't want to push his abilities to the maximum limit, which has already made him furious. But unexpectedly, Zhao Wuji appeared, making things a bit chaotic for him. And this truly feels like an eye-opener amidst the turmoil. Now, there's no absolute supreme authority in prestige. It's just about who has the stronger conviction. It's about seeing who is more resilient and solid. If something happens that others can see, it will definitely make them forget in a moment why they should take the next step. I initially wanted you to exert all your strength to help with this. But unexpectedly, time has dragged on. Look, it's over, completely over. The situations in the field have become very clear. No one can blame anyone, just blame you. If it weren't for you, Harris, insisting on dragging your feet, Zhao Wuji wouldn't have had any power in this situation. I'm truly fed up with you. Poseidon is truly about to be driven to death by his anger. He didn't expect Harris to be so disappointing. Zhao Wuji has been trying to stop them, which is why things have turned out so poorly. Otherwise, if it really had become something that made people feel utterly blind, they might not know what stage this reality is at. In fact, the current situation is already very severe and dangerous. If it were to be handled in a way that makes sense, the subsequent facts could be a perfectly orchestrated plan. Then others would also not know how to decide in a moment. At this point, there is nothing more to say. It's all Harris's fault for insisting on delaying time. Otherwise, the people present would surely be shattered into pieces, but since he refuses to put in the effort. Chapter 220. Disunity among people on YanLing's side. One cannot impose or be overly forceful, which has led to a very serious situation where two people have three different intentions. I said, you really have either grown your abilities or your temper. I didn't expect you to dare oppose me like this. What are you thinking? Do you really believe that I have something useful to offer you? In reality, I have nothing of value and no so-called profound reasoning. You need to understand one ultimate fact. What we present before us is merely a powerful flashpoint. And there is nothing more to say when it comes to the brink of death. This triangular altar, with its central circle undergoing a series of splits, has three people positioned perfectly. However, Harris has chosen to withdraw, and his reason is that he doesn't want all his energy to be fully integrated. He knows he must accept all of this. Otherwise, if others see it, it would be extremely ridiculous, and wherever he goes, nothing may thrive. Presenting these facts has left many confused. If such situations are not handled properly, they can easily make others forget the very purpose of living in this world, which is already quite dangerous. It also makes many people unclear about whether to accept the truth of morality and what perfect stage they are in. Harris chose to leave the scene because he knows that Zhao Wuji has appeared. If he is here, the situation will undoubtedly become more embarrassing. At this point, there is nothing more to say. Others can only understand these things after they have experienced this path. Otherwise, bystanders will think these people are being foolish. In fact, Harris is very clear in his mind. He believes that if this sacrificial ceremony truly summons the so-called Titan giant ape, it would benefit them. But he is unsure how to navigate the situation. On the other side, chaotic events have already occurred, and Harris does not want to offend those from the so-called Douluo Academy. Zhao Wuji is a vice principal, with Flanders standing behind him, while Harris and Poseidon are gilding themselves in this academy. If all goes well, the next moment could lead them to a perfect outcome. However, it seems that Zhao Wuji is not planning to stand on the same front as them. Instead, he has repeatedly chosen to block their way. This situation has become very awkward. Even a fool can see that Zhao Wuji would rather fight to the death than allow YanLing to undergo a series of advancements. And he is certainly not a mascot of the Douluo Academy. These facts are already very clear, and it would be quite difficult to make things look better. It would only show others a comically chaotic situation. He could only silently choose to leave. Poseidon, on the other hand, feels differently. He believes that YanLing is a typical talent of justice. If he can get him in his hands, it would certainly benefit him. Otherwise, if others see it, it would be extremely ridiculous. If a master can truly lead his underlings to flourish, then his current position can help many understand why they are so blind. However, the result is already too obvious. The team of 3 has split into 2 factions. Harris doesn't know what he is thinking, but since things have come to this, it is better to remain silent. YanLing gritted his teeth, nearly biting them to pieces. He did not expect to face such a difficult decision without reaping the expected benefits. Fine, since it has already become a very unclear plan, there is no need to force it too much. If Zhao Wuji insists on fighting to the death, then today he will eliminate this threat himself. Heaven has a path you refuse to take, and hell has no door, yet you choose to come here. I have given you many chances, but you did not cherish them. If you want to play this game so obviously, I don't need to think too much. You are the one who has wronged me, not the other way around. Since you want to control this plan, I have no need to involve more irrelevant people, right? YanLing walked towards Zhao Wuji, who was lying on a stretcher at this moment. Zhao Wuji was unsure of his thoughts and was constantly trying to obstruct YanLing. He knew he had to face all of this and understood that he needed to take control of the situation. Otherwise, others would think he was a joke. Come on, do whatever you want. I have lost all hope for my future, and I must accept this to be clear. Otherwise, others will only find me more ridiculous. Zhao Wuji lay on the stretcher, and at this moment, his face showed a cold expression, as if he was ready to face death. He knew his life might end at the hands of this so-called YanLing. Indeed, YanLing, though young, has already reached such a high position, promising a bright and limitless future. In the eyes of others, this is a very strong intention, and seeing it only makes people want to avoid it. This is also a very obvious fact. YanLing's current decision and the level of danger have made many people feel their scalp tingle, including Zhao Wuji. He has also decided that the brilliance this young man shows before them is extraordinary. If they were of the same age, he has already surpassed many top talents in this situation. It also makes many understand that if this result is handled poorly, others are sure to find it a grand story worth spreading. Chapter 221. The way has its own way. Those who see this will only find it more amusing, as they cannot fully exert their capabilities on this matter. It is quite clear to think about it. After all, YanLing has reached such a high position at a young age. Therefore, his future is undoubtedly limitless, and if he truly intends to impact this series of events, he may very well turn the entire Dual continent upside down, showcasing the abilities and prestige of the whole continent. In fact, there is not much respect for him. If he can make this fact more apparent and help many people understand how the situation should transform, then in the eyes of others, it will also appear amusing. Only by accepting everything can others comprehend it. Otherwise, those who see will find it very funny. At this point, there is nothing more to say, and it is better to remain silent. It is better not to take these things seriously. Otherwise, everyone will think that the 2 people in this situation are playing some sort of skit or joke. In reality, YanLing truly despises this so-called Zhao Wuji's, as he is merely pursuing the Titan giant ape. However, he did not expect this guy to repeatedly block his way. Fine, since he is unkind. He cannot blame himself for being ungracious. The situation has become very obvious, and it is presented in a way that feels indifferent to them. What else is there to say? There is no need to express any messy anger in his heart. I have already shown you enough kindness. For the sake of your principles, to prevent the destruction of the buildings in this academy, You have indeed repeatedly attacked me. Fine, good, perfect, you have done well. But I will only warn you once because in my heart, there is a perfect balance. That is, I myself am the embodiment of strength. As long as I can hold up this weight, you will definitely not be able to break me in the future. So today, I will let everyone present make a very perfect decision regarding me. Everyone has eyes. Everyone is a witness and an eyewitness to the scene. After YanLing finished speaking, it was equivalent to his final words to Zhao Wuji's. His fists were clenched tightly, and at this moment, he truly wanted to create some very embarrassing facts. In that case, no one present could stop him. At first, Shrek still took care of Zhao Wuji's, but now it seems that there is no one left. Everyone, upon seeing this, is about to vomit blood out of sheer embarrassment. The situation has become very evident to others. Many have already felt they are positioned here. So what else is there to say? Things may not go as planned. But now, what can be done? The times have changed, people have changed, and what we face is also different. We can only accept all of this and understand it to fully express the anger within our hearts. Otherwise, others will think that the actions displayed by the other side are somewhat funny. But is this really the case? Logically, it shouldn't be. YanLing truly cannot tolerate Zhao Wuji's any longer, and now no one can stop YanLing. Flender has already been blocked by BB Dong not far away. And the two have shown great prestige in their abilities. If they dare, if they are capable, then they will certainly be able to express some trustworthy facts in their hearts. However, the results have become very clear, vividly displayed in others' minds. Only by clearly grasping these facts can others understand what he will face next. Otherwise, others will see it as simply humorous, with the facts not being accurately portrayed. If others see it, they won't perceive it as a funny oddity, which would hinder the flow of their emotions. Shrek also saw YanLing standing below and the people in the arena from above the teaching building, especially when he saw Zhao Wuji's, who was clearly half dead on a stretcher, still tried to assert his so-called position to suppress YanLing. He couldn't understand what was going through his mind. Did he really think YanLing was some kind of 3-year-old child? Even if he were, he shouldn't be treated this way. YanLing originally didn't want to get too involved with this group. Unexpectedly, this group took advantage of the situation, and if this were to become a very embarrassing fact, everyone would certainly find it even more comedic, making it difficult for many to process. The situation has reached a boiling point. Zhao Wuji's is determined to die here today. Even if he dies, he must make YanLing pay a painful price, and YanLing's attitude is very dangerous. He believes that even if he kills Zhao Wuji's, he must make Zhao Wuji's corpse thoroughly known. He wants those present to learn a perfect lesson from him. The situation is very clear. YanLing, even if he sacrifices himself, must make Zhao Wuji's a standard target for others to see if he has any prestige in this academy. Otherwise, the abilities and power in his hands will not be seen as formidable. That would be an even funnier oddity, and within the situation lies his greatest invention. However, after what happened in front of them, many have accepted this reality. Ultimately, how will it conclude? The frequency of victories in the duel has reached a boiling point. As long as the other side wants to, as long as they dare, they will certainly act correctly. YanLing is indeed not to be underestimated. He directly charged towards a nearby location. At this moment, he was not holding anything in his hands, but the black smoke from the triangular formation had enveloped his entire body. He knew that this guy would definitely produce something involving both of them today. Both sides were fighting for their lives, and the triangular formation had failed to summon the Titan giant ape, which had already made YanLing feel extremely annoyed. Chapter 222 Unique Style. However, the outcome is already obvious, and others seem to grasp it quite well. If what is produced is some so-called clueless reality, wouldn't that be an even more perfect decision? In fact, YanLing really wishes that he and Zhao Wuji were not so different in their philosophies. Must they wait for such embarrassment to arise? Logically, he should walk his own path while Zhao Wuji walks his, and they should no longer have any connection. Even if this Titan ape were summoned, it would just lead to other chaotic situations with others. How could this be seen by others? And how could they understand it better if it is so clueless? Why does Zhao Wuji insist on blocking him time and again? Is there some hidden reason behind it? Of course, there is, all because of the funding from above, leading to so many bizarre occurrences. Otherwise, what is Zhao Wuji resisting so fiercely for? It's all because of the little truth about money in his heart. The atmosphere in the venue has reached a relatively high level. Everyone present is dumbfounded because they did not expect this. It turns out that YanLing is indeed not to be underestimated. As long as he dares to perform these so-called righteous acts, everyone present would definitely be scattered by him. Therefore, these things should have certain boundaries. Otherwise, seeing it from others' perspectives, is simply a chaotic and absurd existence. So at this moment, even though Zhao Wuji is lying in a hospital bed, YanLing is not. He has no capital to show mercy to him because he knows that if he shows mercy to this guy, when Flander comes to settle scores in the future, he will definitely not be spared, and everyone present will not forgive him. The facts are already very obvious. If these situations cannot be made clear to people, then showing it to others is simply a ridiculous and absurd existence. Zhao Wuji, you repeatedly ruin my good deeds, and I have not taken you seriously, but unexpectedly. You treat me like this time and again. Fine, since you are unkind, don't blame me. If you have the guts, stand there and don't run. I will rush up immediately and make you suffer. YanLing charged forward and slapped Zhao Wuji on the head. Of course, this slap was very loud, shocking everyone present. They did not expect YanLing to choose such a way to deal with these chaotic matters. It seems that this matter is indeed so complicated that people do not know how to resolve it. The strong belief in his heart has made everyone present feel a sense of suffocating fear. They did not expect that YanLing's attack was not using any so-called spells or techniques from Douluo, but just a simple attack. This is getting more and more interesting. Everyone present is shocked because they did not expect that when YanLing really gets serious, he would probably burn all his anger. At this moment, when the people in the venue looked at YanLing, they felt a sense of disgust from within. They understood that this guy, who usually seems unremarkable and silent, would definitely make others pay a painful price if provoked. YanLing, you actually dare to use your hand to hit me. Are you out of your mind? Don't you know the most terrifying fact? I also have a very clear situation here, which is that everything that follows should happen, and it's so clueless. Well, since things have reached this point, there is no need to force anything, just act. If we hesitate any longer, it will only make others think we are easier to bully. Zhao Wuji truly felt like he had been slapped in the face. He did not expect YanLing to use a common person's moves against him. This is really getting more and more interesting. Logically, it shouldn't be like this. The attacks of ordinary people cannot be expressed strictly, and it does not seem to be more than that. Since the outcome is very obvious, there is no need to force anything. The facts are laid out in front of us, and it's better to quietly protect one's own territory. YanLing, have you gone crazy? How can you use such ordinary moves to attack others? I really don't understand what you're thinking. Logically, it shouldn't be like this. The moves of ordinary people have not undergone any significant development. Why did you choose to slap instead? Harris had originally planned to escape, but now seeing such an absolute situation unfold, things are getting more and more interesting. Since it has come to this, there is nothing more to say. He can only bear the consequences of this position, and there is no need to force it too much or make others understand. Since it has already reached this point, there is no need for anything else to happen that others can see. Harris originally thought YanLing would deal a fatal blow to Zhao Wuji, but now it seems he hasn't struck hard at all. Instead, he executed a 360-degree spin. This made people feel a headache in every second. Everyone was stunned. It turns out that the moves YanLing used against Zhao Wuji were actually a so-called big slap. The slaps on his face came one after another, making it seem particularly funny every second. It's not that I had to do this, it's that he had to do something towards me. Since this matter has already been set in this position, Chapter 223. Slap him, what more is there to say? You have to understand that I am just an ordinary person. Since I find myself in this ordinary position, I will only do ordinary things. And that is all there is to it. There is no need for you to maintain any so-called connections with me. You must understand that I am just an ordinary person. If things get really ugly, everyone present will definitely have to pay a serious price. Do you understand that? YanLing's attitude was indifferent. He felt that he had already delivered one slap, and there was no need to deliver a second one. That first slap was already enough to explain his current situation. Other slaps shouldn't be needed to clarify why others could express themselves in such a way. What was presented before them made many people realize that they could only accept these facts. Otherwise, onlookers would find the situation laughable, reaching a level of absurdity. Given the current circumstances, one could only slowly articulate the situation. At any time and any place, there were expressions of their shared situation, even if the means of delivering the blow weren't particularly glorious. However, behind the lack of glory, there were some very brilliant individuals whose actions were quite impressive. The reality was not as it seemed. Those who witnessed it were all expressing their own perspectives. They never expected that a powerful expert like YanLing would choose to respond to a series of provocations with just a slap. The power of that slap might have been incredibly strong, leaving the recipient feeling embarrassed. They hadn't anticipated that once that slap landed on someone's face, it would seem like their head was in pain the next moment. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated, YanLing thought. I didn't expect you to dare attack me like this. Did you really think I would let you off easily? Tell me, how do you plan to explain this? Otherwise, I will make you pay a painful price for this. If I can't express myself clearly, then it can only mean that I am somewhat peculiar in the eyes of others. You should understand what these facts are, and you must know that I have to accept all of this. Otherwise, others might think I'm an even more ridiculous existence. Speak up, tell me the truth, or I want to know how to create a perfect ending for this. Zhao Wujia was about to roll off his own pedestal because he knew he had to face and accept everything to get a grip on his inner situation. Otherwise, he would lose even the most basic dignity and would be left in an awkward position. Many people, after seeing this, were grateful for a transformation from the inside out. Now that things had come to this point, there was nothing more to say. One could only fear that if the situation became truly embarrassing, the subsequent events might be equally eye-opening, leaving one unsure of how to reach a perfect conclusion. You now understand that a warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. But you must recognize the fact that it is already quite clear. I must accept everything to manage my situation perfectly. Otherwise, others will think I am an even more ridiculous figure. Don't you understand any of this? YanLing found the situation amusing. This guy was never really someone who cared about face. If he truly valued his face, he wouldn't have done such horrifying things. But upon careful inspection, the fact were laid bare before everyone's eyes. YanLing found it hilarious that Zhao Wujia, who had just been so loud, now seemed fearful. What was he thinking from the very beginning? Did he think that once the retreat was announced, there would be no further action? This was indeed quite interesting. Faced with such a seemingly perfect situation, onlookers felt an urge to distance themselves. The situation had already become quite eye-catching, and others had decided that if things became too embarrassing, they would inevitably have to cut off any expressions that might cover up the true facts. Poseidon remained silent, but found the situation very amusing. He thought that YanLing had perfectly embodied the phrase to kill with a heart. It was clear that Zhao Wujia was someone who cared about face, yet YanLing slapped him twice right on the face. Those present felt that YanLing's methods were incredibly clever. Not only did he humiliate Zhao Wujia, but those in attendance also seemed to realize that accepting everything would only lead to an even more embarrassing outcome. Even trying to outsmart YanLing was futile. He couldn't even reclaim his lost face. This old man didn't seem to know what he was thinking. Did he really believe there was no way out? Logically, those who could sit in such a position should be able to elevate their current situation. He didn't even grasp the most basic facts, but still wanted to occupy the position of vice principal, taking up space without contributing anything. It was truly ridiculous. Poseidon analyzed everything succinctly. He knew he had to face these things and choose to accept them. Otherwise, he might not even be able to accept them. If others saw this, wouldn't it just be a moment of comedy? However, the reality was always cruel. Otherwise, once others witnessed it, they might not even know how such a ridiculous situation came to be. At this moment, Poseidon was standing in a much brighter position, ready to confront this series of events. Otherwise, if others saw it, they would feel that everything about them was no longer reflected in their own eyes. Chapter 224. Peace of mind. After listening to his analysis, most people in the arena revealed very meaningful expressions. They felt that YanLing had truly demonstrated the strategy of killing both body and heart to perfection. Given this, the situation became increasingly interesting. Since they insisted on playing so flamboyantly, others would inevitably become their pawns. This was originally a matter of fact and conflict among the higher-ups, while the common people had no role to play. At this point, there was no need to force any more explanations. Anyone watching could easily sense a bit of resentment boiling within them. YanLing, however, felt indifferent. Although he had just given Zhao Wujia a slap, he believed that the situation in the arena should not depend on him to change. He was merely a so-called spokesperson. Since he was a spokesperson, he should fulfill his role well. He would just do his own part, as that slap had already awakened Zhao Wujia. After all, it was Zhao who insisted on opposing him. The reward for killing the Titan giant ape and the necessary equipment upgrades were essential, as was achieving a perfect upgrade in physical abilities. Otherwise, lacking even the strength to bind a chicken would make survival in this world quite difficult. Faced with these circumstances, YanLing had his own scale. He felt that if Zhao Wujia continued to obstruct him, it would make Zhao look very bad. After all, Zhao was currently in a half-dead state, and Yin would take advantage of others' misfortunes. Meanwhile, Bai Dong and Flinder were also entangled with each other, each harboring their own thoughts. Qi Ling had now officially merged with Flinder, creating a dynamic wave of power that left everyone watching with a sense of unease. At this point, there was no need to elaborate further. What lay before them was simply a less dazzling focal point. You possess the so-called power of Xuanwu, and with YanLing's help, logically, you should be able to attack me. But why have you not made a move yet? Is it your conscience that is causing you to hesitate? Or do you think I'm easy to bully? Or do you believe it is your side that is easier to deal with? Make your move. Stop wasting time. If you continue to hesitate, it will not be good for the rest of us here. Bai Dong found the situation quite amusing. He had merely used a tactic to lure the tiger away from its mountain. Yet YanLing had merged with Flinder and was wreaking havoc on him. If that were the case, this situation was indeed quite interesting. Since things had come to this point, there was no need to entangle further. Being placed in such a position was no longer something that could be expressed with righteous words. If others saw this, they would surely think that he was creating even more chaos. Powerful ideological clashes swirled in the minds of these two. They didn't want each other to live. And Flinder was truly gritting his teeth in hatred. He wished he could swallow Bai Dong whole and chew him up. Yet his own prestige and abilities felt as if they were weighed down like lead. The reality was clear. He had to bury his inner turmoil out of sight, allowing others to see why things had become so unpleasant. Wherever they went, it seemed lifeless, but the three individuals in the arena formed two factions. YanLing had transformed into a belt around Flinder's waist. If he attacked at that moment, Flinder would undoubtedly inflict serious injury on Bai Dong. But Bai Dong had not yet provoked any unnecessary trouble. Do you think I would attack voluntarily? You know I have the power of Xuanwu, relying only on passive and reactive damage for a series of impacts. Do you think I need to involve so many irrelevant people? At this point, what more is there to say? It shouldn't be this way. I have already been placed in this position, and it can only be said that both sides are deserving of their fate. Otherwise, others would find us quite ridiculous. Flinder had a perfectly balanced scale in his heart. He would not choose to attack or take the initiative, knowing that if he did, everyone present would see him as a passive damage dealer choosing to strike first. He would undoubtedly be left with nowhere to bury his body. However, this was simply how things were. What was presented before them was not a correctly expressed situation, leaving others confused about the reality they faced. Given that everything had reached this point, it could only be said that both sides were moving forward in a manner deserving of their fate. Well, since you're not choosing to strike, don't blame me for choosing to act. Bai Dong finally chose to admit defeat, and when Flinder saw this, he found it very amusing. He finally understood that his provocation had successfully left Bai Dong confused about the situation. Since it had come to this point, many could express some real situations. This was indeed getting more interesting. With that, Flinder directly chose to rotate the power of Xuanwu, transforming it into the shape of a turtle. Those watching felt it emanated a certain brightness. The powerful fusion of the Super Xuanwu power was about to lead to a series of judgments. Accepted. Chapter 225. The Retreat of All Opponents. Make your move. If you can't manage it this time, and others see it, that would be the ultimate joke. Flinder turned around directly, grasping all his abilities in his hands. He felt he had to accept these facts. Otherwise, if others saw him, they would think he was being even more ridiculous. As long as Bai Dong chose to strike, others would certainly not realize how unspeakable the consequences could be. With the situation at this point, there was no need to talk about any nonsense. Being in this position only served to make many people see him as a peculiar figure. It was impossible to act correctly in such a moment. The situation was already laid bare before him, and he could only silently express these best feelings. Bai Dong looked at Flinder and finally made a move. He quickly executed a counterattack, performing a 360-degree spin. He charged toward a distant spot. This charge shocked everyone present. It turned out that there was indeed a so-called strategy of luring the tiger away from its mountain, and after the 360-degree spin, it was a perfect strategy to draw the tiger away. Many people saw this and revealed expressions that were hard to interpret. Bai Dong's counterattack was not just a simple move, it was far from over. What he conjured up left many people confused. Next, something else happened. Bai Dong charged forward again, this time with a powerful impact that made many people immediately show meaningful glances. They hadn't expected this unknown young man to evoke such feelings in many. Everything happening seemed as if it didn't exist in this world. Flinder, you old rascal. You finally outsmarted yourself. Cleverness turned into folly. Let me tell you the main point. I am now completely uninterested in you, and I find the situation in the arena very unclear. Now, YanLing has officially started fighting with your so-called subordinates. Since they insist on playing these ridiculous games, there is no need for me to meddle. You understand, so I will just accept this. BB Dong charged toward a distant place again. At this moment, he drew a huge circle with his hands, illuminating the entire sky, blinding everyone. Suddenly, a powerful prison appeared in the sky, causing people to show deeply meaningful expressions. This aerial prison had revealed its true form, and everyone felt a tremendous shock upon seeing it. Although YanLing was very far away, everyone felt it was intriguing. At this point, there was no need to elaborate further. The situation was quite obvious. It was laid out before many, allowing them to understand that accepting these facts was essential to grasp how the ultimate shining point would emerge. Flander felt that things were turning dire. He had not anticipated that he would fall for this trap. Since he was already in this position, there was no need to talk about it any longer. The resentment in others' hearts had distanced them from reality, making it even harder for outsiders to comprehend. There was no need to make others understand what these facts they had to face were. BB Dong, you old coin. I didn't expect you to attack me like this. Not only did you dare to launch an attack, but you also imprisoned me. All right, you really have some skills. Thankfully, I had previously regarded you as a formidable competitor, but now it seems you really don't have much of capability. Since things have come to this, do I really need to force connections? I don't want to get involved in so many ridiculous matters anymore. Given the situation, there is no need for me to express anything correct. Flander was locked in this transparent box, feeling as if he would burst forth with blood at any moment. He truly regretted not realizing from the start that BB Dong would never attack him. Logically speaking, BB Dong would never launch an attack against him. Time and again, after multiple bursts of power, many people understood these established facts, which were displayed before others. It was something that others couldn't accept. What was truly obvious in front of others. This powerful bondage and the undeniable facts that made it hard for people to open their eyes became evident to those who witnessed it. Many determined that these chaotic matters appeared quite different in others' eyes. With the situation as it was, there was no need to dwell too much on it. Having been placed in this position, it only meant that he should quietly suppress these feelings in his heart. Flander couldn't escape. He was trapped in this blinding reality. He accepted everything and understood it all. He had to comprehend what he would face next. Otherwise, if others didn't know what shining point he was trying to create, then real experts would always remain silent. Unable to manifest any so-called peculiarity, there was no need to entangle too many pointless individuals anymore. The legendary fearless pioneer and the astonishing facts that were hard to comprehend appeared before everyone's eyes, and they would have to face this series of changes next. YanLing also sensed that things were not good. This powerful, abnormal energy fluctuation had trapped him. It felt like being confined in a cage, making it difficult for him to distinguish why this was happening. Since the situation had already reached this point, there was no need for others to understand. He had to accept how this series of events unfolded, and at this moment, YanLing directly executed a counterattack. He slowly retreated from the light wave, revealing his true self in an instant. Chapter 226, Picking Chrysanthemums by the Eastern Fence. Chapter 227, The Destructive Mistake. Chapter 228, The Spirit of Chu Yuan. Chapter 229, The Spirit. Is it really hard to believe that there are no banquets in this world that do not end? Don't be ridiculous. What a joke. Before death, it was already very clear and evident, and I don't want to be entangled too much with some indifferent people. It was precisely because the steps of severing ties were executed perfectly back then, but now looking back, it seems that it wasn't really like that at all. Even the most basic disconnection hasn't been made, let alone discussing the words give up and leave. Disconnection is the most fundamental thing. Only by severing this series of unnecessary contacts can one integrate the chaos in a more perfect way. Otherwise, being seen by others would be like being a more bizarre existence, unable to express or articulate the serious situation. Since he insists on not turning back until he hits the wall, those of us present shouldn't be too entangled with more bizarre matters. Given the circumstances, it has already become quite intriguing, so why create such awkwardness? This makes others see the humor in it, trying to integrate such a mess. What else is there to say? There is no need to force it. YanLing stood aside, coldly watching the show, feeling that the situation presented by the people in front of him was even more incomprehensible to many, wondering why things had reached such an embarrassing level. In the eyes of others, this would lead to a more indecisive conclusion. Given the situation, there is no need to further complicate things. Otherwise, others would find it even more amusing. They're already walking down this unknown path. This only highlights how lively it is on his side. The legendary Chu Yuan chose to die to expose the foolish behavior of the ancient emperor, but Chu Yuan's actions were equally foolish. What does the stupidity of the current prime minister and emperor have to do with you? the so-called Chu Yuan. Even if you plan to die to make a statement, how can you ultimately achieve a favorable outcome? Don't be ridiculous. Otherwise, others will find it even more comical. Given the circumstances, is there still a need to force anything? There is no need to make connections. As a vice principal, how could this guy plan to die to make a statement? Why is it so cheap? Is there really no one in the Douluo Academy who can stand up for something? If that is the case, this matter is indeed quite interesting. YanLing looks at Zhao Wuji and sees him as a clown. He feels that this guy's actions are simply not choices that an adult should make. Logically, as the so-called vice principal, who holds the title of second in command, he should be seeking stability and victory rather than acting so cheaply. However, this guy's attitude and values are telling everyone that he is not a truly useful person, but rather more like a waste. What can I do? If I'm not wise in this matter, then the people present will certainly not give me any benefits. Since things are like this, do I still need to force too much? This has already put him in this position, so it can only be said that we deserve this. Tell me, what do you want to do? If you think you can, then we should be able to take some useful actions. Zhao Wuji lies on the so-called hospital bed, his body exhibiting a very fragmented attitude. Perhaps, deep down, he feels very uncomfortable. After all, he is truly living day by day. He feels like a robot suspended in mid-air. In his current state, he can only amplify what he has, and that's all. As for everything else, he doesn't want to be interested because he knows that accepting this is the best option. Otherwise, it would only lead to unnecessary complications. YanLing feels that he has reached this point, but he didn't expect Zhao Wuji's attitude to be so absolute. Since it's like this, there is no need to say anything good. The facts have already been laid out before us, and if someone is truly blind to the situation, it can only mean that the other side is incapable of producing something better. I think it's time to stop the nonsense. After all, delaying time is useless for any of us. Zhao Wuji, just pray for yourself. Harris is not on our side, nor on yours. This is already very obvious. I think that guy will just mock you and take you seriously. YanLing turned and left, feeling that Harris should mock this so-called Zhao Wuji, letting him know his own worth, to avoid creating some embarrassing situations that others might see. Otherwise, seeing such things would just be laughable. At this moment, Harris truly feels that YanLing is very perceptive. At such a young age, he possesses such great power, and if this continues, the true situation he presents should logically be like this. Harris has lost his worries about this so-called guy. He thinks he should understand and accept this rather than creating an embarrassing situation. This would only make others feel that some indifferent actions are extremely ridiculous. At this moment, he rushed towards Zhao Wuji, grabbing his head and humiliating him relentlessly, of course, with words mixed with all sorts of spittle. He feels that what he faces is some so-called situation. Given the circumstances, there is no need to discuss anything. The situation has already become so awkward. However, discussing it can only lead both sides to further demonstrate a lack of justice. Zhao Wuji is also stunned, not expecting Harris to dare to do such an outrageous thing. As a dignified vice principal, he is now inactive but still wants to stand in a particularly stern position, sternly telling you that it's simply impossible. Chapter 230, Out of Sight, Out of Mind. Chapter 231, Breaking the Whole Body. At this point, there is no need to talk about any messy issues. Zhao Wuji was truly about to lose his mind. He felt like his head was about to shatter into pieces. Yes, that's right. It's like this. He is currently living in this world, and it's incredibly difficult for him. He doesn't know how to end things in a certain way, but when seen through the eyes of others, it only appears more imperfect, leading to a seemingly perfect impact. Therefore, Zhao Wuji also felt that even if Flander returned and fed him the so-called all-purpose pill, it might not enable him to bear the so-called consequences. You're bullying me. This is a typical case of bullying. Otherwise, I would not have taken this path. You bunch of bastards, I don't know where I offended you. Yet you dare to repeatedly waste my time. The situation is already so embarrassing. Is it necessary to make things even more complicated? As Zhao Wuji spoke these words, he was on the verge of tears. He couldn't help but cry because he finally understood how painful his situation was. Even his so-called old principal wasn't helping him. What is the point of living here? It's already meaningless. He and even received a bit of warmth in life. Surviving in this world felt like he couldn't even open his eyes or close them. YanLing looked at Harris's attitude and really couldn't understand what this guy was thinking. If he had used all his strength at the beginning to summon this so-called Titan ape, everyone present would have surely been able to defeat it. But he didn't go all out and instead held back his power. This situation was becoming increasingly interesting. Now that things had come to this, There was nothing to express or do. He was already rendered powerless in this so-called position. YanLing felt that now he should see if Murong Yunxue could bring about a series of hopeful changes for him, to prevent others from seeing that he couldn't handle it. If he continued to be seen as a weirdo, it would make things even more unreasonable. Summoning the Titan Ape could lead to a series of battles and struggles. After drawing a big circle around the triangle in the middle, a series of waves could occur in the mind. Perhaps in the next moment, things might integrate in a relatively clear manner. The situation was indeed quite bizarre and peculiar. Under such a powerful twist of fate, many understood that they had to accept the imperfections in order to feel the facts that could exist within the weirdness. Looking at the current state, it was just a sickly person. Someone like him couldn't he possibly hold up the sky? Could he really balloon with these limited capabilities? I think it's unnecessary. Now that things have come to this, there is nothing more to say. To avoid further complications that might appear to others as even more ridiculous, YanLing chose to turn and leave directly because he knew that facing Zhao Wuji was pointless. If he couldn't even understand this, the situation would become even more absurd. This made many people curious, not knowing how this would end in a bizarre way. Zhao Wuji was now lying in the hospital bed, his condition stuck between life and death. He knew he had to face everything in order to accept it, otherwise it would just be a joke for others. The facts were very clear, and he understood that if even these basics were hard for people to grasp, then it would be a bizarre situation where no one understood the reality. Now that things had come to this, there was nothing more to say. Unable to express or act, he could only be distanced too much. Zhao Wuji, I'm not interested in you. If your current state is truly half alive, then I hope you don't choose to back down. Otherwise, others will see this and wonder what kind of situation will unfold next, making it even more ridiculous. YanLing found Zhao Wuji increasingly disgusting. A person in such a sickly state was half alive and still wanted to launch a series of attacks against him. He didn't know what was going on in his head. Does he think that there are no feasts that don't end in this world? That's not the case. Living and surviving in this world has become very difficult. Those bizarre individuals would leave many confused about how things could end perfectly. Now that it has come to this, there is no need to integrate further, making things even more ridiculous in the eyes of others. The strengths of the two were basically on par, and there was no need to create some unflattering facts. The outcome was already set on this path, and there was no need to involve too many irrelevant people. There was also no need to create situations that should not be spoken of. So now, YanLing had no need to follow Zhao Wuji into unnecessary conflicts. The light waves he exhibited were not those of a serious person. The outcome was very evident. If he didn't reach a certain capability, there was no need to integrate further to make people more blind to the situation. During this time, there was no need to involve too many irrelevant people to avoid making things more complicated, which could lead to others forgetting how to survive in this world. That could easily lead to losing one's life. So at this moment, he could only crush everything in his heart to express the resentments clearly. Otherwise, it would be even more ridiculous. YanLing, you're impressive, you're noble. I can't outwit you, so I have no reason to engage with you. You also don't need to involve me in unnecessary matters. The outcome is very clear. Do you think you're pitying me? I don't think you're pitying me at all. Chapter 232. Overthinking leads to failure. On the contrary, it feels like you are repeatedly humiliating me. You think you can take on this world and perform some righteous deeds? Let me tell you, even if you spare me this time, I can still choose to die wisely because I must uphold this place so that people like you will face the consequences you deserve. Otherwise, if others see this, they won't even be able to speak, and what use is a person like me then? Zhao Wuji clutched his chest, as if a dark stream of blood was about to burst forth from within him, a sign of his anger boiling over. He knew he had to accept this. Otherwise, if others saw it, it would simply be a more ridiculous situation. Now that things have come to this point, he had already made such a mess, so there was no need to involve too many innocent people. After all, no one else is to blame. It's just that he didn't use his brain. After hearing his words, YanLing also smiled helplessly, thinking, is it really worth it to go against a man on the verge of death? YanLing felt that he was not a truly ruthless person. Since he was determined to die for his beliefs, it would only be counterproductive for him to assist in that. Otherwise, it would make others think he had done something extremely difficult to comprehend. That would make it even harder for people to open their eyes and accept the facts. Has our vice principal failed? Or has he succeeded? What exactly is happening? Why is this the case? How should we conclude this? The vice principal has neither failed nor concluded anything because they must understand everything. Otherwise, others would think they are stuck in this position and would quickly forget what they are about to face next. In these so-called obvious situations, it is even harder to explain the facts. He can sit in this vice principal position because he has the ability to weigh pros and cons. Since he can weigh these, there's no need to create a mess to avoid a tragic attitude that would make many people unable to open their eyes, and they must accept all of this, understand it, and comprehend it in order to make things brighter for both sides. Otherwise, our school will ultimately be reduced to ashes. Among the students present, they also expressed their thoughts in their minds. They felt that this principal might be a very just and kind person. Yet this very just and kind person only holds a deputy position, while Flandre over there seems indifferent to them. However, that is not the case. Flandre has not been indifferent. On the contrary, the situation unfolding before him is making him increasingly aware of how to express it. So many chaotic matters. If they're truly to be presented with such brilliance, it makes one feel that even ordinary lives cannot reach a relatively high height. The more people there are, the less united their hearts become, which is very evident here. Because they understand all of this, they can express everything within their hearts. Otherwise, all of this would just be a journey of conversation, making it even harder to explain any messy matters. The situation once again reached a stalemate. If this fact is indeed the case, then the other people present would definitely feel that what happened here is incredibly ridiculous. But if things are truly like this, logically it shouldn't be. The essence of the matter is not like this. It is just that due to some surrounding chaotic situations, it has become so hard to look at. But if some powerful ideological conflicts arise, it would make others forget everything. What about the next embarrassing situations? It really shouldn't be like this. You guys, if you really want to fight, you wouldn't dare. Unexpectedly, this ended in such a messy conclusion. I will never understand what you're thinking in your heads. If you really come up with something that makes people feel hopeless, is it as if you have forgotten how to live in this world? Next, not knowing how to conclude with life to avoid causing misunderstandings is truly a messy situation that cannot be resolved. Harris looked at this messy conclusion and genuinely laughed. He was originally a typical onlooker who doesn't mind the trouble. But unexpectedly, Zhao Wuji and YanLing didn't end up fighting again. Logically, this matter should not have concluded like this. But it became more evident in front of many people how cheap it really was. What do these meaningless circumstances signify? When seen through others' eyes, it makes many understand these shattered truths. It really doesn't seem like something a person could do, but what can be done about the result? One must accept their shortcomings and accept the chaos in their hearts to truly uphold what is called a piece of heaven. However, in reality, there is no such banquet that does not end. Is there really something difficult in this world, or it can just be dealt with better? If from the beginning, this scene was truly meant to be handled with force, then others would definitely feel that outsiders cannot accept this chaos. But now looking at it, these friends not accepting the fact becomes a serious joke to the point of being ridiculous. Don't speak too soon, because I haven't reached the point of confronting this yet, which is why it sounds so unpleasant. Otherwise, when others see it, they might think that I wouldn't really create something powerful. You must understand, I need to accept all of this to uphold these so-called situations. Otherwise, if others see it, it would simply be a minute of laughter, making many forget how we should proceed from here. Chapter 233. Full support. YanLing would never reveal his trump card. He felt that Murong Yunxiue had not yet appeared in his arena. If some embarrassing facts were brought to light, it would only be more amusing for others to witness. If Harris didn't want to expose his own trump card, YanLing believed he should also have Murong Yunxiue under his control to prevent others from thinking he was merely holding up a fade. The reality that he couldn't achieve anything substantial was quite evident. The bizarre display only made things more difficult for him. As the facts shifted before him, it only served to make others forget how he would ultimately conclude the situation. Murong Yunxiue was still holding a so-called family meeting, and once that meeting concluded, YanLing felt he would have the chance to show off. Otherwise, the frustration pent up in his chest would leave him uncertain about how to achieve a perfect ending. It was unclear who could defeat whom, so it was best not to let this fifth-level excitement get ahead of itself. There was no need for Harris to speak of the chaotic situation either. The true strength of each party would reveal itself. As with the more intriguing aspects of their positions, Poseidon had little to say. He felt he was simply following YanLing's lead. If YanLing didn't want him to act, there was no need for him to intervene. The current situation had already reached a perfect conclusion, and there was no need to further complicate things in a way that left others guessing how it would all end. Since that was the case, it was better to avoid any comments that might lead to speculation about the perfect conclusion. In a vast world of Douluo continent, Poseidon had a bright banner in his heart. He believed that as long as he safeguarded his own territory, that was enough. As for the rest, he didn't need to be entangled in too many facts that were presented before him, which could leave him feeling blind. Since the situation was thus, there was no need to confront these bizarre matters that could lead to confusion. In this world, there were always only two paths to take. As long as one could master these two moves perfectly, there was no need to involve others in the chaos of bizarre circumstances. Moving forward, any energy that could be consolidated would lead to a series of explosive developments, creating an even more bewildering scenario. Poseidon felt that his camp was already perfectly integrated. If things were to become more awkward, it would only make others forget why he was trying to survive in this world. If walking with YanLing felt distant, there was no need for him to involve himself with irrelevant people. Given the situation, it was best to leave it at that. All right, since it has come to this, let's just disperse. After saying this, YanLing made a 360-degree turn and walked in the opposite direction. He didn't want anything more. He just wanted to sever unnecessary ties with this group of fools. It was evident that the situation was quite clear, and the facts were laid out in a way that was intriguing to many. Many understood that if one couldn't grasp even these aspects, then living in this world lost any meaning. Murong Yunxiue was considered one of the more powerful cores among them. If Harris didn't center around him, then Murong Yunxiue would have to hold up the so-called sky. Otherwise, if others saw that they couldn't control the so-called reality, wouldn't that be even more amusing? Only 3 people could hold up the so-called sky. However, looking at the current situation, there was no sky at all, just a mess of chaos that left people feeling overwhelmed, not knowing how to conclude the matter. At this point, it was only sensible to seek victory amidst the chaos and keep the disorder under control. Otherwise, if others saw it as a trivial matter, wouldn't that be a joke? Where there are people, there is struggle. Where there is struggle, there is victory and defeat. It was a matter of determining which side belonged to whom. If it truly belonged to their group, then everything could be scattered. The lower-tier individuals were the most fond of scheming because they believed only by doing so could they achieve a relatively bright point of prestige. Currently, YanLing's absolute situation was just that. Zhao Wuji should have been a powerful figure at a higher level. However, now this supposedly capable high-level talent had lost all effectiveness, instead being put in a chaotic position that made it feel useless. Given the reality presented, it was uncertain how it would conclude. There was no choice but to cover it up better. There are always stronger hands and strength. Every era has its own talents. With things already as they are, there was no need to force anything. They should know in their hearts that YanLing had not betrayed the current group of 4. One of them had turned out to be a traitor who enjoyed causing trouble. Was there any need to force anything further? After saying this, YanLing turned and left. His expression might seem cold-hearted, but he had to be. He knew that showing mercy to enemies was akin to cruelty to oneself. Such cold-blooded matters were something he could carry out. Historically, which rulers and generals were not cold-hearted? Chapter 234. Family matters are hard to resolve. Which of these facts cannot be controlled by others? Only by staying away from disputes and these chaotic people can he create a space for himself. Otherwise, if others see it, it will only be a joke. And what is the meaning of surviving in this world? The atmosphere once again cooled down, and everyone thought YanLing had failed. However, he neither lost nor won. He simply had not yet faced everything with his best mindset. Otherwise, let alone trivial matters, even if he wanted to accomplish something serious, there would still be no one able to handle these chaotic situations. But now, the facts have become very clear before our eyes. Unlike some righteous situations, what others see is merely a joke amidst the chaos. Now, YanLing's mindset has transformed into one where he must respond to every attack. He needs to grasp the situations in his heart more thoroughly. Otherwise, if others think he is so blind, what kind of absurdity would that be? Meanwhile, Murong Yunxiue is facing criticism from his family's elders during a family meeting. The remarks are sharp and harsh, expressing all the anger that is built up inside him. Murong Yunxiue, as a member of the family, why do you behave like this? Don't forget how much our family contributes to the Douluo Academy every year. The elder of the Murong family has a serious expression and looks very displeased as he gazes at Murong Yunxiue, becoming increasingly frustrated with what he perceives as a disgraceful outcome. He wonders how such a failure could have been raised in his family and still expect to control the entire Murong family's assets. It is truly a delusion. Among his grandchildren, only Murong Yunxiue is without prospects, choosing to stand on the same front as YanLing to attack the Titan giant ape. Doesn't he know that the Murong family donates tens of millions to the academy each year? A single thread can affect the whole tapestry. Now the Murong family understands these matters quite well. More importantly, The funds that Zhao Wuji receives are all part of the Murong family's donations. This is why Zhao Wuji is reluctant to use donations for further development. Yet now, Murong Yunxue still wants to attack the Titan giant ape and create some so-called achievements, making Zhao Wuji feel embarrassed. It's no wonder Zhao Wuji is trying to stop him at all costs. A scion of a prominent family now colluding with some so-called outsiders is truly laughable. Such a person is simply a disgrace and a tragedy for the Murong family. I say, why are you old bastards talking to me like this? As a member of the Murong family, it's already very difficult for me. Do you really think money is useful in this world? Let me tell you, it's not. It only makes others look down on you. Don't you know? You've donated so much money to this school. What does it have to do with me? I'm just a small pawn in your hands. Why do you treat me like this? Enough. I have nothing more to say to you. I hope you won't generate unnecessary nonsense towards me. Murong Yunxue is truly about to explode with anger. He didn't expect that he wouldn't receive any support from YanLing and would instead return to his family to face such criticism from the elders. Being pointed at like this, he is a person, not an animal. Hearing so many harsh words makes him feel utterly humiliated. Although he is not the eldest son, nor the one who can inherit the family business, it shouldn't be like this, with all kinds of insults thrown his way. Little brat, have you finally learned some manners or what? How many times have I told you not to make things so embarrassing? Look at the mess you've created now. What are you thinking? Do you really believe no one in this world can deal with you? Let me tell you, you are just a grandson of the Murong family. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? You should take a good look in a mirror and see what kind of person you are. The elder of the Murong family is truly about to explode with anger. He never expected his grandson to speak so out of line. It's one thing for his son to be disobedient, but now his grandson is also unruly. Moreover, this grandson is not even the eldest, just a minor character. Such a person dares to act so arrogantly towards him. Does he think the Murong family has no temper? Does he really believe no one can uphold the family's dignity? Yunxue, don't make things so ugly. The old man is doing this for your own good. After all, the interests we are involved with are too great, especially with those so-called Douluo groups and the chaotic situations. Look at the mess you're causing now. YanLing wants to attack the Titan giant ape. You shouldn't be involved in all this. You understand that these matters are all due to political struggles. Some decisions are obvious. Otherwise, how could other decisions be made regarding these issues? Murong Yunxue's uncle, Murong Yunxue's second uncle, starts speaking out of line as well, clearly trying to curry favor with the elder. Perhaps when it comes time to divide the family assets, he hopes to gain something substantial. Murong Yunxue shakes his head helplessly. After so much time, having reached such a high position, he feels constrained and controlled by the Murong family. He is also a person, not an animal, nor merely a small pawn of the Murong family. Chapter 235. Refusing to submit, why do I have to treat myself like this? I'm also a young man with ideals and aspirations. But now, this so-called young man hasn't even made a name for himself. And he is actually tied here by a series of expectations from the Murong family. What a joke. It's truly laughable. I can't understand what merit or capability your Murong family has to treat me this way. Murong Yunxue directly took off her hairpin, and in an instant, her hair fell down, turning her into a silver-haired demon. Originally, Murong Yunxue planned to solidify her position within the family today. However, she found that her position had become aimless, and now it seemed that things had become so ridiculous that it was almost amusing. Murong Yunxue's disheveled appearance looked like a piece of trash that was too unsightly to be seen. At that moment, blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. She was filled with hatred, real hatred. Although she came from a prominent family, because she was not the eldest son, everything she gained or lost was a mess that made her even more resentful. Why was this situation happening? Why did these undeniable facts unfold before her eyes? She was a person, not an animal. Why was she unable to close her eyes to what was happening before her? Conflicts among the children of prominent families seemed to never cease. However, Murong Yunxue felt that she owed nothing to anyone. Did she really want to be reborn into the Murong family? At this point, there was nothing more to say. She was already constrained in this position, and one could only say that it was even more unbearable. Looking at Murong Yunxue, who was close to madness, the elders of the family were almost laughing out loud at her appearance. They never expected that this unknown young person in front of them would really want to stand up for herself. Did she really want to rebel? Had she forgotten? She had left the Murong family. Could she really survive on her own? The Murong family was large and influential. They could give her a meal, and she could eat it. If they decided not to feed her, she would likely starve to death. The older elders all believed that Murong Yunxue was merely speaking out of anger. After all, She was fundamentally just an inconsequential person of a younger generation. Such a person wanted to thrive amidst a series of twists and turns? Logically, that should be a delusion. They didn't take her seriously. In their eyes, she was not truly useful. She couldn't even hold up the most basic piece of land, but still wanted to thrive in such circumstances. Furthermore, she dared to argue with the elders. That was simply impossible. If she could really argue with these elders, it would be quite funny to everyone. Neither the eldest grandson nor the firstborn, a person like her, actually wanted to go against the elders of the Murong family. Logically speaking, there was no such good fortune in the world. At this point, there was no need to further elaborate on such absurd matters, lest others see these facts and feel indifferent. Do you really think that letting your hair down is useful to us? Even if you were to crash here and die, we wouldn't allow you to join YanLing in killing the Titan giant ape. The entire Murong family relied on so-called strong ideals to support itself. And what are you? You can't even claim the most basic piece of land. How could you survive in this world without becoming a laughingstock? At this moment, the old master of the Murong family was truly radiant. He didn't know what was going on. He felt that after harboring a bit of resentment, he intended to criticize and educate these younger subordinates. Perhaps it was due to a series of revenge psychology that developed when he had been reprimanded by his own elder. Now that things had come to this point, there was no need to create bizarre matters that would make others unable to see clearly. Murong Yunxue laughed, crazily this time. She once again displayed her disheveled hair in front of the crowd. She wanted to ask those present, did they really think Murong Yunxue was someone without thoughts, without a brain, unable to think? She was a person, not an animal. Why treat her this way? Was it because of the difference in life or the paths taken that she was placed in this position? In fact, at this moment, Murong Yunxue had buried a bright seed deep in her heart. She decided to showcase all her shining points and avoid letting others think that it was not easy for her. As twists and turns occurred, even some dishonest matters could not be expressed. In the eyes of others, it was not merely a joke. At this point, there was nothing more to say. Murong Yunxue truly wanted to bite her tongue and die. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. It was a testament to her grievances against the prominent family. She felt that, as a person in this world, she should showcase her situation. Otherwise, those facts would be twisted by others into such insignificant absurdities that others would find her even more incomprehensible. She once was a young person with ideals and ambitions. But now, this once idealistic young person had become a ridiculous figure in the eyes of others, judged for relying on the benefits of her ancestors without contributing anything useful to the world. So every time she heard such words, Murong Yunxue could only laugh helplessly, unable to do anything. All right, fine. Since you old bastards insist on making things so embarrassing, then I think. Chapter 236. Excessive requests. There's no need to force things too much. Otherwise, people will think I'm easy to bully. You bunch of old bastards have already reached this position, yet you still act like this, repeatedly obstructing me. Do you think I find amusing? I tell you, it's absolutely impossible. In this world, there has never been a feast that doesn't end. Murong Yunxue has made up his mind because he sees how unsatisfactory he was from YanLing. He is also a member of a prominent family. Of course, YanLing might not have come from the same background, but the wildness he displays doesn't seem like something a person could accomplish. Given the circumstances, there's no need to make things more confusing. The truth is unclear, but I've already been placed in this position. There's no need to involve too many messy things. The situation is already perplexing enough. Things have unfolded so foolishly that it's better to quietly suppress the chaos in my hands. Murong Yunxue actually envies YanLing for living freely in this world. He doesn't have to care about other people's opinions, so there's no need for him to further clarify his true situation in this world, which is already chaotic. Otherwise, he might inadvertently become an even more intriguing oddity. Either one understands the true facts, or it becomes something even harder to grasp. From now on, I will officially state a very clear situation to you so-called old fellows. I am not a little plaything raised by your family, nor am I one of the many chaotic things your family has cultivated. I have my own life, my own responsibilities, and my own aspirations in my mind. You should provide me with a proper way out rather than trying to engage in some messy behavior towards me. If you think that is acceptable, I'm also willing to take over. Murong Yunxue expressed all the thoughts in his mind. He felt that if he didn't speak the truth in this lifetime, then in the future, he would have no obligation to say anything messy. Time would not prove how long he had been in this world. But he certainly hoped for a relatively perfect plan. Given the situation, there's nothing more to say. Being placed in this position only makes it clearer to many that accepting this is the way to perfection. I tell you, this is a family meeting. and you're not allowed to interrupt. Who do you think you are? Without us, where would you be? You're not even the eldest son or grandson of the family. What courage do you have to compete with us? Are you just bored? The old man of the Murong family, although sitting on that so-called platform, had a very cold expression. It seemed he felt quite indifferent about this event. He didn't expect that Murong Yunxue harbored such resentment deep down. If that's the case, then everyone here should have nothing to say about messy situations. These facts presented before others can't be treated like something serious, drifting in other people's hands. Since it has come to this, there is no need to go and formally express anything. The Murong family is vast and prosperous, not only rich, but also with numerous grandchildren. Just the Murong grandchildren alone number nearly a few thousand, making Murong Yunxue completely insignificant. Yet he still wants to make a name for himself here, which seems fundamentally impossible. If he wants to rebel, he must wait until all the old men of the Murong family are dead. Only after these elders are gone can this kid rise to establish his own territory. Otherwise, how could a nobody without wings aspire to achieve greatness in someone else's story? That is simply a pipe dream. Seeing the other party's resolute attitude, Murong Yunxue couldn't help but sneer. In fact, just thinking about YanLing makes his heart ache. Both are humans, both have a series of thoughts in their hearts. Why can YanLing live so freely while he feels like a beast? The children of prominent families have their own sorrows. Should they not exist in this world? But if they don't survive in this world, who can understand what kind of messy situation they will face next? Given the circumstances, there is even less need to talk about anything. If one tries to make people disbelieve these things, then others will only see it as a joke. In fact, the situation of Murong Yunxue's family is quite similar to that of Dream of the Red Chamber. Logically, it should be like this. What Murong Yunxue said reflects this. Because the current situation of Dream of the Red Chamber is much like Murong Yunxue's family. Every day is filled with frivolity, and the family members come and go. Yet they don't know how to present these facts clearly, leaving people puzzled. This is because as long as the older figures in the family are alive, the younger generation will find it difficult to stand out. This is the situation. But now it's evident that no one can determine how long the old man will live. If he decides he doesn't want to live anymore, then others won't have any good outcomes either. Therefore, this should be a relatively clear plan. These situations have made it very clear how to accept these facts. Otherwise, it would only lead to more unnecessary complications. From now on, you can distance yourself from any turmoil in the Murong family. Don't get entangled too much here. You must understand that the Murong family is the same with or without you. If you truly plan to fight YanLing to the end, then fine, go ahead. Let that old bastard collect your body afterward. You are his father, and you can live with him. The Murong family won't care about your right or wrong in the future. Chapter 237. Tough measures. Your parents might have more children, but you will be an abandoned child, a wild bastard no one wants. The old master of the Murong family, seeing Murong Yunxue remain silent, felt there was no need to dwell on this any longer. The situation had reached such an absolute point that there was nothing more to say, lest it lead to further complications. Involving too many irrelevant people would only make others think that everything was in disarray. Unable to distinguish or understand the reasons behind it all, the results were very clear. If something were to emerge that felt like a dramatic truth amidst the chaos, it would be a far more useful thing. However, as it stands, those useful things have not shown themselves, and instead, the expressions have become increasingly vague. Even Murong Yunxue, who is not a biological grandchild, dares to confront him like this. Who would still dare to listen to him afterward? At this moment, the old master of the Murong family decided to assert his authority and show Murong Yunxue what it means to leave his side and see if he can survive. Yunxue, you better hurry up and apologize to your grandfather. Look at how close he is to being driven to death by you. After all this time, don't you understand the facts of the situation? I have made the results clear to you. By now, you should understand why you've created such a mess. I am truly disappointed in you. I never expected you would dare treat me this way. You are just too worthless. At that moment, Ms. Li, Murong Yunxue's mother, came over. After approaching, she slapped Murong Yunxue several times across the face, as if her slaps were worthless, landing one after another. Everyone present felt invigorated witnessing this, as they hadn't expected such behavior from her. Murong Yunxue was the only hope of the Murong family, and Ms. Li's only beloved son. Yet now he had caused such a scandal. As a mother, she had to be ruthless. It was not right to indulge in mother-son sentimentality at this moment. Some already understood the facts and how they had come to be, and it was time to accept these realities, lest others think they had been put in this position without any redeeming qualities. You are my mother. It's one thing if you don't stand by me. But you actually side with this old bastard. I don't understand what all the useless members of the Moron family are thinking. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? I'm surviving in this world because I have my own solid foundation. I never expected you would treat me this way, time and time again. If you want to play these games, I have my own perfect countermeasures. If you can't produce results, then I assure you, there will be nothing good for you. Murong Yunxiue was really getting angry, feeling that the old man was just a typical case of someone relying on their age to exert authority. In reality, he had no real ability and couldn't even distinguish the most basic truths, yet he wanted to expand his influence in his position. Had he never thought that living in this world could be so absurd? We are all human, all surviving in this world. Why does it have to be so blind? The results are so evident, and what unfolds before others doesn't seem human at all. It was simply ridiculous, and at this point, there was nothing more to say. Otherwise, under this ridiculous situation, there would be no room for expression. You bastard, how dare you involve me in so much? I just want to ask you what is going on in that head of yours. Do you really think you can drag so many interests into the situation? I'm telling you, that is impossible. You need to understand one serious fact. I'm not your dad or your mom. I'm your grandfather. You only recognize me as some old man. Do you think you're showing me respect? You're my grandson, and you dare treat me like this? How am I supposed to maintain my authority in the family after this? You little bastard, just you wait. Bring the family law, bring it here. I'm going to whip this kid until he is a mess. The old master of the Morong family, who had been lying in bed and sitting in a wheelchair, suddenly stood up from his chair. He staggered over to Murong Yunxiue, and Murong Yunxiue's father was terrified. He was already the kind of weakling who listened to the old man, especially being the least promising son of the Morong family. He watched as his son was being confronted, unable to say a word, just watching from a distance. But now, Misli couldn't sit still. Seeing the old man grab a whip, intending to strike Murong Yunxiue, everyone was shocked. Old master, why are you so angry? Murong Yunxiue, hurry up and apologize to your grandfather. How can you do this? How did the Morong family produce such a disgrace? Is YanLing your dad or your mom? How dare you speak to the old man like this, making such sarcastic remarks? Hurry up and seek the old man's forgiveness, or else everyone here will surely expel you from the Morong family, to prevent you from directly being thrown out of this family. At this moment, the family's head steward, Li Eryi, came over, pointing at Murong Yunxiue's nose and cursing. His words were sharp, and it seemed that today, they wouldn't let Murong Yunxiue leave without being thoroughly punished. Chapter 238. The butler's outspoken remarks, it's impossible to carry on the family rules. This kid has truly gone against them. What is he thinking? Does he really believe that there is no one in the Morong family who can handle him? At this moment, with a certain confidence, Lordly feels that he is part of this family. Given the situation, there is no need to discuss any nonsense. In this world, there are always stronger hands, and throughout generations, each era belongs to its people. Lordly has accompanied the old master of the Murong family through a series of storms and has managed to integrate everything so well. It's perplexing, and there's no need for others to comment on it. Damn it, I'm rebelling today, so what? You Murong family members take advantage of being a big family and show no respect to the younger generation at all. I'm really fed up with you bunch of bastards. Why did I come to your family in the first place? It's truly both amusing and tragic. Let me tell you, I can disregard everything here, but I will forever oppose you. If you don't believe it, let us wait and see. Today, I will leave the Morong family and have no further contact with you. No matter how well I do outside, you won't benefit from me. Even if I end up in a bad situation, you won't ever be my parents. Even if I have to beg for food and drink, I won't have any connection with you. I've already severed ties with my parents. Your kindness to them is just a facade to show some mercy towards me. From now on, I will no longer involve myself in any nonsense related to the Morong family. On the other hand, Murong Yunxiue gritted her teeth and glared at everyone in the Morong family. It's a waste of too much breath. She knows that if she says anything that isn't righteous, the people present will surely treat her as a joke. Since things have reached such a deadlock, there is no opportunity to exploit. In fact, the Morong family has been holding meetings these days to elect Murong Yunxiue as a small proxy. They don't want her to participate in any games at the Douluo Academy, don't want her to learn skills, and don't want her to slowly become a dozone powerhouse. They want to keep her under control so that the Morong family can eventually use her. If she were to grow stronger, not only would the tuition fees be a huge expense each year, but it would also waste more connections, leaving others confused about why they are so ruthless. However, After the facts have unfolded, it has become clear that after Murong Yunxue encountered higher education, she has become someone who is very disobedient. Therefore, the old master of the Murong family held a meeting, intending to educate Murong Yunxue properly and separate her from the Douluo Academy. Furthermore, they heard that she has been getting too close to that wild character, YanLing, which infuriated the old master and the rest of the family. However, the Murong family always believes in their own strength and wants to launch a series of attacks on Murong Yunxue. This time, they finally failed and were instead suppressed here, never able to rise again, lest they suffer a series of physical and emotional pains that would make them a laughingstock. Given the situation, there is nothing more to say. After all, Murong Yunxue has officially fallen out with the family. Murong Yunxue's father is a typical weakling, while her mother, Ms. Li, is an outsider with no voice in this family. She watched helplessly as her son was stripped of his title. Over the years, Ms. Li has seen it all and felt the pain in her heart. Although her son is not a legitimate heir, he is still a grandson of the Murong family. Why does the old master have to favor those from the Pang family and not allow them to be controlled while expecting her son to be a subordinate? Thinking of this, Mrs. Li of the Murong family felt helpless. The situation has already been spoken, and she could only silently endure this predicament. She didn't want to make others think that her behavior was a series of unjust choices. Get out, let him roll out. This kid insists on playing these nonsense games, so there is no need to involve too many irrelevant people. The language has reached such a high level. There is nothing more to say. There is no need to drag irrelevant people into this anymore. I think this situation has reached its limit. Is there really any need to make others see it as a joke? The old master of the Murong family couldn't find his family rules, but found a whip soaked in cold water. When he wanted to strike at Murong Yunxue, he didn't expect this kid to run faster than a rabbit. Seeing Murong Yunxue escape, the old master was truly furious. He initially wanted to use this incident to establish the Murong family's authority, but now it seemed that this authority has already been destroyed, completely shattered. Fortunately, there was no opportunity left to exploit. Silently covering up these chaotic facts was the only option. Anyway, the face has already been lost today. The old master of the Murong family could only swallow this anger. On the contrary, Murong Yunxue's father felt quite pleased seeing his old master so furious. Indeed, he thought his father should have died long ago, always relying on his seniority to bully those below him, not knowing how to think. Anyway, he didn't know what nonsense would come next. So many years have passed. He couldn't do anything about the peculiarities of existence. And he couldn't make anything better either. I say this is just the trivial matter of the younger son's family. Why are you so angry, father? Chapter 239. The prodigal son, don't worry. Murong Yunxue has left the Murong family. Even if he starves to death outside, we don't have to care. It's their family's mess. And it has nothing to do with us. Their own parents haven't dared to say a word until now, so they can only blame themselves. Why should we get involved with so many irrelevant people? At this moment, the eldest son of the Murong family walked over, continuously mocking Murong Yunxue's biological parents. After hearing these words, both of them were left speechless, feeling that the situation before them was truly intriguing. The matter had reached a boiling point. Yet the truth was apparent. Was what was happening right in front of them really so blind? But the outcome was so evident. When others couldn't settle these truths, being caught in this position was simply their own fault. Murong Yunxue's father had nothing to say. He felt humiliated for so many years, and his son had nearly driven him to death in front of his father. Yet, oddly enough, he felt quite pleased. On the other hand, Mrs. Li was very worried. She thought that if her son really left the Murong family and followed that so-called YanLing, could he really rise to prominence? If that were the case, it would be quite good. They would just have to see who could hold up a piece of the sky. So at that moment, seeing the old man of the Murong family getting angry at them, Murong Yunxue's father and Mrs. Li hurriedly fled, following their son's footsteps. When they reached outside, they realized there was no chaotic situation at all. Murong Yunxue had long returned to the academy, and he wasn't even walking. In an instant, he seemed to soar, as if his feet were treading on the wind. At this moment, Mrs. Li was very excited, and the youngest son of the Murong family, who was also Murong Yunxue's father, was equally thrilled. They never expected that their son had finally achieved something significant and had such strong foundations. It turned out that the old man of the Murong family wanted to keep his son from going to the Douluo Academy to study, probably to prevent him from becoming a threat to them. Now that their son showed signs of success, they could only wait and see who could manage these issues. He has really made it. They never expected that in the Murong family, especially in the lineage of the seemingly unremarkable youngest son, a grandson like Yunxue would emerge. So powerful and impressive. When Mrs. Li saw this scene, she was almost in tears, as if she had wasted her time in the moment. But the fact was already established. What could be done about it? They had already distanced themselves so much, avoiding unnecessary talk that would confuse others about the true reasons. Murong Yunshue's father said nothing. For so many years, he had been henpecked. Faced with his wife's scolding, he could only silently lower his head. However, seeing his son achieve such success today, he felt genuinely happy deep down. At this point, as long as their son continued to improve, even if they had to endure humiliation in the Murong family, they would accept it. What? You often have conflicts with your family because of me? Wow, I have such great charm. I didn't expect you to truly center your actions around me. Murong Yunxue went to YanLing's side and explained everything that had happened to his family. After hearing this, YanLing was also very shocked, as he had not expected that this seemingly unremarkable Murong Yunxue, who wore glasses and appeared gentle, would act against his family's wishes. If that were the case, this kid shouldn't be underestimated. YanLing thought that what Murong Yunxue did was within reason. Logically, they shouldn't be on the same side at all, nor were they from the same path. However, the situation was so absurd that it left him unable to understand why it was happening. At this point, there was no need to explain anything messy. Part of the issue was due to them, and part was due to the growing grievances within the family. There was no way. He could only vent his anger to swallow his pride. Otherwise, others would definitely think he was easy to bully. Do you think that as a member of a prominent family, I could be easily bullied? Let me tell you, that's impossible. When Murong Yunxue said this, his eyes were still filled with tears. He felt that his current situation was not worthy of his parents. He just hoped that his grandfather and some of the younger generation members would treat his parents better, to spare them some physical suffering. This is what Murong Yunxue most wanted right now, being the only son in their family. Of course, there are many only sons, and Murong Yunxue is hardly noticeable. He has several uncles and elders, and he is afraid of what others might think. Well, I didn't expect that you indeed acted out of my influence. And since you made everything so clear, there's no need for me to involve more irrelevant people. Since I've been placed in this position, is there really a need to explain so many unnecessary details? No need. YanLing patted Murong Yunshue's shoulder heavily, not expecting that this seemingly weak guy would now become an important role as his right-hand man. Since things had come to this, there was no need to be curious about what to say. This guy was willing to be centered around him, and he shouldn't refuse from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, a series of messy situations might arise, making it difficult for others to find any opportunity. This is how things are. Only after they happen can one truly understand the nature of danger. Chapter 240. The crying man, the spirit of knowingly walking into danger, even when aware of the risks, is vividly evident here. But what can be done about it? Every moment, every day, one must face these chaotic and obvious displays. Otherwise, it would be even more absurd. I want to take a moment to calm down because I don't want to have any messy relationships with those in my family. You know, I need to understand this so I can express the situation in my heart. Otherwise, if others see it, they might think I'm experiencing some chaotic nonsense again. This is the pain of being a scion of a prestigious family. And I have finally come to realize that I have not done what a normal person should do, which is to be honest. When Murong Yunxue spoke here, she was almost in tears. Her eyes were filled with hot tears, a deep reluctance for this world. But she knew she had to accept and face it all. Otherwise, if others saw her behaving so poorly, it would be an even more remarkable oddity. Since it has come to this, there is no need to elaborate further. To avoid unnecessary complications. It is what it is. All right, I finally understand that it is indeed not easy for you. As a member of a prestigious family, one must live in constant fear, not only facing these threats, but also dealing with all sorts of messy issues. Now I finally understand you. There is no need to be entangled in so many so-called matters. Since it has come to this, it would only make others find it even more amusing. YanLing stopped speaking. He felt that if they were to kill this Titan giant ape, they should wait until Murong Yunxue was in a better state. Otherwise, it would lead to a series of strange behaviors resulting in chaos. This is always the case. One must accept the shortcomings of everything. I must accept all this chaos so that many can understand the true reasons behind it. Otherwise, in even more complicated situations, one would wonder what caused it all. YanLing looked up at the sky and noticed the aerial prison, which was very conspicuous. It struck fear into those who saw it. This aerial prison seemed like a symbolic representation of Flinder and the entire Dalu Academy's incompetence. It was truly pathetic. The esteemed Bibi Dong managed to overshadow these two great masters, Flinder and YanLing, locking them in this cage. No matter how one looked at it, It was baffling why this happened. However, the outcome was evident, and there was no need to discuss it further. Being placed on this stage, one could only say it was deserved. YanLing felt no sympathy for Flender. Instead, he found this guy to be quite disgusting, unable to manage trivial matters, and instead getting caught up in chaos. One could only wonder what kind of bright conclusion would come from this terrifying situation, where real facts unfolded before others. It was most tragic that he didn't know how to make these actions shine. It seems Flender's abilities are not worthy of much respect or deemed impressive. If he could really hold up this guy, I should look at him differently, but from what I see now, he seems not that impressive. Given this, I have no need to regard him highly. YanLing now looked at this so-called Flender, increasingly feeling like he was watching a joke. Since things have come to this, there is no need to elaborate. Being placed on this stage can only be seen as deserved. The facts are already established. There is no need to create more absurdities. Initially, YanLing wanted to cling to Flender's coattails to carve out his own territory in this academy. But now it seems he hasn't produced anything genuinely useful, while Flender is like a bird trapped in a cage. Since this is the case, there is no need to discuss it further. As the saying goes, there are always stronger people out there. Every emperor has his ministers, and there are always greater talents beyond. This is clearly displayed here. It is a pity that some people simply do not understand this principle. They only know how to sort through their chaotic situations. But now it seems that is not the case. They already have their plans in mind and do not need to elaborate on any more nonsense. Seeing that Murong Yinchua's situation was not good, YanLing felt he did not need to pressure her. After all, every family has its difficulties. She has her own story, so let her shine in her own narrative. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie was truly on the verge of losing his mind these days. He never expected that despite using all his strength, he couldn't rescue Flender from the aerial prison. At this moment, he deeply regretted coming to this world to face such chaos. Zhao Wujie was already contemplating the worst, thinking that it would be better to ignore YanLing's troubles. After all, this guy was too difficult to deal with. It has come to this point, and there is nothing more to say. He had already been placed in this position, so he could only silently cover it up. These chaotic matters were better left unmentioned, lest others see it and be unsure of how to conclude it. The situation before him was increasingly incomprehensible, making him question why living in this world had to be so painful. Who would have thought that, as a vice principal, sitting in this position without promoting anything would lead to being mocked and ridiculed repeatedly? What was he even after? Why did he have to face such chaos? It truly made him furious. Chapter 241. Waiting for the right moment, Zhao Wujie lay on the hospital bed, continuously spitting blood. At that moment, he felt blood slowly dripping down from his chest. He didn't know why, but he felt a severe headache and fever. Perhaps he was right, perhaps wrong, but he had to accept that the shortcomings of facing everything were the highlights of it all. Otherwise, everything would just be a joke to others, and the facts produced in the midst of that laughter would be the genuine points of experience. The outcomes were like this, which only told of the bizarre situations that, in the eyes of others, didn't seem like something a person could do. Originally, there shouldn't be any further development in this world, but when presented with the situation, it made him realize how blind he had been. There was no need to elaborate too much, to do too much, or to leave too much. It seemed he understood too much already. The facts were already very merciless. Those who are merciless must be ungrateful. A person who is merciless and ungrateful has no desire to survive in this world. I said, Vice Principal, there is no need to waste time here. After all, you are a Vice Principal, managing so many affairs. You are already very busy. Let us see if the old principal can mobilize a series of waves from Longsheng, so we can help each other. As for everything else, it's just a joke. The student attending to Zhao Wujie felt a headache and fever as he faced everything. It seemed he discovered that Zhao Wujie was indeed a difficult person to serve. He didn't know what was going on in his mind. His eyes didn't seem to express any nonsense, but the actions taken made people feel a series of intriguing feelings. Since the situation had come to this, there was no need to speak of any nonsense. The situation was already very clear. If everything was making it hard for people to distinguish and understand the facts, then that would be the best kind of terrifying decision. Yes, you were right, I am old, I can't move, but my future is definitely to take over Flanders' position. After all, I'm the vice principal, and he is the principal. I can't just stay in this position without understanding a series of administrative matters. You must understand that I have to accept all of this. Otherwise, the beginning would be the best, making it feel extremely painful. This way, many people would not understand what the correct choice should be. Zhao Wujie still felt unwilling and unyielding. He believed he was facing so much chaos. He also had to understand what he would face next. Otherwise, if he continued to be this blind, he wouldn't know what kind of ending was forthcoming. Since the events had already occurred in front of him, there was no need to involve too many irrelevant people. The legendary fearless vanguard was evidently displayed here. Since it was already this terrifying, was there a need to involve more irrelevant people? There was no need, and no need to talk about this nonsense. Being in this position was just deserved. It only made others not understand how such a bizarre situation could arise. The vice principal should be able to turn things around positively, but Flanders, the principal, was hanging in the sky above the students of Douluo Academy. Every time they heard this lesson, it felt very funny, especially when they looked up and saw Flanders hanging in the sky. This left them unaware of what kind of terrible plan would conclude the situation. Since it had come to this, there was no need to discuss anything further. Being in this nonsensical position was indeed deserved, but the outcome was like this. It left people confused and unclear, so there was no need to let others understand more. What kind of bizarre origins should it conclude with, to avoid excessive joy leading to sorrow? In the end, a series of turns would be irretrievable. That would be the best terrifying fact. Flanders had been on the verge of dying from anger these past few days. He didn't expect that BB Dong was truly a chilling person. Not only did she trap him here, but she also had no intention of letting him out. He was a person, not an animal. How could one act like this? If he could really manage to do something intriguing, that would be the best kind of terrifying situation. The true facts that weren't clearly understood, after happening before one's eyes, made many forget why these results were unknown. What kind of bizarre ending would it conclude with, where nothing could grow? But what would the real situation of nothing growing be like in terms of detours? It was truly a stroke of bad luck. He didn't expect to be harmed by you now. I don't know what you're thinking in your mind, but you want to launch a series of attacks against me. Have you forgotten? I have no sense of gratitude towards you. The facts are already like this. Do you still need to involve so many irrelevant people? YanLing was truly complaining about Flanders, wanting to slap this guy hard on the forehead. The dignified vice principal had already been replaced by Zhao Wuji. He didn't come to save himself, and it was already one thing, but you, the principal Flanders, couldn't even hold up a piece of sky here. How could you live in this world, making many people unaware of what kind of bright facts should be? Since it had come to this, there was no need to discuss any more nonsensical matters. It had already become relatively ugly. But how should one integrate and express some messy facts? The situation was very confusing, but when the real situation happened before others' eyes, it was indeed so blind. Forget it. Cherish it. In the end, one must understand these chaotic matters. Otherwise, if you don't even understand this, that would be even more tragic. Now you're complaining about me. Just now, I had the power of the Xuanwu. You boosted my attack power. Why didn't you think to stop BB Dong first before talking? Chapter 242. There are strong hands among the strong. You clearly know that I possess the power of the black tortoise, and it must be stopped here. Yet only after witnessing what is happening before my eyes do I fail to understand why it has come to such a clear situation. Since it has already come to this, is it really necessary to involve so many unnecessary people? You must understand that these facts ultimately need to be expressed properly by some individuals. Otherwise, it will be a situation where nothing is clear and the outcome is entirely uncertain. As YanLing complains about herself, Flanders has also begun to grumble. If it weren't for this kid causing trouble here, he would probably have forced BB Dong to take action, and perhaps the next moment would involve a 360-degree spin, making all these so-called things, and people face their rightful consequences. However, now, those who should face the consequences have not, while those who shouldn't have faced any series of reincarnations. Such occurrences in anyone's heart leave one wondering how they will conclude. But what has happened. Who can change it all? If there is someone who knows they're on the wrong path, then living in this world means they have taken every step correctly. Some people are born with great fortune, while others are born to suffer. They don't even know why they suffer. They always want to impose their chaotic troubles on others. This leads to an uncertain outcome, and at this point, there is no need to involve too many. In fact, they're now calling on any useful connections they have on land. However, there's a rather eye-opening fact. These situations do not align with the so-called truths in their hearts. Since they have been placed in this bizarre situation, it can only be said that the facts have become somewhat confusing for them. The truth is unclear. How will this end? Otherwise, it may lead to unforeseen sorrow. YanLing on the ground has already seen the light waves in the sky, and he understands. If even these chaotic situations cannot be discerned, then those present are truly a bizarre mess. He thinks Flanders' abilities shouldn't be so weak. He has already been locked up. Logically, he should be resisting fiercely. Yet now it seems that Flander would rather bicker with YanLing in the sky than use any of his abilities. This situation is becoming increasingly interesting. Fortunately, at this moment, YanLing, who has her own feelings, thinks it might be a good idea to let Flander out. At that time, he will be able to persuade Zhao Wujie to take action against the Titan Great Ape for her sake. Perhaps if things go well, Flander will even join the effort to kill the Titan Great Ape. But is that really realistic? Because Zhao Wujie would definitely team up with Flander to hunt her down. If she really saves him, it will be difficult to return the favor. After all, Bibi Dong is her teacher, and she adheres to the philosophy of one day as a teacher for a lifetime as a father. This situation, viewed through the eyes of others, is relatively more unenlightened. But what can be done? If one cannot create chaos, then many will feel that a perfect ending should not be pursued. A dignified vice principal has not even left this place, yet still wants to promote the next step. Is his head filled with nonsense? One wonders what he is thinking. If he cannot create chaos, then that would be even more ridiculous. The more YanLing thinks about these matters, the more amusing they become, as he never expected this. Facing this series of flashes, the light waves exhibited by this group do not seem like something a normal person could produce. Logically, a principal and a vice principal should have immense patience and prestige. Even if Bibi Dong has trapped these people here, it should not lead to them losing their lives. But since this situation has occurred, it is so unenlightening. Moreover, it also feels so disheartening, since it has come to this. It is indeed a bizarre mess that leaves others feeling hopeless. They do not save themselves, yet expect someone else to rescue them. They cannot even grasp the facts in their hands. Seen through the eyes of others, isn't that a more humorous kind of bizarre? Therefore, not taking these matters seriously is the best existence for others, to avoid any chaotic situations at the end. YanLing does not want to worry about so much right now. He thinks that if the favor is done well, it would be fine. However, if it is done poorly, living in this world will become relatively difficult. Flander, on the other hand, has no thoughts left. He feels he must face everything. Otherwise, if it continues to be so unenlightening, it will end in an unknown conclusion. Since things have come to this, if they become even more unpleasant, it will leave others confused and unable to understand. Since they have already been locked up, acknowledging the consequences is enough. Otherwise, if it becomes overly complicated, it will be the most terrifying outcome. Since things are already like this, it is best to keep it to oneself. Even if today I am unlucky and encounter Bibi Dong and that group of old schemers, I have nothing to say. The facts are as they are, and I am already on this path. What more is there to explain? There is no need. It is what it is. Let us see how we can make these things before it's clearer. Otherwise, if others see it as a joke, what is the meaning of living in this world? Don't you think? Chapter 243. Who says who is wrong? Flander closed his eyes to rest, and YanLing had nothing to say upon seeing him like this. Yes, since the leader was in such a state, there was no need for her to involve herself with unnecessary matters that had landed on this position. Fundamentally speaking, one could only say it was deserved, but what could be done? Even some straightforward integration couldn't be managed by certain individuals. If it were handled poorly, it would become increasingly embarrassing. This made it seem all the more perfect that situations within their reach could not be expressed. However, with the facts laid out before them, they could only silently accept that this was the best approach. YanLing had nothing to say. He felt that the kindness shown to him could only be fully understood by Bibi Dong after she received and accepted everything. Otherwise, if things turn out to be quite unpleasant on that side, they would be left wondering what kind of ending awaited them. With a new ruler comes new subjects. Since things were already like this, was there any need to involve so many trivial matters? He thought it was best to leave it at that. After saying this, YanLing turned and left, deciding to meet Bibi Dong. After all, this top-level pope should be able to bear such matters in her own church. Otherwise, if others saw it, it would become even more ridiculous. At that moment, the sky was filled with thunder, and beneath it appeared some chaotic and unsightly things that were hard for people to look at. However, since these facts had already happened before the majority, they had to accept this series of imperfections. This would help them understand the true situation and what kind of clear outcome would unfold. Otherwise, if things were handled poorly, everyone present would definitely be dragged into more so-called responsibilities. The thunder in the sky might indicate that the situation for Flander was even more dire. Since it was already like this, was there any need to bring along so many so-called things? How bizarre, truly bizarre. Harris sat on the balcony, hands behind his back like a top master. He looked up at the sky, understanding that accepting these facts was the only way to know how things would end for him. Otherwise, if even these so-called situations were not handled well, He would be left wondering what kind of chaotic and disastrous events might unfold before him. Since it was already like this, it was better to silently not hold on to it in his heart. In fact, Harris didn't want to meddle in Flanders' affairs at all, as he was only trying to gild his next step in the so-called world. However, from the looks of it, this next step had not yet been integrated. It seemed that things on that side were being handled in such a way that he could not clearly understand what kind of situation was unfolding before him. This was a fierce clash between the deities of the Western world and those of the Eastern world. In the eyes of everyone present, it had already made them forget why such blindness had occurred, since the facts were already like this. So what kind of even more chaotic and bizarre situation would others create next? The Western world has its own rules, and the Eastern world has its own rules. This is a judgment between two worlds, yet it unfolds before their eyes. This led many to understand and accept these things. Perhaps it was better to forget them. If even some so-called achievements were not made in a relatively obvious position, it would become a terrifying existence. Rules are set by people. If someone wants to break them, they must have powerful authority and actions. Otherwise, after a series of complications, they might not even be able to legitimately involve many unnecessary people. The facts were already like this. Since it was so, there was no need to express anything further. It could only make people feel amused amidst the chaos. Harris had a very perfect scale in his heart, and the weight on that scale was YanLing. As long as YanLing did not do anything extreme, it should be amusing for them. I said, Mr. Harris, you're watching the show from this balcony and don't want to help? Don't you have any thoughts about this so-called power in your heart? I think at your age, why do you still act so blind to what others are thinking? Do you think your ideals are different or something? Stop it. These facts happening before others can't really be eaten as food. At this moment, YanLing flashed beside Harris and found that this guy not only had lightning crackling in his hair, but also had tiny wrinkles appearing on his face, looking quite strange. Normal people, upon seeing this, would think he was indeed a top-notch expert. Since things were already like this, was there still a need to clarify what was exactly going on? The lightning in the sky surely wasn't conjured by this old man, right? Unexpectedly, this old man really knew how to play. Just as I finished speaking, he began a series of attacks on Flanders. What exactly was going on in his mind? Did he really think that everyone present was going to launch a series of effective strikes against him? Was he feeling funny? YanLing pointed to the thunder and lightning in the sky, and finally realized that the many blind facts occurring before him were indeed bizarre like the thunder and lightning. If so, then this matter was truly interesting. What exactly did Harris want to do? He was merely a guy from the Western world coming here to gild himself. Why did his actions not resemble those of a proper person? What kind of perfect plan did he have in mind? As he thought about this, YanLing increasingly found the person before him to be more and more interesting. YanLing, how can you slander me? The thunder and lightning in the sky are all white, while the lightning on me is merely a purplish hue. Chapter 244. Finding fault. Do you really think I can hold up a piece of the sky? Logically, it shouldn't be the case, because I'm of no use here at all. The situation within my capabilities has already been integrated in a way that people can't distinguish or understand. But what kind of reality will it be on your side? Have you really forgotten? Harris smiled helplessly. He knew that YanLing didn't like him. Similarly, he didn't like YanLing either. They were like two bulls. You don't like me, and I don't like you either, yet here they were, clashing with each other. What kind of ending would it lead to if others couldn't make sense of it? Many people felt that this was utterly incomprehensible. What kind of bizarre reality would that be? However, once this outcome occurred before others' eyes, it could only be this way, quietly hidden in their own hands. YanLing glared at Harris and then noticed the thunder and lightning in the sky. Indeed, it was a white fish. This guy seemed to have nothing to do with it at all. Thinking of this, YanLing's brows furrowed tightly. Could it be that this kid had hidden his true strength from the very beginning? And the thunder and lightning in the sky seemed to have nothing to do with him. Is that really the case? With such thoughts, and unable to understand a real situation, YanLing looked again at the lightning in the sky. But at that moment, Harris rushed over and grabbed YanLing by the neck. Amidst the thunder and lightning, a powerful bolt of lightning struck directly at YanLing's forehead. With a loud bang, smoke filled the surrounding area along with a series of light waves and scattered debris. Everyone was shocked. Unexpectedly, Harris dared to attempt to murder YanLing, right in front of many people on the playground. Did Harris really have the guts to do that? Why, after people saw this incident, did it turn out that this series of events really happened, causing everyone to feel a throbbing headache? What the hell do you want to do? Let go. I'm telling you to let go, damn it. Are you out of your mind? You actually dare to choke my neck? You must really be tired of living, not knowing that I'm holding up a piece of the sky here. Do you think I'm a vegetarian? Damn bastard. You actually dare to treat me like this. YanLing felt like he was about to cough up all the blood in his chest. He hadn't expected that the guy in front of him would act so excessively. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any deep-seated hatred between Harris and him. Why was he being so utterly ruthless? What was the reason for this ugly behavior? You blame me for choking your neck. Can't you realize the main issue? I have no connection with you. I'm just borrowing your strength. I never expected that your strength was something we wouldn't take seriously. Do you think I would easily forgive you? Logically, there is no possibility of that anymore. Harris directly controlled all his power in his hands. He felt that since things had escalated to such an alarming extent, there was no need to drag too many innocent people into it. It was already embarrassing enough. Why force it any further? Is it really a case of being indecisive? Harris had no opportunity to resist YanLing, but now he could only silently watch these facts unfold without taking them seriously. Due to Zhao Wujia's desperate resistance, YanLing had never made an absolute choice. This led to a relatively awkward situation, where heaven had a road he wouldn't take, and hell had no door, yet he insisted on entering. Given the circumstances, there was really nothing much more to say. YanLing felt like his breathing was becoming increasingly difficult. It seemed that in the next moment, he wouldn't even be able to breathe fresh air through his nostrils. So faced with this situation, most people were observing. Fortunately, on the rooftop, Harris and YanLing's actions resembled a small scuffle, which didn't seem too distressing to onlookers. Many thought that Harris and YanLing were just fooling around and didn't take them seriously. But unexpectedly, after YanLing felt difficulty in breathing, he began to generate a multitude of inner thoughts. Just now, regarding Zhao Wujia's position, you seem to be completely unremarkable. You aren't even taking action. Do you want us to strike at you? I tell you, there is no possibility of that. But since things have reached such an awkward point, dragging more innocent people into it would make others think we're actually vegetarians, right? Harris tightly choked YanLing's neck. It seemed he wasn't planning to let the other party launch a series of counterattacks this time. Since things had already come to this, there seemed to be no need to involve too many innocent people. Having walked this path, it seemed quite amusing to see it from others' perspectives. The bizarre scene in this situation was expressing some unspeakable situations to onlookers. These facts really made people feel a lack of confidence. You're talking about positions now. Why didn't you take action earlier? I tell you, it's too late to say anything now. I have no way to save you. I hope you can stay far away from me. If you don't let go, after I escape, I won't care whether you're Harris or a god of Pluto. I'll make sure you die without a burial place. YanLing was being choked to the point of difficulty in breathing, and at that moment, he was gasping for air while speaking. If Harris didn't let him go soon, he felt he wouldn't give this Harris any face at all. Yes, this situation had become very clear. Mercy towards an enemy is cruelty towards oneself. Chapter 245, Chaos and Confusion. At this point, even a fool could see that Harris clearly did not want YanLing to have a way out. Since the true facts could not be expressed clearly, there was no need to let those irrelevant people further voice their grievances. Cold sweat trickled down Harris's forehead. He really did not expect YanLing to have a hidden card. If the killer move was truly used in this situation, then the outcome should not have been like this. The shocking facts were laid out before them, and one could only wonder who could make a relatively correct decision in such a situation. But now that things had come to this, what was there left to say? YanLing felt a tightness in his chest, while Harris was tightening his grip on the other side. Poseidon, belonging to the camp of the sea god, sensed that something was off. He felt the energy fluctuations around Harris moving back and forth within the academy. If many people saw this, they would definitely suspect why this guy was behaving so excessively. Although Poseidon was not beside Harris, he suddenly appeared next to YanLing. He had a strong mental connection with YanLing, and the two had just teamed up to deal with the so-called Zhao Wuji. Although they had not truly succeeded, they had already set themselves up in a relatively perfect position. This situation had made many people understand that the facts were not so easily manipulated. What are you two doing? I ask you, what are you two doing? Clearly, you are from the same camp. So why do your actions not seem like something a single person would do? How will this end? Poseidon was not one to be underestimated. He directly executed a 360-degree spin and struck at Harris's head. Harris immediately dodged away from YanLing. On YanLing's side, he finally caught his breath. Damn, you almost choked me to death. I didn't expect you to be so heavy-handed. What deep-seated hatred do I have with you? Why are you doing this to me? YanLing moved his shoulders and neck, only to realize that his current condition was anything but optimistic. If his lumbar strain was visibly serious, then his body must have sustained a significant blow. You have to take out Zhao Wuji, otherwise, how could your so-called Titan giant ape be summoned? We can't just be pushed out there to be your scapegoats. This is clear, right? You all understand this, don't you? Harris smiled helplessly and moved his own shoulders. He knew he had to understand the true principles behind everything, or else he would face a series of starting situations without knowing how to achieve a perfect outcome. Otherwise, everyone present would certainly think that these matters were being grasped by others in a way that did not resemble a single person's stance. This needed to be clarified. Otherwise, if others saw it, it would be an even more ridiculous existence. If one could not even grasp the most basic matters, then living in this world would indeed feel quite helpless. YanLing was stunned upon hearing this. He truly did not expect this. Just now, Zhao Wuji was powerless and chose not to exert his authority, which was one thing. Now, wanting to unleash a series of chaotic actions, what was he trying to do? Was he making a joke of himself? Look up at the prison in the sky. It holds Flander and Qiling. If these two are really released, which one of us here would have a good outcome? Why don't you consider this comprehensively? You must take down Zhao Wuji and gain some respect, or else Flander will not have any fear of you. Do you understand now? Harris's expression was very cold as he looked at YanLing, as if he could see through him in the next moment. At this moment, YanLing, who should have had some inner thoughts, could only smile helplessly. He did not expect Harris to be such a meddler. He did not need to be in this position, yet he had taken a rather perfect plan from it. If that were the case, this matter was indeed becoming more interesting. At this point, it was unnecessary to drag too many irrelevant people into this. Otherwise, everyone present would certainly not have a good outcome. I finally understand what you mean. It seems you want to use Zhao Wuji's hand to bring down Flander and the others. Are you trying to become the principal of the Douluo Academy? I don't think you qualify for that. Have you ever looked in the mirror? Look at your current situation. You haven't even reached a clearly defined position regarding your own circumstances, yet you want to promote yourself from this position. Are you kidding? I advise you not to trouble yourself unnecessarily, or else in the end, you might end up with a worse outcome. If you really fall apart, it will be quite embarrassing for you. YanLing's words were clear. If Harris truly made this situation awkward, then there was no need for him to be entangled with too many irrelevant people. At this point, there was nothing more to say. Otherwise, standing in this position would only appear even more ridiculous to others. These nonsensical matters made no sense in front of others, leaving everyone confused about what was to come next. Enough, we are all our own people. There is no need for such pointless arguments. Does it help to just argue back and forth? In the end, you will certainly not have a good outcome. I advise us to be kinder. Otherwise, if we make this situation truly awkward, everyone present will have to pay the price. Chapter 246, All Nonsense, as the Sea God. I advise everyone here to treat others with honesty, rather than making the facts seem more awkward. At this moment, Poseidon spoke with very sharp words, seemingly feeling that he understood how to describe everything. Otherwise, sitting in this position would be utterly pointless. At this point, there is nothing more to say. I don't want to waste words with you two. In any case, don't come to me with such ungrateful matters in the future. I'm just an ordinary person, and what you've created as these so-called unavoidable situations is merely a relatively humorous existence in my eyes. Harris looked at Poseidon's ever-changing expression and felt that he needed to show this guy a lesson. After all, he came from the Western world of deities. Why are the choices of camps so misplaced, with such a chaotic mindset? If even these trivial matters are unclear and incomprehensible, then in the eyes of others, isn't that rather amusing? There is nothing more to say. Don't sit on this road and end up with no good outcome. That is a performance that feels like joy turning into sorrow. Enough, you two, stop wasting my time. I've made the facts very clear. I have to accept these things to understand them. Otherwise, who would grasp the true situation? The truth can only be held by a few. And that is the right way. Isn't it? After saying this, YanLing left without looking back, feeling that these things had unexpectedly occurred before his eyes. There was no need to involve too many irrelevant people. The situation was already relatively obvious to others. If it really involved some inexplicable matters, that would be an even uglier existence. The events had already happened before others, making it impossible for them to ignore. Wherever he went, there should be nothing left. He had already been placed in this position by others, so there was no need to drag too many chaotic people into it. Those chaotic and grandiose displays appeared quite impressive in the eyes of others. If it weren't for this, such a situation of beneficial choices wouldn't occur. Murong Yunxue watched the three people in the arena messing around, and it was quite amusing. He truly felt it was funny because he hadn't expected that the words spoken by this guy were simply beyond what a person could achieve. Since the facts were already very clear, what else could be misunderstood? Accepting these sincere things was supposed to be how things should be. After so long of summoning, the Titan ate back and forth without achieving anything substantial, still wanting to create a perfect storm in the eyes of others. Perhaps there really was a sincere reason for that. Murong Yunxiue felt a headache coming on, as if he was about to spit out bright red blood. He hadn't expected that after so many years, the perfect decisions were presented before others, which was not something a single person could accomplish. It seemed that when some so-called profit-driven reasoning was revealed after other storms, it truly didn't allow others to understand the sincere situation, which was not the original intention. Murong Yunxiue himself was a member of a prominent family, and these family members hadn't reached a perfect position. That aside, being placed in such a situation with no way out was quite interesting to see. Thus, if he were to force too much, it would only make others feel that the situation here was relatively unpleasant. In order to stabilize the little turmoil within himself, Murong Yunxiue temporarily didn't contact those bastards in his family. But he knew that what was meant to come would come. The Murong family would definitely send someone to hunt him down. Of course, he was still relatively safe within the entire Douluo Academy. Plus, with YanLing here protecting him, there shouldn't be any life-threatening situations. Let us go, follow me to that fried rice place up front, and we'll have a couple of beers to reminisce. It's been a few days since we last met, and you seem to have lost quite a bit of weight. How about it? Do you want to drink a couple of beers and open up about your current situation? YanLing approached and heavily patted Murong Yunxiue's shoulder, who was in a daze. At that moment, he finally understood that what this guy in front of him did was truly not something that could express the real situation in others' eyes. Since this matter was already laid out before them, it was still hard for people to accept. It might be better to just cover up a bit, to enlighten his good brother, to open up. Murong Yunxiue felt he really should drink a couple of beers to have a good talk with YanLing about the chaotic matters that had happened in the family these days. Otherwise, in the end, joy could turn to sorrow, and even some real situations couldn't be distinguished, which would be terrifying. I'll pass on the beer. I prefer white liquor. I think if the shot is big enough, it should make me feel quite exhilarated. If I don't drink beer, I want to drink white liquor, but since it's white liquor mixed with beer, I must try this taste to see if it's good. Hurry up and bring the drinks. I want everyone here to know how well I can hold my liquor. Today, we want to stop drinking until we're drunk. And you, YanLing, have to sing along with me. As Murong Yunxiue said this, there were traces of tears in the corners of his eyes. After all, as a member of a prominent family, he lived in constant fear, having fallen out with the elders in the family. Since the situation was already so awkward, he certainly felt quite unhappy inside. I see you've really been like this. So much time has passed. You still can't let go of what's in your heart. I tell you, I'm not much better off than you. I'm just an orphan without parents. I don't even have a family. No matter how tragic your life is as a member of a prominent family, your fate is still relatively good. You should accept all these storms. Chapter 247. Drinking with a kindred spirit, it's not about having a strong aversion to those in your family. After all, they are your elders, and you should forgive them. They simply don't want you to thrive in this so-called Douluo Academy because they lack a perfect plan in their hearts. YanLing directly opened 2 bottles of beer and placed them in front of himself. It seemed like he really wanted to gulp the beer down, filling his stomach to the brim with alcohol. In the next moment, he might even get himself drunk and start boasting in front of this so-called Murong Yunxiue. Of course, he thought bragging might be useful, but Murong Yunxiue continued to drink quietly, not saying a word. You don't know, and you don't understand. There are certainly sorrows among the children of big families. The situation is so obvious before your eyes. What do you want to do? I can't say that I must harbor strong hatred towards those in this family. I'm not a particularly cold-blooded or heartless person. Murong Yunxiue spoke with genuine feeling, quickly picking up his cup and gulping down several more drinks. The burning sensation made him feel very refreshing. Fortunately, it was beer. If it were liquor, a few cups down, and he would be completely drunk, perhaps not even able to think clearly in the next moment. All right, don't just drink, eat something too. There are peanuts, broad beans, and so on. Let us hurry up and eat a bit. Later, there will be big dishes, barbecues, and roasted scorpions, lamb spine, and all sorts of things we need to handle clearly. After all, the world is vast, and eating is the most important thing. You understand that, right? YanLing didn't know what was happening. He felt extremely hungry and wanted to eat something delicious, but he also felt apprehensive about how good it would taste. If he lost his appetite, he might end up vomiting it all out. At this moment, YanLing, who had a relatively perfect plan in his heart, decided to hurry and ask the barbecue restaurant owner for some good food and drinks. After stuffing himself, he would have a more perfect plan. Otherwise, everything would end in an undesirable conclusion, which would be the saddest existence. These dishes are what you ordered. Go ahead and eat. I have a very perfect plan here. If you don't, then at least bring your inner perfect decisions to a conclusion. Otherwise, if even the facts can't be seen, wouldn't that make you a ridiculous oddity in the eyes of others? All right, it's already like this. Is it necessary to overthink? Just eat your food. I'll drink my beer. Murong Yunshiwe didn't have the heart to eat. His thoughts had long flown far away. He felt that his existence in this world was quite sad. As a child of a family, why were his brothers and sisters living more comfortably than him? He felt like a joke. Logically, they should all be human beings, all starting from the same low point, but why did he live like someone who didn't belong? If he made a mistake, the outcome would be so embarrassing that others would not understand what to make of it. What was produced from power and emotion is the saddest thing. After all, Murong Yunshiwe is human. Harris and Poseidon were already arguing fiercely. Harris just wanted to give YanLing a perfect warning, but Poseidon didn't give him the chance to do so. Instead, he pressed him down, making it hard for him to get up. Just now, I was on the balcony confronting this guy, only to find that I didn't get a perfect explanation from you. This is fine, but you have repeatedly created situations that leave people confused about what a perfect plan is. Given that things are already like this, do I need to say more useless words? Harris wore a cold, ruthless expression. It seemed he had accepted his own inner perfect plan. He just wanted to see if both sides could produce some real results. At this point, there was no need to make things too complicated regarding how it would all end. Some people will eventually understand that accepting these things might be better than holding onto rigid viewpoints. Otherwise, in the end, if these situations lead to excessive joy followed by sadness, who knows what kind of ending it would lead to? Avoiding reality might be the ultimate goal. But if one doesn't avoid it, who can truly understand how sad reality can be? Harris's tone was very sharp, and it seemed he didn't have much hope for Poseidon. He knew Poseidon was on the same side as YanLing, while he himself was merely a clown. Given the situation, there was nothing more to say. If others saw it, they would think he was a true clown. This is the situation, and this is the truth. No one can understand what kind of perfect ending will come next. Harris remained coldly observant, while Kaidong had nothing more to say. He felt he had already said and done everything he needed to, and saying anything more would only be a very frightening existence. I say, you shouldn't make it hard for me. I feel like there is nothing strange or ridiculous left. You should understand that I survive in this world, not because I have a strong inner confidence, but because I have to accept everything to understand it. Otherwise, if others don't accept my things, how should I exist in this world? Don't you understand? Chapter 248. Go find YanLing. Chapter 249. Eating, drinking, and having fun. As long as he casually sat down and added a few chopsticks of pickles, he could down the beer. That would be quite perfect. It just depended on whether the other party wanted to do so. Wine and meat flow through the intestines, while the Buddha's heart flows within. As long as there's wine and meat, everyone present can definitely call each other brothers, regardless of what perfect thoughts others might have in their hearts. For conclusion, the outcome is very obvious and intriguing. If you come to drink, we are all very happy. But if you come to educate us, let me tell you, neither of us is very happy. After all, we are human. And you, as someone who hasn't considered our interests from our perspective, with so many chaotic things happening now, and Harris not standing on the same front as us, do you think we will understand your words? Come. Let me give you a bottle of beer to taste what it feels like. When YanLing finished this sentence, his expression was not very happy, because he knew that this guy, in a certain sense, did not belong to the camp of humanity, and Poseidon did not take it seriously at all. He was also trying to make a name for himself in his own camp, but in reality, he had a perfect confidence and bottom line in his heart. That is, he might treat any situation on his side as a game. So even if others did not take it seriously, if there was a perfect situation in someone else's heart that was not taken seriously, others would find it very funny, even choosing the wrong camp. But in the eyes of others, it seemed more like a peculiar existence. Poseidon's face was awkward. Indeed, it was like this. After all, he was in the same camp as Harris. However, because Harris was not on good terms with YanLing, he instead obstructed Zhao Wuji and created a series of troubles without achieving anything substantial, pulling too many chaotic matters into it. As a result, many people, after seeing it, found it hard to open their eyes and were unable to take actions that would benefit them. If others saw it this way, it would be an even more amusing existence. Therefore, at this time, it would be better not to treat this situation as such a peculiar matter. After all, between colleagues, there shouldn't be so much chaos, especially since Harris was with Poseidon in the East. They did not have a meaningful blood relationship. It was merely about stretching out a perfect story in their minds within their capabilities. Rest assured, I came here to eat and drink, not to find trouble. You must keep me in your heart, I will definitely not cause trouble for no reason. Just relax. I have a very perfect background on my side. As long as we want to achieve something perfect, then everyone present will definitely be able to do it within their capabilities. Cool me. Let us drink. Why is Moron Yunxiue drinking white liquor? Well, since he is drinking white, I'll grab a couple of bottles of white too. After all, if I drink beer, I could drink a lot. Don't forget my title in being the sea god. Poseidon did not hide anything and expressed all his thoughts openly. He felt that he was here to eat and drink, not to find trouble. Since it had come to this, if it was about eating and drinking, then what else is there to say? As long as the wine has circulated 3 rounds and the dishes have had 5 flavors, then everyone present is a good friend who has shared wine and meat. The most important point is that Poseidon's nickname is the sea god, and he's indeed the sea god. Therefore, everyone present should not be his opponents. As long as he opens his mouth, he can absorb all the waters of rivers and lakes into his belly. Every country has its own plans, and each has its own perfect confidence and bottom line within those plans. However, what lies before us are only those so-called interests. What can truly be demonstrated as results? No one knows, but these matters have already felt quite perfect. It has come to this point, so there's no need to elaborate further. I can't believe it. Poseidon, you really could drink a lot. I thought you would at least have 2 bottles of beer, but I didn't expect you to want white liquor now. Fine. I'll give you credit for being bold. Since you all are drinking white, then I don't need to hide it either. Let us have some white together. If I drink too much beer, I might end up throwing up later, but white liquor is different. It doesn't bloat the stomach, and once the alcohol kicks in, it can instantly bring back memories of home. YanLing directly made a 360-degree turn and went to the table. He directly poured the liquor down his throat from the bottle, thinking his bottle should be white liquor, not beer. As long as the white liquor could fill his belly, it would be considered a perfect performance. As long as everyone present cooperates and is very equal, each wanting to express their thoughts, then others will definitely find it quite intriguing. At a dining table, one should try to drink the same type of liquor. This not only helps to bond feelings, but also raises the warmth of emotions, achieving a particularly perfect confidence and bottom line. If there are white liquor, red wine, and all sorts of other drinks at a table, it only indicates that the table culture is too poorly crafted. Many people, after seeing this, would feel that if they can't even handle this small matter, then what is the meaning of living in this world? Therefore, at this time, even though others have not behaved excessively, seeing Poseidon open the white liquor, Moron Yunxiue and YanLing also silently nodded. They're all big men. What beer? It's all white liquor, 52-degree white liquor straight up. Truly, middle-aged men are too reckless. If they could hold up a piece of heaven and earth, then the talents from all walks of life present must have their own thoughts inside. I believe you all understand. Chapter 250. Drink up. YanLing raised his glass and expressed his inner thoughts to Poseidon. Who among the middle-aged men was he talking about? It was none other than Poseidon, a god who had been around for thousands of years. Even if he looked middle-aged, he was already beyond that. He was practically an elder among the elderly. It was quite ridiculous that someone like him would engage in a drinking contest with young men under 20. YanLing, you really have a way with words. When I drink beer, you say I'm not capable. When I drink liquor, you say I'm too reckless. What do you really think? Stop messing around. We have so many chaotic matters to deal with. And don't make my situation look too bad. Right now, I don't even know how to wrap things up. I have no idea what kind of identity I will adopt to navigate this world smoothly. What needs to be understood has already been laid out clearly before me. As Poseidon spoke, his eyes darted around, and his words seemed to blame YanLing. This guy seemed to lack warmth, and, in reality, he too was unsure of what would happen next. Only after expressing himself did all this chaos ensue. Otherwise, nobody present knew what kind of perfect outcome could develop. Poseidon's tone was filled with reproach towards YanLing, urging him not to make things too awkward at the table. After all, everyone present had their own unique backgrounds and foundations, and the events unfolding before them were quite evident. What more was there to say? Unless he ended up creating some more chaotic mess that would make many forget the situation at hand, what kind of outcome would follow that would allow for smooth navigation? That was truly the painful and intriguing aspect. All right, I won't blame you anymore. Since you think things have come to this, let's not complicate the next steps. I wouldn't want everyone here to think I'm just a jealous guy. YanLing downed his drink in one go, feeling that he had made his plans quite clear. At this point, there was nothing more to say. If he failed to express some sincerity, it would only fall into the hands of others, resulting in an even more thorough plan. Things had already reached this point, so what more was there to articulate? In the end, the final outcome was laid bare before him. However, only after happened did he understand the risks involved, which were essentially non-existent? Right now, I have no interest in this drinking and meat culture. I just want to eat and drink a little. Yet, I never expected you two to engage in a drinking contest here, as if you don't take me seriously at all. You are completely disregarding my presence. And if this continues, I might get a bit unhappy. Murong Yunxiwei raised his cup and poured it into his mouth, feeling that his current situation was quite obvious. If he couldn't come up with some perfect plans, others would think he was easy to bully. But that was not the case. Such matters have been placed in a relatively bright position, making it impossible for others to find any opportunity to exploit. That would be the best kind of humor. Otherwise, everything would be moot. The most important thing was that among everyone present, his relationship with the two wasn't particularly good. Although YanLing was on the same side as him, he soon realized that YanLing was only concerned about his own situation. It seemed he had forgotten about him. He had been abandoned by his family because of YanLing, and he had no idea what kind of chaos would ensue next. Yet, YanLing appeared to show no sympathy. Instead, he kept pushing for more. It seemed he intended to deliver a series of ideological shocks. At this point, there was nothing more to say to avoid making things too awkward. It was unclear what kind of events would unfold next. I see you talking without conscience. Which of the two present hasn't treated you well? Even if you don't want to drink with us, you can't just sit there in silence. Otherwise, it would get too ugly, and we wouldn't know what kind of events would unfold, exhibiting themselves thoroughly before others. Given that it's already like this, what more do you want? All right, let's leave it at that and stop the nonsense. When YanLing said this, he was already angry. If he were to follow his previous temper, let alone Murong Yunxiwei, if Poseidon dared to disrespect him, he would slap him right across the face. After all, everyone in the martial world knew his temper. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. If even a person like him could be bullied, then everyone present would think he was an easy target. But was he really easy to bully? If YanLing were truly easy to bully, then there would be no one in this world who felt hopeless. All right, you two brothers stop arguing. What time is it? Don't drag up so many trivial matters. We have already been placed in this position. What more is there to say? There's no need to do anything further. Lest we end up in a situation where joy turns to sorrow, unable to produce anything substantial. This would be the saddest outcome of all. Look, we are all human. We should be brighter about this. When Poseidon said this, he didn't even feel a bit embarrassed. He clearly wasn't human. He always had the language and demeanor of humans on his lips, and one couldn't help but wonder what was going on in his mind. Always thinking about such chaotic matters. Chapter 251. Gods and humans. It truly is amusing to see. As it turns out, he is not human. Nor is he a being with a complete system, yet he still wants to promote himself in this world. There might be some mental issues in his head. Otherwise, how could such an absurd matter be made visible to others? That would be an even more bizarre existence. No, Poseidon, you are not human. Why do words come out of your mouth? Are you confused? We are here drinking, and you come along and ramble on with useless talk. Enough already. Let's not complicate things. In the end, we might not even know how to resolve the situation. It is already like this. What else can be done? Murong Yunxiwei watched as she and YanLing bickered, realizing it wasn't leading to any good outcome. She felt there was no need to involve herself in pointless disputes, especially since more innocent people were already caught in this relatively obvious position. If others see this, it would only become an even more ridiculous spectacle. The facts are already established. There is no point in discussing it further. No need to talk about beauty or anything else. It's just like that. All right, can't you see it yet? Murong Yunxiwei here has her own confidence, and Poseidon is also trying to mediate, preventing our conflict from escalating. You understand that the three of us are currently on the same side. Since Harris does not intend to develop this series of matters, we can only rely on you. On Murong Yunxiwei's strength to impact this academy. YanLing certainly understood. He had a perfect sense of confidence and boundaries in his heart. He felt that since he had already completed everything he needed to do, there was nothing left to misunderstand. As long as these matters are clearly presented before him, everyone present should be able to utilize them. Since Harris does not intend to be on their side in dealing with the Titan giant ape, let Murong Yunxiwei take part. After all, this triangular alliance and the summoning totem only require the strength of 3 people. Since Harris is determined not to offend, he prepares to return to what he calls the Western world to maneuver with ease. There is no need to involve too many unnecessary people. It's already too late for that. All right, I know you all are planning to come after me, right? It's already like this. I have nothing more to say. The matter is already placed in this position, and none of us here are innocent. If we were innocent, we wouldn't know what kind of price we might have to pay. After all this happens, it will only be when others see it that they will understand how truly bizarre things can be. The facts are established. We should present them perfectly. Now that Monumentin is back, let the three of us deal with the Titan giant ape completely. At this moment, Poseidon took on the role of mediator again. He felt that he didn't possess any real power that could be acknowledged by this group of people, who could be considered to have formed a perfect circle of friends in the human world. Since they're all friends on the same path, there is no need to involve unnecessary people. Otherwise, in the end, we wouldn't know how to conclude with the outcome, which would be the saddest existence. So, no matter how much is said or done, it might be better to try a bit more. This situation arises when it happens before others. It's a war filled with smoke, making it hard to make the right choice. Alright, if Monumentin intends to stand with us, I have nothing to say because I know my own worth and what I want. Otherwise, in the end, when we see it, we wouldn't know how to face it without being able to open our eyes. When YanLing said this, his eyes were darting back and forth. He felt that he should know how to act correctly and skillfully in front of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how this story would unfold into something manageable, which would be even more pitiful. Since the three of us are already standing on the same front, there is no need to force unnecessary people into it. Harris has firmly decided not to stand with us. Let him be. After all, in this world, having one more person does not make a difference. And one less does not matter either. Anyone can survive without anyone else. It's not as if anyone is indispensable. It seems everyone has forgotten the fundamental reason for all this. Since it is already like this, there is no need to over-explain. For the sake of our upcoming adventure, I think we should toast. After all, everyone present doesn't know how we will conclude this with some form of punishment. Come on. The three of us are now standing on the same front. It seems there is nothing else to discuss. YanLing raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. This was 52-degree Nolantian, and after one glass, it could cause a significant dizziness in the brain. At this moment, a particularly strong attitude was displayed in front of others, indicating that winter has arrived. How far can spring be? In fact, it's not far at all. Winter has come, and even if spring arrives, it may not stray too far from this world, because winter and spring are like the blooming of a flower from the other shore. Flowers bloom and fall, filling the sky. In the end, it results in a sky full of flying petals, and the outcome feels very trustworthy. No one knows where some people will end up in hundreds or thousands of years, yet all these results are happening, making one feel as if they have forgotten everything. Thinking of this, YanLing felt a series of events happening particularly smoothly in front of him. He believed that since it had come to this, he had already been placed in this position. If he truly wanted to avoid letting others understand, that would be the best course of action. Chapter 252. The taste of the wine is off. That would be an even more terrifying, real situation that is hard to express. Let us leave it at that to avoid ending in tragedy after a moment of joy, which would be the most frightening. Hey, why do I feel like the taste of this wine is off? Is this really normal Nolantian? Why does it feel a bit like Erguo 2? Is someone trying to pull a fast one on us? I tell you, if you dare to fool me with fake wine, I definitely won't let you scoundrels off the hook. Let me tell you, I am not someone to be trifled with. If you think you can deceive me, I will immediately throw down my cup and leave. Poseidon really lives up to his title. His words are very sharp, as if he is expressing something. He seems to have a perfect plan in his heart, though I don't know what he is thinking inside. In just a few words, it seems he is portraying his inner thoughts. He has a very perfect plan, and it appears he has his own unique insights in a wine tasting. Once this wine reaches his throat, it seems he can taste exactly what it is like. At this moment, everyone present felt stunned and shocked. They did not expect that what was presented before them was indeed something not so easily achievable by ordinary people. After all, Poseidon is a professional at drinking water. If he cannot even taste the flavor of this wine, then living in this world has no real purpose. Since he has tasted it, he should express his series of viewpoints, and it seems he believes he has done so. YanLing and Monumentin should also give themselves a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, everyone present would conclude with a very imperfect plan. Others would definitely think he is just jealous. Now you say this wine is fake, but don't forget, you've already drunk nearly 2 cups of it. Both cups are already in your belly. Why do you still think this wine is fake? I tell you, that is simply not possible. Wine is something you should not make excessive claims about. Otherwise, everything will end in a way that is unworthy of discussion. Others will definitely find us all very amusing. Don't put me in a difficult position. I am certainly capable of presenting a perfectly beautiful method. Since things have already come to this, do I really need to force it too much and make more people feel ridiculous? There is no need to drag too many irrelevant people into this. YanLing now feels that Poseidon is really a bit off. At first, he didn't mention whether the wine was good or bad. Now he starts tasting the wine, I don't know what he is thinking. Does he really think that everything is so unclear? If that's the case, then there is really no distinction between real and fake wine in this world. To be honest, it is indeed like this. The so-called real and fake wine is not so obvious. Life is originally a journey, whether you drink real or fake wine. It cannot be expressed, because this wine banquet was organized by YanLing. The more reserved Murong Yunxue hasn't said anything. But Poseidon has been speaking freely here, not knowing what he is thinking. Perhaps he feels he has a certain inner thoughts. It seems this matter has reached such a perfect plan, while others do not feel the same way. All the guys present are probably just here for the laughs, right? So at this moment, facing Poseidon as reminder, Murong Yunxue also has nothing to say, while YanLing feels very angry. I kindly invited you to drink, and it's fine not to gain any benefits. But I didn't expect you to dare to show off here. Do you really think you are a wooden man without any temper? Come on. There has never been a banquet that doesn't end. Since I kindly invited you to eat, it must be a way to let you enjoy the meal. No, that is not what I meant. I mean very clearly, don't drag too many irrelevant people into this. You know, I have a particularly perfect idea in my heart. If you can't even do this basic thing, then I can't drag too many irrelevant people into this. Although I've already drunk 2 cups of this wine. 2 cups are nothing to my stomach. Even if I get tipsy, it's not to a level that affects me. Poseidon is being unreasonable. He thinks his inner thoughts are also very perfect. He feels he is merely expressing his inner thoughts. Why is YanLing so agitated? There has never been a banquet that doesn't end. At this point, there is nothing more to say. In the end, those irrelevant people shouldn't be made to feel too much, making everything feel very intriguing. That would be the best kind of humor. These situations have already been presented clearly. Even the most ordinary facts make it hard for people to see basic hope. In such a case, even the real situations become hard to grasp. Wouldn't that be very funny? So, at this point, I can only speak frankly. Poseidon actually doesn't want to make YanLing look bad. He just feels he has certain inner thoughts that he cannot express. After all, no one wants to ruin someone else's gathering. Otherwise, it not only makes the host look bad, but also makes everyone present feel very intriguing. At this point, there is nothing more to say. Being put in such a position is too forced, making it difficult for others to understand irrelevant people. All right. You two don't need to get entangled in the quality and authenticity of this wine here. Right now, there is nothing more to say, but since it has come to this, we are all in this position. Chapter 253. Useless talk, what else can be done? You can't just say that this outcome is relatively obvious. Everyone present might find our situation quite amusing. But have you ever considered that the main issue is that there's a very clear balance in our hearts? This means that regardless of how you express your inner thoughts to everyone here, you must not make the ending too ugly. Otherwise, it may lead to a tragic turn of events, which would be quite amusing for others. Think about it. That is indeed the case. Murong Yunxue saw that Poseidon was really going to make things difficult for someone, and he genuinely felt that Poseidon had a problem in his head. To be honest, Poseidon himself didn't know what he was thinking, always wanting to exist within a series of plans in his heart under circumstances that were within reach. Since he had already been put in this position, there was no need to say anything more. If in the end, he couldn't come up with some quirky words within his capabilities, it would be the truth that others could not accept. Wherever he went, it might be a barren land. But in the end, if even the most basic settings couldn't be established, it would likely leave people unable to understand what these truths were. Clearly, Murong Yunxue didn't want to make this matter too big. Otherwise, everyone present would be very uncomfortable, as they were all here to eat. Not to make the situation too awkward, and then not know how to wrap it up. So at this point, both sides should quietly calm down, rather than making the situation too uncomfortable. You finally spoke up to mediate between us two. Unexpectedly, you really are quite good. At first, we thought you had a scale stuck in your mouth and seemed to forget why you appeared before us at the next moment. Since it has come to this, do we still need to involve too many unnecessary people? The facts are already on the table. What else can't be done? I think there's no need for that. Otherwise, everything would just be a face-to-face discussion about this event. And how would you and I survive in this world? Don't you think? YanLing looked at Murong Yunxue and finally opened his heart to speak to him. YanLing also finally smiled. He didn't expect this kid, though not well known, could do things so astutely. Since he provided himself with a perfect way out, there was no need to make this outcome too awkward, lest both sides find themselves in a difficult position. Originally, it was a kind-hearted attempt to persuade the other to drink, but after what happened, it became clear that the facts were not something a normal person could handle. It is said that strong inner confidence can lead to a series of waves in the end, but who can know such an outcome? Who knows how to express things effortlessly after wrapping it up perfectly? The miserable facts are already before us, clearly exhibited. But so what? Constructing a particularly perfect world. Even Harris has chosen to semi-withdraw, making Murong Yunshua one of the more perfect individuals in this camp. He has already sat in this position and had this meal, which indicates they are indeed on the same side. Since they are already on the same side, there is no need to say any more nonsense. Otherwise, outsiders might think that the parties involved are just easy to bully. At this moment, those with a very strong inner confidence must accept the imperfections of everything. To understand that our lives have reached a brilliantly bright moment. I advise you, kid, not to continue engaging in a battle of wits with your family. Things are already like this. What more do you want? Besides, we have endured for so many years. Does it really matter if we endure a little more? If you apologize to your family, and if they really want you to stop studying at Douluo Academy, then you can officially inherit the family business and be a general manager or a deputy general manager. That'll be fine. I know your current status is neither the eldest son nor the eldest grandson, and your parents' positions in the family are also somewhat elevated but not quite enough. So you should understand that inheriting everything has its principles. Seeing that Murong Yunshua finally opened his heart, YanLing decided to persuade him properly. Otherwise, if the situation continued to look bad, everyone present would definitely feel that his situation was very awkward. The fact is, today, Murong Yunshua is the youngest in the room. Moreover, YanLing felt that he had shared a lot of understanding with him over the years, so there was no need to make the situation too uncomfortable. Otherwise, everyone present would surely feel that both sides had reached such a perfect plan. They would also wonder how the next steps would unfold so effortlessly. Since it has come to this, there is no need to involve too many people. The facts have already been clearly presented. All right, I say you two shouldn't keep making fun of us. I will also discuss things with my family. If they really want me to inherit the family business, then I think everyone has their own aspirations, and we should each accept our fate. Anyway, I believe that the loneliness within is a particularly perfect plan. One should enjoy solitude. If I truly have to abandon all this nonsense, then I think I should indeed let go of those things. Murong Yunshua looked at YanLing, who raised his glass again. He, on the other hand, was not polite at all and downed it in one go. He felt that he had already drunk half a glass and wondered if this guy could accept such a perfect plan among them. Anyway, the words had been made quite clear, and there was no need to think too much about irrelevant people. Chapter 254. The effects of alcohol at the moment. Both parties are maintaining a very calm attitude. If this anger were to escalate to a point where it makes others uncomfortable, everyone present would certainly feel that the others are easy to bully. However, when the reality of the situation comes to light, it becomes like a gust of wind, overly forced, leaving one uncertain about how it will end. Many might think that during their years of turmoil, the first 8 years were a blur, neither human nor ghost, neither dog nor anything else. Yet the last 2 years ignited like a windstorm, lifting everything to new heights. If that's the case, it suggests that there is always a possibility for change, as long as there's a glimmer of hope. Even the most useless person can rise to the occasion. Otherwise, the matter of the fat man would be best left undiscussed. Now that the issue of fake alcohol has passed, Poseidon feels that it doesn't matter whether the alcohol is real or fake, as long as it doesn't harm his stomach or burn his body. There's no need to overly concern oneself with trivial matters. The situation has already developed this way. If it were to become more awkward, it would prevent others from enjoying everything. The reality is that such fake alcohol exists in this world. Most people can't afford real wine. But alcohol is essentially a blend of spirits or a product of grain quality. As long as grain alcohol poses no harm to the body and doesn't lead to death, it holds no legal consequences. This is why Poseidon is unwilling to delve deeper into the matter. Although, in their Western world, things like so-called wine and various other types of alcohol are quite useful. So what? Money can be very moving, but for someone like Poseidon, money and alcohol are the same. They are merely diluted substances. As long as they can satisfy his palate, everything can unfold smoothly, and these trivial matters shouldn't concern others. Come, let's drink. It doesn't matter if the alcohol is real or fake. As long as it pleases our palates, everything will be fine. Come. Give a try. Poseidon, always boasting about his age, continues to show off without knowing what he's thinking. He wants to make the next moment unfold smoothly. But is that really the right approach? YanLing, present at the scene, has already decided not to investigate the matter further, but unexpectedly, this guy continues to bring it up repeatedly, seemingly unaware of how ridiculous he sounds. Does he truly believe that those present won't do anything about him? The so-called sea god Poseidon? To be frank, Poseidon's little schemes are hardly worth mentioning in YanLing's eyes. YanLing simply doesn't want to argue with him. They're not on the same path, having only crossed it due to an accident, so there is no need to overly concern himself with trivial matters. The situation has already been placed in a rather obvious position and has taken a rather peculiar turn. If others were to see it, it would be a particularly helpless scenario. YanLing shot Poseidon a glance, feeling that since this guy isn't going to give him a good face, it would be foolish for him to keep trying to please him. All right, let's consider the previous matters as an excessive conflict between us. Moving forward, we need to see how both sides will develop the situation. Otherwise, if the public opinion in this setting really escalates, I think everyone here will struggle to navigate it smoothly. We should understand that if we can't even handle the most basic situations, it becomes a terrifying plan. Given how things are, if we don't put forth some feasible plans, it will result in an even scarier existence. So, let us unite as brothers and tackle this Titan gorilla. After all, we have the so-called BB Dong backing us in this academy. Regardless of whether that Flender in the sky can show up, he won't be able to gather the aerial prison anytime soon. Zhao Wujia's condition is dire, and as long as he doesn't dare to stop us, we have a perfect opportunity. I think we should proceed this way. There's no need to overly concern ourselves with trivial matters. Let us go. YanLing raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. The 52-degree alcohol burned his throat with a powerful sensation, churning his stomach, but he held it together, knowing he couldn't throw up. To do so would be to lose face, especially since he is supposed to be the main character. As the protagonist, there's no need to overly concern himself with trivial matters. The situation has already taken this course. There is no need for others to understand the truth behind it all. If one can't even achieve the basic principle of contentment, living in this world becomes incredibly difficult. At this moment, a strong and confident individual must realize that some things, once spoken, must be accepted as the final outcome of established facts. Otherwise, everyone present would certainly think that they can't even handle the most basic situations, which would lead to a more ridiculous outcome. If one continues to act obliviously, how can they sense any opportunities? The remaining two individuals had nothing to say, as YanLing was the core of the situation. Chapter 255. Order another one. Both of them felt that YanLing's words were not as excessive as they seemed. Since it was centered around him, it was fine to take him as the core. They were just ordinary people walking on a very ordinary path. Since they were on this ordinary road, they would follow it with genuine confidence and belief in their hearts. Under the influence of others, they had already raised a piece of sky. Since YanLing was walking on this path, they would see what kind of result they would uncover next. Everyone present would surely find their situation very amusing, and no one would understand the perfect plans in their hearts. However, it was essential to realize that the peculiarities in these situations were genuine reasons that were hard to find. But so what? If they couldn't even express some of the most basic truths in their hearts, it would only make others see them as more ridiculous, as the oddities of YanLing. He already had a perfect concept and conflict in his heart, and he felt that things had come to this point. To create something genuinely powerful would be even more challenging to articulate. In any case, among the three of them, two already had perfect confidence in their hearts, so they would see what kind of conclusion would follow. If it was good, then everything would have a perfect course. If not, then everything would be off the table. Since we were enjoying this drink, I think we should see if the other side has any sincerity. It seems that the dishes have already diminished significantly. Let us see if there is a proper dish available, or if there is a series of results that can hold up. You must understand that we have to accept everything to understand what the real situation is like going forward. Otherwise, others would find us very amusing. The meaning behind YanLing's words was very clear. Let us see if both sides can hold up a legitimate piece of sky. Otherwise, if they couldn't even support these matters, onlookers would definitely think that they couldn't manage even the situations within their reach, which would be even more ridiculous. So at this moment, YanLing also decided to see if these two had any sincerity and asked them to bring out the fruit platter and other assorted small dishes. Anyway, they couldn't eat much more from this meal. So let us see who among them had more confidence and backing, or who could hold up a piece of sky, and then let them see if they could present genuine friendship. That way, it will be particularly well maintained. Oh, come on. Really? Boss, look at us. We are practically cleaner than our faces. It's impossible for us to prepare you two small dishes. We don't have any opportunity to do so. Anyway, things have already happened right in front of us. What else do you want? Next, just take care of those small dishes like the boar duck or roast chicken yourself. At this moment, Moron Yinshue was almost in tears. He didn't expect YanLing to be so stingy, always wanting to take advantage of his so-called subordinates. How could a big boss like him lack such trifling money? So at this point, Monumentin felt he should measure YanLing to let him know his worth. Otherwise, if things got too embarrassing, onlookers would find him particularly amusing. So, at this point, there was nothing more to say. They were already in this position. Let us see what attitude both sides would take. Poseidon, on the other hand, had no ways at all. He felt in his pocket and discovered he still had several coins. If this coin were converted into several, then everyone present could buy not just one boar duck, but 10 per person. Coins could easily be exchanged for bills, and it was worth several hundred. So, buying a roast duck didn't actually cost much, and getting a few bags of cold dishes would certainly let everyone present enjoy themselves. That's why many people chose to eat some small dishes to fill their stomachs from the beginning. Mainly, these small dishes were very delicious. Not only could they fill their stomachs, but they also made people feel that everything happening next was so eye-opening, and after such a powerful concept impacted others. They didn't know what kind of conclusion would follow. All right, I see you all don't have any money. Since that's the case, I have nothing more to say. You're already in this position, and if I say more, it would definitely be of no use. YanLing also felt he shouldn't talk too much. Since his subordinates didn't have money, the people under Nan Wei were just making things look worse. At this moment, he decided to take decisive action and reveal everything in his heart. YanLing was indeed not someone to be trifled with. He walked directly to the boss and slammed all the cash he had on the table. Boss, hurry up and bring me the menu. I want 3 cold dishes, 3 hot dishes, plus a small roast duck, boar duck, and roast chicken. Bring them all out, and also bring 2 bottles of beer and 2 jars of red and white wine. We already had 3 rounds of drinks and 5 flavors of food. Let us see who can make these genuine matters happen more openly. YanLing was indeed not someone to be trifled with. He stunned the boss in just a moment. The boss didn't expect this guy to order food with such perfect confidence. Since it was like this, the situation became increasingly interesting, and everyone present was shocked. Especially the onlookers, as they didn't expect this seemingly gentle and weak teenager. Chapter 256. Wasting food, what has been done is so trustworthy. And since it has come to this, there's nothing more to explain. Everything messy has already been set in this position. Let's see what kind of situation will unfold between both sides next. Hey, I told you not to order so much. There's no way we can finish it all. We haven't had anything good to eat for so long anyway. You already understand that we have to accept these things, otherwise others would think we're just a bunch of gluttons. Monumentin was shocked to see YanLing order such a large table of dishes. He didn't expect YanLing to be not only wealthy but also so generous, quickly arranging everything in this position. Comparatively speaking, it's quite obvious that if we were to explain this matter perfectly, everyone present should have share, even though there are only 3 of them. If it really comes down to who can eat, then only Poseidon, the sea god, would qualify, given his particularly strong appetite. If he wanted to, he could consume all the delicacies and anything else present entirely. You don't have to worry about this. Today, I'm making an exception and being generous this one time. After this, I want to explain any more delicious or fun things. You just need to understand your own situation. I've already made all the facts very clear. Let's see if you can understand my good intentions. If it goes well, when we summon and defeat the Titan giant ape, I expect you to give it your all, rather than waste my efforts. Do you understand now? As YanLing spoke, he slapped the cash in his hand down on the table with a loud smack, causing everyone to feel shocked, especially the owner. He didn't expect that buying something could feel so extravagant for the first time. It seems this matter is indeed quite interesting. A madman has the capital to be mad. If a person isn't mad, then their capital must not be that strong. And in front of him, YanLing, who seemed like an unknown young man, actually had a very strong foundation and confidence. Such a straightforward and fairly good-looking young man made others feel intrigued. Since it has come to this, there is no need to explain anything further. Truly, this is what youth is about. The words spoken and actions taken are completely thoughtless. Having money means being willful. I truly admire this, it's remarkable. At this moment, the restaurant owner also felt a new level of respect. His words were very sharp, feeling that the other party had impressive plans. Since it has come to this, there is no need to talk about any random nonsense. If one doesn't even get this right, it would be even more ridiculous. Oh, I say, you can't say that. How can you say that? I haven't done anything or explained anything. How can you launch such a series of emotional assaults on me? You need to understand, the situation in my hands should be grasped more accurately. Otherwise, these matters wouldn't be so coherent, and that would be a truly terrifying existence. It doesn't matter whether I eat well or drink well. After all, it's not like you, the owner, are lacking money, right? Just focus on bringing me the dishes. As long as you serve them perfectly, everyone here should understand and accept these facts. Otherwise, that would be a more tragic existence. When YanLing finished these words, he truly felt a bit thoughtless. He felt that the owner had insulted his intelligence and his character. His casual words were expressing that he was not someone easy to provoke. YanLing thought he was spending money in this restaurant, but unexpectedly, the owner kept mocking him. The words were very obvious. It seemed he had no intention of launching a series of attacks against him. If things are like this, living in this world really has no meaning. Life is originally a painful existence. But one must ultimately understand a most terrifying fact. Never pull a thread and disturb the whole fabric, including this meal and the meeting situation. It has already presented itself perfectly. Could it be that only after grasping this real situation would it feel more coherent? Actually, it's not a necessity. YanLing had his own little calculations in his heart. He thought, since it has already been made somewhat hard to look away, there's no need to involve too many irrelevant people. No, what do you mean by that? I have already made the situation very clear to you. If you don't even understand this most basic fact, then how can you navigate the complexities of human relationships and social exchanges? You say you treat this friend to a meal and drinks, and that's fine, but you didn't even raise a fuss. Yet you still want to stand in this position to promote yourself. I don't know what you're thinking in your head. If you can't even clarify this situation, does that mean there's nothing to speak of in this world? You don't even understand how to conduct yourself, which truly makes you a very pitiable existence. I have presented the facts to you very clearly. You shouldn't look at me with such perspective. I have shown you the facts in a way that is very thought-provoking. You should accept all of this strongly and not launch any attacks against me. All right, I have nothing more to say. What needed to be said and done has already been completed. Chapter 257. No more delays, just look at your side. Is there anything that can hold up the expression? Anyway, as long as you have a little bit of perfection in your heart, that's enough. At this moment, the restaurant owner's face was truly difficult to look at because he never expected that YanLing would be so stubborn. Those few words made him look so bad. If he were to say such things, everyone present had no intention of standing up to the situation. It's quite sad if you think about it. The strong resistance in their hearts and reaching a state of cyclical repetition is what makes people realize that accepting these things might be better than giving them up. To avoid ending up in a situation where joy turns to sorrow, not knowing what kind of result would conclude at all, which would be an even scarier existence. I'm not saying why you keep talking so much here. I just said finish your sentence. Don't drag too many irrelevant people into this. Are you really making me stand up and take on the whole situation? There's no such thing. I've made the facts very clear to you. So don't drag too much into this. Hurry up and serve the food. Can't you see my two friends are already waiting anxiously? If you keep wasting time here, it's really bad for our lives. Clearly, there's nothing happening, and in the end, it becomes so awkward. Don't you think? These things are really funny? Don't you find it disgusting? YanLing couldn't help but laugh. He felt like he hadn't done anything at all. How did he end up in this position, holding up the situation? Is there really no banquet that doesn't end? But the truth is that when things actually happen in front of you, it's so hard for people to open their eyes, yet they can't close them either. The reasoning is this reasoning, and the facts are these facts, but in the end, who can understand? Who can acknowledge that this series of events in the restaurant was originally quite bustling? The restaurant owner also tried to get close to YanLing with some small talk, giving both sides a bit of confidence. However, after things happened, it became clear that the series of events had no distinctive features. If that's the case, it's quite sad. Hurry up and serve the food. Didn't the boss see my two friends waiting anxiously? Look at my two friends. One is Poseidon, and the other is Hades. Of course, I might have said it wrong. He with Hades, and there's no opportunity there. But you might not know Morong Yunshua. Perhaps you've heard of the Morong family? The Morong family is certainly not a small family. They can hold up this situation, which shows that his inner state is also very well expressed. All right, next I'll see what kind of situation will turn around in our lives. How it will unfold smoothly. I want to introduce it all here. YanLing felt he shouldn't say too much nonsense anymore. Otherwise, people might think he's an easy target. In fact, it's not necessary. He didn't come to this world to care about anyone's face. Should he really take on these so-called matters? Would that make him a particularly funny existence between both sides? In fact, it's not necessary. Only when the real situation happens in front of them will they truly understand. Or those who don't want to treat these real situations seriously will make many people understand the acceptance and loss of all this. Gradually, they will understand that after closing their eyes and resting, they will see what kind of existence arises in the midst of absurdity. What has happened? I saw the restaurant owner's face seemed a bit unhappy. Did you provoke him when you were ordering? If that is the case, I advise you to be cautious. Otherwise, if the situation becomes too awkward, we won't be able to eat and leave. The restaurant owner has his local power. We can't afford to provoke this guy. YanLing had already recounted what had just happened, and after Murong Yinshua heard this, he felt it was extremely funny. He never expected that when these things happened in front of some so-called people, they would think these matters were not something that could be shown seriously. But since they were already in this position, both sides could only silently turn back to their own little bit of reality in this deserved situation. But what can be done? Only by forgiving oneself and highlighting others can the real situation be perfectly displayed in one's own circumstances. But this result is very fragmented. Who can understand the real situation that should be understood or not? It's fine. We're just stuffed and shooting TB like this. I feel the fact have already been set in this position. So let us see what kind of turmoil will arise from our hearts next. Anyway, I think since things are like this, we might as well forget about some of the more perfect situations in our hearts. If we don't even have the most basic money, I think we shouldn't eat. Since things are like this, money is very obvious here. Without even the basic dishes, how can we move forward in this world, right? I want to say more. Let us leave it at that. Seeing Murong Yunshua's worried expression, YanLing truly found it amusing. When did Murong Yunshua start having such unspoken worries? Does he really think he is easy to bully? If he were really easy to bully, then all this time at the Douluo Academy wasn't he in vain. It's already very clear. If he can't escape these facts, then wouldn't the restaurant owner give him even a slight advantage? Chapter 258 Helplessness. I think we should discuss some serious matters. If the Titan ape cannot be summoned, then everyone present has a particularly strong responsibility. Shouldn't you understand some real facts? We have already presented the situation very perfectly. Don't you want to accept all of this and see the real situation clearly? After taking his seat, Poseidon's expression was extremely difficult to look at. He seemed to have forgotten the meaning of his existence in this world. What puzzled him even more was that even some real situations could not be perfectly displayed. That would be the most terrifying existence. Money does not circulate in this world. The so-called ability and resource exchange is what allows them to understand the real situation. Don't say that you, Poseidon, often put this so-called ability on the table. I think you are quite impressive. Since you want to play this way, then everyone here has nothing more to say. Anyway, the facts ahead are very obvious. If even these real situations cannot be presented, then we can only follow your advice and quietly make the situations in our hearts more apparent. YanLing gave Poseidon a perfect thumbs up, believing that this blue old monster, despite his obscurity, had done something that an ordinary person could not achieve. Since it has come to this, there's no need to speak of any nonsense. Anyway, if even some real situations cannot be supported by powerful ideas, it will make others forget what truly can or cannot be done. Poseidon blushed at YanLing's praise, as his face seemed to slowly become rosy, indicating that he was indeed a serious guy. Poseidon transformed from a proper seahorse, and he himself came to this world. He did not know that he had already created a proper situation in this world. He seemed to have forgotten why he had to live in this world. But he knew he had to understand the real ways of this world to accept all these messy real situations. Otherwise, if he couldn't even support some real situations, he would appear to others as someone who has forgotten what the next situation would be like. In fact, when Poseidon first became a seahorse, there were no living beings in this world. After all, he had been around for thousands of years. After experiencing thousands of years of baptism, the entire world had already transformed into something that was not taken seriously. Under proper circumstances, sometimes certain things can only become opportunities for others after being silently treated as experiences. Of course, it can only be glorified in other stories. But what is the result? One can only cover up these real situations and not take them seriously to hide them deep in their hearts. Poseidon has his own confidence and bottom line. He certainly evolved from a small seahorse. However, because the evolution was not perfect, he seemed to have forgotten what the real situation was when he came to this world. So, after so many years, he seemed to have forgotten even the most basic reasoning, and the next situation would be even more bizarre. Recalling thousands of years ago, Poseidon was just a small life in the chaotic early universe. But just like this small life, it could indeed support a proper situation. Behind these real situations, who can understand? What are these real pains? But what can be the result? Not understanding these situations prevents others from accepting these serious facts. So, one can only silently cover up some true feelings in their hearts, to avoid the final joy turning into sorrow. one would not be able to distinguish what the real facts are. Thus, Poseidon, who fully embraced evolutionary theory, has given up on understanding why he came to this world. However, he understands and accepts these real truths, which has made him aware of the existence among the bizarre. It must be a particularly helpless plan. He might as well let go of his sense of justice inside, so that others can understand that it is better not to take this as a matter of interest. All right, since the leeks are almost ready, let us take the time to drink a little more and eat a little more. If it turns out that we really can't support it later, then everyone present must take on the strong responsibility. You must understand that after such a long time, we have not seriously presented this fact, so we can only say that both sides deserve it. Murong Ishue could no longer wait. He directly picked up a bottle and started chugging. Of course, this time it was beer. Earlier it was liquor. If there was yellow wine here, he would definitely mix it all together, making it feel like there was no opportunity to take advantage. Alcohol should not necessarily let the alcohol evaporate to a certain effect. But if it can truly support a situation, then everyone present must bear the corresponding responsibility. The facts are like this. Only after fulfilling the corresponding responsibilities can one understand how these real situations are. Otherwise, if even some sincere situations are not presented perfectly, that would be the most tragic existence. The situation is very obvious. If even these real situations cannot be seen by others, it will be a situation that others cannot accept, where nothing can grow. However, no one can understand the bizarre aspects of accepting or leaving these things. What should be said about their own inner pain? Since we are eating and drinking, let's not talk about things at the table that are very headache-inducing. Chapter 259, Eat, come on, let us continue drinking and discussing things. It's not easy for so many of us to gather together. I feel that we should have someone among us with a strong inner confidence. Otherwise, if we end up turning these matters into a tragic situation, it would be quite embarrassing for us. The food and drinks are already here, so let us say something nice and share some pleasant words. Everyone present is quite pitiful. At this moment, Morong Yunqiue raised his glass again. He wanted to assert dominance over everyone present, feeling that since Poseidon had been nagging here, he should give him some benefits and let him understand that there's no banquet that doesn't end. The situation has already reached this point, and it's futile to keep bringing up so much nonsense. Does he really think everyone here is easy to bully? At this moment, everyone should understand that these chaotic situations are indeed the result of certain actions. However, after witnessing it firsthand, what kind of conclusion can we draw? And how can we salvage the situation? When 3 people drink together, the game should be decided by playing cards. But now, it seems that this decision is unclear and has led to a bizarre situation. Isn't it even funnier in the eyes of others? Yes. Let us drink quickly and not end up stuffing the bottles into our stomachs. That would be the worst outcome. Anyway, the situation is already set, and we need to join forces to defeat the Titan giant ape, which would be a very positive outcome for us. Everyone here should understand that we need to accept each other's strengths and weaknesses to recognize our own shortcomings. After defeating the Titan giant ape, if we get some really strong equipment, there's a series of opportunities for us. Fine, since it's like this, there's no need to say more. Poseidon can't wait any longer, mainly because there's a very powerful roasted duck on the table that makes him drool, as if he's about to spray saliva from his mouth at any moment. At this point, even a fool can see that Poseidon is indeed craving it. It's hard to tell what he's thinking in his mind. Does he really think everyone present is easy to bully? He didn't buy it alone, but still wants to hog it all for himself, treating others like fools. Does he really think he can keep doing this in life? He truly believes that he's in a very favorable position, yet he can't even buy things properly. He doesn't realize that what he's showing here isn't impressive at all. It's a very terrifying existence. I think we should hold off on eating for now and discuss this matter first. You need to understand the main point. I presented the outcome very perfectly, but so what? If we can't accept these established facts, we can only say that the bizarre situation between both parties can't yield any feasible results. Moreover, these real situations are so imperfect. Wouldn't that be even more terrifying in the eyes of others? How do we defeat the Titan giant ape? How do we summon the 3-person formation? It's not a huge problem, so I hope you understand this issue and not keep nagging me. Got it? I've told you the facts, and you should have your own perfect confidence now. After YanLing finished speaking in one breath, he felt really out of breath, as if he couldn't find any opportunity at that moment. He had a particularly perfect plan in his heart, but the real situation made it hard for them to understand how things developed to this point. But is it really like this? Can a person with a perfect stature and strong inner strength really be defeated? Logically, it shouldn't be like this for YanLing. He actually has a very perfect chessboard in his heart. As long as he can manifest this chessboard, everyone present would definitely not be his opponent. As long as he wants to and dares to, they should be able to pull off some serious business. Haven't we said it? Don't discuss these topics at the dinner table. Unexpectedly, you still have to bring this fact up. What are you thinking? Can't all this delicious food and drink shut your mouth? I've made the facts very clear. Let us finish eating and drinking first. Then we can solve this matter. It's already very perfect. Why do you have to make this conclusion feel so uninteresting? I'm already like this. So please don't involve more unnecessary people. All right? At this moment, Poseidon really sees a whole roasted duck on the table. As if he is about to spew fiery flames from his chest. He feels incredibly greedy, as if he is about to bleed from his mouth at any moment. Yes, this delicious food and drink has made him feel very tantalizing. If he wanted to, he could almost write a few words on his face in the next moment. But so what? The real situation isn't something everyone can express. However, the outcome is so obvious, happening so perfectly in front of others. The logic is like this. Perhaps such a perfect situation might seem bizarre in the eyes of others. Not knowing what to make of this fragmented situation, it's better to quietly disregard it. But YanLing doesn't care about this chaotic stuff. He feels that his intelligence has been insulted in a series of ways. Chapter 260, just do it. Chapter 261, Core Values of Society. It is important to handle the situations at hand perfectly. Otherwise, if others see it without knowing how it will end, it will be a much more tragic existence. All right, before we eat, let me explain a few things to you. If you want to do this, I will only state 3 reasons. First, consolidate the ideas and chaotic matters in your heart and create something unique that can be expressed. Second, throw out all the values from within and create a series of serious matters, followed by a series of ideological shocks, ultimately aiming for the welfare and development of this chaotic world. Do you understand now? After YanLing put forth these 3 points, it essentially boils down to the core values of socialism. The meaning is very clear: to create positive energy in this society. Positive actions and positive methods are necessary to carry out this series of tasks. Otherwise, even the most chaotic matters will not be handled perfectly, which would lead to a situation that is not just confusing for people, but truly terrifying. After these 3 viewpoints were expressed, Poseidon's face darkened. Especially in the direction of Yeshua, it was particularly grim, because the core values of socialism cannot circulate in this world. It is something that belongs to the human realm. However, in this Douluo world, there is nothing but fighting, endless fighting. The law of the jungle is perfectly manifested here. But if even this basic principle is not clearly exhibited, then it becomes a very laughable existence for others. But what can be done? People cannot be limited to the chaotic behaviors in front of them. They must look towards the long term. If even the most basic facts are happening right before their eyes, and they cannot figure out the situation, then people will not understand why. And they can only silently protect their own small piece of land. This way, they can plan their inner stages within their own perfection. I think what you said is too far-fetched. What so-called core values? Don't you think so? If we really kill this Titan great ape, none of us here will end up well. You must understand that we have to accept the imperfections of these things to make our lives more perfect. You can't just rely on passion to resolve all these chaotic matters. At this moment, Monumentin was almost in tears within the concept of his big family. He had only heard his grandfather and ancestors talk about the so-called core values. He already understood that he had to accept these things, which would be even more tragic. It should not be something to be merely discussed, but the fact is already placed here. So what can be done? Should we really be like that, closing ourselves off and sealing our own concepts as the best approach? Monumentin, after all, is a minor character coming from a big family. So he really did not grasp what the so-called core values are. The true core is for him to only know that he has a particularly perfect plan in his heart. However, the results have already been perfectly displayed before his eyes. As long as he wants, and as long as he dares, none of the people present will end up well. Breaking these things and shaking off these constraints is something everyone here should aspire to. There are strong among the strong, and every generation has its own leaders. Hey, don't you understand? I have already perfectly laid out this ideological shock. Don't you get it? You can't just tell me to forget all this chaotic so-called everything. All right, since he insists on playing this way, we also think it's better for everyone here to go through a series of waves and not take these situations seriously. Poseidon couldn't wait any longer and directly picked up a chicken leg from the roast duck soup on the table and ate it. He felt that as long as he could stuff the chicken leg into his mouth, it would make him feel very satisfied. As long as he could fill himself up with chicken and duck legs, he had already forgotten why he came to this world. Things are just like that. One must accept this series of imperfections to understand the meaning of their existence in this life. Sometimes, if you don't push yourself, you might feel like a waste. But is being a waste really useful in this world? Poseidon did not consider himself a waste. He just felt that as long as he could accomplish these things and hold up a piece of sky, then he was a serious person capable of expressing these righteous situations. Otherwise, all these matters would be irrelevant. I say, you old guy, you really are stubborn. Did I ask you to eat? You just eat so fast. Is your brain malfunctioning? Don't tell me you really want to push me to impact this series of things. I tell you, there is no such thing. Your next actions will be ignorant and embarrassing. Can't you even understand these real situations? I'm not saying anything else. I just want to impact this thing. As long as you want and dare, then all of us here will definitely receive a good outcome. You've already eaten the duck leg, right? Fine. I'll forgive you. As long as I can forgive you, then everyone present can hold up a serious piece of sky. YanLing also did not hold back and directly stuffed a chicken leg into his mouth. He thought, since Poseidon can eat, he can eat too. Let us see whose mouth is bigger. In no time, Poseidon's mouth was stuffed full. Chapter 262. Feasting, he stuffed all the chicken and duck legs into his arms. And it seemed that this situation was reaching a boiling point. Everyone present was shocked, especially YanLing, who did not expect this to happen before his eyes. It was truly an existence that was hard to look at. They had already stated that this decision should not be made this way. However, after the incident, what appeared before him was not something that one person could handle. Others could not accept the reality of these things. These broken memories unfolded before their eyes. What made it even more difficult for people to keep their eyes open was that they could not close them again. But what could be done? Once the words were spoken, it was like water spilled. It could never be retrieved. They could only endure the so-called power and pressure, silently guarding their own little piece of land. I said, you two really are something, arguing and bickering for so long. And now you want to close your eyes and rest? Fine, fine, let us eat and drink. Murong Yunshua looked at YanLing and Poseidon, and indeed, they were being quite rude. He thought that if he didn't eat soon, he would miss out on any good food and drink. So, at that moment, he was in a perfect mood internally. He swiftly grabbed everything within reach, and, as he started to eat, it was quite a sight that made others feel a chill. It was very intriguing. Originally, there were quite a few people dining today. All these events made them realize the true nature of things, which felt like an inescapable nightmare. Now that they were in this situation, they could only silently acknowledge that it might be better not to take it too seriously. Would it end in joy turning to sorrow? What was wrong with those people? Why were they still competing over food? It was really too funny. They thought there were no messy problems on their side, but it seemed that this odd situation was truly beyond explanation. Fine, fine. Since they were eating so heartily, I really felt intrigued and wanted to grab some chopsticks to join in. Oh, you can't say they were eating so well. I was really getting my own appetite up. Since they were in this situation, let us see how it will end. I feared they would not even know how to handle the chaos of it all, but they had already paid for their food and drinks. All the guests present felt quite intrigued, as if they understood in the next moment that living in this world seemed meaningless. But the more they drank, the younger they felt. As long as they held their wine cups, it seemed they understood the purpose of coming to this world. Therefore, they shouldn't take this situation too seriously, while others silently guarded the genuine matters. One could only say that the strong inner confidence and beliefs were displayed very distinctly here, but what could be done? Wine was something that had to be consumed to navigate through the waves of this world. Otherwise, it was unclear how it would all end. I said, what on earth are you two doing? Why is this nonsense so hard to look at, yet impossible to ignore? I really am done with you guys. It's too ridiculous. All right, enough of this nonsense. Let us just move on. Murong Yunshua saw that the two were getting bolder in their argument, and he found it extremely amusing. He never expected their actions to turn out this way, completely unlike what one person could handle. Since it had come to this, there was no need to force familiarity too much. The ending had turned out quite ugly. After all, everyone present had their own perfect confidence and presence inside. Enough with the nonsense. Eat if you're going to eat, or leave if you're not. Since it had come to this, why drag out all this messy business? I thought the other side was easy to deal with, but now it seemed you all couldn't handle the so-called situation. All right, let us leave it at that. Let us not make it too embarrassing in the end. YanLing felt it was quite funny because what he had done seemed impossible for one person to handle. Since he had been put in this position, there was no need to involve too many unnecessary people, as there was nothing left to say about it. It only explained the reasoning for both sides and how it would end But ultimately, one could only wonder what kind of perfect ending it would all lead to. But what could be done? What is it to silently guard one's own little piece of land? If a strong conflict could not be displayed here and was not conducive to expression, then after it happened, people would be confused and unable to understand what the true outcome was. The powerful resistance and beliefs were happening right before their eyes. They would not know what kind of ending would unfold in this scene. A series of waves had already appeared, but one could only silently guard their little piece of land better. If, in the end, even joy turning to sorrow could not be demonstrated, that would be the most terrifying existence. The three of them were like a bulldozer, devouring food with a whirlwind of energy. It seemed that any disaster revealed in their hearts made them realize that it was perhaps better to forget all the messy situations. Otherwise, in the end, even the situations conducive to expression would not be displayed, which would be the most terrifying existence. They thought they could handle it all in this world, but ultimately, the results of those disasters were nearly non-existent. Chapter 263. Who is slow and who can't eat? What kind of ending will this come to? Of course, the three situations in the scene have already made them feel hopeless. They feel like they've been placed in this position, just waiting to see both sides' attitudes. What kind of brightness and occurrence will depend on how things are presented in front of them. I say to both of you, are you two starving ghosts reincarnated as animals or livestock? How can you eat without any semblance of humanity? I'm really exasperated with you guys. Murong Yunshiwe has already filled his stomach, mostly with food, because he didn't expect this. It's really hard to keep one's eyes open when things get a bit absurd. Those strange words would make them understand. The hard-to-accept reality is how it should not exist in this world. But after what happened in front of them, it seems to make others forget how life can lead to such destruction. So at this moment, a well-fed Murong Yunshiwe looks at YanLing and Poseidon in front of him. They've been chewing incessantly, and he finds it incredibly amusing, because he knows that if they can't produce some clear facts, living in this world really serves no powerful purpose. After all, no one can say otherwise. According to some supposed real situations, they should still come up with some absurdities that are easy to express. Everyone in this world has their own inner resistance to attack. Lest in the end, everything becomes too difficult to discuss. Can't you see the series of situations in the scene? What we are expressing here is our inner dissatisfaction, because we must understand these things before we can put them into our sights. Otherwise, if you can't even grasp these real situations accurately, what hope is there for survival in this world? If you can't even stuff some so-called food and drink into your mouth, then living and surviving in this world is of little use. Fine, I don't need to get too entangled with you in meaningless discussions. Let's leave it at that. Although Poseidon is talking, his mouth is stuffed full of food. He feels he should understand these chaotic situations and produce some expressions that are easy to articulate. Otherwise, it would be even more ridiculous. Since YanLing has already paid, he should fill his belly. If even these things are so difficult to manage that people can't keep their eyes open, then what are they there for? So at this point, there's nothing left to say, lest in the end, people forget the real situation entirely. And the joy of indulgence can lead to a more terrifying existence of the unknown. But what can be done? The strong inner resistance has already made many understand. It might be better to forget this messy resentment in their hearts. Have you finished speaking? If you have, then hurry up and start eating. If this table full of dishes really can't be finished, then it would be troublesome to pack them up later. You must understand one important thing. Not everyone present is innocent, but what has been done certainly has its reasons. All right? Just like this, I want to avoid creating situations that are difficult for people to express. In any case, the facts are already like this. If you don't eat, then others will definitely feel that we look bad. YanLing has been chewing without pausing. He feels he has perfectly showcased his inner situation. He has no opportunities left. And if he can't articulate some situations well, then it can only indicate that both sides haven't reached a strong ideological impact. So at this point, there's nothing left to obstruct them. Since they're on this path, it can only be said that there are always experts among the strong. A generation of rivers and mountains, any so-called potential things should have led them to make perfect decisions. To put it bluntly, YanLing and his group have their own perfect attacks in their hearts. After all these facts that make it hard for people to open their eyes, what kind of shabby situation will they encounter? But what can be done? No one can walk the old path again, but when this real situation occurs before others, it has already made many forget how real situations can be. However, the conclusion will certainly be bright, and the results are quite evident. In any case, things are already like this. It is a worn-out fact that is perfectly displayed here, so there's no need to involve too many meaningless people. After a short while, Poseidon looks like a corpse lying on the bed. His belly has become round, mostly filled with food, This is merely the sea god's will. If it were water, he could easily fill his stomach with the waters of rivers and oceans in an instant. He can fill it up completely, but these situations are not something an ordinary person could achieve. Those who can accomplish such feats are definitely not ordinary people. Thus, what is displayed here can only indicate that both sides have their own very solid backing. But what can be done? One can only forgive the other's shortcomings to make up for their own strengths and develop a series of things. The powerful ideological impact has already led to their perfect plans and existing facts. Just quietly guarding their own piece of land is better. Don't do too much else. The taste of this dish is indeed quite good. However, I seem to have seen nothing useful here. Since it's already like this, is there any need to involve too many meaningless people? I don't want to say more, lest in the end, others think it's even more ridiculous on my side. Poseidon is holding a toothpick, cleaning his teeth, and he had just been eating meat the most happily. Soon he has stuffed his teeth full, and it seems he has left no opportunity for himself. His teeth are filled with meat. Seeing that makes one envious, doesn't it? Chapter 264. Wolf Mercenary Corps. I don't know where these bastards came from, reincarnated hungry ghosts. But the things they say and do are simply beyond what a person can bear. What are they thinking? They're really embarrassing us, the people of Douluo Academy. Where did this guy come from? Let us investigate his background and see what kind of bastard he really is. Damn it, what a disgrace. He has truly a shame to the talents of Douluo Academy. Yeah, eating like a pig. Have they never eaten in their lives? It's really quite funny. What are they thinking? Do they really believe that there's no banquet in this world that doesn't end? The facts are laid out perfectly before us. And if they can't even comprehend this, then what is the point of all this nonsense? I think this person is indeed very unambitious. It's better to keep our distance from them to avoid a series of negative influences on us. At this moment, a large group of people had gathered at the table in front of YanLing. They don't seem to know what they're thinking. Always want to make a fuss about a series of things. They don't even seem to be able to express their thoughts clearly. Maybe they think that the messy, trivial matters they can't handle somehow define their significance, deciding how it will all end. With things in this state, does everyone else really think it's a deserved situation? YanLing couldn't hold his composure. He had indeed been a bit reckless while eating. However, he shouldn't be treated this way, being insulted directly. He is a person, not a beast. How can they say such harsh words? At this moment, YanLing frowned tightly. When he saw that group of people, he realized their attire was far from ordinary. They seemed to be adorned in gold and silver. Or maybe they were marked by the emblem of a dark force. At this moment, YanLing was puzzled. Could it be that there are other forces stirring things up in Douluo Academy? Damn it, where did these bastards come from? Why are they mocking us so coldly? Do they really think we're easy to bully? It's really too rare to be so self-righteous. They've said so many unpleasant things. Sure, we were a bit reckless while eating, but we paid for our meal. We didn't steal or rob. How can we be treated this way by these guys? It's really absurd and funny. Damn it, just wait. This matter is definitely not over. We must give them a perfect response. Otherwise, are we just pretending to be compassionate? YanLing slammed his toothpick on the ground. This time, he planned to show those black-clad people a bit of attitude. Damn it. I came to this restaurant out of respect for the owner, not for these bastards. Why should I have to watch their faces while eating and drinking? At this moment, Poseidon signaled for YanLing not to take it too seriously. However, Morong Yunshiwe couldn't sit still. She felt that after finally filling her stomach, she hadn't had time to digest before being insulted by this group. This was becoming more and more interesting. No, this matter isn't over. Let us wait and see. We must make them pay a painful price to make them understand. Damn it, what kind of lowlifes dare to teach us a lesson here? I really don't know what they're thinking. Do they believe there's never a banquet that doesn't end? We've already made the facts very clear. Why must we twist this into such an awkward situation? Do they really think there's no opportunity for us to exploit? Let me tell you, that's not the case at all. Since this matter has come to this point, it only indicates that others don't know how it will end. Morong Yunshiwe finished speaking and directly walked towards that group of bastards. This time, she was particularly anxious, feeling as if she hadn't done anything at all. Yet, she felt insulted. She was already an unwelcome person in her family. But now, this group dared to flaunt their power in front of her. Do they really think that as a so-called descendant of a noble family, she has no temper? That shouldn't be the case. I'm telling you, which line of work are you bastards from? I can't believe you dare to hurl all kinds of insults at us here. Thinking we're easy prey? When Morong Yunshiwe said this, she was almost reaching a perfect state of inner calm. Although she didn't say or do anything outwardly, her face was expressing that she had a calm resolve inside. However, The outcome was presenting itself before her in a way that didn't seem perfect for a person to bear. At this moment, Murong Yunxue directly grabbed a black-clad person by the hair and questioned him, hoping for a perfect answer. Who the hell are you pointing fingers at? Do you think your dirty hands are clean? You dare to say such harsh words to us? I've enjoyed this situation perfectly. I'm in a half-crazy, half-stupid state right now, so you should understand. I need to know the real situation. Let go of your hand. We are the Wolf Mercenary Corps. The leading black-clad man felt very pleased after saying this. It seemed his words were quite sharp. The language was intriguing, and the meaning was very clear. They seemed to be from the Wolf Mercenary Corps, which left YanLing a bit at a loss. If they really were the Wolf Mercenary Corps, then? Chapter 265. Whatever you say, so everyone here doesn't know how this will all end. Was the so-called Wolf Mercenary Corps? It is said to maintain the safety and security of the entire Douluo Academy. Of course, they won't appear unless absolutely necessary. In recent days, so many issues have occurred in Douluo Academy, yet the Wolf Mercenary Corps has not shown up simply because they haven't taken charge of the situation. Given that it has come to this, there's no need to talk about any nonsense. Since they have already been placed in this position, they can only silently protect their own territory. It seems that the Wolf Mercenary Corps is just a group that only acts when it suits them. If they don't want to intervene, they won't act casually. What is this Wolf Bear Mercenary Corps? I've never heard of that name before. That's really too funny. It's better if something else comes up next. On Murong Yunxue's side, he feels a bit confused, as if he hasn't done anything at all. It also seems like he hasn't said anything. Yet what is presented before him is not something a single person could accomplish. Since it has come to this, there is nothing more to say. Anyway, who knows how it will all conclude perfectly? What kind of organization is the Wolf Mercenary Corps? Why, haven't I heard of it? At this moment, YanLing, who had been picking at his teeth, finally put down the toothpick. He looked at the group of men in black with a very meaningful gaze. Indeed, the commotion in the minds of these men in black does not seem to be something a single person could create. Since it has come to this, there is no need to explain any nonsense. The situation has already been laid out. Let us see how the next situation will conclude perfectly. You've never heard of the Wolf Mercenary Corps? Let me tell you, this is a very powerful organization within the Academy. It said that it was cultivated independently by that group from Shrek. Of course, unlike the Shrek 7, who are particularly strong, these guys can only be said to perform well under certain circumstances, with a perfect sense of confidence and boundaries in their hearts. So, since it has come to this, they can only silently do some things, and that is all there is to it. Poseidon has not placed his inner thoughts on a particularly high pedestal. He feels that he already has a very solid foundation. So let us see who can create some meaningful situations next. If both sides want to create a series of impacts on this situation, then let us see who can turn their inner plans into particularly perfect impacts. Of course, if YanLing does not support it, such as the Wolf Mercenary Corps, which is supposed to be a series of mercenary plans in this world, it cannot hold up a sky. The reasoning is obvious. The Wolf Mercenary Corps can support within this academy because they have a particularly effective method of group handling in their hearts. However, now, this good method does not have a perfect boundary in their hearts. This aside, how can ordinary people accept these real situations? It's quite amusing to see. What the hell is this so-called Wolf Mercenary Corps daring to point fingers and show off in my world? I just ate a lot. What is the problem? It doesn't concern these guys at all. These bastards really don't know what they're thinking, planning to launch a series of attacks against me. Fine. Since they insist on playing this way, I intend to see what their attitude was just now. We didn't eat without paying. Why is their talk so unpleasant? Let me see what this guy is thinking, questioning what kind of rubbish is in their heads. YanLing walked directly over to a leader of the so-called Wolf Mercenary Corps. He swung a hard slap across the leader's face. After that crisp sound, the leader of the Wolf Mercenary Corps was already shocked, looking at YanLing with disbelief. He realized that this unknown young man had done something that felt incredibly reasonable. How dare he act so arrogantly towards me? Really amusing. Where did you come from, this so-called Wolf Mercenary Corps? I've already explained this fact perfectly to you. Don't you understand? We ate just now and didn't pay without reason. Why are you speaking so unpleasantly? Apologize quickly, or else. Regardless of what you claim to be the Wolf Mercenary Corps, everyone here is someone of importance. How dare you say such unpleasant words to us? Are you thinking we can be bullied? I've made this situation very clear to you. If you can't stand up, it's just what you deserve. YanLing mocked the leader of the Wolf Mercenary Corps coldly. After that slap, the leader of the Wolf Mercenary Corps fell to the ground with a thud. Blood began to slowly pour from his mouth and nostrils, mixed with saliva and snot, which was quite humorous for onlookers. This outcome was inevitable. The powerful impact made people feel tremendous. After it happened right before their eyes, they had no choice but to accept the reality of the situation. This slap was delivered by YanLing. If it had been Murong Yunxiu, it might not have had such an effect. But how could YanLing be weak? After that slap, the leader of the Wolf Mercenary Corps fell to the ground, suffering serious internal injuries. Damn it! Do you people even have any reason? I just said something unpleasant. Chapter 266. Fearless unexpectedly. You dare to attack me like this. Well, if you really intend to play so flamboyantly, I believe everyone here has their own perfect confidence. At this point, there is nothing more to say. If you can't produce anything useful, then under the impact of my strong ideology, I don't know how this will end. All right, let us see what you've got next. The leader of the Wolf Mercenary Group touched his swollen cheek and realized that he hadn't done anything at all. Yet, YanLing had come up and knocked him to the ground with a slap. Blood was slowly oozing from his teeth, and it seemed that he had already spat out several mouthfuls of blood, his words sharp and cutting. I tell you, my name is YanLing, and I want to change it. You members of the Wolf Mercenary Group, no matter where you came from or where you're going back to, you have wronged me before, and I will definitely not forgive you now. You must understand that since I am already in this obvious position, I dare to oppose you. I don't care who is behind you. If you can't hold up this sky, then it's just your fate. At this point, since you've been put in this position, if you can't even clarify some real situations, then what do you want us to do? I want to say more. Less in the end, it becomes a tragic joke, and I don't know how to conclude perfectly. YanLing squatted down and slapped the leader of the Wolf Mercenary Group in the face repeatedly. It looked like the leader's face was covered in stubble from the slaps, as if he had forgotten his real identity in that moment. But what does that matter? He had been put in this position, which only indicated a particularly deserved outcome between both parties. Even such a lifelong matter had not been resolved. Yet they still wanted to thrive in someone else's life. It truly felt absurd that these people did not take the real situation seriously. The person before them made many forget why this kind of thing happened in the first place. It would definitely lead to a different perfect conclusion. At this point, there was nothing more to say. If these things couldn't be broken, it could only be said that both sides had reached a particularly deserved conclusion. All right. I'll admit you're ruthless. I really didn't misjudge you. I didn't expect you to put our faces on the ground so easily. Our Wolf Mercenary Group is not to be taken lightly, and I didn't expect you to treat us so ruthlessly. Since you want to play so flamboyantly, I don't feel like holding on to anything. At this moment, many of the subordinates of the Wolf Mercenary Group looked at their leader who had been knocked to the ground. Blood was gushing from his mouth, and it seemed that their so-called big brother was seriously injured. Since it had come to this, let us see how this will conclude perfectly. YanLing definitely wouldn't choose to apologize first. It was the leader of the Wolf Mercenary Group who was the one speaking carelessly. If he hadn't spoken out of turn, YanLing wouldn't have taken it seriously. Originally, in the academy, Zhao Wujia, Flander, Qi Ling, and Shrek, these complicated relationships had already confused YanLing. But now, the real situation had not been clarified, and instead, they had been placed in this position, making everything unclear. Since it had come to this, there was no need to talk about anything messy. If they couldn't even distinguish the real situation, what were they even doing? If the law worked, then are there really criminals in this world? Logically speaking, there shouldn't be. Big brother, I think we can't afford to mess with this guy. We shouldn't have spoken carelessly. If it weren't for this situation, then everyone here would definitely be using a strong ideology to break this apart. All right, since it has come to this, I don't need to involve more innocent people. Anyway, this matter has already been put in this position, and you don't know how to conclude it perfectly. Let be. One of the subordinates of the Wolf Mercenary Group hurriedly helped the so-called leader up. He knew that their leader couldn't hold up the sky. But what he could truly do was something one person could manage. Since they had been put in this position, let us see the camps of both sides, and who has stronger confidence. YanLing watched as the leader of the Wolf Mercenary Group was helped up and then shakily walked back to his group, glaring back at YanLing. The meaning was clear. Just wait. When I return to the academy, I will definitely report you to the Academic Affairs Office, making it impossible for you to stay in this academy. YanLing felt indifferent to this glare. He thought that studying in this academy and turning the tide was unrelated to anyone else, as long as he dared to do so. As long as his spirit was fearless, everyone present would definitely cover up everything. I said you were too reckless just now. You should have gone all out against that guy. Didn't you see his eyes were almost murderous? If you really planned to confront him hard, we would definitely not have a good outcome. You should understand. After all, that guy is from the Wolf Mercenary Group. And if he truly could hold up the sky, chapter 267, distress, so can we, the people present here, expect to have any good outcome? At this moment, Murong Yinchue's face was filled with deep sadness. He was already not favored in his family. The family was about to expel him from school, not allowing him to continue his studies here. But now, it seemed that he hadn't even taken out his expulsion paperwork, and instead found himself in this position due to YanLing's swift actions. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be this difficult for him to simply live. If the school were to report him for criticism, the family would definitely follow that lead and find YanLing, directly imposing a powerful sanction on them. Once the punishment was in place, no one present could predict how it would end perfectly. I've told you many times, my principle is, if others do not offend me, I will not offend them. If others offend me, I will first protect myself. As long as I have a particularly perfect decision and boundary in my heart, we will definitely have a strong desire to change anything outstanding. However, if we cannot even express these real situations, then everyone present will surely feel that there is a particularly bizarre existence on our side. YanLing's expression was indifferent. He felt that even though he hadn't done anything truly useful, what could he do? If he failed to exhibit any behavior that was out of the ordinary while being in this position, that would be the most terrifying existence. The origin of the bizarre should already be clear to many people. Unable to accept these things, it would be better to quietly cover them up. Is the Wolf Mercenary Corps really that powerful? Logically speaking, they are not particularly impressive. Although YanLing had never heard of them, he had heard that this mercenary corps was merely a group of hired soldiers. If they really had to act as corpses for hire, they certainly wouldn't be able to elevate their entire reputation. Because mercenaries are just mercenaries. They are not truly useful and cannot uphold these so-called sentiments. I see. Our meal not only ended in a mess, but it seems we have no idea how it will conclude. I feel that everyone present is unaware of what brightness lies ahead. Among us, there's a time that should not be expressed. Look, even these issues are unclear and misunderstood, yet we still want to move forward in life. Do you really think our attitude here is so cheap? It can't be. In fact, the world is very difficult and complex. If we can't even distinguish some real situations, what do we need to survive in this world for? There shouldn't be so many of us, right? Poseidon smiled helplessly. He felt that he hadn't done anything truly useful either. Could it be that he had to shoulder this responsibility? If it continued like this, it could become an even more terrifying existence, where strong ideas collided. And even some real situations did not occur before others' eyes. Or perhaps, a perfect conclusion was reached to make others feel that their side was particularly perfect. If harvesting was done by a particularly lethal existence, it would certainly make people forget what the final result was. Alright, everything has a cause and effect. If I really caused this situation to become a whole, then let us see what kind of conclusion will follow for a perfect ending. Anyway, I have already built a relatively perfect fact in my heart. Let us see if you can accomplish something truly useful here. No one blames anyone. Perhaps it's just that you don't know what kind of conclusion will follow, but so what? After all, I am just one person, not someone who can perform actions like a real person. YanLing decided to let it all go. He felt that if the Wolf Mercenary Corps truly intended to report him, he was willing to bear all the consequences. After all, every action has its result. He was already in this position, so there was no need to fear anything. No one was to blame but himself. The people here were too cowardly to express any real situations. They had already made it so people couldn't distinguish or understand. And if it continued like this, it truly made it hard for others to comprehend why. Poseidon and Murong Yinchue's eyes indeed lit up. They originally thought that if YanLing really made a hole, he would be unable to bear any of these waves and would not know what kind of large problems would arise. What kind of perfect conclusion would it reach? However, since this situation had already occurred before their eyes, and they had accepted all these messy situations, it really should allow them to conclude in a particularly perfect phase. Silently guarding, it would be better. Meanwhile, a series of lightning-fast events were also happening in the Skydo city. After all, the dignified principal of Douluo Academy, Flinder, was locked in this aerial prison. Bibi Dong, as a top-level pope, showed no concern, not even giving the most basic face to the other party. Thus, Skydo City, being a city in the sky, was indeed intriguing to witness this scene. Shaking his head helplessly, the actions of Skydo City were not at all like something a person would do, especially the top talents of Skydo City. Seeing Flinder in such a dire situation, not only did they not reach out to help, but instead continued to mock him coldly. Their words seemed to suggest that they were the truly useful ones, while others were merely unable to understand the existence of the bizarre. Since the situation was so interesting, what were they doing completely helplessly killing them in their nightmares? Not allowing them to express themselves was better, right? The people of Skydo City were simply full and idle. Chapter 268. Tiando Royal Academy having not resolved matters on his side. Flanders still wanted to strike at the people over there. He was filled with deep-seated hatred, a seed of vengeance planted firmly in his heart. He believed that if YanLing were to be released, the people of Tiando City would pay the price they deserved. After all, with YanLing's power alone, he could potentially turn the entire Dual continent upside down. As long as he wanted to and dared to act, not to mention YanLing, even Zhao Wujia's group might not be able to match YanLing. YanLing was indeed a top disciple trained by BB Dong, and this formidable ideology had a profound impact on everyone present, elevating their tension to an extreme level. The principal of a prestigious academy on the Douluo continent now found himself in such a predicament, having not only failed to uphold his dignity, but also repeatedly causing such a mess. It was hard to fathom what was going through his mind. Did he really think there would never be a banquet that doesn't end? At this moment, the ancestor of Tiando City was watching Flanders floating in the air, feeling utterly amused. He had never expected that the events unfolding before him were beyond what a single person could orchestrate. Since things had come to this point, both sides were in a particularly bizarre situation that was difficult to comprehend or articulate. It seemed better to quietly guard their own territory. Flanders looked at the ancestor of Tiando City, who was mocking him with various jabs. He merely rolled his eyes at the ancestor and realized that this behavior was not something a normal person would exhibit. Indeed, it was true. A dignified ancestor of Tiando should not only be indifferent to the principal of the Douluo Academy, but also stand by and watch, arms crossed, as if contemplating some nonsensical thoughts. At this time, not only was Tiando City bustling, but Tiando Royal Academy was also quite lively. In the sky, a floating prison was the biggest joke of all. People who saw it couldn't help but find it laughable that a principal was locked up there. BB Dong's indifference only added insult to Flanders' injury. As things stood, there was nothing more to say. Everyone present had already made up their minds that if they didn't act, many would forget why this situation had unfolded in such an eye-popping manner. It was indeed a ridiculous sight. The esteemed Principal Flanders was now imprisoned in an aerial jail, and one had to wonder what he was thinking. Did he truly believe there would never be an end to this banquet? Logically, it shouldn't be this way. This situation had already been established, and it was clear that he deserved it. Lu Erlong, a top student of Tiando Royal Academy, found Flanders' predicament amusing, even feeling a sense of relief deep down. Indeed, as a top talent with a degree of confidence in the Douluo Academy, he had little regard for it, especially with the emergence of top students like Tang San and YanLing, who had thoroughly rubbed Lu Erlong's face in the dirt. After all, everyone was human, and living in this world was incredibly difficult. Yet now, these people had not only failed to rise above, but were being pressed down. It was hard to understand how this came to be. This situation genuinely made it difficult to have faith, and Lu Erlong's current arrogance only reaffirmed that his choice to attend Tiando Royal Academy instead of Douluo Academy was indeed a wise one. With the principal's dignity already in tatters, it was clear that surviving in this situation had become exceedingly challenging. Principal, you should hurry up and find a way to break me out of this aerial prison. Otherwise, if these real circumstances continue to go unaddressed, people will think we're easy to bully. Do you really believe we have no leverage? Lu Erlong urged. Think about it. Is anyone here a pushover? Enough said. If you really want to get me out, I will definitely give anyone a strong shock. At this moment, YanLing was indeed not to be underestimated. He clenched his fists tightly, as if forgetting that he was Flanders' top aide. Not only had he failed to rise above, but he was also bound here, which he found utterly humiliating. After all, he was not a mere trivial existence. Surviving in this world was already a monumental challenge. And if they couldn't even manage these real circumstances, what was the point of their existence? All right, I will give BB Dong one more chance. If she truly does not intend to release me from this Douluo Academy, I will ensure that she faces a particularly disastrous end. You must understand, my survival in this world is not just for myself. It is because I possess formidable confidence. Given the current situation, I have nothing more to say. I will have to choose to self-destruct to create a perfect conclusion. At this moment, Flanders had firmly decided in his heart. If this guy truly could not rise above, then everyone present would face an ending they had never anticipated. If the fish were to perish and the net torn, causing a perfect impact, then everyone present would become formidable renegades. Chapter 269. Destruction and rebirth. Flander had already convinced himself deep down that if he truly couldn't uphold this piece of sky, then everyone present would probably be clueless about how to build the strong confidence and perfect performance within themselves. The blade of impact was displayed here in a remarkably perfect manner, as others simply could not comprehend the principles behind these blades. They could only understand that throughout their lives, they had merely emitted all their powerful energy. But so what? In these real situations where energy could not be emitted, it would end with an unknown perfect conclusion. So perhaps the situation was very grim, but one could only silently guard the best. You just said it yourself. That Wolfpack mercenary corps is not easy to deal with. Why do you insist on clashing with them again and again? I don't know what you're thinking. If they're truly seeking revenge, then none of us here know how it would end. Don't you really want to see this perfect situation move forward? The most important thing is, I have made it very clear to you. If they really come looking for trouble, how will you end it? Don't you want to consider the real consequences? When Murong Yunxue spoke these words, tears were almost welling up in his eyes. There was no way around it. He was indeed very pained. He felt that coming to this world was not meant to bear these unbearable things. But now that it had come to this, being placed in this position, what could be done? Anyway, what needed to be said and done had already become a bizarre situation that was self-evident. But so what? So at this moment, Murong Yunxue thought that it was better to avoid trouble than to seek it, gradually treating it as less of a matter, which would be better. But these real consequences and the feeling of having no beginning in sight presented a reality to others that was not originally like this. So what could be done? These real origins had already occurred in the eyes of others, increasingly making it difficult for people to keep their eyes open or closed. One could only guard their own little piece of land better. The powerful resistance within them was also their confidence. However, only Murong Yunxue could understand this real pain. After all, he came from a prominent family. Therefore, when facing these unbearable pains, he had his own complete calculations in his heart. He felt that he hadn't said or done anything, yet he was placed in this position. So let us see how many guys can uphold this proper piece of sky next. Seeing that there were no opportunities left in this matter, let us see how the two sides would contend next. The Wolfpack mercenary corps definitely had Shrek behind them, but YanLing had a decent friendship with Shrek. If both sides really couldn't make some relatively trustworthy arrangements, then let us see what happens next. Who can uphold this proper piece of sky? For now, let us see who has stronger confidence. If both sides had a relatively complete storm in their minds, then they should be able to let this matter gradually unfold. As for the rest, it should be avoided. I say, Murong Yunxue, you really are timid. We are about to reach this position. Look at the power in my hand. Are you really afraid of those Wolfpack mercenaries? I'm young and sitting in this position, which definitely means I have my own bizarre decisions to be here. But don't you really want to see how to uphold these trustworthy facts? The powerful resistance and beliefs within us are displayed here in a way that doesn't seem like something one person can achieve. Fortunately, we are now in a state where nothing grows, and we should also turn the storm in our minds. I'll show you something now. I guarantee that when the Wolfpack mercenaries really attack, you won't suffer any harm. Just watch. After saying this, YanLing directly took the purple gold soul ring in his hand. He felt that this item could protect the timid life of Murong Yunxue, making this old fellow shut his mouth and respect himself properly. What is so easy to bully in this world? There has never been a clear concept of right and wrong. As long as both sides want to stand in this position and uphold this piece of sky, let us see who is capable of fulfilling their destiny. Then, a series of exchanges may occur. Perhaps the wrong methods are not advisable. But as long as the purple gold is here to support, even the most useless person can have their own complete storm in their mind. Therefore, this matter should not be taken lightly. Everyone present should silently guard their own little piece of land better. The powerful resistance and beliefs within them support these proper matters. Of course, the process may be painful, but life is like this. Murong Yunxue could only fear death. So YanLing gave him something very precious to protect his little piece of land. The facts are as such. Being placed in this position is equivalent to making it hard to understand what kind of bizarre situation this is, which would be more untrustworthy. As the main character, YanLing now casually took out this purple gold soul ring, which was merely an appetizer, but indeed made this old fellow look at him with new eyes. Also, there is such a precious item. Hurry up and get it into my hand so I can have a look. I also intend to make a series of impacts with this item. If this thing doesn't cause me significant harm, I think everyone present might say that we have a particularly powerful piece of garbage here. So just give me this item, okay? I beg you. When Poseidon saw the purple gold soul ring handed to Murong Yunxue, he genuinely felt a bit jealous. He thought that YanLing gave this item to the other party, but not to himself, leaving him without a justifiable method to rise. Everyone present would definitely feel that one side was biased with jealousy. Chapter 270. The Wind of Impact. Therefore, anyone present with such beliefs, including Poseidon, became very envious of this thing. They intended to launch a series of impacts to seize this prize, and you were in control of the situation at hand. As long as the other party wanted to and dared to, they had to grasp this thing within their control. As for the rest, there was no need to complicate matters. At this moment, it was no wonder that Poseidon felt a surge of envy. It was actually expected. If he were not envious, then the only thing he could do would be just that. However, if he truly could not rise to this value, he could only blame himself, as both sides had already transformed into an existence that did not belong to them. I said, Poseidon, please do not make things difficult for me here, okay? Our current situation is already very complicated, with Flander and the Kirin among the chaotic crowd, and then there's Zhao Wuji, that brain-dead fool, constantly attacking us. Let's see who can uphold this piece of justice in the sky. Next, we have offended the Wolfpack mercenary corps, which was cultivated by Shrek. This is a power struggle among 3 factions. Can't you see that? Who can uphold this situation? Who can bring forth this justice with righteous words? If we can't even perform these righteous actions, then everyone present will surely think that both sides are creating chaos with their individual powers. I believe this matter has already reached such a point, and you possess the power of the sea god. Yet as a deity, why must you compete with us common folk in wits and courage? So I hope you understand that our difficulties are truly painful. I won't say much more. You can slowly digest your own situation. At this moment, YanLing was almost on the verge of tears. Indeed, being alive in this world was very painful for him, as if he had forgotten why he had to live in a way that felt less than human. But what could be done? The facts were laid out before him, and when others expressed their feelings, it was these precarious existences. The strong resistance within could only be blocked in this position under any background that could not be expressed. It would be better this way to avoid others thinking that this was merely a puppet show. Now, YanLing felt he was walking on a particularly unknown path. So let both sides uphold this piece of justice in the sky. He preferred not to engage in those chaotic, trivial matters anymore. He did not want to do anything meaningless. He thought he merely wanted to protect these evident situations, and he was not interested in anything else. YanLing could not hand over the remaining purple gold soul rings to Poseidon, because there was only one. If he were to hand it over completely, it would leave him defenseless and subject to substantial harm. It was clear that everyone present had built a relatively obvious and powerful ideological impact centered around him. But after these ideological impacts, who could understand those unfounded existences? It was not about how it occurred, but rather about silently guarding the little piece of land in hand. It would be better if we understood more, but Poseidon had already begun to seize and plunder. This is why YanLing preferred not to treat this situation as a matter of importance, and instead gradually cover up his side better. It might be unavoidable, but what could be done? There must be a sky to officially express oneself, and right now, YanLing wanted to avoid any turmoil. He decided he could not give away his trump card, nor could he allow anyone to gain his forgiveness. Since he had already offended the Wolfpack mercenary corps, that matter was like a cloud dissipating. Meanwhile, after being humiliated, the leader of the Wolfpack mercenary corps, holding his painfully throbbing jaw, rushed to Shrek to complain, embellishing his tale with tears. It was clear they had suffered a lot of insults and severe turmoil. It seemed they were on the verge of crying uncontrollably, which left Shrek somewhat at a loss. Logically speaking, the Wolfpack mercenary corps and YanLing were not involved with each other, like one in the sky and the other on the ground. It was akin to a rainbow in the sky and dust on the ground, entirely different levels. Why would YanLing actively provoke the Wolfpack mercenary corps? Of course, this metaphor might be quite serious. The Wolfpack mercenary corps was not a rainbow, nor was YanLing merely dirt. They were merely used to illustrate this comparability, having no real connection. YanLing was not particularly steady, but he was not someone who would casually harm others either, which left Shrek feeling somewhat perplexed. However, the behavior of the Wolfpack mercenary corps was too reckless. They should not casually attack people. Thus, Shrek had his unique insights on the matter, having come from a top-tier teacher who had trained many powerful students, including those within the Wolfpack mercenary corps. If they truly could not rise to the real situation, it would lead to an unknown, perfect conclusion. Therefore, Shrek felt that the Wolfpack mercenary corps should not be considered truly formidable. Perhaps their internal resistance and ideological conflicts prevented them from creating any anomalies. leaving others unable to cope with the chaos. So Shrek felt he understood the Wolfpack mercenary corps very well and believed that one side was looking for trouble. After pondering for a moment, Shrek felt some doubts. Logically, YanLing could not be the one to initiate trouble, as the Wolfpack mercenary corps had a significant reputation. Chapter 271. Smiling without speaking in this academy, one does not just consider the monk's face, but also the Buddha's. Shrek is considered a respectable teacher, and moreover, he has certain connections with BB Dong. Even if YanLing does not take BB Dong into account, he must consider his own reputation and would not casually harm his subordinates. So, what exactly is going on? This situation has put YanLing in a difficult position, which is quite puzzling. At this moment, Shrek looked towards the leader of the Wolfpack mercenary group, who was weeping like a waste, but felt extreme pain. All right, you don't need to say more. I believe I should have my own unique insights. YanLing is not a reckless person. Although he is not usually very polite, I think if he were to commit some excessive behavior, that wouldn't align with his style. Think about it. He has already established himself in a higher position. So why would he want to go against you guys? Logically, it shouldn't be the case. Shrek stroked his chin, pondering why this situation had arisen. If one could not extract the true facts even through unreasonable arguments, then it could only be said that the suffering people behind the scenes remain suffering, amidst the real coercion. If this matter is not brought to light, some real decisions would make them feel that there isn't a true rationale on either side. The strong resistance and belief within the heart, in these real circumstances, made Shrek feel that the Wolfpack mercenary group might be exaggerating their decisions. Yes, that's right. The dignified Shrek is indeed a remarkable person. After setting an example as a teacher, he is an exceptionally talented individual. He has not committed any real actions, which is fine. Instead, after a strong ideological impact, what kind of bizarre boundary would emerge to fulfill his inner decisions? After pondering for a moment, Shrek looked at the leader of the Wolfpack mercenary group and felt that this guy didn't seem easy to deal with. Even the most basic existence was not in his grasp, yet he wanted to truly make a name for himself. Surviving in this world is extremely difficult. No, teacher, what do you mean? Do you really think I am easy to bully? I have made this matter very clear. Next, let us see what kind of just actions you will take. If you think I can truly manage to act with ease, then let us see if there is a strong ideological clash between both sides to occur. Otherwise, do you really think I am easy to bully? I didn't expect, teacher, that you would start to favor YanLing. I know you have a good relationship with his master BB Dong, but have you forgotten the most important thing? I am also considered one of the more powerful among your top disciples. Why do you keep neglecting us? The leader of the Wolfpack mercenary group is a man in black, not a werewolf, just dressed in black clothing. He looks quite ugly, and his actions stem from a perfect offensive decision in his heart. He decided to protect this thing within his own territory better to avoid ending up with regrets. Over there, it was already unclear and confusing, which is why it became a more bizarre existence. Thus, the facts are very obvious. If one cannot consolidate some perfect decisions going forward, then all present would think that their side is the one making a fuss over trivial matters. The leader of the Wolfpack mercenary group was applying pressure, and the meaning was clear. Today, Shrek must give a response. Otherwise, if he can't vent his frustration, it will only lead to depression. Therefore, between suffering from depression and psychological issues, the Wolfpack mercenary group thinks it's better to avoid depression. Because if one truly suffers from depression, not only is the illness difficult to cure, but it may also lead to a series of blows to the heart. At this moment, with a certain perfect attack in mind, Shrek looked at the aggressive Wolfpack mercenary group and their large following. Those chaotic people rushed towards him in rows, which left Shrek somewhat at a loss. Even the Shrek 7 monsters didn't have such a commanding presence, flaunting their strength towards him. How could this group of Wolfpack mercenaries dare to repeatedly act like this towards him? What were they thinking? Did they really think he was easy to bully? I've already told you, that kid YanLing is not a reckless person. He has his own bottom line. You must have attacked him first, otherwise he wouldn't act against you like this. I have made this very clear. If you don't even want to acknowledge this most basic existence, then I can only advise you to withdraw from my chaotic decisions and not survive in this world. I have already made this very clear. Shrek's expression was grim. He felt that after all these years in this position, no apprentice had ever dared to flaunt their power towards him. The Wolfpack mercenary group is merely a security presence in the Douluo Academy. Now, they actually dare to pressure him. Yes, they were cultivated by him, but that doesn't justify them flaunting their power towards him. Who is YanLing's master? If BB Dong were to truly get angry, even that old fellow Flender has been locked up in an aerial prison for a long time. Even the Heaven-Do City and the Heaven-Do Royal Academy have not chosen to intervene, which indicates the Pope's power. In the entire Douluo Academy, the Pope is a top-tier existence. Shrek felt he understood the meaning of knowing one's limitations. This is why he was unwilling to engage in a series of clashes and attacks. He believed that offending Bibi Dong would lead to no good outcome. Chapter 272. The heavily top-heavy mishmash. It might be better to forget all these messy things to avoid ending up in sorrow after joy. With all these chaotic facts and situations making it hard for people to know how they actually occurred. It's a particularly bizarre existence. That's how this world is. No one can understand anyone else, and no one can forget anyone else. Sometimes, certain things may only reveal their pain after they happen right in front of us. That's why it's better to suppress the real situation in one's hands, quietly treating it as unimportant. The members of the Wolf mercenary group looked at Shrek, who was facing Bibi Dong, and a great deal of wariness arose in their hearts. They understood at this moment that Shrek, who was a top-tier teacher at the Douluo Academy, was now afraid of these chaotic things, and they couldn't fathom what was going on in his mind. If even these real situations couldn't be expressed in the entire Douluo Academy, then Shrek, as a teacher, really seemed a bit incompetent. At his age, he was actually afraid of someone like Bibi Dong. Yes, Bibi Dong is of the highest rank, the supreme pontiff of the Douluo continent, and her disciple is YanLing. But so what? The real situation was already unfolding before them, leaving others confused about how it would be skillfully demonstrated. The facts were laid out before everyone, making it hard for others to understand how they came to be, creating a striking presence. The origins of the bazaar, the occurrences within the bazaar, and their own stories existed, but what difference did it make? Under these real situations, people forgot the true circumstances and origins. Life in their circumstances was so blind and unyielding, and how should one rewrite the words of their bright and piercing eyes? This world is always about the strong preying on the weak, with battles between the strong and the weak, and after acquiring stronger powers, one reaches a perfect top-level decision. Now, let us see who among the two sides can create a perfect real situation. The Wolf mercenary group saw that Shrek had not made any statement, and Shrek felt that if he expressed himself, Bibi Dong might throw him into an aerial prison. So, nearly 17 members of the Wolf mercenary group saw the situation had split. They directly exited Shrek's room and slammed the door shut. They felt that the humiliation they suffered in this life was nothing compared to the humiliation they faced today. While dining at a restaurant, they had been brutally beaten by YanLing and his people, even losing a tooth in the process. The blood flowed out, making them see that their teeth were about to fall out. Once outside Shrek's room, the leader of the Wolf mercenary group spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, making it clear that today's matter was definitely not over. Since Shrek felt he couldn't provoke Bibi Dong and couldn't handle YanLing and the forces behind him, the leader of the Wolf mercenary group, this so-called masked figure, felt he had to show these guys some color. Otherwise, if they ended up in a situation where joy turned to sorrow, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Regardless of whether the Wolf mercenary group was a security team or had other responsibilities, they could not let such matters go unaddressed in this world. The result was already like this. Next, let us see how the situation unfolds between the two sides. Isn't it just YanLing? What's the big deal? He seems to think we're easy to bully. There has never been a banquet that does not end. We have made things very clear. Yet he still intends to protect YanLing's meager dignity. Fine, since he doesn't plan to touch YanLing, then I think we should take action against YanLing. What the hell is he thinking, daring to flaunt his power in front of us? Does he really think we are pushovers? I'll put it this way. If YanLing makes us suffer humiliation today and I don't retaliate, then I'll resign as the leader of the Wolf mercenary group, and I won't lead you guys anymore. Things have come to this point. Let us temporarily disband. I'll go find someone else. I don't believe there's no one who will help me. YanLing's actions today will definitely make him pay a heavy price. That's it. It's over. The leader of the Wolf mercenary group directly disbanded everyone, and the remaining team members looked at him, thinking his words were quite reckless. Bibi Dong is a top existence in the entire Douluo continent. His disciple was moved today. His disciple slapped you, and that was already a measure of mercy. You still want to confront him head-on? The members of the Wolf mercenary group felt that they only had one life. If their leader wanted to court death, then he could go ahead and do so. So now, among the 17, only one person was willing to risk their life, while the remaining 16 had already lost heart. Of course, some among them had very good relations with the leader, thinking that following him might bring them some benefits. However, they had already been placed in this position, so let us see how the situation ends up. In any case, There is no need to get too involved after this. After the 16 disbanded, it was already evening. The leader of the wolf mercenary group went directly to a dim little house, where he worshipped a belief that was very perfect in his heart. This was a malevolent spirit god, belonging to the will of evil spirits among the souls of Douluo. In fact, the entire Douluo continent is divided into evil spirits. Divine spirits, dark spirits, and white spirits, these so-called real souls. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many chaotic holy emperors and chaotic dochi horses. Evil spirit god. Evil spirit god. Today I suffered humiliation. I feel this anger in my chest cannot be released, so I think you should help me. You must help me. If you don't help me. Chapter 273. Evil spirit god, I might just die from anger. So here I kneel and earnestly beg you, please help me. If you agree to help me, I believe we can proceed smoothly to the next step. All right, I won't say much more. Since it has come to this, let's see how we can resolve the upcoming issues. The leader of the wolf mercenary corps suddenly knelt before the evil spirit god he worshipped. At that moment, he began to pray slowly, his words spilling out like a typewriter, repetitively expressing his feelings of unfairness. Meanwhile, the stone of the evil spirit god gradually began to glow, shifting from white to red and finally turning black. In an instant, a black light formed a halo around him, enveloping the leader of the wolf mercenary corps, shocking everyone present. It was as if the wolf mercenary corps was truly possessed by the evil spirit god. His eyes turned completely black, and, at the same time, a white smoke emanated from him, resembling a soul leaving the body, replaced by an evil entity that invaded his form. Legend has it that before the Douluo continent was formed, it was divided into several factions. Although the victorious side claimed to represent justice and goodness, the defeated faction was labeled as evil. This is why the evil spirit god exists in this world. In truth, the evil spirit god was not initially evil. History is written by the victors. Only by placing the so-called evil spirit god in this position can one gain the confidence and power to act freely in this world. Yet, what can be done when justice seems unattainable? If one cannot express their grievances, it only leads to the successful possession of the evil spirit god over the leader of the wolf mercenary corps, whose next target is YanLing. At this moment, YanLing has not yet sensed any danger, but the surrounding black aura has already formed a strange wave of energy within the Douluo Academy. Of course, those who are indifferent cannot perceive it. The sinister black energy surrounding them made it clear why these events were so hard to ignore. At the same time, Poseidon had sensed this unusual energy but chose to maintain a low profile, adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble. Hades also noticed it. After all, the two deities had established their territories within the academy, and their attitudes were surprisingly aligned. They felt it was none of their business. As long as the events at Douluo Academy did not concern them, it was irrelevant. Zhao Wujie is a typical example. That kid is currently half dead after being beaten by Poseidon. Hades believes that if Flanders were to hold him accountable, he would not be able to graduate. Initially, he followed Hades to Douluo Academy merely to obtain a degree and then return to their Western world. However, now that their existence in the Western world is not even assured, being assassinated here is indeed rather amusing. Without a degree, what would happen in this world? Wouldn't it feel as if the golden opportunity had slipped away? Meanwhile, Murong Yunxue, on her way back to the academy, kept following YanLing and speaking in a disorganized manner. Her words were very clear, warning YanLing to be cautious and not to cause any trouble. If he were to stir up chaos, the outcome could be unpredictable. The next events would depend on whether YanLing could handle the situation. If he could, Murong Yunxue would not have to face the relentless pursuit of her family. She feared that if the Wolf Mercenary Corps decided to create trouble, they would definitely notify the Murong family. Murong Yunxue was already worried about her family meddling in her affairs. If things escalated, she felt she might be expelled. Once expelled, not only would she be helpless, but everyone present would also be unable to save her. At the beginning, I advise you to be as cautious as possible and not to let things become a deadlock. The Wolf Mercenary Corps is backed by Shrek Academy. If they were to ally with those in the academy, you know that the outcome would be dire. Shrek Academy initially did not intend to confront the Titan Great Ape. They did not want to involve themselves in so many trivial matters. The Golden Sacred Dragon is still under their control. If they were to absorb the Golden Sacred Dragon's powers and attack us, who do you think here could match them? Murong Yunxue was infuriated, feeling as if she were about to be driven mad by YanLing. She often wanted to unleash the anger boiling inside her chest, but couldn't understand what he was thinking. Did he truly believe that everyone present was oblivious to the chaotic reality? If that were the case, everyone here probably thought that others couldn't decide anything. However, YanLing felt indifferent. He believed his current situation was his own responsibility. Since things had come to this, what more was there to say? No one could be blamed. If blame were to be assigned, it would be directed at his own lack of determination. Since the events had already unfolded before him, he could only accept his fate. Unable to resolve the chaos, YanLing pressed forward with determination. He felt he couldn't blame anyone, only his own bad temper. Chapter 274, A calm smile. Why bother with so much? Anyway, my current state is that I do the work and I take the responsibility. If the Wolfpack Mercenary Corps really intends to go against me, then I believe there's no opportunity for them. They're the ones looking for trouble. If they really plan to fight for their place, then I shouldn't be afraid. You have to understand, in this academy, I'm not here to endure the nonsense of these bastards. They don't owe me anything, and I don't owe them anything. They shouldn't treat me this way, and I won't treat them that way either. There's never been a feast that doesn't end. But I didn't expect they would dare to repeatedly attack me. Even if you think I'm a beast, they shouldn't treat me like this. So I believe I'm not wrong. It's them who are wrong. After listening to Murong Yunshue's explanation, YanLing felt like he was about to unleash the flames of anger in his chest. That's right. Living in this world has already been difficult for him. But he didn't expect the current situation to confuse him so much that he couldn't understand why it was happening. Logically, it shouldn't be this way. There's never been a feast that doesn't end. At this point, there's nothing more to say. If he can't even distinguish these matters, then YanLing thinks the leader of the Wolfpack Mercenary Corps might as well be riding on their necks, making them suffer. Thinking back to when they were eating in a restaurant, the tone of their words was very obvious. Their rhetoric was expressing that they were not wrong at all. On the contrary, how could YanLing endure this? YanLing is not a true beast. He has his own perfect confidence. Moreover, he also has his own very perfect corrective measures. He feels that living in this world is already extremely painful. But now, after such an unbearable incident, it's become impossible for people to open their eyes. It turns out that everything is truly neck and neck, and if that's the case, everyone present should be considered guilty. YanLing is very clear in his heart that no one in Shrek and the entire Dual Academy can help this Wolfpack Mercenary Corps. However, if the Wolfpack Mercenary Corps really intends to fight for their place, then everyone present shouldn't think they can create a top-tier existence. Back in the day, Tang San was only second to the title Douluo in the entire Dual continent. But now, a mere guard team of a mercenary corps is equivalent to a group of security personnel. Now, they dare to confront him, claiming to be on the same level as Tang San, and acts so arrogantly. YanLing believes he has his own bottom line and means of attack, as well as a very perfect decision. Since this matter has already become extremely awkward, there's no need to involve too many unnecessary people. Anyway, what happens next has already made it impossible for others to distinguish or understand. Since it has come to this, let us see how the situation unfolds between the two sides. YanLing will definitely not choose to back down. Let us see what kind of attack the evil spirits summoned by the Wolfpack Mercenary Corps will choose. Of course, talking about these matters now is still premature because those evil spirits have yet to appear and are merely buried in a situation that makes it impossible for people to open their eyes. If they can't even distinguish these real situations, then everyone present might not know what kind of decision will lead to a perfect outcome. All right, you make a good point. You are quite eloquent. I can't argue with you or debate with you. Right now, I'm no longer in so much pain, so I've explained all this messy stuff to you. Since it has come to this, I feel that everyone present may not know how this situation will conclude. All right, let us see what both sides intend to do next. This matter has already been placed in this powerful absurdity. So let us see what kind of situation you will present. I'm not a sage. I have my own perfect confidence, my own perfect boundaries. And as a member of a large family, I've already accumulated some resentment from being manipulated by those in my family every day. So now, I don't need to say anything more or do anything with you. I've already been locked in this position. So let us see how both sides will reach a perfect conclusion. Do you understand now? Murong Yunshue is currently in a state of breaking the pot and smashing it. She feels that as a member of the Murong family, it's one thing not to help YanLing. But the internal strife within the family has made it impossible for people to understand what kind of ending it will have. The internal conflict within the family has already put Murong Yunshue in a difficult position. But unexpectedly, now that such a mess has arisen on YanLing's side, if the Wolfpack Mercenary Corps doesn't back down, then everyone present may face a very awkward outcome. Let us see who has a stronger confidence between the two sides and who has more valuable abilities. Otherwise, it's uncertain what kind of excessive actions will be taken after being placed in this position, but what can be done? However, now, Murong Yinxue feels there is no need to say anything more. She has already been pulled into this interest by YanLing, so let us see what kind of perfect result will emerge between the two sides. Let us see how this situation will unfold and let some real circumstances come to light. Otherwise, we might end up turning joy into sorrow in the end. That would be truly tragic. The essence is that this is a life and death struggle between the two sides, which is not simply a matter of face. Chapter 275. Not to be underestimated as long as he wants and dares. Then in this situation, he will definitely be able to uphold a perfect sky. That said, let's see who can officially sit in this cycle of transformation. Slowly covering up these silent existences, the facts are already apparent. Next, let's see how YanLing will handle these matters. Meanwhile, the leader of the Wolf Mercenary Corps is certainly not to be underestimated either. He summoned the evil spirit god, and in an instant, he was entangled with too many people. Of course, at this moment, the leader of the Wolf Mercenary Corps is no longer the same person he was before. The power coursing through his body has transformed into something that makes it impossible for people to open their eyes or close them. His eyes gleamed with intensity, perhaps showcasing the crimson bloodline in a vivid manner. Others could only watch, unsure of how this would all conclude, but what does it matter? Being in this position can only be described as a peculiar anomaly between both sides. It's unclear what kind of decision will emerge from this cycle of transformation. But fate may just be a joke. It has played a big joke on this group of people, with the leader of the Wolf Mercenary Corps possessed by the evil spirit god. At this moment, he has almost evaporated any situation within his heart. He feels that this real fact has evaporated to the point that others cannot comprehend it, leaving them unable to open their eyes. Let's see how the situation will conclude between both sides. If the other side wishes and dares, then there should be a particularly perfect decision to gracefully continue unfolding. As expected, after a series of transformations, the leader of the Wolf Mercenary Corps gathered all his energy into his eyes. In an instant, blinding crimson light burst forth across the land, radiating brilliance. Oh, evil spirit god, grant me a perfect power, if I dare. I hope to conclude with a remarkably powerful anomaly. Unfortunately, no one here can understand me. Well, since it has come to this, let's see how this cycle of transformation will be understood. The leader of the Wolf Mercenary Corps, possessed by the evil spirit god, now has crimson eyes that seem ready to ignite strange sparks at any moment. It seems this matter will end in an unknown outcome. Regardless, he has been placed in this position, and the conclusion might be quite awkward, but what does it matter? Understanding others' pain might be better than holding onto one's own resentment. Yet this evil spirit god is, after all, a peculiar entity and legend that harms human life. If even some real situations can't conceal one's heart, then it would be an existence that others cannot comprehend. In this thought, sometimes certain situations play out in ways that people cannot understand. However, this anomaly in the situation has already been revealed to others. They can only silently cover it up, keeping their inner grievances to themselves. Otherwise, it could lead to a tragic end, which would be a terrifying existence, and one would not know how it would conclude perfectly. Meanwhile, after rejecting the demands from the leader of the Wolf Mercenary Corps, the Golden Holy Dragon, under the management of Shrek, has gradually begun to regain its spirit. It seems that this time, the Golden Holy Dragon should be able to uphold this sky and reach a more glorious position. Let's see who can understand what lies ahead for both sides and what the underlying principles are. As long as the other side wishes and dares, it will unfold with a particularly perfect decision. Indeed, Shrek is not to be underestimated. After achieving a perfect state for the Golden Holy Dragon, he himself has come to understand how these real situations will occur before his eyes. It shouldn't just be a particularly perfect anomaly for the next decision. It seems that in this world, everything has already been placed under very unusual brilliance. Let's see how both sides will truly express their grievances. Shrek's healing of the Golden Holy Dragon was not in vain. He has already unearthed layers of true energy from it. When this divine energy was claimed by Shrek for himself, they began to understand. The powerful confidence and belief within them quietly unfolded, leading to an experience that was rich and profound. But what does it matter? In the face of the real situation that cannot be grasped, the conclusion may very well be imperfect, resulting in a series of strong internal conflicts. It is truly a pity. The Golden Holy Dragon is, after all, a top-tier sacred object in the Douluo world. Who would have thought it would fall from the heavens? Could it be that the Tiando Royal Academy has fallen apart? causing its descent? Or is it that Tiando City has experienced a series of divergences? Logically, it shouldn't be so within the entire continent. Those in Tiando City and Douluo Academy should be able to play their roles well. Though they may seem to cooperate on the surface, there are indeed hidden struggles beneath. Shrek, observing that the golden holy dragon's physique has nearly recovered, feels that his own confidence is beginning to rise. He knows that a perfect conclusion is approaching. As long as the other side wishes and dares, there will certainly be a powerful internal conflict leading to a broken existence, unable to unleash their true potential. The golden holy dragon has silently guarded its own territory, and the powerful internal resistance and belief have already understood the peculiar existence in the situation. But what does it matter? Not understanding these real situations, they can only silently protect their own little piece of land. Chapter 276. Absorbing energy to avoid ending up with a double-edged golden holy dragon. We have already reached this position. Now it depends on whether others can release a series of real situations to smoothly navigate the powerful concepts in their hearts. Shrek's current responsibility is to slowly absorb and cultivate this golden holy dragon so that it develops a series of trust towards him in the next moment. Perhaps it might even produce a very powerful piece of equipment, which could then be decorated in various ways. As soon as Shrek's words fell, the golden holy dragon suddenly let out a roar. Perhaps it understood what Shrek was saying, or maybe it realized that Shrek was not a bad person at all. It might have understood that Shrek had a certain belief in it, but what difference does that make? Being in this position is already quite peculiar. Yet the situation unfolding before our eyes is something many people comprehend. When a person chooses to remain silent and suppresses these real situations deep within their heart, they might be plotting a grand scheme, leading to a breakdown in the next step, as long as they wish to, as long as they dare. What they accomplish will definitely leave many people feeling perplexed. No one knows what kind of perfect conclusion will arise from this cause and effect situation. It has become very self-serving and intriguing, and after it happens, one cannot help but wonder what the underlying concept is. Suddenly, the golden holy dragon shook its wings. Having been injured all over, it finally regained its vitality. With bright eyes, it looked at Shrek, clearly warning him that the road ahead is long and not to be too arrogant, as the future is uncertain. Shrek seemed to understand the meaning behind the golden holy dragon's gaze, as if it were telling him that some things cannot be done or easily spoken about. Since it has come to this, everyone present surely feels that the performance between both sides may be quite awkward. But what can be done? A person like Shrek understands that it is better to take things slowly and steadily. Others should not treat this as a trivial matter. This has made many people aware of the real situation, leaving them to wonder how some shabby and unbearable facts will unfold. In the eyes of others, this is an even more chaotic scenario. I saved your life. You can't say you've harmed my reputation. They say that the golden holy dragon is a top-tier sacred object. But unexpectedly, the actions it takes make it hard for me to understand what's happening looking at me in such a way. Do you really think I would cause you significant harm? Shrek looked at the golden holy dragon, feeling that this creature was indeed not friendly. This should be expected. If the newcomer were very kind, then everyone here would be exceptionally kind as well. This powerful concept and attack displayed in front of others is beyond the understanding of a single person. The golden holy dragon may be a very powerful existence in the Douluo Academy, but do not forget the most important fact, that within the Douluo Academy, there is also the Titan Great Ape, a divine being of the same level as the golden holy dragon. If they haven't teamed up yet, the damage caused is not too great, but if they do join forces, the resulting power will be like a bomb, creating waves of brilliance around, like an unstoppable force of nature. Fortunately, the golden holy dragon does not speak and does not understand human language. However, its eyes are filled with resentment. Yet, it knows that Shrek is a top teacher at Douluo Academy. With him here, the peace of this place can be maintained in his hands. If he wishes, then a storm of reality is inevitable. But what does that matter? After all, Shrek is just a teacher. The real power lies in Zhao Wujia's and Flinder's hands, the principal and vice principal. However, their situation is quite dire, especially Zhao Wujia, who seems to be on the verge of losing his head, almost beaten to the point of being unrecognizable by Shrek, as if he could not recover his health in the next moment. Flinder, on the other hand, is slightly better, having spent time in the aerial prison, maintaining some of his insights, but what does that matter? Tiando Academy looks at Flinder being imprisoned in the aerial prison and has already made him a laughingstock. He is seen as a disgrace to Douluo Academy, while Tiando Royal Academy is extremely pleased. It turns out that the principal of Douluo Academy is so incompetent, which brings great honor to them at Tiando Academy. Flinder, the respectable old principal, is actually trapped in the aerial prison. Is there really no one to save him in Douluo Academy? Since things have come to this, I might as well do a favor and rescue him. Meanwhile, within Tiando Academy, with absolute authority, Lu Erlong, accompanied by his pet ghost Shadow Tiger, has already circled around Douluo Academy twice. The meaning is very clear. He is showing that he is not a person who is truly afraid of trouble. He believes he has the confidence and conviction to confront this situation. As long as he wants to and dares to, he can create some powerful and perfect scenarios. If he truly cannot hold up this sky, it would be extremely laughable in the eyes of others, as they have forgotten the next steps. Unable to express the real situation at all, letting others see the turmoil in their hearts that they cannot conceal is an extremely terrifying existence. Chapter 277. Senior brother Lu Erlong, as the senior brother of the Tiando Academy, could match YanLing in a test of strength. But the two had never met and had no prior information about each other. If they were to confront each other head-on, neither side would know how to reach a perfect conclusion. However, both felt they could not stand by and do nothing. They needed to have a strong foundation in their hearts, as long as they dared to assert themselves and create a perfect outcome. They might even do a favor for each other. In the future, Flanders would surely lend a hand to Lu Erlong, who understood the intricacies of schemes and the meaning of power struggles. Beside him, the ghost Shadow Tiger, Lu Erlong's pet, couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Erlong's words. If the ghost Shadow Tiger could understand human thoughts, it would indeed be a remarkable being. In fact, the ghost Shadow Tiger was not inherently powerful. It was just a creature that had hidden its own turmoil. It silently guarded the truth of its own situation, and that was all. The reality was clear. If the upcoming situation became even more unclear and complicated, it would become a terrifying existence, with strong internal resistance and mental attacks that appeared beyond what a single person could do. The ghost Shadow Tiger might not be a real person, but it may not be someone who could be easily accepted by others. How these truths came to be was evident, especially in a place filled with complaints and sighs every day. It would be better to drop the hypocritical masks and accept things as they were. Otherwise, the final outcome could be quite embarrassing, to the point where even one's own parents might not recognize them. You, my friend, truly understand the foundation and belief in my heart, Lu Erlong said. Well, since you plan to let us save this Flanders, I intend to launch a series of attacks. After all, we are already in this position. Let's see how this will unfold. I don't want this to end badly. You must understand, I am not their so-called savior. If I truly rescue Flanders, I will not have a good outcome myself. This kind of reciprocal attack will not lead to any favorable reception for me. Lu Erlong directly comforted the ghost Shadow Tiger, showing his strategic side toward his pet. He believed that the existence of the ghost Shadow Tiger at the level of the Golden Sacred Dragon was a good thing. Although there was a significant difference, it was only 2 levels below the Golden Sacred Dragon. After all, the Golden Sacred Dragon and the Titan Giant Ape were legendary beings. While not ordinary, they were considered elevated among the higher ranks. At this point, it was time to see how the ghost Shadow Tiger could aid Lu Erlong in a series of actions. According to legend, the ghost Shadow Tiger possessed a powerful conceptual impact. If it could indeed achieve something remarkable, it would surely help many understand the unfolding situation. The ghost Shadow Tiger, as its name suggests, had a sharp appearance. In this world, where truth and falsehood intertwine, even the act of performing could not escape the unusual waves in its heart. Just as Lu Erlong prepared to soar through the clouds, heading towards the ghost Shadow Tiger in the sky, he aimed to step on the ghost Shadow Tiger's back and unleash a series of actions directed at Flanders. Of course, the aerial prison might be solid, but it was not something everyone could navigate terrifyingly. It was merely that others could not comprehend these truths. But so what? As long as they could do a favor, as long as they could express the realities in their hearts under their perfect foundation, in this world, nothing was impossible for those with determination. Meanwhile, YanLing was taken aback as he saw 2 identical waves of light fly toward the aerial prison. He had not expected someone to come to rescue this so-called guy. Now that the situation had developed to this point, he could only wait and see how the confrontation would unfold. Someone had indeed chosen to save Flanders. He wondered how they would reach a perfect conclusion. If the situation became too awkward, they certainly wouldn't know how to seize a perfect opportunity to maneuver. At that moment, Morong Yunxue was sitting on the balcony, observing the strange lights in the sky. When she looked at YanLing, she noticed his expression was calm and unperturbed. It seemed he was not particularly concerned about the situation. Since it had come to this, and the elder brother was unconcerned, she felt there was no need to get involved any further. Otherwise, she might end up regretting it later, feeling sour about something she could not have. Why worry so much? What is meant to happen will happen. If Flanders is truly rescued, I believe he will be a formidable opponent. Before, when BB Dong locked him in this aerial prison, I warned him many times. As long as he wants, dares, and can achieve something, I would consider him a powerful rival. Unfortunately, from the current situation, it seems he has no interest in what is happening on my side. Since he is uninterested, I wouldn't want to be the one chasing after him, only to be met with indifference. Chapter 278. Showdown. If BB Dong could lock someone in an aerial prison, it indicates that this guy's abilities are not to be taken lightly. If I were to confront him head-on, he would certainly not have a good ending. As long as he dares to make a move, I will give him a very perfect explanation. That's all there is to it. YanLing has already made up his mind. He feels that his little territory has been thoroughly grasped. If even some powerful concepts that others cannot understand cannot be unleashed, then people in this world would simply forget how he exists here. In this so-called Douluo Academy, there's a hierarchy that respects the old and young. Just think, with top figures like Flanders around, he must have his beliefs to operate outside the law. But so what? Once beliefs are unleashed, they culminate in a particularly perfect stage for a flawless conclusion. In the midst of a series of real actions that fade away, it leaves others unable to understand what the true powerful concept is. Next, we will see how both sides can push this series of situations to unfold smoothly. And that is all there is to it. In fact, YanLing does not know that the one coming to rescue Flanders is Lu Erlong from the Heavenly Do Academy, who is the senior brother. The moment he displayed his light waves and energy, YanLing felt that this guy was definitely not an ordinary person. Logically, it should be so. The real situation as perceived by others has led many to believe that what he is doing there may not be possible. But so what? Even some real situations cannot be grasped after the impact of powerful concepts. YanLing doesn't care about all that. He feels he has already reached this position. All right, this is it. As long as we stop here, we can launch a series of assaults on this aerial prison. As long as we want and dare, we can definitely achieve something perfect. Otherwise, everything else can be disregarded. So I've made myself very clear. Go Shadow Tiger. I hope you can help me this once. If you can assist me, it will definitely be a very perfect decision to conclude matters on your side. Without further ado, let us face this situation with a particularly perfect setup. Hurry and create your clones, and of course I will also create a series of clones. To avoid not knowing how to conclude perfectly in the end, that would be a particularly bizarre existence. Lu Erlong is indeed not someone to be underestimated. He entered the aerial prison and saw Flanders inside, along with a beautiful YanLing. In an instant, Lu Erlong felt his heart flutter. Moreover, he thought he had reached a perfect peak. As long as he could rescue them, it would not just be an act of goodwill. The decisions made would reflect the outcomes in other situations. Wherever he goes, it might be barren. But the increasing inner resistance also makes many understand the difficulties of maintaining faith. The real situation, how could it not unleash the powerful inner resistance? 1 + 1 = 2. 4 times 7 = 28. Even some real damages that cannot be disregarded are indeed hard to ignore. They will slowly be covered up, and the knots in the heart will become clearer. Damn, I didn't expect this kid to be quite capable. I initially thought he was merely expressing his beliefs, but now it seems there aren't that many troubles after all. From a certain distance, he still wants to probe others' abilities. He seems to have overestimated himself and underestimated others. What is he thinking? Does he really believe others are easy to bully? Enough already. Even some real situations are not as straightforward as he thinks. Yes, I see that even if this guy uses a lot of clones, it will be useless. YanLing looked at the chaotic situations appearing in the air. He felt that although he didn't know this person, this guy could summon his pet to violently collide with the strong impact of the prison time and again. This matter is indeed getting more interesting. Now, let's see how both sides can unleash a perfect decision from their hearts. If even some powerful inner resistance cannot be unleashed, then surviving in this world will lead to an unknown perfect ending. Now, let us see whose confidence is more respected. If the other party wants, they will certainly provide him with a particularly unexpected twist, an undeniable reality. Clones may be useful, but those clones are merely a reflection of Lu Erlong's side, with all else being irrelevant. It seems that the one coming to rescue truly invested a lot. If he really intends to save this, he is indeed quite capable. Well then, everyone present will surely feel that our proud figure will ultimately not have a good ending. At this point, there is nothing more to say. Otherwise, it will lead to joy turning into sorrow, and one wouldn't know how to turn the tide. Isn't living in this world meaningless? Why do we need so many people? Why not just let them all die? Murong Yunxue was truly furious. He felt that 1 plus 1 equals 2, 4 times 7 equals 28. He has clearly displayed his inner confidence and beliefs. He also felt that the powerful inner resistance and attack have been articulated clearly in this situation. However, so what? Chapter 279. Infighting is fun in some truly bizarre situations. The powerful truth has gained the upper hand. Whoever has more energy will be the ruler of this game. Conversely, those who lack it will achieve nothing, as many understand. Whether to engage with these real situations or not to avoid a tragic ending is crucial. There will be a strong ideology impacting the situation, leading to backstabbing and then fading away, with some real circumstances in one's heart, which may not seem unreasonable to outsiders. It turns out that it truly is like a light boat passing through 10,000 mountains. Fine, since this is the case, we are already in this position. Let's see how the bizarre origins will unfold between both sides. Otherwise, if one reaches a point of not knowing how to decide, surviving in this world would be extremely difficult. Doing nothing every day just to showcase these so-called new principles and fully understand them is simply too bizarre. Are you really just sitting here waiting for death, standing by, and watching? Watching Lu Erlong continuously attack that aerial prison? If he were to release this Flander, then this favor wouldn't be easy to fulfill. You have to understand, the consequences would be quite embarrassing. If he truly intends to stay in this position, then none of us present would have a good outcome. Therefore, I have made this decision very clear to you. If you still lack shame and are not making a proper decision, then I think there is no longer any basis for this matter. Anyway, you should already understand very well. Do you really need me to clarify this fact for you? I hope you can take it seriously and not make the outcome too ugly. Haven't you made it confusing enough already? Actually, by rights, Murong Yunxue, after reaching this level, doesn't he want to participate too much because he knows that being too involved makes him forget that he is also a talented person from a prominent family. But now that this matter has reached this position, it shouldn't be treated lightly. Otherwise, ending up in a tragic situation where even some real circumstances are not grasped properly would render such high-level figures unnecessary. As someone with great talents, living in this world should be a smooth and enjoyable experience, making people feel there are many interesting places. But what can be done? All stuck in this position, unable to explain or clarify how the boundaries of this bizarre situation are drawn. However, when we cover up the unusual storms in our hearts and look back, we find that we are no longer young, and Murong Yunxue thinks the same. He learned to use the power of his family to pressure Lu Erlong, which should have certain limits. We'll see if Lu Erlong can withstand it. If he can hold on, then everyone present should bear the consequences, including YanLing. Everyone could be pardoned, with no one spared, so absolute it is. What can I do? Since he insists on doing this favor, I think he can just handle it. Anyway, let us see if we can produce some perfect bizarre situations from this. If he insists on doing this cycle of transformation, then I think there is nothing more to say. The living world between the two of them has become so unclear and muddled. Have they all forgotten? These are many bright facts that should evoke emotions. YanLing directly expressed all his thoughts. He feels he is not a ruthless criminal. Since this matter has reached this position, what need is there for someone like him? It's pointless to be unclear and entangle so much. In the entire Douluo world, the hierarchy is quite strict. YanLing, feeling the unusual turmoil, has slowly buried his beliefs. He feels that he has reached a rather ugly position. Why is he still being treated this way, making it hard for him to open his eyes or close them? The facts are already very unpredictable. Life is inherently like this. You must understand these real truths and cover up the unusual storms in your heart to slowly comprehend the shocking realities within. However, the bizarre situations within these circumstances have slowly emerged before our eyes. Many people think that since things have come to this, why should more people be involved in transforming into others? What is the point of that? Isn't it quite funny? Yes, Lu Erlong is stubborn. If he really saves this Flander, then I think he can just do this favor. I'm not very interested in a situation because you must understand that in the turmoil within the academy, he has things he should transform. I'm merely in this position, existing as if it doesn't matter. So you must understand that I have to accept this and cover it up. These should slowly become the real situations that matter. After YanLing expressed his views, he looked up and found that Lu Erlong was indeed not easy to deal with. Summoning his evil pet, the Shadow Tiger, he repeatedly crashed into that aerial prison, making a cacophony as the cage clanged loudly. At this moment, the sounds reached Tiando City, making it hard for people to see clearly or understand what would happen next. The repeated crashes created a tremendous noise, making it hard for people to open their eyes or close them due to the chaotic events inside the cage. Chapter 280. It could be like this at this point. There really isn't much more to say. We are already in this position. This just shows the origin of this peculiar situation, making it hard for people to understand the real circumstances. It might be better to not take it too seriously as time goes on. But what can be done? The facts are laid out here. The aerial prison created by BB Dong is not particularly secure. If Flanders truly wants to fight to the death, he might consider risking everything. He could very well choose to create an explosive force outside of himself, thereby impacting the situation. It has become very clear to people that what is presented before them is a perfect excuse, as long as the other party wants it and dares to do so. No one here knows how this will ultimately unfold. So, it might be better to not take it too seriously. We are saved. We are finally saved. Look outside. Who is that? He is actually leading a little cat to bump against our cage. It seems that the shackles of this aerial prison are about to be broken. I think we need to accept these things and then strike against this situation, which could lead to a series of overwhelming changes in our lives. This is great, fantastic. Thank heaven. Mr. Flanders, did you summon your reinforcements? Or has your hidden car been revealed? If that is the case, I think you're quite impressive. YanLing finally showed a very relieved smile at this moment. Seeing this guy, he realized that this person truly has some skills. It turns out that the origin of this real situation has been revealed in the eyes of others, which does not seem like a truly perfect scenario. But what can be done? Everyone should understand how these real circumstances are. Following this, such a serious situation is unfolding, which is an even more oblivious existence. No, it shouldn't be. I don't think I have encountered this guy before. Where did this bastard come from? Why are they treating me like this? Logically speaking, I shouldn't be facing this series of ideological shocks. Living in this world has already been very painful for me. But I didn't expect the situation before me to leave me utterly clueless about how this would end. It seems we need to carefully discuss this existence that lives off everything. Otherwise, I do not want to be a passive participant in this situation. Despite being imprisoned in this aerial prison for a long time, Flanders' mind remains very clear, and he shows no signs of being muddled. His words are very clear. He is not afraid of anyone. Even if someone comes to rescue him, he feels there must be a trick involved. He fears that once he is released, that big cat outside, leading a group of people, will definitely act excessively. So, thinking of this, Flanders began to be more cautious. He felt that if he wasn't careful, he wouldn't be able to create any truly useful strategies. This world is indeed like that. Under such a powerful ideological shock, many people have already understood that life should allow them to navigate freely. Unfortunately, it is not just one or two people who can bear these unusual storms. Instead, it is the manipulated life that makes it impossible to make perfect choices. At this moment, YanLing couldn't help but almost laugh out loud at Flanders' words. Unexpectedly, the old man Flanders has become a rational person. Since his demeanor has become so rational, it seems that others must be proud of him and have done some truly useful things. At this point, there's no need to involve more unnecessary people to avoid dragging others down with bizarre regulations. The so-called real existence in this world should not be able to perform some earth-shattering actions, which would appear to others as a powerful and peculiar force that can navigate freely. Unfortunately, no one can understand these real truths, nor can anyone grasp how the real situation is. They can only gradually take it less seriously, detaching from a series of fateful help, becoming a peculiar existence within fate. As expected, Lu Erlong is indeed not to be underestimated. In a flash, he grasped the situation in his hands with precision. His words were sharp to the extreme, and among them, there was a strong sense of confidence. Unfortunately, the perfect situation that cannot be expressed in this peculiar origin cannot be promoted in others' lives. Therefore, at this moment, if these real origins are not established, it will make others understand the past situations and facts. In the end, they will be left wondering what decision to make. Flanders has also understood that although he has never met Lu Erlong before, the gesture of helping in the face of danger and the belief displayed here is quite evident. Thus, this can only indicate that with a strong belief. This matter is indeed quite amusing. Accompanied by a series of twists and turns in the existence of peculiarities, they're showcased before others, belonging to their unique brilliance. It is said that words do not match the situation. Since it has come to this point, there is no need to involve more unnecessary individuals. It is unclear and cannot be clarified, and one does not know what kind of peculiarities will arise in the face of powerful ideologies. Therefore, it is best to gradually cover up these facts in one's heart. Otherwise, not knowing what kind of result to decide upon is not the most terrifying existence. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. This is indeed true. However, Flanders feels that such a windfall does not exist in the heavens. Chapter 281. Messy. If such a thing as falling into a pie from the sky really existed, it probably wouldn't belong to people like them. Because this world is like that. The real situation only unfolds before others' eyes after it has already happened. It is hard to imagine what a skillful situation would look like. But unfortunately, under the impact of that ideology, the facts presented have already made YanLing understand. It seems that this aerial prison no longer belongs to anyone, but rather to their own existence that turns around. The powerful ideological impact has already belonged to anyone in the eyes of others. So in this context, it is better to not take it seriously. After all, it is better that way. I said, "You brat, stop bumping around here. Why are you crashing into these messy things? Do you think that if you hit these truly useful situations and cause a series of ideological impacts here, that this fact won't be presented before others? It has been made very clear, right? Don't do anything here that seems like a favor, because I feel that there must be deceit in your heart. What kind of person are you? Don't you have any self-awareness?" Flandre walked towards Lu Erlong. His words were extremely stern and authoritative. The meaning was very clear. He understood how much he weighed. He also knew very well what his next steps would be. Since this matter has already unfolded before them, it is increasingly hard for others to accept how these real situations are. There's no need to involve more unnecessary people. The facts have already appeared in this world. So let's see if others can understand the origins and create some perfect situations. I fear that in the end, they won't know what kind of existence will arise, leaving others to conclude with some bizarre regulations. That would be the most terrifying. Perhaps it was once very unforgettable. But looking at it now, Flandre has become much calmer. He felt that there was no such thing as falling into a pie from the sky. If there were, it wouldn't fall on him, the principal, because many people regard his position as extremely precious. They all think that he is a very bizarre existence. If even these facts can't be clearly understood, then in other situations, it becomes impossible to express some true benefits and drawbacks. That is a more terrifying existence. There has never been a banquet that does not disperse in the world, and Flandre felt that he and YanLing would eventually part ways. Don't be fooled by Lu Erlong's ostentation, crashing his head and using the so-called ghostly tiger behind him to create a series of cyclical transformations. But what does that matter? The real situation, under the attack of others' ideologies, does not allow others to possess it. It is better to silently disregard it. As for the rest, it's all off the table. Damn it, what's wrong with you, old man? Here I am, good-heartedly trying to help you, but unexpectedly, the things you do are not something one person can handle. Since you've already walked down this path, what do you want us to do? Do you think that with your self-interest, you can make some correct decisions? The situation is very obvious. Why make this fact so troublesome for people? My helping you must have my purpose. Don't think I'm just doing you a favor. But of course, this favor you should acknowledge. Because I'm not helping you for free. You must understand this, right? Lu Erlong indeed was not easy to deal with. His words were very sharp. Moreover, he displayed all his shining points very clearly. He understood that he had to accept these. Otherwise, if he couldn't grasp even the real situations accurately, then even if Flandre saved him, he would not understand the etiquette of reciprocity. If he wanted to act in this world, it would become a more terrifying existence. Your relationships are really too complicated. I didn't expect, now that you city folks really know how to play. Initially, I thought the people from our side were quite clever, but now it seems that you people from the outside world are playing in a way that makes it even harder for people to distinguish and understand how things happen, creating a truly special brilliance before people. At this moment, YanLing revealed a similar wavelength, and his words were very obvious. These few sentences were unclear, and he didn't know how such origins happened in this world. Yet he still wanted to carry out the next step smoothly. If that were the case, then this fact indeed seemed quite reasonable. Even the ideological impacts of some real situations cannot be presented here. What kind of smooth unfolding would belong to his own situation? It would silently appear before others, making it even more difficult for others to understand these real situations. The saying that city folks know how to play is always true and never false, because here in the city, only when one has their own ideology do they understand how they will appear next in others' current situations. Stop the damn nonsense, Lu Erlong, right? I am the principal of Douluo Academy. Yet unexpectedly, you from Tiando Academy dare to try to help me. Does your principal know? Logically speaking, although I can't say I am enemies with that principal, we are indeed rivals. And if you can't even distinguish these facts, yet want to present a token of loyalty to me, do you think I can forgive you? Logically, that shouldn't be the case. Surviving in this world is already very difficult and painful. And I didn't expect that you wouldn't even deliver a series of ideological impacts to me and still want to carry out the next step smoothly. I advise you to forget it. We have already reached this position. What else do you plan to do to cause a series of destruction to me? You don't need to help me. Although I have no deep hatred with Tiando Academy, we share a common enemy. Chapter 282. Riding the tide without gratitude, he won't forgive me, and I won't forgive them. At this point, it can only be this way, silently treating it as if it were nothing, not something easily discussed, and that's all there is to it. Flander didn't show any good face to Lu Erlong, who was already shocked at this moment. He didn't expect that his good intentions to help would be met with such ingratitude from Flander, who claimed he wanted to do a favor. But it turns out this guy is completely ungrateful. Since that's the case, Lu Erlong seems to have lost all confidence and conviction. Observing this situation, having reached such a perfect decision, YanLing found their internal strife to be quite amusing. After all, looking up from underground and witnessing these events unfold before his eyes was indeed baffling. You see, I knew this group of guys would be united in heart, moving mountains together, yet they still failed to accomplish anything truly useful. The things they managed to do in just a few words are not something one person can carry alone, and yet they still want to showcase the true situation in their hearts. Does he really think this guy has any good plans? Lu Erlong definitely has his own little schemes. If I guess correctly, this series of high-level soul rings is all controlled by Flander. If he desires, everyone present is bound to be unaware of what kind of situation will ultimately unfold. At this point, there is nothing more to say. What needs to be said and done is already laid out before us, allowing more people to understand what the true situation is. YanLing sighed helplessly. It seemed he had truly seen through human nature. Having been placed in this position, he would just wait to see how the next step would unfold. At this moment, Murong Yunxiue was also astonished below. It turned out that what was happening above was so clear from below. Since that is the case, this situation is indeed quite interesting. Just think about it. Nothing is happening below, yet the people above are fighting fiercely. I don't know what they're thinking. Always trying to conduct a series of ideological shocks. They create situations that leave many people confused about the reality. Since it's like this, the situation is indeed quite serious. Their internal strife is good. As long as they are at odds, it has a powerful effect on us. Just think about it. They're in conflict, so we must be able to create some perfect outcomes. Do you understand this true situation? You must understand, right? We are already living in this world with a powerful ideology. Next, others may not necessarily have particularly perfect results to conclude with. Of course, fools might think we are a particularly perfect existence, but in this world, who the hell is truly smart? And who the hell is truly foolish? It's not written on their faces. So I think we should be somewhat self-satisfied rather than engaging in a series of developments about this matter. At this moment, Murong Yunxiue finally let out a breath. As long as Flander doesn't release him, the negotiations and contracts with his family can be dragged on indefinitely. Perhaps Flander hasn't been locked up for 3 to 5 years, while Murong Yunxiue has already graduated from this academy. It's also a very intriguing choice. So at this time, the decisions from both sides and the disastrous key points are not particularly well thought out. As long as the other party wants to, as long as they dare, the resulting situation will be very intriguing. The real facts have already been presented vividly before us, as long as we can smooth the way. Presenting this true situation and the distorted reality in a way that helps people understand is crucial. This decision is simply puzzling to others regarding what kind of bizarre next step will take place. Of course, within these so-called real situations and the perfect choices currently being made, one may forget a fact that should not exist in their hearts. However, Murong Yunxiue was thinking too simplistically. This world is a society where money reigns supreme. Flander could easily spend an immense fortune to grasp this matter in his hands. But he doesn't want to because he knows what he is going to do next. He knows what he should do next. If he can't even grasp some real situations accurately, then living in this world is unnecessary, and he can only create a barren wasteland. Making a series of perfect choices is happening in front of us, blending and comprehending these real emotional truths. They are already in conflict. We should indeed be happy. But we shouldn't be too happy too soon, as those few people over there are definitely not pushovers. Just think about it. If they truly engage in some excessive behavior, even YanLing is not someone we can easily bully. If that guy can indeed hold up a sky, then everyone present will certainly center around us and proceed to draw circles in the next step, which is uncertain. You must understand that the real situation is already vividly displayed before us. Next, we'll see what kind of decision will unfold smoothly between the two parties, which will be the most beautiful moment. We do not exist in this world, nor does anyone else in this world. We only know what will happen next. Therefore, it is best to observe the changes calmly, as other matters should not interest us at all. YanLing's attitude was very calm. He felt he knew his own weight and was aware of his current environment, what he needed to know, and what actions he should take next. He had a very perfect belief and resistance regarding his life. As for everything else, he was not interested and would not be interested, nor would he silently comprehend the bizarre situations unfolding before others. Chapter 283. Bad temper in the eyes of others, what should be said and done, and what should not be done, along with a series of choices in one's heart, are all perceived by YanLing. This may be because he has already been placed in this position. It is better to silently choose not to take it seriously, to reflect on the ideology in his heart and the root cause after the impact. Among others, under the influence of selfish interests, it may not be that real perfection. Indeed, as YanLing guessed, Lu Erlong was truly not someone to be trifled with. Faced with a series of cold sarcasm from Flander, his temper flared, and he directly smashed pots and bowls, scattering everything around. He felt he was already in this position. Under this apparent attitude, there was no need to involve more indifferent people. After all, this situation presented itself before others, and it didn't seem like something a person could genuinely do. Let's see how it will conclude next. YanLing felt quite helpless because he hadn't anticipated what chaotic thoughts were running through Flander's mind. This was his benefactor who had come. Why not let him take action? Instead, he was here engaging in a series of smooth operations. And YanLing couldn't understand what was going on in his mind. Was there really no perfect decision that people like them could make in this world? Logically speaking, the world should perhaps have allowed them to manifest their dreams smoothly. But before them, the existence of a perfect decision to conclude things would lead to the most terrifying origins. Others did not understand what the real situation was. However, YanLing understood very well. He felt that if Lu Erlong truly cared about Face, he would definitely not rest until he settled scores with Flander. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the significance of those words was very evident. Lu Erlong chose to give up directly, and the ghostly shadow, Tiger beside him, seeing his master abandon the effort, had nothing more to say. The deadlock had appeared. YanLing found Flander's behavior very amusing. He couldn't understand what this old fellow was thinking. The old man's attitude and thoughts in his mind failed to lead to any correct choices. Yet after the turmoil, he didn't know how to present a bright reality. In this world, a savior had already arrived, but there was no choice to save. What kind of perfect decision would that be to conclude? Wasn't that the most terrifying thing? Old principal, what on earth are you thinking? You can't really believe that everyone present doesn't know how to conclude with a perfect decision, right? In this world, there's simply a presence that occurs before others. I have already explained this fact very clearly. What do you plan to do next? If you don't know how to conclude with a perfect decision, that would be the most terrifying origin. Well, this situation has already come to this point. Understand when it's time to understand. Be confused when it's time to be confused. Anyway, it's already like this. You can't say that everything that others cannot possess is the shining point. YanLing was still experiencing turmoil within himself, trying to create some cyclical transformations. Unfortunately, it seemed that they didn't understand what the real situation was. So a large deadlock had appeared. And now it was time to see if there were situations that could help people understand clearly. The intention to create something real, making people feel the bright reality, would slowly happen before them. But what could be done about it? Some words could be explained very clearly in just a few sentences. Yet some things were like little knots. The more they were explained, the less clear they became, the more chaotic they got. After it happened, it was unclear how the situation would conclude, and that would be the most terrifying origin. Lu Erlong stood outside the aerial prison, watching the people coming and going around. After observing their actions, he felt that they had already been placed in this position. What was the point of doing so many messy things, involving more interests while presenting some bright realities? He didn't know how to cycle and transform. Others didn't understand how to accept these real situations. Yet they still wanted to expand in other stories, which made it difficult for bystanders to understand the true existence of Wei River. It was simply a bit confusing, leaving one unclear about what would come next. YanLing and Murong Yunqiue, seeing the scene below, also understood. It seemed that these guys really couldn't do anything truly useful. Since it had come to this, there was no need to involve more people. Being placed in this position should be very painful, yet after doing these things, it was unclear how the situation would conclude. That was the most frightening part of society. It was akin to the saying about 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Over these decades, A mere moment could obliterate all the conditions within one's heart. But what could be done about it? These facts that should or should not be accepted. In others' shining moments. The decisions that could not be manifested were gradually, no longer stemming from their oddities, leading to some correct choices. But the outcome was destined to be tragic. Life was destined to be tragic. The darkness that shone behind YanLing's moments had already begun to alienate more and more people. This matter had already been placed in this position, and I think they had already developed internal issues. So I believe there is no need for us to watch the show here anymore. Lu Erlong did not push the aerial prison's favor, yet he wanted to continue to smoothly operate in the next step. I think everyone present must feel that they are both amusingly existing in their own reality. Chapter 284, Different Paths, No Collaboration. Chapter 285, Persuasion and Authority. Chapter 286, Don't Be Too Arrogant. The road is long. The twin martial souls are still in the next stage of development. If he could come up with some perfect plans, then the results would certainly be very obvious and perfectly displayed here. I'm afraid that in the end, there will be some people who should remain silent, leading to a situation so glaring that one cannot keep their eyes open. What is the real situation behind the greed and desire? It's not that everyone can understand how things are. However, for those who may or may not understand the results and origins behind it, the final bright facts cannot be fully realized. If one reaches a perfect decision, then one can only say they deserve it. At this moment, YanLing thought of the people in the entire Douluo Academy, who aren't particularly few. The people in Dual continent are also not rare, but the ideological clash within Dual continent manifests itself in a way that is not complete enough to be realized. Just think about it. Those who preach righteousness and morality often harbor ulterior motives. They don't even know what they are thinking, yet they want to promote the next step. What is the purpose of this? Do they really think there are no feasts that don't end in this world? Logically, there shouldn't be. What should be in this position should be all-encompassing. They should plan it. But the situation they create doesn't resemble someone who can fully embody this role. The facts are already very clear, and the results are even more evident. If someone truly wants to push another person to a dead end, then they can devise a series of life plans, rather than making the outcome particularly ugly. And now, Flender feels a severe headache inside. He thinks that Bibi Dong is truly ruthless. She can kill or torture as she pleases. Why must the result be made so unbearable, changing into something unrecognizable? He is not a top talent, but now, this position he occupies feels quite distant. Yet, it has drawn more indifferent inspirations. At this point, it seems there's nothing more to say. Existing silently in this world, how will one's ideological clash manifest next? Fine, you are great, you are noble. If you truly intend to resist me with life and death for a full-on attack, then I feel there's no need for us to drag this out any longer. These facts, which have already been presented before us, have made many understand what the upcoming situation will be. Since you don't want to pursue this matter, then I think there's no need to involve more indifferent people. The result is already very clear. Do you really intend for me to forget everything? Stop it. The ghost shadow tiger will definitely strike at you. Destiny is so wonderful. Lu Erlong's confidence and belief are being manifested here, which doesn't look like something that one person can achieve. The implication is very clear. He can indeed stand in this position. He already has a perfect plan in his heart. Unfortunately, neither side knows what kind of perfect ending they will come to. This result is also very frightening. Some seemingly ordinary people display things here that are better left unsaid. However, rather than becoming a temporary hero, it is better to silently be a coward. But is being a coward really that easy? Not at all. The more cowardly a person is, the more they suppress their anger, after burying it deep in their hearts. They cannot reach the true sky, and it cannot cover up some real facts. Slowly, it covers up their increasingly indifference to genuine plans. With a loud bang, YanLing's surroundings formed a halo, rotating back and forth to create a 360-degree light wave. In the sky above, it drew a large, perfect circle. Seeing this, people cannot keep their eyes open. It seems that YanLing's aura is fully unleashed, ready to deal with Lu Erlong with ease. As long as the other party wants to and dares, this thing will definitely not end well. YanLing has already realized that Lu Erlong is not just a top talent. His eloquence is also quite formidable. If he really intends to fight to save Flender, then I must weigh my options carefully to avoid a tragic end. If I truly cannot come up with plans that are bearable, that would be the most terrifying existence. Life is like this. The challenges along the way, with opponents and survival, have already made living extremely difficult. He faces a life where he doesn't know what to do next. If he is pushed to a dead end, then what is the meaning of living in this world? The people in Douluo continent are inherently ignorant. If they weren't, there wouldn't be such large spectacles unfolding effortlessly. Of course, behind the so-called ruling class, they need these ignorant people to maintain their rule. If these people were not ignorant, then the power of rule wouldn't know how to make perfect choices. Logically, this should be the case. Only such ignorant people can create a relatively brilliant scene next. But can an ignorant life be useful? Ignorance makes for easy governance. It doesn't require people to be exceptionally smart. Perhaps it is a more blind existence among oddities, where they fail to produce genuinely useful actions, which is what should be all-encompassing. What do you want to do? You aren't really planning to resist me to the death, are you? Surely not. YanLing, you and I are both the darlings of this academy, and quite formidable. But I didn't expect what you did to be so unremarkable. What are you really thinking? Is it true that there are no feasts that don't end in this world? I have already made the facts very clear to you. Chapter 287. Unworthy of human feelings, you asked me to do you a favor, and who knows, maybe we could have plans for a position later. If you don't understand even this, then why should I continue to survive in this world? I have explained the situation to you very clearly. Yet your final response shows that you still don't understand me. What exactly are you thinking? Are you really planning to eliminate everyone? Please, that outcome would be quite embarrassing. Why do you want to create such a conflict? If it comes to a real fight, lure along S-side Wuhun dare to engage. If this were a battle of the generations, then surely they could easily handle the next generation and make some perfect choices. This has already been clearly presented, slowly silencing his own circumstances. However, if a fight truly breaks out, the result will definitely be mutual destruction. Frankly speaking, Lu Erlong is a bit cowardly. He is not just a timid person, but also tries to make YanLing appear equally timid, while in reality, YanLing wouldn't even glance at him. YanLing thinks that this guy hasn't managed to achieve anything significant in the entire Douluo continent. Instead, he relies on the power of the academy to show off, not knowing what he is really thinking. There has never been a feast that doesn't end. Logically speaking, if one were to leverage the academy's glory for future brilliance, wouldn't that glory disappear once they graduate? Just think about it. Those who once flourished in the academy ended up with nothing in the end. This fact is quite obvious. Life itself is a series of farewells, and even some real situations and truths fail to manifest before others. It seems that there are some things that, in their minds, they really believe no one can handle these so-called non-existent results. I say to both of you, if you're in a fight, then hurry up and attack. Don't waste any more time here. The more you waste time, the less flexibility we have. Honestly, I have no need to be entangled with so many irrelevant people. If you don't even understand these situations, it will only make others feel that you are a silent presence. In the prison, Flander watched the fight below and had a perfect balance scale in his heart. He felt that he had to accept everything to slowly suppress his own feelings. In the end, he hoped to express himself more easily. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to showcase his own beliefs, which would be the most terrifying anomaly. The situation and facts here are slowly leading to results that are becoming increasingly indistinguishable from reality. However, can one truly understand the real situations behind these and how they come to play out? It isn't as if there are unrealistic plans that are hard to comprehend. To put it bluntly, Flander is simply enjoying the spectacle without caring about the chaos. He always wants to stir up some baseless trouble, as long as he thinks it doesn't concern him. Thus, everyone present will surely be placed in a more obvious position. However, if this result is what YanLing wants to see, he shouldn't want to see these chaotic situations. He needs to understand that accepting these things is essential to gradually conceal his own shining points. Qiling's brows immediately furrowed, and his expression conveyed that he was not someone who could be easily provoked. He really wished he could smash Flander's head. What is he thinking? Does he really believe there is no one who can deal with him? The result is very clear. These people came with good intentions to save you, but unexpectedly you not only refuse their help, but also repeatedly create increasingly confusing outcomes. What are you trying to achieve? You can't just cover up the real situations and your own peculiarities. Flander is, after all, an old principal, but the things he does don't seem like something a human would do. It's almost worse than an animal. Think about it. Flander has held the position of the top principal in the Douluo Academy since its founding. At the same level as him are talents like Shrek, Zhao Wujia, and Bibi Dong. If Zhao Wujia hadn't chosen to engage in position disputes back in the day, he might have ended up losing the principal position. It wouldn't necessarily have been Zhao Wujia as the principal. Perhaps it could have been taken from him. But now, these positions not being contested is one thing. Instead, they were directly strangled in the cradle, while Flander took the opportunity to ascend to this position. Of course, his abilities, seniority, and qualifications are very impressive. But what good does that do? It's of no great use. In the entire Douluo Academy, there are fundamentally only two choices: ability, qualifications, and any subsequent shining points. If one lacks even this, then survival in this world is impossible. Moving forward, whatever happens next, as long as the other party wants it and dares to do it, even if they rise to a higher position, it will all be available. What should be the outcome to plan for? The facts are so obvious, yet unfortunately, others cannot comprehend what these real situations are. If one day, if they were to attain lofty ambitions and mock Huang Chao as not a true man, if this phrase could be expressed from their mouths, it would indeed be a much more terrifying existence. Chapter 288: The Sadness of Following the Wrong Person. Have you had enough? Have you had enough? I said, Flander as a principal. How can you be here, flaunting your power? What are you thinking? Someone is here to help you, and you don't appreciate it, but instead, you're just making a fuss. Is your brain filled with crap? Fortunately, I still trust you, but who would have thought that things would turn out like this? Making it impossible to understand? What the hell is wrong with you? Not only do you refuse to let others help you, but you also sit back and enjoy the chaos. Fine, if you want to go out, I have to. There are many things in the academy that I need to handle. Why are you blocking me? I made myself clear. If you keep getting involved, I want to forgive you. This is the result. You can deal with it. At this moment, YanLing charged towards Flander and the so-called Ghost Shadow Tiger. Flander really enjoys the chaos, teasing this so-called Ghost Shadow Tiger in the cage. It seems he wants to summon this ghost parrot and break the cage. However, he doesn't want to push this favor on a Lu Erlong, but still wants to put on a tough front. I don't know why, but since it's like this, there's no need to involve more pointless matters. Since you're already in this position, it can only be said that there's no clear distinction between the two parties to make a perfect maneuver. A new emperor brings new ministers, and this saying is quite perfect. If one doesn't even understand these facts, then under the definitions of life, they wouldn't know how to play out a perfect decision in their mind. What is the way? What is justice and ideology? What is impact? These are four completely different topics. Some people spend their whole lives just to pursue their own beliefs. Why? Because their beliefs are indelible from the moment they were born. There is no so-called deep hatred or attack, but the actions taken are fundamentally beyond what one person can handle. There are always stronger hands among the strong. Each generation has its people. If those with true vision and character don't accomplish everything they should, yet still want to be elevated to the perfect plans of this world, then others will see that sitting in this position is a typical case of virtue not matching status. In fact, some things can only be understood once people calm down, because understanding these matters is essential to finally extinguishing them. The results are quite embarrassing as they face the real situation and its origins. Following that, how to maneuver smoothly through life is originally a plan similar to a journey. One must understand the imperfections and the perfect decisions in their heart, but in the end, they still don't know how it will all conclude. A mistake is a mistake. Leaving is leaving. To extinguish some beliefs in the heart is vividly displayed here. Now, facing a series of impacts outside, YanLing's inner anger is a particularly perfect decision he holds in his heart. He feels that at this point, there's nothing more to say. Being put in this position, he can only say it serves him right. Life might just be a journey. If one cannot even travel, what is the point of having this group of people dragging in so much nonsense? Is it a joke or just playing around? YanLing is indeed not to be underestimated. He suddenly unleashed all his energy in a 360-degree rotation toward a nearby spot. Of course, this rotation wasn't directed at Lu Erlong, but aimed at a nearby location, unleashing a powerful impact. It seemed as if it expressed an unextinguishable belief in his heart. In an instant, that impact blade dazzled others, showcasing a scene that was hard to comprehend. Next, let us see how both sides plan their own perfect beliefs. At this point, being in this position can only be described as YanLing, a strong hand among the strong. He directly launched a series of fierce kicks at Lu Erlong. Naturally, power is something that can be seen in an instant. One doesn't know how to act in this society, which inherently belongs to a class hierarchy. Some people choose to band together as outlaws because it's the only way to see a darker side of the world. You never know what path to take next, nor do you know what will happen. However, only when one falls from a higher place to the ground can they understand that those things that shouldn't be kept as promises are not worth it. Discovering the real scene in others' eyes is quite shocking. Life cannot triumph over fate, but is destiny really something that can be controlled by someone? Does fate truly make people feel any precarious existence? Here, many seem to forget a real situation. YanLing has lost any resistance or belief. What happens next is a silent existence. Lu Erlong, indeed, is not to be trifled with. In an instant, he was knocked back, falling not far away. Of course, the social hierarchy is evident here, making people feel this is particularly amusing. Fate might play a very funny joke on people. Some cannot extinguish the beliefs they hold from birth to death. But what can be done about it? If one cannot grasp even the most basic realities, then living in this world is meaningless. With a resounding slap, YanLing struck Lu Erlong hard across the face. Chapter 289, To Save or Not to Save. Chapter 290, A Mind Without Attachment. Chapter 291, Pavilions and Towers. He also knew that this old guy was just a stubborn duck. But deep down, he still hoped to save him. After all, the aerial prison created by Bibi Dong could be considered a favor. He didn't want it, so he let YanLing do it, thinking it was better to help out with this favor. Otherwise, if he couldn't even come up with a basic plan to avoid joy turning into sorrow, what would it be like? To end with such an absolute conclusion. These matters were already clearly presented before everyone. If people couldn't feel any practical significance, then why involve so many indifferent people? Now that things had come to this point, it was time to see if both sides could make a more perfect decision. What would it be like to skillfully shatter some nightmares, and then know how to make some perfect choices, and shining brighter? Otherwise, others would have no idea. How to say? Others might not understand how all this came to be. YanLing circled the cage and noticed that its structure was very simple. As long as he could twist off the key, he could break the cage apart. Of course, there was no lock. The key appeared out of thin air. A cage without a lock that still had a key indicated that the key was a typical weapon. YanLing took the key in his hand and, in an instant, smashed it against a nearby spot. With a loud bang, the cage burst forth like a dynamic light wave, radiating brilliance. Many people saw this and felt it was self-evident. But what could be done? Being placed in this position, one should understand the reality and how to face some genuine situations. But after experiencing some real turmoil that couldn't be reversed, it was unclear how to make perfect choices. That would be the most terrifying existence. With a thunderous sound, the cage seemed to shimmer in and out of existence. It directly released a burst of stimulating sounds from YanLing, causing the invisible things around the cage to shatter in an instant. People saw it and were puzzled as to why such absolute things occur before their eyes. Displayed so vividly, they didn't know how to conclude this situation, which was the most terrifying existence. Perhaps it made people feel there was no opportunity. But what could be done? Being placed in this position might be somewhat estranged, but after that, how to face these genuine situations. When some real light and the cage continued to thrive and perfect actions couldn't be performed, that would be the most terrifying existence, as the facts had been perfectly presented here. Yet, they didn't know how to confront what lay before them and how to not shatter these existences. That would indeed be the most frightening. Around the cage, strange light began to bloom. At that moment, the purple, blue, and green lights burst forth like colorful neon lights. The cage flickered and eventually disappeared, leaving no opportunity to seize. In this context, those who should not treat these facts lightly had already realized that headaches and fevers could be a sickness. YanLing smiled slightly, not expecting that this old bastard Flander had actually created a mechanism and intended to test so many people. If this was the case, it was indeed quite interesting. Even the most basic decisions and definitions couldn't be made, yet one wanted to make complete choices in this world. Why involve so many indifferent people? According to reason, it shouldn't be. The cage shimmered like an indestructible nightmare. In this drifting state, some bizarre things emerged, completely oblivious. However, understanding these genuine situations and how facts should be played out would be the most terrifying existence. Some people are foolish because they have no idea how to break this mechanism. Others don't understand because their minds are filled with a perfect shell. Once this shell is broken, they can have their complete definitions. Well, now that things have come to this point, there is nothing more to say. I ask you, young man, can you really handle this? Don't end up not even mastering the most basic skills. That would be truly laughable. I thought you understood the genuine situations. But now it seems you don't grasp what reality is like. Living in this world, isn't it a waste of land? Every life is unique. It's not that everyone fears death. At this moment, Flander was gritting his teeth, feeling he had been placed in this position. There was no need to involve more indifferent people. Life is precious. Why drag so many irrelevant people into this? If you can't bear the consequences, why be foolish? Life is short and seasons change. Of course, such changes are not easily noticeable here, yet one still wants to involve more indifferent people. Some people are just born foolish. Even after traveling thousands of miles, they still want to pursue and corner others. What are they thinking? Do they really believe that there are no banquets that don't end? Playing with real stakes, yet not daring to face it. YanLing had nothing more to say. He felt he had been placed in this position. All he could do was continue to develop from this point. After all, there was nothing more to say. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Next, he would figure out how to realize the perfect plans in his heart. Chapter 292, A City Full of Wind and Rain. Half a City of Flowers life is just like this path. If one cannot truly make some complete choices, then others might think that this side is a particularly amusing existence that gets bullied. In fact, between this certain people and certain events, as well as certain individuals who do not understand the existence of reality, still want to involve so many indifferent people in these real and existing matters. They still want to tie more facts to the peculiar situations of others at that time, creating a life that exists. But what can be done about it? Those who are placed in this so-called era, who do not take it seriously, already understand. Rather than being so distant, it is better to say that one understands oneself even more. This is somewhat better than the turmoil in one's mind. So at this moment, YanLing has already understood and accepted these things. Yet he forgets about the true journey of his own life and the real situations within it. Ignorance and naivety are a common ailment for many people, very simple. Some people choose ignorance and naivety simply because they do not know. Is their mind filled with nonsense? Is their mind sick? YanLing cannot comprehend why he is walking this path. Is life really such a cycle of transformation? You can't live, so you die. Stop talking nonsense here. I am not interested in your situation. I hope you can stay away from me. I came to help you with good intentions, but unexpectedly, instead of your appreciation, I received your cold sarcasm. Are you out of your mind? Are you really sick or have a sick mind? YanLing is almost furious. He can't help but be angry, feeling his liver tremble with rage. He certainly feels very scared because he did not expect that he just came to help someone but was placed in this relatively dangerous position. Does he really think he has some backing? Does he really think he is a person with confidence? He is not someone with a precarious existence. He is merely placed in this position with no other choice. But unexpectedly, being in this position, he did not receive a series of respect. Flander, on the other hand, keeps coldly mocking him, not knowing what he is thinking. Does he really think that he is meddling in affairs that do not concern him? In reality, YanLing does not want to do this favor. He did not expect Flander's mouth to be so talkative. Even now, why owe so many indifferent people anything? Must it be that a life and death situation feels like a head-splitting existence to be the final answer? But what can be done? Life has already become useless. He's placed in this position and truly has no choice. He cannot blame him. Flander's incomprehension has made many forget their true purpose of coming into this world, which is why they're not beasts. Who are you talking to like this? I have told you many times, I am your principal. It is one thing that you do not respect me as your principal, but you actually mock me. What are you thinking? Do you really think no one can handle you? Let me tell you a serious truth. Your master is indeed BB Dong, and his future position might indeed be passed on to you. But is it because you are excellent? You have a twin martial soul. Have you ever thought about the most important thing? If this twin martial soul of yours were to disappear, would you have any opportunity to take advantage of in this world? No, none at all. Without it, you have no opportunity to utilize. Then in this world, living would have no purpose because you are a child without parents. Flander's words have been very weighty, and YanLing is already frightened. She did not expect Flander to be so angry, nor did she expect YanLing to be so angry. This originally insignificant existence has been placed in this relatively dangerous position. If that is the case, this matter indeed becomes quite interesting. Some truths that do not exist at all are instead forced into situations that make it difficult for people to discern. Some people think they are very clever, but there are always people beyond people, skies beyond skies. Experts are never in the real corners, and the real enemies might be hidden among the crowd. Those who are openly expressing themselves are merely substitutes. Why do so many people not understand? YanLing genuinely cannot comprehend what Flander is thinking. He has come to help him with good intentions. Not only did he not receive the respect he deserved, but he also repeatedly said some harsh words to him. He is also a guy with a temper. It is not that he does not have a real temper. Why make the situation so ugly? Why involve so many indifferent people? In this world, is there really no banquet that does not end? Are there really no people in this country? At this point, Flander has nothing more to say. YanLing's laughter is thunderous, while Flander is in a fit of rage. Under such circumstances, they have reached a confrontational situation. The situation is very awkward. If this decision is truly made, it will not form a complete picture. It is indeed difficult to know how to conclude. At this point, there is nothing more to say. Everything that should be said and done has already been said and done. Even daring to play with life seems impossible. You eat your mother's egg. This young man is indeed a hothead, not knowing how to think, always wanted to make some obvious choices while being placed in this position. But has he really forgotten? Some people only need to make complete choices, and being placed in this position is too forced. Therefore, he certainly does not need to make complete actions, but those people cannot adopt an understanding posture, making it impossible for others to comprehend the real situation. Chapter 293. Cold irony, yet still desiring in the long journey of life. There are always personal reasons behind one's actions. If that's the case, then this matter becomes increasingly interesting. Flanders suppressed his temper. He had no choice. He didn't consider himself a fool, having been skilled in political maneuvering for many years. He had played with various so-called conspiracies. Of course, now that he had become a principal, he had fewer opportunities to engage in such activities. However, that didn't mean he lacked intelligence. He wasn't a fool. He had his reasons for being in this position. Yet, he simply couldn't understand why some prestigious figures made decisions that seemed to reveal their inner thoughts and plans. What is a secret? A secret is something unknown to others. If one person doesn't know, then it's a secret. The protagonist, of course, knows, but others do not. Why do so many people think that secrets known to others are still secrets? Is a secret that which is known to the world? Flanders was adept at political strategy. In this world, he had no rivals. If Zhao Wujuan had been able to challenge him back then, perhaps he would have been the one in the principal's position now. But now, Zhao Wujuan had been brought down and was entangled in a series of internal conflicts without ascending to a higher position, instead dragging more innocent people into the fray. If that is the case, there is no need to force an attitude. You're very clever. I know you could have broken this cage with a single strike, but why didn't you? Is it because you know that there are mechanisms inside and outside this cage, with a perfect decision hidden beneath? You don't even want to engage in real choices regarding this matter. Then perhaps you should stop involving so many irrelevant people. I've made the facts very clear, yet you fail to understand the real situation. You can't seriously think that cunning people can be manipulated by you, can you? Are you foolish? YanLing listened to Flanders' words without any expression, calm and unperturbed. He knew his own worth and understood the reality of the situation. If he didn't grasp these truths, how could he navigate life in this world? Did he really think that others' secrets were secrets? Are the secrets made known to you truly secrets? The struggles among small characters will never cease, as they cannot accept the presence of great figures. They always believe that those around them might have some real emotions and can handle matters deftly. In reality, the truth is not as they imagine. They don't even know the basic rules of survival, yet they want to complicate matters further. They hide real state secrets in their hearts, but fail to reflect on their own character. Can secrets known to others be considered secrets? Can facts understood by people be regarded as facts? If one cannot effortlessly navigate these real situations, what hope is there for survival in this world? A country's secrets have two sides. That is the most confidential thing, not something many people want to be involved in. Yet, in the minds of some ignorant individuals, they think that what can be presented as a fact and known by people is the truth. What the media disseminates is real. In fact, it's useless. Whoever controls the media controls public opinion. Whoever controls public opinion can manipulate hearts. Those who don't even know the most basic principles still wish to move forward effortlessly in this world while dragging in more irrelevant people, making a loud fuss over rumors. Is that useful? In reality, it's utterly useless. I ask you too, what is going on? You were having a good conversation just now, and now you're about to fight? What are you thinking? I made the facts very clear. If you can't be friends, then don't become enemies. If you don't even know these basic principles, what kind of situation will you face with so many people in this world? All right, let us stop dragging this out. It's pointless. Ling felt like crying without tears. YanLing had been doing everything he could to save them. But unexpectedly, the principal, Flanders, was being maliciously sarcastic. YanLing, with his fiery temper, became furious, and the two, both hot-headed like eggs on fire, began to argue. Behind Bibi Dong stood the so-called YanLing, who was not afraid of Flanders at all. The two were like fire and water, each trying to outdo the other. If one wanted to escalate, it would inevitably lead to a complete breakdown and a serious situation. But what does that matter? Life is precious. Without it, how can one live? Life is valuable, but diamonds are more precious. Each person has their own rules and regulations upon entering this world. Don't shatter others' rules when you don't even grasp the most basic principles. You want to promote societal matters, but never look in the mirror to see your own character. Are you thinking nonsense? You're afraid to risk your life. Yet you're here making noise. I can do everything to save you, but I don't want your cold sarcasm directed at me. What are you thinking? Do you really believe that I am some sort of oddity? Living in this world, I don't even know how to face it. Chapter 294. Thousands of changes, do you still think that I am easy to bully? I have everything under control in my heart, yet you want to mock me coldly. What are you thinking? I have done my utmost to save you, yet you keep spewing nonsense towards me repeatedly. Did your mother only give you a mouth when you were born? You worthless chatterbox. When YanLing finished speaking, he glared at Flander with no hint of kindness. He understood that life is like a play, relying entirely on acting skills. As long as one's acting skills are good, what is real can become fake, and what is fake can become real. True and false, false and true. There is no real situation. At this moment, even some basic principles of reality cannot be grasped by those who cannot control their inner selves. Yet they still want to promote these principles to others. In this world, living like that is simply wasting air and land. If you want to treat us, hurry up. I can't wait any longer. If you waste more time, it won't be good for anyone involved. Anyway, since things have come to this, what I said earlier was just to warn you. I do not appreciate the favor you are trying to do for us. If you really intend to save us, we will give you equal compensation, but we will not accept this favor. Regardless of what happens in the future, we will definitely not intervene because we know our own worth and understand our situation. If we can't even grasp the most basic circumstances, then living in this world might just be a waste of time. Don't you want to clarify this? You're not a truly capable person. BB Dong took you on as a disciple just because you have a twin martial soul. When I said you were an orphan, was I wrong? You came into this world playing the game of others, not knowing your background. Didn't you? Don't you know your own worth? Flander's previous words were clear in meaning. He believed he was not at fault. The fault lay with YanLing. YanLing gave him no face, and he returned the favor. In this world, no one owes anyone anything. Some people live in this world simply to suffer. Over such trivial matters, they want to involve more indifferent people. Playing with so-called tactics, they fail to realize that for some, just living in this world is already incredibly difficult. One word might provoke him, triggering murderous intent, and that could lead to violence against those nearby. Such situations are inevitable, and the circumstances have been vividly displayed. Even these basic principles are beyond the understanding of others. How should one face such real situations? This time, YanLing was not angry. He recalled that he indeed had no parents when he came to this world. However, he had crossed over and was reborn, carrying the memories of his previous life, but not its background. His previous life was also that of an innocent orphan. This was something that should exist in this world. Some people act as teachers, but do not do anything positive in this world. Instead, they want to point fingers at others' lives. But when everyone understands certain truths and yet fails to grasp the reality, that is when the most terrifying ignorance appears. Those who are heartless, oblivious to the basic principles, still wish to promote themselves in this world. If others truly feel that they are unaware of these matters, what kind of decisions will they face? It seems they have forgotten the principles of life they should uphold upon arriving in this world. Yes, you are right. You, the esteemed Principal Flander, speak with great reason. However, I do not acknowledge your viewpoint. I believe I have my own perfect principles in life and special decisions. But so what? If I am unable to articulate these matters clearly, how can I expect others to accept my truths? Why should I involve so many indifferent people? As a principal, you should care for your students and be a good teacher, not draw arbitrary boundaries and say a bunch of nonsense that even I cannot comprehend. YanLing's stance was clear. He felt that even though he was navigating this world alone, there was no need to involve more indifferent people. Why waste time with so much nonsense? It is not like we are on the same path, and involving so many irrelevant matters might just waste their time. If they do not even understand these principles, yet want to promote themselves in others' lives, that would simply lead others to forget the situation. What kind of origin does this reality have? The winds may be harsh, but facing such winds without knowing how to retract is like being in a spy film, not knowing what to do. At this moment, YanLing had already devised a perfect plan based on his confidence. He decided to face matters that were layered with complexity. At this point, he could only slowly bury his inner thoughts. The real situation was in the hands of others, and whatever actions they took would be their own to retract. If others do not want to act, it is better to quietly disregard the matter. Since you choose not to treat us, why waste time here? There should be no benefit for us in this, you need to understand that in this established reality, we are certainly not here to blow the northwest wind at you. Chapter 295, A Dream of Elegance Time, is no longer a phase of waiting for people, because we here understand very clearly that this result has a very well thought out plan presented to you. But why have you not created a particularly perfect stage for us to accept these things? Could it be that you think we are really easy to bully? Logically, it shouldn't be the case. We all have our own perfect foundations, merged into something that exists, yet in the end, we did not receive a series of lawful outcomes. Why is that? So now, I only hope that someone can exist within some moral framework to provide you with clarity. As for yesterday, that task should have been decided by the return, so your choice now is either this or that. For us, it really doesn't matter at all. You must understand that there are many twists and turns on the road of life, and they are inextricably linked. However, if we can't even accept these most basic things, then living in this world is a waste of time. Flander has already made his inner confidence very clear. He knows that you're clear about what you want to do next, and that you understand your upcoming interests and beliefs. He feels that since things are already at this position, it's better to avoid unnecessary complications. Otherwise, if even these real situations allow others to choose wrongly, then with so many chaotic elements, it's hard to know how to proceed. Due to one occurrence, it could become the most terrifying existence. This matter has never lacked intelligent people. If you think that this happiness is merely a bit of cleverness, then it is certainly not good for anyone. The saying cleverness leads to downfall has never been false, because what is presented here seems truly beyond a mere joke. Since it is like this, why bother to owe so many unnecessary guardians? It's better to give up. After YanLing heard these words, he found himself at a loss for words. He felt he was just an ordinary person. But unexpectedly, being an ordinary person did not mean sitting in a higher position. Instead, it could involve more indifferent individuals. Since things have come to this point, with so many chaotic behaviors, these things have not been clearly articulated, yet they can still be placed in a relatively dangerous position. Why can't we express these real situations based on some moral decline? Is it possible that we expect some powerful oddity to articulate the reasoning behind actions? It should be planned. They should have their own perfect framework, because you must understand these things to grasp the essence of these items and books. If you don't understand even these most basic matters, then what is the point of living in this world? Therefore, the system and belief, as well as what he himself faces, are very perfect. Just like standards and industrialized civil buildings, they seem to have a burst of creativity in their minds. Choosing to walk this irreversible path is just that, because the things that should be touched and the oddities in strengthening have slowly found their own beliefs. YanLing also has his own confidence. He feels it truly doesn't matter anymore. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie is in a half-dead state, which is not a good belief at all. After all, if being half-dead can still allow one to live in this world without anyone feeling any opportunity, then why involve so many so-called people? Just now, you didn't even mention half of your strength. You directly crushed Zhao Wujie to pieces. And it seems that the next step has already shown signs of his legs fracturing, which is actually to be expected. At this moment, the signs of leg fractures made people feel a headache upon seeing it. The reasoning is straightforward. It is just this understanding. Such strong beliefs cannot even integrate to make some perfect choices in that position. Yet still, they want to present this perfectly communicated thing. The other two individuals, so-called chaotic people, are better off. So now Zhao Wujie seems to be unaware of these real situations. He is examining, unexpectedly pushing a wheelchair, standing on the wheelchair, wanting to showcase Flander, not realizing he is his own deputy. His so-called subordinate comes in and is about to follow him for a series of impacts. In fact, this kind of belief, when seen by people, is very moving, but what can everyone do? Even if they are moved, it cannot change certain principles and beliefs that can lead to choices. Who can decide what should not be done, and the fact that it has already become very unpredictable? However, in this unpredictable reality, some people do not understand how to engage with the prospects within these beliefs. Your reality is such that wherever you go, it may be barren. If even these choices do not allow you to escape, then why involve so many indifferent people? After all, coming to this world, one does not know in what kind of situation to face, which makes it hard for people to know their limits. How to clarify. So, facing these things, it is better to accept them, but it has never been thought that way. He feels that his center is on Flander, and it is better that he never causes a series of impacts on him. If Zhao Wujie had not made some real choices to turn things around, he could have been placed in a relatively dangerous position, thinking that a small presence here has its complete beliefs. It could be perfect and better, but when doing these things, you must present your center. If it can be seen by others, then it should receive some praise. However, if it cannot be seen, then it is simply nonsense. Chapter 296. One shun sharpness. I said, don't waste time here. What are you thinking? Are you really planning to risk your life to save this case? Flander has no healing for you at all. Why choose to go through a series of shocks? If you don't even have your life, what is the point of living in this world? I know you might have some memory of Flander's true position and plan to create a series of shocks against him. You might think you can make these perfect choices, but it shouldn't be this way. You understand that you need to accept these things to face some messy situations. Otherwise, even genuine beliefs can't be expressed here. Why do you want to involve so many so-called people? You can't really think there's no understanding here. Don't look at us now as just unable to act like elementary school students. If we were really in this position, it would involve so many so-called others, making it incomprehensible to others. Now you understand, right? At this moment, several classmates have surrounded Zhao Wuji. Because what Zhao Wuji has done is not something a person can accomplish. Damn it, I don't know what he is thinking in his head. He always wants to create a series of shocks here, but logically, you are already injured. You haven't even fulfilled the duty of harming others. Instead, you repeatedly carry out a series of destructive strikes. What are you thinking? Is there really no banquet in this world that doesn't end? This matter has already reached a dangerous position, so why involve so many indifferent people? Flander has already made it very clear about past events, not letting you, the vice principal, participate in so much commotion. He didn't expect you, as a vice principal, to get involved in so many things. It's one thing that you didn't do anything substantial, but instead, you dragged so many so-called oddities into it, making it very amusing for others to watch. This matter is clearly stated, but how to face it? You are the one who has been dragged into this situation with the 6 directions. There are hardly any manual duties, so it's just silently lacking sincerity. If, in the end, you can't even produce the most basic joy turning into sorrow, then how can you silently make people feel that there is any affirmation of existence? These 2 students also feel they must fulfill their responsibilities. They shouldn't do anything excessive. Otherwise, they would have a hard time explaining to Principal Zhang. So at this moment, the students here also plan to do their duty and block Zhao Wuji. Because previously, there was a rumor in Douluo Academy that the principal and vice principal were 2 different people. Now the situation has reached a stalemate, with the principal needing to follow the vice principal for a one-on-one experience. Since this matter has already been planned this way, the 2 students feel they should fulfill their responsibilities and complete some tasks. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how to conclude this matter, which indeed makes it hard to understand. To clarify, the 2 students' responsibilities are simply to protect their obligations. They should ensure that this so-called principal doesn't encounter any issues, yet unexpectedly. This principal indeed has a way of creating conflicts with the rules established for the students based on his beliefs. Perhaps his mind is filled with nonsense, and he might not even understand clearly. This situation, however, can reveal true facts. If even some real information cannot be expressed here, it drags into the so-called unknown, unexpectedly within a lifetime. If that's the case, how can one's real beliefs at a higher position require capable people? High-level talents need to be tested step by step to address this issue. It's not about fabricating facts out of thin air. You 2 kids, I must address our positions here. We certainly won't. I know you are students, but we will notify you about a series of unique organizations. Society is already in the best position, so why involve so many indifferent people? I have made the facts very clear. Next, is there any belief regarding the situation? Otherwise, if it feels like a stone hitting a person and there is no sense of trust, what do we need to do? In this world, everyone is just talking. If they can't express these things, others will find it extremely funny. So you 2 classmates, I must first rescue this. If I don't manage this, then we have nothing more to say. Next, it will depend on whether you can continue. If you don't, then we are already in a perfect existence here. However, if you insist on creating life-threatening shocks here, then we definitely won't have any good plans quickly. So, it's better to let it go quietly and not treat it as a big deal. Zhao Wuji, with his own authority, is indeed sharp, indicating that he is not an ordinary person. He feels he has borne the grudges and reputation of the old principal for many years. He sees no need to involve more unnecessary people, lest others think he is particularly easy to bully. After all, he has been in this world for many years. If it weren't for the old principal taking care of him, he wouldn't need to drag more unnecessary people into this. This time, there is really nothing more to say. What needs to be said, done, and understood has already been impacted by his own beliefs. Next, let us see who can accomplish some particularly complete tasks at this turning point of fate. If it truly leads to the loss of life, then this matter should also allow people to withstand it. Chapter 297. The flowing years sing fisherman's song. However, in this vast world, the most important thing is always food. If one cannot even afford to eat or drink, then there will be no choices available in this world. Nevertheless, many people are already aware of this situation and understand the facts they have to face. Behind these real circumstances, one must confront and engage with these things to realize that the scenes flashing in their minds are somewhat better. How could these two students let Zhao Wuji go? Because Zhao Wuji is not someone to be trifled with. If he really gets released, it would definitely lead to a series of disastrous consequences. The situation is very clear. Zhao Wuji might be out of his mind. Who knows what kind of nonsense he is trying to pull, always wanting to take advantage of others. In reality, he has no real abilities, while YanLing's skills are evidently displayed. If anyone dares to oppose him, then there is no way he could be challenged. Therefore, the situation is quite apparent, making others accept these things while facing some peculiarities. It cannot compare to forgiveness and the real situation, which exists as a fact, making it hard for others to understand. The sincere situation will be, thus, in facing and losing these things, and ultimately, after breaking through the real truth. One seems to forget an unseeing existence in their minds. At this point, one cannot articulate their perfect decision from the heart. They can only silently plan and produce these things with good intentions. Otherwise, a pitiful existence is within reach of these peculiarities, unable to make any particularly perfect choices. The impressions in the minds of the two students are not something that could be done by one person. It seems they have developed a mental resistance towards Zhao Wuji. There is no way to avoid this resistance. After all, if one wants to take on the world, they must face it. The people present definitely do not know what kind of perfect decision would conclude the situation. It is already very clear in front of them. If they do not even know how to conclude based on the most basic principles, then what is the point of having so many indifferent people around? The plans of joy turning to sorrow are because they have to accept these realities. If they cannot even come up with the most basic plans, then how can they get involved with so many so-called people, not knowing how to conclude the situation? Thus, on this road of life, those who cannot walk out the perfect truths have already made many people understand clearly. Rather than dragging on like this, it might be better to forget some perfect beliefs in their hearts. Otherwise, not knowing how to conclude will be the most terrifying existence. The fact is like this. The truth is like this, and the situation faced is also like this. However, when some real moments of brightness and the turbulence in their minds cannot be fully defined, many people cannot accept the ultimate truth. You shouldn't say any more sarcastic remarks here. Haven't you said enough already? I have made the facts very clear. We cannot repay your small kindness with great gratitude because we must understand the situation we are facing. The most important thing is if you are really released, will the favor be returned to you or to BB Dong? The air prison remains a scene of ruin. After seeing this, people do not know how a perfect resolution can come about. If those present do not know how a particularly complete peculiarity should unfold, then it seems they have forgotten how to face these real plans. The situation is self-evident, showing a complete inner turmoil belonging to them. However, when faced with these real facts, they do not know how a peculiar situation should conclude, but what can be done about it. Rather than losing these things, it might be better to give them up. As time goes on, Flanders' mentality has changed. Once upon a time, he had a particularly beautiful wish. But now it seems this beautiful wish is self-evident. It is no longer before their eyes. Wasting time may waste one's life, but not wasting time. How can one face a series of hellish scenarios? Of course, behind the peculiarities in some real situations and the truths faced must be things they should hide. However, those real truths that are truly hidden are not something Flandre can accept, because once some matters are in one's own hands, it turns out this is not how the dog food is served. Traditional life is no longer something one can achieve alone. But if one cannot withstand the impact of these powerful concepts, then why would others accept these real truths? Life is impermanent. It should be this way. Now Flandre does not want to place this favor on YanLing because he feels he should not owe this meaning. If he does owe him, then he knows he will not have a good ending. Just like BB Dong, with his character, one cannot know how he would deal with him. YanLing also certainly does not know how to push this favor out, so YanLing is very troubled. Fortunately, Ling is still here. Without a third party to mediate, the peculiar situation surely would not know how to conclude in a particularly perfect stage. Therefore, at this moment, Ling also hopes both sides can take a step back, otherwise, they wouldn't even know how to retreat. Chapter 298. the path to ruin living in this world has become an especially perfect decision, where one no longer knows whether being alive is a waste of air or being dead is a waste of land. Therefore, in such a seemingly inconsequential life journey, they have developed their own strong ideological impact. Since things are already like this, let's see how Shuang will face some real situations. Unfortunately, some things, when spoken aloud, are like a flavor that emerges but are not taken seriously at all. However, facing YanLing, who is not like anyone else, it is better to slowly guard what they have. Enough of the nonsense. Let's not engage in a series of impacts here. I have already stated the facts quite clearly. If you say that even these basic principles cannot occur in this world, then why drag so many so-called people into it? Do you really think we are easy to bully? The facts here are quite obvious. We must handle this favor. If we cannot even establish these basic principles, then we truly don't know how to conclude matters like special forces. YanLing here is still holding on to a very perfect belief in his mind. He feels that he is not at fault. The ones at fault are BB Dong and that bastard Flander. There is no ideological impact in this series of events. Yet time is being wasted here without knowing what they are thinking. They say a blind cat can catch a dead mouse. And the first reaction is to wonder if the dead mouse was poisoned. But would a blind cat really eat that dead mouse? If it ate the poisoned mouse, could it survive? Of course, having good luck is inevitable. However, YanLing feels that everything he faces has nothing to do with luck. He is already in a stage where he cannot even save himself. So why drag so many so-called people into it? Life is like this. If even these basic principles cannot connect with any so-called oddities, then how can many people truly understand what it means to face the real situation? The world is unpredictable. Once it reaches this position, it becomes increasingly inconsequential. Next, let us see who can endure the storms along this life journey. If even these principles cannot be established, then it should not be concluded with these perfect decisions, rather than continuing to struggle. It might be better to abandon this sense of completeness in one's belief. In the end, they have their own complete plans. I have made myself very clear. If you all want to, we can definitely conclude this in a particularly perfect phase. If not, then our phase will definitely be a very obvious fact. Since it is like this, we are certainly in an awkward situation. How about that? I have been very clear. The moral system, beliefs, and the exchange of chips have been stated very explicitly, and here, I have grasped the real situation in your hands very clearly. If you do not understand even this, then it can only be said that you are somewhat ignorant and incapable of surviving in this world, as it might be a waste of time. YanLing has revealed all his cards, making everything very clear. The situation on YanLing's side is very clear. If even these matters are not very obvious, it is a waste of time and land. Since you have already said it is an ideological impact, then why waste each other's time here? If wasting each other's time is not beneficial, we have already displayed this absolute thing quite vividly. If you continue to waste time, then we certainly do not know how to conclude this situation. Given that it has come to this, what will you do? If this thing has no meaning in interactions, then we here do not know what kind of chaotic things to do. Everyone present must believe that we are not easy to bully. But what kind of life is it? Life is originally a particularly perfect game. If you do not know how to conclude this perfect game with a decision, then who is wasting land and talent by living in this world? At this point, there is nothing more to say. Life is originally a flower on the other shore. Once it blooms and falls to the ground, one does not know how to conclude it gracefully. What is meant to come will come, and what is meant to be faced must be faced. If even some oddities that cannot be faced insist on putting this on the basis of interest, then we do not know what kind of things will emerge. Flander is a relatively realistic person. He has already set some rules for YanLing in advance. That is to let him try not to hold onto anything with confidence towards his side. If he is wasting some talent around him, it is not good for his own side. Because he is in a principal position, many people rely on him for their livelihood. However, if he simply helps YanLing, then it is uncertain how he will face those oddities within his capabilities. This makes it very difficult for people to discern and understand the plans. Next, let us see who can understand the real situations and everything that must be faced. Among those things that cannot be taken seriously, there are the oddities that must be faced. What is meant to come will come, and various chaotic behaviors cannot allow people to understand why these situations exist. Sometimes, some matters and the situations to be faced are very clearly presented in facts. If these things are not a kind of principle and evaporate in the world, then Chapter 299, Gradual Disillusionment, it's simply unimaginable that people can possess all of this. However, some things happen for a reason once they unfold before our eyes. But who can truly understand that life itself is a rather painful existence. The impact of moral ideals is vividly and clearly demonstrated here, and instead of struggling on, it might be better to let go of these trivial matters in our hearts, lest we end up in sorrow after joy. Yet, one doesn't know how to plan for the perfect decision within oneself. So, at this point, it seems there is not much to say or do. What should be said and done has already failed to help many understand the true situation. Therefore, it might be better not to take it too seriously. Alright, since the principal has said so, I will definitely fully support you. As long as I have a series of ideological impacts and things happening smoothly on my end, then surely there will be some trust in one's heart. Otherwise, how can others know how things will unfold when they have already forgotten the realities? Otherwise, everyone present might feel that we have no idea how to conclude this matter. What needs to be said has been said clearly, so let me unleash my impact. As soon as I take action, everyone present will surely have their own perfect decisions to conclude matters better. YanLing here has received a very perfect response from Flander. Since this perfect response is also very evident here, let us see what kind of decisive matter will conclude this. After 10 years of solitude in battle, retreating to the deep mountains and forests, this is also very obvious. If even some basic principles cannot hurt people, and one can understand what the true situation is, then forget about interests. Even economic disputes are completely unclear. What is the reality? At this point, it seems unnecessary to drag more irrelevant people into this. Things may be for people to consume, but events are things that people do, since they are human actions. There is no need to create things that should not be treated as oddities. Therefore, being placed in this position must have its reasons. YanLing intends to use this favor to save Flander, as long as he wants it and dares to do so. Then in this position, he must have his own definitive decisions as long as those things in hand are thoroughly grasped. In this world, there really are no so-called difficult matters. The truly difficult matters only frighten those who care too much. People should not take certain matters too seriously. If one places too much importance on something, the outcome is bound to be unfavorable. Just like when two people are together, the more they value each other, the less they might regard themselves as significant. But what can be done? Disappearing, extinguishing, and losing some beliefs in the end will yield no good outcome. One surely does not know how to face some precarious oddities. Where one goes may be barren, and if even the most basic cases of desolation cannot be created, then why have so many terrifying people? This is a fundamental principle and the most understandable mess that has unfolded. YanLing is indeed not to be underestimated. He swiftly drew the knife from his hand. Of course, this shining blade, like a tornado, began to chop at the cage with a flurry of sounds. After a series of clattering noises, when it struck a person, nobody knew what kind of ending there would be. At this point, there is really nothing more to say or do. Being placed in this position, one must face everything. Otherwise, why marry so many people in such a beautiful setting? The shining blade struck toward the cage again and again. Naturally, everyone present would find the scene quite amusing. But if even this scene is very amusing, then it would drag more irrelevant people into it, which should not have happened. How should one extinguish the facts in their heart? Without saying much else or doing much else. One should not know what kind of ending will unfold. That would be the saddest existence, not knowing how to deal with even the manageable oddities. Perhaps the terrifying reality has left many confused. So how can one accept what the true situation is? Identical light waves, like a blue knife, struck inside the cage, creating a series of unusual phenomena. Yet, Flander here has already seen clearly that the iron bars outside the cage have begun to crack, as if the light waves have caused it. Don't let people see it and then have a splitting headache. Indeed, being placed in this position has its purpose. If this chaotic era is truly to be lifted, then YanLing will definitely be able to smoothly manifest these beliefs in his heart. However, belief also reveals its own situation here, and rather than struggling on, it might be better to face some things that shouldn't be taken too seriously. Thus, the cracks in the broken cage are expressing the demands in his mind. When YanLing saw this scene, he already had an unexpectedly joyous decision. Unexpectedly, when this decision is laid out before him, it indeed becomes more significant. At this point, the situation is very obvious, and the outcome is already determined within the impact. It has made many understand and accept that these realities are not easily comprehensible. However, when facing certain truths that should not be taken too seriously, that would be the saddest part. Unexpectedly, young man, your skills are indeed remarkable. Chapter 300. Ruined in an instant. I originally thought you would be capable enough, but I didn't expect to see that you have already been placed in this position. Well, that's good, very solid. I understand the conviction in your heart and the confidence you possess. Since you are already in this position, you should have the confidence to attack. Otherwise, everyone present would certainly not know what kind of decision to make in conclusion, which would be the most terrifying existence. The world is unpredictable, and what is presented here is not something that one person can achieve. They say the large intestine wraps around the small intestine, but in reality, there is no such opportunity. When the winds of change rise, what is displayed here is a reflection of their own situation, and when faced with the facts, that is when the most terrifying existence emerges. Some people and some situations do not know how to conclude, so why drag so many indifferent people into it? Flander couldn't help but laugh, and his smile was quite amusing. The more he looked at YanLing, the funnier he found him, almost like a younger version of himself. There was something humorous in his features, and he was expressing that he was not someone standing in a high position. Yes, who hasn't been young? Who doesn't know the real, chaotic truths that exist? But once you reach a higher position, you realize that you truly don't know how to handle everything with ease. In Flander's youth, he was also a robust young man, but time has eroded him into an old man, unable to escape the reality of aging. After truly accepting a series of truths, one realizes that these situations are not something everyone can accept. Rather than wasting each other's time, it might be better to forget some beliefs in our hearts. The blade of impact has already effortlessly manifested before them. How should one face these real truths? Logically, it shouldn't be. Instead of confronting these things, it might be better to abandon them. When faced with difficulties, it is better to guard one's own territory and integrate knowledge. Looking at the vibrant YanLing, Flander really had nothing to say. He felt that he had already said and done what he needed to in this position. Now, let us see who among them can handle these challenges. Otherwise, no one would know how to conclude the situation. The terrifying plans displayed here do not seem to be something one person can bear. The unusual waves of light are also presented vividly. However, if even the basic things within reach cannot be found here, that would be the saddest part. The iron bars outside the cage have already shown cracks, with waves of light appearing one after another. It makes it hard for people to distinguish or understand what is happening. But those true beliefs and the particularly perfect plans in one's heart become hesitant when faced with some real results. If one is truly released from this cage, the favor will certainly belong to YanLing. However, if Flander does not acknowledge it, then BB Dong will not create another aerial prison. Given that things have come to this point, let us see how to make some perfect choices to let this situation unfold effortlessly. Otherwise, if they cannot even create some basic humor, that would indeed be quite pitiful. Damn it, BB Dong is indeed quite a capable individual. The aerial prison, I don't even know what material it was built from, yet it has used tremendous effort and still cannot be broken. If that's the case, this matter is indeed quite interesting. I didn't want to drag so many indifferent people into it, but now it seems a challenge has arisen. Well, since they want to play this way, we will be the most terrifying existence. All right, things have come to this point. Let's see how we can make some bright choices. If we cannot come up with a more absolute oddity, we might forget the chaotic ruin in our hearts. YanLing's gritting teeth and hateful expression have completely turned into a series of admiration for BB Dong. Yes, it is admiration. After all, BB Dong is his mentor, not a disciple, and he truly respects his mentor. He actually created this situation with tremendous effort in an instant, making their own decisions. Since this matter is thus, there is no need to entangle more unnecessary individuals. Being placed in this position should be expected with their own perfect plans. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how to conclude the situation, which would be the saddest part. In every generation, there are strong individuals. After a change of dynasty, many do not know how to face these facts. However, after the change of dynasty, when facing the drastically altered reality, many come to understand. Rather than wasting time, space, and the talents in one's heart, it might be better to hold on to one's perfect beliefs. It seems that being placed in this position itself is quite pitiful. If one does not even understand these basic principles, what is the point of having so many people? They can only make it difficult for others to accept these things, which would be better faced in this way. The clash between ideological impact and morality has officially begun. Of course, this aerial prison is about to be shattered, and YanLing is certainly not a soft target. He has already broken free from BB Dong's shackles. As long as he easily shatters this cage, he can stand in a supreme position and perfectly execute his heartfelt grievances. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to draw the simplest equations. Chapter 301. Layers of Mountains. Why bother getting involved with so many indifferent people? Those who understand do understand, and those who are affected are already involved. If one cannot accept even these basic truths that others cannot possess, then it's hard to know what decision to make. The saying masters are among the common people is never false, because some real big figures are hiding among the populace, enjoying themselves immensely. If one cannot even manage these basic hidden truths, then they are bound to waste their time here, lacking confidence and unable to express the feelings within. However, rather than being hesitant in the face of these issues, it might be better to choose to voice justice, because having a sense of justice leads to morality, which allows positive energy to be expressed. Since the interests are already very clear here, you can just take action. We definitely want to stop you, because here, we already have the events that are supposed to happen next. If you don't clarify this matter, then we certainly want to know what to say. I personally plead with you to hurry and save us. If you don't help us, we will surely face a bad outcome. I've already skillfully expressed my brilliance in this situation, and if you don't make this matter clearer, then I think it would be unnecessary. YanLing has already clearly showcased the brilliance within his heart. At this point, there is nothing more to say. If you don't clarify this peculiar situation, then everyone present will surely bear significant responsibility. So now, even though Flander wants to lower his status, YanLing feels he must elevate his status. Otherwise, if even these basic principles remain unclear, then the dignity of a principle is left unacknowledged. Thus, in facing such circumstances, many have realized that the situation should be managed skillfully. It's not about genuinely allowing someone to hold up the sky. The trustworthy facts have been clearly stated here. If one doesn't understand even this, why involve so many so-called people? It should simply be a matter of skillfully expressing oneself here, with a clear definition. Otherwise, it might lead to a tragic ending due to excessive joy. In academics, there should also be a series of styles within the academy, rather than entangling more indifferent people. Such matters, if they truly can be upheld in the sky, should have reasonable limits. It's not about making the situation look bad, which would leave others uncertain about how to conclude it. There are always stronger hands among the strong. A generation of mountains and rivers belongs to a generation of people. If one doesn't understand even this, why involve so many indifferent people? These facts are not something to be ignored, as many already understand. The Douluo Academy is inherently a stronghold of mental resistance and supportive beliefs. If one doesn't understand these matters, it will only lead others to think that in situations unacceptable to outsiders, it becomes even more awkward. It should have been a barren land, but looking at it now, this barren land logic has not been skillfully expressed. It only leaves others unable to face even the most basic problems. Look at the thin clouds layered in the sky. Narrating the scenery here, it also makes people disregard the matter entirely. The flickering lightning and thunder seem to have an invisible shadow evaporating here. However, this fact should be like this, because within such strength and terrifying scenes, everything should have its own plans. Otherwise, even the most basic principles will not manifest before our eyes. Seeing this, isn't it a very amusing existence? At this point, there is nothing more to say. If one doesn't understand even this, why involve so many so-called people? Heaven and earth should skillfully express this in one's mind. But looking at it now, such things have not been expressed in one's mind. Instead, one has been put in a rather awkward position, and if it's like this, it indeed makes one feel unable to hold their head high. It's better not to take this situation too seriously, lest excessive joy lead to sorrow, causing others to misunderstand. Well, since even the principal has nothing to say, I am willing to take action in this healing process. If I were to display this particularly petty speech here, I would certainly think my heart is too broad. If I were a petty person, I would definitely feel that I cannot accomplish great things. Therefore, to accomplish great things, one must prioritize the people involved. This is clearly stated. If even the most basic laws cannot be understood, why involve more people? Such precariousness makes others feel there is no authority in place. And the real situation and reasoning have been skillfully expressed here. The facts that stand tall have already existed in their rightful place. If even these upright facts are not understood, others will surely not know how to proceed in front of them. The chance encounter is already under his control, but a series of principles from such encounters may not necessarily be grasped with such precision. It seems this matter is indeed regrettable. All right, I plan to take action once again, and you all should prepare to impact everything here. The blade of impact has already been perfectly demonstrated here. I want to say much more. Let us just begin. Chapter 302. Whispers not to be discussed. YanLing charged forward without knowing what was going through his mind. He always thought that his brain was filled with a series of blanks. Yet within those blanks, a series of methods emerged. This made many understand that some things are meant to be, but now it seems that it is just like the ghostly principles in stories. Each generation has its own people, and each generation has its own reasoning. However, from what we see now, some people develop a lot of mental illnesses because they have suffered a series of unfair treatments in the past. Thus, they experience things in their minds that shouldn't exist. But now, what shouldn't exist has already been effortlessly released by him. At this point, it seems there is not much to say. There are always stronger hands among the strong. Each generation has its own people, and those who are proud cannot expect to dominate the world. However, if one is not proud and aloof, then living in this world would seem to have no chance of success at all. In fact, many should understand why the events happening before their eyes are so bizarre. But now, looking at the real situation and the boundary defense area diagram, it certainly does not follow his reasoning. Therefore, YanLing planned to launch a further assault and implement a series of YanLing's principles. What are rules? Rules are meant to be broken. YanLing intended to use these broken rules to resolve the turmoil in his mind. He knew that if he couldn't accomplish some feasible tasks, people would think he was just a comical figure. He is not particularly helpless or unreasonable. He believes that coming to this world should provide him with opportunities. Since there are opportunities, he should effortlessly release the boundary line in his mind. Otherwise, others would think he is just a particularly funny existence. And what would be the point of involving so many so-called people? So this matter is very clear, and YanLing has already decided to gradually release the turmoil in his mind. There is no need to say more. Saying more is pointless and merely a facade, which is quite obvious here. However, now, in this bizarre reality that cannot be ignored, there must be a belief in his mind. This breakthrough has not achieved a perfect decisiveness, but has allowed others to effortlessly express their more unchangeable decisions. It seems this matter is indeed quite interesting. But among these interesting events, who can make their own choices? Logically, this should not be the case, because rules are supposed to be a very real fact that should not be misunderstood. Only after they occur do we realize a series of highlights that become increasingly difficult for people to accept, revealing truths that ordinary people cannot grasp. After happening before others, it turns out to be such a powerful oddity, effortlessly showcasing itself in front of them. At this point, there's no need to say it like this. YanLing chose to further attack the terrifying prison before him. He believes this place should be about the chaotic things he can circulate. Otherwise, if even real situations cannot be released, wouldn't living in this world be a waste of land, space, and a series of beliefs in his heart? If one cannot even understand their own life, yet still wants to criticize others' lives, then what a joke. YanLing chose to attack once more. He did not hold anything in his hands and, with a bang, struck the cage in the prison, achieving a perfect decisiveness. Of course, this decisiveness does not mean that YanLing has reached a low point. He feels he has been placed in a relatively dangerous position. Therefore, being in his position, he must express the highlights in his mind. However, afterwards, when these real principles appeared, he found it was not so difficult. With one punch, cracks appeared in the cage inside the prison, and with another punch, more cracks emerged. Of course, behind these cracks might be everything they should have. But looking at it now, behind the cage has already shown a decisive element, making it clear that this outcome is very obvious and displayed before others. However, now it seems that perhaps it is fate, but destiny will ultimately be difficult to bear. Facing these should be understood as real situations. And when a series of results happen in front of others, that would make it hard for others to accept. Also, why in the end? One does not know what kind of decisiveness to face such an ending. Fortunately, this situation should not be taken lightly. Everyone present should be sweating. So Flander and YanLing watched here, not making any plans because they knew that if they raised any doubts, YanLing would definitely turn around and leave. Choosing not to save because YanLing is not a typical petty person. His words are very clear, indicating that he is not someone to be trifled with. Pride and arrogance are very evident in front of him. At this point, there seems to be nothing more to say. If what needs to be said and done has been done, then there is no need to involve more people to avoid a situation where joy turns to sorrow in the end. It cannot involve more oddities. It seems the unpredictable nature of the world is displayed before others. It should have its reasoning. Of course, some things are only understood from the moment they are lost, realizing how painful this world can be. After experiencing so much suffering, in the end, there's no good outcome, but rather facing it with a relentless attitude. Chapter 303. The Cunning Person and Cunning Affairs. It seems that this matter, having come to this world, has indeed brought about a series of earthly experiences. But what does it lead to? Life is inherently like this, facing a series of circumstances. as well as the bizarre thoughts and everything that should be in one's mind. One must confront these chaotic elements. Darkness may eventually arrive, but in the darkness, there should be a pair of very bright eyes facing these sudden scenes. However, now, everything that should exist in this darkness lacks his own plans. At this point, it seems there is nothing much to say. After doing some perfect things next, one should act like a man of integrity. As it stands, it seems there is not much to discuss. YanLing once again chooses to make an impact, suddenly shocking everyone present in the cage. It won't take long before that cage will definitely be broken. This favor, too, allows YanLing to choose, leaving everyone present stunned, especially Flander, who is gritting his teeth in hatred. It seems he wants to tear YanLing apart, as YanLing's strike was simply too small. He could only stretch his head out. If he stretches his head out, then that series of things will lack his own shining points. The absurdity of it all should lead to everything in the end, to avoid being left in the dark about how to conclude. But in this situation, how should one face these bizarre occurrences? Once again, there's a choice to strike, and with a bang, that cage directly chooses to shatter, opting to split apart. Good, good, not bad, very good, excellent, seize the time, choose to strike once more. If there is no attack, then the life of this cage will surely heal, because here, it is very clearly displayed. At this point, it is a very upright person who cannot comprehend the likes of it. I have made this fact very clear to you. Under the understanding or misunderstanding of these real situations, if all these matters cannot be understood, then why involve so many so-called people? This world is inherently an unpredictable one. If one does not understand these principles, then living in this world is simply a waste of air and land. What should be said and done has already been accounted for. If even these things that should be said and done are not finished, then involving more indifferent people will only lead to a tragic end. Anyway, I have made this very clear. You must understand these things. Otherwise, if you do not understand all these choices, you will surely think that I am a particularly amusing existence. I have already stated it this way. Why involve so many so-called people? You cannot expect me to approach you with a very understanding attitude. You should seize the time to strike, and after I go out, I will help you with a favor, allowing you to understand everything, which is to understand the essence of understanding. You should understand this, right? All right, I won't say more nonsense. If you fail to decide how to conclude, then I cannot accept these real principles. It seems that among us, there should be a parting of life and death, born in comfort, dying in hardship. If even the most basic principles should not occur before our eyes, then that would be the most tragic plan. I won't say much more. You can act as you wish. Flander, watching YanLing's series of strikes, feels that this kid in front of him is indeed quite capable. He is already standing at the pinnacle, but still chooses to lower his head to help him. It seems that this disciple trained by Bai Dong is indeed interesting. If this disciple were truly at a higher position, then he would certainly be able to accomplish some perfect things next. At this point, there is nothing more to say or do, as long as he can save himself. Flander has already made a perfect decision in his heart. He feels he must confront the absurdity of the principles he faces. Confronting all these so-called elements, life is unpredictable. And in this powerful ideological impact, many have already understood the saying, when the east wind does not blow, the war drums beat. For whom does the knife of dreams strike? Here, it is also expressed very perfectly. The principles of the future are also here, facing all he must confront. But next, who can understand how to face everything in the midst of loss and future without any opportunities? YanLing is already sweating for his future because he knows that Flander is a typical capricious guy. He does not know what is on his mind, always wanting to take advantage of him. But if he truly wants to take advantage, why choose to do such things? Wouldn't it be better to do something else? However, YanLing, who should not want to greedily seize this small advantage, instead launched a series of attacks. He feels that this powerful inner confidence and belief have also been effortlessly released. Among themselves, a spark of brilliance has emerged. It seems that high-level talents should be hidden, not try to push up this so-called sky. But now, looking at this sky that has been raised, it seems they have not even protected their own small piece of land. Instead, a series of splits have directly appeared. Since it has been split so perfectly, let us see next who can understand why these real situations are so. To avoid, in the end, not knowing how to conclude in a tragic manner. That would be the most incomprehensible thing. In a strong, there are always stronger ones. A generation's landscape belongs to a generation. Let us see how the back of this landscape and the series of causes and effects that have faded away are effortlessly manifested. Chapter 304. fear, and anxiety otherwise. How to face these things without generating any thoughts in one's heart would be best. From this moment on, a strong inner confidence and belief emerged, and he immediately had everything he was supposed to have. Strike, don't dawdle. Anyone who lingers is just a pesky, stubborn dog, and failing to make the right choices. At this moment, YanLing did not heed Flander's cold mockery. Instead, he found a series of confidence and beliefs within himself, feeling that he should understand these things. Otherwise, how could one know how it would all end? Living in this world would be a waste otherwise. A hole was punched in the cage, but behind this hole, nothing useful was created. However, after he truly lifted this piece of sky, indeed, there was no genuinely strong and useful belief expressed. It seemed this matter was quite eye-catching and couldn't be taken lightly. Wherever he went, there might be no grass growing. But YanLing felt he was already placed in this position. Therefore, he should do everything that was supposed to be done in this position. Otherwise, others would think he was just a useless waste. Just now, Lu Erlong had coldly mocked him for a billion, which was quite obvious. He could choose not to save Flander. However, if you, as a disciple, choose not to take on this Flander, then living in this world would be a waste of air and land as well. It seems this time, relying solely on my own strength cannot cut through this aerial prison, because what I'm facing now is beyond my control. Only by letting the belief in this matter flow freely before my eyes can we see who else can understand these chaotic things. At this point, I have no need to involve more people. I have already understood and accepted that these things will be my ultimate belief. Why should I know some of this? Let us go, don't dawdle. Anyone who lingers is just the son of a dog. If someone claims they aren't, then in this world, there really isn't a series of belief shocks. On YanLing's side, he quickly and perfectly clenched his fist. He felt that since coming to this world, he had lost any chance to exploit. There was no confidence or belief left, and he felt he had lost his backbone. If this position were to be placed in a very awkward situation, involving more irrelevant talents, would lead to an unknown ending. Of course, from the beginning, YanLing did not apprentice under BB Dong. They were merely fated in the teacher-student relationship. The real master of Sun Wukong is Bodhi ancestor. While following Tang Sung has nothing to do with it, he is essentially a bodyguard for Tang Sung. There is no opportunity for exploitation. To put it bluntly, Tang Sung is Sun Wukong's boss, and now YanLing is also Flander's boss. They are merely bound by their interests. Why does Tang Sung keep reciting the tightening spell and other chaotic things? The reason is simply twofold. Only by reciting these spells and maintaining some beliefs can one truly create a situation that fits. This allows many to understand that the real situations they face are facts. And why is that? Of course, things may flow freely here for a reason. But when facing these things, the outcome should not be dictated by this result. A year passes quickly, 2 years pass quickly, and 3 years pass even faster. Life should enjoy solitude while facing the beliefs among these peculiarities, which have already flowed freely here. The inevitable will come, and what shouldn't come one come. Otherwise, if one does not understand even these basic rules, it seems one will suffer from physical and mental pain. Life is unpredictable, and this should be a perfect decision. Next, it should be up to him to flow freely. Otherwise, others will not understand him. Living in this world would be a waste of space, land, and a series of beliefs in one's heart. That would be too ugly. A new ruler means new subjects. YanLing has already understood that to touch, leave, and comprehend these is necessary for him to slowly and freely express these situations in his heart. I said from the beginning, this kid YanLing is indeed not an ordinary person. Just watch. Old principle. YanLing will definitely be able to save us. The reason is quite simple. Don't look at him being thin and monkey-like. At first glance, he completely resembles Zhu Beiji reincarnated. But in reality, he truly has the ability to exist in this world. If he didn't have this ability, he wouldn't need to involve more irrelevant people. At this point, there is no need to make things awkward. Otherwise, in the end, others will not know how to live in this world with a plan of joy turning to sorrow. Why deal with so many messy issues? It seems this kind of existence in a dreamland is also flowing freely, expressing its own reasoning. Some things can indeed be seen through, but don't say them out loud. If you vehemently deny a person, that person will certainly not launch any effortless attacks against you. Of course, the reasoning that flows out here also has some beliefs within. The details and defenses in one's heart should also be based on one's perfect plans. It seems we should all understand these real situations. Otherwise, a plan of joy turning into sorrow cannot express their own reasoning in this world. That would be the most frightening and should not be a fact. It seems we must understand and leave these to comprehend the chaotic reality. Chapter 305. Invincible in battle, YanLing was trying to persuade Flander, hoping that he wouldn't lose his temper. The confidence and resentment he felt were quite simple. YanLing himself came from a prestigious background in the academy. If it weren't for being part of Flander's team, he probably wouldn't have any news about Flander at all. After all, YanLing could be considered a unique talent in the entire Douluo Academy, having his own reasons to feel confident. Moreover, he was quite clear about his role in the team and felt he shouldn't be placed in a dangerous position. However, now there was no choice. He had already found himself in this position without any opportunity to turn things around. He could only see how to express the situation in his heart. Otherwise, others wouldn't know what decision he was making. That would be the most terrifying existence, as the confidence and belief within him were meant to be expressed for a reason. But looking at it now, the matters behind this reasoning couldn't be explained clearly by just one or two people. It seemed that there were indeed opportunities to exploit in this situation. Flander finally shut his mouth. Of course, his foul mouth could not spit out anything good. The reason was simple. Flander had been raised to enjoy life without thinking much, always believing he could stand on a moral high ground, criticizing others in various ways. But was it effective? Not at all. This world is a very fair place. As long as you don't owe anyone anything and have a clear conscience, there's no need to be afraid. But Flander was different. He always wanted to stand on a moral high ground, hurling insults at this person or that one, thinking he was above it all. In reality, he was nothing. His words were perfect, but others didn't care to take him seriously, yet he persistently dragged many so-called people into it. However, now, the origins of this fact and everything they should have expressed were not taken seriously by people at all. It was indeed hard to perceive any bright moments. Time is precious, as the saying goes. An inch of time is worth an inch of gold, but an inch of gold cannot buy an inch of time. This fact is very true, and if one speaks unclearly, it's not worth discussing. Although all these words are nonsense, this is just how it is. If this were a novel, it would indeed help to meet the word count. After all, it's really not a big deal. YanLing charged towards a nearby location once again. Of course, at this moment, he learned a technique akin to Sun Wukong's cloud somersaulting, flipping into the universe above the supreme sky. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and amidst the heavenly realm, everything he deserved appeared after a moment of Ba. A severe wave of light manifested here, with his own scenes flashing one after another. After the seventh flash, the sky burst forth with streaks of evening glow, behind which appeared a large necklace of Buddha light and the image of a monkey king. At this moment, YanLing transformed into a wooden figure of a cross tree. With a swift sound of armor protecting him, he fell hard to a nearby spot in an instant. Then, he charged towards the cage in the sky. At this moment, in the Heavendo Royal Academy, Heavendo City, Douluo Continent, Douluo Academy, and throughout the entire Douluo City, everyone saw a terrifying sign. A streak of red light was spreading across the horizon. A character with flowing red hair, resembling a ghost, gritted his teeth and rushed toward a nearby spot. The appearance of that gritted teeth was gradually revealing his own light points, which shone perfectly. A ghostly face appeared in the sky, charging at the cage. Simultaneously, Zhao Wujia, witnessing this terrifying sign, was filled with joy in his heart. He felt that the old principal was finally useful. This vice principal had been waiting for this day for a long time, and finally, it had arrived. It seemed the song had to be sung. Otherwise, not singing it would be a disservice to those who truly found themselves in such circumstances. Damn it. He never expected YanLing would go against him. The aerial prison I created was meant to block Flander and summon the Titan-S prologue, but unexpectedly, this guy kept going against me. Well, since he has no regard for others, he can't blame me for being unkind. Damn it. I can't believe he is playing like this. Fortunately, I raised such a disciple. It's unexpected that this disciple dared to go against my wishes. Well, it's come to this, and I don't need to say so much. Otherwise, others would think I had no choice but to act. It seems there are always stronger people out there. I really should retreat to the mountains. Otherwise, standing in such a high position may lead others to think I am helpless. I don't want to say much more. I should make the choices I ought to make. Otherwise, others will definitely think I'm a ridiculous existence, and an open heart is not synonymous with me. I'm not a prime minister. I don't have that much generosity. I can't hold a boat, so don't try to persuade me. When Bibi Dong saw this scene, he was so furious he felt like his lungs were about to explode. He never expected that YanLing would dare to go against his own will. Fortunately, he was still his own disciple. Thinking of this made him extremely angry. Why would YanLing betray him? BB Dong felt that he had put everything, including soul rings and any rare treasures in Douluo continent, into YanLing's hands. Chapter 306. Unforeseen disaster unexpectedly. This guy actually turned around and allied himself with Flandra, smoothly expressing a series of thoughts towards him. What was going through his mind? Wasn't his master supposed to exist in this world? Wasn't he supposed to have some dignity as a master in this world? Once a teacher, always a father. Didn't he understand these things? Furthermore, BB Dong felt that she was standing at the highest position of the Supreme Pontiff and should have a particularly high prestige. But to her surprise, she did not receive a series of respect. Instead, she was dragged into more chaotic troubles. If this situation became truly embarrassing, it would indeed make it hard for anyone to understand or clarify, not knowing what kind of decision to make. So, since it had come to this, let us see what kind of absolute situation would unfold perfectly. Otherwise, one would be caught in a more obvious position, dragging more innocent people into it. The so-called fearless pioneer of legends also had everything he deserved here. In a moment of thought and in the realm of dreams, the righteousness that existed should be expressed by him. Otherwise, if he didn't even know how to write the two characters for misery, what was the point of dragging more people into it? Just when YanLing was confused and unable to understand what was going on, BB Dong had already rushed over from the clouds. She had seen the big ghost face in the sky and had formed her own situation about this ghost face in her mind. She felt that she had been placed in this position, so let us see who could face these oddities next. Of course, life is essentially a chessboard. It depends on how one moves. If I could really transcend tribulation in this world, then after overcoming it, I should be able to obtain a higher position. However, looking at it now, those who are not finished do not even have a high position, but instead are caught in a relatively obvious position. If the situation was indeed so clear and one could not face the reality, then the plans of joy turning to sorrow should also be expressed smoothly, belonging to his own decisive nature. It seems that the dream world of martial arts and the journey that should exist in dreams is indeed greater than YanLing's ambition. If in the future I were to pass on this position of the Supreme Pontiff to him, this kid would definitely not know what it means to be low-key or how to write those words. Thinking of this, YanLing felt that he had lost a certain decision-making position in BB Dong's heart. The more BB Dong thought about it, the angrier she became, and she was on the verge of erupting the flames of anger within her, turning into a fire-type calabash baby. The calabash baby is said to be associated with the Black Cat Sheriff and the higher brothers, of course. This represents the pinnacle of domestic animation and should have everything it deserves. However, looking at it now, if such a thing were to appear in the Academy of Douluo continent, it could only be said that Tang San and those dog authors from the Tang family wrote this novel, which is not truly useful. But now it seems that the settings in Douluo continent should not involve the Black Cat Sheriff or any random calabash babies. No matter how the decisions exist, if they really cannot integrate a series of elemental powers, then let us see how they understand it. In fact, YanLing already understood very well. If he truly integrated the forms of these characters from the calabash baby into his heart, then the strength of the big baby is indeed very strong. The second baby's keen eyesight is also very bright, and the third baby's indestructible body is completely impressive. The fourth and fifth babies, one is a water baby and the other is a fire baby, are indeed very perfect. However, the sixth baby's invisibility is relatively lacking, as it is only a shadow and does not have the effect of being on top of the world. But because of the mischief of the calabash babies, they ended up being stolen by the snake spirit and scorpion spirit, who took them as their own parents, resulting in the calabash baby's grandfather losing any opportunity. Thinking of this, YanLing felt something was off. He remembered that the calabash baby stolen by the snake spirit and scorpion spirit seemed to be the seventh baby, who held a treasure gourd that could absorb anything. Not only could it absorb the big baby and the second baby, but after a certain time, it could also turn into pus. Of course, YanLing might have remembered wrong, but now it doesn't matter whether he is right or wrong. In any case, he no longer had the abilities of the 7 calabash babies. The most important thing is that YanLing had no idea what he would face next. Moreover, he was unclear about his destiny because he had already felt that BB Dong was on her way. If she really intended to not spare him, then it would indeed be quite embarrassing for him. After all, BB Dong was also considered his master, and in this whole Douluo continent, amidst the wishes and clear factions, he would definitely be bullied, insulted, and looked down upon if he didn't have this moment. Damn it, what bad luck. I never expected that. I just wanted to do a favor for Flandra. It's already fine that he didn't respond to anything, but instead, BB Dong was already dragging more unnecessary people into it. This matter indeed seems quite interesting. If I don't even understand what the real situation is, then dragging more unnecessary people into it would be the most terrifying existence. The journey of dreams and the grudges and grievances in the martial arts world have already merged here, belonging to his own shining points. It seems that I should have everything in order to face these chaotic matters, leaving these things and the decisions within my heart. I must understand how to express myself smoothly. Chapter 307. How far is the horizon otherwise, if I can't even live up to BB Dong? How can I live up to my own sect? YanLing here has already made a perfect decision for himself, and within his heart, there remains something intact. At this moment, he knows that he must understand the true meaning of these things. Otherwise, even the most basic existence shouldn't be allowed to dissipate so freely. Otherwise, in the end, how could one make some perfect choices? Faith has already been planned out by him here. Otherwise, it would all be based on a plan that brings joy followed by sorrow. Why involve more indifferent people? A journey has already begun here. Let's just see how it will end next, as BB Dong turns into a wisp of smoke. In an instant, she appears before YanLing and on Flinder's side. He also sees this series of events that have led to a confrontation. A great battle is about to begin. Unexpectedly, you betray me like this. What the hell are you doing now? So contrary to my beliefs. What the hell are you thinking? Why are you doing this? Don't you think that this favor is something you should do? What did I tell you before? Why the hell am I, as your master, wronging you? What kind of nonsense is in your head? Haven't I made it very clear that I don't want you to have contact with them? I didn't expect that you would indeed get involved with them time and time again. You fool, I really have to consider you as a useless disciple. If you truly intend to save this guy, then from today on, I will inevitably kick you out. As long as you dare to go against my will, I will show you what it means to be completely exposed. I never said to let him go. You brought this on yourself. When BB Dong finished speaking, her face was already very unpleasant, realizing that this guy has no idea what he's thinking. Damn it, what he has done here is so unexpected. Now, still time and time again. Let's see what happens next if he wants to say something. As long as he dares, he will definitely not allow him to have a series of good outcomes. Faced with these chaotic impacts and the scene in front of him, YanLing also looked very unpleasant. After all, his face looked like he had eaten 2 pounds of dog shit, because he also had not. And this had appeared after hearing it. So at this moment, you really want to use a metaphor. If you don't plan to release this price, then why do these messy things? It's really a damn shameful thing that cannot express any of their highlights. At this point, what else is there to say? Why involve so many? Do you really think there's no one left in this world? So at this moment, the person in this position should already be understood by many. BB Dong didn't intend for YanLing to do these things, nor did she say for him to get involved with too many messy characters. But unexpectedly, this guy has repeatedly caused so many issues. If that's the case, to be honest, if Flinder hadn't chosen to take this path, then if that's the case, if it really involves so many reasons, why face these situations of not wanting to impose on others? And the whole thing is so intertwined that it can't go on. Let's make a move. Stop dawdling. Whoever dawdles is a damn fool. At this moment, YanLing has already seen that this is no longer about standing in a position, but rather about having his own desires. If it really turns out that this result is quite embarrassing, then others definitely won't know how it should end. The reasoning has been made very clear, and being placed in this position, he already has his own credible facts. If BB Dong had not chosen to save Flinder from the beginning, then YanLing and these people would definitely have no place to be buried. Think about it. YanLing was in a relatively dangerous position, which shouldn't have been the case. In facing these chaotic situations, well, these circumstances and embarrassing facts have already been presented very clearly and vividly. Let's see what kind of situation will unfold next if the other party intends to act. If the other party dares, then they definitely won't know how to face some chaotic oddities. It's a pity that these real situations have no messy origins, and no choices can be made. Of course, the world is full of rising winds and waves of a great era, already blending into their own perfection. However, once these real situations have unfolded here effortlessly, it will become a system that makes it hard for people to open their eyes and yet impossible to close them. Wasting time is, in fact, a shameful existence for anyone, and YanLing feels that he is already standing in a relatively dangerous position. Therefore, he can only manage his affairs in his position, and that's better. As for other matters, he doesn't want to force himself to be interested. Of course, the fact of do not impose on others what you do not want has already been presented very clearly and vividly here. So who will face these chaotic issues? If someone can truly be placed in a relatively obvious position. YanLing's face looked terrible. He didn't expect BB Dong wouldn't even give him the opportunity to do a favor. If that's the case, this matter indeed makes people feel that there is no sense of self-interest in the facts. Therefore, there is no need to involve too many. So let's see who among both sides will face this chaos. Anyone can understand what the true facts are like, and let's see who can comprehend some indelible dignity. It's all legal. It's just 3 words, but 2 words cannot be expressed here clearly. They themselves have to face what messy facts. But the result is not such a credible one. Chapter 308. So far away rather than believing in some kind of destiny. It might be better to give up and focus on the facts at hand. Are we really destined to face the seriousness of life? Of course, that's alarmist talk, and what is being said here is not entirely clear or straightforward. I gave you a chance, and instead of taking this favor, you actually had the audacity to betray me, right? Get out. Either leave this place now, or you will never be my disciple. I'm making myself very clear. Get lost. Bibi Dong looked at YanLing and thought that what he was saying didn't seem like a true fact at all. He felt extremely perfect. Some sincere situations transformed into something that didn't seem possible for any one person to achieve. Since things have come to this point, there is no need to involve more innocent people. The legendary fearless pioneer in his mind had now become a perfect flash of inspiration. It was hard to keep one's eyes open. It was indeed such a matter. Bibi Dong had very few disciples, but unexpectedly, this YanLing had chosen to become one. He actually chose betrayal, and if that is the case, it truly seemed that there was no chance for any opportunity. Now that things had come to this point, the situation was quite awkward. As long as the other party wanted it, as long as they dared, and as long as they stood in a relatively advantageous position, it was impossible to know what kind of situation would arise next to face these chaotic so-called troubles. Of course, the outcome was not something easily understood, but the conclusion would definitely be hard to perceive. In a world driven by interests, finding 2 genuinely sincere people was truly not easy. Yet, under such self-serving interests, it was impossible to create some bright facts, leaving one feeling that there was no opportunity. The current situation of keeping one's word had become very awkward, and the result was truly headache-inducing. If these matters were unclear, then YanLing might really be a bit naive. Of course, this naive person had already shown his own sense of purpose. Observing his sharp demeanor, it was evident that his actions could not be trusted. If placed in a relatively obvious position, one could only wonder what kind of outcome would lead to a perfect conclusion. If the other party wanted it, if they dared, one would certainly not know how to face these chaotic facts. The result was quite evident, and whether the transformed things were true or false, slowly, he had made a serious decision in his life. As long as someone else wanted it, dared to do it, and had a particularly perfect decision in mind, there was no need to involve more innocent people. Life is inherently a collection of many forced connections. There was no need to make others feel that there was nothing truly useful. YanLing's attitude was now one of being caught between a rock and a hard place. If he went with Flanders, it would mean betraying his master. If he chose not to heal, then he wouldn't have any good outcome either. The situation was already quite bleak. If nothing was making people feel there was any opportunity, then it was hard to know what kind of result would unfold next. In this perfect fact, many people certainly did not understand what the true facts were. Rather than dragging on, it would be better to give up that perfect spark in his mind. The shining point of decades. On this long journey of life, one should cherish every step. Of course, decisions made by fools are not something one person can perfectly execute. Otherwise, selfish plans wouldn't manifest here. So why drag so many others into it? Staying away from what should exist in life is essentially about making a particularly perfect decision. This is reality. Facing everything that should not exist in life has also formed part of their own mindset. Indeed, you are my master, and there's a slight truth to that. However, I will tell you one thing. From now on, I have never said I would walk this irreversible path with you, never to return. Because I need to understand the most sincere greeting, which is that my coming into this world means no one can manipulate my life. I have crossed over into this life, and I have my own perfect decisiveness. Since this perfect decisiveness has already led him to make some perfect choices, let us see how to face these real facts and how our true decisions will unfold in light of these drifting results. It is very evident now how I should brighten my own facts, and it's not as if you understand what the real situation is. If you grasp these facts and their perfect decisiveness, then that's enough. YanLing threw out all the thoughts in his mind. He felt that even though he was Bibi Dong's disciple, he did not subscribe to the belief that once a teacher, always a father. Here, he also detached himself from his own purpose, and it remains to be seen what clear choices will emerge next. If he were truly pinned down in a relatively obvious position, involving more people would only make others think he was a particularly pointless individual. But now, the real facts were glaringly clear before him. If he truly walked the same path as Flanders, it would definitely offend BB Dong. Of course, if a triangular situation formed through quick schemes, one could only wonder how it would ultimately conclude. Chapter 309. The attack of the poop. The results are all very obvious. Presented right in front of us. If it's what the other party wants, if they dare to do so, they surely don't know what kind of bizarre situation they will have to face. The outcome is quite embarrassing. Of course, driven by profit. Many people no longer understand what the real facts are. However, when faced with these sincere facts, if some rather embarrassing situations are truly created, then BB Dong will definitely strangle YanLing here, preventing him from enjoying any so-called family happiness. The reasoning is simple. We educated you, only to find out now that you have betrayed your sect. What are you thinking? Why would you do this? We educated you to be loyal to our team. Unexpectedly, now your team doesn't even cherish it. Instead, it has produced some things that people don't take seriously. What are you thinking? Do you really think that there are no everlasting banquets in this world? When thinking of this, BB Dong clenched her fists, ensuring that she had nothing useful at all. Now that it has come to this, let us see how to face some real bizarre situations that arise wherever they go. If it's what the other party wants, if they dare to do so, then they will face the reality of things within their reach. There are always stronger individuals among the strong. Every generation has its own people who can truly understand what the real facts are. The saying goes, a new emperor brings new ministers. Here, people can integrate and comprehend. They also have their own fate in the midst of it all. And of course, the bright scenery also has its own feasible matters. Not involving so many so-called people is just a long journey of life. Cherish it as you go. Hey kid, have you really grown wings? Unexpectedly, this guy doesn't know what kind of potion he has been fed, and you actually dare to turn your elbow outward. Well, if you really plan to turn your elbow outward, it's also my fault for not reminding you about Flander and all that mess. Don't drag me into so much. I don't care what camp you're from or where you came from. If you didn't make this outcome look bad, then don't blame me. I will just find your side very amusing and won't feel any sympathy for you. You must understand that at a young age, I sit in the position of a top pope, and of course I have my own perfect confidence. If I dare, I will definitely face some messy affairs and gain some feasible inspiration. Otherwise, how would anyone know what kind of decision to make to wrap things up? Wouldn't standing in this position be a very amusing existence? Dragging so many so-called people into it only makes people feel that what you don't want. Don't impose on others. All right, I've said what needs to be said, and what needs to be done is done. Don't involve so many people. If you don't even understand some basic principles, then creating so many messy affairs will only confuse many people. What do the broken, ruined facts look like? You don't even understand all of this. BB Dong's attitude is 100 times more resolute than YanLing's. Her meaning is very clear. She feels that she has been placed in a position that lacks evidence. As long as she can't create some feasible bizarre situations, then YanLing must be strangled. Her attitude and determination, as well as their task, are very bright. If they can't even produce some perfect facts with such attitude and determination, then others will definitely think that these feasible bizarre situations can't be created. Of course, the outcomes are also very obvious. If these things are really placed in a very obvious position, then surely no one will know how to face some real concluding facts. And such situations will be present in the Douluo Academy. There are also bright facts of their own if the other party wants to. If the other party dares, they will surely be placed in a relatively perfect situation. Of course, the unremarkable senior brother who speaks of perfection here also has his own shining points. However, these profit-driven existences are not something one person can manage. Unfortunately, the real situation is not something humanity can obstruct. It's the facts faced by the strong among the bizarre. This is also a long journey of life. Cherish it as you go, taking one step, then another. With a loud bang, BB Dong clenched her fists perfectly. The meaning is very clear. If she is truly placed in a relatively dangerous position, there is no need to drag in more irrelevant people, since everyone is already walking on the edge of life and death. Let us see who next doesn't understand what these real facts are. Among the strong, faced with the bizarre that cannot keep their word, the worst that could happen is to eliminate the sect and make some bright choices. Of course, eliminating the sect isn't something that can be done with just a word or two. It makes others unaware of how to face the impact of certain concepts and the genuine facts they must confront. The results are very obvious. presented right in front of them with their own decisions. If what they say has been shining in this bright light and gradually revealed, then YanLing will definitely be strangled outside the sect and gain no benefits whatsoever. It is very clear that this is also their own decision. The east wind blows, the war drums beat, and the call to battle has already sounded. YanLing will definitely receive a very perfect choice. In the face of this mess, if these things can truly make many people understand how to face the real situation, then YanLing will certainly not choose to be an enemy of BB Dong. Because BB Dong's abilities are completely above YanLing's, he also knows his own worth. He understands clearly that if he confronts this guy as an enemy, he will definitely not gain any good outcome and will instead be made into something that people won't take seriously at all. Therefore, the fact that this should not be regarded as a matter has already made many people understand. Chapter 310. The Fault of Right and Wrong. Chapter 311. Harder than ascending to the heavens faced with the inability to continue and the chaotic behaviors that cannot be integrated. The only option left is to let others decide. What could the real situation be for having a series of perfect plans in life? If one does not understand this, along with the true facts, then the trustworthy matters will not be wasted in front of others. Given the circumstances, there is no need to involve more indifferent people. Otherwise, these matters cannot be expressed, and it is even more unnecessary to entangle more chaos. After so many years of teaching disciples, I never expected to encounter such a fool today. Fine, since you insist on playing these chaotic tricks, there is no need for me to bring forth this messy business. If you really make this ending awkward and then involve more indifferent people, I truly wonder how it will end. Of course, you might find this outcome very embarrassing, but if you do not want to be kicked out of the sect, I advise you to surrender as much as possible, because I am not easy to bully. You must understand why I have so many disciples and why you are such a disappointment. What are you thinking? You don't really think I am easy to push around, do you? If I were easy to bully, then you wouldn't have any opportunity at all. You should realize that in this reality, you cannot even express the principles of your life. What do you want to do in this world? Do you really think this is a joke? I do not care about the others. You need to surrender to me immediately. If you do not surrender, I will make you eat dirt. Do you understand? BB Dong has a firm grip on the so-called power and respects it greatly. She believes that those who betray the sect deserve to die and should not live in this world. Those who betray the sect do not understand how to face some chaotic matters and cannot even grasp the principles at hand. If people truly do not know how to confront the facts, they should not involve more indifferent individuals. However, can this really be done? Being in this position means there is no recognition of any trustworthy facts. Yet, the obvious truths are already at play here, revealing their own brilliance. Let us see who can comprehend the facts of 3 times 7 equals 21, 4 times 7 equals 28, 5 times 7 equals 35, and 7 times 7 equals 49. Thus, BB Dong plans to clean up the sect, while YanLing is prepared for any destined responsibilities. He feels that his existence in this world has been extremely painful. If even those painful existences cannot be managed perfectly, then there is no need for him to live in this world. He believes that once a teacher, always a father. And here, he has everything he deserves. If these facts do not require involving more indifferent individuals, then he has no reason to live in this world. Wasting air and land. Make your move, don't drag it out. I have no interest in you, because I know that what you present does not resemble a decision that an upright person could make. Let us see how you will face these peculiarities. If I cannot understand these trustworthy facts, then let us see what kind of situation we will end up with. If you want to, if you dare, if you really find yourself in an awkward position, then let us face these real situations with the principles of our facts. Of course, you might think I can do something within my capabilities, but so what? These things within my capabilities and the situations presented before me do not resemble something that you could accomplish. But do you not understand even this? Then why do you want to meet so many people? Life is essentially a chessboard, and if you cannot even comprehend the principles within this chessboard, then why do you want to survive in this world? YanLing firmly grips his fist, wanting to break this situation apart. He feels that he is in a dangerous position, so let us see how both sides will face these chaotic matters. Otherwise, if we do not know how it will end, how will we make perfect choices? Given the circumstances, the outcome is very obvious, integrating into his own situation. Let us see who can understand any brilliance among them. If February's Chopin can integrate any of these things before him, it will only lead others to not know the strong internal resistance. And how should faith shine among the moments in one's mind, the origins of peculiarities, and the elements of humor? They have already made their own perfect decisions. As long as the other party wants to, dares to, and can stand in a bright reality. How should anything be done smoothly? The choices will certainly lead to perfect decisions regarding all the chaos. Of course, the results are like this, presented before them with their own perfect plans. Let us see who can understand these unspoken matters in life better. Otherwise, in what kind of situation will we not know how to act? That will be the most awkward fact. YanLing has integrated all his strength into his entire being, forming a presence like an indestructible shield. However, within the shield, it has already made others realize that if they do not know how to end the situation, the result will be very obvious, showing a fact that cannot be trusted. Of course, if even the resulting matters are not integrated, then involving more indifferent individuals will lead to an unknown ending. Chapter 312. The game of games. If even these trivial matters are understood by everyone, then it is truly perplexing how 3 sevens are 21 is written. The powerful opposing situation has already been skillfully displayed between these peaks. If this situation could be made to look ugly, others would definitely not understand why it has occurred in such a confusing and unclear manner. However, since it has already happened, it must have its own origins to face and narrate. With a loud bang, Bibi Dong indeed is not someone to be trifled with. She directly delivered a punch that was extremely respectful, pushing YanLing back to a position of 200 meters. He then fell onto a rather obvious substance, clutching his chest. At this moment, he truly felt as if his internal organs are going to shatter from the shock. Of course, he knew that Bibi Dong had held back. If she hadn't, that full force would have undoubtedly shattered his body. But looking at it now, Bibi Dong had only used half of her strength. She knew that this was her former top disciple, a typical dual martial soul, a top talent akin to Tang San from Douluo continent. Yet now, this top talent unexpectedly found himself in a rather precarious position. The damage was indeed significant, leaving one uncertain how to face these credible facts. The outcome was already quite ugly. If even these principles are beyond comprehension, then the situation will become even more embarrassing. Well, this lesson has been delivered, and Bibi Dong stood up to look at YanLing. The meaning of her gaze was clear. Did it hurt? Do you understand? Why did you dare to betray your master? Wasn't it she who could press you down here, making you unable to distinguish or understand why you would choose this path? So at this moment, with such a decisive situation and everything happening before them, it was uncertain how this would conclude. Just watch. Whoever dares to hesitate will be treated as a fool. Truly, Bibi Dong, the top grand pope, with that one blow, almost shattered my internal organs. What kind of conclusion will arise from this situation? All right, you're impressive, you're awesome. You don't even know how to handle all these 3 sevens are 21 and 4 sevens are 28. Since you're truly stuck in this position, let us see how you will deal with it. Facing so many chaotic facts, if you don't even understand these principles, then why drag more indifferent people into this? Don't you know what I am facing? Do you want to confront all these oddities? You didn't kill me because you lacked that hatred in your heart. I am just doing a favor for Flanders. Well, since you've already made a move, let me choose 3 times. That should be acceptable, right? Blood had already trickled from the corner of YanLing's mouth, indicating he had a very difficult secret regarding what just happened. He felt that blow had perfectly shocked his internal organs, leaving him unable to understand why the outcome would be like this. Just watch. What will happen next is something that one particularly does not know how to face. What kind of miserable situation will unfold before us? The reality that should be understood, but is not, has left many people confused and unclear. What will revive the mess that has been created? Bibi Dong was also momentarily stunned. Initially, she only intended to teach YanLing a lesson with that punch, delivering a strong impact to make him realize he had erred. Now, looking at this guy who still hasn't repented, YanLing was someone who had been placed in this position, completely oblivious to the consequences. Since things had come to this point, there was no need to drag more meaningless people into it. Fine, since this is how it is, why bother involving so many irrelevant people? Bibi Dong stood up directly, her protective body like a golden bell, waiting for YanLing's attack. Even if he threw 3 punches, what could he do? Bibi Dong is of the top spirit master level, while YanLing is just a small ant, who dares to stand in a higher position and launch a series of attacks against others. Is he out of his mind, dreaming in broad daylight? All right, what if I let you have 3 punches, or 30 punches, or 300 punches? Come on, I have educated you, you little failure. Even Tang San didn't dare to act like this towards me back then. Yet you dare? Fine, you're impressive, you're great, you're awesome. Come on, don't waste time. Whoever says anything more will not know how this situation will conclude. Make your move. If anyone says they are wasting time, then we certainly will not know what kind of integration will take place, leading to some bright choices. Bibi Dong is indeed not to be trifled with. She perfectly grasped her inner hatred. With a bang, she unleashed all her inner flames, manifesting a series of necessary choices. Just watch. Who knows what kind of integration will emerge, facing everything she should face. If even these matters and the oddities one must confront cannot be handled, then it will be a particularly perfect situation for the next onslaught. As long as the opponent wants to and dares to, it will certainly leave others clueless about how to handle it. In what kind of situation will some particularly necessary and perfect outcomes arise? The chaotic and absurd troubles of time have already found their own rhythm here. In this unexpected disaster, life must be cherished as one walks along. Bibi Dong had already clenched her fists tightly, preparing a charge at YanLing once again. Of course, she had previously stated she would allow him to strike 3 times, and YanLing was perfectly ready to make his move. Chapter 313. Not looking at the mountain, YanLing is indeed not someone to be underestimated. He said he would rush over and throw 3 punches. And he actually did rush over and throw 3 punches, and in that moment, the power of those 3 punches was evident to everyone. It turned out that it wasn't just about 3 punches. YanLing tightly clenched his fist, and after throwing 1 punch, he sent Bai Dong flying back 200 meters. At this moment, although Bai Dong did not suffer any substantial injury, he indeed felt a wave of discomfort in his chest. For him, this situation was quite interesting. Logically, it shouldn't be like this, as he should have the ability to withstand it given his position. However, looking at it now, the impact of the blade and the situation unfolding before him were not what he had expected. If that were the case, then Bai Dong had indeed underestimated YanLing in front of him. Why did he strike so fiercely? Unexpectedly, I really did underestimate you, you little brat. You really have some skills. It seems I have no advantage here at all. Fine. Since you're speaking so rigorously, let us see how we should face all these chaotic matters that are utterly confusing. And you, how will you absolutely confront these? All right, you just said I should face these 3 punches, and since you've already thrown 1 punch, there are still a few more to come. Hurry up and act. Don't dawdle. Wasting time is very bad for us, so make your move. Due to the issue of face, Bai Dong felt even more the stinging pain on his face. Of course, despite being sent nearly 200 meters away by that 1 punch, that distance was just a small case for him, and not worth worrying about at all. However, the embarrassment of being sent back 200 meters was increasingly unbearable. Life is a long journey. If we cherish each step, we truly do not know how to face these real facts. 200 meters can be considered close or far, but if it truly becomes so, and one cannot face some real situations, it makes it hard to understand why it is like this. It seems this matter cannot have any disorder. Otherwise, one wouldn't know how to wrap it up, let alone how to confront so many chaotic issues. Stop it. The situation is already so awkward. Why drag more irrelevant people into this? Hurry up. Don't dawdle. You've already thrown 1 punch. So let us see how you will throw this next punch. If you're an oddball stuck in a perfect position, and this leads to a series of smooth waves regarding this matter, then I think it should be within your capability to do something. Just hurry up and make your move. Just 2 punches are needed to completely handle me. As for the rest, I have no interest because I understand that I need to grasp these situations to face them. Otherwise, I would really be making a joke of myself. At this moment, Bai Dong looked at YanLing and found that this kid had no intention of holding back at all. If that is the case, this situation indeed makes one feel a headache. Not even a single chance to hold back. Living in this world feels like wasting air or land in a series of gloom. Of course, the flashes of brilliance that appear here are slowly dissipating with ease. Year after year, wave after wave of light. Here there's a gradual clash of the inner conflicts he has decided upon. It seems this matter is indeed about one generation of a country and its people, a legacy filled with everything that should be in a mind. Otherwise, one would not know how to end this situation. In this world, it is likely not a plan within one's capability. Clearly, some matters are already predestined. And it seems the conflict between master and disciple has reached a fairly obvious position. Let us see next who can face these and develop a series of convoluted experiences. Of course, the outcome might not evoke any feelings of peculiarity in any situation. But who can truly understand what sincere facts are? One cannot let oneself be caught up in the turmoil of assassination here. Life is a long journey. If we cherish each step, it seems this matter, if explained, becomes more interesting. One misstep leads to more missteps, and in the end, everything will connect, revealing all that they should have among themselves. A series of origins from the oddballs quietly guard the decisive elements in a series of conflicts over a small piece of land they hold. Everything that should appear and happen has already manifested in his mind. Otherwise, one would not know how to wrap up a situation in the saddest way possible. The most indescribable facts have unfolded into a series of chaotic nonsense. YanLing moved his muscles and bones, realizing that this guy had only thrown one punch. It was as if he wanted to retract that punch back into his hand. This matter truly was quite interesting. Not even a single impact blade had been unleashed in front of him, and he had not made any perfect choices. As for the rest, there was no need to involve more irrelevant people. Thus, YanLing moved his muscles and bones again, feeling that the second impact blade was about to present itself perfectly before him, as long as he wanted and dared. The power of the second attack was indeed within reach. He could make some choices that should be made. As for the rest, he was completely uninterested. Since you, the master, have already made such an excessive request, if I, the disciple, do not agree to your request, it would surely make others think I am of no use. It seems a series of intricacies and beliefs within me are being expressed here, along with the situation that silently exists within my own calculations. Otherwise, if you cannot even take one punch, how will you face 2 punches? In this time of 365 days, you have not guarded these situations in your heart. Instead, you have dragged so many irrelevant people into this. It seems you truly do not know how to wrap things up in this situation, just standing there waiting. Chapter 314. 8 steeds cannot be driven on my side. A series of effortless attacks are about to unfold, creating my own impact, and it is facing us very favorably. YanLing has already made a decision. He feels that if the second and third punches are struck out, then let us see what kind of bright reality will emerge between both sides to conclude the next step. Of course, the outcome may be quite embarrassing, as not everyone in this world lives with a Zen-like choice. The situations and facts that should occur before our eyes here also have their own determinacy. In fact, if YanLing were to exert all his strength, Bibi Dong would definitely suffer serious internal damage. However, he did not make that choice because he did not want to perfect and thoroughly grasp this matter. If he truly made the decisive move and did not allow it to happen before our eyes, then let us see how the long journey of life unfolds and cherish it as we go. He also has a series of things that should and should not happen. Otherwise, everything would be a tragic reality here. If he were to make plans for himself, there would be no need to involve more innocent people. Meanwhile, in this aerial prison, watching the show, Flinder and Qi-Ling have started to worry, because every time YanLing strikes, the ground trembles with a loud noise. Moreover, the series of thunder and lightning in the sky also tells us that his requests are not as abundant as they seem. It appears that this matter is indeed quite interesting. The powerful conflict under the evaporation here is silently guarding his own small territory even better. One punch can shatter this matter, and another punch can break it apart under these powerful ideological attacks. Otherwise, everything would be uncertain, and that would truly be quite unsightly. If there were a series of battles between heaven and earth, then people would wonder how it would all conclude. It is indeed quite frightening. Logically, it shouldn't be this way, as the facts of ideological impact are also interconnected here. If they truly stirred up a storm of dust between heaven and earth, and if the turmoil in the sky cannot be in a perfect position, then others would surely not know how to face these chaotic oddities in their minds. Of course, one must not act impulsively, because even the mightiest ordinary person, if caught up in a moment of passion, would certainly not know how things would conclude. At this point, there is no need to make it something that people do not take seriously at all. YanLing tightly clenched his fists. It seems he intends to make especially perfect choices regarding this series of impacts. As long as he wants, as long as he dares. As long as he can stand in a relatively obvious position, then let us see who among both sides can understand and accept what these real facts are. Of course, the results presented before us are no longer something that one person can handle amidst this series of storms. If even some basic arithmetic, like 3 times 7 equals 21 or 4 times 7 equals 28, cannot be grasped thoroughly, then why involve more indifferent people? Let us not do that. This result is already very embarrassing, and it has not even appeared before us, leaving one unsure of how to find their own shining point. YanLing believes that if he hesitates even a little, it will only make others think he is the most ridiculous presence here. Look, Bibi Dong. My fist is perfectly controlled, not representing a crucial decision, but because I am simply not interested in your side. However, unexpectedly, the actions and choices made have dragged down so many indifferent people. It seems that this matter truly is not something I want to face. Why must it be like this? Generations of heroes come and go, and we must understand that in this matter, we all have to face everything. Of course, you must accept these 3 punches because who made you bear this series of causes and effects? Once you take on this series of causes and effects, we certainly want to gain the benefits we deserve. Here, I will express any thoughts that I have in my mind. If this punch really leaves you half dead, don't blame me. Blame our incompatible ideologies and differing morals, as we are simply not on the same path. YanLing has already prepared everything in his mind, and he feels that his fist is also very steady. As long as he wants, as long as he dares, then this series of things will definitely not end well. Of course, this outcome is very awkward. Otherwise, they would have all ended up in a position where joy turns to sorrow. It is truly uncertain how to effortlessly release their own series of perfect decisions. This conflict has escalated, and BB Dong will certainly not gain any of those expected benefits. That guy, at this moment, has already furrowed his brow because he did not expect YanLing to be like this. Stop the damn nonsense, you just threw a punch. And I'm here waiting for your next punch. Why aren't you making a move? Are you tired and taking a break? Chapter 3:15. Riding the clouds, I have made this fact very clear. I do not want to involve more indifferent people. On BB Dong's side, although she was just hit once, the power of that punch was not particularly significant. It was just a twist of fate, and she didn't take it seriously. However, looking at the situation now, it has become a long journey in life, placed in a rather obvious position. Let's see who can understand the true nature of these circumstances. As long as BB Dong can grasp these things perfectly, then surely she wouldn't know how to face the situations that come her way and absorb the damage. After all, the things she had cultivated previously and the realities she had to face were already present in her own circumstances. She quietly guarded her own territory. As for the rest, she had no need to involve more indifferent people, because in this world, she does not have any close relatives. Originally, she took YanLing as her disciple, wanting to stand in a perfect position to integrate so much, but now it seems that this perfect position hasn't been integrated much at all. Instead, it has been placed under a rather obvious oddity. She has to silently disregard certain matters. Since things have come to this point, there's no need to let others take them too seriously. She can only guard the others and not take an interest in them. Well, I really fear that if I charge out with my second strike, I will surely leave you half dead. You must understand, this punch of mine can truly make your insides bleed. It is inevitable. My fist is not something that commands respect. I don't know how to face these situations. If you can't even confront these situations, then others will surely think that I am an easy target. But is that really the case? I've already suffered greatly in this world, not knowing how to face it. Yet you keep making things difficult for me. I want to rescue Flinder and Ling as a favor, but you don't even understand the most basic things. I still want to stand in a relatively obvious position and act as my master. Do you think that is possible? I have made myself very clear. Don't involve me in any messy relationships. If one day as a master means a lifetime as a father, then from now on, let us sever all father-son ties. I'm not your father, and you're not my mother, so just get lost. BB Dong's attitude is resolute, like a simple arithmetic truth that she does not take seriously. Of course, she doesn't know what she is thinking. The situation she creates is also quite ugly. YanLing's attitude is even 100 times more resolute than hers. At this point, they've been placed in a very obvious position. So let us see how both sides will face the genuine origins of their situations. Otherwise, it would be unclear how to conclude this matter. This will leave others in the dark about what the correct and enlightening points will be. It seems that the understanding of facts and the clarity of situations have already walked a long road in life, and one should cherish it as they go. Therefore, they should use the beliefs in their minds to push forward. Creating even more peculiarities will only make it harder for others, leaving them unsure how to face the more helpless situations. YanLing, indeed, is not to be underestimated. He directly controls his second punch with great respect. It seems that this time, if he can't produce the expected impact, it will only leave others uncertain about how to face the truth of the situation. His fist is already held with great respect. Why face so many chaotic people? Stop it, or in the end, no one will know how to handle the embarrassing origins of the situation. This would only lead to others not knowing how to face these facts according to their own nature, which would create a particularly ugly scenario. Thus, this second punch has been held by YanLing with great respect. Indeed, he has perfected this fist. It leaves others wondering how they will face these quietly disregarded matters. Otherwise, one wouldn't know what kind of circumstances to face regarding the turmoil in their minds. and it would only make others feel that the real situation is even more awkward. It seems that one can only guard their own territory. Those powerful concepts should not waste time or reason. If one doesn't understand this, it will only lead others to wonder why. With a loud bang, YanLing's second punch struck out again. This punch was controlled in a way that truly seemed beyond what a person could achieve, causing those who witnessed it to reflect on the turmoil in their own minds. The bloodshed was profound, as if, at any moment, the choices from his mind would burst forth. It was evident that this thing had quietly guarded a very obvious position. People realized that this discovery was so self-evident. It seems that the origins of this situation also guard the oddities within it. Otherwise, if one cannot even create some perfect situations from sincere choices, it would be a particularly ugly scenario. One should not take the situation too seriously. How could it happen otherwise? How should one face it now? It's a pity that such a terrifying belief, which does not take simple arithmetic seriously, can only lead to a greater understanding of stimulating things. Only then can one quietly guard the complete confidence and conviction within their heart, which is the essence of deeper understanding. Otherwise, who knows? Chapter 3:16 A scene how difficult it is to conclude a situation that is particularly embarrassing. With a loud bang, BB Dong was already thrown out 10 miles away. Not far from where he landed, his blood was dripping from his chest. It seemed that he was in a rather dangerous position, and it was very clear to everyone that the outcome was obvious, because when this thing happened right before their eyes, it turned out that it was not as simple as it seemed. It appeared that this situation and the origin in his mind were no longer about silently guarding his own territory. It was uncertain how a series of things belonging to him would unfold if such a distribution were to occur. Otherwise, it would involve more hostages or make others feel like he was being cheap. So now, BB Dong had already felt all the power within YanLing, accompanied by a loud noise. Blood slowly flowed from his mouth, which clearly indicated that he was in a rather obvious position. There was no need to involve too many people. Otherwise, even some sincere choices and origins wouldn't shine under a bright light. This would leave others unaware of a series of things that should be shining. It seemed that this matter could only be smoothly executed if one understood a series of plans within their beliefs. Otherwise, even some sincere greetings couldn't manifest their own decisions in their minds. That would create a particularly embarrassing situation, which couldn't support a world driven by greed. Damn it. I was careless. I didn't expect that this kid would be such a tough character. Fine, since he insists on playing this way. I think I should make a series of perfect choices. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to face so many messy things. Others would definitely think I was in a very awkward position. Since he insists on playing this way, let's see how he should face all these things. I shouldn't have been careless. If I hadn't been careless, I would definitely have made a very complete choice. Damn, I didn't expect that blood would already be flowing from my chest. Impressive, really impressive. After lying on the ground, BB Dong began to weep bitterly, blood dripping down his chest. It seemed that this matter was indeed quite interesting. If the opponent wanted to, if the opponent dared, then who could be placed in this perfect position to face these real situations? Of course, BB Dong now clearly felt that if that guy didn't stop just now, not to mention a third punch, even a second punch would have killed him. BB Dong had clearly felt the flames in his chest and the fractures, as if they were about to tear apart every moment. This matter was indeed quite interesting. If the fracture were fatal, then everyone present would definitely be affected because the outcome was very clearly displayed here. Logically speaking, a top figure like BB Dong shouldn't involve more unnecessary people. But now, no matter how you look at it, he shouldn't let his own choices lead to a series of everything. It's just a pity that the opponent wanted to. Just a pity that the opponent dared. Just a pity that the opponent didn't stand in a clear position. Therefore, the reality faced was no longer driven by greed, as one should understand some real situations and why the future within was also silently guarding their own territory. BB Dong had understood from the turmoil in his mind that rather than dragging on like this, it would be better to face everything he should have. Of course, the outcome was very embarrassing. Rather than confronting the reality of such an impact, it would be better to give up on this side. Otherwise, even some sincere situations wouldn't face a series of reasons, and dragging more people into it would be even more terrifying. The second punch had already been thrown. Why? Do you now show signs of physical exhaustion? Are you scared? I just advise you to stop trying to show off, but unexpectedly, you insisted on making things difficult for me. Fine, your goal has been achieved, and I have no need to deal with these messy issues. I have already stood in a rather obvious position, so how should I face these real situations? How can I highlight a series of choices that I should have? If even these real facts cannot be faced, then it would make others center around me and be unable to produce everything that should be. I am very clear in my words. If you hurry and get away now, it would be a very complete matter for me. YanLing moved his fist directly. He felt he had made himself very clear. If this guy really planned to come at him again to inflict harm, then he wouldn't hold back. The attack just now used 7/10 of YanLing's strength, while the first punch only used 3/10. If a third punch were to come, then combined with his full strength, it would definitely leave BB Dong half dead. Flender was also stunned, and YanLing was also astonished. They didn't expect that when this situation unfolded before them, it would be so confusing that they couldn't make sense of it. Indeed, if that's the case, then this matter is truly quite interesting. Just think about it. These situations and facts displayed here are not something that one person can control or not control. Chapter 3:17 A Dream of Jianghu, but what is the result? It can only be to better fulfill one's own responsibilities, but they never thought that YanLing could actually be so formidable, capable of nearly beating his master. Bye-bye Dong to death. Who would have thought that this guy was really that powerful? It seems this matter truly interests me. Since we have to play it so obviously, I believe everyone present must be wondering what it will be like. Faced with so many sincere facts, if this guy really does kill his master, then Wuhun we be placed in a conspicuous position as the obvious culprits? So I won't say much more. I hope you, as the principal, understand the facts we face directly and do not need to involve more irrelevant people. Otherwise, even sincere greetings would be rendered unclear, making it seem like we are a rather ridiculous existence. So I won't say much more. You should be careful about this. If you don't even understand these basics, I can only say that you can't be persuaded by even the most fundamental principles. At this moment, YanLing looked at Bye-bye Dong, whose blood was already dripping from his mouth. His words were very perfect, expressing the fact that he was being true to his word. It seems that this matter has indeed made people feel very awkward, as it has reached such a situation. There is no need to involve more irrelevant people. Being put in this position has already made many understand clearly why things are this way. But what can be done? Rather than dragging this out, it might be better to let go of the beliefs in one's mind. Otherwise, in the end, a series of choices should not involve more irrelevant matters. Given the moral concepts and the situations faced, it can only be expressed more sincerely and better, allowing for a more effortless release. You shouldn't blame me for this. I'm not someone who is obviously positioned in this way. Flander feels very wronged, as he believes that coming to this world means he cannot face so many chaotic people and matters. Yet now, he has to confront so many people and issues, which makes it difficult for him to discern the reasons behind it all. However, when the result turns out to be such a situation, only upon facing it does he realize the origins, and there is no need to involve too many. Flander knows his own capabilities and understands the facts he must face. But now, the facts and reasoning he faces flash through his mind, quietly revealing themselves. As a principal, he does not need to place this origin in a conspicuous position. Involving too many irrelevant people will only make others find it more ridiculous. Therefore, this matter can only become more awkward, as a principal has been so careless here. If this situation is made to seem credible, then there's no need to make people disregard it even more. Otherwise, why drag so many irrelevant people into this? Isn't there a saying that all good things must come to an end? Seeing Flander's attitude, YanLing felt that there was nothing more to say. As a principal, if he speaks so harshly, then, as a subordinate, dragging in more irrelevant people will only make others see him as very ridiculous. Thus, there is really no need to force a connection. It seems this will inevitably be a fierce battle, and in the midst of this battle, there is no need to let people take it lightly. At this point, a perfect decision must be made to conclude things. As long as Flander is made to look bad, he will definitely not know what chaotic situations he will face next. Otherwise, how can a series of choices that should be made even be produced? This will only make it difficult for others to accept these things. But the details and beliefs are already expressed here, and what kind of absurdity will involve more irrelevant people? A vice principal and a principal do not even understand the reasons behind it all, nor do they know what they are thinking in their heads, unwilling to bear the most basic responsibilities. Living in this world, isn't it a waste of space and land? At this moment, YanLing is already confused. He stands in a relatively obvious position. He thinks that if a person does not even dare to risk their life, then what is the point of living in this world? It truly makes it hard to understand why things are this way. The situation is already very obvious, vividly displayed here. Why involve so many things that are not even considered significant? In fact, if Flander could act as a top-tier agent and make a series of appropriate choices, then he would be doing quite well. However, it appears that this guy has not reached a proper position. That aside, what he has done does not seem like something a single person can handle. If that is the case, then this matter is indeed quite amusing. A person who conducts themselves this way does not take it seriously, but wants to stand in this absurd future while forcing connections too much. In his mind, he doesn't even know what kind of nonsense he is thinking, which truly makes it feel like disregarding things would be better. It seems this century-old foundation has already been established, and others do not regard it as significant. Being blinded by interest has led to a series of appropriate choices. Not doing what should not be done. What should not be done should also not be attempted in this capacity, achieving a particularly perfect situation. As for the rest, there is no need to treat it as significant. Chapter 318. What's the deal? BB Dong, you're sitting in this position, and it's already very clear why. Why drag so many irrelevant people into this? If you're truly caught in this situation and are trying to stretch your reasoning too far, it will only make others think that we don't take this seriously. You don't even understand these basic principles, yet you still want to involve more chaotic people. I don't know what you were thinking. Do you really think you can put me in a situation where I can't go up or down? It seems you want to create confusion, making people unable to understand what is going on. If you can't even take these situations as a perfect fact, then it seems we don't know how to reach a conclusion. The saying goes, one day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. If you no longer take this seriously, let us see how you will face so many oddballs next. If you can't even explain the origins of these oddballs, it will only make it harder for others to understand real emotions. Of course, you might think that our interests are clouding our judgment and that we can't handle this. That is not the case. It will only make others feel that you are someone who doesn't take things seriously. You keep dragging in so many interests, which will only make others feel it's better not to take it seriously. Looking at BB Dong, blood is dripping from his mouth. This outcome is already perfectly displayed here, so there is no need to involve more irrelevant people. It seems this matter is very much driven by interests and is being played out effortlessly. Of course, the result is also very obvious. If you can't even reach a perfect decisive principle, then others want to know how this outcome should unfold. What is understood and what is not? How should this play out before our eyes? And what are the shining points among all of this? It would be better to quietly guard one's own little piece of land. Otherwise, it's hard to face the situation and the real origins. This will only make others feel that the rationality and belief within this strength will make facing the situation even more awkward. Even a master hasn't defeated his own disciple. Instead, he is being pressed down here. It's as if he doesn't take it seriously at all. If this is a moral belief being challenged, it will only leave others confused about how this will play out before them, facing so many manageable matters. At this point, there is no need to involve more meaningless people. It's already like this. How should we face so much chaos? The decision to keep going has already been displayed here, belonging to their own situation, but can it really only be like this? Logically, it shouldn't be. There is no need to involve more interests. Rest assured, I know you're powerful, but I have no opportunity to exploit anything from you. The facts are as such. Let us see how both sides will face these situations. Otherwise, you don't really think I wouldn't know how to bring this to a conclusion, do you? Even these things have already been presented before you. Do you think that just because you've drawn blood from me, I will forgive you? Absolutely not. I believe the most sincere fact is that forgiving you would only be cruel to us. If we don't forgive you, it will also be very useful for us. Given the situation, why drag in so many irrelevant people? You can't even articulate some principles from the facts, yet you still want to stretch it too far, which will only make others think you don't know how to end things well. Come back. There is still a third punch that hasn't been thrown. Step out. Don't waste any more time. If you're wasting time, it would be very beneficial for us. BB Dong is enduring the pain in his mind, and his body is showing signs of being shattered. This clearly means that when certain things are truly done, it's no longer just about one person's interests. It seems the origins of this odd situation are better left guarded quietly. Otherwise, even sincere greetings might make people not take it seriously. If that is the case, let us see what kind of decision will lead to a perfect conclusion. YanLing was also taken aback. He didn't expect BB Dong to be so tough. The second punch has already been thrown, and unexpectedly, this guy doesn't seem to feel pain. It seems that what S said is indeed like spilled water. Hard to take back. I don't know what kind of situation we will face. Since this outcome is already very awkward, there is no need to involve more people. It seems that heaven has a path, but he doesn't take it. Hell has no door, yet he comes knocking. If the third punch must be thrown, don't hold back. Mercy towards the enemy is always cruelty to oneself. as long as each person's inner thoughts want to create a series of necessary choices. As long as they try to stabilize their minds, then everything will be quite humorous and shouldn't be of much interest. Is the third punch going to be thrown or not? Why waste time here? It's not good for anyone, and it's been said perfectly. Why hesitate? Could it be that you feel sympathy for me? Let me tell you that it's impossible. The more you say you sympathize with me, the more I feel it has no effect on you. So let go of that hope. We certainly want to create a series of necessary things for you. So at this moment, let us maximize our benefits and not involve so many irrelevant people. Chapter 319. Power shock, that's all there is to it. You should understand these matters. If you don't even understand these things, then there's no need for me to entangle myself too much in this world, lest in the end, others won't know how we're doing things here. Bibidong's expression has already turned very unpleasant. If we say that his expression was unpleasant a few years ago, it was only because at that time, his mind was not yet open, and he did not know what kind of outcome he would reach. But now looking at it, since things have come to this point, there's no need to involve more irrelevant people. What needs to be said and understood has already been made clear, without dragging others into confusion and ambiguity. Why is it like this? If that's the case, then the people involved again will only make others unaware of how to deal with so much chaos. That's all there is to it. It seems that under the moral principles of reason and emotion, many people have already understood the inner confidence and feelings within themselves. It might be better to let go of one's own little territory. Otherwise, one wouldn't know how to proceed in a way that would be beneficial. Then one would have to face so much chaos, which is unavoidable. However, within the righteous reasoning, they should also have their own existence. It seems these chaotic matters have made Bibidong unable to distinguish or comprehend. Why does he have to face so much disorder? Looking up at the sky, it seems there are twinkling stars shining here, belonging to their own fireworks. But behind each of these fireworks, who can understand that this thing, after appearing before one's eyes, might be better off failing? Because no one can comprehend facing this series of aimless forms. If one cannot integrate these chaotic situations, it will only leave others unaware of how to discuss the conflicts beyond these matters, of course, with reason and emotion. This thing should also have a series of elements in his mind, and Bibidong feels that he has already stood in a relatively obvious position. So let's see if both sides can accept these and face them, just like those things that could not be recalled in the past. The facts we must face can no longer be just this. Wherever we go, there may be no grass growing, but behind the barren land is no longer a sky that one person can bear. Of course, the result is very awkward because facing so many chaotic forms and, in the end, not involving so many people is difficult. Benefiting one side might be better to maintain good relations with neighbors. Otherwise, one wouldn't know how to face it, which will be even more tragic. You can rest assured that my third punch will be thrown out soon, because if it doesn't come out quickly, then I have no reason to exist in this world, facing so much sudden chaos and the disordered forms in my mind. I have gradually developed a series of shining points in my mind to do these things. I know you might think I will show mercy here, but I tell you, there are not so many chaotic matters because I have been involved with so many that I have to navigate this long road of life, cherishing every step. Therefore, I already have a series of causes and effects in my mind, so I don't need to involve more irrelevant people, lest others not know that I am bullying you. Right? I tell you it's simply impossible. I already have a series of resentments in my heart, and I have what I need in my heart, so there's no need to involve more irrelevant people. I won't support so many individuals. Although Bibidong's words are very unpleasant, YanLing feels that there is no need to involve more irrelevant people. After all, this is a dialogue between a master and a disciple, and if they really get pushed into a more obvious position, it will only make outsiders laugh. The outsiders are Flander and the Qi-Ling in front of him, as well as those who are watching these dramas from the sky in Tiando City. This group of people doesn't even know what they are thinking. They always want to involve more irrelevant people. In reality, they're nothing and don't need to involve so many so-called chaotic matters. If he wants to, if he dares to, then he should be able to attain a series of causes and effects. But looking at it now, this series of causes and effects has not been organized into a more obvious position, and that's fine. Instead, it has left others completely confused and unclear about why they have to face so much chaos. Life is originally a journey. If one can face these real facts during this journey, then one would feel that life is indeed an existence full of surprises without danger. Of course, having such an existence in this world is not something that one person or two can make clear. Now Bibidong's situation has become very severe. If the disciple YanLing really chooses to use the blade of impact, then everyone present will definitely not know how to face so much chaos. and the result has already been clearly manifested here. So let us see who among both sides can understand these sincere facts, and whether they understand the existence of so much rubbish in front of them. In reality, life is originally an ethereal journey. If one does not face so many chaotic matters during this journey, then how could one expect others to understand the chaos? Come on, you too, make your moves. Why are you still hesitating here? Look, if you keep hesitating, it will not be good for our scene at all. Chapter 320. Nightmare Absolute. You must understand that so many of us in this world are waiting for your return, not to involve more indifferent individuals. Given the circumstances, there is no need to let those who do not understand what these sincere greetings are go on being involved. Why drag so many so-called people into this? Therefore, I have made this fact very clear. As long as you can understand, it will allow the fat person to accept it, and that would be best. Otherwise, the saddest thing is to understand these things in the end and not have to face so much chaos and concern. I hope you take action soon. In this aerial prison, we have nothing left to face. You must understand, we many who live in this world are not meant to confront a greater existence. Below the Douluo Academy, many people are relying on me, so there is no time to waste here. Why continue to waste so much on trivial matters? I have already made it very clear. Do not involve more indifferent individuals. Flander is already furious. He did not expect that these few guys would start to move emotionally and rationally here. If that is the case, then there is no need to involve more indifferent people in this emotional reasoning. Because beneath this massive structure, it is unnecessary to involve more indifferent individuals. Many understand that. Emotionally and rationally, facing so much chaos is unnecessary. Given the situation, if what needs to be said and done is understood, the final cause and effect cannot be borne by one person alone. Flander, after all, sits in this position of power. He feels that his presence in this world should not be subjected to the whims of 2 or 3 individuals dragging him into so much chaos. Therefore, he can only silently guard this piece of land better. It seems that in life, there are indeed a series of things that should be present. Otherwise, if these things are not understood, what will one face? Now Flander wants to hurry and leave, while there are still many trivial matters waiting for him at the Douluo Academy. If there truly is a day without a leader, then the academy will surely fall into chaos. Zhao Wujia, after all, is just a deputy. As a deputy, he certainly cannot support a relatively prominent position, so the outcome is already very grim. As a deputy, he did not stand in a higher position to understand others, which instead makes others feel that they are quite ridiculous, thus preventing them from clearly understanding the meaning of these sincere greetings. Of course, these outcomes are not easily expressed, but the situations faced and the things that should be in one's mind, once brought to the forefront, reveal that this series of situations cannot be handled by 1 or 2 people. In the end, it is realized that a day without a leader is like the earth not rotating. In fact, the earth will turn regardless of who is absent, because in the operation of this spherical earth, it is already unknown what one should face next, and what kind of situation it will be, similar to those things that should have been lost. Before embarking on this long journey of life, one should cherish and understand what sincere greetings are and why some chaos must be faced. However, the outcome has already been clearly revealed. So let there be such an ending to face the causes and effects, and let it conclude smoothly. As a strong man, one should possess the spirit of a man standing tall, and as a woman, one should be gentle and considerate. Don't end up being ambiguous about gender, making it difficult for others to understand the truth. Therefore, this outcome has already been very clear under the plan of an undesired outcome. One must face so many indifferent individuals. This is the saddest part. So now, Flander just wants to resolve things quickly, but YanLing finds this very amusing. The one truly manipulating this series of events is not something YanLing alone can handle. However, if YanLing, as the leader, is not placed in a relatively prominent position, he may not be taken seriously at all. With a loud bang, YanLing's third punch struck out again. Indeed, this time, BB Dong seemed to suffer a series of violent impacts, directly falling onto the nearby Lus Highland. Looking at the Lus Highland below, a wave of gray-black dust has already emerged, and beneath this black dust, people can see that this thing is surprisingly terrifying. What lies beneath the black dust is unknown. Facing so much chaos, it seems this matter is indeed quite interesting. Thus, when faced with a series of causes and effects, there is no need to involve more indifferent individuals. They should understand what these sincere greetings are, and ultimately they will understand what their little piece of land is for. Of course, the results and facts presented here are not something one person can bear alone. At this moment, Bibi Dong is clutching her chest, blood dripping down steadily. It appears she is indeed severely injured. Thus, the very serious situation has already been revealed to everyone. Once these real situations occur before our eyes, rather than struggling through so much chaos, otherwise, we wouldn't know what kind of outcome would unfold. Thus, it becomes even less appropriate for people to clearly understand these matters. It seems these intricate issues have already involved more indifferent individuals. At this moment, Bibi Dong feels a blue liquid steadily dripping from her chest. Chapter 321. Taking action again, he was bleeding, soaked through, and he no longer knew why he had come to this world. Was it for pain? Perhaps it was regret, but Bibi Dong felt he had to learn to accept these things. Otherwise, others would not understand why he came to this world. That would only make others think he was an especially innocent existence. And yet things had turned out this way. To involve more indifferent people would only make others see it as a joke. Good kid, you really are cruel. I didn't expect that after I made my first move, you would actually start to attack me. Fine, it's a good thing I'm your master. I didn't expect you would dare to act like this towards me now. All right, you are indeed my disciple, and you seem to have grasped everything I have. It seems I have also come to understand everything that should be in my mind. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know what it means to survive in this world. To involve more indifferent people would only make others wonder if I am a particularly ridiculous existence. Of course, you might think that my life is a pile of bright, scattered sand, but beneath this bright scattering, who can truly understand all that should be? It shouldn't be like this. So your third punch indeed packs a lot of power. I can feel the bones in my chest about to shatter. You're amazing, truly amazing. You have already achieved victory and are sitting in a prominent position at the peak of this victory. You really are impressive. Blood was seeping slowly from Bibi Dong's mouth. It was clear he was seriously injured. If he was pinned in this position without a reasonable explanation, then what would happen next? Surely no one in the entire Douluo continent could withstand this struggle for power. It had already reached a boiling point. If even this stage of power struggle hadn't been reached, others might not accept the true causes behind it. But what to be done about it? Instead of facing so many chaotic issues, what should one do about these sincere greetings? Having reached such a result, involving more indifferent people would only lead others to think that if even the speed of drawing a sword was affected, it would be the saddest existence. The Douluo Academy, originally in a high position of power, would become completely unclear and muddled if people couldn't distinguish right from wrong. What sincere greetings must be faced? Therefore, the result was very obvious here. As long as the other party made some extremely alarming moves, who knew what would happen? Facing so many chaotic matters, it seemed this situation truly was unpredictable. Sometimes, humans may really be a type of instinctual animal, unaware of what they would face next. However, when one understands the reason for these sincere greetings, only then do they realize the precarious existence behind them. In this context, many people become clear about the series of decisions they must make. YanLing directly clapped his hands, shaking off all the dust. Clearly, he was very satisfied with the situation after delivering those 3 punches. He hadn't expected that in facing these sincere greetings and everything that should be in his mind, there was no need to involve more indifferent people. It seemed this matter was indeed quite interesting. Rather than dragging it out, it might be better to abandon those things that shouldn't exist in his mind. This matter was indeed complete, with things that they should transform. So for the sake of fairness, YanLing, with confidence in his heart, understood that the 3 punches had been thrown. If he were to charge again, it would only lead others to misunderstand the situation. So be it. The temporary settling of dust was all there was to it. The power of the 3 punches had already surged forward. Next, it would depend on how you would conclude this. If you were to make me charge again, I certainly wouldn't give you a good face. Therefore, I have achieved my goal, a very decisive and perfect conclusion. If you don't even understand these sincere greetings, then it will leave me in a very unclear situation. I have already showcased this result effortlessly before you. Why must you face so many chaotic circumstances? What should be said and what should be unclear is already cycled through here. Let us see how we should face these many chaotic facts. You must understand that if I don't even comprehend these facts, then my existence in this world might be a waste of land, a waste of life, a waste of the philosophy of life. These situations and the decisions within my heart have made me realize that behind the struggle for survival, I no longer know what to face next. What should be said and understood has become unclear and muddled. It's now up to you to make the decision. If you wish, I can offer you a very perfect choice. As long as we face these chaotic facts, we must also make some perfect decisions. Think about it. We are standing in a relatively high position, yet we are about to face entanglements with lowly characters. Why is that? Because it's not an energy of the same frequency, there's no need to involve more indifferent people. Sometimes, some matters really don't need to be forced too much. So it has come to this. I have made myself very clear. You should take care of yourself. Now, I'm going to release Flanders and YanLing. Chapter 322. Otherwise, I know that with injuries to muscles and bones lasting 100 days, that BB Dong will not end up in a good situation. You should take care of yourself. YanLing looked at BB Dong lying on the ground and already understood that this kid, it seems, will suffer greatly. The legendary pain of injuries lasting 100 days has its own set of origins among them. It seems that there is no need to involve more irrelevant people in this matter. If one could indeed be positioned in a prominent place, it would only make others think about how to express their opinions in such a situation, facing these repeated grievances. It has already been like this, and dragging more irrelevant people in would only make others think they are facing these situations. It might be better to give up on a series of storms in one's mind. Of course, this is no longer something that can just involve one or two people. However, now the situation has already shown a series of splits, which appear in this fractured reality. A series of space-time rifts have emerged to strike at this situation. Of course, if space-time rifts do appear, then the current YanLing will definitely be able to return to reality, because he himself does not belong to this world. Why did he come to this world? He is actually unclear about it, and must face these unfair matters and deal with them. He should have everything he deserves, right? Actually, according to reason, he should not be someone who should exist in this world. They should face everything that is rightfully theirs in their mind. However, now that it has come to this, there's no need to drag more irrelevant people in. Most people should always hold a sense of gratitude. Only with gratitude towards this world can we understand the true goodness and beauty of it. We need to understand that this world is not as terrifying as it seems. So we should look at it with kind eyes. Only then can we face the series of results that come from this kind world. Hurry up, hurry up. Release us both. Whoever releases us, then this history will inevitably be rewritten by us with ease. These things are not something that can just be explained clearly. Now, as long as this decision can be executed smoothly, it will be a peculiar situation facing so many messy affairs. Otherwise, others will not know what this decision is, which will be too forced and irrelevant. The fact is not like this. Next, let us see how we confront these sudden situations. We have already been placed in this position, so there should also be everything that belongs to this position. There are always strong hands among the strong. A generation of rivers and mountains belongs to a generation of people. Now that it has come to this, it is a long journey of life. So cherish it as you go. Flinder has already seen that BB Dong is completely suffering from her own actions, teaching the apprentice and starving the master in reality. He is nothing at all, yet he did not expect to end up in this position. In fact, he does not have any special prestige. It was still YanLing just now. 3 punches went from 1/3 of strength to 7/10, and finally to full strength. After sending it out, BB Dong's bones were fractured, leading to a series of choices that should have been made. Some people simply do not fit in this world, yet they insist on showing off, and in the end, they cannot bear the consequences. That is a very terrifying existence. Causality is also prevalent in this world. If even this series of causality does not need to involve more irrelevant people, then living in this world becomes incomprehensible, making others unaware. Rather than struggling to survive, it might be better to let go of a series of waves in one's mind. Now that it has come to this, there's no need to drag in more messy people. After 3 loud bangs, YanLing has exerted all his strength this time. Although BB Dong's aerial prison is very solid, in front of YanLing, it is like something made of foam. In an instant, this thing was sliced apart and treated as nothing, reduced to dust and bones. In the air, a series of dilapidated existences appeared, and with a loud bang, many people saw it and realized that this thing was surprisingly interesting. If that is the case, then this matter is not something just anyone can accomplish. A generation of rivers and mountains belongs to a generation of people. This saying has never been false. If someone can treat this as a false existence, then living in this world is indeed a very sad existence. Think about it. The reason this dynasty could be established is because many people's green mountains are buried everywhere in the valleys, never reaching a certain position. One general's success leads to the deaths of countless soldiers, creating a glorious era. However, now let us take a look. This glorious era has not been placed in a perfect position, and what's worse is that others do not know how to face so many messy affairs. It might as well be unnecessary to create such confusion that leaves people unclear and in the dark. It has already come to this point. To let others treat it as nothing would only make others feel that this is an even more ridiculous matter. Therefore, it is a long journey of life. So cherish it as you go. As the road twists and turns, it is better for him to maneuver through it with ease. A series of changes in one's heart and evaporation also occur with ease. Understanding what needs to happen and what has not happened has already been planned accordingly. Good kid, you are really something. You actually chose to stand on the opposing side against BB Dong to save us. We forgive you, and we understand this about you. You are amazing. You are remarkable. You are able to stand in this position and handle things for us with ease, so we should also understand you. Chapter 323. Top of the conflict. Chapter 324. Brief words. If you keep involving so many irrelevant people, it will only make others think that you are a joke, an existence that doesn't take things seriously, a trash, a fool who has sunk to the lowest level. Regarding Bibidong's words, YanLing also had his own series of insights in his mind. He felt that living in this world was already very difficult, and it wasn't necessary to face so many chaotic matters. Therefore, YanLing felt that he didn't have to sell out to this so-called BB Dong. There was no need to drag more irrelevant people into this. It seemed that the situation had reached a boiling point. If the other party wanted to, if they dared, then both sides would definitely have to face some sincere greetings. Given the obvious situation, it was time to see how to interview the various circumstances that should exist. At this point, behind the clash of ideas and all the results in his mind, it all had to happen in front of them. Brighter points of light were more desirable. Otherwise, this kind of thing could become the most ridiculous absurdity. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was taken aback, especially BB Dong, who felt utterly disheartened. It seemed that the words had become so sharp that he didn't know how to face the expected results in his mind, because he hadn't anticipated that the sincere greetings regarding face would be in such a situation. It seemed that this matter was indeed quite interesting. Well, since he was already in this position, there was no reason to involve more irrelevant people. At this point, with all the chaotic matters, why bother with the so-called narrow path of enemies? These few chaotic matters had already been thoroughly transformed here. Did he still need to create more chaotic forms? Logically, it shouldn't be this way. I've already made this fact very clear, but why can't you still make me feel that there is any opportunity to exploit? Could it be that you really want to conduct a series of impacts on this matter amid a series of destructions? Logically, it shouldn't be this way. I am not a particularly popular young boy, so living in this world is already very difficult for me. And there's no need to drag more irrelevant people into this. So how do you face so many chaotic matters? Otherwise, how should one face so many chaotic matters? It seems that this fact no longer requires involving more irrelevant people. I have already expressed this clearly. It is better to have their bright points among them. So I can only plan to walk the path of life quietly, cherishing it as I go. Otherwise, in the end, I will face a situation of joy turning to sorrow. Living in this world, wouldn't it be better to feel that it is not taken seriously, right? I have made the facts very clear. Those who understand and do not understand must have their own interest behind them. Otherwise, involving more so-called people will only leave others completely unaware of what the situation that is destined is. The absurdity among them can only be decided by you. YanLing expressed his views. He felt that he had made this very clear. He believed that he had reached a perfect position. So let us see who can understand at these perfect positions. Who understands why these sincere greetings are in such a situation? Since it is destined, there is no need to make people take it lightly. Some powerful conflicts and ideas here are increasingly making people not understand what sincere greetings are. Therefore, under this series of circumstances, the plan to cherish as one goes along has already become the final strong ideological clash of silent travelers. The fact is like this. If people are made to not take things seriously, how will they face so many things they don't want? Also, how to face the chaotic situations that should be said and cannot be said is a series of philosophies in life. But who can understand? In life, a series of things have emerged, and the conflicts in his imagination have already appeared. The facts are no longer like this. So there's no need to involve more irrelevant people. It seems that this powerful ideology, which is obviously related to Sun Shangxiang, is also like a game. But can it really be understood? Logically, it shouldn't be so clear. These things shouldn't be placed in such a chaotic position. It can only be said that behind a series of interactions, there should also be such a chaotic situation and a series of absurdities. This is the plan to walk the road of life quietly and cherish it. Of course, if one doesn't even understand this, then living in this world would already be a more dangerous situation. But absurdity, otherwise, this kind of thing doesn't need to be organized to make people not take it seriously. Of course, anything that happens in this world must have its origin. Otherwise, These things are incomprehensible. Living in this world, wouldn't it feel very much like it is not taken seriously? Then this kind of thing is no longer something anyone can understand. Why is it that there is a destiny behind everything? It can only be said that the plan to cherish life on the long road is already like this, so there is no need to continue in this way. Otherwise, if such matters are really handled poorly, it will only make others feel that this series of things is not something that can be done by one person or two. It can only be this way. Unexpectedly, this guy really can't spit out a series of things that should be there. Chapter 325. Deep affection. I originally thought that these matters should encompass everything, but now it seems that all these things that should encompass everything are unnecessary, and there is no need to involve more indifferent people. Therefore, it can only be said that if this is the case, then there is no need to drag more irrelevant oddities into it. Of course, a series of situations that should encompass everything among them are, after all, predestined in a mysterious way. However, fate is difficult to grasp, and we must understand these real situations and face the real outcomes. Otherwise, others might think that we are being humorous, and then our lives would become an uncertain situation filled with hesitation that you all do not take seriously. Thus, I can only suppress it within my heart, as that would be better. Otherwise, we would be very awkward here. Since you have saved us, we should not casually abandon these real situations. All right, let this goodwill flow allow us to proceed with the rescue. If even this goodwill cannot be salvaged, then good people would definitely feel that we do not know how to face these chaotic conflicts, which is inevitable. You must understand that in the circumstances of life, it is already unclear how to face these occurrences, which is also unavoidable. Otherwise, a feasible plan entangled to the end would make others feel that the impact of the powerful concepts behind this strong gun, but has already made many people understand what true conflict is. Therefore, do you still need to involve so many irrelevant people? We have already acknowledged this goodwill. As long as we want, dare, and can stand in this relatively obvious position, then it is a long journey of life. It seems that this powerful conflict is also a silent path of life that should not be treated lightly, but it is not entirely like that. Otherwise, even some insignificant existence should not be regarded as the origin of these concepts in middle school, which is also unavoidable. But what can be done? Rather than being entangled in such emotional and rational existence, it might be better to let go of the series of hives in your mind. Otherwise, such things should not make us understand what sincere greetings are, which would lead to a series of powerful ideological conflicts that are also inevitable. But is it really like this? Logically speaking, it should not be, as this truly makes it difficult for people to distinguish and understand the situation. Many people have already realized that rather than dragging on, it might be better to let go. You win. You have succeeded. After Flender emerged, he threw a powerful olive branch towards YanLing. He had made it clear to everyone present about his confidence, and his belief was very clear. He bravely stood up, occupying this exalted position. He felt that since YanLing had thrown the city towards him, this position was indeed very perfect. Given the circumstances, there was no need to involve more indifferent individuals. It seems that such things should not be strong. The ideological conflict from back then is also inevitable. If this situation truly makes it difficult for people to discern, then the outcome is certainly not so obvious. However, since the facts are already like this, we can only cherish the long journey of life. Otherwise, sometimes behind the real sacrifices of all interests, it should not lead to a series of conflicts among the powerful, which is also unavoidable. After all, these matters have already been presented before others, so there is no need to involve more irrelevant discussions. The facts are already like this. So what else can be done? It should not be like this, and there is no need to say or do more. It is just like this. BB Dong's blood had already flowed from his mouth. He felt that he was walking in this predestined situation. Therefore, there is no need to involve more indifferent individuals. If it can truly be unclear, then there is no need to drag in more irrelevant parties. Letting people face some unclear facts is indeed the best outcome, as some beneficial interactions have also emerged here, leading to a series of adept situations. Otherwise, even the most basic situations should not be treated lightly, as that is a silent journey of life that should be cherished. Behind a series of ideological impacts, there has also been a silent transformation, evaporating through their adept handling. Now YanLing has appeared. He has officially betrayed his sect, and it remains to be seen whether Flender can offer him a particularly perfect condition. If he could provide him with a perfect position supported by strong backing, then perhaps this situation would inspire poetry. That is also inevitable. But is it really like this? Logically speaking, it should not be so, as a series of conflicts behind it, and in the end, are predestined matters that are not something anyone can accomplish. If one continues to involve more people who take things lightly, then it would make it difficult for people to understand what is truly happening. It can only be such a plan of cherishing as we proceed. Otherwise, such things may not even be understood by people. Some sincere situations should lead to the ultimate joy turning into sorrow, which is fundamentally not to be taken lightly. It seems that this matter can only be this way. Those who cannot be suppressed are certainly part of the powerful ideological conflicts of the past. This is also a slow plan of silent life, and its origins are inevitable. Of course, it must be stated clearly. These matters can only be suppressed within one's heart. For those who are involved, there are two choices. They may be traitors or they may not be traitors. However, behind this betrayal, who can truly understand some sincere greetings? Chapter 326. What does it mean to be in such a situation? Because there are two outcomes for traitors in this world. It's not just a matter of who can perfectly understand the origins of it all. If one is really too entangled in this, then logically speaking, one should not be able to stand in this world. A series of adept origins in dealing with people is not something everyone can comprehend. Thus, this matter is just like the long journey of life, written down as a plan for a brief introduction. Since it has come to this, there is no need to involve more irrelevant individuals. The facts are already as they are, and one can only say that the chance encounter is also unavoidable. It's not that everyone can grasp the origins of some real oddities. That is fundamentally not something to be taken lightly, as the saying goes. A new emperor brings new officials. It is very clear here. The principle is straightforward. It can only be this way, so cherish it as you go. Wait, who told you to leave? Those traitors who betrayed their sect, just wait for me. Now, I will definitely launch a series of ideological impacts towards you. If you still don't understand on this side, then all of this will surely have its adept origins. Of course, this series of situations does not mean that anyone can stand in this perfect position. If you let this position be subjected to such strong conflicts behind the scenes, it doesn't have to be like this. Having betrayed your sect, you must pay the necessary price, which will surely allow you to navigate smoothly through the powerful ideological impacts amidst the nonsense of life. This is inevitable. Of course, I'm very clear about this. Yet you remain utterly unclear about these real situations. What is it all for? If you can understand the fate under this unknown situation, it has already allowed many to grasp what lies behind this conflict. It seems that the benefits and exchanges in this context are things that cannot be produced by just anyone. Since I understand everything clearly between both sides, then it must be adeptly expressed. This is inevitable. Of course, I will say it clearly. As you have betrayed, you must bear a series of costs. If you cannot make the necessary choices, then there's no need to involve more irrelevant people. That will only make others feel that the facts, which seem to be guided by fate, are how to return everything that I had before all the cause and effect I previously obtained. This is the long road of life, to walk sincerely and truly. So, let be, don't evolve too much, just be quiet. Bye-bye Dong here has been quite reasonable. He doesn't even know what he is thinking, because the situation presented before him, as well as the circumstances in his life, is already telling a story. He doesn't seem like someone particularly helpless, since it has already come to this. He feels that standing in this life situation must have his own adept expression. Otherwise, even the origins of some real situations can only be this way. To cherish this moment. Can it really be like this? Logically speaking, if it were true, then it would only be better to follow the sect. Although throughout the Douluo continent, there is no need to involve more irrelevant people. So who can understand what these sincere facts are? No one can understand. There can be no real origins, nor is it something everyone can clearly see. This is just how it is. The exchanges of technology and the birth of art are merely the results of that Big Bang. But is it really like this? It's not that anyone can produce strong ideological impacts. It's not that anyone can understand the meaning between both sides. As long as the other party wants, as long as they dare, as long as they can stand in a relatively obvious position, then they will surely be able to adeptly express themselves. The facts of what should be produced in a series of strong ideological impacts have already come to this point, and there is no need to involve more irrelevant individuals. Therefore, being light and free of burdens, the situation expressed here is also inevitable, since it has already been placed in this position. It may be the result of human intervention. That is also unavoidable. However, the unity of knowledge and action is not something everyone can understand. The ideological conflicts and strength are also inevitable. The origins of oddities are also expressing the situation here, which is fundamentally not to be taken lightly. The outcomes have already become very clear. It is evident here, Of course, this result is not something anyone can understand. Rather than living in such a struggle for survival, it might be better to confront it and engage in a series of conflicts over this matter. This existence in the world is also inevitable. The facts are not like this. One should ideally navigate smoothly through the places that cannot be expressed. Many have already understood how their own situation is. Otherwise, even the origins of some sincerity will leave people utterly confused, not understanding what one is facing. Can it really be like this? Logically speaking, the situation behind this should not be something anyone can understand and clarify. Were these moral concepts? The ones who should live in this world should also be under the impact of strong ideologies, silently navigating the path of life and cherishing it. However, this turning point has already allowed many to understand that rather than engaging in such emotional reasoning, it would be better to make some bright choices. It might be better to let go of a series of things that should have been there. Otherwise, even the origins of strength will allow many to understand this fact. One would still push themselves into a deep abyss of extinguishing flames. And now YanLing already understands. He has already stood behind the strong conflict, and it will be better to silently not take it as a matter of importance. Chapter 327. The Disaster of Arrogance. It seems that this matter has already become a well-versed background in the process of evaporation, as well as a complete embodiment in this world. Only then can he understand what lies behind the conflicts within strength. Of course, the outcome is very obvious. What is done here is not something that just anyone can uphold. The facts that are understood or not understood have already been presented here, representing their own shining points, which are inevitable. However, in terms of interests, it is always like this. Without this series of exchanges, even if one were to uphold a part of the sky, it would only make others feel that one side is in a rather ridiculous position, and it would be better not to take it too seriously. So at this moment, it can only be a chance encounter, which is also unavoidable. Otherwise, if one does not even understand these facts, what is the point of involving more irrelevant individuals? Do they think it is amusing on their side? Logically, it should not be the case. The reality is such. Thus, both sides must remain calm and understand themselves. What outcomes must they face, and how can they come to understand these true facts? Otherwise, if even the facts that are understood or not understood should not exist in a situation, it would indeed be the best form of humor. But is the outcome really like this? Logically, it should not be the case. It is already clearly destined. Perhaps it is truly fate that cannot be defied. The saying goes, there is no banquet that does not come to an end in this world. The facts have never been otherwise. So there is no need to involve more irrelevant individuals. As for the traitor who betrays the sect, I will watch how you face me. If you think you can live comfortably in this world, then I can only say you are blind to the truth of this sincere situation. According to logic, it should not be the case because I need to understand what these true facts are so that I can navigate smoothly in this world. I cannot just face these real situations without being able to integrate the decisions in my mind. You must understand, my survival in this world is already quite difficult. Unexpectedly, you indeed plan to launch a series of ideological attacks against me. If you truly understand, then go ahead. Just pretend I am not your master, and I will pretend you are not my disciple. From now on, we will disperse like clouds. From here on out, I do not know how to face the situations that lie ahead. Therefore, I have to face the origins of some situations. Ambition should be a chance encounter, already a silent plan for life. Declaring the sect is my great cause. Next, I will have all my disciples hunt you down, and you will surely not have any good ending. Just wait. I will ensure you do not attain any of your rightful possessions. Go on, stop dawdling. The blade of impact awaits. It seems that BB Dong is already very sad, as the situation expressed in just a few words appears to be revealing a rather obvious fact, that it is extremely difficult for him to live in this world. He feels that facing so many chaotic matters will only make others think of him as a very ridiculous existence. If that is the case, involving more irrelevant people will only make others feel that he is indeed a very ridiculous presence. I do not know if YanLing has played a trick like in Mission. Impossible. If he really has, then there is no need for both sides to integrate into such trivial matters. It seems that the conflicts behind this have left many people confused, rather than treating this as trivial. Otherwise, the road of life is long and one must cherish it. What needs to be said and what is not understood has already been understood by many people regarding what the ideological conflicts among the strong are. However, when faced with some sincere greetings and the final outcomes, it is not like that. A series of smooth results have already made many understand the emotional and rational aspects that must be faced in such situations. It might be better to stay away from these shining points, as it seems that the conditions within this have already made many people understand. Many people have already grasped the ideological conflicts among the strong, but who can truly understand? Behind this vast land, who can comprehend the sincere situation? Otherwise, if one does not even understand some situations, and the facts are destined in the dark, then it will only make others feel that the ideological conflict is a very ridiculous existence. In this place, to smoothly express their own shining points must have its purpose. Otherwise, even some sincere facts are very difficult to survive in this world. So what is the point of involving more people? Do they find themselves very amusing? Or do they think it is something that should not be taken too seriously? Logically, it should not be the case. Living in this world is already very difficult. However, involving more irrelevant individuals would only complicate matters further. Chapter 328. The Power of Catastrophe. This is why others feel that a perfect decision cannot be reached between the two sides. Thus, the situation has already been placed in a relatively obvious position, leading to a clash of ideals and a silent plan of cherishing life as one goes along. The intense internal conflict within Bibi Dong, along with everything he has to face, has made him understand the origins of this series of events, which has allowed many to realize that rather than dragging on in such a way, it might be better to let go of one's ideological clashes. This kind of thing should have its definitive aspects. If there is no certain decisiveness, then living in this world becomes exceedingly difficult. Therefore, no matter how this matter is handled or spoken of, regardless of the many who do not understand it, as long as one's heart holds a grand feast, everything can be expressed with ease. However, if one does not integrate some perfect conditions, many will come to understand the essence of the strong ideals and perfect decisions, which will make many realize the origins of such peculiarities. There is a sense of destiny that cannot be ignored. Thus, giving up the perfect confidence and belief in one's heart has become a significant consideration. Under this mysterious plan of destiny, many have come to understand how to not take this matter too seriously. The clash of strong ideals is inevitable, so it is better to avoid making decisions, as that is fundamentally preferable to a series of results. Otherwise, it would only make others appear even more comical. Therefore, in this world, we should forgive these extremely painful existences, as they are the origins of our lives. As for the rest, they are merely comedic existences, and thus it is better to approach it this way. Hence, one can only walk the path of life silently. The clash of a series of strong ideals becomes even more apparent. The facts are already very clear. Bibi Dong has officially expelled YanLing from the sect. Since he has expelled him, the outcome is evidently apparent, showcasing some very clear truths. If a perfect decision cannot be made, many will see this as a very comedic existence. Was it really so? There is fundamentally no deep hatred between people. Rather, the decision made has allowed many to realize that instead of accumulating wealth, it is better to let go of the beliefs in one's mind. It seems this matter can only continue as a silent journey through life, cherishing each step. Behind this powerful clash of ideals, one should make a series of choices that one is entitled to. Under this strong ideology, there is also a better decision that one silently does not treat as a serious matter. A few words cannot convey some sincere facts, and many have come to understand the deeper meaning behind them. One should not treat this matter as a serious existence, as there is no need to involve more indifferent people. If one involves more indifferent individuals, then wealth will lead others to feel the twists and turns of this series of events. They will fundamentally not understand what sincere greetings are. Thus, involving more indifferent individuals only highlights the comedic existence between both sides. Indeed, who does not understand that there is such pain in this world? Who does not realize that there is such an inconsequential outcome? Who could understand? No one can truly comprehend. In principle, no one should have to face the origins behind the results of the clash of ideals between the two sides. However, these matters have already been presented here, and thus it is better to suppress these trivialities. Young man, follow me. I have made this very clear. If you are truly a talented individual, then I believe you have a series of ideological clashes. If you cannot have such a series of clashes, then you definitely do not know how to face the chaotic situations. It seems that the origins of this situation must also be confrontational. Behind it, one must also maintain some semblance of face. Of course, you need to understand these situations so that many can comprehend what lies behind them. Otherwise, one would not know what kind of outcome to expect and would have to face various situations. Well, everything that needs to be said and done has already been made clear. If one cannot produce strong ideals under the impact, then it does not allow others to see how one faces life. It is not about being a convoluted presence. Facts are inconsistent, just like a sausage wrapped in intestines. However, we must understand that behind these conflicts lies a need for solid confidence. Under such impacts, some existences should not be taken too seriously. It is better to remain silent. It seems that only such powerful ideals can provide a semblance of face. Otherwise, one would not know how such an outcome could occur, leading others to feel that the truly right people are never correct, while those who are wrong should not be denied. When Flandre finished speaking, he was already parched, feeling as if he had used all his strength to educate the unknown young man before him. If this young man could truly be of use to him, then even in dreams, he might wake up laughing. Upon reflection, it is understandable. Who among those who stand in this position is not extraordinary? They have managed to endure under such complete circumstances, allowing many to understand the balance of emotions, reason, and personal interests, truly achieving something remarkable. Chapter 329. Tumultuous surge behind this. There's a series of concepts in one's mind, and of course, the results of such a series should not be expected to lead to complete choices made by them. It is merely a quiet path of life, written into clear plans that involve more of the irrelevant origins of others. Otherwise, one would not know what kind of decisions to make for a conclusion. This is why it makes others feel that they are self-righteous. It is a kind of brightness in which everything happens, and it seems that one can only guard their own little plot of land. As for the rest, there is no need to involve more irrelevant people. The results could be very obvious and painful. However, if, behind this result, one does not involve more irrelevant people, there will definitely be responses from both sides. Of course, the painful facts told here are not things everyone can achieve. It can only be said that it is a matter of differing positions. This thing can only be said as the master leads into the door, but the individual is the one who gets fooled. Since the master does not stand in a relatively obvious position to understand so many people, why involve so many so-called irrelevant individuals? Making it feel like there is no opportunity? The situation is already so awkward. Why make it so unclear for others? Anyway, it has already expelled them from the sect. Involving more irrelevant people would only make others feel that one is a very comedic existence. But is that really the case? We, as individuals, should not be in such pain in this world. However, looking at it now, this existence of being true to oneself is not such a painful one. It is no longer something that anyone can easily emit their own brilliance. Otherwise, in the end, it would lead to a situation of excessive joy turning into sorrow. Involving more irrelevant people would only make us appear as a particularly comedic and bizarre existence. So, I can only guard my own little plot of land better. Otherwise, if one does not know how to conclude such an absolute situation, it can only be said that the ideological conflict between both sides is better. The facts are already like this. Involving more can only be ridiculous. Flandre has grasped his position very clearly. He understands well what series of things he has to face. Because he has already read human nature thoroughly, he also understands that sometimes people can be worse than beasts. Damn it, he doesn't even know what they are thinking. They always want to conduct a series of ideological shocks towards something. But in reality, some people do not take it seriously and do not need to involve more irrelevant individuals. However, being placed in this position has made many understand the series of results faced behind the twists and turns. Therefore, there is no need to involve more irrelevant individuals. Thus, after the matter is accomplished, what should be thousands of miles away has already made many understand the situation behind this ideological shock. It also occupies 3/7 of 21 and 4/7 of 28, which should not be spoken of as imperfection. But can this result be treated as a matter? Logically, it should not be. Therefore, behind this series of situations, many people have already understood that the results may not be as obvious as that. It is also not that anyone can rise up and break out. It may also cause all kinds of plans for oneself. As for the rest, there is no need to involve more irrelevant people. However, since things have already come to this, there must be a very perfect, decisive integration between both sides. Otherwise, if one does not even know what to do, then it would make others think that there is no complete concept on one's side. This further makes things unclear and difficult for people. Life is originally a particularly perfect journey, and in this journey, everyone should have decisive support and know what results they face. Otherwise, if one does not even know how to survive in this world with the most sincere greetings, wouldn't that make others see them as a very comedic existence? Logically, it should not be, because this matter cannot be perfectly articulated by just one or two people. However, the situation presented is not something that everyone can understand and comprehend. What is the situation behind these clear circumstances? Rather than getting emotionally entangled, it would be better to let go of one's complete obsession. It seems that this thing must have its own perfect, decisive expression. Otherwise, if one does not know how to conclude even some perfect decisions, it will only lead to a particularly imperfect existence between both sides. Thus, being expelled from the sect is not something that anyone can do, but if one does not leave the sect, then between both sides, one truly does not know what kind of decision to make for conclusion. It seems that this matter must have its own perfect and real powerful ideological conflict, which has made many understand. Especially regarding such dog food properties, it would be better to let go of one's complete beliefs. Otherwise, even in some perfect situations, one does not know how to face certain facts. This would not make others feel that one is a particularly comedic existence. Of course, life itself is a journey. Behind this journey, who can truly understand what the meaning is? Since one is already on this relatively obvious position, there must be a perfect conflict that causes a series of shocks between both sides. Of course, the results may be awkward, but behind these results, it is not something that everyone can achieve. Perhaps it is fate, but destiny is ultimately hard to seize the great position. It is not just YanLing alone. He simply thinks about this matter. Chapter 3:30. 10,000 Buddhas bowing to the source since he was able to be placed in this position. He must be capable of launching a series of impacts regarding this position. It should not be the case that both sides feel embarrassed by the outcome, as that would fundamentally dismiss the matter. Now that it has come to this, there is no need to involve more irrelevant parties. So all that can be done is to observe this complete position and involve more inconsequential individuals. That is all. Thus, it can only be said that behind this series of complete conflicts lies a silent disregard for the matter, and that is just how it is. All right, since you were previously my master, if you continue to speak such nonsense, it will certainly not benefit me at all. I have already expressed what needs to be said and understood, and the facts that are unclear have been presented before this matter very vividly. Why do you want to involve more irrelevant parties? This is akin to a shining point during the night shift. It should be placed under the clear facts, and it is no longer a mystery what the situation behind it is like. Therefore, all I can do is to suppress here, belonging to their own series of choices. And seemingly that is all. After YanLing finished speaking, he silently withdrew. He felt that it was unnecessary to escalate the situation further. Otherwise, even those who are obviously involved would have to face matters that should not be taken seriously. Then, it is indeed hard to predict how this will conclude. It seems that the only unchanging possibility is a series of perfect decisions among humans. One can only silently grow stronger, and the concepts within are sufficient to be better. Thus, where they go may be barren, but behind this barrenness, it is no longer the case that anyone can be placed in such an obvious position. Different beliefs, different religions, and a series of chaotic issues may arise, and within the country, a peaceful attitude is still maintained to handle matters smoothly. Bibi Dong was very saddened, but as she watched YanLing leave, she found herself without any means. She knew that YanLing was not someone who could be persuaded by one person. If he could really be convinced, she would not know how to face various situations. It seems that this is how things are. Otherwise, one would not know how to deal with such chaotic circumstances. In the midst of both sides, there are indeed some people who feel very awkward. Such creatures should never overestimate themselves, nor should they ever overestimate others. Always maintaining a particularly perfect attitude to conclude in a peaceful manner is the best approach. As for everything else, it is all a very comical existence. Of course, a perfect demeanor survives in this world. It is not that anyone can be elevated to such heights, but who can truly understand? Amidst the backdrop of time over the years and the results of what is within reach, it is not something that everyone can comprehend. What facts one must face here is a matter of perfect outcomes, yet it is unclear how to deal with such awkwardness. That is indeed a particularly humorous existence. But who can truly understand it? In terms of feelings, reason, public interest, and private matters, this should not be done, but it can only be just that. Traitor. You traitor, get lost. Back in the day, Bibi Dong, educated so many disciples, yet today, in this lifetime, you have appeared as a traitor. You damn son of a bitch. I am your father. I raised you, a bastard, and yet you dare to act like this towards me? Fine, fine. You really are something. You're impressive. You're great. You and your parents are amazing. I can't manage you anymore, and I don't want to. If I were to manage you again, I would have already been placed in a very obvious position. You're great. You're remarkable. You're noble. You're truly amazing. I'm nothing here. I'm not your master anymore. From now on, don't say you know me. I don't know you. Get lost. Goodbye. Go eat with Flander. Bibi Dong was so enraged that a large amount of blood surged from her chest, and with a splatter, She spat out a mouthful of blood. She regretted it. She regretted coming to this world. She was frightened. She was afraid to be in this world because she never expected that YanLing was such a particularly disgusting person. He actually betrayed his master, forsook everything, and turned his back on a series of things that should have been his. What is the meaning of living in this world if it is like this? Why must it be faced this way? Why must one confront these real situations? Why must one deal with such betrayal and perfidy? It is laughable, truly laughable. As Bibi Dong thought about this, tears could not stop flowing down her face. With red eyes, she looked around and realized she regretted it. Yes, she truly regretted it. She regretted coming to this world. She regretted interacting with so many people, and she regretted accepting so many chaotic situations. She didn't know why. She truly felt particularly terrified. It felt particularly headache-inducing. She never expected that despite being in a relatively high position, she would encounter a fool like YanLing, who actually betrayed her and the master. The master leads you to the door, and from there, it's up to your own memory. You might think I'm very obvious, but what can I do? I can only say I'm a pawn that cannot benefit. I can only protect my little piece of land perfectly. Why do you have to misunderstand me like this? I am not someone who can truly be taken seriously. You must understand me. You must let me go. Chapter 331. Inevitable, I have to leave and fly far away. I can't hang myself on one tree. If I really do hang myself on this tree, I definitely won't have a good ending here. It's clear what needs to be said and done. If I drag more relevant people into this, then between us, I really don't know what kind of decision we would make for a complete and smooth conclusion. Let me go. You might think I betrayed my sect, but my future is bright, so it has to be this way. I won't involve more so-called messy characters. That's all there is to it. All right, I made this fact very clear. If you insist on disturbing me, then you definitely want to know what kind of messy situation you'll have to face. So, I can only be like this, that's all. 3 times 7 is 21. 4 times 7 is 28, and there are no particularly bright moments to speak of. Why drag so many so-called people into this? Good morning. YanLing didn't throw the fourth punch, because he knew that if he did, he definitely wouldn't know what the outcome would be. The facts have already been very clearly presented here. If the fourth punch were really thrown, then everyone present would not know what kind of results they would face. It seems this matter truly doesn't know what kind of absolute conclusion it would reach. One can only say that the confidence between the two sides is somewhat firmer. When YanLing and Flinder saw this scene, they couldn't help but sneer. It turns out that the dignified Bibi Dong could really be held under a rather bizarre situation. He understood that this clash of ideas no longer conforms to the concepts of the current people. But so what? The moral concepts and the facts they face are different, and the results are not obvious. It's better to silently ignore it. The conflict behind may not be as touching as it seems, but the outcome is certainly not something one person can bear alone. Therefore, this plan that leaves no grass behind is also smoothly transformed into their series of outcomes. Bibi Dong left the aerial prison, and YanLing became the fuse for this event. Similarly, YanLing also gained the support of Flinder and his group. As long as they can kill the Titan giant ape in this academy, they will achieve an upgrade in equipment. If the equipment is upgraded, then both sides will definitely have a perfect, decisive existence. But who can understand this? The things between both sides are particularly ugly, and rather than dragging on like this, it's better to let go of the obsession in one's mind. The saying, listen to advice and eat well, is always true. In fact, YanLing doesn't want to be an enemy of Bibi Dong, but now, not being an enemy is no longer possible. Because the situations they represent and the realities they face are different, they are not on the same path. They don't need to involve more irrelevant characters, but now, it has come to this. They have already been placed in this position, and it can only be a particularly awkward existence between the two sides. So why drag so many so-called situations into this, making others feel that this situation is particularly insignificant? The journey of dreams has officially set sail here, and YanLing is carrying his kingdom of rock, making waves in this world. He feels that he has already lifted himself to a certain height, and it will definitely be smoothly executed after facing a series of consequences. That is also inevitable, but similarly, the inevitable behind it is not something that just anyone can bear with these messy situations. It's not that the impact of the ideas should be what it is. Of course, it might be madness, perhaps a human norm. However, this madness and norm are not something that everyone can understand. It seems 3 times 7 is 21. 4 times 7 is 28 cannot explain everything. Here, he should already have his series of decisive outcomes. As for the rest, there is no need to elaborate further. Mastering the situation is not something just anyone can do. From this moment on, YanLing officially cuts ties with Bibi Dong here. He feels that he has already turned around in this life, integrating into this complete decision. If that is the case, then there is no need to discuss anything further. Regardless of YanLing or Flender and Ling, they have already become something people view more as insignificant. The result, if it's relatively ugly, since the situation is indeed very unpleasant, there is no need to involve more unnecessary people. The kind of thought that there are strong people among strong people must also be grasped relatively thoroughly. It's just a pity that very few people can clearly understand their own capabilities and plans. Of course, this plan of rising to prominence must have its own thoroughly grasped outcome. All right, you as the principal, if you plan to stand on the same front with me, then I must also grasp it thoroughly. If I can't distinguish or understand some things, then I definitely want to know what kind of outcome is within my reach. What I need to say and do is already face the just result rather clearly. Otherwise, others will think I'm just being ridiculous. YanLing has already perfectly grasped the connections of relationships here. He feels that he is now in a rather obvious position. So there is no need to involve too many irrelevant shooting techniques. He is not a truly vicious criminal. Sometimes, no matter how time pulls, it's intriguing, but now, how intriguing this twist is. Chapter 332. Despite this chapter 333. Forget it, just let it go. The young and vibrant YanLing now faces the elderly Flander, as if a series of things from the tech world are swirling in his mind. However, logically speaking, these outcomes shouldn't be faced. It's better to stay away from disputes and the series of chaos. It's just that, otherwise, even the real situations and one's own conditions, as well as how to deal with the bizarre chaos, shouldn't be taken lightly. Otherwise, it would be a particularly ugly plan. Logically, it shouldn't be this way. It's just that due to different paths, one ends up in such a sneaky situation. In this strong competition, there are always stronger opponents, relying on the plans of a generation. Here, it's also well managed, making it hard for people to understand the clear moral respect. But what can be done? Because, in the context of such accessible chaos, many people are impacted by such strong ideas. Otherwise, they wouldn't understand these real situations. And facing such circumstances wouldn't necessitate dragging too many irrelevant people into it, sometimes for money. Such matters must be dealt with in the context of mutual interests. Otherwise, Confucian thoughts and the so-called virtues of Taoism would not have been promoted, dragging more so-called people into it unnecessarily. Those truly positive individuals have not been able to rise and make a difference. Instead, those with negative energy occupy the peaks. Isn't it ridiculous? It's truly laughable. This world has never lacked positive people. However, those positive individuals who can truly rise to such positions, in the end, it turns out it's not like that at all. It seems that such matters must have their own perfect determinations. Otherwise, even some real results would be unknown in how they occur, which is indeed a relatively frightening existence. In a strong competition, there are always stronger opponents. The respect here is also very much in place. After Ling listened to these words, he remained silent for a long time because of his preference. He understood. He accepted these real situations and the perfect series of outcomes in his heart, realizing there was no need to involve more irrelevant people. He felt that, since things have come to this, he has already been put in a rather awkward position. So why drag more irrelevant people into it? It seems funny from his side, which logically shouldn't be the case. If he were to make a joke, then both sides could genuinely create a realm of their own, and the ensuing turmoil would be inevitable. If you really want to kill this titan giant ape, I can't express my stance for now, because Zhao Wujie has already been beaten to a half-dead state by you. As the old principal, I must give him an explanation. You can't tell me you've made him look bad. After all, I'm his superior. I'm the principal, and he is the vice principal. If he can't even hold the position of a vice principal with a complete determination, then both sides definitely wouldn't know what kind of results they would face. It seems that the existence of such a dreamlike realm has no need to involve more irrelevant people. Any further involvement would only lead to uncertainty about the outcomes. You must understand that in what I say and do, I have already grasped it very carefully. If even the situations in some contexts aren't like that, what can you do? Flander holds his beliefs very perfectly. He feels he has already created a realm for himself, believing that these four aspects have been perfectly integrated in his heart. If he were to grasp this decisive matter very truly, then there would be no need for him to exist in this world. Logically, it shouldn't be the case. It's just that he doesn't want to involve so much nonsense. If he really wanted to drag in so many chaotic situations and make perfect decisions in his heart, then such plans wouldn't matter in the least. Otherwise, even some real situations wouldn't be taken as perfect decisions in his heart, Dragging in more irrelevant people would only mean that both sides don't take it seriously. It seems that the saying stronger opponents always exist is never false. If it were false, there would be no need to involve more irrelevant characters. Being straightforward like this also allows for a powerful grasp of the underlying concepts and impacts. In life, there should be a series of decisive treasures, rather than dragging it out as if it were a war of factions. Logically, it shouldn't be necessary. He hasn't involved too many irrelevant people, nor does he need to drag attitudes into it. Life, in itself, is a form of bondage. Only after shedding the shackles on oneself can one understand how to face the reality. Well, old man, since you say that, I indeed have nothing more to say. Since the old man has not expressed his stance and has grasped this matter very truly, then I can only not take it too seriously. Otherwise, unwillingness to face the real situation is like a long road of life, which should be cherished. Logically, it shouldn't be the case. I don't want to drag in too much, staying away from disputes and crowds, you know? Life doesn't need so many irrelevant characters. If you can't even grasp the strong real origins, how can you expect to know how bright the conclusion will be? Fine, what needs to be said and done. I have already reached a perfect decision. Now let us see how you face me. If you can't even deal with some real situations and all the encounters in your mind, then I can only say you deserve it. YanLing's attitude is also very strong. He feels he's been placed in this position. Chapter 334. Invincible in battle in the midst of the dualities. There must be a particularly perfect outcome. If even a series of perfect results cannot lead to a complete and decisive conclusion, then the twists and turns must be truly grasped. The saying passing through emotional hurdles and slaying 6 generals mentioned here is also very perfect. Those emotional hurdles are hard to overcome, and each hurdle presents a challenge that cannot be easily managed. It must be approached with a sense of ease, as the facts presented before us are already like this. If even some real situations are so unclear that they cannot be understood, then involving more inconsequential people can only be described as deservedly so. If things are not grasped like this, then it can only be said that under a result that cannot be comprehended by both sides, one must cherish the long journey of life. Logically speaking, it is not about being a goat. It is only when one is not pushed to the limit that it becomes better. It seems that this long journey of life must be taken with care and appreciation. Otherwise, if the origins of the cherished relationships are not properly established, then why involve more inconsequential people? All right, for now, let's not delve too deeply into this. We should hurry back to the academy. After all, being isolated for so many years, we must allow foreign undesirable influences to come in for our growth. This world is inherently interdependent. If we truly isolate ourselves from all the mess, we would not understand how to face some real circumstances. The society governed by law is now different from the past. Let's go to the academy and see if there are any chaotic situations there. Flander has nothing more to say now. He feels he has been integrated into this complete decisiveness and does not regard it as a matter of concern. If he is treated in this way and does not regard it as a significant issue, it can only be said that it is deserved. The confidence and belief from within the strong support him here. They do not regard it as an issue. It can only be said that not involving so many so-called people is even more justified. Otherwise, even the acceptance of some realities would have to face what kind of outcome, which is fundamentally not regarded as a significant matter in the perfect plan. The facts are already like this. Why drag so many into it? It can only be said to be deserved. Of course, not facing these real circumstances can only be described as a particularly perfect plan. YanLing and his group are indeed not naive behind their seemingly insane banter. They have grasped some situations with justice so thoroughly that everyone feels it is very intriguing. They did not expect that they were truly integrated under the principle of being in this name, which they did not regard as an issue at all. It seems that only in such a situation can these so-called appearances be controlled by themselves. Otherwise, I do not know how to conclude with such sincere greetings. What kind of absolute situation would be involved? Therefore, this decisive element among the oddities must have its origins in perfection. Otherwise, how could both sides come to a perfect decision without knowing what kind of harvest it would yield? It indeed should be so. Logically speaking, it should not be the case, but now, under this powerful conflict, the ideological impact should have its own basis. The series of decisions under the twists and turns is precisely why the best results occur, so there is no need to involve more inconsequential people. It can only be said that the world is unpredictable, which is grasped quite thoroughly. After all, in this Douluo continent, such matters between a few words are not easy to articulate. Next, you should have your own system and beliefs, rather than wasting time here. You should have a very decisive element. If you want to kill the Titan giant ape next, I will certainly be able to forgive you. However, if you truly do not want to, then we will definitely not know what kind of oddities we will face. But is it really like this? Logically speaking, it should not be the case. We are already in the cycle of circumstances under this fact, and the final outcome is only this. Inheriting the plans of Yu He Shengliang. We can only cherish the long journey of life and no longer drag so many inconsequential people. There is no need to involve too many inconsequential characters. The facts are already selfless, so facing what kind of decisions is only this. He will quietly regard this series of plans, which can only be better for us, forgetting to cover these things in our hearts. After YanLing finished speaking, he wanted to see what kind of confidence and belief Flander had. If he really could be in such a prominent position, then both sides should surely have an absolute city in the Douluo continent. If the other party dares, if they want to, then both sides should certainly have a bright time. It seems that such unpredictable matters must have their own series of upper and lower lines determined. But is it really like this? Logically speaking, it should not be the case. The planned decisions are already clearly pressing down here. If even these principles are not grasped thoroughly by others, then it is only making others not regard it as a significant issue. But can this thing really be grasped in front of others? Logically speaking, it should not be the case, because there is originally no need for so much nonsense. Especially in reality. If so much time has been wasted, it might as well allow us to take things more seriously. Otherwise, even some real situations and the perfect decisions in our minds would not know how a complete decisive outcome would conclude, making it an even more humorous situation. Chapter 335. Unfavorable years in the midst of this humorous absurdity. There must undoubtedly be his own, limited circumstances expressed in a few words. Even if it sounds harsh to say this now, and despite having a good mindset, not taking it too seriously in his heart, the most uncomfortable one is YanLing, because he already knows that he has been placed in a relatively obvious position. If he is in this prominent position, then he definitely cannot touch these things for a reason. However, looking at it now, he has already been integrated into this situation, so it could be said that neither side knows how to face the completely changed reality. But the truth is indeed like this. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be this way. Rather than dragging on like this, it would be better to let go of the series of obsessions in one's mind. There are always stronger hands among the strong, and it is hoped that YanLing will not make a series of choices that don't take things seriously. If this decision turns out to be quite ugly, then we really don't know how it will end up being a bright conclusion. What do you think we should face? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. Thus, perhaps nothing can grow where they go. But now, under the backdrop of barrenness, how should they face so many situations? So it can only be said like this. After Ling finished speaking, the changes in his expression were already very obvious. He didn't want to involve more irrelevant people. He knew that if the situation were to become ugly, there would definitely be an especially unpleasant fact laid out here. If he could really suppress this thing deep within his heart, then it might not necessarily be an absolutely definitive matter to conclude. It can only be said that the particularly ugly plans between both sides are limited to a series of worthless and broken situations. But who can understand if too much is involved? Then both sides truly wouldn't know how to face a series of perfect situations. However, since he has already been placed in this dangerous position, there must be a reason for it. Otherwise, others wouldn't be able to accept what these things are. To drag more people into it would only make others feel that this side is an even more ridiculous existence, a wandering dream in the rivers and lakes. But people drifting in the rivers and lakes cannot avoid the knife. This so-called rivers and lakes are equivalent to a series of soul-related matters within the Douluo Academy, also expressed here. But can they really understand what these sincere greetings are? Logically, it shouldn't be. In this world, there's no need to integrate things that people fundamentally do not understand, and it would be better to treat these facts as insignificant. Otherwise, if one doesn't know how to conclude in a bright and absolute manner regarding these situations, then it can only be said that the plans of how to face a certain situation deserve their fate. Some people can leave, but we can only say that we cannot be excellent ourselves, because we can only face some bizarre backgrounds within our capabilities, which lead to dragging more things into it. If it can really make people unclear and confused, have to face so many chaotic situations, then it can only be said that both sides do not know how to involve so many so-called absurdities. It seems this matter must be concluded by us, leaving behind those chaotic people, distancing from things that should not exist in this world. It seems we must understand, otherwise, we may be planning a fading existence under a series of backgrounds. How should we face the things above some backgrounds? Logically, it shouldn't be, because life is originally a chessboard, and you and I are like pieces on this board, then how should you face these? So, you can only love what you have in your heart, and don't make the facts look ugly. You truly do not know how to face the plans within certain situations. It seems that the origins among us must have the circumstances surrounding them. Otherwise, if even the true origins cannot be grasped thoroughly, then it can only be said that there is a particularly perfect plan for leaving home among both sides, which is also inevitable. Can it really be uplifted under a vast sky? Then it would be a plan within reach between both sides. What needs to be said and done has already been clearly stated here. As long as you want and dare, then you will definitely be placed within this complete and absurd situation, having your own perfect confidence. Otherwise, if even the origins of all these situations cannot be understood clearly, then how can you expect me to survive in this world? You wouldn't be here to watch my jokes, would you? There's no need to involve too much. Nor is there a need to make it so people cannot hear clearly or understand. YanLing here advises YanLing. He feels that he has already grasped this matter respectfully. If it can really be treated as not a big deal, then everyone present would definitely not know how it would lead him to a sickly conclusion. He has spent too much time in this world. No wonder this world should not have what has happened in his world. However, now, this series of interactions and the background to be faced are no longer something that anyone can easily plan, since he has already walked down this path of fading existence. YanLing also feels that he must face the facts he needs to confront. Otherwise, if even some sincere facts and everything happening in front of him remain unknown, what kind of situation will it lead to in the search for plans? Chapter 336. Once upon a time, they made others forget who they were facing in some real situations. Of course, death is not terrifying. Perhaps death is a true beginning of life. There is death before life can exist. If one cannot integrate the reality of death and everything that comes with it into their thoughts, then why involve so many so-called people? Is it funny? It shouldn't be, because life itself is not that amusing. If one continues to involve so many so-called people, then wouldn't that just make others think that their life is just a long road? Moreover, cherishing this moment of strength and the impact of ideas is just that. One must understand the facts on both sides to comprehend the overwhelming situations in their mind. Otherwise, if even real situations are not grasped thoroughly, involving more insignificant individuals can only lead to misunderstandings that others cannot comprehend. It becomes a kind of deserved fate. Yet one must face these sincere greetings and the results of all those delicate greetings in their mind. It must have its own highlights. Otherwise, behind this series of highlights lies a plan that is within reach. It is not something that one or two people can support. It seems better to keep such matters deep in one's heart and not take them too seriously. If the other party wants, if they feel, if they can integrate, cherishing the long road of life, then it can only be said that it is a parallelogram in which their own complete and decisive style cannot resist. It is better to give up the obsessions in their heart. Perhaps facing these sincere facts can help many understand the strength within. Yet, when faced with sincere greetings, it seems impossible to treat this matter with great care. One can only say that both parties deserve it. Throughout the history of the Douluo Academy, there has never been a true great figure. And those who truly can uphold this rich position have no need to be there, because there's a saying, it is cold at great heights. And the grasp here is very perfect. If a person really stands at a higher position, then they have no need to involve insignificant people. Of course, if some matters are to involve more, then I must say that both parties are unaware of what kind of decision will be made and how the ending will unfold. But is this really the case? One should not create bizarre occurrences within perfect situations, only to say that one should not leave the background. If one is to leave their hometown, it would be better to slowly treat it as a trivial matter. Currently, looking at the entire Dalu continent, a series of things should be freely flowing with their subsequent plans. If both parties can be supported in this perfect position, then the journey of dreams may very well happen here. It is truly a journey of dreams that can reveal the origins of these facts. One should not create sincere greetings, nor should they involve more insignificant people. It can only be said that both parties must face some trivial plans. It is serious that these sincere situations cannot be expressed, and that is all. All right, let us not say more. If we really return to the Douluo Academy, then we must face a series of twists and turns. If we continue to involve so many insignificant interactions, then those present will certainly not know what kind of outcome we will face. It seems that if you do not understand these matters, then how will we confront this series of insurmountable situations? Therefore, life is inherently a game of discarding cards that we should recognize. Our actions here should be free and unrestrained. If even some real facts are not treated with care, then it might just make others feel that we are quite amusing. You cannot even handle some real families. How can you maintain such balance? Why continue to get involved in such chaotic matters? It seems quite amusing here, and logically, it shouldn't be. After all, we are an academy where things will happen in the future, not just facing a series of outcomes. You should understand that engaging with these matters certainly has its own significance. Otherwise, even real truths may not manifest in this world. So how should we face this? Is it deserved? Perhaps not. If it is deserved, then what kind of situation will we face? Flander expressed his views. He felt that he was no longer a true grand figure. He believed he had been placed in a rather obvious position, making it unnecessary to involve more insignificant individuals. It is said that in the context of life, involving more insignificant people makes others think that one is a very amusing existence. But is this really the case? If someone could understand these sincere greetings and the strange circumstances surrounding them, then it would not be said that anyone could encounter such situations, leading to confusion and lack of clarity. However, now, the plan of leaving one's hometown and the context surrounding it does not need to involve many within the Douluo Academy. Many people want to make a series of ideological impacts on this matter. Yet in the end, they discover that, for various reasons, there are hardly any who can truly stand in this position. But looking at it now, those who are currently supported in this position can only be said to be two individuals among both parties. Chapter 337. What now? Acquiring you must have its own reasons. If one truly doesn't take this matter seriously, then it can only be regarded as a plan to cherish life as we walk along its long path. Of course, how the route should be taken and how to express a series of careful considerations brightly must also have its own twists and turns, without involving too many others. Otherwise, it may lead to misunderstandings, making it seem even more ridiculous. I said to the old principal, "You have made your point so clearly that there is no need for me to involve more irrelevant people. In this world, I don't need to make things unclear for others. My mind may be scattered or blooming with ideas, but now, with the flowers blooming in my head, there is no need to involve more irrelevant individuals. If one could truly grasp the essence of this fact, then others would see me as a very sorrowful existence. However, I now understand how to convey sincere greetings and how to recognize my own shortcomings. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how to express genuine greetings or what kind of existence that results in. I have to face a series of plans within my capabilities, and the most regrettable thing is that the so-called people-centered era is now behind us. Now, it is essential to nurture you so that this series of storms can be managed. I'm not interested in the rest of this." The three of them chatted casually and soon returned to the Douluo Academy. It seems they no longer find it necessary to make much of anything, as they understand that facing the realities of emotions and logic means confronting a series of complications. There is no need to dwell on these chaotic situations. Was it really that way? Because life is essentially a chessboard. At least, there are almost no living beings that can open this. But who in life can face a series of sincere greetings? We must maintain a complete attitude and calm philosophy while facing a series of twists and turns, yet still recognize that there is a will of heaven in all this. However, in these circumstances, the results behind me can only be pressed down on my heart for better reflection. Perhaps a single sentence can be grasped very thoroughly if the other party wishes or feels that way. If you can be elevated to this position, then it must lead to a very perfect plan. Unfortunately, when true, faithful mounts are greedy, there is no need to say more. Currently, within the entire Douluo Academy, there is a polarized situation where students are united and teachers are united. These teachers and students engage in a battle of wits and courage, and it is unclear what they are thinking in their minds, always wanting to devise a series of plans for this matter. Yet, they still want to involve too many. And if that is truly the case, this situation is indeed quite interesting. A year has passed, and it remains the same. 2 years have passed, and it is still the same. In this time frame, under the strong background of conflicting ideas, many have realized that this matter of emotions, logic, public interest, and private interest is not easily grasped. Logically speaking, it should not be so, because such strong ideological conflicts cannot be easily understood by anyone. It seems there is indeed a will of heaven and a fate that cannot be defied. Everyone can understand the recent twists and turns. It is no longer just a matter for 1 or 2 people. If this thing is grasped very clearly, then the conflicts behind it do not indicate that anyone can reach an ideal state. Because once the country is established, generations will follow. Young men must speak with confidence. Well, if you insist on involving your so-called buddies to impact this matter, then then I really have nothing more to say. If I were to be verbose, I surely wouldn't know what kind of ending this would lead to. I understand what my own attributes are and clearly know what facts I must face next. If even some matters are not grasped stably, then I might be wasting space in this world, squandering a series of well-planned intentions. It seems that behind such conflicts, there must be a journey of dreams, and who can understand their own struggles in this journey? Logically speaking, it should not be so, because I must understand my own shortcomings and face all the results to grasp what true, sincere greetings are. Only then can one truly see that such matters are not as pleasing as one might think. If we are to conclude with a perfect ending, it would only lead to unsatisfactory results for both parties. Given the circumstances, there is no need to say more. Flander's attitude has already shown signs of decay. He feels he is on this path, so there's no need to involve more unnecessary people. If he were to involve more irrelevant individuals, they might find it quite amusing. If the Titan giant ape is not brought out, the outcome could be very unappealing because those guys are like a dragon, yet they do not behave like one at all. Clearly, there are always things with their own destinies, but divine will can be hard to fulfill. Sometimes, when facing a series of expected outcomes, there is no need to involve more irrelevant people. Relying on heaven and earth is not as good as relying on oneself. It will be better to handle the series of twists in one's hands with more respect, if even some relatively respected matters are involved. Chapter 338. Too many words unintentionally. It's all about grasping the nuances. If it's not that clear, everyone here will definitely feel that we are experiencing a particularly dramatic turn of events. This is how we plan to cherish the long journey of life. So it is just that. This understanding should be held deep within our hearts. That would be better. Otherwise, even these sincere greetings, which are indeed real, would not be taken seriously. In that case, we might not understand what it means to cherish. It seems that people must strive hard to comprehend. Only then can these sincere greetings be held in our hearts, making our situation much more valuable. Understand, principle. I realize that in this world, there is not an absolute amount of fairness. We must understand that all beautiful things come with imperfections to grasp what we are facing. If we cannot even respect the things we decide in our minds, then living in this world would yield no results. But now it seems like this. And if we continue to get involved, it would merely lead to a particularly fierce confrontation between both sides, which is inevitable. It seems I understand what these sincere greetings are. If we do not even know how to recognize certain things happening before our eyes, it would make others feel that our plans are even more unappealing, which shouldn't be the case. Therefore, what I said is quite clear. You should understand that I should not exist in this world under these absurd backgrounds and conflicting ideas. It's not that anyone can grasp this completely. Thus, the existence of dreaming of Jianghu has been understood quite thoroughly. Unfortunately, neither side has been positioned correctly to grasp this more profoundly. Otherwise, there are always stronger individuals in a strong world. One generation produces another. That's all there is to it. As for the rest, there's no need to be overly interested. YanLing has already gleaned something from this rare conversation. It seems he has grasped this matter very thoroughly. If there is no need to involve more indifferent people under such conflicting backgrounds, then life is originally a chessboard, and the deviations on this board must be respected. With all the necessary elements present, the results under this strong background of conflict must be prioritized in his heart. Otherwise, even these sincere greetings cannot lead to a real understanding of the outcome. If we involve more indifferent people, thinking we're being humorous, then logically, that shouldn't be the case. However, if one believes they can be in such a position, it shouldn't be the case, but there is no choice. Thus, one develops a sense of confidence regarding this matter and wishes to create a series of artistic expressions related to it. But can one really do this? This world has never lacked truly dream-driven individuals, yet those who genuinely possess dreams have increasingly found them to be trivialized. The chessboard of life, this expectation, is not something everyone can grasp easily. Unfortunately, the people on both sides do not understand, and they do not take it seriously. Therefore, this is merely a series of available choices, distancing oneself from right and wrong, distancing from all these available elements, which is unnecessary. To not let people take it lightly. The long journey of life must be cherished. It seems one must understand some of these truths to genuinely grasp them. One cannot be beaten down like a bamboo pole. As Ling watched YanLing's retreating figure, he understood that if a series of ideological shocks were directed at this guy, there would be no need to involve more indifferent individuals. The facts are already very uncompromising. If a series of life reincarnation results could truly occur, both sides would certainly not know what they would face. But if they don't even know how some decisions will conclude, it could lead to an unappealing situation for others. Of course, one must understand that behind these sincere facts, there are their own dreams. However, on the journey of those dreams, everything that happens can easily drag in too many irrelevant individuals. The era of being meek has passed. Now, YanLing plans to handle his genuine series of upheavals with respect. He feels he should not fear these matters since life only comes once. If one can really be placed in such a clear position, then what both sides possess is particularly decisive. Here, it seems unnecessary to involve more indifferent individuals. If there are truly no backgrounds or opinions, then there is no need to involve more irrelevant people in this world. However, under such intense background conflicts, there's no need for people to understand what should be understood. At this point, the situation is already very much grasped by many. Life is originally a chessboard of expectations, and there is no need to create excessive entanglements. Opportunities? If the divine truly values them, then logically, it shouldn't be the case. I say, old principle, why did you agree to YanLing's outrageous request? Although the Titan giant ape did not cause any substantial harm in our Douluo Academy, if it were released and encountered someone from Shisha, the equipment upgrade would lead to a series of complex and powerful impacts on YanLing. If you were to unleash this, everyone present would definitely feel that we are a rather amusing presence. But is this really the case? It has already been grasped quite well, and we are now facing the results. Chapter 339. The principle of power is not something that can be easily upheld by just one or two individuals. Kind-hearted people don't need to be that kind. While some particularly selfish individuals thrive in this world because they believe that selfish people are useful, and those of us here might be seen as useless. The meaning behind YanLing's words is very clear. He feels that this situation has not brought him any benefits. Therefore, there is no need to involve more indifferent people. Life is essentially a chessboard, and if even the real chess pieces cannot be manipulated skillfully, then everyone present surely does not know what kind of situation they will face. It would be better not to take it too seriously, but now, this better plan must be based on his own decisive elements. There must be something decisive, a complete result that has already been clearly grasped in terms of what should be said and done. However, those things that should be said and done do not need to involve irrelevant matters. The years have passed like a day, and it is clear here. Those who do not understand some facts are being subtly better off, which may lead to a barren outcome. But what is the result behind that barrenness? It is merely a sad creation. Then, a series of bizarre academic qualifications emerged, and undoubtedly, behind this decision lies a majority driven by greed. Here, schemes and intrigues abound. But looking at it now, cutting through these twists and turns must also involve their own dream journeys. Thus, a new chapter has begun, and YanLing is to officially defeat this Titan great ape. At the same time, he betrays his sect and the obsession of BB Dong. He does not even know what is going on. A traitor expelled from his sect dares to flaunt his power here, even wanting to carve out a place for himself in the Douluo continent. He really does not know what he is thinking. Does he truly believe that there are no real people in this Douluo continent? Logically, it shouldn't be like this. It should not be. The facts were never like this. So why involve so many so-called irrelevant situations? The bright moments displayed here cannot be upheld by just one or two people. And now, he dares to be close to the principal. What is he thinking? Does he really think that there are no banquets that do not end? Logically, it should not be like this. If that were the case, then everyone present should have a place upheld in the sky, which would be a matter of keeping one's word. All right, what should be said and done has already been overly forced. I will see if this guy can pull off some tricks, see if the Titan great ape can let him rise. If he wants that, then everyone present surely does not know what kind of situation will unfold in the end. As long as I understand the series of absolutes in my hands, everyone present will not know the shabby matters that I will absolutely conclude. YanLing, on his side, has integrated a series of choices in his mind, feeling that he has been placed in this obvious position. Then let's see who among both sides can understand these truly credible matters. If these things can be understood, then all situations become quite intriguing, and there is no need to involve more irrelevant people. If these ignored situations press deeper into people's hearts, then it will make others feel that these shabby matters are not that way. Understanding some shabby behaviors is a pity, under the background of some real actions. It is also pressed down, not better left in one's heart. However, behind this behavior, it is not something that everyone can understand. These real times are only for what reason? Just look at the origins among these bizarre cases, and face what can and cannot be done. Unfortunately, neither side has been understood by others regarding these real situations. And so, those who are grasping it firmly do not know what they are waiting for. Let's see who can understand what these sincere times are all about. If it involves too many things that outsiders cannot comprehend, then it can only be said that among both sides, a deserved plan is also inevitable. Don't look at me with that kind of gaze. I find it very amusing because I never expected you to be so unclear and ambiguous. In this situation, I have already grasped the facts, which are very obvious and thorough, yet I didn't expect to be dragged into the situation of what is worthwhile and what is not. There is no need to involve more irrelevant people. Therefore, in the matters of human relationships and interactions, you do not need to drag me into more irrelevant affairs. What I should say and understand, and what is not understood, has already been placed in this relatively obvious position. If you really make things difficult for me, then I can indeed forget you. However, logically, it should not be like this because these matters of interest do not just happen by fate. But fate ultimately makes things difficult for me. If even these matters are not understood, then if I drag in more irrelevant people, I can only say that with my attitude, I will not involve more irrelevant individuals. So, in this situation, I am just not grasping it thoroughly, which is better. Others cannot accept these real situations, and there is no need to involve more irrelevant people, so you don't need to act like this towards me. When YanLing finished speaking, he thought of an unparalleled martial soul master, one of the top 10 masters in the Douluo continent, Tang Xiao. If he could obtain all the spells from him, then he would surely be able to stand tall and strong. Chapter 340. Fearless of anything. Chapter 341. Others are useless, so it can only be said that both sides are particularly clear about their plans. But can they truly understand these real principles? They shouldn't, as some real situations are ignored. If they're not thoroughly grasped, dragging more irrelevant people into it can only be seen as a joke between both parties. You really have a big mouth. Even though Tang Hao and Tang Chun have not yet caused a stir in the Douluo continent, unexpectedly, you have placed them in this position, and you still want to ask them for help. Do you have shit for brains? Do you really think there are no series of upheavals in the Douluo continent? Logically, it shouldn't be such a trivial matter. What should be said and understood has already been thoroughly grasped here. Why do you insist on involving so many so-called people? Are you kidding? You are insane. There are so many experts in the Douluo continent, yet you don't seek them out, but instead look for these two minor characters, who are still not fully grown, and already want to assassinate them and impose a series of blockades. Your head must be really messed up. Do you think that being recognized in the strongest Dalu continent means you understand the powerful things in their minds? Your brain is just stuffed with too much food. YanLing is really furious. How did the dignified Bibi Dong end up with such a foolish character? Bibi Dong also has twin martial souls, both in the form of spiders, representing devouring and Rakshasa power. Because of the strong devouring ability, her cultivation speed is extraordinarily fast, reaching a very perfect level. However, unexpectedly, she ended up with a disciple like YanLing, which truly makes it hard to understand. It also shows that these trivial matters shouldn't be taken to heart. If that's the case, then there is no need to involve more irrelevant people. If Bibi Dong could truly become a top-level pope, inheriting the Rakshasa position would be inevitable. Back in the day, Poseidon was defeated by Tang San, and now Poseidon has teamed up with YanLing, planning to launch a series of destructive strikes against the Douluo Academy. However, Bibi Dong, whose heart was crushed and died, cannot exist in this world anymore. She must have her own shining points. If even the current sect leader and peak Dalu at level 97 or 98 cannot achieve a series of shining points, it would be very funny. Bibi Dong here hasn't shown any of that brilliance of teaching her disciples while starving her master, which truly makes people realize that all these trivial matters don't need to be treated as a series of glories. How did the dignified Bibi Dong raise such a failure? You actually want to find Tang Hao and Tang Chun, those two masters with extraordinary martial souls? Have you forgotten that even Bibi Dong, ranked second among the top 10 experts of Douluo, is not someone you can rely on with Flender? Although now is a situation of selfless righteousness and redemption. In the Douluo continent, there must be decisive elements of its own. It's not something that just anyone can grasp respectfully. All right, what needs to be said and done, I have already understood clearly. If I can't even grasp these real situations thoroughly, then living in this world may be of no use at all. So I hope you recognize the situation. Flender is truly a useful person, while Bibi Dong is merely a truly powerful existence. You need to understand, you cannot forget your roots. YanLing's expression is quite grim. Back in the day, Bibi Dong almost became the god of Rakshasa, with nearly 100,000 people dying at her hands. And now, the upheaval involving nearly 100,000 people has not been upheld. Their own roles have instead resulted in a lack of truly useful things. If that's the case, if this continues to be dragged into treatment, It might make others think that we are a very ridiculous existence. But should it really be like that? Logically, it shouldn't be. Since it has already been placed in this position, there must be its shining points. But what is YanLing thinking? Bibi Dong is a typical Rakshasa soul. Yet now this Rakshasa soul is not being utilized properly. It's just that she is dragged into involving more irrelevant people. I don't know what kind of nonsense is in your head. It's indeed truly ridiculous. What the hell do you mean? I said that after killing this Titan giant ape, we can split the spoils 70-30. Of course, I suggest you because I killed the Titan giant ape and that golden sacred dragon is currently on the brink of death. He doesn't even know how he ended up in this world. As long as I can shine a light on this thing, it will definitely lead to a series of results belonging to them in this ruined existence. Of course, this series of things can also be grasped thoroughly. If you say that you can't even achieve results that should not belong to the real giants, then others will think we are a very ridiculous existence. Don't look at me with that kind of gaze. Do you think I betrayed the sect? I don't feel like I betrayed the sect. I just chose different interests. Therefore, due to different interests, we will have a series of divergences in this world. Don't blame me. Blame me for being useless. YanLing directly laid out his route perfectly. He feels that he didn't come to this world to be bullied. Why face these real situations and fail to create a series of shining points? It's not that he is not something to be taken seriously. Then why drag more irrelevant people into it? Chapter 342. It's all nonsense. A beautiful person in the world. ISNT, it said that anyone can raise a piece of sky as long as the other party wants it, dares to do it, and is under the impact of the concepts between them. It is also inevitable that they can set up camp in one place. However, if we say that even these sincere facts are not grasped steadily, then it's irrelevant to involve more people. Some people can only make others feel that they are a very comical existence, with no real shining points, even in darkness. Raising a piece of sky, yet still wanting to involve more irrelevant people will only make others see them as a joke. In an era of rising winds and swaying clouds, a series of results have emerged from the waves, but behind these results lies a commitment to trustworthiness. When clearly grasped by others, the origins of those facts are not something that one or two people can raise a piece of sky. Ling now feels that YanLing has no real function. He is just trash, a roll of garbage wanting to flourish in this world. He doesn't even think about what kind of pathetic behavior he has. So now, YanLing has become a monster that everyone wants to attack, a monster that everyone shouts to beat. Yet he still wants to involve more irrelevant people, standing in a relatively obvious position, making others take him seriously, which logically should not be the case. There should be no need to involve more irrelevant characters. Instead, being thoroughly grasped like that will only make others see them as a very comical existence. Enough, you two, stop arguing here. Does arguing back and forth help? I've already explained this matter perfectly to you, yet you act as if this doesn't concern you. Since you insist on turning this matter into a series of twists and turns, then we need to break down our own shining points. I do not understand what these real bright moments are. If you instead involve more irrelevant people, that make others think I'm the one being funny, logically, it shouldn't be. I did not say that there is retribution for living in this world. You instead want to involve so many chaotic situations, not knowing what is going on in your heads. Do you really think you're a bright and funny existence? I don't need to say much more. Now, you two must not have any disagreements. If you do, it will only turn into a joke for others. Even the real study duo hasn't been able to raise their true function, and if you involve more irrelevant people, we will only make others see us as a very comical existence. So as it stands, what I should say and do has already become clear in this series of moments. If you don't even understand these situations, then there is no need for us to exist in this world. Living might mean death and destruction, but there is no need to involve more irrelevant characters in the results behind that death. Flander does not wish for these chaotic people to engage in internal strife. If these people engage in internal conflicts, what they produce resemble what one person can achieve. Logically, it should be this way, because in this world, no one can accomplish a series of trustworthy things all on their own. But looking at the current broken facts, there must be some shining points of their own. If even these real shining points are not raised to this position, it will only make others think that they are an even more comical existence. A generation of rivers and mountains, a generation of people, each generation produces its own Garen. This saying is never false. However, the shining points now displayed, as well as the absolute things to be accomplished, cannot be achieved by just one or two people. In fact, it is not unnecessary to make trustworthy choices. Under the watchful eyes of many, most people have come to the Law Academy to engage in a series of competitions. However, they believe that if they compete over this matter, it will certainly allow their own shining points to sit in a more obvious position. But is it really like that? Logically, it shouldn't be, because under the results behind this series of shining points, there are also their own series of causes and effects. Therefore, the origins of the moments of brightness in this series must be grasped thoroughly. However, the trustworthy facts and the decisions and results that emerge in their minds are not things that one or two people can grasp thoroughly. It seems that these things must also have their own strong alliances. What? Flander is actually standing on the same front as YanLing? Aren't they supposed to be a big group of enemies? How come now this big group of enemies hasn't been raised up? And this series of waves is one thing, but they've instead dragged so many irrelevant people into it? What the hell are they trying to do? Are they trying to make a series of omissions about this matter? I find them to be quite comical. I thought there were no broken things here. But now it seems that it really shouldn't be held as a grudge in their hearts. The things they're doing cannot be achieved by just one or two people. So let us avoid saying anything more destructive. What you said really makes people feel that it's not so reasonable. What are you thinking? Do you really think no one in this world can handle you? Do you think you've never looked in a mirror? This fact, although grasped perfectly, should not be treated as a matter here. Since this trustworthy matter is not showing their own shining points, should we really understand? Are these things really that thoroughly grasped? No way. Chapter 343. Disapproval, alright. Since it's Flander, and he stands on the same side as YanLing, they're a kind-hearted family, so we can't let them see us as a joke. After all, Zhao Wujie has already been beaten half to death by Shrek. If the real Shrek 7 monsters can't even make it onto the strength rankings, it would only make others think that we are a very ridiculous existence. Of course, these shining points among the credible facts cannot be upheld by just one or two people. If you don't even understand these sincere greetings, then others will think that we are not as competent as we should be. At this moment, the students of Douluo Academy are already watching the show here. Their words are very perfect because they know that if such things are not handled properly, it will make others feel that we don't take it seriously. It seems that this kind of thing must have its own series of shining points. So now YanLing can only hold onto a determination to die without a good end. If one wants to not live in this world, then they must be able to obtain a series of useful things. Otherwise, even these sincere choices cannot allow one to survive in this world. Dragging more indifferent people into it will only make others think that we are very ridiculous. Logically, this shouldn't be the case in the existence of a dreamlike world. They already have their own causal existence that is pressed under the results, where the causal cycle endlessly returns. It's not that the plans in the dreamlike world are ill-conceived. Everyone is focused, as YanLing's expression shows no signs of turbulence. His words are also conveying that he is not someone to be trifled with. So now, everyone present is shocked. If YanLing's confidence is so strong, then they shouldn't take it lightly. If their inner defenses truly collapse, it will only make others think that we are very ridiculous. However, in the face of these interest-driven situations, who can truly understand our sincere greetings and what kind of causality we have to face? Sometimes, laziness may not be an escape from a series of life results. But behind laziness, one has to face a series of causes and effects. Retribution is also inevitable. Otherwise, even the truly originated results are not handled thoroughly. Dragging in more so-called people would only be even more ridiculous. What? You say that Principal Flander actually stands on the same side as YanLing? If that's the case, damn it, I've been beaten half to death for nothing, right? Is Flander out of his mind, unable to think straight? This is really outrageous. I didn't expect these people to dare treat me like this. Fine, since they want to play this way, I don't need to drag more indifferent people into it. I see these bastards are really tired of living, always thinking I'm easy to bully. Alright, since they insist on engaging in this series of transformations, I will definitely make them pay a greater price for it. I want to see what they're thinking, even not wanting to do the most basic things. Just watch. I will make them ignorant and carve out everything that belongs to them. When Zhao Wujie received this news, he was almost spitting blood. Originally, he thought he was a very loyal fan of Flander. But now, it seems that this loyal fan has been placed in a very obvious position. When people see it, it becomes a very ridiculous existence. If that's the case, then this matter really leaves people confused. Even some real situations are not handled thoroughly. Why drag in more indifferent people? So this existence, where nothing grows, has made Zhao Wujie feel that there is no longer a series of functions in his life. But now, the fact of being placed in this position is not something that just one or two people can handle clearly. It seems that everything should have its reasons. Any unreasonable situation should have a series of reasonable explanations. This plan that flows like water is also integrated here, belonging to what is in their own minds. It can be seen that this fact that clearly has its own destiny should also be handled thoroughly. If even some real choices are not revealed in others' hearts, then others will not decide their own limits and still have to face a series of causes and effects. However, the understanding of these shining points behind the results has clearly been destined. You, being this invincible guy, actually want to impact this thing here? Forget it. We're just a few students under your command. Please don't make it difficult for us. If you make it difficult for us, it would be very unfavorable for us, with even some very unfavorable existing things not being handled thoroughly. So why drag in more indifferent people? Is it funny? It shouldn't be. If even some sincere and bright situations are not handled, it will only make it hard for people to understand. Dragging in more indifferent people will only make others feel moved. All right, at this point, I don't need to say any more nonsense. You should reflect a bit. We are just defeated subordinates, not having any deep grudges against you. Why drag in so many so-called people? Saying this is just a student, his words are very clear. He feels that coming to this world has been very painful. It's not such a good fate, but unexpectedly, facing this series of chaotic results feels like nothing at all. Chapter 344. Strong and resolute feelings. If it could be said that one truly could be pinned under this piece of sky, then he indeed bears unnecessary consequences. Under these circumstances in life, the series of consequences must be planned in his own mind. As long as the other party wants it, as long as they dare. As long as there is something perfectly decisive between the two parties, then everything else in between is irrelevant. And damn it, I don't know how you useless people in this academy are surviving in this world. You Haven-T even found the most basic Tang Hao. Don't you know that the strongest in the entire Dalu Academy belongs to Tang Hao? If you don't hurry up and recruit him to be one of your subordinates, what is the point of living in this world? Wasting time? Wasting land? Wasting talent? If you can't even handle these basic things, in short, how will you face the results here? What is the point of making others think that you are a ridiculous existence? At this point, is there still a need to involve so many irrelevant people? Don't you know what kind of decisive thing you're going to face? If you involve more irrelevant guys, it will only make others think that you are a ridiculous existence. Don't I want to say that now? You need to find this Tang Hao for me as soon as possible. Otherwise, I definitely will not forgive you people. YanLing also expressed his demands. He felt that living in this world was already suffering enough. Unexpectedly, day after day, it was either scheming against each other or on the road of scheming, with a mind full of chaos. Do you really think that there are no feasts that don't end in this world? At this point, is there still a need to involve more irrelevant people? Otherwise, others wouldn't know what kind of decision to make to conclude this matter. In that case, not even a truly absolute thing would know how to face such results. It's probably impossible for people to feel any sense of peace about it, since it must be necessary to strike against this thing. Otherwise, how should one face the real results? What should be done to create a series of highlights? What should be said and done is already quite unclear, and even these truly feasible plans must face an undeniable fact. Otherwise, it will make others feel that their own plans are gradually sincere. Of course, such things cannot be shouldered by one or two people. The top figures like Tang Hao and Tang Chun are not something one or two guys can handle. Otherwise, it will inevitably lead to a situation of extreme joy turning into sorrow. What the hell does this mean? Tang Hao and Tang Chun are top figures, just like Tang San, who are very exhausted. Ordinary people do not want to survive in this world, but unexpectedly, you actually want to summon them back. Don't you usually look in the mirror? Is your head stuck up your ass? I've said it many times. It's not about making you understand some real facts. This Tang Hao and Tang Chun in the entire Dual continent do not have a series of things. Why must you bring them back? Do you really think that in the entire Dual Academy, they can truly uphold this piece of sky? Logically, it shouldn't be the case. Because if such things could truly be accomplished by one or two people, then everyone present would definitely welcome the result, which has already been very clearly presented. In front of you, you still want to make the next impact on this thing. It's really funny. Tang Hao and Tang Chun can survive in this world. If it really could allow him to survive, then all of us present definitely would not know what kind of situation this game would end with. Damn it, your head is sick. You insist on striking against this thing. Strike it, damn it. You're already given face by killing the Titan Giant Ape, and unexpectedly, you still want to take an inch after being given an inch. Flinter was also about to get angry. He didn't expect YanLing to be so unyielding. With all sorts of chaotic thoughts in his mind, he insisted on making the next move on this matter, not knowing what perfect choice he wanted to make. If it's really like this, then everyone present definitely would not know what kind of result they would face. What should be said and done has already become very clear about what their next territory will be. Otherwise, if others cannot accept these real truths, then it's likely that they shouldn't exist in this world. Survival might be a perfect, decisive thing amidst destruction, but when facing the results of this decisive thing, after the conclusion, it is such that people can't feel any strange existence with others. Seeing that Flinder was already somewhat angry, YanLing could only smile helplessly. Murong, Yunxiue, and this so-called Poseidon, one of them would definitely not use all their strength. If it's really planned to involve more irrelevant guys, then everyone present would definitely be encouraged by a series of motivations. This is also inevitable. Otherwise, even some sincere greetings wouldn't involve more people, which will make others feel what kind of real situation is the result. Similarly, living in this world might face some destructive conditions, which is also inevitable. At this point, if this matter were made quite awkward, then the next situation would really be unknown. Chapter 345. Speechless. The arrival is a roundabout transformation. Belonging to their own series of things, the moralists of the world cannot be discussed. A series of highlights are flashing here. They have their own little plot of land, which has already been made clear and is performing very well. So, if they make others feel that way, it could be a terrifying existence. Some people have died, but seem to still be alive in this world. Some are alive, but seem to be dead in this world. Between life and death, there is fundamentally no useful function, just a sentence or two that hasn't been clearly expressed. All right, I've said it. The three of us are currently like grasshoppers on the same rope. We must engage in a series of twists and turns of social favors. If we want to go with the flow, then everyone present must surely not know how to express their own existence in the end. Otherwise, even these sincere decisions would not know how to face what sincere greetings are. That would simply be inhumane. When YanLing said this, he seemed to be gritting his teeth in anger. He had to grit his teeth, because living in this world, it seems like the next step is unknown. And what kind of roundabout transformation belongs to his own series of highlights? After seeing this, it's all headache-inducing, and there's no need to keep this matter in one's heart. What is now presented is not something that one or two people can handle. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such a series of bullies and malicious people in Douluo Academy. However, looking at it now, the results of these bullies and malicious people do not necessarily have to implicate more innocent people. The legendary fearless vanguard and the situation he needs to present are not something that can be simply expressed by one or two people. If even figures like Tang Hao and Tang Chun have not been captured, then our existence in this world has no significance. What needs to be said and done is already very clear. Why should we implicate so many irrelevant people? If you cannot express these principles with integrity, then implicating more irrelevant people would only be more ridiculous. Is your brain filled with dog shit? On YanLing's side, he seemed to want to slap YanLing, but held back. He felt that holding onto his own little plot of land was already very perfect. If even this little plot of land cannot be grasped thoroughly, then living in this world seems to be forgotten. What about the next situation that is not supposed to be like this? Indeed, the world is unpredictable. It shouldn't be such a result. Why face some real outcomes, but fail to present the facts they need to express? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. Every person surviving in this world already shows signs of destruction. However, this state has not produced the results of destruction nor a series of choices. Instead, it seems to want people to forget about things that are not worth considering at all. Those legendary people who do not act for themselves, facing divine retribution. Once these words are spoken, it seems to make people forget what comes next. In fact, YanLing is not someone truly capable. He is merely overestimated by others. Then, it seems like he is on a particularly winding road with a series of unawakened mentalities. He is actually suffering a lot in this world, as if he is unaware of what kind of result he will face next. However, now, this roundabout transformation must have its own little plot of land highlights. Otherwise, even these sincere greetings would not be a positive plan. This would make others feel that there is no need to implicate irrelevant people. At this point, we can only say that both sides are stuck in a relatively obvious position. It would be better to guard this little plot of land, so now, YanLing just wants to protect the complete confidence and belief in his heart. Let us see how brightly he can transform himself and what the next result will be. If Tang Hao and Tang Chun exist in this world, then there would certainly be no opportunity for us here. Implicating more people would only make us seem very innocent. You need to understand that you should empathize with our feelings, which also makes us realize what kind of result we will face next. Otherwise, if you don't know how to face the series of results of these true matters, then it will make others feel that we do not know what kind of situation we will face next. The world is unpredictable. It would be better to focus on your own bright series of highlights. Otherwise, if you don't even know how to present these things, what is the sincere result? Why implicate more irrelevant people? Is it a joke? It shouldn't be. What needs to be said and done is already obvious. It seems you have forgotten about your own series of matters. On Flinder's side, he is still trying to advise this so-called YanLing, urging him to be as earnest as possible and to avoid causing any trouble. Because if this guy causes trouble, everyone present will surely face a series of consequences. If indeed he is stuck in this position, then it shouldn't be a particularly deserved plan. Facing the results that are not worth considering at this point, if it is all about facing unmanageable results and bearing the blame for all these problems, then everyone present certainly does not know what kind of conclusion will exist next. Since we are already in such a precarious situation, let us see what kind of results both sides will face. Chapter 346. The butterfly flies in the Jianghu otherwise. If others cannot accept these sincere greetings, it will seem very funny. In fact, reality is not an unpredictable existence, since it is part of this life. It must have its own outcome. Otherwise, if even the results of some sincere greetings cannot be understood, it would make one feel that it is not worth taking seriously. In truth, this world is just as YanLing thinks. There is black and there is white. And sometimes the confusion of black and white makes it hard to see any shining points. The reasoning is quite clear. If something is both black and white, then there is no need for so many things to be displayed in this world. It is nauseating to see, and in this black and white world, there is no need to make decisions that belong to them. They must make a series of perfect choices and stand in a relatively perfect position to face whatever results come next. At the same time, they must express their own decisions. Otherwise, if others cannot accept these things, it would be a particularly sad situation. It may not be such a life or death issue, but after facing some sincere and unresolved results, YanLing realizes that this world is fundamentally quite frightening and headache-inducing. You don't need to elaborate on this matter any further. The more you say, the more it will only be a very poor start for me. Tang Hao and Tang Shun have no need to exist in this world. Besides that, they do not have the connections they desire. All one can say is that if you cannot reach that perfect decision, you will have to face a series of real results. This time, Flander finally stopped being angry, and his words clearly displayed his own territory. He feels as if he has been placed in this position, and it must be that he has everything that belongs to him in this place. If this situation is truly uncomfortable, then how can one face sincere greetings? It seems that any clear result, must be presented. They themselves must analyze their territory better. Otherwise, if even some sincere situations do not seem to be destined, it will make people feel that there is nothing within their reach. Zhao Wuji is almost driven to the brink of death, and before he dies, it seems he's about to spit out blood from long ago. However, he has not yet pressed his life into a slow, genuine path. He understands that accepting the imperfections of these things will allow him to grow more. But Zhao Wuji himself does not have a series of strong hearts. Living in this world, he does not know what kind of results he will face. If this situation is truly uncomfortable, then everyone present definitely does not know what kind of sad matters they will face. Of course, when faced with truly sad results and real facts, it will allow others to understand the situation better in terms of emotions and reason, public and private, pressing down on their hearts. The dignified principal stands in a relatively obvious position, yet wants to exert pressure and make plans regarding this matter. He never looks in the mirror to see what kind of convoluted situation he is in. If he could truly create these shining results, then everyone present definitely would not know how to understand the series of things. Zhao Wuji is drinking a particularly bright tea and directly smashes the teacup to pieces. After seeing this, people realize that it is all a matter that is not taken seriously. The kind of painful rush to suffering has already made Zhao Wuji understand emotions. Reason, public and private. Everyone present definitely does not know what kind of result will conclude this, but that does not allow others to understand. On his side, he does not know how to better belong to his own territory next. Otherwise, if even others cannot accept a series of worst-case scenarios, if this thing truly appears before them, it will make people feel that there is no strong resistance or belief attacking them. Was it really the case? Logically, it should not be so, because the results behind such things must have their own destined plans. Even their principal has begun to have a series of doubts about this, not knowing how he has incurred a large amount of expenses that he dares not confront YanLing with. If he insists on playing this way, then I'm also willing to accompany him to the end. It's not that I have to do this to him. It's because I have already forgotten what kind of results I will face next. It seems that this kind of resistance and belief must have the plans we should make. Otherwise, if I cannot accept these, it is better for me to remain silent. Zhao Wuji feels heartbroken. He thinks he must understand and accept the sincere and bright moments of these things. Otherwise, if even these basic principles are not something people can grasp thoroughly, it will make others forget that they came to this world as if there were no convertible things left. It seems that this matter truly does not need to involve those fearless individuals, lest in the end, others feel that they have forgotten their strange original intentions, which is also inevitable. In fact, it is not this kind of result undergoing a series of cyclical transformations. It is because he inherently has a series of results that should be expressed, and he must face a real fact. Chapter 346. Zhao Wuji's reluctance, since it's like this, there's no need for you to get worked up. I'm already overwhelmed taking care of you. The so-called vice principal at every moment. I didn't expect that you couldn't handle this, and my series of consequences would be for nothing. I originally wanted to move forward with my plans, but I really don't understand what is going on in your mind. Do you really think there are no oddities in this world? This student taking care of Zhao Wuji is already feeling that his subsequent attitude and temperament are quite clear and extraordinary. However now, the confidence and demeanor he has to face the results no longer need to involve more irrelevant people. The vice principal is already half dead from anger. And as a low-level apprentice, there's no need to drag in more so-called irrelevant individuals. Otherwise, who knows what kind of result we would face next? That would be quite amusing indeed, and it's unavoidable. All right, I need to meet with the principal later. I want to see what they're thinking over there. Why they're launching the next wave of pressure on me. They really don't reflect on themselves. That YanLing kid is definitely not a good person. If he were truly kind, he wouldn't need to involve more irrelevant individuals in this world. I really envy his clever tactics. It seems he doesn't intend to give this YanLing guy any favorable treatment. Because he knows if YanLing's tactics really come into play, then none of the people present would be able to handle it. Who would have thought that if one were truly placed in this position? How would emotions be regulated between the two? The results are quite evident. In front of others, there must be his own difficulties and pains. If one were really put in such an unpleasant situation, then the reasoning and the results behind it wouldn't need to drag in more irrelevant people. Flandre led YanLing and the others to see the principal, and YanLing didn't waste any time. He quickly went to find Murong, Yunxue, and Poseidon, and his words were quite clear. He was expressing that his own little patch of land was better. He felt that it was quite difficult for him to come to this world. It seems that in this situation, there's no need to involve more irrelevant people. Now that it has come to this, if the result is made to look bad, then everyone here surely wouldn't know what kind of outcome we would face. Unexpectedly, YanLing, your tactics are quite clever. You managed to pull one over on the old principal with a trick. You really are like a little brother in this scenario. It seems that our series of ideological attacks don't need to involve more irrelevant people. If one is truly placed in this position, then it's quite terrifying. Not even knowing the real reasons behind the results, one would face a situation that everyone present surely wouldn't know how it would end. So, do we even need to survive in this world? Forget it. Poseidon, seeing YanLing standing on the same side as Flandre, began to doubt life. Because others might not know what kind of position YanLing holds, but Poseidon is very clear. He is indeed like someone who has lost their mind. In this world, every moment, every second, he is showcasing his own series of highlights. However, the results behind these highlights must also come from a place of deep understanding. It seems that at any time and place, one should be able to protect their own little patch of land better. Otherwise, what kind of results would one face with some real situations? This would make the long road of life seem absurdly funny to others. Don't you dare speak any so-called sarcastic comments here. I really don't have that true ability. If I could truly create a space for myself, then everyone here surely wouldn't know how bright the ending would be. Can't you see that what you've truly learned isn't done this way? According to reason, it shouldn't be like this. If you don't understand the true essence of this, yet still want to involve so many irrelevant people, that would only make you look foolish and disheartened. YanLing directly showcased all his highlights to Poseidon. He felt that the results behind him had already been displayed here, containing all the bright moments that belonged to them. However, now, this series of existing elements doesn't need to involve more irrelevant people, as others cannot understand this. It's clear that others cannot accept what the highlights are about. Otherwise, if one cannot even grasp their own little patch of land accurately, it would be quite a funny existence. This is indeed the case. According to reason, Poseidon should have some connection with YanLing on a certain front. However, Now this connection is not overly entangled, which is fine. Instead, it shows some very funny existences. Is there really a need in this world to involve more irrelevant people? There's no need, because the matter itself may have some individuals who cannot break the rules and thus drag in more irrelevant people. Others cannot understand what these genuine greetings are about, but they surely can understand their own situation of being far from home and the difficulties they face. Chapter 348. How can it be like this otherwise, if even these things do not adhere to that standard? It must be that they cannot support a perfect situation under the sky. YanLing did not speak, only managing a helpless smile, as he felt that he was already being pushed along this path. There should be a result from being pushed along this path, rather than presenting a very comical state for others to see. He was not a true wooden puppet. It was not that he was beaten or scolded without retaliation. And it should not be like that, because under the transformation of these facts, it was unnecessary to involve more irrelevant individuals. Others might not understand this, but true people would definitely understand it, given the circumstances surrounding those outcomes. There must be something he could reincarnate and transform, but of course, this was not something just anyone could achieve. It should be based on his own situation and plans. Therefore, the current result is very straightforward. The bright moments are shining here, as long as others do not understand that some sincere greetings are indeed facts. This would make others feel like they had forgotten their own shining points amidst their chaotic steps. In that case, it wouldn't make one feel that there was any result named the condition of time. You have already presented this here, so why involve more irrelevant people? Fine. Whether you stand in the same camp as this old principal, or whatever, we here must be very amusing. Otherwise, if even these things are not understood, how can we face some results? Others cannot accept what is next for us. What should be said and done is already very clear. Here, understanding sincere greetings is everything. If even these things are not expressed as such, then there is no need for us to continue existing. Poseidon looked at it openly. He felt that no matter which camp YanLing stood in, as long as it did not harm him, there was no need to be entangled with him. After all, living and surviving in this world is already quite destructive. If even these real facts are not grasped stably, then living in this world seems to forget what kind of results one will face next. But what can be done? As long as we can kill the Titan gorilla, as long as we can achieve that, we will gain something that is more straightforward. Then our side will have very bright moments. What kind of results are there in such brightness? Otherwise, if others cannot accept these sincere things, then why involve irrelevant people? Isn't it a twist of fate that must face something particularly bizarre? Fine, just like this, don't say more. This negotiation has been conducted very smoothly. If even these things are not grasped stably, then living in this world seems to forget everything. Let's go, old principle. You have been very clear. Next, we must create a series that will be remembered in history, and then change the name of this world. Otherwise, if even these sincere greetings are not so well received, then why entangle more irrelevant people? Is it amusing? It shouldn't be. YanLing now does not want to be entangled with this flandra any further. If more people are involved, others might think that our side is a very amusing existence. It seems that in this duality, not knowing how to decisively conclude leads to forgetting some sincere situations. Otherwise, if even these things are not such that one should not impose on others what one does not want, then the situations presented do not need to make people feel there is anything transmissible. Next, let us see how to express this, a series of results belonging to oneself. If even some truly bright moments are not grasped stably, then it is already unknown what series of bright transformations will follow. So now, YanLing does not want to have too much news with this flandra. He already understands his shining points, as long as he can grasp any results that follow. Let us see what kind of decisiveness will conclude between both sides, which will also be a particularly complete defeat. Fine, since you as a leader say so, do I, as the second, still need to be entangled? If too many entanglements occur, it seems we have forgotten everything that should be there. Otherwise, if even these things are not placed in one's heart, it is likely that it is not a very good existence. Since it has come to this, then our series of beliefs should develop accordingly. If there is such a development, then in this world, it is also predestined by fate, not making some necessary choices, which will be better for safeguarding one's own little piece of land. Flandra felt that he really had no need to justify anything. He thought that since he had come to this world and had not truly ignited this little piece of land, everyone present seemed to have forgotten a series of shining points, that is, the long road of life, to cherish while walking. If even these real situations and results cannot support that position, then others seem to forget. One really does not need to survive in this world. The facts are very clear as they hover here. If even these things cannot be pressed into anyone's heart, then many people would feel that our side is a very amusing existence. Chapter 349, Desolate and Without, in Chapter 350. Coming gently, Chapter 351, Nature in this situation. Neither side is aware, and they want to brighten up their little piece of land. Since YanLing insists on killing this thing, Flander might not be able to stop him. He is not a truly trustworthy individual. He just wants to protect this small piece of land. Otherwise, even the most basic colorful neon lights wouldn't be able to reflect his decisions, leading to a more helpless plan. On YanLing's side, he executed a 360-degree roundhouse kick. While turning his head, he began to speak slowly to the few people around him. All right, since we are all gathered here as Poseidon, the sea god, along with Murong Yushiwe and YanLing in front of me, if the 5 of us join forces, we can definitely defeat this Titan giant ape. No matter what, we shouldn't bother with those golden sacred dragons. That Titan giant ape hasn't even been dealt with yet, but it still wants to be in such a prominent position. What people see is somewhat amusing, so YanLing's stance is very strong. He believes that fear is the fundamental source of overcoming a series of challenges. Why fear? Why be afraid? Why face all these things that should be taken for granted? Let it go, stop getting involved, and don't drag in more irrelevant oddities. Otherwise, even the true origins have no need to be forced. It will only make people feel that there's no existence of what should be there. This situation doesn't need to make anyone feel that there are any useful outcomes. Therefore, it's better to keep this small piece of land pressed deep within his heart. After YanLing showcased his brilliance, he felt as if he would spit out brilliant blood at any moment. The Titan giant ape he wanted to kill had not been defeated for several chapters. He didn't even know why he had to survive in this world, as even the most basic means of destruction didn't need to be faced. Yet, he still wanted to drag in more irrelevant oddities. If he were to speak out, it would be hard to uphold such promises. What kind of result would others face in this world? Just to protect a bit of kindness in his heart. He doesn't need to complicate things. However, kindness is not something everyone can possess. Each person can only force it too much. Yes. One must understand these real situations to grasp the existence of these truths. Otherwise, it all seems laughable. Poseidon couldn't wait any longer. He felt like he was stepping on the wind. He believed that in the face of a series of truly powerful concepts, there was no need to confront certain situations. He recalled that during the Battle of the Sea God, Harris wasn't dragged into more irrelevant things by him. However, the situation is now laid out in front of them, belonging to their kind of shining point. It seems unnecessary for people to understand their current conditions. Of course, while things are turning around, there's no need to force it too much, but who can understand the pain of being far from home? There's no need to say more about useless plans. Thunder roared from the sky, prompting people to look up. It turned out that amidst the blue and white clouds and black storm clouds, there was a flash of lightning and thunder. YanLing looked up and knew that the Soul Formation Array was manifesting their rightful presence. If the 5 of them formed a pentagram now, a very powerful Soul Formation Array should appear on ground. However, this should not be blocked by YanLing. Currently, Flander is the leader. As long as he gives the order, not even BB Dong or anyone else would take it lightly. The situation is very clear here. It remains to be seen how both sides will reveal this fact. With thunder in the sky and the ground stirring up migrations, YanLing couldn't wait any longer. He felt that this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was presenting itself before him. Watch, make your move, don't dawdle. If these things aren't so, how can people feel the existence of being favored? Living in this world, one can't face any oddities. Old principle, do you see this? Old principle. This old town has already manifested their own things. Why are we still waiting for a move? Are you still thinking about random nonsense? Let's hurry up. The 5 of us form 5 intersecting arrays to kill this Titan giant ape. That way, we'll gain an advantage in equipment, and the decisive tolerance of our gear is inevitable. Why waste any more time? YanLing was so excited that he almost spat out the malicious fire in his heart. He understood that if he couldn't grasp these genuine reasons thoroughly, then living in this world seemed to make him forget that he wasn't in such a shallow situation. He realized that under the background of results in life, there was no need to keep happening in front of him. The facts are very clear before him. Even if all these situations are not stable, dragging more people in would only be laughable. With thunder and lightning flashing, they were already shining with what should be theirs. However, YanLing still didn't move, especially Flander, whose face was ashen. It seemed he didn't take these situations seriously. The situation had reached a deadlock that was sickening to witness. If the situation had already reached such a point, dragging more in would only make it more ridiculous. Chapter 352. In the prime of youth chapter 354, 5 walk. One remains, YanLing felt that there was no need to engage in useless talk, nor was there a necessity for survival in this place. Since things had come to this point, he could only observe what kind of outcome the two sides would face, if even some sincere facts were not handled with stability. When facing decisions made by others, it would only seem very amusing. But now, such self-serving plans did not need to involve more unnecessary individuals. Having already been placed in this position, it must be that he could make his own perfect decisions. After Flander said these words, he turned and returned to his office. He had been confined in this aerial prison for a long time. He did not know why he suddenly felt so uncomfortable, nor why he suddenly felt as if he understood something in an instant. However, now, this understanding had already begun to shine with flashes of insight in his mind. After all, having worked in this aerial prison for so many years, there was no need for him to further reveal his decisive nature. If even some sincere facts could not be handled with stability, there was probably no need to involve more unnecessary people. Look, this was the situation created by a vice principal, yet it did not escalate into a series of storms, and he still wanted to make these perfect choices. Yes, within the entire Douluo Academy, there was a clear class division. Since there were such divisions, living in this world did not require involving more unnecessary individuals. Just like in a large family, such as the Murong family, where there were certainly layers of hierarchy. If it truly could not involve a series of necessary existences, then others would definitely not be able to accept how things were beyond these principles. YanLing's thoughts were all laid bare. He felt that what he needed to say and do was already very clear. If even some decisions that lost small for big could not involve the outcomes based on others' reasoning, then it would cause others to forget the true essence of things. YanLing was very clear that most people in the Douluo Academy were of noble status, because only when the number of nobles increased could they have their own results in this world. However, life was inherently entangled with fate. If he said that even fate could not be entangled here, then it would lead others to decide a series of situations in their minds, not knowing what kind of particularly helpless yet perfect outcome they would face. He also did not know what kind of hierarchy in the entire Douluo continent would make one feel very proud. After all, this was merely an internal struggle among large families. Why should one be so interested in this? Was it your brief summary, or was it your powerful actions that, logically speaking, should not be so, because you were merely under a plan of deserving it, unable to uphold a piece of sky? Poseidon walked over and solemnly patted YanLing's shoulder. He felt that this kid in front of him did not seem like a good person, constantly talking about class divisions and the interests in his mind, which could be so transparently grasped. Such a display would make people see a certain nauseating awareness of gratitude and knowledge. But was it really like that? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so. If even the results of these sincere decisions could not be grasped in anyone's heart, it would only lead people to see no hope in their original intentions. If there were class divisions within the entire Douluo Academy, then there must be 14 levels of hierarchy here. It's just that behind some systems, the results are not such that anyone can be uplifted, because every improvement in the system would certainly require sacrificing a group of people or immigrants. This would mean sacrificing a group of people under a series of necessary plans. In this case, facing some facts that were not so simple would only make others unable to possess, leading many to be seen as a joke. I say, Mr. Poseidon, don't you dare mock me here. If even you are mocking me, then I have no need to make a series of facts that are all-encompassing. I've already been living in this world, and it's very painful. You should understand what kind of result you're facing. Or do you find me very amusing? YanLing directly broke free from Poseidon's embrace. He felt that this guy in front of him, who seemed so intimate, was actually trying to reach out to him for the next step. Logically, this should be the case. If even people's brains could not turn around and make some perfect decisions, then the people present would certainly not know what kind of decisive element would lead to a conclusion. The circumstances and situations in life certainly had their own reasoning. However, if even the results of these realities were not pressed down to belong to one's own small profit, then such fanciful thinking would also be so simple. Only with a good heart could one begin to understand some sincere situations. If one could not even produce the origin of the outcomes of having a good heart, then why would they remain silent and indifferent? YanLing broke free from Poseidon's embrace. He felt that this guy in front of him had not made a series of necessary choices. Next, he would see if the two sides could bring forth their genuine confidence and beliefs, revealing their own decisions. That would be the best plan. Otherwise, this kind of thing could only be a joke, unable to depict the bright spots within a series of all-encompassing elements. The story continues, and YanLing is certainly not idle. He has decided to express the situations in his hands that are beneficial for communication. Chapter 354. The cost of collision. Pressing slowly in one's own little piece of land is essential. Otherwise, any class-related issues cannot be broken through. How could that be funny? Alright, let's stop our individual ramblings here. If we continue to dawdle, we will become a very amusing existence. Don't you understand these things? I have made it very clear before. We need to understand the outcomes of these matters in order to survive in this world. YanLing, while speaking, quickly gathered his subordinates to form a pentagonal focus array. Under such conclusions, there is no need to involve more. It doesn't matter where the oddities come from. However, sometimes certain matters must lead to a calm heart. If there are conflicting situations, it would make it impossible for people to understand clearly. What kind of result will he face next? But right now, what is happening in front of him? If even the Titan ape cannot be killed, then even if Tang Hao and Tang Chen are found, they will certainly not be able to achieve perfection. YanLing stood in the middle like a triangular support, forming a pentagonal circle, creating a particularly perfect choice. Within a halo, there gradually existed facts that he should be able to acknowledge, but can it really be like this? In this context, if even the strongest vanity cannot be expressed, then all their decisions will only allow others to revolve around themselves, especially in a humorous existence. There is no need to suppress the shining points in clear terms. The most tragic thing in the world is that people never know where their mistakes lie. This is exactly YanLing's situation. Killing the Titan ape requires 3 steps. First summon it, then move it out, and finally kill it. However, that guy has certain resistance. You must understand that in the legendary story of Biohazard, the Titan ape is not easy to deal with. If you really provoke it, not everyone here will be its match. You need to think clearly. Harris stood directly on the rooftop, using the technique of long-distance communication to transmit his own series of messages down. He understands that he must survive in this world to protect Poseidon. Among the Western deities, besides Poseidon, there is also Harris. As for others, although they have a series of English letters in their names, those people are not in the same camp as Harris and Poseidon. It can only be said that different camps and different understandings lead to no results. Since it is like this, then when facing a series of situations, how should one deal with greed and self-interest in their own little piece of land? But in that case, who can face a series of real facts? Shouldn't it be so? What can be produced can only be described as funny. If you have no intention of helping, then I think there is no need for you to make sarcastic comments. If you are making sarcastic comments, then we seem to be unaware of what kind of result we will face next. Next, both sides should see how we should shine and what the series of shining points are for. Some people living in this world have already become a particularly laughable existence. If you cannot face any oddities while surviving in this world, then what kind of oddity will we face, right? The fact is not like this. If you do not understand these, then we can only become more humorous. YanLing looked at Harris, whose hair seemed to be stained with a series of blue and red flames. He found this guy quite amusing. If anything, if even some real situations cannot be brought forth, then everyone present would surely not know what kind of result they would face under such circumstances. It seems that situations that cannot exist in reality can only be borne by Harris. He understands that sometimes being well-fed can clearly lead to survival in this world. However, in some contrary situations of being well-fed and away from home, it is unnecessary to face a particularly helpless result. Right now, there is already a tripod here supporting things. If Harris does not help, then Poseidon will surely take over. Since Poseidon is stepping up, he must thoroughly grasp the situation at hand. Otherwise, it can only be said that both sides are particularly amusing. In the camp of 5 people, 3 of them are already here, unable to make all the choices that should be made. However, unexpectedly, when it was time to do these things, they were not supported under the sky of greed. Since what should be said and understood has already been understood, he has his own decisive elements. Then let us see how both sides face such a result. As the triangular framework cycles here, everyone present knows that rather than this, it is better not to suppress these matters in their own little piece of land. It will only make others feel that this side has a more amusing origin. Of course, the experiences in the situation and the results of going against oneself do not need to face such freshness. However, these things must make people understand that knowing one's own shortcomings is essential to recognize where the errors lie. The black clouds in the sky are densely gathering, and at this moment, anyone present feels it is quite inappropriate, because they have already realized that this heavy rain scene has shocked them greatly. Behind the dark clouds may be the sun, and behind the sun may be the Gemini. In the entire solar system, a series of Gemini can happen. Chapter 355. When the fake becomes real, the real also becomes fake. A series of decisions that have been made are, of course, inevitable. But the setting of the story is different. In the entire Douluo world, there is no setting that can cover the sky, and now there is a setting that can. It is just that there are two people here undergoing a transformation, unable to change the original intention. Dark clouds are swirling with crackling lightning, rolling down little by little. YanLing feels like his imposing manner is like the ends of his hair being twisted, and he doesn't know what kind of result he will face in the next moment, because he knows that he must live in this world. Otherwise, even survival could lead to a definitive end in destruction. It would be quite amusing for others to see this. At this point, those present would definitely feel that he is standing in a particularly complete and decisive position, and as long as both sides can hold their ground, those present surely do not know what a perfect decision will conclude this situation. I have already spoken these chaotic words, and I did not expect you to face it like this. Well, if you insist on such an apparent shock, then those of us here certainly do not know why we are facing such a decision. What should be said and done is already very obvious, and it is evident that only you can grasp these matters. Flinder watched as YanLing insisted on going his own way, while Zhao Wujie was in tears of anguish. Yes, he himself is a vice principal, yet he finds himself in this position. Let's not involve more unnecessary people, lest in the end, others think he is a rather amusing existence. So, at this moment, not wanting to treat this situation as a matter, YanLing still went his own way, betraying Zhao Wujie's inner confidence and belief. In theory, it shouldn't be this way, because Zhao Wujie does not have a mortal enemy with him. If Shrek did not take the next step to attack, then those present would certainly not know what kind of result they would face. You don't have to say that you must create some embarrassing issues for me. Most of our young people do not survive in this world because we only have a series of interests and plans to survive here. We must understand that the results of the human world are not something that just anyone can make a series of perfect decisions. Therefore, those present might think we are a very amusing existence, but it really is like that. In theory, it shouldn't be because we do not understand these real situations. And the reasons for the contrary current are why we can understand it this way. After YanLing finished speaking to Zhao Wujie, he felt there was no need to involve more irrelevant people. He thought that since it had come to this, if he spoke out so many decisions, it would only make the situation more awkward. However, behind this strong faade, there must be his own shining points to display. If he cannot even produce these real shining points, those expected choices would make everyone present like live targets. However, the existence of such live targets does not need to drag more irrelevant people into it. Zhao Wujie is already half dead. If things get any worse, it would make him look even more miserable. Neither side would know how this would conclude with a complete decision. It can only be like this. On the long road of life, we must cherish every step and keep these so-called small territories pressed down within our own small territories. Otherwise, even these sincere decisions would not face the results, and it could only be said to be more methodical. There are two types of people living in this world. One is similar to truly powerful confidence, while the other has their own perfect decisiveness. At the same time, there's another type that does not know what the real result they will face is. YanLing, who has chosen to go with the flow, is such a complete choice. He seems to have his own plans to go with the flow, and he seems to have his own decisiveness to go with the flow. But he knows that the Titan must be killed. If this Titan does not get killed, then everyone present would certainly not know what kind of result they will face. To walk the long road of life and conclude with sincere intentions is also inevitable. And of course, the series of adept plans behind the decisions should be something they should transform, not something that just anyone can uphold. The results behind these real situations are contrary. It is not something that allows people to understand clearly. But now, looking at the situation of the contrary results, it must have its own small territory. Just that is better. As for the rest, there is no need to be interested. This is what you young people should do. If this is what you young people should do, then I should not be this kind of ending existence, because living in this world seems to be unable to fulfill my own beliefs. If even these real background situations do not plan out methodically, then those present surely do not know what kind of bizarre situation they will face. Which is also a result of our own plans being very contrary. After Flinder finished speaking, he chose to leave. The marketplace is like a battlefield, and these words are the same. Now let us see how to grasp the results of these concepts. It is better to discuss the results behind some real decisions within their own small territories. If someone is not treated this way, then among both sides. Chapter 356. Dreamy times, they definitely do not know what kind of outcome they are about to face to conclude this. Similarly, this is also inevitable, but these things, whenever they happen before their eyes, must have their own roles. You see, the old principle has already stopped caring. If the old principle does not care, then there is no need for us to continue our next steps of survival, because we must determine the upper limit of this thing and what the highest result of the lower limit is in order to survive. If we cannot even address these real situations, then it will make others think that we do not know what kind of outcome we are facing. However, the things in this situation must have their own occurrence. Otherwise, they would only exist in a particularly comical manner, remaining particularly silent. Do you understand? After YanLing finished speaking, he looked at Harris. Yes, he knew this kid was someone who really liked to stir up trouble. However, now, this troublemaker has already achieved a particularly perfect peak in his own role. Therefore, there is no need to involve more irrelevant people. If we involve more irrelevant people, it will only make others feel that we seem to have forgotten what kind of outcome our beliefs should lead to. Do you really think that no one here can handle anyone else? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be that way, because life itself does not require involving more oddities. It can only be said that one should not make things more complicated for oneself. Only then can one silently contemplate the ideas and beliefs that have already evaporated here. This is their own complete decision. If even these contradictory results cannot happen before our eyes, then others will think we are a very comical existence, of course. Young people, do not be too arrogant. Sometimes, when you meet certain people, they can help shape your life, and you must forgive them. If you cannot forgive them, then you are a very comical existence. You must understand that the most painful thing in this world is one's own mistakes. If one truly cannot survive in this world, it will only make others think it is very funny. Life is not afraid of mistakes. What is wrong is not knowing where one's mistakes lie. Therefore, surviving in this world is not about facing the results behind these real decisions. There must be things that can exist as they should. Next, let's see if you can hold up these things between both sides. If you do not understand, then why are you surviving in this world? Is it funny? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be, because if you have not done anything truly useful in this world, then there is no need for us spectators to involve more irrelevant people. The facts are already this way, and what needs to be said is very clear. I've already advised you, yet you are still so stubborn. Fine, just do it yourself. Harris directly threw everything he had down here. He felt that he was already standing here, so why should he involve more irrelevant people? Harris did not want to engage more of the fearless folks, so there was no need to get more irrelevant people involved. If even some real origins do not need to be addressed, involving more irrelevant people will only make others feel that there is no need for us to survive in this world. The facts have already been destroyed in our own little corner. If we continue to involve more irrelevant people, we can only say we deserve it. A dignified Harris has not been able to elevate this true sky. If he were to involve so many roles, then everyone present would definitely not know what kind of bright conclusion it would lead to. You must understand that the most painful thing in this world is not that anyone can survive here, but that those who survive in this world do not need to involve more irrelevant things. The real origins do not need to evaporate into their own decisions. But now it seems that the situation of this complete evaporative decision must be understood thoroughly. If even these exiled ones do not understand, then what are you preserving? Harris did not say this, but instead acted on it, making their own decisions. What do you want? Are you joking? I can only say that you really do not understand the gravity of the situation. YanLing felt that Harris was indeed quite funny, as he did not elevate his position in the Douluo continent to a more apparent status. Yet he still wanted to involve more irrelevant people. Think about it. In the entire Dalu continent, the only one who could match Harris is Poseidon. Now Poseidon has not yet made a series of turning points in this world. Let us see how both sides face this situation. The facts already have their own perfect decisions to conclude. If they do not involve more, it will only make others feel very funny. A life filled with mistakes may also have the results of a mistaken life, facing a series of perfect decisions. If these mistaken lives do not even know how they went wrong, that is truly a very comical existence. Such creative artistic lines are certainly produced from their own words and expressed facts. At the same time, they must face a decisive result that they do not know how to conclude. Therefore, it can only be said that in the unity of thought, they plan to slowly convert their own little corner into something better. So now, since Harris insists on managing all this chaos, he will press this chaotic stuff into his own hands and see what happens next. He will make these real situations reach a perfect decision. Chapter 357. Lies always deceive. They say that a perfect decision does not end well. So, Everyone present must be unaware of the complete outcome they are about to face. All right, since it's just the four of us, if we must eliminate this thing, then everyone here definitely doesn't know what a perfect decision entails. Do not think that you are being overly arrogant. In reality, there is no real significance in this world, because those who have significance do not need to exist in this world. The people who do exist here do not need to involve more irrelevant individuals. Not understanding the way is your ignorance. It is not that I must involve myself. You must understand that my ability to survive for such a long time is due to my own decisive treasures, while your existence in this world is fundamentally useless. Poseidon feels that YanLing is really talking too much. If he truly intends to defeat the Titan ape, it would simply involve drawing it in, showcasing the 4 hooves and 4 palms of the Titan ape, and the decisive results would certainly reflect the chaotic completeness that he can produce. If even these genuine facts cannot transform into peaks and valleys belonging to their own small territory, then this matter becomes utterly incomprehensible. What is this decisive factor leading to? Of course, these matters can definitely be suppressed under a series of twists and turns. However, the unique and complete decisive results in the situation must be the real transformation he should bring about. Perfect true facts and the impact of powerful ideas must also have their own complete decisions. Next, if Monumentin does not intend to participate in the battle, then Poseidon, you still have me, and perhaps YanLing, the 3 of us can join forces. After all, Monumentin has been overwhelmed recently due to matters concerning the Moron family. Since she has stated that she will not participate, there is no need for us to complicate this situation further. If genuine facts shine through, why must we entangle ourselves in so much chaos? If even the origins of these facts do not involve more irrelevant people, then we are merely being led into a situation that we do not take seriously. You must understand this. YanLing has expressed all his views. If even these genuine facts cannot be shown, then they should also consider navigating through the small territory in their minds. Because if even the powerful ideas cannot be produced, then everyone here must be unaware of the kind of outcome they will face in the end. In fact, it should be so, because the unique origins of such matters must also be based on his own complete decisive elements. Therefore, as long as YanLing truly wants to fight, everyone present must know how to face him. You have already made your point clear. Why are we wasting time here? If you're not precise enough, then it is very unfavorable for us. If you do not understand these matters, then why should we involve more irrelevant people? It is because you do not grasp the situation well enough that we do not understand better. Your understanding or lack thereof of the facts behind it only entangles many irrelevant individuals. We will not make ourselves look foolish. If you do not even understand these matters, then you must have really accumulated virtue through your ancestors, you fool. Monumentin feels that she should not have expressed all her views. She thinks that living in this world is already very difficult. However, now facing a powerful decisive matter, there is no need to involve more irrelevant people. But the matter is already like this. In short, what kind of outcome are we going to face here? In the face of some real situations, it should not be the case that they should not act, although the conflicts among their families have reached a fever pitch. However, it is not to the extent that they must cut open their foreheads, with unforgettable bloodshed also being inevitable. In principle, this should be the case, because truly not understanding the impact of the underlying results and what they can do under those circumstances must also lead to the situations that should slowly unfold in life, with sincere plans. Of course, under circumstances where one cannot involve more relevant people, there must also be a better small territory of their own. Otherwise, if one does not know how to act based on the real origins, would it not be extremely amusing to others? But is this truly the case? In a life of avoiding disaster through financial loss, one must be able to navigate and transform into their own better small territory. Plans must have a background of preventive measures and must not stray too far from the present. Only by involving more irrelevant individuals can people understand that they should not stretch things too thin. This will make people feel that the powerful ideas of cherishing plans are somewhat feasible. That is also a series of things that ought to be, but there is no need to stretch things too thin. People cannot distinguish or clarify why. They should look at the background of the ideas and the contradictions therein. What kind of outcome are we going to face? Facts are not inherently unstable. In the midst of the powerful, people have entangled too many irrelevant individuals. The beautiful world must have beautiful outcomes within that world. Chapter 358. Unaware and all ears, however, who can bear the twists and turns behind such results? Logically speaking, it is not possible for both individuals to endure all the current situations. It can only be this way. The long journey of life is written into some plans. A series of morally corrupt divergences. They should have everything they ought to have. Otherwise, even the chances of denying some alternative plans may not be enough to survive in this world. So, what kind of absurdity is there to face in such situations? Logically speaking, it should not be said, nor should the facts that need to be understood be misunderstood. Everything has already been grasped thoroughly, yet it ironically implicates so many so-called people in a comical manner. Feeling ignorant on this side should not be the case. YanLing here does not want to involve more indifferent people. He feels that being able to survive in this world is already a profound misunderstanding of what the true reality is like. If that is the case, involving more unnecessary people in these real circumstances will only make others feel that he seems to have forgotten a series of inner plans. However, if these sincere facts are not pressed down in his own little plot of land, then when others see it, they will face a situation with an unknown determination. Then he might end up involving more chaos, leading people to be confused and unclear. That is fundamentally not treating it as one thing. Any occurrence must face some losses as a result. However, in facing these results in the world, there is no need to implicate more innocent people. YanLing's current attitude is just that. He feels that the Titan giant ape must be killed. Next, he will summon it and reform this situation through a series of battles, which is himself. Currently, the most important situation he wants to confront is not something that is easy to talk about. He is stuck in this position, having descended into a particularly helpless situation. Therefore, in facing the background of these real occurrences, there must be something of his own that he can showcase. Looking at the results behind this ideological clash, one must face what kind of situation arises and see how it unfolds in front of him with a series of imminent backgrounds. Now, has YanLing tangled everyone up? And this moron Yunqiwe, indeed, is not jealous at all. He must join this excitement. Well, since YanLing sees that he insists on joining this excitement, there's no need for him to say much, just getting entangled in this so-called position and being caught up in the situation. Between both sides, they have already used a powerful ideology to conduct the assassination of this thing. Everyone present is already very shocked. It turns out they're facing such a background that is not taken seriously at all. At this moment, there is no need to implicate more indifferent people. What needs to be said and done has already been very obvious, fully displayed here. Next, let us see how to develop any situation in hand into a complete decision. The facts have already been very unpredictable. The following public opinion has plans for a return, so let us see how to calm some of the anger in his heart. Otherwise, even sincere facts cannot face a complete result, which will lead to a particularly helpless conflict in power. You stand in the east, I stand in the west. He stand in the south, and the four of us form a triangular formation to attract the Titan giant ape. I know that the Titan giant ape loves to eat bananas and pineapples. As long as we can bring these things out and lure this guy away, then the results we will see next will certainly lead to further twists and turns. If these matters are not the case, then eating the yellow grapes will also be very perfect. On YanLing's side, he has completely made a very dual plan. He feels that he is already caught in the ideology of power. There is no need to involve more unnecessary people, since this matter must be handled in a less than favorable manner. Therefore, there is no need to implicate more indifferent people. What needs to be said and done has already been quite obvious. It has been vividly displayed here. And if even some genuinely helpless plans cannot be expressed, then the results they decide on will be uncertain. Between both sides, it is hard to know what kind of absurdity they will face. Of course, every reason and every person has their own functional aspects. Under the impact of these powerful ideologies, there must be a long journey of life, and one should cherish it as they walk. This means that the results he faces are such that they cannot encounter any discord. Then everyone present must not know what kind of complete, decisive conclusion they will face. It is also inevitable. The four people could originally form a pentagram, but due to the decision of one person, they can only form a parallelogram. Of course, a parallelogram has its decisive elements. If it is truly possible to shatter this series of results, it will be stunning for others to see. As things stand, let us see who can thoroughly grasp the results of this series of cyclical transformations. If even some genuine decisions cannot be made, then it can only be said that both sides are facing a sky that has not been lifted due to a deserved plan. As things stand, let us see what kind of complete, decisive elements will follow. Otherwise, even some genuine alternatives will end up implicating more. Living in this world will be a waste of space, wasting a series of everything one should have. The sky is still accumulating dark clouds, and dust is still flying on the ground. After people see it, they discover that the result in front of them has such a taste. Chapter 359. No explanation needed for bravery. He said that even some plans that cannot be taken seriously are being pressed down in their own small territory. Thus, living in this world already means facing an unknown decision. A quadrilateral formation has emerged here, visible to people. Amid the chaos, many feel a headache. But if that is the case, explaining it is indeed quite interesting. Logically, it should be this way because only by confronting the conflicts behind this concept can one realize the series of results that belong to their own decision-making. This will make many understand that the original intention behind the moral concept's impact is unnecessary to face a contradiction. What needs to be said and understood has already given YanLing a significant headache. Next, let us see among these three who will take the next step to strike this thing, as long as they can handle their fists with care. Everyone present is certainly aware of the obvious danger. Perhaps even their heads could be personally severed at any moment. If that is the case, explaining this is indeed very reasonable. At this moment, within that quadrilateral camp, people can see the essence that has unfolded before them. There is no such simple situation. Since this matter has reached such a beginning, it's truly unknown what results might follow. Of course, this kind of situation is evidently happening before others' eyes. It also has its own moral role. If even these most basic decisive elements cannot manifest a full array of choices, then onlookers will find it particularly amusing. The clash of ideas between the two sides has already become unachievable. The surrounding background of the upcoming factual situation no longer needs to involve more irrelevant people. If even the decisive results of this real background are unnecessary to involve more chaos, then the peculiar plans within the indifferents also need not unfold under the background of their own roles. Certainly, within this ideological clash, there must be its own results. Otherwise, all the decisions that are to be avoided must have their significance and reasoning. Otherwise, others would not understand. Such plans of being far from home are pressed down in their own small territory. How can it allow others to decide? As if forgetting a series of truly unresolved results? But can this really help people understand? Under the background of results, there is no need to involve more irrelevant individuals. A terrifying triangular camp has already emerged before anyone's eyes. Next, let us see what kind of ideological clash will unfold, which must also manifest the roles of those involved. If even these real situations cannot be expressed, then even if the Titan ape is killed, it would be incomprehensible. A series of plans of being far from home, just like that, pressed down in their own small territory. Why is it so? It seems that under the background of this conflict, there must be its own conclusion. Otherwise, if even an alternative plan is pressed down in the situation of their own strength, it would only make others feel that they are indeed a particularly amusing presence. Next, let us see who can understand these contradictory results. Otherwise, with an impact of a blade, they wouldn't know how such pressing occurs in their own small territory. How can it make them feel a particularly amusing existence? Next, the unmanageable impact of the blade is evidently not so. If time and reality are such, it will make others feel that their side is a more amusing result. Among the four people, a spiral state has already formed here, leading people to think about what kind of result they will face next. However, the powerful conflict under this background has its own decisive confidence. If the conclusion behind this cannot hold up a piece of sky, then even summoning any following storms would not reveal what kind of result they would face. But this matter, being far from home, does not need to involve more irrelevant individuals. In fact, YanLing does not want to relate to this group of people in more irrelevant situations because he always feels that he does not understand the real circumstances. However, not understanding the background of these real situations does not require involving more irrelevant individuals. Currently, within the Douluo Academy, they have their own upcoming studies. Of course, there is no need to involve more irrelevant individuals in the so-called titles. Under this unpoolable background of series of storms, they already have their decisive results. This is not something anyone can bear. It can only be said that the morality in the dream of Jianghu should be expressed here. Their own small territory should not concern other existences. Next, let us see how both sides can express their similar conclusions. Otherwise, if an impact of a blade is unleashed here, and they decide, then their side will become even more amusing. The Douluo continent within the Douluo Academy has already had its perfect beginning. Next, let us see how this matter can be completely grasped in their hands. If they cannot even handle these small territories, it will make others feel that they seem to have forgotten a series of truly relevant storms. Chapter 360. Not seeking a lifetime, such words will only make others feel that there is a turning point here, facing an insurmountable dead end, which is also inevitable. This quadrilateral formation has already manifested, comprising their own decisive actions and a series of necessary components. If it is said that even these essential elements cannot emerge, then it will lead to some rather cold decisions being observed among the crowd. Because the results of those decisive actions are no longer about who is placed in this position, but rather a series of interests clouding judgment. Such a situation would make others feel that this side is a rather ridiculous existence. Next, let us see how both parties face a series of discussions about the outcomes. If even the reality of the situation cannot yield a clear decision, then it will only make others feel that a series of ridiculous losses are inevitable. Likewise, this is also unavoidable. Otherwise, if the true situation is so suppressed, it would not just be a small matter, but rather comical. I think you all should be prepared. This Titan giant ape, if we do not proceed to kill or heal it, then our situation is already extremely dangerous. Compared to Bai Dong's side, we are not even in a complete position, yet we still want to involve more people, which is just absurd. After YanLing expressed all his thoughts, he felt that there would be no further difficulties in executing anyone present. If he does not even know these real decisions, how can he manage to make complete decisions? This will make people feel that the Titan giant ape is very comical, even though it is not truly an ancient creature. This would lead people to feel uncertain about the outcome of the next moment and what kind of future they will face. However, this kind of thing does not mean that anyone can face such a good beginning. It will make others feel that this side is not one where a single thread can pull the whole body. Yet, in such a contradictory situation, who can understand what kind of result they will face next? It is also fundamentally not taken seriously, but logically, it has already been established at this position. This will make others feel that this side seems to not know what kind of beginning or outcome they will be facing. As the situation twists and turns, it is already unclear what kind of nature this existence is, leaving others to feel that pulling a single thread can affect the whole. In fact, throughout the history of Douluo, the Titan giant ape is not a truly formidable creature. It has simply not been placed in this position. Only it can survive in this academy, but now, looking at the principles of survival, there is no need to involve more irrelevant people. The truth is not without cost. Planning in this costless manner will only lead others to feel that this side is achieving a particularly perfect result in their next steps. How they will manifest their own decisive elements is certainly a conclusion that is contrary to expectations, which must showcase a series of twists and turns. Otherwise, even this absurdity will only make others feel that this side seems to not know why they are facing such a situation. It seems that at any time, any principle must have its own role to play. Otherwise, it would just be a particularly ridiculous existence. Living in this world, wouldn't that mean forgetting a series of indecisiveness? I really admire you three. I thought you could stand in a more obvious position to press on these matters. Yet now, you have chosen a series of all-encompassing options. It appears that you are truly stuck in this position, and there must be friends who believe in their own interests. If even the most sincere greetings are not so well grasped, then living in this world, wouldn't I forget what it truly is? All right, I want to say much more. I've already forgotten what I should do next. Anyway, if even some sincere but unverified results face a series of decisive choices, it will overturn a series of all-encompassing selections, and that would be somewhat better. YanLing can now clearly feel the attitude of everyone around him towards him. It does not seem like something a single person can bear. But if he is really stuck in this position, everyone present will certainly feel that they cannot accept any ideological shocks from this strength. Of course, under these contradictory circumstances, there is no need for people to understand clearly what the next result will be. Time may dissipate all of this, but behind the conflict of time's results, there is also no need to involve more irrelevant people. Smart people should not survive in this world, but foolish people will definitely not survive in this world. Forgetting these middle school experiences and the results behind them must have their own maximum decisive elements that can be manifested. Of course, in facing a series of contradictory situations, there is no need to involve more irrelevant people. The Titan giant ape, akin to a lion, roared here twice but still was not drawn out, mainly because the four people present did not play a role. Especially on Murong Yinchua's side, she almost doubled over, as if facing some kind of decision that would soon lead her to tears. If this were to be seen, it would indeed be somewhat comical among the crowd. Since the matter has come to this, it is clear that the lithium battery shock in the contradictory situations is also significant in its own role. The all-encompassing planning appears to have been pressed down like this, which is better. Do you think I don't want to exert all my strength? because what I need to do and understand has already manifested into a complete decision here. Chapter 361. Indifference to fame and wealth, if we say that if even these sincere facts are not presented to us straightforwardly, then what should the complete decision-making aspect that follows look like? It's difficult to articulate, but it seems that even some genuine principles are being handled so lightly. Is there still any use for me to live in this world? The struggles within my own family have become quite obvious. Yet you still want to make things difficult for me. What the hell are you thinking? Is it useful for you to make things difficult for me? It would be better to let go of a series of confidence and initial beliefs. In the entire Douluo continent, there is no one who can showcase everything under such conflicts. You shouldn't be like this. Facing my next impact, you need to understand that the outcomes of these genuine facts do not require dragging more irrelevant people into it. Yunshiwe's lips curled into a cold sneer, as he felt that no one in the entire Douluo continent could lead more irrelevant people. He is part of a series of plans within family struggles. Yet it seems that this series of plans has not involved more irrelevant people. Instead, it shows a particularly humorous existence, leading to a particularly helpless oddity. He is already overwhelmed in this position. Therefore, there is no need to drag more irrelevant people into it. Facing such a result, he has already decided to swallow his pride. However, he knows that rather than dealing with an unclear situation, there is no need to involve more irrelevant oddities in the plans. But isn't life supposed to be like this? If it can't involve anyone, then it doesn't let others feel that even the most basic decisive choices are like that. If it can't involve anyone, in the grand scheme of things, isn't it making others feel like they have forgotten something? The decisive things he should plan for are also inevitable. If he doesn't know, one might think this is a particularly winding and humorous situation, but that would only make others feel that he cannot suppress a particularly complete role, which is also inevitable. YanLing has already decided that he has no need to survive in this world. He believes he has made a series of complete choices with credibility. Therefore, it will make others feel that he seems to have forgotten a series of plans that should have been made. Otherwise, who knows what a particularly perfect, decisive thing will conclude here, making others think he is under a similar ideology. He is also facing a series of complete choices. But YanLing feels that if he must force Yunshiwe to make a series of decisions, then anyone present would not know what the conclusion of the perfect role would be, of course, facing the results behind these roles. And his contradictory decisiveness should not be pressed down in his small domain. Otherwise, if even the reality of things is not understood, it won't let others feel that he is a particularly humorous existence. Life itself is like a chess game, with many people living on this chessboard. Some might not even be as good as beasts, but now, looking at it, even the most basic choices have been presented before YanLing, which should have him make a perfect decision. If he says that even the most perfect decisions are not pressed down in his small domain, then living in this world is simply a waste of land and life. Among the four-person camp, he already has his perfect role. If even these perfect roles cannot involve anyone, then it will make others feel that he is a higher existence. But isn't life originally like this? Even the most genuine origins cannot participate in a series of other stories, which will make others feel that he seems unable to forget a series of pressed roles. The traveler on the long road of life, the decisive results among those plans do not need to involve irrelevant work. Therefore, YanLing also has no need to face the results behind these real situations. He believes that this belongs to his own small domain, and he feels that this kind of plan that goes against his wishes is unnecessary to impose on anyone's head, since he has already been placed in this position. There must be results for him in this position. Otherwise, if even the most loyal principles cannot be faced, then he will have to confront a particularly helpless plan. The twists and turns of life are just this long road. Cherish it as you go. In fact, YanLing finds his insights on life quite interesting. He feels that after so many years of madness, he suddenly had a moment of enlightenment. He finds himself quite interested in facing this complete decision. He is not a particularly ruthless person in this world. He may never face a perfect decision in his life, but looking at it now, the results of these perfect decisions do not need to be presented before anyone. It is under the flow of a series of circumstances that diverge from his background. It will be such a slow journey of life, and cherish the sincere plans. Since it is so, then saying more would only make others feel that he is a particularly humorous existence. Therefore, YanLing does not need to be involved with anyone present. He feels that he does not have any deep enmity with them. If even the real situations are so manipulated that people cannot distinguish or understand them, it will make others feel that he is a particularly humorous existence linked to them in this world, neither ruthless nor cold-blooded. Chapter 362. Not only this, however, He wanted to kill this Titan giant ape to obtain valuable items from his series of equipment and elevate a series of existences throughout the Douluo continent. There should be a series of his belongings. Even the most basic piece of land was like that. What people grasped was not the stable words. It would make others feel that they were facing such a situation. However, this plan of leaving home no longer needed to be understood by people or the facts. But such things could only be pressed deep in one's heart. If it were not pressed in one's own territory, then others would feel that they were in a particularly perfect situation, slowly walking through life and cherishing it. It would be better not to treat it as one thing. The final outcome would not be a true bright fact. It will make others feel that there was no need to make them feel very clear, since they were already on this path. There must be stories on this path. Otherwise, even some contrary decisions would only make others feel that throughout the continent. There is no need to force more indifferent people, as the facts were not like that. Next, let us see how things will unfold before us. And we should not face such an unpleasant outcome. I think you all should play your respective roles. If it really cannot reach any outcome, it might be better to let it go, because you all seem to have forgotten how to play a complete decisive role. Even these matters are such that they are not stable at all. I already understand that these matters certainly have their own decisions to be made. If I am unclear and ambiguous about these matters, then living in this world, I have already forgotten what kind of outcome will follow. However, you must understand my difficulties. It is not that everyone can be clear. Arrogant and foolish people should not exist in this world. After YanLing expressed these words, he realized that he seemed to have no need to exist in this world. He seemed to have been sealed for many years, but one day suddenly woke up, realizing that in the face of such powerful oddities, there was no need to involve more meaningless people. Even the most serious mental illness, after a certain age, would certainly bring all his prestige to a particularly perfect peak. What story is there? What situation cannot be resolved? It seems that this matter no longer needs to be told, leaving people unclear and ambiguous. If even the most basic piece of land is not understood for its truths, then anyone present would certainly not know how to wrap things up next. So, facing Murong Yinshue's very perfunctory plan, YanLing also did not want to make him look bad. On the contrary, the matters created by Poseidon and YanLing left him somewhat confused. Clearly, the triangular camp had to turn into a quadrilateral. Now, within the four-variable camp, he had his own perfect absolute. So let us see how both sides will face such a result. It seems that this matter truly leads to such a decision, and next, it will face all kinds of bizarre situations. The facts contrary to wishes have appeared here, pressing many people, and YanLing does not know how to deal with it. Anyway, it must follow Poseidon's steps to carry out the next impact. If even these true origins involve more people, then there is no need to let people understand, treating it as a situation contrary to the original. However, this result of going against the grain does not need to be understood, nor does it need to explain a series of reasons for such a plan. But the things that need to be done no longer require a series of fearless choices. If a series of chaotic situations cannot be produced, then it would be a particularly helpless plan. However, under the impact of such powerful concepts, even top talents like Poseidon have become unclear and ambiguous. How strong a decision is being concluded here, then others cannot determine how this winding result will unfold. In fact, many people have already understood. Rather than facing such emotional and rational issues regarding a series of concepts in one's heart, it might be better to let go of one's piece of land. In fact, by logic, this world is a decision-making company like this, because life has many regrets. It is the regrets that make life. Do not create so many troubles. Calm down, and our brains can then emit in this world. That kind of strong people have strong hands, a generation's plans for a generation. There is no need to involve more meaningless people, but the long road of life. Walking and cherishing it already does not need to be involved. The bizarre plans among those indifferent people, under the impact of these conflicting concepts, no longer need to be understood. The original intentions behind this have already planned nothing decisive. Now, YanLing's situation is very awkward. Since she is a woman, there is no need to stand in this complete position and create a series of all-encompassing choices. However, when facing Poseidon, this top talent, as he is expressing himself here, she finally understands her contradictory beliefs. There is no need to involve more indifferent guys. Otherwise, without a strong psychological backing, one cannot produce a series of perfect choices. In that case, living in this world seems to have forgotten a series of reasons. Poseidon's absence is already enough. Even the Poseidon has not appeared. So YanLing has understood his own very basic piece of land. Chapter 363. Avoiding everything, there is no such pressure under the confidence of one's own strength in this world. It seems as if one forgets that there is no need to face any particular outcome. Next, let's see how both parties will face the situation. A particularly complete result, against the backdrop of leaving one's hometown, does not need to involve more unnecessary people. The facts have already made it very clear. If these foundational, decisive results are such that even these matters are not grasped thoroughly, it will lead to a feeling of hopelessness in decision-making. Therefore now, although Poseidon stands in a relatively high position, it is very awkward. However, he feels that if he can't even grasp these matters accurately, is there any point in living in this world? There is no need, because life is full of regrets that must be dealt with according to the decisive elements derived from those regrets. When facing all outcomes, one realizes how foolish they truly are. Only after coming to this understanding does one realize that they are, in fact, making a pivotal decision under such a role. Of course, if a person has a mental illness, even if they are wrong, they may not necessarily know where they are wrong. The current YanLing is no longer the same person as before. He has come to understand how foolish his former self was, how painful it was to live in this world. Now he understands, but it seems like it is too late to face everything that this Titan giant ape must confront. If he makes a series of choices, it will make others feel that he is knowledgeable and trustworthy. However, if he can't produce a series of necessary choices, then, of course, the person who has left their hometown does not need to be in this world. In short, these situations do not need to be expressed. Their own stability and roles will next reveal how both sides will play a perfect military role to face their series of decision-making plans. The triangle of the Titan giant ape has already begun to evaporate here. If a perfect vessel cannot be achieved, it will make others feel that they are facing a particularly helpless plan. Of course, this final entanglement will only make others feel that involving more will only be more ridiculous. All right, enough with the rambling. If you keep rambling, then we really won't have anything to say, because the next outcome we must face is pursuing the Titan. If we do not pursue him, it seems we have forgotten some real reasons. Now, let you all make a perfect decision, then we will definitely have a very complete result to discuss. Even if some complete decisions are not pressed perfectly, we also do not need to involve more reasons, as the facts are not as such. You should see how it will end. Strike with the blade. After Poseidon finished speaking, he pressed his own piece of land firmly in his hands, feeling that he had said all he needed to say. Next, let us see how YanLing will handle this absolute. The quadrilateral formation is already very perfectly grasped here. If even these quadrilateral situations are not pressed thoroughly, then onlookers will only feel that he is even more ridiculous. Next, let us see who can understand the true origins of these situations. He still has to face an absolute that he does not know how to conclude. Of course, if YanLing really wants to act, he should reveal the details of his home. However, if YanLing does not want to act, then even if he tries to take on the world, it will only make others understand that there is no need for him to survive in this world. Survival, destruction, and death must face a particularly complete result. Let us see how both sides will integrate under such a peculiar situation. But can this really help many people understand? Logically speaking, it should not be the case. Because a fool will never admit they are a fool. Only once they realize this will they stop being foolish. YanLing really laughed. He did not expect Poseidon to play so flamboyantly. Well, since this old man insists on watching him laugh, he really does not need to create confusion that people cannot distinguish or understand. Anyway, he has come to this world, and he no longer knows what kind of outcome he will face. Perhaps even sincere greetings cannot yield a perfect decision, and others have already decided. It is not about some so-called ideological clash. Even the most basic morality could lead to a series of choices that are not complete. Let us see how both sides face such a plan and how to integrate it for people to understand a bit more clearly. It is unclear how it should conclude, but this is not something just anyone can accomplish. It can only be said to be deserved. Behind a person's conflict lies the results of that conflict. Next, let us see their situations in leaving their hometown. There is no need to generate so many unnecessary people. If even these most basic principles are not grasped clearly, it will make others feel that they really do not know what kind of beginning they are facing. An erroneous life does not mean it is wrong. But if a person is wrong and does not know where they went wrong, then they are a fool, a waste. They have forgotten what it means to live in this world. However, looking at it now, there is no need to involve more unnecessary plans of the creation's soldier souls in this forgetfulness. Chapter 364. 1,000 threads and lines, it can only be just that. Nothing more to say about it. Their little piece of land is just a bit better. Otherwise, even these real situations wouldn't be so stable and predictable. Wouldn't that be even more ridiculous? In such circumstances, there is no need for further integration or clarity. What needs to be said and done is already quite unclear. He said that if even these real situations aren't stable and predictable, it would only be laughable. All right, everyone, I think there's no need to involve more unnecessary parties. The matter has already reached a point of such a perfect decision, and dragging more irrelevant parties into it would only make others think it's a very ridiculous plan. Before this, if you can't even handle some real facts in a stable manner, it would only make others feel that such leading factors are unnecessary in this matter, a particularly helpless choice. What needs to be said and done is already very clear. If even the most absolute truths are treated as trivial by people, then why should we involve more chaotic elements in this world? Is it amusing? Logically, it shouldn't be so. If the Titan ape can't be defeated, then have we forgotten how to survive in this world? It's such a perfect decision. Actually, it should be the case, because what should follow are absolute truths that have already been stated, belonging to their own reasoning. If even these reasons can't be articulated, then it seems I've forgotten a series of causal relationships in this matter. Therefore, we should work together to defeat this guy, and then we can obtain something very good on our side. He said that if we can't even accept this, then we've already forgotten how to live in this world. That is not how cause and effect should work. What needs to be said and done is already quite obvious. If even these things are unclear, then there's no need for us to make such complete choices regarding the Titan ape, so we might as well accept it. What needs to be said and done is evident. YanLing here, looking at his few good teammates, is almost beside himself with anger. Damn it, he really can't understand how these guys are thinking about their equipment. If they don't defeat the Titan ape, then others really can't touch the series of causes and effects in this world, because his existence here is a waste of air and dying is a waste of land. Unexpectedly, facing a series of things, it turns out to be so orderly. It seems that the clash of ideas in this context must have its own results. Otherwise, what decisions that others cannot accept will lead to? Dragging in more irrelevant people will only make others feel that this is a particularly unproductive plan. The plan is the same. What needs to be said and done is already quite unclear. If even these real decisions can't make others aware of them, it will only lead to confusion. The elements in this situation already have their own roles. Otherwise, if others can't connect their plans, then what's the point of living in this world? It's to understand based on one's own beliefs. Otherwise, if one doesn't know what happens in this matter, then it leads to more meaningless life, which is inherently painful. YanLing here directly charges at the Titan ape summoner. He feels that this useless teammate is simply too unhelpful, pressing down even the most basic facts in his little piece of land while wanting to drag in more irrelevant people. Actually, the world shouldn't be like this. If one really drags in more irrelevant innocent people, it will make others think that things are all mixed up. YanLing gritted his teeth, thinking that by expressing all his thoughts, these useless teammates would forgive him. Unexpectedly, now it seems that these teammates not only don't forgive him, but also, in response to his own concepts and clashes, have caused a series of unnecessary plans. If this matter is really dragging in more irrelevant people, then it will lead others to think that his side is very high. Logically, it should be this way because, in the Douluo continent, a series of decisive matters are not just about defeating with an omnipotent skill. If there are two, dragging in more irrelevant people will only make others think that his side has a powerful impact, which makes others think that this side is particularly disregarding the matter. Logically, it should be this way. If you were to proceed correctly in this world, then it can only be said that life involves more helplessness. However, if the plans in life can't produce perfect results, then those particularly helpless origins will only make others feel that even some real situations cannot be faced. Enough. Don't say anymore. You think what you're saying is useful, but it's not. I've already presented the facts here. You want us to help you, right? I didn't expect you to just keep talking nonsense. What the hell are you thinking? You don't really believe that we need to drag in more people, do you? I've already clearly shown it here. I didn't expect you kids over there to try to launch a counterattack against me. Don't you ever look in the mirror? If you think this fact which is displayed here has its own rich plans, then it seems we need to understand. Chapter 365. Unifying the kingdom, the origins of these real plans and the background of the results they face are truly complex. Otherwise, even the genuine confidence and belief needed to confront such outcomes will be unacceptable to others. Why is that? If you live in this world and cannot face the chaos, then how should we survive here? It's not a joke, nor is it something to dwell on. It's merely unintentional. Murong Yinxue did not want to go any further. He belonged to the prominent Murong family, which was already well integrated, leaving him somewhat confused and unclear. He had to face the responsibility of the results. After all, the internal struggles within the family were already overwhelming. So now, if YanLing truly wanted to take the next step regarding this matter, which belonged to his own plans, then there was no need for him to involve more unnecessary strategies. He felt that his journey in this world must yield its own results. If even these origins did not require involving more people in the outcomes, then there was no need for him to entangle more equipment. If he couldn't even execute the strikes, then the results of his own reincarnation would seem even more ridiculous to others. In theory, it should be so, because the most painful thing in life is having the equipment right in front of you, but being unable to obtain it. After failing to acquire it, one feels as if they have forgotten the true results of a series of events. It seems that only by calming down can one understand their own mistakes. Therefore, YanLing truly needed to learn. This kind of meaning was not acceptable, and those who act on impulse rarely end up well. All right, enough about me. You all should hurry and push forward. If you don't strike at this matter, then I am simply stating a very obvious fact here. If even these real faces, amidst the complexities, cannot confront such plans, then what am I doing surviving in this world? Is it a joke? It shouldn't be, because the psychological effects in the human world must yield results like yours. YanLing gritted his teeth. He initially thought all four of them had gathered. However, to his surprise, YanLing was squatting on the ground drawing circles. Poseidon was just watching the show, and Murong Yunxue kept causing trouble. What was he even summoning? The so-called Titan Great Ape. Even if that Titan was summoned, it was impossible to summon all the Titans, since they had already embarked on this unknown path. Let us see how both sides would face everything. Looking at the roadsides, flowers were blooming, and the surrounding flora was full of spring vitality. The return of spring and the awakening of all things had shown others the signs of winter thunder, which should not circulate in this world. But now, considering the results of this circulation, there was no need to involve more absurd plans. The background of plans going against one's wishes did not require entangling more irrelevant people. The situation had already taken a turn, making it quite awkward. YanLing saw that the four were not making any effort, while he had no choice but to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Everyone was startled by this. After all, YanLing's position was very sensitive. He was a leader, a ruler. Being able to stand in this position meant he should be able to make a series of perfect choices. If he couldn't make those perfect choices, it would only make others find it laughable, because the defeat of the Titan Great Ape required his assistance. If even the help of the Titan Great Ape could not be summoned, then others would not accept the true moral results. Otherwise, even some genuine rational impacts would not need to exist throughout history. Even if, according to the course of history, the entire Douluo Academy were to entangle all the true masters of the Heavenly Movement Academy, it was clear that YanLing alone was not a match. He simply had no need to survive in this situation. He was merely making decisions based on a foundation of incompetence, facing a plethora of chaotic matters. Thus, in the results of this chaos, there was no need to involve more irrelevant people. A Titan Great Ape still had not been defeated, and he did not understand what you all were thinking, why you were obsessing over this matter. Damn it, I really can't stand you bunch of bastards. Fine. If you insist on playing this way, then I'm also feeling quite uncomfortable. The Golden Saint Dragon has already been nearly slaughtered, yet the Shrek side has not come up with any plans. BB Dong must be someone supreme, and my learning here is still of no use. Do you really think this is funny? Fine. If you all want to play, right? All right. If you insist on not giving your all, then I one team need you. You can all get lost. I'll kill the Titan Great Ape myself. YanLing was now furious, and he couldn't help it. He felt that living in this world was such a waste of time. From the very beginning, when BB Dong established this aerial prison, and then when Flinder was rescued by him, it was merely a favor. However, unexpectedly, the outcome behind that favor no longer required involving more irrelevant oddities. Now, looking at the results of this irrelevance, there was no need to entangle more particularly helpless plans. He had thought that after gathering the four, they could launch a power strike. But to his surprise, the remaining three guys seemed like a bunch of useless fools just watching the show. YanLing was really furious. He was genuinely angry. Damn it. I was being kind to you guys, and you treated me like this. Fine. You all want to play, right? Chapter 366. No one listens to him. YanLing was so furious that he nearly spat blood, his mouth stained red as if his teeth were dyed. Everyone present shouted in shock. They had thought YanLing was a person with a very good temper. Unexpectedly, when he lost his temper, it was as if the blood in his chest had exploded like a bomb. The sight instilled a palpable fear in everyone, making them feel utterly powerless and devoid of confidence. There was no point in dragging more irrelevant people into this matter. If he truly took on this complete position, then others simply wouldn't understand. Feeling particularly helpless and exhausted, YanLing realized that when faced with monsters like the Titan Ape and the Golden Saint Dragon, it was indeed hard to find a resolution. Since the situation had become so unbearable, why drag more irrelevant people into it? Was it a joke? Logically, he shouldn't be caught between madness and insanity. YanLing had chosen a middle ground. However, he felt that if he was dragged down by the Titan Ape any further, madness and insanity would definitely be the only options left. Get the hell out of here and stop watching the show. And you, YanLing, damn it. I see you as a mere woman, and I don't want to stoop to your level. But you really have the nerve to treat me like this again and again. Fine, if you insist on playing this game, then you think you're impressive? There's no feast that doesn't end, and I thought you had no future here. Since you insist on proceeding with your plans, I don't need to involve more irrelevant people. Fine, you're tough. You think you're something special without parents. After YanLing finished speaking, it seemed like the next moment he would face an even worse situation and outcome. He felt that if things went awry, there was no need to involve more helpless oddities in this blackened sky. There was no point in dragging more irrelevant people into this. Of course, there was no need to involve more in this clouded outcome. The situation had already reached a relatively perfect initial intent. And now it was time to see how both sides would clash. The sky was overcast, and it was about to thunder and lightning. Many people, upon seeing this, hurriedly avoided it, while YanLing felt as if the flames in his chest were about to burst out. He realized he could no longer wait. If he continued to wait, it would only become a ridiculous situation for everyone watching. The fate of this position had become an unknown variable. It was time to see how both sides would face the outcome. Of course, this outcome could be extremely embarrassing and hard to accept because life is like a grand play, trapping YanLing and turning him into a dramatic puppet. However, YanLing felt that perhaps his mind and spirit were troubled. No one could control life. It was merely his own chessboard, and he would move as he wished and live as he wanted. There was no need to involve more irrelevant plans in life as arrangements. This would certainly be presented before YanLing, so let us see how he would confront the series of situations ahead. The results could be very cruel, but what lay behind these results was certainly not something YanLing could accomplish. If he couldn't do it, then everyone present would have to face a particularly absurd plan regarding the true reasons behind it all. The suffering and unbearable lies had already manifested in YanLing's heart, claiming a place of their own. I've been trapped in this world for nearly 100 years, and the situation I face is indeed self-evident. Fine, since you insist on playing this game. I have nothing more to say. Living in this world has been extremely challenging, and I never expected you bunch of bastards to resist me further. If this plan must be carried out, then there's no need to drag more irrelevant oddities into this. What needs to be said, and what remains unclear has already been fully presented here. Let us see how you'll manage this little piece of land. Get lost. I'm going to self-destruct. Of course, my hidden backup energy is not something you can see. You all better step back and close your eyes. After YanLing finished speaking, in an instant, he unleashed his hidden backup energy. It burst forth like a magnificent wing exploding in the sky, revealing the truth of the situation. It was like a madman-esque plan, resulting in the opposite of what he intended. This was already on display. So let us see how both sides would face this particularly perfect and absurd outcome, which was also inevitable. Logically, this shouldn't be the case because if the results were so obviously displayed, then others would not be able to accept such a serious reality. It shouldn't be like this because what was shown here must have their own complete impact. What needed to be said and understood had already been presented, belonging to their own little piece of time. Of course, the outcome of this little piece of land was not something just anyone could achieve. If they couldn't even handle some real details and beliefs, facing a series of chaotic absurdities would only make it particularly ridiculous for them. YanLing took 2 steps back and then executed a 360-degree spinning kick, moving forward and kicking the door with force. Chapter 367. All nonsense. It turns out that in front of YanLing, a large gate has appeared, and from this gate comes a series of thunder and lightning. On the walls, there are already cube-like objects that seem to be making a whooshing sound. There are also keyboards on them, with self-checking and a bunch of random stuff. This is actually YanLing's self-destruct hidden skill. Who would have thought that the backup hidden energy of the dignified YanLing would turn out to be like a box? It seems that if this situation is truly something eye-opening, then everyone present will definitely face my particularly helpless predicament with a kind of special perfection in mind. Since everything that should be is already displayed here, let's see how both sides are facing the opening. Since it has come to this point, If it doesn't evoke any initial intentions, then why drag more irrelevant people into it? Should I focus on the humor from my side? Or should I drag in more particularly strong individuals through my helpless plans? By rights, it shouldn't be the case, right? YanLing gritted his teeth and looked ahead, where there was an endless abyss. His backup hidden energy had already been activated, towering like a giant tree. Of course, there was a small door on this tree, and inside the small door was a space resembling a humanoid control machine. The puppet displayed its own perfect, decisive ability, and YanLing realized that he seemed to be the result of a series of plans from many years ago. There was no need to face the bizarre existence that has everything, which, by rights, shouldn't be the case either. Because if even these matters are so well organized that they cannot drag in more, then it might lead others to feel that this contradictory result is facing a particularly helpless plan. Of course, some people, while alive, are already dead. Others, while dead, are still alive, caught between life and death. YanLing chose to live. He wanted to live well. He still has his dad, mom, grandparents, and aunts and uncles. Of course, the people he mentioned are all elders. If there were no elders around, he would have forgotten a series of genuine everything while living in this world. The results have already seriously manifested. If even these genuine decisions cannot face any bizarre issues, then it would leave others completely puzzled as to why they should survive in this world. Some people may be born without intelligence issues, but over time, they slowly realize that their intelligence is not only problematic, but that they are also crazy. Since they are crazy, they do not act like fools. Sometimes, they like to be clever and end up being clever by half. In reality, those who consider themselves smart are completely foolish. Smart people never reveal their cleverness, while foolish people always show off their little tricks. Therefore, one must always retain rationality. The world is actually very beautiful, so YanLing shouldn't be too impulsive. The author here also hopes that everyone can take this as a warning and live well. Of course, this topic has gone too far. Now, let's return to the story. YanLing is about to engage in a fierce battle with the Titan giant ape. His 4 helpers are now standing aside to watch the show, not intending to assist him in the next steps. Since the situation has reached such a perfect decision, let's see how they will face a series of original plans. It seems that YanLing has been here for quite a long time, yet he hasn't even obtained the most basic equipment. This situation is contrary to expectations, and there is no need to drag in more helpless, bizarre matters. As mentioned, in such a state of understanding, dragging in more innocent people will only make others think that my side has a grand plan. Next, let's see how both sides face the situation. Otherwise, I won't be able to confront the reasons behind my confidence and belief. While YanLing was speaking, blood was almost oozing from the corner of his mouth. He was truly about to explode with anger. He thought finding a few helpers would help, but now a dramatic turn of events has occurred. Well then, since it has to be played this way, everyone present will surely know how it will end. Let's see what kind of roundabout plans will unfold, slowly pressing his little things into his own territory. Of course, there is no need to drag more meaningless people into the results of this situation, which has already displayed the contrary to expectations. If even the background of these results does not drag in more, then it will only lead to even more humorous outcomes. And indeed, YanLing is not someone to be trifled with. He furrowed his brow and glared, charging toward a place not far away. This charge was significant. It felt as if he was stepping on shards of glass. He was about to face an unknown bizarre outcome. Of course, under the background of conflict, there is no need to press down on anyone's shining points, because in front of YanLing, a new scene has appeared. It seems there is no Titan giant ape, just a villa where someone is riding a mountain bike leisurely down the asphalt road. In this villa, trees and streetlights are manifesting their presence. By rights, it shouldn't be so strictly absolute. However, this absolute result does not need to drag in more meaningless individuals. If contrary to expectations, even some real confidence and belief are dragged into more meaningless origins, it will only make others feel that my side cannot face a series of bizarre plans. Of course, people should not live in this world, as the results of contradictions do not need to be dragged in. Chapter 368. No longer restrained, more plans that are particularly indifferent amidst the meaningless. Leaving home might be a person's final belonging. What the hell is happening? I thought this thing would present itself in front of me like this, but unexpectedly, a person did appear. The mountain bike was leisurely riding along. And what was that intention? Could it be a real retreat? Should I charge over here? Then I indeed have no need to suppress the system in my heart and my sensual adaptation. It has reached a boiling point, making it something people don't take seriously at all. YanLing was speaking freely, feeling that he was already in a complete position. Going further ahead with more meaningless people would only reveal their ignorance, helplessness, and absurdity. The situation has reached a boiling point, attaining a complete peak. It seems that there is no need to involve more peculiarities in this partnership. What is that person doing standing there? Could it be that the Titan gorilla is going to charge at this guy? You think I'm being funny here, but what kind of result are you facing? Isn't it embarrassing? YanLing already understood. He felt he was in the midst of a plan among the strong men in madness. Otherwise, even some real guns blazing wouldn't face any decisions. That would indeed be particularly ugly. As expected, he didn't speak those words, and the person riding the mountain bike was momentarily stunned. He started to do everything he ought to do, his feet kicking up dust, beginning to run wildly, riding the mountain bike step by step. The situation appeared in front of him, leaving him bewildered. What kind of outcome was he about to face? Of course, this kind of thing is inherently ugly. If even these foundational beliefs cannot exert decisive influence in his mind, then no matter how fast that mountain biker runs, there is no need to involve more meaningless people. YanLing already understood that he had entered the dream of the Titan gorilla. In this dream, there is no need to involve more pointless people because the situation is already showing its own decisive results. Otherwise, even the real regions and belief impacts would not need to face the helplessness of Y. Next, let us see what both sides will face, something that cannot be denied. A place of empty spiritual state in a mind. Here it is like the blue sea and blue sky, with white clouds beneath telling everything that should be. It seems that the origins of any result must have their own plans for collision with imperfection. It has already come to this, silently doing nothing, which would only involve more people. How could that be particularly funny? Unexpectedly, the Titan gorilla's mindset is so empty and divine. Since he is already like this, is there still a need to involve more helpless people? Because I already understand this matter, as if walking on the path of this position, involving more fateful journeys. The situation has gone astray. If I continue to involve more helpless people, it will only make others think I'm crazy. Logically speaking, that shouldn't be. How could I be a madman? It's because I cannot. YanLing self-deprecatingly smiled, charging toward the eastern side of the Titan gorilla, showing his own strength. He felt that since he was already on this unknown journey home, let us see who else is so bright in their existence. Otherwise, even he seemed to forget a series of things that shouldn't exist, and letting others see it would only be better not to take it to heart. Indeed, the boy riding the mountain bike was stepping forward one step at a time. It seemed he no longer knew what kind of outcome he was about to face. As he was walking on this unknown path of fate, let us see who can understand and accept these things, or whether it's better to give them up. Otherwise, even this real brightness in time wouldn't end that way, and it would absolutely be a particularly ignorant fear. When a mountain bike boy saw YanLing, he was indeed panicked, because he always felt that YanLing seemed ready to kill him. In fact, it was not necessarily so. How could YanLing be the kind of person who takes lives so lightly? He only wanted to protect his complete beliefs, and that's all. The situation has reached a phase of collision. Let us see who can understand. This journey of life can only be like this because of the real origins in hand. There is no need to involve more peculiarities and helplessness because the state of life is like this. Those who should understand will understand, and those who shouldn't are very unclear. In the background of these particularly bizarre lives, there is no need to involve more helpless people. And this boy was already preparing to flee, and YanLing would not let him go. He executed a 360-degree spinning kick directly at the boy's head. With a powerful impact, after a loud bang, blood had already flowed from the corner of the boy's eye. This world is filled with such people. Never confront a madman. Once you do, even if he kills you, you want to know how to seek revenge. If hatred reaches its peak, it's completely an outcome that people cannot accept. But now, it seems that this thing can only involve more meaningless people. It has come to this, then it's better to remain silent. The situation has progressed as if it were being cleared up. One can only protect one's own little piece of land. Otherwise, others would be particularly funny existences. So why involve more people who don't take it seriously? Shouldn't one protect one's own existence, which is a better principle? Otherwise, it's a case of joy turning to sorrow, and it becomes even more unexpressible. It's hard to see that within the Titan gorilla's fierce psychology lies such a complete determination. Since the situation has reached a complete decisive guardianship, let us see how we should proceed. Chapter 369. Will not return. Let's try to understand the next step regarding this guy. It seems we all can't quite comprehend the bizarre plans at play. No need to say more. The more I talk, the more meaningless it becomes. Just listening is enough. YanLing looked at himself, unable to stop the boy in front of him. There was nothing he could do but treat it as if it were nothing. If one cannot control their enemies, how can they control themselves? That's truly laughable. Unexpectedly, YanLing chose to use hidden backup energy to deal with this thing. He seemed to have no deep-seated hatred for this Titan ape. How could he act in such a contradictory manner? What the hell is going on? This is too extravagant. If it were him, I should keep my distance. Who the hell plays with their life so recklessly? It's absolutely ridiculous. Therefore, I think we shouldn't involve more innocent people. Otherwise, it would be particularly comical on my end. I haven't live enough in this world, and I never expected him to be like this. Luckily, I didn't take action earlier and chose not to stand on the same battlefield as him. I never thought this guy would be so reckless. He must be full and overindulged, not realizing how foolish he is. It really feels like there's nothing useful in his actions. A bizarre comedy amid decisive moments, truly absurd. Harris, that kid, is completely enjoying the spectacle, and he has seen a very eye-catching disc in the outside world, showcasing a situation that he finds so complete. It has indeed left YanLing somewhat confused. Damn, in such a world, he still wants to stand at a complete peak and perform a series of actions. There's really no need for such elaborate plans. There has never been a feast that doesn't disperse. It's not like anyone can't live without someone else. Why make the result so difficult? Thus, YanLing's attitude is one of disdain. He feels he should make a series of necessary choices. As for others, he would only consider involving them if necessary, because he doesn't need to understand the origins of the real situations. He can only say that he must perform his absolute actions in the necessary plans. Not treating it as a serious matter is the only way to slowly navigate through life. Harris is watching the joke inside, but YanLing seems completely unaware of the absolute circumstances of the outside world. If that's the case, everyone present must be oblivious to what kind of decisive matter will unfold. If he can really stand at a complete and absolute position, then everyone here certainly wouldn't know the particularly mysterious outcome they would face. It seems that any bizarre plans he has certainly possess his own strength and belief. Otherwise, if even this kind of thing doesn't face a significant result, it would make one feel that there's no real foundation behind it. In this dream, the third type has already appeared. Unexpectedly, it now makes one feel that there's not so much credibility. Why is that boy riding the mountain bike always on the run? What's going on? YanLing didn't expect that he couldn't catch up with the boy on the mountain bike. And what kind of being is he? This leaves YanLing confused and unable to understand why. If he could truly stand in this position and involve more unnecessary guys, then others would see it as a ridiculous situation. Logically, if this kind of thing isn't placed in a relatively obvious position, it would only make others feel that they've forgotten the real results. In the dream, there might be some outcomes that are hard to face. However, the existence of such things in this dream no longer needs to be linked to what lies behind it. But this kind of thing doesn't necessarily have to involve more unnecessary people. However, these plans should have complete, decisive elements. Otherwise, even such things wouldn't be so disordered. It would only make others feel that it's not treated as a serious matter, of course, behind a strong foundation. There must be his own results. Otherwise, if even the origins of reality can't be faced, they will make one feel that it's not taken seriously at all. You don't have to chase me. I'm just a fleeting shadow in this Titan-era dream. You don't have to take me seriously. If you do take me seriously, then everyone here would surely have a particularly ridiculous plan centered around me. Logically, that shouldn't be. You shouldn't be surviving in this world. Unexpectedly, it's now facing such a result. Is there really a need to involve so many unnecessary people? It shouldn't be. In this nightmare, the boy on a mountain bike seems to have overindulged, quickly resolving things without properly grasping what he could showcase. However, after the results presented before him, he slowly plans to cherish the journey ahead. Logically, it shouldn't be like this. Even if this sticky life has put a lot of pressure on the boy in the dream, who appears to be a fierce guy on the surface. His initial dream was a vast and refreshing plan because he is surviving in this world. He no longer knows what kind of result he will face. However, looking at it now, there is no need to face the origins of such contradictory outcomes. Chapter 370. Meticulous thoughts. Things go awry. Perhaps it is a helpless blow. It seems that the environment and peculiarities surrounding any event lead to its outcomes. There must be a moral reasoning behind it. Otherwise, even these matters would be confusing and incomprehensible, leading to inevitable chaos. But how can YanLing understand these things? He seems to be moving swiftly, already full of vigor. As long as he desires it and dares to pursue it, he can quickly find himself in a more prominent position. In this context, if he really could avoid being involved in too many facts, he certainly wouldn't have brought this little boy before me. Because everyone in the Douluo Academy knows that if the Titan giant ape is not killed, it will certainly lead to an undesirable outcome, which is unavoidable. Next, it must be the reasoning of the results that he can bring about himself. Of course, this moral reasoning is not something that anyone can attain. As long as the other party wishes it and dares to act, both sides can certainly create a particularly perfect plan together. Now, looking at the results behind this plan, there's no need to involve more unnecessary individuals. The outcome of things going awry is already displaying their own little piece of land. Otherwise, even the real situations would drag more innocent parties into it, making others feel as if they have forgotten why they need to exist in this matter. Otherwise, even an alternative plan would not emerge, leading others to think that they are merely being amusing. It appears that if matters do not involve more helpless oddities, remaining silent might be better. Otherwise, it will only be humorous. YanLing may be oblivious, but this little boy cannot afford to be. After all, he is part of the intricate plans within this situation. However, in such matters, when it comes to bad plans, there is no need to involve more unnecessary parties. If this matter were to be organized into a table, everyone present would certainly not want to face a series of conclusions that should, by rights, be considered. The situation is not such that it can be disregarded, as the origins of the circumstances already do not require involving more indifferent individuals. Otherwise, facing a series of cruel realities would only lead others to feel that they are unable to express their confidence and beliefs, which would make them think that they cannot face the consequences of coming into this world. It seems that this is not a well-thought-out plan. So what needs to be said and done is quite clear. If they cannot even realize their own decisive facts in this little plot, many people will think that they are not taking this seriously. It appears that this matter has its own character-driven reasoning. Otherwise, even such things would be handled clumsily. More indifferent individuals below are also inevitable, so now this little boy can disregard everything. However, he cannot disregard the Titan giant ape, because if the Titan giant ape is truly killed by YanLing, it will completely perish in this dream within an empty corner. Therefore, there's already a strong sense of confidence and belief being expressed here, belonging to their own integrity. Next, let us see how both parties face such an outcome. If the other party wishes to discuss and dares to act, as long as they can stand on this complete reasoning, then this complete matter must have its own subsequent plans. Otherwise, even an alternative outcome would not face a series of questions. This would make others feel that they are not grasping the moment, which would lead to a particularly amusing scenario. If the Titan giant ape is killed, then I will certainly die, so you don't need to chase me. Pursuing me is useless. I am merely a non-existent entity in this dream. Think about it. Was the Titan giant ape truly human before? It was not human. It was merely a monster, transformed into one due to a series of jealousy from others that led it to this position. So now, you should understand that within the traditions of this world, there must be its own perfection. It is certainly not about facing these things as if they were a decision on how to conclude matters. If you do not understand this, then there is no need for you to involve me in this. I have already made everything clear, showing it here explicitly. If you insist on questioning me, then I have no need to provide you with any psychological confidence or belief, because I am not a particularly high-level talent living in this world, which has completely changed. Unexpectedly, you have indeed struck at me. Fine, if you must play so flamboyantly, do I still need to transform my understanding of their situation in this world? There is no need to say more. Further discussion is futile. After the little boy on the bicycle finished speaking, he began to step forward step by step as if he had gone mad. He felt that he had clearly presented the situation before him. He thought that if he uttered any more careless words, those around would perceive him as having a very amusing plan. They would think that even these real circumstances were not connected at all. In particular, if there are helpless plans, many would feel that such matters cannot form a complete whole. Chapter 371. This matter should come to an end. Many people believe that between the two sides, it is truly impossible to rise above it all. It seems that any plans that arise must have their own confidence and beliefs. Otherwise, even the origins of such plans would not involve more people. Others cannot accept that YanLing here not only chooses not to protect himself, but also wants to kill this little boy. Damn it. He doesn't even know that his side has a very helpless plan. He says that since things have come to this point, many people, especially those who are ignorant, see it as a helpless situation. The bizarre origins of things going against one's wishes must have their own reasons. Otherwise, if this little boy were really killed, who knows if the Titan ape could survive in this world? Therefore, his attitude towards the little boy is one of mutual inclusion. You don't accept me, and I don't accept you. You are my father, and I am your father. That's the current logic. Fine, fine. You speak very definitively, and I have no need to say more. If you insist on attacking this thing, then I have no need to explain any more nonsense. Otherwise, if you don't even know what kind of decision this should be, do I still need to involve more pointless people? Because you must understand, I don't really know how to translate the following developments. If that's the case, then you have even less reason to involve more pointless people. Life is just like that. Even the situations and recent conditions in life cannot be faced. If it's bizarre, then why drag more innocent people into it? Do you think it's funny over here? Or do you think it's not a big deal on your side? The plan going against one's wishes is already very obvious. If you don't die, and if this Titan giant goes for a kill, then I definitely wouldn't know how it would end. Alright, I won't say much. Saying more would only be pointless. Let's see how you choose to face it next. YanLing watched as the little boy rode his mountain bike faster and faster, while he himself couldn't catch up from behind. There was no way out, and it was very helpless. He could only hide this matter in his heart. Of course, he had already planted a very sinful seed. He felt that if he were to truly get this guy in his hands, then everyone present would definitely not know what kind of decisive outcome it would lead to. But is it really like this? Logically, it shouldn't be. In fact, the bizarre origins in such situations do not need to involve more pointless people. Isn't it already walking on the edge of danger? As long as both sides can be considerate of each other, it would definitely allow for a complete result facing a particularly ignorant plan. However, this is not something just anyone can achieve. YanLing did not say that he would promote this at this position. Their own little corner is enough. But then, he doesn't know what kind of outcome they will face next. It seems that if this matter truly happens before his eyes, there is no need to discuss it further or involve more irrelevant people. The situation going against one's wishes no longer needs to occur, making people feel appropriately perplexed. However, the circumstances in such situations can only be like this, and it's better to gradually not take it seriously. Otherwise, even the origins of these realities would not need to drag more pointless people into it. That would only make others feel that there is something very funny about it on this side. Fine, fine, since you say you must run, then I have no need to explain to you, because I know that it would not be very effective for you. If I can't catch up with you, then I also have no need to involve more irrelevant, bizarre origins. The next situation will definitely be dependent on your confidence and beliefs, because I no longer understand what the real conditions are, and you seem to have forgotten a series of real cruise results. It seems that this contradictory origin must have your own plans within your situation, and it's not that I must press you about it. All right, since you insist on understanding this matter, you can run away, and I won't need to say more. Saying more would only indicate that I face a particularly pointless plan. YanLing said this and stopped his steps, pausing to face forward. He felt that what he had to say next was already said. What needed to be done was already very perfect, and his lack of intention to come to a belief could only be said to be inevitable. This would certainly make others feel that he would have to face an uncertain outcome. It seems that such matters must have their own role, otherwise, even these real origins would not be faced in such a way, making others feel that he is not dragging more helpless people into it. Now, YanLing really wants to catch this little boy, but how could that little boy easily let him do so? The two of them are pulling back and forth, seemingly unable to face an actual helpless outcome together. However, the strong confidence and belief that can be emitted from this power must be able to provide him with a series of decisive information. Otherwise, even these real situations would not be faced in such a manner, and they would only have to confront a helpless predicament, which would be even more awkward. YanLing stopped his steps, originally intending to suppress this thing. But unexpectedly, the things on that side not only did not get suppressed, but he himself had no need for a good resolution. It's indeed true that if such an absolute plan exists, then they must have their own decisive elements. The matter has suddenly occurred right before his eyes. It seems that this situation's origins would only make others feel that he must exert himself to achieve the next smooth and decisive outcome. YanLing originally intended to stop his steps, but he then realized that he seemed unable to stop. Chapter 372 Leaving is just leaving chapter 373. If you can't catch up, just keep chasing you shouldn't chase, even if you chase to the ends of the earth. I definitely want stop because my reasoning here is very simple. I have already clearly displayed my own logic. If you don't even understand these principles, then what is the point of me living in this world? Logically, it shouldn't be that way. I understand that behind these real things are the impacts of these ideas. Not that you have to continue the flow of this matter on your side. What the hell are you doing? Do you have to eat more? Logically, it shouldn't be like this. It's just that you insist on making further plans regarding this matter, which leads to conflicts and the emergence of any shining points. What should be done in this way must have its own moral basis. Thus, the violence of their own reasoning afterwards should not involve more unnecessary conflicts. And as a result, it seems everything can only be this way. On the other side, the little boy was also panting while riding his bike. The two of them were chasing each other, trying to see who could hold a perfect position. Of course, they all knew that if one side were to get ahead first, then one side would definitely face dire consequences. Therefore, in the face of life and death, there is no need to involve more unnecessary individuals. If this position could indeed drag in more unnecessary people, it would only make others feel that if even the most fundamental confidence and belief couldn't reach perfection, it would make them forget why they are alive in this world. It seems that everything has its own truth among them, and it's not about facing the result of a particularly unnecessary individual. Otherwise, if such things can't happen, it would only make others feel that there is no need for them to come up with more unnecessary things. This kind of thing must have its own truth of existence, rather than wasting time now. Can you please stop running? Please don't run. I definitely want to harm you. If you really have to make a series of plans on your side, and say that you can't even accomplish these things, a complete series of shining points, it will only make others feel that my side is particularly dull and ignorant in its plans. You see, if these real pieces of land are not involved, it will only make them feel that they have to slowly involve more trivial matters, leading to that kind of taste. What should be said and done is already very obvious, but I didn't expect you not to believe me. YanLing is already out of strength. He can only face these chaotic situations with negotiation standards. However, he is indeed able to face such a result. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be that way because the current situation has already been presented very succinctly. Next, let us see how this matter will come to an end. But can there really be such a thing? Logically, it shouldn't be that way. It's not that this matter is particularly difficult to handle. It's because the results of this matter already have their own reasoning, not that you have to involve more helpless individuals. Otherwise, even the most basic piece of land would be limited and imperfect, making others think that they seem to have forgotten the real situation of why. It seems better not to involve. Of course, there are reasons for not getting involved. Otherwise, if even these real principles don't come into play, it will make others feel that such appearances lead to some particularly unresolvable real situations. The little boy still hasn't stopped. He thinks that if he stops, he might as well lose his life. So, now he is showcasing something very perfect and absolute. If even the most sincere piece of land cannot be grasped thoroughly, it will make others feel that they have come to this world without knowing what kind of outcome it is. It seems that everything has discussions about the cycle and transformation of all things. If the contradictions in these real situations cannot involve anything, then it will make others feel that it would be better not to get involved. Otherwise, they can only remain silent. YanLing took 2 steps with a hop, feeling that he must understand. Next, what are the truths behind all this? If not, then the alternative plans will only involve more trivial results. Facing others, he can only remain silent for the better. Actually, it shouldn't be like this. The situation in life itself is the origin of such matters. The two have been in this dream, chasing each other for many years. They now absolutely know that during this time, even some of the most sincere facts cannot protect a piece of land. Then bystanders will understand. It turns out that these contradictory situations indeed have some distracted plans behind them, sorting through everything. Some friendships and reasons are flowing away. And if the contradictory situations of men don't happen in front of others, it can only be said to be a joke in such a funny and bizarre way. Unable to face it, the long journey of life ahead requires sincerity and leads to things not going as desired. Next, let us see how both sides should face a series of bizarre plans. Otherwise, even the contradictions in these real situations will not be able to involve anything bizarre, making others feel that there is no need on their side to involve more trivial results. Logically, it can only be this way. Otherwise, such humorous plans can only lead to more helplessness. In this case, it will make others feel that they don't need to show off too much. It's better this way. What should be said and done has already been completed. Next, let us see how both sides will face it. Chapter 374. Seeking no progress or retreat, a series of confidence should come to an end. The two individuals were originally you and me, which is why I felt the conflict. But now, it has reached a complete and decisive conclusion. It seems that such matters should be resolved by them with a complete decision. Next, it should be the bright time that truly belongs to one's own ethics. Thus, the chase between YanLing and the little boy unfolds here. The two chase each other relentlessly, each wanting to outdo the other. Apparently, they have already caused a series of conflicts over this matter, and they must understand it. If they genuinely feel anxious about being in this position, then in between, they no longer know what kind of outcome they will face. However, can such matters really be spoken of so easily? Logically, it should not be the case, because situations contrary to expectations are no longer placed before them in that manner. If this matter could truly make them understand what should happen right before their eyes, then in between, they still do not know what kind of outcome they will face. Of course, there is no need to involve more trivial matters in this situation. If they could truly stand firm in this complete position, then among both sides, they still do not know what kind of outcome they will face. But is this really how things are? Logically, it should not be the case, because what should be said and done has not yet been completed. If even these most sincere decisions are facing such outcomes, then the little boy within this Titan giant ape dream no longer needs to be involved in any trivial and bizarre plans. There is no need to let people understand what sincere facts are like. I've already stated what kind of decision this is, and I did not expect you to continue running away, right? Well then, since you insist on pressing this matter, I have no choice but to place this matter within my own territory. If you do not even understand this issue, then what is my purpose of living in this world? Is it to feel destruction? To feel death? To feel that everything I should have is not supposed to be that way? Because the situation I can express no longer needs to face a particularly helpless outcome. If even the flood prevention of these matters cannot determine any lower limits, then there is no need to involve more trivial origins. YanLing is truly exhausted from running. He thought that the Titan giant ape could be easily killed, but unexpectedly, within this Douluo academy, there is something even harder to deal with than this damn golden sacred dragon. It's actually the Titan giant ape. If he were to be killed, then he would have a series of dreams. If this were to be pursued, everyone present would certainly not know what kind of outcome it would lead to. Therefore, facing such a presence in this situation, there is no need to let people conserve their strength and protect their own territory. That would be better. It seems that the existence of this matter has already played into the plans of what he has developed. YanLing now understands that if he truly fails, everyone present definitely does not know what kind of result they will face. What kind of particularly unsightly outcome is this bizarre plan? It seems there is no need to let people understand what sincere greetings are like. That kind of matter can only be better guarded. Otherwise, even some real absolute deaths cannot be faced in any absolute situation. Then, in between, others no longer understand what kind of bizarre reasoning leads to such an outcome. It is inevitable that what should be said and done has already been completed. If even what should be said and done is not so, then under the conflicts of these matters, it is just that way. Slowly, if one can better protect their own minimum territory, then it can only be said to let others feel that there is no need for them to survive in this world. What should be said must be very obvious. What is displayed is also very clear. Next, let us see how both sides arrive at a perfect confidence and what kind of result it will be. To carry out the conversion of matters, of course, it is not something that everyone can understand or comprehend, because understanding the results behind these matters involves some plans that are contrary to expectations. Life is originally a particularly helpless oddity. In this chessboard, if it can truly be utilized, everyone present can certainly involve more trivial guardianship plans. It seems that the final plan of the wandering world will definitely lead to unexpected results behind the wandering world, rather than facing these matters without knowing what kind of absolute it is. Of course, this little boy has already met a fate with no burial place, because YanLing has already decided that he cannot cherish any existing results. It seems that such matters must have their own confidence and beliefs. Otherwise, even such matters are not so. If it leads to a contradiction within oneself, then in this world, letting people understand what the true face is like will only be comical. If it involves the plans behind these matters, then it will lead to more helpless situations in life. One's circumstances will only be better not to be placed deep in their heart. Of course, this is not about facing what kind of absolute situation and involving more volatility. It will only lead both sides to involve more unreasonable people, thus leading to more trivial plans. All right, no need to say more. Saying more has no credibility. I've already found it very difficult to live in this world. I did not expect you to do this. Well then, since you insist on pressing this matter, then we present here do not need to face what kind of choice again. So what I should say and do has already been very unclear here. If you can understand me, Chapter 375, Uncertain Truth, then you should also press on my side. If it is said that rather than making a series of choices in the formation before the command, not making them would lead us to face what kind of result, then there is no need for us to be here. The scenes in the dream no longer need to exist in this world, because if the scenes in the dream could survive in this assumption, then the situations that you can choose in the Douluo Academy are already so well defined that they cannot accommodate any bizarre plans. What needs to be said is already very obvious. The series of choices made here belong to the dawn of victory. If you do not understand these matters, then there is no need for us to continue discussing. What needs to come out is very clear, and what needs to be done is also very clear, because if you continue to waste time, it will not be good for us. YanLing did not catch the little boy, but his mouth was still talking. Those chaotic plans of behavior made him feel that if he really could support the sky with this matter, then everyone present definitely would not know what kind of situation they would face to conclude the battle. It seems that at this time, what he could plan must be able to support the sky. To be honest, being able to be in this position without limiting more would make others feel that they are not dragging more helpless people into it. Only then would life be a long road, where one walks with sincerity. If it truly could be promoted in this position, then both sides must have their own beliefs to conclude the matter. Is it really possible to do so? Logically speaking, it should not be impossible because the circumstances in life are like this. If this matter really happens in front of anyone and does not make a series of perfect choices, then everyone present would definitely not know what kind of situation would conclude. What needs to be received is clear, and what is not obvious has already evaporated here, belonging to their own absolute integrity. Then let's see how both sides face such a helpless plan's result. Of course, behind the conflict, there is no need to connect with those behind the conflict. The plans that arise from these things must have their own transformations. What needs to be said is already very unclear, and what needs to be done is also very unclear. If even these contradictory results do not drag more helpless people into it, then it will not let others think that the long road of life is written with genuine plans. This mentality should fit and not drag more people. Only then will it make people not take it as a matter of course. So the little boy runs ahead while YanLing chases behind, and the two of them are chasing each other. I care about you a lot, so neither of them is willing to give in, both wishing to swallow the other whole. Sure enough, YanLing spurred his horse and kicked the mountain bike, causing it to fall to the ground, which people could see. Everyone thought this thing really played out in front of him, not taking it seriously. On the mountain, only one wheel appeared, rolling down. It turns out that when something happens right in front of you, it truly is such a complete situation that occurs under a special, erroneous settlement. Any matter that reaches a complete decision must have its own deciding factors. If it could really be supported by the strength and confidence of this thing without facing any bizarre situations, then everyone present would not need to go through more helpless plans' origins. The situation of things going against expectations is already being grasped here. And if the results of plans are not such that they drag more people into it, then it will lead others to think that this thing is no longer necessary to face a series of choices. Of course, the results of the origins of any time's reasoning have already come to their own background that they cannot plan against. However, under this background, if the plans are yellowed, does it make others think that we seem to be unaware? Pressing down a series of necessary choices, it seems that things have reached a boiling point. If this soldier could truly support the sky, everyone present would definitely be making safe decisions. Otherwise, they would not drag many helpless people into it, only leading others to think they are changing. There is no need to involve more joyful plans. Only then will the results lead to a slowly cherished life journey. On YanLing's side, he was already stepping on the ground with vigor. He felt that if he could no longer let people be involved in his long life plan with some truly absolute things, they would make others think that this matter has reached this point. There is no need to press down on anyone's heart. If one or two people could really support the sky, then everyone present would find it inevitable. But is the matter really like this? Logically speaking, it should not be impossible, because what needs to be said is already very obvious, and what needs to be done is also very obvious. If even some truly conflicting matters cannot lead to a series of necessary choices, then everyone present would definitely feel that there is no need for both sides to face a particularly perfect plan. However, such matters are just like this. Because what needs to be said is already very obvious, I thought that this thing would gradually appear in the illusion behind it, in this vast distance. If it does not turn into a series of complete absolutes, then everyone present would definitely not know what results this thing would face. Of course, why is such a matter now reaching such a perfect nature? If the absolute nature of the situation is like this, then it would make others feel that their side is a particularly helpless plan. It is not that YanLing must impact this thing. It is just that he does not want to. If he did want to, then everyone present would definitely not know what kind of result they would face. The matter is already like this, so it must have its ruling skills already in place. Chapter 376. Never possessed, it's not necessarily better to place the results of something in one's own small territory. At this moment, while YanLing is not making a move, Poseidon and Harris are enjoying the show. The conclusions drawn from the illusion they learned have no need to involve more helpless individuals. Life is inherently like a chessboard. On this chessboard, who can truly understand the array of choices available? If one could really lift up this piece of sky, then everyone present would surely be unaware of the particularly helpless plans they would face. Under the backdrop of conflicting circumstances, it seems that the situation is contrary to expectations, and there is no need for people to understand or accept the reality of it. Thus, they can only walk this long road of life with sincere intentions belonging to their own small territory. Otherwise, if they don't even understand these matters, why drag more helpless people into it? Is it a joke? Logically, it shouldn't be that way. The situation has suddenly unfolded before them, and yet there is a need for people to understand some sincere truths. If the results don't come before their eyes, even YanLing can't discern how to articulate a few words clearly. Therefore, what needs to be said and done has already been presented in a very concise manner here. So let us take a look. Who can understand these truths that can truly lift up a piece of sky? Who can perform the subsequent actions? If one person can do it, it must involve the choices of two people. If two people can do it, it must involve the plans of three people standing tall. Thus, the result is evidently a transformation that occurs in this saline pool where they meet by chance. If it is indeed possible to lift up a piece of sky, then everyone present would surely be unaware of what kind of situation they would face. Observing the contrary situation, there is no need to reach a complete and decisive conclusion, nor to let this plan be treated as unimportant. This must have originated from their complete and decisive plans, where what needs to be said and done is not very apparent. If they don't understand these matters, it would lead others to think that there is no need for them to exist in this world. Survival and destruction is death. Or perhaps what kind of absolute situation should it be? There is nothing to let people understand some sincere appearances. The level has already reached a complete and absolute state, so there is no need to drag more helpless plans into it. Similarly, it is inevitable to avoid being overly joyful at the end, and there is no need to involve more helpless individuals. Don't waste my time here. Your wasting of time is useless. I haven't said anything to make you believe in your words. If you don't even understand these matters clearly, then there is no need for me to involve you in so many irrelevant plans. Even if you catch up to me and shatter this lady's dream, I still need to drag more helpless plans into it. What needs to be said and done has already been very unclear. If you don't even understand these matters, in short, why involve yourself in this world? Is it amusing to you? Logically, it shouldn't be. I have already executed a series of actions regarding this matter. The little boy now rides the mountain bike quite noticeably. He feels that if this is clearly planned, dragging more helpless individuals into it would only make this long road of life seem trivial. It can only be this way. He doesn't consider his current state in his mind to be better. Of course, if such matters arise amidst such strong conflicts, there is no need to face a series of choices. That is also inevitable, but is it really like this? Logically, it shouldn't be, because understanding these true facts allows one to grasp the results of these truths. Otherwise, if even such factual appearances don't involve more people, it can only be said that it's a thoughtless plan that will not drag more helpless plans into it, which is also inevitable. It can only be said that it's a deserved situation, slowly leading to a series of origins that also become more significant. If they don't even understand such matters, then, similarly, they want to consider their own situation. The little boy rides the mountain bike, while YanLing chases after two people from behind, engaging in a very confrontational chase. He thinks that if they can't even understand these matters, then dragging more helpless individuals into it would only be deserving. What needs to be said has already been said, and what needs to be done has already been done. If even these things that should be said and done are not addressed, it will only lead others to think that they don't know what kind of situation they will face. It seems that in any situation, at any location, reaching a complete and absolute point will allow people to understand the origins of these real results. What kind of absolute situation is it? Observing this contrary result, there is no need to bring it to the forefront of one's eyes while facing what kind of existence. It seems that in any situation, they have their own series of highlights, rather than having to face some bizarre plans. Otherwise, if they don't involve such truths, even if YanLing wants to attack this thing, he cannot achieve a complete and absolute outcome. Unexpectedly, you do indeed proceed to dissect this matter. but cannot produce the choices that should be available. If you truly belong to these real appearances, then why do you run away? Is it because you are afraid? I feel that you are somewhat unchanging. If you really cannot make complete choices, then there is no need for us to exist in this world. What needs to be said has already been very clearly presented here. If you cannot even breathe life into these real appearances, then what is the point of dragging more helpless individuals into it? Is it a joke? Chapter 377. To speak cautiously, it is because we do not understand on our side, not that you must take the next step regarding this matter. And it is inevitable that we cannot reach a complete absolute. When such things happen before anyone, it only leads others to think that we are unaware, and we must face a situation that is difficult to comprehend. Of course, you might think we do not know, and what more helpless things are involved. But how can you achieve a complete absolute? You can only say it is deserved. When YanLing engages with this matter in his complete absolute context, he already understands that this situation has occurred before him. There's no need to let others understand what sincerity looks like. Otherwise, even these matters would reach a particularly unbearable state, making it clear to others, especially regarding such properties. It might be better to abandon the beliefs in our hands. And indeed, when such matters occur before Ling, it has already made it unclear for him to distinguish what the outcome is. In this situation, there's no need to involve more helpless people. What needs to be said and what is not obvious has already been fully displayed here. If even these clear displays do not involve more helpless people, then others will definitely feel that both parties' confidence and the results they face are unknown, and they must confront what kind of plans. If even some real aspects do not involve anyone, then there is no need for both sides to face other plans. It seems that if any matter can really be lifted to the heavens, then everyone present definitely does not know what kind of conclusion it should be. All right, since you are so open-minded, I don't need to run anymore. This mountain bike has already been ridden to a path of glory. Step by step, the fireworks are displayed here. What more do you want? Are you out of your mind? I have already stated these bright facts, and unexpectedly, you continue to act this way towards me. Fine, if you really plan to take the next step and cannot make a complete choice regarding me, then everyone present definitely does not know what kind of result awaits. However, what needs to be said and done has already been very clear and fully displayed here. What the hell do you want to do? Are you feeling full? The wheels are already smoking. I definitely don't want a mountain bike. If you still want to binge watch, then I'll throw this thing right in front of you, so you can see for yourself what kind of result you have. The little boy directly smashed the mountain bike down in front of YanLing, letting him see whether he has the confidence to confront YanLing head-on. Logically speaking, as long as YanLing has his own confidence, beliefs, and absolute performance, he should be able to lift a piece of heaven. But is it really like this? Logically, it should not be so, because walking on this unknown path, one already does not know what kind of situation awaits. If it is to perform the decisive elements in front of oneself, what needs to be said is obvious, and what needs to be done is also evident. If it really does not need to involve more helpless people, then one can only say that the amusing origins between both sides will become even more trivial. Because within the limits of what can be planned, there is no need to involve more helpless people. In such feasible plans, it is unnecessary to present anything to anyone. They should have their own decisive elements, and leaving a place must have its own reason. All right, if you are this tough, then I will no longer pursue you. If you dare to rush in front of me, I will definitely smash your head into pieces. Look, if your head is crushed by me, then living in this world will not bring such obvious pain. What needs to be said and done has already been very clear and fully displayed here. If you don't make a series of appropriate choices, then living in this world would already have no purpose. You haven't achieved this complete absolute, yet you instead want to project decisively onto my side. Are you planning this for yourself? Are you just stuffed full? I see you shouldn't eat too much. Eating too much won't bring any good outcomes for me. It has already been so absolute. You still want to lift this matter to the heavens? Then there's no need for me to face what kind of choices. Of course, you might think I am wrong, but I can only understand these real origins before I can comprehend what kind of results I will face beneath my background. Smart people do not associate with smart people, but fools and madmen will definitely have certain connections. YanLing expressed his viewpoint. He felt there was no need to fear this little boy, whose mouth was certainly not clean, climbing mountains and crossing seas, and the results of absolute things created in his mind are also incomprehensible. Anyway, the next moment, he is just spewing nonsense, not knowing what he is saying, making people see it as quite ridiculous. It seems that situations contrary to wishes must have their own complete absolutes in the results of the context. Otherwise, if such matters do not involve more helpless people, It would make others feel that their acceptance and failure in this world is a normal path. However, now it can truly allow such acceptance to occur right before one's eyes. Logically, it should not be so, because after performing the absolute context in front of oneself, there's no need to involve more indifferent people. Chapter 378. Blade Riders after circling in the air for half a day. The two of them had not made a series of choices that should have been available. They felt that what needed to be done, what needed to be expressed decisively, had already been simply manifested. So, let's take a look at what the outcome of this would be, like a towering tree. What kind of result would this bring? Of course, there is no need to face the opinions of others regarding this outcome. In short, concerning what has been produced. Now, the undeniable reality, which cannot involve many more people, has already manifested its completeness and certainty. It seems that the situation is contrary to expectations. There is no need to persuade the leaders or anyone else regarding the bizarre plans. Everything that needed to be said has been said, and everything that needed to be done has been done. If even these completed actions and words are so simply expressed, it only makes others think that there is no need on our side to sign off on a complete situation with the leaders. But is it really like that? Theoretically, it should be a kind of helpless plan. All right, let us stop saying so much nonsense. If you keep talking nonsense, everyone present will definitely not see this as simply expressed. Because if this matter truly shows no bright points, then there is no need for us to be involved in any so-called problems. The situation is already like this, and next, let us have a one-on-one showdown. If that is what you want, then I also don't see the need to face what kind of good outcome is expected. So, I'll simply show you this. If you choose to suppress me further, then I also don't need to face your decisive situations. Things have already reached such completeness in their attempts. So let us see if you can really uplift a piece of sky. The young boy clenched his fist tightly and charged towards YanLing. This was a nightmare among the Titan apes. If this nightmare could be eliminated, then he could also achieve a better outcome in terms of appearance. However, looking at it now, this seemingly good outcome doesn't have to face some ulterior motives. But if he can truly be supported in this position, it doesn't mean anyone can understand the facts within the bright moments. Of course, the trauma beneath this representation is not something anyone can comprehend, but what needed to be said and done has already found its own place in time. However, if even these matters are so unclear and ambiguous, it would make others think that there is no need for us to face a bizarre origin. It's particularly hard to open one's eyes, and the result is quite embarrassing, having their own decisive elements. However, the contradictions behind the situation must have their own complete decisive moments. Leaving behind a series of absolute situations, there must be a series of moments in which completeness can be expressed. The absolute place to reach the sky is not where it's dropped, nor is it something anyone cannot understand. Of course, in this moment, the reasoning behind the existence of the list of deities does not mean that anyone can uplift a piece of sky. If we don't treat this matter seriously, then let us see how both sides will display the genuine confidence that can be uplifted to the sky. Because what needs to be said and done is already very evident, here replacing the previous situation. If even these matters are displayed before anyone, it will only make others feel as if they don't know what they will face. It's not that YanLing has to leave, nor is it that YanLing has to suppress this matter. If he can't even face these real appearances in such absolute situations, it will only make others think that he truly doesn't know what kind of outcome he is planning to reach. It seems that at any time and for any reason, there are their own decisive elements. And it's not something anyone can understand about the origins of these realities and what kind of results they yield. It seems that such contrary situations need not be expressed in front of anyone's decisive moments. If even these real decisive moments can't produce any decisive results for anyone, then why involve more helpless people? Is it a joke? Theoretically, it shouldn't just be like this. Treating it lightly is more about understanding the reasoning behind where one's time lies. Things were like this before, and saying more is already pointless. It can only be a well-reasoned plan. Involving more helpless and bizarre people would only lead to humorous outcomes. Therefore, it also cannot face any results or involve any people. It can only relate to the reasoning that belongs to them. The young boy held his fist with great respect and felt that if this fist wasn't held with respect when facing YanLing, he would know what kind of ending to expect. And YanLing, indeed, was not an easy opponent. They exchanged blows, each trying to gain the upper hand and advance the outcome. He insisted on pressing this matter. In doing so, he wouldn't face any decisive moments. Of course, if this doesn't showcase anything before anyone, It can only be advantageous for the situation and cannot face any choices. The reasoning behind the results indicates that contrary situations should have their own decisive moments. Otherwise, even humorous outcomes cannot arise if one's determination is made. It can only mean safeguarding one's real outcomes. But it's better this way. As for the others, it's a joke. Even YanLing doesn't say much about it, and for him to say more would only be meaningless. Smooth sailing cannot involve any bizarre elements. It can only relate to the existence of dreams that are out of reach. Chapter 379. Overconfident soldiers will defeat themselves. You don't need to chase me anymore. If you waste your time here, it won't have any effect on my side. You need to understand that your pursuit here won't cause me any substantial harm. Even if you could kill me, it would only mean I escaped from this tight-knit dream. But so what? Because I'm something created within that dream. In the face of a series of trustworthy situations, why do you want to attack this thing? It shouldn't be the case. So, I think there's no need for you to make things difficult for me. If you do, it won't have any real effect on my side. Of course, if these things can't even manifest in a straightforward manner, it will only make others feel confused about why they are here. Otherwise, facing such situations won't be trustworthy. It's better if both sides are not stuck in such a complete boundary. Otherwise, it would be a comical existence, which is unavoidable. But is it really like that? Logically, it shouldn't be. The things that should be said are already very clear here. But in the end, what can be done? Because we can't change the original intention of anything. It's because of our own results that there's no need to face a series of choices. What needs to be said is already obvious. Chasing me is useless. You're just wasting your own time. You deserve it? Of course. I think you should be in a situation where you deserve it, belonging to your own small corner. Otherwise, it's just a ridiculous entanglement that makes others wonder why they are here. Otherwise, we will face a result of inspection, which won't lead to the final handling of things. The little boy directly pushed the mountain bike aside, already adopting a desperate posture to attack YanLing. However, he knew that YanLing was definitely not easy to deal with. The current result is already very apparent. If even these origins can't become any choice, then the next situation is definitely unknown. So, these few people have already reached a point where they are eloquently discussing things, making people think that this place isn't taken seriously. So, having come this far, if one can truly be in this position, it will only make others feel the conflict of strength, and both sides can only face it with a sense of deserving it without any choice. But can such things really be useful? Logically, they shouldn't be, because what should be said is already transformed here. There are their own bizarre results that they can change. Of course, this doesn't mean it has to be done this way. It's just that YanLing wants to kill this thing. However, the result of this killing no longer needs to face what kind of situation. Is it really like that? Logically, it shouldn't be. YanLing's feet were like a whirlwind, as if he had forgotten why he had to survive in this world. But he felt that he had to face some situations. There was no need to involve more unnecessary characters. If even these matters entangled to such an extent, it would only make others feel that what they had here was not a particularly perfect plan between both sides. Logically, it shouldn't be. But the final result of fate is already displayed here. If one goes against fate to change it, one will only deserve it. Even fate is not in one's personal control. Both sides will also have to face the existence of an ending that can't be resolved. What needs to be said is already apparent in the plans here, and it is derived from what he can transform. It's not that one has to press this thing. That too is unavoidable. What needs to be said is also inevitable, and what needs to be done is also unavoidable. If even these matters are not shown as such, it will likely make others feel that they don't know what kind of result they are facing. Is it really like that? Logically, it shouldn't be, because life is originally a chessboard, in the real situation expressed by strength. There is no need to face a situation where one cannot distinguish or understand the reasons behind it. If even these real decisions cannot be made by anyone, then one will be entangled with more helpless people here. Isn't that very funny? Logically, it shouldn't be, because what needs to be said and done is already very clearly displayed here. Next, let us see how both sides will suppress this thing. That too is inevitable. YanLing cannot submit to the little boy, and the little boy cannot submit to YanLing either. They're just seeing whose temper is harder. Of course, you hate that I don't die, and I hate that you live. They both wish they could strike each other down in their own hands. However, it's not easy to accomplish this. It's not that simple. It's just that there is no need for both sides to walk in this position, which is also inevitable. So, this matter is already a straightforward fact here, clearly transforming. Let us see how both sides will face a complete situation. Next, let us see how to play out any remaining decisions, which will make others think that what they have here is not a coherent plan at all. This too is inevitable. Therefore, what needs to be said and done is already very straightforwardly presented here. So let us see how both sides will face a complete situation. Of course, there is no need to involve more unnecessary people behind this. It can only be said that if one does not understand the origins of other matters, it will lead to more awkward situations. Chapter 380. Still unable to catch up, let's see what YanLing will do here. However, if he really wants to suppress this matter, then we should consider how to connect the situations at hand to something indifferent of his. But these things are far from easy. They're not that simple at all, just a road not yet traveled to this position. Thus, one can only treat some matters as trivial. Now that things have come to this point, let us see what kind of decisive outcome will emerge. Faced with a perfect and bizarre situation, not understanding this matter means one does not understand it. To understand it is to grasp it. So, understanding and not understanding are already being displayed here. Next, let us see how they will brighten their own little piece of land, which is also inevitable. I think it's necessary for you to launch the next step of your assault on me, right? If you don't even respect these matters, then it seems unnecessary for me to exist in this world, facing a particularly complete situation. You must understand that life is full of circumstances and temptations. But if you can't even confront these real truths without being tied to any choices, it will only make others feel that there is no need for us to survive in this world. The most painful thing in life is not that we don't understand, but that if one truly stands in this position, there is no need for both parties to involve more indifferent people. If you can't even understand how to let others accept these matters, then how will you face others? What will the outcome be? I feel you shouldn't act this way. At this moment, the young boy and YanLing are at odds with each other, both eager to pressure the other regarding this matter. But can this actually lead to such results? Logically, it shouldn't be impossible. If one can truly stand under this complete decision, it would certainly lead others to think that we are making plans within a decision-making process. Actually, it shouldn't be impossible, because it is only by understanding these real origins that others will think there is no need for us to involve ourselves with indifferent people. Given the current situation, if one cannot even confront the foundation and beliefs within this strength, then it will lead others to believe that there is no need for us to involve more indifferent people in this world. Let us see how those matters will suppress this situation. We can only say that under a situation of suppression, there is no need to face some helpless outcomes. Logically, it should be that way. Everyone's temperament and nature are quite different in this world. If even these temperaments and natures are not respected enough to be grasped, then living in this world would have no rationale. Actually, it should be that way, because the origins of what should change do not need to lead to the results of what should change. Therefore, in the face of any such situation, there is no need to involve anyone's heart. Next, let us see how both sides will face the outcome. If these matters make people feel that there is no absolute completeness, then living in this world would lead to an unknown outcome, which is indeed how it should be. However, it is not like this because the results displayed here belong to their true foundation, which logically should not be impossible. If even the beliefs within this completeness do not involve more helpless people, then it will only make others feel that everything will be treated as trivial. And that is also inevitable. Was it really like this? Logically, it should not be, because what needs to be said and done is already simply displayed here. Let us see how both sides will face a complete outcome. But if even these real absolutes cannot confront any bizarre situations, then it will only make others think that we are in a state of incapacity facing a series of origins. Now, YanLing's situation is very awkward. He feels completely unable to hold up or face down this very awkward position, yet still wants to establish other strength within it, not knowing what he is thinking. This is a conflict within an environment and facing a series of decisive matters. If even these contradictory results are unnecessary to involve anyone's actions, then everyone present surely does not know how to conclude these absolute matters. Of course, what he speaks and does, without involving more people's interests, will only make others feel that he is not standing on such a result. Logically, it should be this way, but it's not. Only after he has a complete situation will it spread to everyone's heart. But can such things really be done by people like them? Logically, it should not be impossible, because understanding the origins of these matters leads to the realization that life is merely walking on an unknown path, involving some unknown people. And that is all there is to it. The fists of YanLing and the young boy collide, and both fists are held with great care. You want to hit me, I want to slap you. And as they throw punches, people see that this matter is not as prominent as it seems in front of them. It is indeed unnecessary to involve more indifferent people. Since it's a case of iron not turning to steel, that's all there is to it. Chapter 381 What else can be done? The phrase hate iron for not becoming steel becomes even more pronounced when fully understood. Otherwise, if even this sincerity cannot face any conclusion, then it will be each to their own, treating it as nothing. Unexpectedly, you, in the end, still reached a complete state. Standing in this position, well, since you say you want to suppress this, then everyone present will definitely have a good conclusion. YanLing stepped back 2 steps, ready to charge at the little boy. He knew that there must be rules within the Douluo Academy. It's not that one must cut through all the chaos. So it seems that this matter must have its straightforward intentions. If one doesn't understand these things, wouldn't it be a waste of time to live in this world? Logically, it shouldn't be so. It can only be said that not understanding some of the underlying results and going against the grain will be better left unspoken. But what can be done? The fists have already been cut with great care, while over there, a series of forgotten choices under this existence that is treated as nothing is being displayed. This little boy was indeed not easy to deal with. He suddenly took out a very black steel knife from under his bicycle. As soon as he held it in his hand, he swung it directly towards YanLing's forehead. The two faced each other, both hating each other's existence. They began to attack each other. But how could YanLing possibly forgive this little boy? The two were simply engaged in a clash of blades. However, the steel knife seemed to have a very sharp edge. It directly pierced YanLing's body, creating a 360-degree wound that was quite apparent. YanLing quickly covered the bleeding area with his palm. This covering did not alleviate the situation. Instead, it made people feel that there was really no hope in this matter. Damn, I didn't expect you to actually come, using that steel knife from under the bicycle to suppress me. Well, it seems that the dream within the Titan giant ape is also so real. Since we are already in this complete position, let us see what kind of life-and-death struggle we have next, right? Alright, you're impressive, really impressive. If you're holding on to this complete sky, then everyone present definitely has no idea what kind of absolute character will be the conclusion. YanLing gritted his teeth, wanted to strike this little boy, but he realized he was unarmed. If he really suppressed this guy, it would only lead to a bad conclusion for himself. It seems that at this point, there's no need to involve more unnecessary people, not even understanding the sincerity behind it. If things are placed within one's own small territory, it will make one feel that there's nothing they can do. The origin of things, the results, have already been clearly shown. There's no need to involve more irrelevant situations. Anytime one follows their reasoning, the results must have their own logic. The creation of results that can be changed is not to waste the FAAD that can be altered in this abyss. It's not that I must eradicate you. It's because you have already caused substantial harm to my life. Since heaven has a path you refuse to take, and hell has no door yet you come in, and it seems I don't need to face such a choice anymore. What needs to be said has already been said. Why drag more irrelevant people into this? Is it a joke? The little boy found this quite amusing. He said he must risk his life against YanLing unexpectedly. He continued to attack him step by step, feeling greatly insulted. Under such a massive insult, how could he face a series of choices to clash? Logically, it shouldn't be that way, as what needs to be done has already been clearly shown here. If one doesn't even understand these things, there's no need to face some helpless people. It's unavoidable. The little boy thought he had already grasped the situation perfectly, connecting to a position of perfection. But now he realized he had overestimated his abilities. Thinking that the steel knife piercing into YanLing's body would inflict a wound and make him feel a series of trustworthy plans. If this matter were truly spoken of, let us see if it can really be useful next. It's useless. In fact, his body has suffered a series of injuries. How can such things be credibly exhibited? Unfortunately, there's no way out. One can only say it's deserved. YanLing's body had already suffered extensive injuries. If such extensive injuries could really be overcome, then everyone present surely wouldn't need to be involved in anything. At this point, it's already like this. Why drag more helpless people into it? Is it a joke? Logically, it shouldn't be like this. In short, what needs to be said is already very clear. And what needs to be done is also very clear. If one truly walks in the confidence and belief of this strength, it will only make others think they need not face the consequences of what they are connected to in the end. So even though YanLing's bones are somewhat tough when facing others, he also feels that there's no need to face a series of different choices. However, since he is in this complete position, there must be decisive elements in this position, not needing to drag more helpless people into it. Chapter 382. Forgetting everything you fucking think this is just bullying, don't you? I'm unarmed, and you expect me to fight someone with a weapon? You really underestimate me. This is absolutely ridiculous. I never expected you would dare to confront me like this. Fine, you play flashy, you're tough. I can't provoke you, but can I avoid you? Fine, fine. You're really amazing, even better than your mother. I'm really blind to face you. You bastard. YanLing was almost furious at this point. He realized that the little boy was a typical bully who only picks on the weak. If he had known he was such a guy, he wouldn't have insulted him so simply. Unexpectedly, after the insults exchanged back and forth, he didn't gain a series of benefits, but instead ended up with a series of shackles binding his own life. In this case, there is no need to say anything more about the chaos. It's already like this. Dragging more helpless people into this would only make his side look ridiculous. There is never a feast that doesn't end. But what is the outcome behind a feast that doesn't end? It should produce an unchangeable original intention. Think about it. It's two people at a standoff. If neither of them suppresses the situation, then everyone present will face no decisions. Actually, it should be like this. The decisions that need to be made already have their own decisive results. It's not about being unable to face any authoritative plans regarding this matter. Everything that needs to be said has already been said. What needs to be done is very obvious. If even these matters drag more helpless people into it, then others would think that his side is just sitting in this position, and in such a position they should be able to better develop their own little territory, rather than having to insult others' decisions. In that case, there is no need to survive in this world. A sharp knife here is supported by a very strong will, while another person is just being self-important over there. If this matter is simplified, then everyone present definitely wouldn't know that they would face a natural outcome. The current situation is very clear, expressed here, because that little boy has already decided how to face the situation that should be faced. Let us see how both sides handle a series of necessary choices. Of course, if we put it nicely, it's called the origin of things. If we put it harshly, it's being trivialized. But looking at it now, any outcome and decision must have its own decisive factors, rather than having to produce a next step of result from this matter. Of course, everything has two sides. As long as the other party wants to, as long as they dare, it's very simple to make a series of necessary choices. It's not about making those perfect, decisive performances. It's simply a matter of war. They fundamentally don't understand what these aspects are about. So let us see how to handle a series of factual outcomes. Of course, any decisive matter must have something that can be expressed. It's not about having to stamp this thing. And one cannot plan for everything they have to face. However, the origin of this matter must have its own decisions. It's not about having to face others to produce a series of benefits. At the same time, it's not about being good or bad. It's just about facing a series of necessary existences. Otherwise, it would just be ridiculous. The two of them are here, genuinely holding their fists, as if about to strike at any moment. But they now clearly know that if even the most sincere absolutes have to face an outcome with no conclusion, it would only make others think that their side wouldn't drag in more helpless people. But now, this truly helpless situation has already unfolded before their eyes. So there is no need to face whether others understand what the real situation is. However, what needs to be said is already very obvious. If even these most sincere absolute performances can't be faced by anyone, it would only make others think that their side isn't taking it seriously. However, the plans driven by interests must have their origins, rather than needing to produce the next step of outcomes. This matter is so evident, showing that others cannot accept it. YanLing took 2 steps back and realized that the little boy had already shown an anxious attitude. He couldn't say much anymore. So he rushed forward with bare hands to grab the steel knife, one strike after another. The two of them began to fight desperately, revealing that when this matter unfolded before them, it was truly like fate's arrangement. Of course, with one strike, a very sharp dagger could be seen, and with another strike, another very sharp dagger appeared. The two of them were cutting through a particularly helpless plan. People didn't take it seriously, and while the situation turned, it was displayed before them, happening before anyone's eyes. Not taking the situation seriously, the things they were watching had reached such a beginning, so there was no need to face what kind of situation. Next, let us see how both sides plan to impact this matter with their ideas. If even these matters aren't so distorted, it can only be said to be helpless, and at the same time, it's even brighter, belonging to the better conflict within their own strength. Chapter 383. Rambling nonsense on YanLing's side. It seemed that he had suffered a very serious injury, abruptly cutting deeply into his own hand. Blood began to trickle down from his hand. The little boy, witnessing this scene, was not afraid at all. Instead, he charged at YanLing once more with a very sharp steel knife. Many people who saw this thought it was quite amusing, as the situation before them was not something that just one or two people could choose to create. Next, we would see how both sides would handle this situation with ease. However, when others had not reached this position, only then could bystanders understand that there was no need to express any greed-fueled intentions, since a series of irreversible decisions had already emerged at this beginning point. We would see whether your stab could kill me or if my stab could kill you. However, from the current situation, YanLing was not equipped, while the little boy showed signs of being in critical condition. Unexpectedly, this guy was indeed tough. Fine, since you insisted on playing so seriously, then I have no need to regard you highly. It's not that I want to be at odds with you, but if I don't, then there's no need for me to consider what this money really means. Everything that needed to be said has been said, and everything that needed to be done has been done. If you insist on doing this, I have no choice. Fate has already arranged this here. A particularly helpless choice. Let us see how you will address the origins of this fact and bring it to a decisive conclusion. The little boy charged the steel knife toward a distant spot. This impact, once seen, made everyone feel that the surveillance was quite funny, as it seemed such matters could completely collapse under overwhelming greed. YanLing did not want to keep this matter in his heart, but unexpectedly, the more he tried to ignore it, the more unnecessary it became to face a series of situations. It can only be said that what needed to be said was already very obvious, and what needed to be done was also very clear. However, since YanLing chose not to respond to the obvious statements and actions, it would only make others think that he was a rather amusing presence. But under such choices, it would leave no one understanding the results he could accept. Because of these greed-driven calculations, there was no need to face a series of resulting origins. If a person seemed to forget the series of shining points in a bright situation, it would lead others to think that he did not need to get involved with any helpless individuals, as they said the outcome behind such conflicts was unnecessary. Thus, facing the situation where others do not take it seriously, it would mean that those who should understand would understand, and those who shouldn't would remain confused, unclear, and only humorous in origin. Blood flowed like the hot blood from a shattered head, and those witnessing it did not treat it as a significant matter. Since it had come to this, it was truly a confrontation on the unknown path of fate. Let us see how both sides would face a series of situations to execute their plans. But is it really so? In fact, the outcome of reason is not supposed to be like this, because at any time, fate must be invading. If even these choices of fate cannot provide the confidence and belief within one's heart, then others would feel there is no need for them to survive in this world. What needed to be said was already very clear. What needed to be done was also evident. In short, the facts before oneself could not be achieved by just one or two people. I definitely cannot beat you barehanded. If you insist on pressing me, then I also have my own confidence deep down, because I understand that when facing you, I can only keep this power within my strength. As long as I can stay away from such results, I will definitely be able to survive in this world. If I cannot survive, then I might face the consequences of any forthcoming situation. What needed to be said has already undergone a very obvious transformation. If you do not understand this, then do not blame me. If you blame me, then I have no need to be interested in you. YanLing took several steps back and then realized the situation presented by the Titan ape and what he could switch to. Therefore, there was no need to face any situation. But is it really so? Logically, it should not be the case that one must express such things. And there is no need to face a series of choices that encompass everything. What should be done versus what should not. What should be said versus what should not have already been in a situation that others cannot accept. In summary, let us see what kind of result will occur next. However, the principles of any time must have their own truth when they come before us. It is not about suppressing this thing and making oneself unclear about the conflicts within that strength. What kind of result is it? What needs to be said has already been said, and what remains unclear has also become evident. If YanLing chooses to retreat, then the little boy will definitely follow this thing to the end. Logically, that is how it should be. Only by concluding this matter can others understand the results presented before anyone else's eyes. There is no need for the kind of occurrence that makes people treat it as insignificant in the complete and exact outcome. Chapter 384. What once happened, everything that has happened, is already a return journey on this unknown fate. So let us see how to proceed with the next step of cutting this thing, with twists and turns. As long as the other party wants it, dares to, and can walk under this immense sense of helplessness, only then can others understand that the original intention and turning point in their fate must be something they can wield. YanLing's current situation is just like this. He has already understood his return path and is facing a series of complete nightmares. In this dream of the Titan ape, YanLing has charged to the front line. He feels that he has done everything he should have. And if these matters are all bizarre things that cannot yield any results, then others will only think that he has a very funny plan. But is this really the case? Logically, it shouldn't be, because being entangled in such helplessness will only lead others to think that there is no need for him to have a trustworthy plan in this world. As long as others do not feel that he has no need to face a series of options that should be available. However, such things must have their own decisive outpouring, reaching a certain extent. If even the results of such outpouring cannot involve anyone, then others cannot accept these messy situations. Looking at this matter, it is his decisive power to exert, and it is under YanLing's control. However, from the current perspective, YanLing is not in control. Instead, a series of bizarre situations have already appeared in his nightmare, especially a little boy whose fists are very hard, as if they're going to cut into his skull. Perhaps in the next moment, he will smash his skull, which is also inevitable. Why the hell are you wasting my time? You throw a punch when I tell you to? Are you just full and bored? You're saying I'm full and bored? I think you're the one who is full and bored. Just now you didn't kill me. And now you plan to achieve a series of decisive results for me. Let me tell you, it's impossible. Don't even dream about it. You have a series of plans, but you haven't even cut me off. You're just bored. Do you really think I'm going to give you a soul-shattering blow? I'm telling you, it's impossible. Today with this attitude, it's definitely you or me dead. Otherwise, all the cause and effect definitely one TB unnecessary entanglements. YanLing and this little boy are just about you not giving in to me and me not giving in to you, both wanting to put the other to death. Their attitudes are very clear. They should not be called good people, nor should they be called bad people. It's just that due to different positions. There is no such thing as good or bad in today's world. It can only be said that the positions are different. Some are for their own selfishness, and some are for the so-called generosity of their own strength. The rest will understand these things. If it really is like this, simply put, it will leave people completely unable to understand what the real facts are. But this matter, if it can really show the decision within their reasoning, there is no need to do so, because there is no need to produce such results. It is so careless, making a series of necessary choices. As long as the other party wants it and dares to, then they can completely be in a particularly perfect position. However, looking at it now, this matter does not mean that YanLing must do something about it, because the little boy does not need to do this. He can only say he doesn't understand. Let me ask you a question. Do you have regrets in your life? For example, there was someone you really liked but didn't pursue. If you had been a bit braver, you could have pursued them. But why didn't you do that? Do you feel like there is a breath stuck in your chest? Do you have that feeling? The little boy expressed a series of things that belonged to him towards YanLing. He felt that he had once deeply loved a woman, but that woman, due to a series of role considerations, did not attack him. So he was entangled in more of the so-called moralities of anyone. It seems this matter must be expressed simply. Let us see if both sides can reach such a decision, but can this really allow him to do it? Logically, it shouldn't be unreasonable. Even if the little boy has regrets, this world itself is composed of regrets. For example, you love this person deeply, but in the end, they marry and have children with someone else. So what? You can only watch them walk away. It's not because you're not excellent enough. It's because you don't have enough money in your hands. You don't have enough security to provide them with a psychological sense of safety. So this is a very regrettable thing, but there is nothing you can do about it. YanLing can only keep these matters within his own strength. He feels he must understand these things, rather than having to integrate these matters into his own little world. That would be a particularly helpless plan. Regrets may run through life. However, behind the regrets, there is no need to make so many choices that seem to have everything. This is what makes one feel suffocated. Why the hell are you telling me this? I came from a future world to this place. I might think that the world is very regrettable because you must understand, life is inherently filled with regrets. If I can survive in this world, there must be a reason for my existence here. And it's not that I have to be attacked. You must understand, I don't even understand these facts. I don't know what the true situation of these principles is. Chapter 385. From ancient times to the present, chapter 386. Right and wrong. After YanLing finished speaking, he directly left the place. He felt that his concise understanding of the facts was already quite thorough given his current situation. If he continued to entangle himself with this little boy, there would be no reason for him to exist in this world. The series of causes and effects he faced no longer required anyone to understand what the truth that should exist was like. What was presented before him did not need such a wealthy barrier, nor the subsequent series of existing things. He would not want to involve more indifferent people in the causes and effects he had to face. Everything that needed to be said was already very obvious. And everything that needed to be done was also very clear, even this so-called fact. If it were not that thorough, it would only make others feel that there was no need for him to be here either. The situation was so awkward that it was hard to face, and the different positions created difficulties. Let us see how to face the upcoming situations, while outside, Harris and Poseidon, along with Monumentin, watched the Titan giant ape disappear into the air, forming a series of circles. However, they did not dare to get close, knowing that within this circle, YanLing had already achieved the result he planned to have next. YanLing also intended to protect his own things, understanding that if he succeeded in protecting them, there would definitely be everything he should have. However, he also knew that the most important thing was that if he failed to protect them, everyone present would definitely suffer a series of unnecessary repercussions. In this helpless outcome, there was no need to face the planned results of having everything. Everything that needed to be said had been said, and everything that needed to be done had been done. So let us see how this long journey of life unfolds while being mindful of their plans. Harris's position was very clear. After all, he was in the main battlefield of the Western gods, so he and Poseidon were on different paths. It was only because they were not on the same road that things looked quite unpleasant. Poseidon felt he was passionate, having previously received YanLing's favor. He must bear the price of YanLing. It was of no consequence to him. He felt that whoever he followed was just following someone else. However, Monumentin's situation was different. After all, in the big family, he constantly engaged in a battle of wits and courage, which had already worn him out. Now, he still had to help YanLing in the next step of the release, but this release had not reached a complete decisive point. That aside, a series of things that should exist had appeared over there. If this matter were to be explained, it would indeed seem quite interesting. Since things had come to this point, it seemed unnecessary to involve more helpless people. Otherwise, even the origins of this humor would be so careless that others wouldn't take it seriously. It would make others feel that living in this world was already wasting too much time on everything that should exist. Everything that needed to be said had been said, and everything that needed to be done had been done. So let us see how both sides respond. To fully solidify their confidence, they would reach a complete decision. Otherwise, even this decisive release would not achieve anything conclusive, which would seem quite absurd. Different positions led to two people becoming different enemies. The little boy ultimately did not intend to release his small piece of land, but he felt that when facing YanLing next, he surely would not have a good outcome. There has never been a feast that doesn't end in this world. Because everything that needed to be said had been thoroughly displayed here, let us see how both sides would suppress this matter. As long as one side wants and dares, both sides should be able to reach a complete and decisive understanding. However, it is easy to say this, but difficult to execute. YanLing himself could not distinguish what his next outcome would be. So, when facing these realities, he already understood. If even this calm acceptance of facts were so controlled and not within his small piece of land, then living in this world would be a waste of his own chaotic resources. Everything that needed to be said had been said. Everything that needed to be done had been done. And what was not obvious had also been concluded. If you say that even these matters are not grasped thoroughly, then I believe there is no need to survive in this world. Are you just well-fed and idle, needing to suppress this? I see you are making it quite amusing. It is said that this thing should not be presented like this, but unexpectedly, what you presented was not like that. I truly should not have made it difficult for you. Unexpectedly, you treated me this way. You can say whether you have any interest in my feelings here. If you're not interested, then I also have no need to face this series of choices. Of course, you don't have to do this. And I don't have to say that. It can only be like this. After YanLing expressed his views, he felt that there was no need to face the absolute series of choices made by others anymore. Everything that needed to be said was very clear. Next, let us see how both sides present some chaotic situations. If one truly walks on the path of an unknown fate, then others certainly do not need to forgive him. The reason is very simple. Those who should walk on the path of this unknown fate must make clear choices on that path. Of course, there is no need to place these things in a supreme position. Otherwise, others cannot accept what these things are. Of course, YanLing did not understand. But the little boy did. Only by killing this Titan giant ape could he succeed. Chapter 387. The lingering journey. Only by killing this Titan giant ape can the next turn of events take place. But is it really that simple? Logically, it shouldn't be the case. YanLing doesn't have the option to walk the path of fate, so why should he drag more helpless hostages into this? Or is it amusing to others when the outcome of this twist of fate doesn't need to involve the existence of others? Under such circumstances, Many might choose to wait for the outcome without facing any appropriate choices. Of course, there is no need for such actions, nor is there a necessity for events to unfold before one's eyes. There must be situations occurring right in front of oneself, rather than having to confront how others are walking their own paths. Yet this is how things are. In short, what can be done certainly has its results. It doesn't mean that one must involve more indifferent people. Now, unless I die, this Titan giant ape cannot be killed. Even if you strain yourself, it will not change anything on my side. Their fate is unfair, and the decisive factors are firmly in place. What are you trying to accomplish? Do you think your brain is overloaded? I never intended to suppress you, yet you have cut me off with a series of twists and turns. Fine. If you can manage it, there will surely be results from your actions. If you truly make the situation too ugly, then I have no need to face this choice. I said this shouldn't be done. I didn't expect you to insist on doing it. Well, good for you, you're impressive, truly walking on the path of unknown fate. Let's see how both sides will face a series of inevitable choices. If you can't even relate these facts to anyone, then what am I doing in this world? Our paths are narrow. You Haven T allowed me to kill. So isn't it useless for you to say more? When the little boy said this, he was nearly furious, feeling that his position was different from YanLing's. YanLing wanted the Titan giant ape's equipment, but how could he act like this? The two were fiercely competing, almost wishing to destroy each other, while a large group of students from the outside world had surrounded them, including the Douluo Academy. There were layers of people gathered tightly, and they didn't know what to think. They just wanted to suppress this thing, as if there shouldn't be both Zhuge Liang and Zhuge Jin. Since this matter already has a complete outcome, Poseidon clearly knows that there is no need to face a series of inevitable choices. If he truly holds this matter in his heart, then all present will surely be affected. It's been so long. Why isn't it resolved yet? What's going on? Why suppress this thing? Is what's written in history books false? History is just a little girl dressed up by others. Unexpectedly, they must cut this thing while taking the next turn. If they insist on doing this, then all present will surely face a series of inevitable plans. Poseidon was nearly furious, almost ready to break his own fingernails. Living in this world, he had forgotten that time truly had a series of choices. What needs to be said has been said very clearly. What needs to be done has also been very obvious. If these real origins can't affect anyone, then outsiders certainly cannot touch these truths. What kind of outcome will it be? Just wait and see. Everything has its beginnings. It's not that one must plan a series of twists for others. As long as the other party wants it, as long as they dare, then all present will surely be affected. However, this kind of thing is not something everyone can understand. It's truly a matter of one's own territory. If one cannot even let go of their basic pride, then what can be said? YanLing here is truly helpless in this situation, and of course, those who are helpless must have their own complete intentions. Otherwise, how could they involve others? Would it lead others to think that there is no need for survival in this world? In fact, Poseidon is overthinking. He hasn't even preserved his own strength, yet has gone on to cut others. Who knows what he is thinking? Why must he suppress this thing? If it were truly useful, then all present would surely face a series of inevitable consequences. It can only be said that there is a lack of understanding, and that between both sides, a complete decision has not been reached. Therefore, others will not think that this side is a result of being entangled behind the scenes. Everything that needs to be said has been said, and everything that needs to be done has been done. If even these matters are like this, and no one understands the original intentions, it may lead to the belief that this side doesn't need to be entangled to a complete degree. However, at this point, both sides have reached a particularly complete original intention, which must have its own fulfillment. Everything that should be had is there, and it is not that one must take the next turn while failing to reach inevitable choices. YanLing knows his own situation. He also feels he must understand these real truths. Otherwise, even these otherwise plans cannot affect anyone, and all present will surely center around themselves, unable to reach any complete decision. Just wait and see. Such matters will certainly lead to contrary outcomes. It's not that one must suppress. What needs to be said has already been very unclear, and what needs to be done has also been very unclear. Chapter 388, what's going on here? If even the absolute integrity is so interconnected to more people, everyone present will surely be affected by a series of repercussions. In situations where things go against one's wishes, the perfect performance one can achieve is determined by oneself, encompassing everything one should have. Thus, everyone present is definitely in a chaotic state regarding the outcome. Otherwise, even an alternative plan wouldn't be so entangled to such an extent. It's too late to say these harsh words now, because you must understand that the most painful thing in the world is not about suppressing something. Rather, you need to realize that if you don't suppress it, others will surely suppress you. If you don't bully others, others will definitely bully you. This is the principle of survival of the fittest in this world. At this moment, Harris walked over and kept nodding and bowing to Poseidon. His words were very clear, hoping that Poseidon would preserve his strength and avoid creating particularly ugly situations. Otherwise, if everyone present were truly entangled to such a degree, especially in a helpless situation, it would be unbearable for anyone to deal with everything that should be there. However, this kind of situation is clear enough. If it can't be understood, it can only be said that both sides don't understand. If one can understand some of the real situations, then everyone present will surely get what they deserve in terms of cause and effect. Otherwise, if even an alternative plan can't be entangled, then why are others surviving in this world? Saying these sarcastic remarks now is useless. It will only make others find it particularly funny that you haven't preserved your own strength while still wanting to oppress this thing. You're deceiving yourself. You're bullying yourself. I don't want to argue with you, nor do I want to discuss the origin of any twists and turns with you. If even these matters can't be entangled in anyone's decisions, then there's no need to continue doing things that make others understand the true intentions behind them. Poseidon felt like crying without tears. He thought he hadn't offended this guy. He never expected that Harris would insist on doing things this way repeatedly. If he wants to play so flamboyantly, everyone present will definitely face a series of repercussions. There are some people in this world you don't want to associate with, yet they want to keep contacting you, not even looking in the mirror to see what kind of person they are. Unexpectedly, he indeed kept pushing this matter further and further. If he insists on making the next twist, then everyone present definitely doesn't need to be dragged into a helpless situation. It's already been made so clear and obvious. What else is there to do? Is it funny? I don't think it's necessary to write this down. It has its own integrity, right? Everyone present, as well as everything that should be in this world, must have its own integrity and morality, rather than needing to suppress this thing to bring out perfect decision-making, which would make life a long, careless journey. Even the results from the origins of such plans don't need to be entangled in the series of moralities. Then we here will let people understand what the real facts are like. Do you understand? You don't understand, do you? You don't even need to let people understand why some real situations are like this, yet you still want to promote it in other stories. You will only make others feel indifferent, and I don't want to say much more to you. Poseidon was furious. He felt that the Harris in front of him had turned into the shape of a fat woman. He looked like a pig's head, and his face was extremely ugly. Yet he wanted to suppress Poseidon. He never even bothered to look in the mirror to see what kind of person he was. Therefore, facing Harris's unreasonable requests, Poseidon could only be indifferent and not take these decisions to heart. He thought that what this guy did was simply not something a human could handle. If it were truly something a person could handle, everyone present would definitely be subjected to unnecessary repercussions. Leaving this place and distancing oneself from it would surely be beneficial. It's not that one isn't excellent enough. It's south because this place isn't good enough. There has never been a banquet that doesn't end. Do you not understand this? This is the most basic thing. Are you just full and have nothing better to do? Why do you insist on being useful to me? Haven't I never been interested in you from the beginning? You must understand that my association with you is not because your strength commands my respect, but because I look up to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be interested in others. Do you think that standing in such an absolute situation means something? What kind of result are we facing? I don't want to say any more nonsense to you because this matter has already been presented so simply. Harris was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. He thought he hadn't done anything at all. Unexpectedly, what he received was Poseidon's cold mockery. Truly, there is no banquet that doesn't end. A few words were delivered very steadily. What's going on? He looks like a pig's head and is coming over to us. Talking about who? Is he obviously talking about himself? Although Harris isn't particularly good-looking and has purple skin, it doesn't mean he is someone who is not significant in this world. Living in this world must have its own moral justification rather than wasting time here. He is also a person, not a beast. Why must he face these things and be unable to cut off a series of connections? Chapter 389. What was never owned in a situation where everything should be available with twists and turns, there must be shackles within those twists and turns. When these shackles are officially severed, and then a series of freedoms that should be available are deprived, those present will definitely understand what the real situation is like. The saying, a careful ship sails for thousands of years, has always been true. You have to suppress us, right? I thought it was quite funny over there. But now I see that what you did is completely unreasonable. Are you just bored or mentally ill? I've told you countless times not to do this. Yet you keep pursuing me again and again. You're playing well. You're playing it really well. I didn't expect that there would indeed be interest in taking the next step against me. Fine, if you want to chase me. Let's proceed with the next step of severing the unfair effects of fate. Of course, whether it's me who doesn't understand or you who doesn't understand, it's just fate. The little boy saw YanLing was going to press him, planning to take his life. He felt he couldn't hide, so at that moment, the little boy began to connect his story not far away. It turns out that the reason the little boy exists in the Titan giant ape's dream is that he has a series of causes and effects in this dream. Of course, he lives in this world without having to face too many results from complex causes and effects. If it really involves more helpless people, then there's no need for anyone present to happen in this world. But it's really the case. It's impossible and not allowed, as the facts have already implicated more people who are not exempt from this. However, anyone present must derive absolute completeness from what he can. In today's world, most people fight for so-called interests. These real interests are no longer something anyone can possess. It's just that the return journey of those who haven't walked this path is unclear. They don't understand to consider others, but now, this return journey of fate. If it is still unclear, then anyone present seems not to face it. Letting others understand some real appearances is what kind of result? Of course, those who can survive in this world seem unnecessary to face a series of complete transformations. It's just that both sides don't want it. If you really intend to think, then the impact on this confidence and absolute completeness must cause the necessary damage. What the hell does that mean? Is it born from your own inferiority? I think it shouldn't be. You don't even know what kind of result to face. YanLing already understands very well what the little boy intends to do. Isn't it just the next step of severing the unfairness of fate? All right, just give him the result of this unknown return journey. If you must suppress this, then anyone present doesn't need to face any situation, since they are already in this unknown situation. There's no need to face any results of everything available. It's just what the other party wants. It's merely what the other party dares to do, but under this return journey of fate. There's no need to implicate more helpless people. It's just that neither side has been guarded on this unknown path. So, it prioritizes interests. And now the little boy's situation is also quite awkward, because he can't stand, can't sit, can't speak, can't drink water, and always feels a headache. It feels like even his head is about to be severed. It's not one of those who are exempt. In such a case, anyone present cannot avoid one important result, which is to let people not understand the situation they can accept. What kind of understanding is it? Otherwise, even this otherwise plan cannot be implicated. Then anyone present seems unnecessary to involve more helpless people. If this guy were to sever ties, then before the little boy, a very vibrant scene of leaves, trees, and a chaotic place would appear, a lush green scene full of life. In the strong, there are always stronger hands. You think your fate is very tragic. I also think my fate seems to be similar to yours, except that I haven't prospered on this unknown path. Of course, you might think I deserve it. But the most undeniable key point is that because I don't understand, I ended up in this absolute situation of completeness. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to suppress this thing. Then anyone present will definitely center around us. The situation has already attained its absolute completeness. So when you face it, I didn't create it. But is it my complete absolute situation? YanLing and the little boy felt that their meaningless words had become too uninteresting. At this moment, the two of them were here. You hit me, I hit you, starting with verbal attacks. But now it seems unnecessary to use verbal attacks. They began to hold their fists more carefully. However, after holding it carefully, the other side inevitably faces a series of situations, seemingly not knowing why. It's truly outrageous. I didn't expect that suppressing you didn't yield any effect, and the other side indeed took the next step of severing that thing. All right, since you say it must be played this way, then all of us present definitely don't need to face that series of choices that should be available. Of course. You might think we deserve it. Chapter 390 Nightmare in Memory Chapter 391. The Devil's Sky-Eating Technique at this point. There is no need for anyone present to drag more helplessness into the situation. People ultimately change. If one cannot even manage the most basic level of complicity, then living in this world is surely a waste of time. We must understand the shortcomings on our side, the series of causes and effects, and how we can walk a particularly unique path. Only then can we face a complete situation. Of course, if one were to truly reach absolute completeness, anyone present would undoubtedly be unaware of what kind of division they would face. YanLing and the little boy were engaged in a sparring match. Neither YanLing nor the boy used lethal force, and the result of their exchange was akin to a mutual defiance. Neither felt a strong sense of grievance. There are always stronger individuals among the strong, Young man, I didn't expect your temper to be so fiery. I thought you were completely useful to me. But upon closer inspection, you are not that profound. The situation has already moved onto this unknown path of return. What more do you want? You surely don't think of attacking me to achieve your own absolute completeness, do you? I see you are really just pushing your luck, not understanding that you instead want to reflect on your own side. Are you just full of yourself? I think you deserve it. YanLing truly admires this little boy. Unexpectedly, he has shown mercy time and again. What he received in return was not tolerance from the other side, but rather repeated attacks. Fine. If he really intends to play this way, then there is no need for anyone present to involve more helpless individuals in the outcome. The facts are already very unpredictable. If even the plans amidst these uncertainties drag more helpless individuals into a twist of fate, then there is no need for anyone present to let others understand that they are facing this series of situations. Of course, this matter can be described positively or negatively. It only exists under the results of good and bad. He can only convert what he possesses into a stronghold. There are always strong individuals among the strong, and each generation has its own leaders. If even these basic facts cannot be connected, how can one expect to flourish in other stories? I don't know what they are thinking. In this dream, we have already carved out a dead or alive scenario. Unexpectedly, the situation we face now is somewhat blindingly unbearable. What are you thinking? You don't think this is very funny, do you? Let me tell you, it is absolutely impossible. The most painful thing in this world is your lack of understanding. Not that one must attack this thing. You don't even need to let people understand the most basic facts or the true nature of things. Then why waste your time living in this world? In nightmares, there must be absolute elements within the nightmares, rather than an insistence on being unaware of the series of results on the other side. With a loud bang, a thunderous explosion erupted in the sky, making people think this was quite interesting. Of course, while suppressing the despair within during the battle, many understood that it was someone who could speak the truth. However, if one were to speak nonsense, then no one present could be dragged into a situation of helplessness. Life is essentially a vast net pushing forward. As long as the other side can walk on a path of complete unknown results, then no one present can know what kind of situation they will face. However, if even the most basic absolutes cannot be faced by anyone, then everyone present cannot be blamed for facing such a situation. There are certainly reasons for their fate. Initially, it was thought that suppressing you would allow for a series of proper choices, but unexpectedly, what has emerged now is not something that one or two people can handle. YanLing exerted a bit of force on his ankle and kicked toward the little boy, but he was just a moment too late. As he kicked towards the boy, it seemed that his foot showed signs of fracture, making people consider the next step in conflict. Of course, even the results grasped in hand were similar. If one is not pressed down on their own territory, then living in this world is already a waste of air. If you don't want to survive in this world, yet still want to obtain the treasures that belong to this world, you never wanted to convert this into something funny? It is indeed quite amusing. Life is essentially a chessboard, and within this chessboard, there must be its own absolute matches. Not wanting to suppress this thing is one thing, but wanting to cut into others is truly terrifying. YanLing, meanwhile, continued to strike down in the nightmare, while outside there were still Harris and Monumentin. The three of them had formed a triangular force to take the next step in transformation. Of course, if this transformation could indeed happen, it would not be something that could be easily achieved. It was just that they had not fully utilized this thing to its complete potential. Therefore, facing such a situation, it left others unaware and facing such a result. The situation has indeed gone against expectations and unfolded before everyone. However, in such a situation where things have gone awry, there must be decisive elements on their part. Even the most basic territory cannot be defended, yet they still want to flourish in other stories. It is indeed quite amusing. In the outside world, Poseidon and Harris have already engaged in a fierce battle. Moreover, it has made people feel that there are signs of a series of splits appearing on their foreheads, making everyone think that if they cannot even transform this thing, then there seems to be no need for anyone present to face any situation. Chapter 392. This won't work, that won't work, of course. Such things must have their own justifiable outcomes. If even the results of some righteous actions cannot connect to more particularly helpless plans, then none of us present need to let others understand what the true situation is like. Keeping away from these unnecessary guys and unnecessary people allows others to understand what is like on our side. Facing a range of situations that should be available, they already understand the true state of affairs as much as they can. But if fate is truly unfairly placed here, How can others accept how everything unfolds? In the black sky, a crackling thunder has already erupted. People see it and think this is kind of funny, but is it really? According to reason, it shouldn't be like this. If you truly test this guy according to the determination of a sage, then anyone present could definitely embody that determination. However, if it's the determination of a sage and cannot connect to any decisive results for anyone, then many people feel that they are destined to suffer. In fact, from ancient times to the present, there has been no need to face such choices. It's just that the road to this position hasn't been taken. This also implicates more helpless guys, and in such a belief that is supposed to be reasonable, there is no need to make others understand. What can happen on our side is a matter of perspective, and the manifestation of such things must be determined by one's own decisions. Otherwise, if even such decisive results cannot involve anyone, then what is the point of surviving in this world? Is it funny? According to reason, it should also be that the results of this humor cannot face any transformations among people. In this world, there are such people who do not understand the true appearance, which is not what it seems, and the usual transformation of justice comes from. YanLing was startled. Unexpectedly, in this Titan ape's dream, the next step of division appeared. At this point, if this thing is truly to be divided, then it seems that anyone present will not have a good ending. But is it really like that? With a loud rumble, the thunder in the sky became more pronounced, making people think this thing is indeed quite funny. But now, in front of it, a blue teapot has appeared with little tea bowls on top. Moreover, a series of very delicious things have appeared, which indeed makes people feel quite funny. YanLing does not know what this is. However, YanLing cannot deny that if he cannot even preserve his strength in this minimal area, then others might feel that there is no need for him to exist in this world, and what the result is like at the same time. But this result has already had such outcomes, and there is no need to make people not understand it all. What the future situation of things is like, of course. Saying it is deserved is indeed quite deserved. Saying it is not deserved is also truly deserved. Fate should not involve too many people, if it does. It's like a net here, preparing for the next division placed in front of people. It has already made people understand that there are many times when it is not like that, and the situation faced is indeed quite strange. Sophistry is useless because if fate cannot create a series of blows for us, then it is entirely possible, if he truly cannot slay any absolute scenarios. Then we have no need to face that kind of existence. Of course, in the understanding or misunderstanding of the results behind, it must be based on what he understands or does not understand. Otherwise, even those who are most blinded by self-interest are more of the helpless people. Then it is not surprising that both sides are quite deserving. After YanLing's words were spoken, everyone present was already shocked. It turns out that when facing this thing, they had already generated resistance from the bottom of their hearts because they understood that this resistance also had the results of belief. The connections are unclear and ambiguous. What kind of thing is that? The strong have their strong opponents, and each generation has its own people. But in the results behind this, and what must be faced to exert decisive influence, some people have from the moment they were born, just turned into the determination of a sage, the inner resistance, and the resistance within people. There must be their own perfect transformation, rather than having to cut off from others. Have you had enough of the noise? Damn it. I ask you if you've had enough of the noise. You have nothing here. This is a blow to fate, but instead, it is directed at others. Have you forgotten the most important situation? It is because we do not understand that we face the origins of this transformation, rather than having to suppress you. You can't even get a grasp on these matters. Yet you want to proceed with the next part of someone else's story in the game. Have you eaten too much? I don't think so. You don't even need to involve these basic scenes of excess here. So what are you doing if you let it be seen by anyone? Is it funny? I think you're really full and overstuffed. The little boy felt like a deflated balloon. He thought things had already come to this. Is there still a need to implicate more helpless people? According to reason, it should not be so. If it is entangled to such an extent, then anyone present cannot be blamed for understanding. The sincere faces of everything can indeed be like this. According to reason, it should not be so because an understanding or misunderstanding, when everything of these true appearances is involved, there is no need to make others understand what their situation will be next. What should happen has already happened. What should be done has already been done. If even these truly cannot reach any decisive attributes, then anyone present has no need to let others understand their side. Chapter 393. Is it useless? What kind of outcome is this? It shouldn't be this way. Let's not involve more helpless people. Don't drag more helpless individuals into this. They are simply trying to achieve their perfect situation. Among them, There must be some origin of their circumstances. It's not about having to take the next step towards others, resulting from a cyclical transformation. In a flawed world, there are indeed reflections on flawed lives. If someone doesn't even realize their mistakes, they truly deserve it. You're now starting to say these things, but I can only tell you one thing. It's too late, completely too late, because you haven't made any proper plans for me. Yet you want to suppress me. Are you just feeling overindulgent? What is happening? At what time? What reasoning? You don't want to create that kind of absolute integrity, yet you still want to maneuver around me. You're overindulgent. I sincerely thank you, you bastard. You're such an ungrateful scoundrel. I don't need to thank you for anything. After YanLing finished speaking, he directly moved to suppress nearby. In the past, he thought that if things had already happened before anyone's eyes, it was already a display of his own absolute integrity. Otherwise, if even this display of absolute integrity didn't make people understand the consequences, then it truly deserved to be so, caught up in the moral dilemma without understanding what the true outcome was. Thus, the role YanLing could play was merely that of a mediator. Seeing the little boy finally snap out of it, YanLing also understood that if he couldn't even express some of the most genuine confidence and beliefs, then there was no need for anyone present to understand what the true situation was. Was it really like that? Logically, it shouldn't be, because fate should not involve more helpless people. Who the hell wants to live in this world while facing a series of time-wasting events? YanLing seemed to have reached an absolute stage in a nightmare of desolation, rather than needing to suppress this matter. Some people come into this world and may truly suffer. However, as long as they do not cut into others' destinies, then it is reasonable for anyone present to understand some true outcomes. Why should we involve too many helpless people in absurdity? It is inevitable that in the twists and turns, there must be results from those changes. It's not about wasting each other's time. YanLing didn't want to do that. However, being stuck in this position, he could only drag too many helpless people along. Fine, since you've finished speaking, why do we need to take the next step in this matter? Is it that I don't understand how to thank you, or that you don't know how to accept it? I've already expressed my absolute integrity in this confidence and belief, so there is no need for anyone to face necessary choices. Of course, you might feel that we can't understand how drastically different situations are, yet still want to suppress this matter. I see you're overindulgent. I hope you can distance yourself from anything related to me and not try to change anything on my side. Otherwise, living in this world would be a waste of our time. Cherish the present. Why forget so much? YanLing saw that the little boy was already stubborn, and both of them were very tense. You hit me once, I'll slap you back. This is how it was being divided, but does this really help? Logically, it does not help, because without understanding the true results of these situations, there is no need to face the confusion of how those circumstances originated and transformed. It's unnecessary to display anything in front of anyone. It's just understandable to walk this path. Of course, one can only say it's deserved because, under these incomprehensible outcomes, there is no need to involve more helpless individuals. Things didn't go as planned, and it shouldn't be like that. Finally, the two of them seem to have reached a breaking point, making it comical. If they truly managed to stay balanced, everyone present would definitely be greatly encouraged. Because they cannot accept this matter, nor can they accept the discussions about the outcomes, and if even the most basic economic aspects cannot be resolved, everyone present surely knows it won't lead to a complete situation where leaders are particularly criticized for their helpless plans. Fine, let us put an end to this. This dream should conclude. If it doesn't end, then others might not be able to survive in this world. Everything that needed to be said has been said. Everything that needed to be done has been done. What else do you plan to do? It can't be that they're just being funny, right? If even the most basic territory team managed well, then there is no need to face the reality of letting others understand the facts in such circumstances, because no one has such charisma to influence others. It's just that they haven't walked this path. You don't even understand these things, but still want to suppress others. That is ridiculous. The little boy took a stance belonging to the crosstown, feeling that everything he needed to say was already quite obvious. If even these matters cannot be handled steadily, then those present also seem to have no need to help others understand the true face of a complete situation. It's just that they don't understand this matter now. Chapter 394. When spring comes, it happens they didn't understand how this thing should be expressed. So the situation remained the same, with their own decisive results. There was no need for others to understand how these real existences transformed. The bizarre irony of things going contrary to expectations must have some strange rationale behind it. It's not that one must proceed with this thing carelessly. YanLing nodded heavily. It seemed that the little boy had finally had an epiphany. Could it be that a new chapter was beginning in the entire Douluo world? It's been so damn long. I think we should come to a conclusion. Otherwise, everyone present would be equally doomed. So what should we do? You don't really think I'm being funny here, do you? I've made myself very clear, yet you still act this way towards me. I'm really just a damn fool. All right, I'll give you a chance. Let's settle this. If we don't resolve it, I will definitely take action against you. At this moment, the little boy was already somewhat exasperated. After all, they had wasted too much time here in this chaotic mess. If this situation became so dire, then he had no reason to continue in this world. He wasn't someone particularly cautious. Thus, facing this series of causes and effects, one could only know them rather than feeling the need to suppress them in someone else's story. However, at this point, it seemed that YanLing had no intention of ending things. He was already feeling a bit frustrated, as if he was about to dismantle this thing immediately. Of course, YanLing didn't want to end it, so there was no need for him to create a complete theory. Seeing the little boy's exasperated expression, YanLing couldn't help but smile briefly, and this smile was like blooming peach blossoms. He thought that the behavior of the little boy before him didn't seem like something a person could truly uphold. Who would have thought that such a young lad could have such a temper? You're really something, aren't you? Does it help to tell me? I can tell you it doesn't help at all because you don't understand. That's why you ended up like this, not taking it seriously. If you truly intended to replace this thing simply, then I can only say you deserve it. You don't even understand the most basic things yet want to thrive in the warmth and coldness of other sentiments. You must be well fed and have nothing to do. YanLing now found the little boy increasingly amusing. He realized he seemed quite familiar. In fact, it was to the extent that there was a sense of deja vu, and it felt like he had some credibility. The unchangeable original intention led people to feel that this guy was also quite funny as this fact unfolded before them. Yet, wanting to thrive in someone else's story seemed unnecessary to elaborate further. With such changes already made, there was no need for others to remain ignorant about the conjunctions in these stories. The little boy looked at YanLing, feeling somewhat frustrated. He was about to spit blood. There was no way around it. This bloodshed seemed to nearly drive him mad, as he was a straightforward human. He wasn't some beast. How could one treat this matter this way? Thus, when these meticulous matters faced the choices they ought to have, those present could not be blamed for attacking others. However, it wasn't inevitable. The little boy had his own confidence and beliefs at play here. If this matter truly couldn't showcase its perfect shining points, then everyone present would definitely not know how it should conclude. Of course, any embarrassing existence had a series of embarrassing functions, rather than saying it must create incompleteness. It could only be said to be misunderstood, not that it was entirely insignificant. The little boy was nearly driven to death by anger. Yet YanLing still showed no signs of understanding. He didn't know what was going through his head, insisting on suppressing this thing. Was he just too full? If that's the case, then everyone present certainly had no need to be entangled in any indisputable matters. Since that's how it is, there is no need to let others understand how the real situation is handled. Let's just wait and see. Don't you think that from the very beginning of our tug-of-war to now, all this chaos is really useful? I think it's completely useless because I've already made it very clear here. If you don't understand, what can I do? Things are like this. You can choose on your side, and we can do it on ours. The little boy, on the other hand, was unconcerned. He felt that coming to this world and living had its own confidence and beliefs for survival. This wasn't tea about facing others' chaos. Since YanLing insisted on being stubborn and relentless, he felt he had no need to be involved here. Everything that needed to be said had been said, and everything that needed to be done had been done. If these indirect routes couldn't convert any decisions, then everyone present would definitely not know how to conclude this situation. Since things had already happened, let us see how both sides would develop this matter to its complete boundaries. Of course, any time and any principle had their own transformations. Rather than saying one must not be able to exert their residual heat in someone else's story, it could only be that way, perhaps. YanLing noticed that the little boy was becoming impatient. So fine, since he insisted on doing this, then those present absolutely had no need to face any results. Since it was already like this, pulling more chaos into the mix would only make others think that we were quite funny. In fact, it was clear that those present had no need to be entangled in such chaos. It could only be said to be misunderstood. And then the misunderstandings of some confidence could play out their absolute completeness. Thus, similarly, it was also necessary to understand what was unclear, and what should conclude. Being put in this absolute situation could only be said to be deserved, but this itself was within the Douluo Academy. Chapter 395, Nightmare Absolute Town. If one doesn't even understand that series of bizarre plans, then surviving in this world is truly an unattainable dream. Well then, since it said that we must play this way, everyone present will definitely not escape unscathed. No more hesitation. Anyone who dares to hesitate is a damn bastard. Just wait. This will surely turn into a funny situation for you all. YanLing flexed his fists and looked at the little boy, sensing that this kid wouldn't be easy to deal with. However, since they were already on this unknown path of fate, they would see how things would unfold between them. Confronting the results of others to exert pressure, but this fact alone was already shifting the conversation here. It would only make others think about what kind of bizarre results arise from a deep love for humanity. Yes, that's right. It is this strong foundation and belief that must contain their absolute integrity. Is it necessary to promote oneself in other stories without dragging more helpless people into it? It has come to this point. There must be their roles in this play, facing a series of causes and effects. Otherwise, they would have to confront these causalities. If none of these chaotic results can implicate anything, then even YanLing would have to exert pressure on these matters. How could one who doesn't step out of their own small world be any better? The main point is that it's already late. However, since the result is like this, one can only speak cautiously. After YanLing said this, the little boy gritted his teeth, ready to tear YanLing apart. But should he really do that? Actually, he shouldn't, because he had already come to this world under considerable pain. He felt that the situation he had to face was indisputable, allowing others to understand what his outcome was. However, looking at everything happening before his eyes, all the decisions being made, he felt that he seemed unaware of how to act against others. But since YanLing insisted on exerting pressure on this matter, as a little boy, he also had to present his position perfectly. Otherwise, if even a single alternative plan couldn't implicate more helpless people, then onlookers would only think that there was no need for him to operate in such a situation as he was born into this world. There must be pain existing within this world. Otherwise, even an extinguishable plan wouldn't be able to implicate any of the realities. It would only make others appear relatively unattractive, not understanding how to navigate the return of fate and how to change within this reality. Seeing the little boy eager to try, with a look of gritted teeth, YanLing already understood the kind of situation he was facing, and what needed to be said was very clear here. What should be understood was very apparent. But who could comprehend their underlying difficulties? Perhaps he would be exploited by others. Or perhaps the results of being utilized would not yield any bizarre outcomes within the necessary management. It must stem from the origins of his own story's results, rather than being a very clear plan. There are always stronger hands among the strong, and a generation of rivers and mountains sees a generation of people. They may not have understood each other in the beginning, but it cannot be denied that no one can survive in this world of destruction. In fact, it is not an inevitability. Life itself is merely a net of chess. Beneath these results of destruction, what can happen is that people do not understand what the situation is like. This is not a true human world. It is merely a transformation within this Douluo world. And in not being able to suppress any decisions of others, of course, ordinary people should never fight against fate, for human efforts cannot surpass heaven. Can't you see? Young man, your punches are quite precise. Is this the legendary Thunderfist? You really hit the back of my head. Does it help? Let me tell you, it's useless. You don't even understand this, yet you still want to cut me off. Are you just full of yourself? Damn it. YanLing immediately performed a 360-degree spin and kicked toward the little boy. If he made a loud enough noise, anyone present would definitely feel its significance. However, it seemed YanLing had not yet embarked on the return journey of an unknown path. He seemed to have understood. The facts he spoke had credibility, and it seemed that every time and reason had its own inherent absoluteness. It wasn't necessary to promise to do what others cannot accomplish, that kind of all-encompassing choice. Of course, the circumstances of things not going as planned were already evident here, and if YanLing didn't understand, then there was no need for him to act. The absolute integrity of that strong superiority had already made YanLing aware. What kind of situation was he in that couldn't implicate any bizarre outcomes? One could only say it was deserved. The little boy was pushed back in a 360-degree motion, and beneath his feet appeared the broken stones, making people wonder how the outcome would unfold. However, the little boy seemed to have evolved, as if YanLing's fists and the weapon in his hand were exuding great strength. He himself was now uncertain about how to face any results. But such things had already begun to emit a belief. If there were no such things emitting here, then even with great strength, the people present would still be unable to escape the inevitable. Speaking of the return journey on an unknown path, there must be results from that unknown journey. The little boy touched the back of his head and discovered a damp sensation. If that was the case, then everyone present certainly had no reason to implicate. Who would have thought that the back of his head might be injured? If that's the case, then in simpler terms, no one present seemed to need to be placed in someone else's hands. Chapter 396. At this moment across the world, books share the same tracks and characters. And if one can truly stand in this position, then even if others do not understand what these real facts are, how can they accept the results? When faced with twists and turns, it must be due to his own relative completeness. In absolute terms, it seems that any time, one must place such self-serving interest first. Only with that kind of powerful interest can one survive in this world. As for the rest, they are just superficial, and the absurdity does not exist at all. The little boy dodged YanLing's first attack, and the stones beneath his feet were crunching underfoot. He felt that the powdery substance he stepped on was like black ash, making it hard for him to open his eyes or close them. So, facing such a decision, any resulting situation that could be converted need not occur before anyone else. With a soft sound, YanLing spat out a puff of ethereal energy, and indeed, the little boy was not jealous. It seemed that the ground beneath his feet was already splitting apart. The sound of smashed bones echoed, indicating that the situation had reached a complete clash. The little boy spat out a mouthful of thick blood, the red mark visible to everyone. They all thought this was quite amusing. Since it had already happened before their eyes, how could anyone understand that this fact did not occur as it seemed? At this point, there was no plan left. Leaving home was deserved, and beliefs must have their reasons. What needed to be said had been said, and what needed to be done had been done. As for the rest, it was all left to YanLing to handle. The little boy had already established his own absolute right to completeness. While they spoke, compassion and leniency were one thing. What were you wasting your time on here? Do you think you were just idly indulging? I don't see it that way. Because nothing has been accomplished over there. The completeness you should have is certainly present in the situation, and of course, within the scene. There must be a display of your abilities. My role here is merely to cut through that step, but you do not understand, nor do I intend to do so. The little boy and YanLing were fundamentally at odds, a typical case of you not yielding to me, and I not yielding to you. They felt they were not being manipulated. They simply did not understand what certain appearances were like. Thus, facing any situation, they did not understand the attacks. It was already very clear what had been said, and even clearer what had been understood among others. If one does not have any confidence, then others cannot accept these things. Seeing the little boy gritting his teeth in anger, as if he wanted to tear himself apart, YanLing felt he had to properly compete with this guy. If they did not compete, then anyone present would not have a good ending, especially since they were already on this uncertain path. Therefore, when faced with any chaotic decision, there was no need for others to understand what results they could accept. Logically speaking, it was not deserved. It was just that they did not understand the situation they were facing. Of course, if these things were truly spoken from one's own mouth, then everyone present would certainly not know what kind of predicament they would face. The facts had already involved too much here. If one were to say that others did not understand how to face these circumstances, then there would be no need for this story to continue. Well, if you plan to play this way, then we do not need to conclude like this. Come on, stop hesitating. If anyone says they cannot produce that kind of completeness, I think everyone present does not need to face any moves. Just stop hesitating. Watching YanLing take the challenge, the little boy felt he did not need to suppress others with decisions. It seemed that at any time and with any reason, there were their own complete attacks. What needed to be said and done had already been finished. The powerful confidence and belief had been expressed to their own absolute completeness. Of course, if this matter were not mentioned, then everyone present would be equally unable to avoid it. It is just that one side does not understand. Not that the other side does not understand. Think about it. A truly bright fact under the attack of completeness is such that if one cannot grasp the same precision, there would be to expand in other stories. Wouldn't that mean forgetting everything in one's heart? What needed to be said was already clearly understood, and what needed to be done was also clearly acted upon. Next, let us see how they will turn this around. Conversion is merely about not understanding this matter. Therefore, he faces an unknown outcome, and if YanLing truly intends to risk his life, the little boy simply cannot withstand it. He knows his own weight, as well as his own confidence and beliefs. He understands his own territory, but only after sitting in this position does he realize that sometimes the situation he has to face is not something he can convert. Next, let us see who can understand what the perfect initial intentions result in. Of course, not everyone can handle it. It is just that the pain of leaving home, which can only be expressed within one's capabilities, has already been transformed in YanLing. YanLing is merely walking down an unknown path, entangled in chaotic decisions, but currently, this decision has led to their own complete and absolute results. Let us see how they should face other suppression. Of course, there is no need for this. It is unnecessary to let others understand what the real situation is like, just as it is not meant to be done this way. But the little boy was relentless, and YanLing could only be forced to choose to engage. Strike. Whoever hesitates is a coward. There are always stronger hands among the strong. Each generation has its own heroes. Even such small matters are grasped. It is not about being steady, yet still wanting to shine in other stories. I see you are truly indulging. Fine, things have already clearly transformed here, and there must be a reserve for the roles and situations they have created. Chapter 397. The time of reincarnation after the little boy expressed all his thoughts. He pulled out a very sharp dagger from behind him. He lunged at YanLing, but it seemed that a whirlwind of sand and stones had already appeared beneath his feet. The dagger came down with a loud clang, and when it happened right before his eyes, it felt like a dream that didn't exist in reality. The contrary outcome was already being displayed here. If this could not be expressed, everyone present would definitely be unaware and face an unexpected bottleneck. YanLing was terrified. He initially thought the little boy could suppress this thing, but now he saw the situation was so absolute. Well, if this was the way to play, then everyone present certainly didn't need to be involved. Everything that needed to be said was already obvious, and what needed to be done was also clear. If there was at least a small piece of land where he could apply pressure to maintain his integrity, then the result in this setting no longer needed to be understood. He didn't need to face the halo of longing he was up against, nor the background story it entailed. YanLing quickly took 2 steps back, calming his mind. He didn't expect to feel so helpless in front of this little boy. Yes, those who are reckless fear the determined, and the determined fear those who are fearless. What about those who are fearless? They fear nothing. This was a layered pursuit, and now this fearless being was pressing forward step by step, making it impossible for him, even with extraordinary strength, to fight back. Damn it, he was not a ruthless criminal. He had no deep-seated hatred with this little boy. How could he suddenly be wielding a knife? The idea of "you don't kill me, I 1T kill you" was pure nonsense. YanLing didn't want to risk his life, but unexpectedly, the little boy was the one willing to play for keeps, which made the situation truly difficult to discuss. Damn it, I didn't expect you to actually resort to cold weapons, right? Fine, if you want to bring out cold weapons, then I guess everyone here should also bring out their cold weapons. I didn't expect you to dare to play like this. I truly admire your boldness. YanLing kept stepping back, realizing there was no room to retreat. He found that in this bubble of emptiness, there was no story to transition into. Now, it was just a matter of watching how both sides would reach a complete absolute. Of course, any decision must involve the circumstances of that decision. As the situation turned, there was no need to face any results, and if the true outcome was to be misunderstood, then everyone present wouldn't need to face any situation. Everything that needed to be said was already said, and everything that needed to be done was done. If there were any aspects of completeness and absoluteness in the situation, then those present would certainly be unaware of what results they would face. Leaving home is easy to say, but doing it is not so simple. A journey of 1,000 miles can be ruined in an instant. Next, let us see how to apply pressure to this thing. But YanLing hadn't yet made his move. While he was still entertaining himself, changes were silently occurring over there. It was already very obvious what was being said and done. We'll just have to see who understands how to handle their beliefs. Enough with the nonsense. In this struggle for survival, who can't face other situations while dealing with a series of causes and effects? Of course, you might think we don't respect that here, but you can't deny that neither of us has truly been placed in this position. YanLing didn't waste any words and charged at the little boy, even though the boy was holding a very sharp dagger. However, he was not a match for YanLing at all, and the two began to fight barehanded. YanLing used all he had learned in his life, unarmed against the blade, to apply pressure to the boy. They exchanged blows, step by step, pressing down on each other in this manner. They felt that this contrary situation no longer needed to be understood. The results they could grasp were happening as such. But next, let us see who can comprehend the confidence and belief they could generate, and what kind of result that would be. It was clear that under this contradictory situation, there was no need for others to understand the circumstances they faced. The little boy quickly became no match for YanLing. Although YanLing didn't have anything in his hands, his fists were indeed precious. He directly punched the little boy on the back of the head. The boy stumbled and nearly fell to the ground, almost spewing forth a fiery flame from his chest. Of course, humans can't spit fire. It was blood dripping down instead. The little boy gritted his teeth and charged forward. At this moment, he still had not stopped talking. As he walked, he began to express his views. Power, the supreme power of battle, ISNT, it what we as men desire to possess. You might think I'm joking, but let me tell you that it's impossible because we understand that there are those who can truly possess all this. And what we need to present must involve our existence. The argument between the little boy and YanLing was not a casual exchange. Thus, when facing the situation, YanLing's attitude was to protect his own confidence and belief, while the little boy aimed to suppress the outcome on his side. The two continued to chase and counter each other. When faced with situations that couldn't be resolved, they failed to understand what kind of recognition they sought in their circumstances. Chapter 398. Trembling with fear in the world of the strong, there are always stronger individuals. It is very clear what each generation of leaders should say and do. If even these basic absolutes cannot implicate anyone, then bystanders will undoubtedly feel that they are unaware of the circumstances they are facing. At this point, let us see how both sides will proceed. The next step in cutting through this matter is crucial for them to maintain their foothold. After hearing these words, YanLing couldn't help but laugh. Power, to him, indeed holds a strong allure. However, when it comes out of the mouth of this little boy, it sounds completely like twisted garbage. Just think about it. Who the hell isn't interested in power? Anyone who is not is just a pure fool. Yet now, YanLing is presenting himself with a dignified demeanor. Thus, the attitudes of the two have displayed a clear and resolute symmetry, and this simple fact has already manifested itself. There is no need to face any causal relationships. They have already planned their outcomes. After a loud crash, YanLing's dagger was now very sharp in his hand. He felt he was in a sudden moment of enlightenment, and it was unnecessary for others to remain oblivious to the true nature of the facts. If this decision is to be made, then this incident doesn't need to be displayed in front of others. At this point, let us see who can understand the situation they are facing. If even these matters cannot implicate anyone, then anyone present has no need to face the twists and turns of others' paths. What has been said is already very clear, and what has been done is also very evident. If even these facts cannot implicate anyone, then they have no reason to exist in this world. Words are words. Actions are actions. Next, let us see who can understand their beliefs and suppress this matter. If greed-driven calculations cannot be manifested here, then perhaps facing such a decision is better. Just watch. We will ultimately have to confront reality, just like the power you mentioned cannot be possessed by us. I think you have no place in the Douluo Academy. You are too foolish to create such chaos. At this point, the little boy was clearly exhausted, and his speech was already somewhat labored. He knew that if YanLing truly wanted to, he could easily deliver a fatal blow and kill him. However, YanLing did not do so. He felt that this little boy was innocent. Moreover, the most crucial absolute was that YanLing should have his own confidence and belief in this little boy. Otherwise, even the idea of a twist in fate could not involve others, and thus, others could not possess the integrity of the original intention. It is the origin of such a story. In the world of the strong, there are always stronger individuals. It has already become very clear, and the actions taken are also evident. As for anything else, there is no need for it to occur before anyone's eyes. Of course, under such a transformed situation, there must be a narrative outcome to their story. It's just that they do not understand this, which is why they face others and do not adapt to changing circumstances. However, unexpectedly, while YanLing showed mercy, the little boy continued to provoke him. He muttered, "Stop the damn nonsense. Since this has been said, everyone present knows it's either you die or I die. I think it's time to present this simple fact. What are you saying? It's all nonsense. In the world of the strong, there are always stronger individuals. Do you not understand these matters? Is it that I'm not clear, or are you not clear enough?" Finally, YanLing lost his patience and realized that what this little boy exhibited was not something a real person could do. Fine. Since there is a path to heaven that he wants to take, and a door to hell that he chooses to enter, if he must confront this matter with his beliefs, then I will simply fulfill him by giving him a swift death. Strike, don't hesitate, suppress this matter, and surely it will look good. If it must be suppressed, then I believe everyone present is also inevitable in this. It's not that I'm lacking, but because I shouldn't treat this as a matter. It can only be this way, perhaps. With a loud clash, blood spilled out. The little boy first rolled over, while YanLing stepped back several paces. He knew that the previous strike had pierced the most vulnerable part of the little boy's body. If the blood was gushing out like a fountain, then everyone present would undoubtedly be unaware of the circumstances they were facing. Victory was assured, and the little boy was almost done for. Yet he remained unwilling to accept it. Unexpectedly, using his last bit of strength, he charged at YanLing again. His face seemed to carry a hint of a smile, which startled YanLing, as that smile reminded him of his own innocence from the past. Childhood. That was a memory from his youth, and he never expected to be in such a situation now. After 10 years of war, the heart feels lonely. Some people were still alive 10 years ago, while others had died 10 years later, perhaps dying for a reason. But isn't fate such a transformation? The little boy charged forward, intending to perish alongside YanLing. However, YanLing, not knowing what to do, delivered a fatal blow to the little boy, finally achieving a complete kill. Blood splattered from the little boy's head, and at that moment, the dream of the Titan giant ape had awakened. The sky had erupted into streaks of blood red, making everyone feel a chilling sensation. YanLing had won, but this victory was not glorious. It was the destruction of a series of lives of a little boy. Chapter 399. Choking fire. In fact, the little boy is ultimately just a poor soul. While living in this world, he has lost sight of the reason for the survival of the team. Yet, through a series of twists and turns, he finds himself in the dream of this Titan giant ape. Such a lack of understanding about the reality creates a situation where the strong have their own strong counterparts, and each generation has its own people. Any ease of expression and the absolute circumstances faced here cannot be possessed by others. Of course, this sense of regret is not something that YanLing can own. Everyone's emotions must stabilize. The past is the past, and YanLing should not dwell on it any further. It seems that this victory truly does not bring me any glory. The more I look at this little boy, the more I feel pity for him. Could this be what I once was? Yes, this little boy's appearance is indeed reminiscent of my own childhood. Look at the tender scars on his face, and the humiliation from being beaten by others, as well as the chaotic situations he finds himself in. Certainly, all of this must have its absolute completeness. But isn't that just how life is? In these clear truths, we have already reached their absolute completeness. Yet if it does not involve more helpless people, then what is the principle of our existence in this world? Rather than dragging on like this, it would be better to let go of the obsessions in one's heart. YanLing smiled, a helpless smile, realizing that he had killed his childhood self. The little boy from his childhood may be a reflection of who YanLing once was, but so what? When we were bullied by those bad kids, and forced to do their homework, made to bring them money, and insulted by them, did we feel scared? No. We weren't scared because we simply didn't have the courage to strike back at them. That's just how the world is. Life is like that. If one cannot even overcome the obsessions in their heart, then what is the point of living in this world? No one is born great. It is only after enduring so much pain that we can understand that life is truly unfair. In fact, when we say it's unfair, it's somewhat fair. Those who can bear the cost will certainly pay the price they deserve, while those who are shattered may not necessarily be bad people, nor are they necessarily good people. They might just be someone who was once good and gradually became bad. Thus, we must lament the imperfections of this world. It always decorates the world with some semblance of perfection. Everything in the world is like this, and no one can truly flourish in someone else's story. It's just our unwillingness to accept what belongs to our hearts. Therefore, we wish for those who were once young and ignorant, who did not understand their situation, but ended up confused and shattered, to find their way to transformation. One must not get too entangled with fate. If one does, it can only lead to misunderstandings about existence. This time, the little boy has died, and YanLing finally understands that he has not killed the dream within the Titan giant ape. What he has killed is merely his own obsession. When things are placed before him, they are not even worth considering, so there is no need for anyone to understand the chaotic outcomes. The fundamental results of uncovering the reasons behind these situations are no longer necessary for others to comprehend what reality truly looks like. However, when this reality has already influenced anyone's decision-making, there is no need to involve any helpless individuals. The situation has reached a stalemate. Of course, YanLing understands the results he must face. However, in any decisive moments that follow, there will certainly be a complete expression of his own integrity. Otherwise, if even a single alternative decision cannot involve more people, it will only lead to misunderstandings. Letting others think that he is merely a joke, the current situation, contrary to expectations, no longer needs to be presented before anyone. What comes next? Facing everything and suppressing this situation, YanLing looks at what's in front of him. A series of dynamic light waves appear, and in an instant, dust is slowly falling from the sky, covering everything. When everyone sees this scene, they are all astonished, especially Poseidon and Hades from the outside world. They understand that all of this is just part of the dream. The situation, contrary to expectations, is now unfolding. What will happen next? How will this outcome be addressed? A decision of perfection is needed. Of course, at any time, any principle has its own decisive elements. It's not about having to create a series of choices that encompass everything, but rather about being unable to support a piece of sky. No one can truly stand in this position, nor can anyone genuinely face the circumstances of others from this position. Thus, when it comes time to walk this journey of life, there will certainly be outcomes from that journey. Otherwise, if even a sense of strength and belief cannot be expressed here, it will only make others think that it seems unnecessary to be entangled in this. Having come this far, YanLing has realized that he has already emerged from this dream, and now in front of him appears a series of results that people cannot comprehend or clarify, which is something dazzling. A monkey stands before him, shining with light all over. It turns out that this fellow is the so-called Titan giant ape, which is everything YanLing has longed for day and night. When the Titan giant ape sees YanLing, the choice it makes does not align with what is said by those who have walked the path before. Chapter 400 can be declared over. He felt that he was already standing firm beneath this completeness, so there was no need to face how others would act. Next, let's see how to suppress this thing, which is relatively better. I really don't know what you're thinking. Why you must suppress this little boy? Does his death bring you any benefits? I think it shouldn't be so. On the contrary, I find it quite amusing that your decision, based on cause and effect, makes me feel this way from the bottom of my heart. You have to understand that this little boy has always been just a poor soul, a truly unfortunate guy. Why do you have to cut him off further? Do you have a resolute determination to the end? The Titan ape has awakened from this dream, all thanks to YanLing. If he hadn't killed it, this inevitable creature would have certainly been unencouraged. It's just that I don't understand, or perhaps it's a lack of understanding. That is how we face these real facts. Once again, it's such a cause and effect. There are always stronger hands among the strong, and a generation of rivers and mountains belongs to a generation of people, which is already very obvious. Next, let's see how others understand whether to go with the flow or to go against the wind, and see if we can make the next transformation with this thing. Of course, this kind of thing is obvious when spoken and not obvious when not spoken. It just cannot be done and does not implicate anyone's situation. Anger rises from the heart. Malice grows in the belly. This matter has been grasped very thoroughly. Next, let's see how to integrate this situation, which belongs to one's own small piece of land. Of course, the origin of the bizarre is definitely a result of the bizarre. It's not that one must strike at others and make imperfect choices. The matter itself must have its own results, and there is no need to let people understand what kind of situation they are facing. Under the ideology, there must be results based on ideological impacts if one really intends to suppress it. Therefore, anyone present is also inevitably involved. Now, YanLing is in such a situation he must face. It's not something that just one or two people can handle. It's just that he doesn't understand. But that doesn't mean he doesn't comprehend. He may be a fool, but that doesn't mean he is blind. Do you think a grand person can be useful for this? I think it shouldn't be, right? You were overthinking that day, and your usefulness to me is completely useless. You're just trash, and I find it amusing. YanLing will not be submissive to this Titan ape. He thinks this guy is truly not someone who can stand up. He really doesn't know what to do. It's extremely funny, helpless, and a bizarre situation. The scene has already revealed the Titan ape from this world. Others in the scene, like Poseidon, were shocked when they saw this scene, because all the results they were handling in front of them are not something anyone can truly want to do, because they understand. Now the good opportunity to kill the Titan ape has come, and YanLing has set an example by luring the Titan ape out. Let us see how to suppress it next. Of course, any reason at any time has its own interests. It's not that one must be entangled in others and cannot make everything seem trivial. Just watch how to face this series of situations. It must have its own decisive results. What the hell are you still doing? The Titan ape has appeared. Hurry up and control this old guy tightly, pulling out all the treasures on him. Otherwise, in the end, you'll regret it and won't be able to do what you should. All right, what should be said and done is already very perfect. If this matter really drags on, it's not like that, but for the sake of life's journey. Everyone present also shouldn't take it lightly. I'll set an example first. I'll use the power of Poseidon to kill this Titan ape, and you all should follow quickly. If possible, I think everyone here should work together. As soon as Poseidon finished speaking, he gripped his fist tightly. Moreover, He had already planned to do everything necessary to suppress this thing. Of course, he understood what the truth he needed to grasp was. However, if he really could stand at this unknown return path, everyone present would also be inevitably involved. Because the situation they're facing now is no longer something that anyone can get too entangled in. But if fate leads to more irrelevant people being involved, then others don't know how to face it. Harris is already stunned. And on YanLing's side, he also understands what situation he must face. Next, let us see who can understand this aimless plan of his. It's just that he doesn't understand and doesn't realize how difficult the resulting situation is. The facts are already manifesting here, and Harris, after seeing Poseidon, thinks this is really a case of a dog meddling in a mouse's business, being full and idle. Well, since he's gone up, I can't just sit back. After all, in the camp of Western deities, only he can confront this guy. And the two of them have been entangled in certain interests. Thus, in this back-and-forth pursuit, a blue wallpaper formed in the sky from Poseidon's power. Then, in an instant, a thunderous circle formed, gradually dropping electric sparks. When such a thing is presented before people, it actually doesn't seem to matter. But now, looking at this situation, it's unnecessary for it to happen without people understanding why, and there seems to be no need for further entanglement. As the Titan ape emerges, Poseidon and Harris step in, and YanLing finally breathes a sigh of relief. Chapter 401. No longer exists the remaining Murong Yunxue, and YanLing seem to be treated as if they don't matter at all. At this point, all one can do is be placed in this position and watch. Both sides must be able to muster the confidence to attack. However, not wanting to suppress this thing is why one cannot walk the path of destiny back home. It seems that after being involved too much, everything is evaporating with a mystical effect here. Could it really be like this? In theory, it shouldn't be, because destiny must be controlled in one's own hands. One should never get entangled with too many helpless individuals. Of course, the results behind the exchange of interests must be considered. There must be a complete plan in place. And YanLing is looking at Flander. Flander's brow has furrowed, and he has nothing good to say. But this mismatched Murong Yunxue is different. After all, he is a member of a prominent family, and he believes he can thrive here, having already counted as the return journey on the path of destiny. How could such a person allow himself to become too entangled in the interests of others? In theory, it shouldn't be like this, because understanding the true outcomes of these interests no longer requires explanation. One must face the situation at hand. Just watch what comes next. There must be a transformation of the brilliance he can showcase. Otherwise, if he cannot even entangle himself in a plan driven by profit, others will think he doesn't need to face any consequences. The twists and turns of reality have already entangled too many situations. Next, just watch who can suppress faith. However, everything must have room for their own perfect execution beneath it. It's not that no one needs to be involved. This entanglement can be better in some way, of course. Amidst the chaotic outcomes, there must be transitions in their chaotic results, rather than unnecessary choices in this next step. Poseidon's divine power is indeed no joke. Having struck against that curtain, Harris has formed a blue wind wall to suppress this guy. At the same time, the Titan giant ape seems to be planning to cut off part of its neural pathways in the next moment. People see this and find it quite funny. It seems that at this point, the consequences of entangling too many irrelevant individuals have become evident. It seems unnecessary to let people understand what the true nature of things is as they are transforming here. There is no need to face the causal transformations of others. Just watch who can comprehend next. What about these unspoken situations? Looking at the two guys who have already approached YanLing, they reveal a mischievous smile. Things are developing in his direction. Yes, that's right, just like this. Don't mind the earlier talk of not engaging. After this came out, he immediately jumped in. It seems that everything already has a complete outcome here. The act of turning off the lights is no longer about suppression, but about making the choices that fate requires them to make. The situation has deviated from expectations, and they have at least established their own small territory here. The other party wants something, the other party changes. So, let us see how both sides can faithfully complete this belief. Things are on a complete return journey, and there must be a path on this complete journey. As for anything else, there's no need to be interested, nor should one keep their belief stored in their own strength. They simply don't want to seek it out. That's all there is to it. Why the hell are they still dawdling around? Hurry up. How can a descendant of the prestigious Murong family act like a coward? Do they really plan to just sit around? How dare I underestimate you, you bastard? You really think you have to attack me here? Fine. If you truly intend to make a series of choices, then I don't need to lay out the simple facts for you. Enough. Don't say any more. All this talk is utterly unhelpful for us. YanLing has already joined in at this moment. It's not that he cares for YanLing's face, but he feels that YanLing saved his life before. He was released from that sky prison, and he thinks that in facing such a situation, there is no need for anyone to understand. It's better to be ungrateful. In today's world, whoever is ungrateful is just asking to die, because the results emerging here no longer require understanding of the true nature. Otherwise, if one cannot even eliminate a plan otherwise, how can people accept this? Otherwise, if one cannot even force an alternative plan, more people will just say that in the long journey of life, being entangled in too many chaotic origins. At this point, there is no need for anyone to understand what kind of person they are facing. Otherwise, what kind of origins exist in this world? If the facts aren't clearly conveyed, yet one still wants to thrive amidst others' brilliance, it's truly quite amusing. In a new reign, there are new subjects. Since it can be expressed and done here, let us see who can transform this next. YanLing doesn't plan to cut this thing. It's just that he hasn't done so it can only be said to be unfortunate. The situation has evolved into a 4-to-1 scenario, and the Titan giant ape is indeed no pushover. It roars furiously, wanting to break free from the shackles on its body. Originally, the Titan giant ape is not new to this world. It believes that the situation it faces is no longer something that can be easily slain. In this world, its survival does not mean it represents strength. It's because no one has considered it a rival, but now, things are different. Chapter 402. Should be YanLing has realized that the results he can accept are now facing everything that should be. At this point, let's see who can truly understand the origins of the real situation and face the turning points of these decisions. Make your move, stop dawdling. Whoever hesitates is a son of a bitch. YanLing directly kicked towards the Titan giant ape with a swift kick. It landed harshly against the Titan's leg bone, leaving onlookers amused. The Titan giant ape was almost knocked off balance by this kick. You dare to ambush me from behind. Huh? I really overestimated you, you bastard. I didn't expect you to resort to these so-called underhanded tactics. Fine, you really are impressive. This is quite interesting. I can't believe you dare to do this to me. Since you want to play this way, I think everyone here doesn't really need to survive in this world. What is the point of talking nonsense? It's already like this. Dragging things out will only make others feel it's deserved. The Titan giant ape spoke, feeling that the kick it received had already caused a fracture in its bones. However, none of these injuries would allow it to make a complete choice in this position. Since it couldn't, then everything is moot. If it's moot, there must be a reason for it. There are always stronger hands among the strong, and each generation has its own heroes. Now, let us see how to face a series of situations and suppress their absolute integrity. Of course, interests have already played out perfectly here, with meticulous thoughts. Other matters are completely unnecessary to be interested in. The unwavering results have already showcased their completeness here. Absolutely, others cannot possess these. There is no need to face how other matters occurred. It's just a matter of unfortunate misunderstandings. There is no need to let people understand how to face this. Stop the damn nonsense. If I were to give up on you, then this prolonged suppression against you wouldn't be laid at all. At this point, you don't even understand how to survive in this world, yet you still want to thrive in my story? You must be out of your mind. I actually find you quite amusing. Do you not realize what kind of transition you're going through? This is absolutely ridiculous. Did you eat dog shit? I didn't expect you to stand in this position without suppressing it, yet you want to twist things around in my story. You really are out of your mind. I'll just indulge you for a moment, so you can understand that you're not all that special. YanLing has no compassion for the Titan giant ape. He feels that being merciful to this guy is cruel to himself. Why? The reason is simple. If he doesn't cut this guy down, then the turning point of fate won't allow him to experience any favorable situations, which is also inevitable. Now, let us see how to move to the next step of this thing. Of course, these results are merely walking on an unknown path. The journey of dreams is happening here. They walk within this complete definition, and there is no need to face any choices that should exist. The conflicts among the powerful have already arisen without question, so there's no need for people to understand how they've become unrecognizable. In fact, along the long road of life, it's not something that anyone can truly shoulder. It's just that not understanding doesn't mean one cannot. So the journey on this path certainly has its own fate, rather than being filled with countless talents that are unremarkable. Poseidon and Hades are indeed not to be underestimated. Wielding a very sharp knife, they struck the Titan giant ape with a swift kill, and in just a few moves, they took it down. It seems to have made him forget why he has to survive in this world. After the knife struck the Titan giant ape, it led to a subsequent cut, making it forget why it needed to exist. But this is indeed the case. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be otherwise, because in such a powerful crisis, the Titan doesn't even know what kind of situation it will face. In the face of such results, it's unnecessary to treat them as a matter of course. The facts are not such results. Therefore, there must be a reason for walking this outcome. The so-called battle must be met with a counterattack. It's just that simple. And it's very clear. Next, let us see who can suppress this situation. They also cannot understand that the situation they face is particularly unremarkable. Almost nothing can be done, but in the midst of poverty, it's certainly unnecessary to let others truly shoulder a piece of heaven. You damn well cut his right side, take the knife, and chop everything on his right side until it's thoroughly done. Then I will truly be able to shoulder a piece of heaven. As for the rest, there is no need to let people truly understand how this situation of holding something shining is. Is it really like that? I think it shouldn't be, because I've already made it very clear. You can't make these decisions. You've never truly grasped how to achieve wealth through hard work. All right, life isn't afraid of taking the wrong path, but it's afraid of going down the wrong path and not realizing it. That's when it becomes very embarrassing. Hades advised YanLing not to let himself be truly cornered in this position. If he were truly cornered, then many people could not forgive him for being helpless. Chapter 403. Interests and interactions. Everything is merely about carving out one's own small piece of land. However, what is difficult to understand is that Poseidon truly does not comprehend the challenging situation he is facing. Everything that needed to be said has been said, and everything that needed to be done has been done. As for the rest, there is no need to get involved. The reality of the situation is often more complex than it appears. However, if Poseidon does not exert his full authority, even Hera may not be able to analyze the next step for discarding this issue. There are always stronger hands among the strong, and each generation has its own leaders. Everything that needed to be done has been completed, and what is obvious has become clear. The twists and turns of the situation have already entangled too many silent parties. It is surprising that things have escalated to this point, and yet we are still hesitating here. Fine, I will also choose to make a move. Of course, I might feel that while I have yet to make my move, others have already forgotten how to survive in this world. Nonetheless, I must survive in this world to reach a complete decision. I must understand the situation. Otherwise, it would be a very simple and ridiculous matter. At first, Murong Yunshue was unaware of the situation, but in the end, he still chose to engage because he realized that if he did not, it seemed unnecessary for him to continue existing in this world. At any moment, there must be outcomes that reflect his decision-making. If it truly implicates more people who are innocent, then in this world, it would feel like there are no decisive outcomes at all. Just watch how this issue will be suppressed and observe how it will be transformed next. It must be defined by their own boundaries, rather than waiting for someone to truly take charge of the situation. Otherwise, others will not possess these circumstances. Interests and interactions can certainly entangle too many innocent individuals. Now, the results behind these interests and interactions no longer require understanding. The situation has become unrecognizable. After Murong Yunshue finished speaking, he took a very sharp axe from a nearby location and began to chop at the Titan giant ape. YanLing watched as everyone else joined in. He hesitated, feeling that he needed to calm down. If he did not calm down, then the absolute nature of longevity would undoubtedly put him in a difficult position. There are always stronger hands among the strong. Since it has come to this, there is no need to allow him to exert his complete authority over the situation. Otherwise, even a plan that is otherwise could implicate too many innocent individuals. At this moment, Murong Yunshue exerted all his strength to attack the nearby area. In just a few words, he created one gap after another in the back of the Titan giant ape. However, YanLing did not understand how to retain these matters within his own strength. That was all there was to it. The Titan giant ape was clearly struggling with its stamina. After repeated attacks, it felt as though it had lost its sense of decision-making in this world. When discussing this matter, many people felt that there was no need to delve into any situation. In this twist of fate, there was no need to face a situation that was entirely incomprehensible. The journey of dreams could occur here, and the decisions of dreams could also unfold here. But as for the rest, could they truly be placed before them? It should not be necessary to let people understand the true nature of the results in this long journey of life. The body ached painfully. After all, with knives and axes cutting into him, he had begun to lose his sense of pain. The Titan giant ape was, after all, a being of flesh and blood, not a stone creature. The scars on its body had made it feel detached from the results it had to face. It felt as if surviving in this world meant that every moment was passing by too quickly. However, Looking at the situation now, one should not take such circumstances too seriously. Given the state of affairs, if it truly implicates more helpless individuals, many people have already made some reckless decisions. Life itself is a chessboard, and the expectations on this chessboard must lead to decisive outcomes. Otherwise, if even an alternative plan cannot be implicated here, it would leave people entirely confused about the nature of the results. Just watch. Next, there will certainly be a suppression of this issue. If the decisive outcomes cannot be suppressed, it will only lead others to believe that they do not know what ignorance truly is. The Titan giant ape thought that after stepping back 2 steps, it could make a complete choice regarding this issue. However, unexpectedly, stepping back did not truly place it in a position of power. Instead, it made it unnecessary to involve itself with too many genuine oddities. At this point, it seemed that it had not truly been placed under this particularly unassailable situation. There is a moral code, and the peculiarities of that moral code do not need to be understood, nor do the real outcomes behind them. Thus, all of this could allow it to plan for a complete scenario. Damn it, I did not expect that this thing could be said and done, and it is not something that truly allows people to understand. It seems that, given the current situation, I do not need to understand the true nature of how things have occurred. I have already spoken about this matter, so absolutely, yet I did not expect it to not be placed in this position. Anyway, over there. Chapter 4.0, for the occurrence of the journey. Chapter 4.05. Dark night, the Titan giant ape was in great pain, grimacing and baring its teeth. It did not understand why it had to survive in this world. However, one undeniable answer was that it faced others while undeniably existing in this world. It must have known how it should act next, especially if some of the most sincere decisions were not entangled with anyone. Then the people present were also in some unavoidable situations. There was no need for unnecessary occurrences, but the facts themselves had already involved in different individuals. If people did not understand the decisions being made, it could only be said that there were increasingly more disputes over interests. Next, it remained to be seen how to deal with this matter, maintaining one's own integrity and confidence, for there must be a reason for any abnormal occurrence. YanLing moved toward a nearby location, feeling that he was standing in a complete position. This meant that there must be results from this complete position, as long as there was mutual belief between both parties. By preserving his own strength here, he could certainly unleash the results of his complete storage. It could only be said that he did not understand, but it could not be said that it should not be. The Titan giant ape felt pain, but it had no effect on YanLing enough of the nonsense. If facing this guy is a particularly helpless plan, then what they were doing seemed unnecessary for survival in this world. Such matters had already been ostentatiously presented. If this dispute over interests entangles so many people, then living in this world becomes meaningless. There has never been a banquet that does not disperse, merely because we are not people on the same path. Therefore, I believe that when facing this Titan giant ape, we must strike to kill rather than show mercy. If we truly plan to show mercy to its subordinates, then being merciful to the enemy equates to cruelty towards ourselves. Since we are cruel towards the enemy, we might as well treat our own side better. YanLing gritted his teeth, hating the next moment, wishing to tear apart the Titan giant ape that was almost shredding him. He felt that since he was truly on the path of fate, there must be a reason for the unknown path of destiny. It was not about having confidence and belief from a position of strength that allowed him to perform with ease. If he were not placed in this position, he would indeed deserve it. However, one undeniable and important result was that he did not understand. Yet he could not allow his own territory to be preserved within his strength. At this point, it was all about observing. Every moment and every principle must have their own complete storage results. As for others, some were humorous, while others involved interests. Strong people have strong opponents. One generation's territory belongs to one generation. In this way, it would involve more indisputable matters. Otherwise, even an alternative answer could not be entangled here. The absurdity of the situation made it hard for people to feel the humor in the right and wrong. YanLing directly kicked the Titan giant ape, and the power of this kick was immense. After seeing it, everyone felt that it was indeed like a performance, and this simple fact was already being displayed. It must be able to demonstrate the reality behind these simple facts. Otherwise, if even an alternative idea could not be forced upon too many people, then what were they doing in this world? Was it for humor? Logically, it should not be. Everything that needed to be said had been said, and everything that needed to be done had been done. Next, they would create a strong connection with no indisputable matters, while facing others' cause and effect, unable to truly lift a piece of the sky. Life's journey is long. Cherish it as you walk. This plan must preserve one's true strength. Of course, behind the strength must be the pity of the strength, rather than facing others unnecessarily. It can only be said that one does not understand, but it cannot be said that it does not exist. I have given you a very perfect reason to face these situations, but unexpectedly. You still want to deal with this, right? Well, you have done it perfectly. You are indeed at this position. But I can tell you the most important situation. You do not need to understand these most real aspects in this world, nor do you need to preserve others' strength. Do not try to shine in someone else's story. Otherwise, it becomes a particularly humorous existence. The situation is very clear, so why make it unclear for others? Is it for humor? YanLing would not show mercy to the Titan giant ape at all. He felt that if he showed mercy to the Titan giant ape, it would be a very helpless perfection for his side. Why bother with all the nonsense? Did he really think there was no one in this world? Logically, it should not be. The situation was already on the road to this position. Why bother entangling them? Did he really think there was nothing humorous in this world? Live if you want, die if you don't. Coming out to harm others is truly insane. The Titan giant ape was indeed not to be underestimated. Its muscular arms creaked loudly, and people could see that the strength was immense. A punch from it could turn a person into a meat pie in an instant. But how could YanLing allow it to strike? He directly executed a relic strangulation, forming a triangular opposition with Murong, Yunxue, and Poseidon, creating a triangular electronic iron array to proceed to destroy this entity. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling sounds crackled and flashed brightly. YanLing gritted his teeth, knowing that he had to use a finishing move against the Titan giant ape. If he hesitated any longer, he feared he would not have a good outcome. At this point, it was already simply on the path of this position. Chapter 406. Extreme sadness gives rise to joy. Chapter 407. Unwavering until death. They all looked at themselves and saw a very perfect joke. So to avoid being laughed at, YanLing could only tightly hold onto the things that needed to be held onto. Damn it, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Do you think your current behavior is something a real person can handle? If you think becoming a human bomb will suppress this thing, then you're definitely going to meet a bad end. In Poseidon's mouth, a thick blood was already about to burst out. Although he was a demigod, it didn't mean he could strangle the Titan great ape. After all, the Titan great ape was a divine, being one level higher than god level. If he tried to strangle it, then everyone present would have a bad outcome, since they were all caught in this world. It seemed that there was no result anymore. If they didn't understand, then anyone present would definitely suffer unnecessary consequences. This battle had already entered a white-hot stage. The Titan great ape was as hard as steel all over, and all this power came from the little boy in the dream just now. What he did was like a diamond shield protecting him from the Titan great ape. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to be in this position. Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself first. Look at your pathetic state over there. A dignified demigod has been dragged down to this level by me. How can I live with that in my heart? YanLing could see that Poseidon was struggling. If he really intended to suppress this thing, then everyone present would definitely not have a good ending. If a demigod died in the Douluo Academy, then the Western gods would definitely not spare anyone related to the Douluo Academy, including the old principal Flender. Even the vice principal Zhao Wujia, who was trying to intervene, would not be able to do anything about it. Currently, the entire Dalu Academy and the Western gods had a series of established systems. Therefore, people from one system would not give face to another system. This matter had already been clearly demonstrated. Let's see how YanLing will express his complete decision regarding this matter. You don't have to worry about what is going on my side. You don't need to understand too much about me. Just go ahead and suppress him. Get your all. YanLing understood what kind of place he was in, but he didn't understand that if he didn't take the position of killing the Titan great ape, he definitely wouldn't be able to survive in this world. The situation he could display was not something one or two people could understand. It was just that they didn't understand, but it couldn't be said to be ignorance. With that, YanLing swung the big machete in his hand toward the Titan great ape again. He felt that if he continued to hesitate, it would have no effect on him. The situation in the field had already produced a series of electric lights and flames, making people feel as if the splashes of water were falling down rapidly. There was no time to hesitate. If we continued to dawdle, it would have no effect on us at all. I think next, we must have some absolute events, and if we don't understand this result, then damn it. Not to mention killing this Titan great ape, we wouldn't even be able to injure it severely. YanLing already felt a bit of headache because he could clearly sense that the Titan great ape was emanating a strange odor, and it was making his vision appear dazzling. To put it plainly, it was a series of toxic gases that confused people and were unbearable. It was like methane gas, coming and going in front of YanLing, making people feel a bit euphoric after smelling it. In fact, if these odors were presented in front of YanLing, they really wouldn't be taken seriously. But now, looking at this simplified situation, it truly shouldn't be overlooked. What YanLing displayed was already very obvious. What needed to be said and done was clear. If YanLing couldn't truly handle this position, then others would certainly not accept it. As the protagonist of this scene, if he were to sacrifice heroically, then others wouldn't need to survive in this world at all. They were originally part of the story with the protagonist. But now, if the protagonist had died in the wilderness, why should others be dragged into it? Is it a joke? Stop wasting time. I want to see if you all can handle this. If not, I'll jump in quickly. I said that killing the Titan Great Ape is not easy, but I didn't expect to waste so much effort without being able to harm it. What's going on? Why face this thing without a way out? Are we just bored? YanLing realized that if he really couldn't solve these situations, then Harris beside him was about to explode with anger. Clearly, when facing YanLing's situation, Harris felt a burst of brilliance erupting from his mind. After seeing it, people thought that all the situations in front of them were not that simple. In fact, this was necessary. YanLing had not been attracted by Harris's summoning skills. It was because he didn't know how this decisive thing would evaporate. He just wasn't suited to express it. That's why he felt very awkward. Otherwise, he would have long been in a complete position to suppress this thing. But that way, he could only put himself in a particularly awkward position. Chapter 408, Slaying Line Chapter 409, Overlord. But now he really couldn't wait any longer. He felt that if he continued to hesitate, he might as well not live at all. The Titan gorilla was indeed severely injured this time. That steel knife, if it had been directly stabbed into the Titan gorilla's neck, it would have surely led to its demise. The outcome was already evident here. If the Titan gorilla were truly killed, then YanLing would definitely obtain very powerful equipment. However, YanLing did not do that, as it would have been extremely cruel for him. He was not a particularly malicious person, yet he was not genuinely merciful either. If he were to use his kindness to face such a series of necessary decisions, then he would not need to survive in this world. He could survive here because he was capable of doing so based on his own reasoning, not because he had to make those complete choices. Of course, when faced with this series of cause and effect, if he were truly walking the unknown path of fate, then everyone present would inevitably have to confront it. And one could only say it should not be, or perhaps not necessarily, amidst the conflict of strength. The confidence was already showing here. If YanLing were to strike the Titan gorilla fatally, everyone present would certainly not be able to stop him. However, YanLing did not want to do that, as it would make it seem like a joke to others, viewed as a humorous existence. This fact was already evident here, if it were not. Many people would not need to survive in this world because the ultimate decision of survival maybe should be, but it cannot be said to be so, just that. I damn well made this matter so absolute. Yet I didn't expect the Titan gorilla to still refuse to relent. If it chose to relent, then I could also make those complete decisions, as what needed to be done had already been done perfectly. But now looking at it, it had suddenly walked onto the path of unknown fate. So let us see how to face this series of necessary choices and make the necessary decisions. Of course, you might think we should not, but you cannot deny that our decisive cause and effect have their own necessary decision-making elements. Otherwise, if even a kind of otherwise humor happened here, it would only prevent others from having these particularly helpless choices. YanLing now very much hoped that the Titan gorilla could relent a bit. As long as it could relent, then he could also stand in that complete position. Because it was simple. If here, he could not even show the most basic, then others could not decide in this world. After waking from the dream, there must be a series of causes and effects at the moment of awakening. Of course, this series of humor must result from existing outcomes. It is not necessary to involve so many chaotic results. If even some unknown path of fate were to manifest here, then others could not connect to some necessary choices, nor truly support a piece of sky. Let us see who can utilize a series of active choices to face this series of causes and effects. Of course, only after calming down our brains can we understand how much strength we have saved. Otherwise, if otherwise humor cannot be produced, then one completely does not take oneself seriously. The articulate Titan gorilla, at this moment, also did not know what to think, feeling it necessary to kill this guy. Not being truly placed in this position was one thing. Wanting to cut off others was another. It did not know how to make those particularly helpless choices. Since it was already like this, there was no need to face a series of necessary decisions. What needed to be done had already been done, and what needed to be said had already been said. If there truly were decisive causes and effects facing this series of decision-making scenarios, then it indeed should not be that way. particularly involving more irrelevant matters that were already manifesting here. If even these matters themselves could not manifest here, then it would be impossible for others to accept how these complete decisions were made. The Titan gorilla had its own confidence, and YanLing had his own decisions to make. Thus, the two of them were engaged in a battle of wills here. However, Murong, Yunxue, and Poseidon chose not to unleash their full power to kill. If their equipment had burst forth, soaked with blood, there would have been no need for them to worry about the causes of survival in this world. Kid, you really made me mad today. If you don't kill me, I definitely won't spare you. Because you need to understand, when I was surviving in this world, you didn't even know which dog's den you were eating shit in. It's because I didn't want to play that I came out on my own. Don't think I don't know that killing that person in the dream would be of any use to you. I tell you, it's absolutely impossible. If you feel the need to do these things, then I advise you to aim for a one-hit kill. If you can't stab me to death with one strike, I will definitely give you a 360-degree spin. Of course, I might not be supposed to, but could be said to be an existing necessity, given all circumstances. The Titan gorilla was completely like a big gorilla. Logically speaking, this gorilla was equivalent to a monkey in existence. In this world, if it were not truly placed in this position and became articulate, then the next moment would have already turned into a furious roar, making people feel that this was indeed quite humorous. In fact, logically, it should be so. The fact itself was already on the path of return. If they could not make those necessary choices that belong to their complete decisions, then letting others see it would only be comedic in fate. Strong people have their strong counterparts. Each generation has its own people. If even these. Chapter 4:10. Powerful Windblade, if they cannot exercise their full choices, then many people inevitably see that they cannot make their rightful decisions in this world. Everything that happens in this world must have its reasons and logic. Now YanLing faces the reasoning behind everything, which should be revealed as their own complete choices. If one does not even understand these matters, then living in this world is truly a waste of precious time. Next, we will see that if one is truly not in this position, then others cannot accept it. The cause and effect one must face is how, with each generation, there are their own complete decisions. Of course, it is easy to say this, but it is not that simple. One can only say they do not understand. However, it cannot be said that they should not. Everything that should be said has already been said, and everything that should be done has already been done, clearly demonstrated here. There must be its own cause and effect. Let us see how to achieve a complete decision regarding this matter. Naturally, these things are not something everyone can quickly grasp. In short, the choices they make must be able to wait for a complete sky. Otherwise, it would be a kind of absurdity, silent and unable to connect. More of the chaotic origins of cause and effect. Damn it, I don't know what you're thinking. It's unnecessary to suppress this matter. It seems this situation is indeed quite interesting. If these matters are not presented grandly, then everyone present is merely avoiding making the necessary choices. These issues are already evident here. If you do not even understand these most sincere aspects, then I have no need to be overly concerned with you. YanLing will certainly not show mercy to the Titan giant ape. He believes that being lenient with the Titan giant ape means there is no need for survival in this world. If the logic of the story is not perfect here, then it is indeed a waste of the time one should have. In fact, this world itself is not something they forged. It is merely pieced together. You add a brick, I add a tile, to create this perfect world. However, looking at it now, this perfect world has not truly been uplifted. It wants to thrive in the stories of others. I really don't know what they are thinking. Is there really no banquet in the world that does not end? Logically, it should not be the case. The Titan giant ape must be killed. Because if this Titan giant ape is not killed, then YanLing and his side have already expended too much manpower and resources. If too much manpower and resources are wasted, then their existence in this world will slowly become irrelevant. More of the unavoidable, trivial matters. Just as YanLing's voice fell, the Titan giant ape finally became anxious. He felt he could be killed, but should not be humiliated like this. Therefore, facing such a decision, even if YanLing has great ambition, he must think carefully about the situation he must face and preserve his strength better. Of course, he knows that if strength erupts, everyone present will be inevitably involved. If it does not affect more people, it will only prevent others from thriving in their lives. Let us see how to treat this matter and suppress it. It will also inevitably involve them. Otherwise, if the greed for profit cannot be expressed here, it will leave others feeling particularly helpless and absurd. The Titan giant ape violently pulled the chain, dragging Murong, Yunxue, and Poseidon to suppress them. They were running back and forth, both exerting their complete storage decisions. But they really should not do that, because they must understand how these sincere aspects are. Only then can they comprehend how the series of existing results should be stored as backup. The iron chain binding the Titan giant ape is like tying a big monkey, making people see and feel that this matter is rather careless. Because, in the face of a series of honors, the Titan unexpectedly chose the latter, feeling that his life should not be pulled too much. He believes that this series of cause and effect should have a series of circumstances that should be acted upon. If even these matters cannot be done, then others in this world have no need to make decisions about this. The matter itself must be based on their own integrity, with things needing to be done according to their rightful choices rather than unnecessary displays. As for those who possess their own integrity, this matter has already been manifested by the Titan giant ape. So let him guard this. This inner confidence is all that matters. As for the rest, there is no need to say more. Saying more would only make it even more absurd. The iron chain clanked loudly as it involved so many people around the Titan giant ape, indeed making it feel quite interesting. If this matter did not involve so many unavoidable people, then many would not need to face the necessary decisions. It is a matter of how to change. Because everyone has been young, everyone has been youthful, but in a series of youthful achievements and this vibrant youth, it seems that they must face the necessary decisions. Of course, the matter itself must have its own results, and it is merely decided by YanLing. Anything that happens must lead to those necessary choices. If even some necessary choices cannot be made, then within the context of this story, there is no need for people to understand the results they must face. It should be such a situation. Come on, kill me. You really don't dare. You can't even make those necessary choices on the road of destiny. You want to thrive in my life? What the hell are you thinking? Chapter 411. The demon encounter. You can't really think that it's necessary for me to have him in this position, can you? Let me tell you, it's simply impossible. I don't even want to suppress this thing, yet you want to stand in this position to facilitate their own decisions. I really find you quite amusing. The Titan ape is already prepared to deliver a fatal blow to YanLing's head. He believes that if they can't hold up against this thing, everyone present will inevitably face the consequences. It has come to a particularly helpless choice, and if they keep pulling too many innocent people into this, then YanLing certainly has no need to understand the situation he is facing. Of course, these matters are better kept buried deep within YanLing's heart. If this matter is truly not being held in this position, it shouldn't be, perhaps due to a lack of understanding. However, it shouldn't exist as a truth in this world without facing any real situations. In fact, the Titan ape and YanLing are like people from two different worlds. Neither of them wants to suppress this thing. It's not that they must face a choice that has everything. One can only say they don't understand. But it can't be said to be non-existent. It can only be said to be necessary, yet it cannot be said to be without words. It's just that they are not preserving their own strength and are facing the choices that should be made. You might think we deserve this, but you cannot deny a crucial cause. This time should exist, and losing it is not the same. It's a matter of being relentless, of fighting to the end without counting the cost. The Titan ape has expressed his viewpoint, and anyone present who sees this matter has nothing to say because they feel this is truly being held in this position. So it must be able to stand in this position and flourish, representing his own uneasy ideals. The disputes over interests are already manifesting here. If so, letting others feel they are being taken advantage of can only be described as deserved. Of course, involving those who are indifferent can only be said to be unnecessary to understand these most authentic faces. One can only say they don't understand, but cannot say it doesn't exist. The existence of twists and turns already has its facts. Next, let us see how this thing will officially break through the barriers. Of course, YanLing doesn't know this, but the Titan ape in front of him understands clearly what absolute cause and effect he must face. However, he cannot accept the existence of these things because he cannot survive in this world. Just watch how to suppress this thing. There must be a complete reserve of decisions regarding this matter. The essence of this is a fickle mindset. Within these fickle mentalities, there must also be their own decision-making attributes. As long as they can protect this little piece of land of complete reserves, there is no need to be interested in anything else. Everything that needs to be said has been said, and everything that needs to be done has been done. So let us not overindulge in understanding this fact. Young man, your viewpoint is indeed very correct, but it doesn't really matter here. You need to understand that if I don't express my inner thoughts about this thing, then everyone present certainly doesn't need to understand what the most sincere situations are like. Of course, it's fine if you understand whose situation it is, But if you insist on playing a decisive role in understanding this clear situation, then I also have no need to let you understand what the most sincere face is like. The matter has already concluded, so it must have its own result. Just watch, we will definitely survive in this world. Not with ease, but one cannot deny the most important thing, that every situation and its outcome has its reasons. Fate might be a particularly comprehensive term, but it cannot be denied that behind the word fate lies an inability to connect with any chaotic origins. One can only say they don't understand, but cannot say it shouldn't be so. After YanLing expressed his thoughts, he chose to back down. He felt that what the Titan ape said made a lot of sense. Indeed, fate is swirling in life. However, after the results of fate's swirling, it seems unnecessary to let people understand this most sincere expanse. The world belongs to the public, merely indicating that the division of labor and interests is different. But it seems there is nothing wrong with letting people understand. One might say they don't understand the situation they must face, but it cannot be denied what kind of causes they can encompass. Of course, anything that happens in this world has its own role, and if one were to stretch this too much, it would only make others feel that they have no fault in understanding the bizarre origins they face. The matter has already manifested here, belonging to their own perfect storage decisions. But if people were to understand what the truth they must face is, then it seems others no longer need to survive in this world. There may be a turning point that is evaporating here, but one cannot deny the disputes over interests. Under these disputes, they express their own complete and bizarre choices. There are many suffering people in this world. You and I are not saviors. We are all suffering beings from this world. So why should we face these things? And face all these causes? Is it because we shouldn't? It's not that we shouldn't exist in this world. So facing the results of these things must have its circumstances of evaporation. YanLing looked at the Titan ape after hearing him speak some profound and chaotic things. He smiled. It was a brilliant smile. He didn't expect that the person who achieved such a complete result would no longer need to let others understand the trashy existence they face. It also encompasses something under a certain truth. Of course, in today's society, what should happen has already happened. Chapter 412. Frantic fantasies, what needs to be done has already been completed. Next, it should be about the things that have their own integrity stored, and taking the next step with them. The performer, with a roundabout yet sharp expression, must have the ideal manifestation of the cause and effect that appears in the ideal. It is not about facing this thing and not engaging in real beneficial exchanges, even if it can be considered a misunderstanding of the facts of the exchanges. You damn it, have presented this fact so perfectly. What more do you want me to do? The Titan ape finds this YanLing in front of him really amusing. He has succinctly presented this fact, so absolute yet still entangles so much garbage. Does he really think of himself as some kind of virtuous person? Logically, it shouldn't be so. There has never been a banquet that does not end in this world. Now that it has come to this, why create so many decisive things? Is it a joke? Shouldn't it also be stated how this thing should manifest as their own results? What has happened has already happened, and what needed to be done has been done. Young man, this checkpoint for you to consider is already here. Unexpectedly, you are not like that. I am very interested in this guy, so I think you must understand this matter a bit. If you really do not understand this matter, then I have no obligation to act this way towards you. The Titan ape has displayed all his brilliance here. He feels that if this matter can truly stand at this position, there is no need for him to do this. If he really had to do this, then he would have no reason to exist in this world, because he is not a malicious person. If he were to suppress this YanLing, then he would have no meaning in living in this world. Thus, the Titan ape's body shines with brilliance, making people realize that he is not a very articulate guy in everyday life, but the darkness surrounding him, along with some specks, makes people find him quite amusing. The Titan ape's body has already emitted one after another of orchids, making people see flickering lights before their eyes. It turns out that facing this thing really requires wise choices. If YanLing must proceed with the Titan ape to the next transformation, then no one present would have a good outcome. Moreover, the most important situation is that facing this series of rightful choices, there is no need to make people understand how these causal relationships are. If facing these things cannot implicate anyone, then even if YanLing cannot suppress the origin of his heart regarding this matter, you don't need to pressure me further. If you keep wasting time, it would be a very bad choice for us because I have already made this matter very clear. Unexpectedly, you are behaving like this towards me. Fine. If you can't even express some of the most sincere facts here, then you have no reason to exist in this world. The reason I do not face so much chaos is that I do not understand the circumstances of the results I am facing. But now, I have already supported this completeness in the sky, so it is impossible to generate a series of obvious outcomes at this position. Why must you force me to do this? If you face the origins of these real situations, then living in this world would definitely have no meaning. YanLing has looked at the Titan ape in front of him, displaying all his brilliance. He thinks that if such a thing can truly stand at this perfect position, then there is nothing that others can possess. Let us see how to suppress this thing. If one can understand at least a bit of this brilliance, then everyone present certainly cannot possess any of it. Therefore, the sincere appearance is such a situation. However, looking ahead, if the exchanges of interest face these disputes, then there is no need to confront so many chaotic choices. It is just that they do not understand, but they cannot claim ignorance. The atmosphere in the venue has already turned cold, making people see it and find it quite amusing. The temperature dropping around has made YanLing shiver slightly, because he feels he is facing these rightful choices but cannot confront the Titan ape as cold attack. Although the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter have manifested here, having their own little territory, what difference does it make? Because the decisions made in this event no longer need to make them understand how the most sincere appearances are. They just do not understand, but cannot say it is irrelevant. What needs to be said has already been very clear. If YanLing here does not want to express complete choices regarding this matter, then everyone present must be very cruel, because the Titan ape's body has emitted a touch of orchid-like dark light, and facing YanLing, if a suppression occurs, then everyone present must be comprehensive. It's really unexpected that a small Titan ape wants to thrive in my life story. What the hell are you thinking? You actually want to pressure me. Don't you ever look in the mirror and see what kind of person you are? Fine. If you must proceed with the next transformation regarding this matter, then I can only say you deserve it. Otherwise, I have no reason to exist in this world. YanLing moved his wrist a bit, producing a crackling sound. He feels he cannot back down when facing the Titan ape. If he is timid once, then in the following events, everyone will certainly not need to face any consequences. What needs to be said has already been done. What needs to be done has also been completed. If even these most perfect boundaries cannot break any decisions here, then certainly the things that others cannot possess cannot survive in this world. Of course, life is originally an invisible big hand. Chapter 413. A dream's difference in a place where fate is controlled. The result must be exchanged here by YanLing, but exists within some facts that shouldn't exist. They are to transform the perfect boundaries. Yet facing the chaotic situations, they can't handle their own small piece of land. If the facts do not show such a situation, then it must also be aligned with one's own morality. I once thought this guy was really funny, but now I see that everything is about cause and effect. Well, in today's society, where there are housing prices and material costs, without a car or a house, where can one find a mother-in-law? Such a fact even tries to play out in someone else's story. To put it simply, I don't know what they were thinking. Is it funny? I don't think so. It's just that it's hard for you to understand. YanLing certainly understands that the appearance of the Titan ape may also stem from material dissatisfaction, leading to a series of nightmares. But what can be done about it? In this reality, under circumstances where the origins of results do not exist, it's not just about who can truly understand how to face these sincere situations. It's just that they don't want to, but it can't be said that they shouldn't, because if it's said that they shouldn't, then everyone present is equally inevitable. Strong characters exist among strong characters, with one generation of heroes following another, already manifesting here, their perfect boundaries. Of course, life itself is an invisible big hand, manifesting here with their own complete decisions. If even these basic principles cannot be faced, then even if one is involved in this world, it's merely about getting others to understand. The most sincere forms are obvious. What should be done is also clear. It can only be said that they don't understand. But don't tell me that there shouldn't be such plans in life because of what the Titan ape has transformed. It's no longer the case that one or two people can truly hold up a piece of sky here. The principles are already laid out. If even the most perfect boundaries cannot be expressed here, can others still survive in this matter? It shouldn't be that because one does not understand, they do not implement the existence of such results. The Titan ape looked at YanLing, feeling that he was somewhat impervious to reason. He thought there was no need to waste his breath. He knew that persuading and educating YanLing was utterly useless. If it were about persuading and educating him, it would only prove his own lack of knowledge. The reason is simple. The Titan ape transcends human knowledge. In fact, he doesn't have a wealth of knowledge in his mind. It's just that only when YanLing lacks blank knowledge can many people understand what results they are facing. Next, let us see how to face this and make the next transformation. Of course, it's easy to talk about such things, but doing them is not so simple. The more complex the matter, the less they need to transform. They just don't want to, but it can't be said that any knowledge point here is unnecessary. If the transformation is tested, then there must be something decisive of his own. Certainly, if any character type elements are expressed, they must be able to stand in a relatively perfect position. It's just that a Shun TB said that they do not possess. Unexpectedly, you've already started to criticize and educate me. I originally thought you were a rather funny existence, but now I see you treating me this way. Well, if you prefer to do this, I think everyone here has nothing to say, and you have to face what kind of cause and effect. You need to understand that I can survive in this world because I have my own plans for survival, while others cannot have these. It's just that others shouldn't decide. So there is no need for you to criticize and educate me because you don't understand. YanLing looked at the Titan ape, feeling a growing disgust from the depths of his heart. He thought that the Titan ape before him was doing things that completely didn't seem like something a person could do, but the fact is already laid out. If even these most perfect decisions are expressed in such a way, then others cannot survive in this world. Any matter and any origin must have their own complete results. It's not that it's necessary to create so many meaningless choices, but this path of life involves chaotic situations that are already expressed here. If others cannot have it, it can only be said to be ignorance. After hearing YanLing's words, the dark mage fell silent. He felt he was quietly on the path back to a certain position. There must be a place for his destiny. If he cannot break apart his own small piece of land in the face of these situations, then after others accept the results of this, it is unnecessary to survive in this world. What should be said is already very clear, and what should be done is also very obvious. Just watch how to face a series of choices that have everything. The truths that should exist are so absolute. These things are clear and understandable, while some are not clear and not understood. It's just that they don't understand. But it can't be said that their heart Shun Ti have so many transformed causes. At this point, it can only be said that the preserved strength is somewhat better. Otherwise, others will only feel it's very funny. YanLing originally wanted to treasure the fists in his hands, but towards that side, it has already become incomprehensible. The attitude towards facing the results is such. If the Titan ape intends to use his strength against YanLing, then YanLing cannot accept the truths that should exist. In theory, it shouldn't be otherwise, because most things are within human control. If you want this matter to be better, then it will be better. If I want this matter to be worse, then it will be worse. So in facing good and bad, YanLing chose the latter. Why? The reason is very simple. He can only choose to preserve his own strength to deal with his side. Chapter 414. Interests and connections, damn it. It's really just being overly full and having nothing to do. I never expected that you would still plan to do this to me. Well, if you plan to treat me this way, then I have no obligation to forgive you. You've made your choices facing my life, so you can only say you deserve it. If I were to say I forgive you, then that would mean I'm forgiving you to God. In this context, you've already presented this fact quite perfectly, and instead, you want to stand in my position and promote it on my behalf. You must be overly full and not considering your own rights and interests. YanLing looked at the Titan giant ape and really felt a headache because he didn't think this Titan giant ape had any genuine accomplishments. He didn't know how it happened. There was no need to do these things, right? It's all very confusing, and yet it's such a result. But this kind of thing has already been done in broad daylight, so there must be a result that can be done openly. In the face of this series of necessary circumstances, it must be determined by its own integrity. Otherwise, it would be very funny for others to see. Just think about it. In this boundless darkness, there's a human trying to break through, yet he hasn't made the necessary decisions that belong to them in this challenge. That is one thing. But it seems he wants to suppress this thing from another's position. I really don't know what he is thinking. Does he think it's very funny on his part? In principle, it shouldn't be like this. It's just that it has involved so much that it makes things unclear and obscure. If one is already walking on this unknown path, then it must be determined by the result on this unknown path. Just watch. In the face of these situations, one must be able to establish their own integrity, an absolutely existing result. YanLing looked at all the darkness around him and realized that if he couldn't make the choices he should make in front of this guy, then he might not feel the respect for life anymore. It must be shown how everything has their own absolute plans for attack based on their integrity. Otherwise, those people can't generate this series of unnecessary connections. What is the point of living in this world then? Isn't that very funny? Everything that should be done has already been done, and everything that should be said has already been said. True power lies in one's own hands, which allows one to bring all their strength to a particularly perfect level. As for the many others who see this, it must be very funny. They shouldn't involve more people unnecessarily to understand. What is the real situation like? Strong hands exist among the strong. Each generation has its people. Everything that should have been said has been said, and everything that should have been done has been done. If even these things can't be shown, then one cannot possess such perfect conditions. What kind of performance is that? Just watch. In the face of these things, one must be able to truly stand tall. But it cannot deny all their efforts. The darkness surrounding him is like a big hand tightly enclosing YanLing, making him think that what he has is very funny. It seems that this matter can really be placed in this position. It's not something YanLing can possess because he has already reached a level of absolute integrity. If even these real situations cannot preserve one's strength here, then in this world, there will be no perfect action. Strong hands exist among the strong. Each generation has its people. YanLing is merely a casual spokesperson. If this challenge goes smoothly, then the Titan Giant Ape should give him a very strong reward. However, if he fails the challenge, the Titan Giant Ape will definitely kill him, not to mention any so-called rules and ghost stories. Even the deep waters might slowly turn pitch black. The occurrence of any event and its origins must be able to achieve a complete position. If one truly cannot hold this position, then one cannot accept how these things change, because everyone's life is different. If there's really a result that comes from this absolute perfection, then everyone present certainly cannot possess this chaos. YanLing gritted his teeth hard and looked at the Titan Giant Ape in front of him, thinking this guy is really funny. I don't know what is going on in his head, insisting on suppressing this thing unnecessarily. If one can really be placed in this perfect position, then everyone present is also inevitable. It's just that they don't want to, but that doesn't mean it shouldn't be. It's just unnecessary to involve so much chaos, which makes things unclear and incomprehensible. Having reached this point, it must be based on his own decisive plans. Otherwise, the results faced are just funny, and it makes people understand what the most real situation is. In principle, it's just being indifferent. Young man, let me tell you a very simple truth. Everyone has empathy and jealousy. If you can't even understand the most basic empathy and jealousy in this world, then you don't need to exist in this world. You must understand that human nature is inherently selfish. If human nature were not selfish, then most people in this world would have become saints. There has never been a banquet that doesn't end, because this thing doesn't exist. Therefore, there is no need to let people understand what the most real situation is. The Titan Giant Ape has already shown the darkness in human nature here. He thinks that those in front of him have no need to make those necessary choices, and he is not some ruthless villain. Chapter 4:15. Charge into battle. His survival in this world must stem from his own integrity and prestige, rather than the need to enhance his narrative within someone else's story. Of course, the outcome of any event is always a transformation of its various results. It's not necessary to make those choices that seem to encompass everything. Thus, the current attitude of the Titan Ape towards YanLing has generated a series of deep-seated anger. Human nature, damn it. You talk to me about human nature as if you're well-fed and idle. Didn't I tell you? You don't need to involve yourself in all that chaos. Unexpectedly, you insist on making the necessary choices regarding this matter. You could very well choose not to, and if you must make decisions about your own integrity, then there's no need to educate or persuade me here. If you come to persuade me, then I don't need to face the existence of everything or the choices that should be made. Life is inherently a vast, invisible web that entangles us together. Since you are here to face challenges, you must preserve your own strength and lay out the origins of all challenges in the hands of the audience. You must understand that the horror does not lie with me, but with your side, which fails to comprehend what the most authentic reality looks like. Therefore, I cannot comply. I simply do not understand, but I cannot say I'm unaware of these matters. You should at least understand them. If you don't even grasp these concepts, then I have no obligation to discuss the chaos with you. The Titan Ape has experienced thousands of years of human nature, having traversed from the ancient Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties to the present. Thus, when he faces these matters, a series of doubts arise from deep within him. He feels that if one cannot genuinely make a series of necessary decisions, then everyone present must be oblivious to what will happen. If life is simply a particularly helpless election and people do not understand the most authentic situations, then he cannot survive in this world. Human nature is inherently selfish, and this Titan Ape has already experienced it. Previously, he was just a very insignificant human, slowly cultivating to this level. Although he has not become a deity, he has merely become a product of future technology. I do not know what you have experienced, But if you are here to persuade and educate me, I can only say you deserve it. Those guys before, the skeletal spirits, their chaos is unnecessary for me to endure. But why do you treat me this way? You can't possibly think I'm very amusing, right? YanLing does not believe that this Titan ape possesses any so-called human nature. If he was truly human before, then how did he cultivate into this Titan ape? Logically, even if he were to cultivate, it should be in the realm of deities, not involving this chaotic matter. Everyone present has no need for such chaos. It's as if there has been a complete turnaround in the past 10 years. This situation allows them to make decisions easily. However, if it is truly fragmented, those present will find it even more difficult to make complete choices. One can say they do not understand, but cannot claim it does not exist. The truth is manifesting here. There must be its own causality. 2,000 years ago, I followed Qin Shi Huang in battles north and south. But back then, there was no sequence of dynasties, leading to some unavoidable situations. Later, chaotic events occurred, and the simple fact is presented here. So, if such a trivial matter must be suppressed, then I believe everyone here is also inevitably involved. You must understand, our cultivation ultimately comes down to a sentiment. If even this sentiment cannot be cultivated here, then living in this world is a farce. You must realize that life is merely a journey, directed by an invisible hand. Yet now, if you don't even know how to survive under this invisible hand, why face a series of causalities? Is it a joke? The Titan ape does not believe that YanLing can truly comprehend human nature, as it is exceedingly complex. If one were to struggle against human nature, then for thousands of years, even the greatest teachers have failed to do so. In this world, no one can judge another. If someone could, then everyone present would be equally involved in the essence of the matter. There is fundamentally no complete function. It simply should not be, but it cannot be said not to exist. Human nature is inherently self-serving. If one could survive for others, then everything would not come to be this way. Those who shout slogans and the remnants of feudal society over thousands of years have left some people utterly clueless about how to think. Thus, when faced with glaciers and decisions that cannot melt, many understand that it is themselves who should not. However, it cannot be said that others do not support. Certainly, any situation and every resultant decision must have its own integrity. In the exchanges of interests, complete choices must occur. There are always strong individuals in every generation. After enduring the eras of Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing, the Titan ape understands that each dynasty has its own lack of rigor. If there were rigor, then living in this world would not be so absurdly arbitrary. Next, we must see what kind of particularly complete choices we should make regarding our lives. If we can truly rise above this world, then everyone present does not need to make others understand what situations they are facing. This world is inherently like this. Chapter 416, a moment if surviving in this world means not being able to make the necessary choices, then everyone present is undoubtedly truly pinned under this sky. In fact, YanLing understands the reasoning behind what the Titan giant ape has said. He feels that if this involves too many connections, then everyone here certainly does not need to let others understand the circumstances they are facing. If in life there is a particularly helpless choice, and one is to understand what situation they have to confront, then living in this world has no necessary function. And it can only be said that it should not be. However, it cannot be said that this does not exist. Consider this. You are an elderly person nearing the end of life, and you have a son and a grandson. You must leave behind a legacy for your son and grandson to ensure their survival, allowing your bloodline to continue. If you cannot even survive here, then many people would feel that you can't even endure the basic suffering of life. Yet you want to thrive in this world? That would be completely absurd, wouldn't it? Many years ago, I struggled with human nature, and I failed miserably because in this world, no one is without love for money. Loving power and beauty is a decision made through independent thought by each person. Of course, there is no such thing as a profound understanding of righteousness. Well, you can see, those so-called sacrificial spirits do not exist in abundance in this world. Therefore, historical villains are not something just anyone can become. But if these facts can truly be decided upon by them, and they can bear some responsibility, then they certainly cannot possess all the complete choices available. When the Titan giant ape finished speaking, he was already on the verge of tears, and his eyes sparkled with starlight. He felt that having a very strong emotional quality inside himself made him understand what he should express in simple terms. If even these things cannot be done, then everyone present certainly cannot survive in this world. Behind interests are always some helpless people, but now, looking at the interests behind it, it cannot be said that they are the ones to make it happen. The results of the necessary choices are clear, of course. Everything that should be said has already been said, and everything that should be done has already been done. Next, let us see how YanLing plans to deal with this outcome. It's not that he doesn't understand these appearances, but he also cannot possess the true creation within this powerful background. After listening to the Titan giant ape's words, YanLing gradually fell into contemplation. If the first stairway represents power, the second represents fog, and the third represents skeletal spirits, then could the fourth stairway, represented by the Titan giant ape, be educating him about the nature of being human? If that is the case, then everyone present seems to have no need to make those necessary choices in this world. Because above heaven and earth, it seems unnecessary to face that kind of existence. We must be able to walk within this complete storage decision. But we cannot simply explain ourselves as a completely useless existence. Of course, do not face those causalities because in such a wretched background in the human world, no one can truly support this piece of sky. The system within the strong has its internal conflicts. If it really involves more indisputable people, then everyone present will certainly be unable to avoid it. I think, don't waste my time here. What is the theme we are considering? Why? With a steel knife and a very sharp dagger, do you keep stabbing down at me while on your side? You do not face a series of causalities? What the hell are you thinking? You can't really think I'm just making a joke here. Do you really think that in this world, you alone have the final say? Let me tell you, that's impossible. YanLing rushed directly towards the Titan giant ape, already demonstrating his decisions on complete storage. He felt that if they truly ignored making these necessary choices, then everyone present certainly does not need to let others understand what kind of results they are facing, how they could be prepared for it. Of course, as long as YanLing suppresses this, then even if the Titan giant ape does not understand the situation he must face, he cannot determine the occurrence of everything. There must be results for everything they do, and if they truly cannot make these necessary choices, then everyone present will certainly not be able to avoid it. People who are fickle will certainly thrive in this world, while others who live transparently are those who preserve their true selves. If there truly can be comprehensive decisions, then everyone present is also unavoidable. Young man, I think you should understand now. The theme of consideration is to suppress this. However, what you have done is not suppression. Rather, it makes me feel that your promises are laughable. Of course, you may feel that fate is unfair, but you cannot deny the most important. Baseline conclusion. We must face the unfairness of fate to allow our shortcomings. The most painful existence in the human world is because such things cannot be had, but it cannot be denied that we must understand what the results of these necessary existences are. In the strong, there are strong hands. One generation of power brings forth a generation of people. I cannot just watch those people die, including you. Although I am called the guardian of consideration. You can also call me the little boss, but I cannot watch the people under me slowly cut away their own souls. You at least understand this, right? In fact, the Titan giant ape does not seem to be a true villain from the perspective of his confidence and belief. Chapter 417. A glance back, the reason he could stand in this position guarding the fourth checkpoint was that he had no other choice. He was akin to the adjudicator in a game setting, having established the rules of the game to create his own complete decisions. Without these rules, everyone present would inevitably face the same fate. Of course, this cause and effect must exist, and it is not necessary for people to understand it. The situation one faces can be incredibly awkward. Otherwise, one can only say it is laughable. In fact, given the current situation, the Titan giant ape alone cannot defeat YanLing. He simply does not want to engage in direct combat. He merely wants to take the equipment from YanLing, and that's it. As for anything else, he is completely uninterested. So, a simple fact is already laid out here. If both parties wish to push forward with this matter, everyone present is also inevitably involved. It's just that they don't want to, but that doesn't mean they shouldn't. Therefore, this fact is already being presented. Next, let those who do not know the outcome face this series of circumstances, which may indeed be very difficult. However, it cannot be said that behind this difficulty, there is no sense of losing one's original intention. Everything must express its own interest here. After saying so much and doing so much, what is the essence of this series of bright choices supposed to manifest? Of course, behind these shining points must be results that he can clearly transform. If he says that even these untransformed results cannot hold up a piece of sky, then everyone present has no need to face what others should have. Let us see how to proceed with the next transformation of this matter, but it should be better. Otherwise, if nothing can be transformed, damn it. Even if the equipment drops, it can only be considered funny. Young man, you are indeed very formidable. A kind of shockwave is manifesting here. I just don't want to suppress you. It's just that you're not in this position. So even the most basic principle of moderation, you don't understand at all, yet you want to flourish in someone else's story. You must be full and idle. I advise you to maintain your original intention. Of course, if you don't understand even these things, everyone present is certainly bound to be involved. I don't want to state those simple facts. If you don't want to do it, then there is no need for us to say much. Of course, you may think I am a madman spouting nonsense, but that doesn't mean I am useless. Therefore, you have already walked down this deserving path, so you must bear the responsibilities of living on this path, rather than making unnecessary choices that cannot be completed. If so, it would be extremely laughable. I have stated this clearly. Why are you dragging so many things into it? Is it funny? Damn it. You must proceed with the next transformation of this matter, yet cannot make the necessary decision. Are you just idle? I warn you not to do that. Otherwise, in the end, when interests are clear, it will all be a helpless calculation. So I hope you can understand. Don't drag on so much nonsense. Although the Titan giant ape has made a next turn facing YanLing, he knows that if he truly cannot make a complete choice when facing YanLing, this result is already evidently displayed here. If such a blatant fact is being presented, then outsiders cannot possess all of this. If they truly did possess it, then this turn would certainly not know what the facing circumstances are. It's just that they don't want to, but that doesn't mean they shouldn't. Look, too many unrelated people are dragged in. It can only be said that they are caught in more indifferent situations. Life is a long road. Cherish it as you go. In fact, deep down, the Titan giant ape and that little boy are merely individuals who seem to lack any original intention. He doesn't even know what he is thinking in his head, insisting on keeping this thing within his strength, unable to make those complete choices. Was it really like this? Logically, it shouldn't be, because once you walk this path, there is no need to drag in so many people. As things stand, if there are indeed so many decisions, dragging so many irrelevant causes, everyone present is also inevitably involved, because the things that should be said and done have already made some sincere facts very clear. Otherwise, if even the most authentic appearances cannot be manifested, living in this world would simply be a waste of time. In fact, logically, it should not be done this way. Why can that little boy appear in YanLing's world? Because it is simple. The results they do not want to face are not related to more indifferent people. Therefore, there is no need to face a series of choices that should be available. If such circumstances can truly be created, many people cannot possess all of this. Moreover, it is very evident that campus violence is likely a fuse for all matters. If campus violence cannot be addressed here, then many people cannot survive in this world. Everything has its own complete decisions. Therefore, to eradicate campus violence, it must stem from the original intention of campus violence, crushing all of it within a cage, cutting it down to face the causes they must confront. Thus, a decision to become a deity has already manifested here. Next, let us see how to preserve this matter within one's strength. Perhaps it should not be done, but it cannot be said that one does not want to. One can say that they do not take it seriously. However, they cannot preserve their strength while dragging in too many indifferent people. It can only be said that they are being treated as a long journey of life, cherishing it as they go. Chapter 4:18. Understanding or not now that it has come to this, let's just watch and see how to face this series of causes and effects. Of course, the little boy, who is the leader of the school violence, has already died in his dreams. But moving forward, how should one integrate the results of facing others into their own little corner of the world? This series of decisions is determined by their own origin of the creation of the soldier's soul, and YanLing is not the instigator of this. He feels that in this life, there's no need to let others understand some aspects, even if it is impossible. So when facing such a situation, it is fundamentally unnecessary for him to exist. He believes that the leader of the school violence has already led to the boy's death, and this Titan giant ape has absorbed the boy, so it is better to have it absorbed into his own hands. He initially thought that this matter could be handled in this way, but unexpectedly, the causalities have unfolded like this. Well, if they have to play this way, I think everyone present is equally unavoidable, because you must understand that in this result, it is certain that this matter can happen, and its perfection is absolute. What needs to be said is already very obvious, and what needs to be done is also very clear. Damn it, being fed and having nothing to do, they have to suppress me. Fine, they have done that, and I don't need anyone to understand what the trivial results are about. Of course, you might think that facing anything must come from its own origin, but it cannot be said that we deserve this. Therefore, when facing these things, The Titan giant ape must be able to accept them, rather than unnecessarily face this without overthinking. YanLing has expressed all his inner thoughts. He feels that he is already standing in this position. So, there must be a situation where one stands in this position. Even if he does not preserve his own strength, it is better to maintain the boundaries of his completeness. Otherwise, it would just lead to a tragic comedy, and indeed, that would be quite deserved. Everything that needed to be said has been said, and everything that needed to be done has been done. Because if it continues to be something that is incomprehensible, everyone present is equally unavoidable. YanLing does not want to exert his own strength on this matter. However, he does not want to relate to this with any trivial results. He believes he is neither a fool nor a madman. He is able to preserve so much within that strength because he has his own choices. As for anything else, he is completely uninterested. He thinks that living in comfort and fearing death cannot allow people to survive in this world. In fact, YanLing himself is not afraid of death. He feels that he has already stood in this position. Therefore, he must be able to stand in this position and promote the boundaries of his completeness, rather than unnecessarily making a series of choices that are not to be taken seriously. He believes that behind these results, there must be a situation regarding the results, rather than having to face how he is to be in this situation. Of course, being implicated by so many trivial guys must have its origins. Let's see how to suppress this matter to ensure that one's strength is better. Otherwise, all this will only be presented as a tragic comedy, making others feel very funny. In fact, logically, it should not be this way, because under the results of this conflict, there is no need to let others understand how one's situation is. Any matter and any obligation must come from its own decisions. It cannot be said that only when there is no other choice, truly helpless people are placed in this position. Being in a position to manage its politics is very obvious. Without that strength, one should not take on such a delicate task. I heard that you have been attacking me here, and I didn't expect this fact to be presented here. You're just being overly self-satisfied. Well, if you really intend to do this, then everyone present must be able to uphold a complete meaning. If you cannot even produce these meanings, I think everyone present does not need to let others understand that they will be implicated by the unassailable. The fact has already embarked on this unknown fate, and you must be particularly helpless. If you do not understand these matters, then what are you doing in this world? Is it a joke? You don't even give me a chance, yet you want to stand in my life to flourish. Are you ecological or just full of nonsense? There is no need to do these things, nor is there any need to make these necessary choices. YanLing's attitude towards the Titan giant ape is simply a sincere expression of disgust from the inside out. He feels that this matter is already walking among these unassailable guys, so there's no need to face too many choices. The origin of any matter has its own results. Of course, when facing such a situation, there must be plans for such a situation. Otherwise, being implicated by so many unassailable guys cannot allow people to understand how to leave this place. It must come from the results of leaving this place, rather than having to face everything that others cannot understand or accept. Of course, in this world, there has never been a situation where anyone owes anyone anything. YanLing is not a ruthless criminal. He is merely walking on the path of this position. And with the trivial guys, of course, any occurrence must have its own reasoning, rather than making others understand the implications on themselves. Here it is irrelevant to do anything, since it must be about turning things around. Therefore, there is no need for me to let others understand what the results to face are. There are always strong hands among the strong, and each generation has its own people. YanLing does not want to do it, so he won't do it. But it cannot be helped. He can only say that he deserves it for being in this position. If he does not want to connect with others, he will not connect anymore. YanLing is merely an ordinary person. Chapter 419. Speaking frankly, it's not like he is some disgusting guy. So why should he drag others into so much? It's simply ridiculous. While YanLing is entangled with the Titan giant ape in a dream, outside, Poseidon and Harris can hardly wait. They want to see how this situation will break a series of rules, but in front of them, although a portal for interstellar travel has appeared, they can't get in. They know that if they do, anyone present will surely face unavoidable consequences. The situation they must confront is not something just anyone can truly resolve, especially if YanLing doesn't choose an exit. Then they really have a tough time facing what to do, as they are not truly transcendental beings. It's just their lack of understanding that leads to this increasingly trivial situation. For God's sake, stop dilly-dallying. How long has YanLing been trapped by this Titan giant ape in a dream? He was just entangled with that little boy in the dream for so long. Why are they still wasting time now? What are they thinking? I hope you can give him a proper explanation. It can't just be summarized like this. Although Harris doesn't get along with YanLing, he feels that if YanLing stays in the dream for too long, then this whole series of events doesn't need to drag him into more complications, because he understands how this fact can unfold. He's also clear about how this outcome will be achieved. If YanLing's life is harmed, then their world is bound to collapse. Damn it. It's easy for you to say these things. Do you think we don't want to save him? It's not that you have to save me. It's because we have no way out. YanLing is there, holding Harris and Poseidon outside, and they actually understand how difficult their situation is. Therefore, when facing their mindset and the situation they have to confront, they have buried a very perfect fact deep in their hearts. However now, this grand and obvious result is already manifesting here. If they really don't produce this outcome, then everyone present will definitely face the inevitable. In fact, Poseidon is not a ruthless villain. He feels that since he is in this position, he must govern accordingly. However, if YanLing has to fight against this titan giant ape in the dream, then he won't be able to present this outcome, so a very perfect fact is revealed here. If they can't even make these perfect decisions, then many people shouldn't have to face so much chaos. Just watch how to plan this outcome or walk on a complete path back. There must be a perfect attack of his own. Otherwise, dragging more people into this will only make it feel extremely ridiculous. Currently, the system of Douluo continent and the points of comparison have been clearly revealed. As long as nothing happens to YanLing, the world will not collapse, just like it was with Tang San. As long as the protagonist can exist in this world, everything will not collapse, and the world will evolve peacefully here. As for others, there is no need to survive in this world or face so much chaos. Strong people have strong counterparts, and every generation has its own people. Although this matter has a very reasonable manifestation, a series of decisions must be made. Otherwise, it would just let others see how ridiculous it is to fail to produce a series of causes and effects. Then, they wouldn't be able to survive in this world. So every world has its own reasoning. It's not necessary to make these choices that should be made. Now, in the dream, the Titan giant ape may not have the ability to strangle YanLing, but if this drags on, the air inside will become thin, making it impossible for YanLing to distinguish between dream and reality. Harris glanced at his watch and realized that time was passing second by second. If time runs out, then others will definitely face the inevitable. So in the face of this series of circumstances, they must understand how the results will unfold. Otherwise, if they can't even face some real truths here, then many people don't need to let others understand and accept that this outcome is a conforming situation. If you can clarify the framework of this world, then it won't be that important to us. You must understand that the most important situation is not that we don't need to rescue him, but because we can't rescue him. So I hope you can understand how difficult our situation is. If you can't even comprehend these things, then we have already forgotten the final results of a series of events in this world. Otherwise, we aren't that inexorably entangled in this world, and it would only let others face a series of such embarrassing outcomes. What needs to be said is very clear. The existence in this world must have its reasons, and it is not necessary to make these perfect things. Poseidon understands Harris's feelings very well. He knows that although Harris seems calm, he is actually a warm-hearted person. Although they are not blood brothers, YanLing is not a ruthless guy like Harris either. He believes that being able to survive in this world must have its reasons, and it's not just a real situation's origin. So, I hope everyone can take a step back. Of course, taking a step back might lead to a broader perspective, but if one person wants to take a step forward, it will definitely lead to a catastrophic situation. Because human emotions are like this: if you speak politely, the other party will respond politely. If you speak harshly, then the other party will definitely respond even more harshly. Let's see how to deal with this. Chapter 420 ended without incident after exhausting all efforts to make a series of decisions. Otherwise, it would all just be a comedic situation that entangles more people. It would only lead to an increasingly trivial matter. So everything that needed to be said has been said, and what needed to be done is already very evident. As for other things, there is no need to further understand the series of final results. Meanwhile, YanLing and Poseidon have been entangled in this dream for a long time. They feel that if they cannot make the necessary choices when facing this situation, then everyone present is equally inevitable, because everything they face is inextricably linked to an undeniable extent, and if they cannot adhere to some basic principles, it would only seem extremely ridiculous. Therefore, when faced with this series of cause and effect, it must be determined by a series of consequential decisions. Rather than being truly stuck in this position, I originally thought that these matters of face could lead to the necessary choices, but unexpectedly, upon looking now, is so absolute. Well, if one truly intends to face this situation, then everyone present is also unavoidable. Otherwise, in a comedic manner, it would prevent people from participating too much, and living in this world would be a waste of everyone's time. YanLing looked at the Titan gorilla, who was not truly in position but instead wanted to thrive in this outcome. That was completely comedic. In fact, it was just thinking like this. Not that it was truly done, as the results are already evident here. This lets one understand how their upcoming life will be, which only makes the reasoning more ridiculous. Perfectly demonstrated here. If even some principles cannot be accepted, then living in this world is entirely a waste of everyone's time. The Titan was shining with light all over, like the legendary King Kong. It seems that this time, if YanLing were to kill in the army, then if he retaliated with energy, everyone present would definitely suffer a series of unavoidable entanglements. In fact, this Titan gorilla has already reached the limit of energy. If he truly wasn't in a perfect position, then others would definitely be able to exert decisive pressure on this thing. The Titan let out a roar and charged towards YanLing again. Its teeth bared in a way that seemed ready to tear YanLing apart. From here, one can see that YanLing's momentum is not particularly strong. If he truly had strong momentum, the Titan gorilla would not be able to act casually. But now looking at the result, it has already reached the pinnacle of this complete unknown, which must be presented by what he can absolutely face. Otherwise, if one cannot even create a comedic situation, then many people do not need to face what a series of causes and effects is like. Of course, a series of developments in today's world is definitely not something anyone can understand. But if one does not make the necessary choices when facing these situations, then many people do not know what kind of result their world will produce. Just watch. If this thing really entangles many more people, then it will likely face a series of absolute consequences leading to the plans in their minds. All right, you finally took the initiative to attack me this time. I'll see if this sharp-tongued guy can kill me. If you want to, then it must be absolutely complete here. If you don't want to, I don't need to face how this series of things should be done. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how to act in this position. You would only make others think that something meaningless has occurred in my place. YanLing gritted his teeth and charged at the Titan gorilla. Although their fists were one large and one small, after being pressured towards YanLing, it had no perfect effect at all. The two of them exchanged punches and slaps. Waving at each other, the light waves displayed in the air, second by second, affected everyone present. Meanwhile, due to the intensity of the shock wave, it slowly shattered this dream. The scene of the void was presented here, and everyone felt it was very comedic after seeing it. It seems that things have reached such a peak. So there must be his own well-stored decisions. Just wait and see how this result will be suppressed, and everyone's spirits are once again raised. Especially Poseidon. He feels that if he does not use the power of the sea god, then this Titan gorilla will definitely suppress him. YanLing is certainly not just his opponent. He can only say that he himself has not been placed in this position, and he deserves it. What the hell are you still doing there? Hurry up. How long have you been wasting my time? I really can't take it anymore with you guys. YanLing gritted his teeth and was about to slap Harris's face, as he really didn't know what this guy was thinking. Why waste time here? Does he really think time is not precious? Has he never heard that time is always precious? If there are no such entanglements on the road of time, then many people are inevitably surviving in this world. At this point, why drag so many more things into it? Everything that has been said is already done, so everyone present is certainly unavoidable. Saying is saying, doing is doing, and dragging so many things will only make people feel extremely ridiculous. Otherwise, if one cannot even create such an alternative plan, but still wants to shine in others' lives, I really don't know what they're thinking. At this point, they're already on a complete path. So let's see how to make the next transition on this complete path. With a swoosh sound. Chapter 421. A glimpse back, the black light directly drew a semicircle in the sky, and when everyone saw it, they felt a silent darkness appearing before them. At this moment, YanLing wanted to take a step back, only to find a chasm had opened beneath his feet. The earth had cracked, and upon seeing this, everyone took 2 steps back. Given the situation, many understood that if they could not even make a bold choice like this, then others would be unable to confront it. How to promote these things was clear. Of course, running away was always the wisest choice. The legendary art of war by Sun Tzu is an absolute set of 36 strategies, and the best strategy is indeed perfectly displayed here. So, let us see how to make the necessary choices and how to create those complete storage decisions. Of course, the origins of any matter and the results that follow are unnecessary. What people must face is the situation at hand. One must not take the wrong path. If one does, even deities or immortals cannot save you. There is no time. We need to hurry and sign up. as this fellow seems determined to make these especially sincere choices. Given the circumstances, I believe there is no need to face how a series of situations will unfold. Otherwise, even a form of humor could not be created. Therefore, I must make people understand these most sincere aspects. This is such a decision that leads to many discussions. Everyone present is similarly bound by it. Otherwise, if others understand what the most sincere situations are, many will inevitably have to make the necessary decisions. Murong Yunxue had already sensed that all the energy from YanLing had reached its peak. If something truly happened to YanLing, it was also inevitable, and we would just have to wait and see. How to face the dangers of life and walk into a particularly helpless choice had already reached a critical state. A series of necessary choices had unfolded, and we must see how to face these facts and make those complete storage decisions. Of course, time may disperse this series of cause and effect, but the most important point that cannot be denied is that there are always stronger individuals among the strong. Each generation has its own leaders. What YanLing needed to do was to release his complete storage decisions and then suppress Murong Yunxue. Certainly, these things must be able to manifest under their own conditions. If even one's own conditions could reach an undeniable level, many would inevitably face these necessary choices. Murong Yunxue stood at the pinnacle of the storm, but now, at this peak, he was beneath YanLing's position. Given the situation, we would just have to see how to face a series of necessary things. If even these most sincere absolutes are so disconnected from more people, many have forgotten what their own situations are. What needs to be said is already very clear. If even these matters cannot occupy a complete position, then many people do not know what series of causes and effects they will have to face. Of course, there are always stronger individuals among the strong. Each generation has its own leaders. Just watch. It must be faced by his own integrity, confronting a series of necessary choices. As long as one's heart belongs somewhere, then a series of encounters with other situations is also a particularly helpless choice. Murong Yunxue felt the gusts of wind beneath his feet and punched towards YanLing. However, he realized that he had just struck out because of the power of that punch. If it had hit the Titan ape, it would have resulted in a bad outcome for him. But now he didn't expect to have hit YanLing instead. If that were the case, everyone present was also bound to it. It seemed that certain matters had absolute causal relationships, because if he truly managed to hit the Titan ape, at least a very small crack would have appeared on it. But now, it seemed that not even a small crack had appeared. Instead, a series of tears had emerged. Given the situation, a series of causes and effects had suddenly occurred. Therefore, there should be a series of decisions involved. There are always stronger individuals among strong. Each generation has its own leaders. If not for the instinctive realization, everyone present would not need to understand the situation in front of them. YanLing was startled. He initially thought that Murong Yunxue had betrayed him, but upon closer inspection, he found that his mind was a bit hazy. It seemed that this matter was indeed not so easy to handle. If this thing truly walked down the path of unknown fate, then it should indeed be possible. So, YanLing directly raised his hand and slapped Murong Yunxue across the face. A loud slap echoed, and everyone present felt it was quite funny. Are you full of yourself? Or do you think you're eating dog shit? I thought facing you would help me understand the real situation, but now it turns out to be like this. Fine, you hit me, right? YanLing then turned around and kicked Murong Yunxue. With a loud crash, after the Titan ape fell to the ground, tears quickly streamed from its mouth. It seemed that the blow was quite painful, and upon seeing this, everyone instinctively tried to avoid the situation. Perhaps things had suddenly taken a turn down this unknown path. They certainly did not know what situation they would face next. Just watch. If it is truly possible to connect with so many people, so that others cannot understand their own circumstances. Chapter 422. Everything Forgotten. Chapter 423. That's just how it is. It makes people understand what is called good, and now that things have come to this point, if faced with these helpless choices, none of those present would want to be in this position. Make your move. Stop hesitating. If you keep stalling, it will only be detrimental to us. The journey of dreams is happening here, but when facing others' decisions, being unable to find a complete way back is indeed deserved. Attack already. His weakest spot is the neck. Hurry up and charge in. Bring that terrifying blade to the forefront of the dagger. Let it be shattered to pieces. Don't waste any more time. Dragging this out is bad for us. Look at the time we are wasting here. It's absolutely ridiculous. I thought I was already sitting in the midst of a comedic situation, but unexpectedly, you all acted this way. Well, since you're playing so flamboyantly, I believe everyone present must know how to avoid so much. At this moment, Poseidon has taken temporary command. although he hasn't activated the power of the sea god. He feels it's almost time. If this involves so many powerful positions, those present surely have no idea what kind of situation they will face. Therefore, up to this point, if these neurotic behaviors are pushed to the forefront, it is understandable. They must realize what their so-called situation looks like. Make your move, charge forward. It must be possible to gain control over this so-called power. Of course, issues of face cannot be ignored. But it doesn't mean that the few people on his side are easy to bully. The Titan ape must be killed to give a perfect explanation to oneself. Whether the equipment drops or not is no longer a problem. This fact must be succinctly stated, which is the essence of good. Poseidon stands at the front, with YanLing beside him, forming a square formation with Harris, creating a huge net. They pour down with flashes of lightning and thunder, and when people see it, they indeed find it quite comical. Now that things have come to this point, if it involves this position, many people surely do not know what situation they are facing. The reality of the power hegemony does not need to make people understand the significance of what is in their hands, but they must control the force moving forward. It must be handled more perfectly, otherwise it will certainly fall apart, and the complete facts will not be produced. Let me tell you another principle. In this world, there are decisions that can be made, and it is not necessary to create these perfect choices because you always feel glorious. However, that is not the reality. You must understand how ugly your situation is, to what extent you can accept the painful results at the end. I also feel quite painful, but behind this pain, there must be those painful results, facing the emissions of others to reach a decisive outcome. Poseidon is already somewhat physically exhausted, even though he hasn't exerted the power of the sea god. However, he feels that things have reached the forefront, and he must face these situations, truly promoting it from this position. Otherwise, the situation he faces does not need to be taken so seriously. Look, use this to suppress fate. They also must accomplish this. If standing at the forefront of morality, then I believe you should understand your situation, and it is not necessary to crush this. Of course, you may think I am being verbose, but you cannot deny that the Titan ape is difficult to deal with. The four people formed a boundary in a square shape, creating an intercepting net that did not affect him in a series of ways. Can this truly allow us to make clear choices? I feel it should not be so. The situation has reached this point. There must be results at this position. And it is not about letting others face so many things without being able to exert their decisiveness. After listening to Poseidon's explanation of the power of the sea god, YanLing feels that this guy is just talking nonsense. Since it's all nonsense, there is no need to explain anything chaotic. The situation has reached a conclusive point, and there is no need for it to be so absolute. If even the power of the sea god is not at this complete position, then many people do not need to face the consequences. The matter is like this, so there's no need for it to be presented so overtly. Look, destruction is here. If absolute results cannot be achieved, then it is unnecessary for others to understand what situation they're facing. Of course, interests are something that can only confuse people, but does not mean they do not exist. Although the Titan ape has not been placed in this position, it faces this series of absolute realities. It should pay the price it deserves. Otherwise, this cause and effect that cannot be expressed here will want to involve more irrelevant characters. Of course, the truth in their minds can be described as some, making one feel the perfect decision is absent. The situation has reached the forefront of results. This time, the Titan ape must not be allowed to pass without YanLing's signaling. Because the power of the sea god in his hand has not been controlled clearly. Behind the power, there must be its own emissions. When these things have not been manifested, many people do not know. They will face a series of reserve results. Look, let us here crash perfectly against what we face. YanLing initially wanted to be determined and suppress this thing. However, unexpectedly, after this thing was carried out, it seems no longer something he needs to face. Of course, a series of results must stem from the origins of a series of results. It is not necessary to involve so many so-called causes. The power of the sea god has not transformed into a fist. Chapter 424, it must be unnatural, instead transforming into a strong and resilient wind, blowing towards YanLing. The perfect determination behind the swirling dark clouds has already manifested. These facts are beyond the reach of others. But this is the truth, not a result of genuine misunderstanding. Damn it. Why hasn't this Titan giant ape been killed yet? What is going on? Are we really just wasting each other's time? My time is extremely precious right now. If I can't achieve the next step in the Douluo Academy, then I have no reason to exist in this world. I feel that if we have already reached a complete state, why drag more irrelevant people into it? Is it a joke? It really makes no sense. Like a monk who can't figure things out. Harris has grown increasingly annoyed. He doesn't want to be involved with these guys. He thinks that this so-called narrow road of enemies doesn't need to make anyone understand the true nature of liberation. If we really get entangled in so many so-called results, everyone present will inevitably face the same fate. Just wait and see. If we can truly stand our ground, everyone here will reap the benefits. Everything that follows will surely happen, making it impossible to keep one's eyes open and yet unable to close them. But if even the most basic principles are not taken seriously, then there will be no need for them to make the necessary choices. Just watch. We need to see how this will be suppressed. If even these things can't stand their ground, then many will undoubtedly be dragged into the meaning among so many so-called individuals. And now, the Titan giant ape is already on a path to completeness. So on this complete return path, they will transform into their own decisions of integrity. These matters will definitely lead to a particularly helpless result. Of course, this result is not something everyone can possess, but it is undeniable that behind this result, there is certainly a sky that can uphold this complete meaning. In fact, Harris has also suffered many grievances before. He feels that surviving in this world is particularly frustrating. The only reason he wasn't killed by YanLing is that he was spared by his subordinate's mercy. However, looking ahead, if this matter really stands its ground, then many people should not understand the situation they are facing, the origins of events, and the final outcomes. There must be reasons for everything, and it is not necessary to make those required choices. However, looking at the current situation, if no decisions can really be made, then everyone present will inevitably allow these kinds of people to stand in the complete meaning. Right and wrong often build upon the heavens. Harris represents the Western camp, which is fundamentally different from the Eastern ancient nation camp, not just in opposing philosophies, but also in their so-called educational backgrounds. And it is not due to some educational methods that lead to a series of oversights. That is why there is so much chaos. It is clear and frustrating. There is no choice but to walk this unknown road of return. It leaves people confused and uncertain, but what can be done? If even the most basic principles are not grasped thoroughly, then many people should not understand the results they can transform. However, in facing this series of principles, there will definitely be absolute moments of perfection. If YanLing does not reject and kill this Titan soon, then Harris will be left wondering what situation they will face, as they have not truly stood their ground. They must bear all the consequences of this position. Young man, I think there are some things you shouldn't say so clearly. If you say it so clearly, you should kill this Titan giant ape, as it is a result belonging to the nightmare. If even these matters are not expressed clearly, then many people should not exist in this world. All right, don't leave. I want to say more. If I say more, everyone here will certainly be in the same predicament. My survival in this world no longer requires facing such results. And you have to make me feel this awkward, right? Then fine, you haven't stood in this position, yet you want to stand tall here. I see you really want to eat shit. The Titan giant ape watched YanLing hesitate, and it felt this guy had a rich man's mentality. What time is it? And he is still dilly-dallying? Doesn't he know what is going on? Is there really no banquet in this world that doesn't end? But is it really like this? Logically, it shouldn't be so, as the situation faced is not such a result. That is why people are confused and cannot understand how it is. Therefore, they should stay away from results that should not exist in this world, and from people who should not exist in this world. The results that follow must have their own absolute reserves. Over time, if these results continue, many will not know what they need to understand about the situation they are facing. But just wait and see. It is necessary to suppress this matter. If this is not suppressed, then the Titan giant ape will definitely not make a move. We thought this matter could be so easily dealt with, but unexpectedly, it still walks at the forefront of this position's results. Therefore, there must be interest involved. Just watch. We must stand at a position. Chapter 425. Give and take. Chapter 426. The sharp blade, you give me a punch, I give you a slap. Of course, the result is quite embarrassing. However, looking at it now, connected to some simple facts, if it cannot be expressed here, then many people in this world already do not know what kind of situation they will face as a result. Everything that needed to be said has been said. Everything that needed to be done has been done, and now we just have to watch. If it truly is a matter of pride, then many people do not know what kind of decisions they will face regarding their storage, and of course, the position is determined by them. It is not necessary to make a series of unknown plans that cannot be cut off from their side. Things have already reached a heated stage, and next, we will see how to face it. The Titan ape is already gritting its teeth and walking at the forefront of a position. If even the results of the most unknown decisions cannot be expressed here, then it certainly does not know. It will have to face YanLing's strangulation. But things are failing miserably here, demonstrating that if the situations are like this, it leaves many people unclear about how to face the circumstances. If this time the Titan finals cannot achieve a kill, then YanLing's merciful determination no longer needs to sit in this position. If he can bear the pain of this position, he must take on all the suffering of this position, rather than facing a series of necessary decisions. Let them here express their own cause and effect. It is not to forget everything that should be in their minds. These matters must be able to evaporate well. It is not necessary to face a series of results behind necessary choices. Truly standing up, just watch. The results that should be expressed like this must be able to be perfectly displayed, and it is not that one does not understand. What is the situation of their own appearance? Abnormal occurrences must have something unusual, and this has already been demonstrated here. If even these most perfect decisions cannot be expressed here, then many people living in this world have already wasted too much time. Right and wrong are often built on the heavens. The results of any event are demonstrated here, where their own return lies. The armor on the Titan ape shines brightly once again. On YanLing's side, he can no longer feel any desire to defeat and win. He feels that facing such absolute integrity, many people do not know what kind of results they will face. The occurrence of any event is often contrary to the results of any event. However, under these contradictory results, it is certainly not said that these kinds of people can truly benefit. It involves the determination of more people. But behind the interests, many people can understand what they have to face is a particularly helpless plan. Sometimes some people, some things, do not mean anyone can truly understand. However, after experiencing these fragmented dreams, they have to accept the conflicts among these strengths, as well as the messy series that the background has to face, which must have its own so-called cause and effect. Otherwise, it is meaningless, a very obvious statement that cannot shape everything they claim to be. I'm sorry, Titan Ape. This time I must kill you. If I don't kill you, then for my teammates and some messy matters, it is all a very unfair plan. The reasoning is very simple. If I show you mercy, then it is very cruel for me. You must understand my series of circumstances, all of which are determined by me, and it is not that you have to truly bear this position. When all interests are too entangled, sacrificing some people, sacrificing a small portion of people, can certainly allow one to sit in this position. Just watch. Next, how we should face this. You must understand that only when you truly sacrifice, only when you truly die, can we obtain the equipment from you. There is no way. Human nature is inherently selfish. If one does not act for oneself, heaven will punish them. This saying is never false. Don't you understand these things? Are you joking? YanLing followed the Titan ape down to the final checkpoint. He felt that if the guy in front of him truly could not hold this position, then many people had already forgotten what kind of circumstances they would face. Otherwise, if even these real plans cannot be entangled here, then many people living in this world do not need to face any circumstances as a result. Right and wrong are often built on the heavens. If it is a situation where self-interest is not served, then many people do not know what series of contradictions they will face. Do not dawdle here. One must rush forward to suppress this thing. The result may be very cruel, but this fact must be accepted. So there is no way, and it is very helpless. YanLing can only truly stand in this position to confront this matter, facing the real situations he can handle. This time, the Titan ape's eyes no longer shone with the previous brightness. At this moment, YanLing is already dazzling. It seems that this absolute nature of any event has already led to this result. It must be something he can accept. Strike, don't hesitate. If anyone continues to dawdle, it would be very unfair to themselves. Your ideals are very great, but now I will no longer show you mercy. I am about to deliver a very severe blow to let you know what it means to be aware of the situation, to understand that there is no feast that does not end in the world. As soon as YanLing finished speaking, he rushed over to a nearby spot without any hesitation. In an instant, he crashed his head into the Titan ape, and, after a loud noise, the sound of bones shattering made it impossible for people to feel any prestige. Chapter 427, Battle Sovereign, Mad Dragon. Everyone closed their eyes to rest for a moment, feeling that facing these things was not something they could easily accept. Many had already understood the nature of their predicament. The Titan giant ape took 2 steps back in pain, only to realize that its small limbs had already shown signs of broken bones. It seemed that this situation had occurred by chance, and under such circumstances, it must have its own perfect origin. This time, the Titan giant ape was severely injured, and its armor showed signs of cracking. Many people, upon seeing this, felt a similar brilliance shining before their eyes, including YanLing. They all felt that this situation had led to a series of unnecessary entanglements. They thought that since this had suddenly happened, it must lead them to believe that this was the result that should occur. It wasn't that they had to face a situation that others couldn't accept. It was about how to confront it. Thus, this armor had already begun to shine with its own true brilliance. Just watch. If they could face this situation, then everyone present would inevitably have to confront the choices they ought to make. There are always stronger hands among the strong, and each generation has its own leaders. If even the most sincere facts cannot be expressed, it would truly be shocking. It was unexpected that this killing did not truly fulfill its complete purpose, and instead, it had cut off a series of choices that should have been available. Well, this series of decisions was no longer necessary for others to understand how things would unfold. It seemed they had to face the twists and turns of the situation while cutting off the complete line of slaughter in their hands. Otherwise, it would all be a joke, telling tales here while entangling more irrelevant people. Was it funny? The Titan giant ape was indeed a sharp-tongued fellow. What displayed in an instant did not resemble anything a person could achieve in the sky. It seemed that, given the current state of affairs, there was no need for others to understand the situation they had to face. There are always stronger hands among the strong, and each generation has its own leaders. No need to say more. Talking too much brings no benefit. The Titan giant ape took 2 steps back in pain, only to find that YanLing was already preparing to strike it down. This incident had already implicated too many indisputable parties. If these matters were not made clear to people, many would not know how to express the situation they were about to face. Make your move. Stop hesitating. If anyone continues to hesitate, it will be a very cruel existence for themselves. Just watch. As the situation twists and turns, it has already shown its perfect decisiveness. Of course, facing such circumstances, it must be backed by its own decisive energy reserves. This series of energy reserves is not something everyone can possess. Moreover, the most important thing is that behind the energy reserves, it is no longer about who can truly stand in this position. Those who could stand in this position are almost no longer present. The Titan giant ape roared, only to find cracks appearing beneath its feet. YanLing summoned the Dual soul ring technique, which severely struck it within the series of restraints that appeared across the ground. Strike after strike, until finally, after 5 or 6 blows, YanLing's sword crackled, causing everyone to see it as genuinely comical. Heaven has a path, yet you do not walk it. Hell has no door, yet you come to seek refuge. Fine, since you have already walked into this position, I will let you fully express your decision here. YanLing, holding a sharp dagger, pressed down towards the Titan giant ape. In that instant, the sparks that erupted made everyone retreat several miles. It turned out that no one was facing these straightforward facts. If even some of the most precise decisions cannot be made here, then many people might not need to face how the situation has reached this point. Under a perfect, decisive circumstance, there must be a perfectly decisive result. What has been said is done, and if even these matters have not been upheld in this position, then it could be said that they deserve it. Today, either you kill me, or do not let me live. As long as I have a breath left, I will certainly strike down upon you fiercely. Of course, you might think I'm being very cruel, but the undeniable result is that if even these most pressing decisions are expressed here, many people would find my reserves of energy truly comical. The Titan giant ape also preserved its strength, feeling that it had suddenly reached this position. Let everything at this position be interconnected, without allowing it to blend together too much. Otherwise, if even a plan cannot be formed here, many people would not inevitably let others understand what situation they must face. 10 years may pass quickly, but 20 years may be just a fleeting moment. What has been said is done. If even these most perfect, absolute situations cannot express their own decisiveness, then many would not know how to manifest their reserved causes. Stop standing there in a daze. What are you dawdling for? Time is running out. If you keep hesitating, then there will be no good ending for us here. Don't you understand the most important thing? It's not that we don't understand, but you can't say we don't know, okay? Is it possible or not? If not, then stop talking nonsense here. Chapter 428. The dying fireworks at this moment. Moron Yunxiue could no longer wait. His fingers were making cracking sounds. He felt that if he continued to waste time, his survival in this world would become increasingly difficult. He was not a truly ruthless villain, nor was he someone who couldn't understand the situation. However, the way he performed in this world was definitely determined by his own reserves. At this point, if he couldn't even make some of the best choices, then many people would not know what the consequences would be, which would definitely be determined by a series of his decisions. It wasn't about who could truly be placed in this position. It could only be said to be deserved. After hearing these words, YanLing no longer hesitated and charged directly at the Titan giant ape to kill it. Many people stepped back, not expecting YanLing to be truly ruthless. Fine, since it had come to this, blood had already begun to flow from the Titan giant ape's body, and YanLing made his move. When the hot blood splattered onto the Titan giant ape, many people were stunned. It turned out that the Titan giant ape was not truly heartless. It had flesh and blood. Seeing that things had become so glaringly obvious, there was no need to let YanLing accept anything. An extremely helpless outcome was being displayed here. Behind the Titan giant ape's hot armor was a very solid body. Behind the flesh was a state that could not be cut through. Given that things had reached this point and had been executed so absolutely, everything that should have been present was truly placed in this position. After making his decisions, there was no need for anything else to happen. With a furious roar, the Titan giant ape let out a piercing cry, its neck spraying out blood. YanLing could no longer wait. The Titan giant ape's life was in a series of critical conditions. There was no way out. It was quite helpless. The situation had reached a boiling point, where there were always stronger opponents. The cycle of generations continued. The Titan giant ape slowly closed its eyes, and its blood flowed outward like the Yangtze River, unceasing. Many people, upon seeing this, hurriedly avoided it, fearing that the blood would stain them. At this point, things had already become such that there was no absolute certainty. He died. Why didn't the equipment drop? What was going on? Had we been deceived from the very beginning? Wasn't the Titan giant ape an evil creature in the Douluo Academy? Why was it now like a mascot, surviving with just a breath after being slain, yet not dropping any equipment? What was going on? Why was this the result? Why? Why was this happening? It was truly outrageous. It made me furious. Seeing that there was no equipment around him, YanLing was a bit anxious. He didn't expect that what was happening before his eyes was real. Well then, deceived again. This time, it was a very sincere deception. It seemed that one should never believe in rumors. Once you do, many people can become pawns. Now, the Titan giant ape lay dead at YanLing's feet. With a loud crash, its shattered armor was in pieces, making it clear to everyone that this thing was indeed quite dazzling. The dazzling blood had flowed to YanLing's feet, staining his shoes with a crimson hue, making it look as if it had been splashed with red paint. That was the vibrant blood, the blood of the Titan giant ape. There was no way out. It was quite helpless. The equipment did not drop, and everyone was stunned, especially Poseidon, who had hoped to enhance his strength. Unexpectedly, the Titan giant ape left behind only a corpse, its eyes tightly closed. Where was the loot? Why wasn't there any? I feel like we must have been deceived. Although the Titan giant ape was a rather fierce creature, it seemed to pose no life-threatening danger to us, so we had no need to face it like this. Therefore, this matter was very clearly displayed here. If this was the outcome, then we had no necessity to survive in this world. We must have been wrong. I think we were wrong. If we weren't wrong, then there was no need for us to have any simple facts in this world. All right, no need to say more. This matter has reached such a peak that it must be derived from its own pinnacle, displaying a series of residual strengths. YanLing painfully closed his eyes, recalling the Titan giant ape's words. Even if he killed it, it wouldn't maintain peace in this world. It turned out that these things truly had results behind any light and shadow, and what was displayed was not something positive. At any time, there were reasons for what the Titan giant ape could express. So just watch. If this thing truly hadn't been placed in this position, then YanLing was not the master of this entity. He could only say, in simple terms, that he hadn't expressed it. He had already comprehended. He felt that he had not stood at the top of this position. The people in the arena looked at YanLing in such a state, many of them feeling that they no longer wanted to say anything. They had already closed their mouths, not wanting to speak further. Since this matter had come to this point, saying more might be unwittingly excessive, perhaps it had no relation at all. Everyone was in a state of stillness, watching YanLing. After all, he was the initiator of this battle. Unexpectedly, it had turned into this. Well, if things had already reached the forefront of this situation, then it certainly was not something they could truly achieve. Just watch. If this thing was unable to exert itself, any decisive words were inevitable for everyone present. No one was speaking. YanLing was also silent. They all quietly watched as the Titan giant ape lay dead before them. They had won this battle, but the equipment did not drop, and the Titan giant ape had perished. Chapter 429. The cold blood and bone there lay a cold corpse. And this event had suddenly unfolded right at the forefront. There was no need for so much goodness. It was already chaotic enough as it was, and it was evident. Why drag in so many more complications? Just be quiet and stop involving more things. I was wrong. I apologize to everyone present. I have let you down, but you haven't forgiven me, and I can't do anything about it. At that time, I was also standing in the darkness, unable to distinguish between directions, unable to tell good from bad. I know you might think I'm a despicable guy, but I had no choice. I was just standing in this position, bearing all the pain that came with it. Please forgive me. YanLing looked around with a pleading tone at everyone, including Poseidon and the ever-disdainful Hades. The situation was as it was. Everything had indeed become unnecessarily difficult to change. A tragedy had occurred. The Titan giant ape was dead. The equipment did not drop, and instead, it continued to guard, with the aura within the Douluo Academy dissipating completely. When everyone looked at YanLing, the previous respect was gone. It turned out that YanLing also had a day of making mistakes, and it seemed that this matter was indeed not so easy to explain. If it continued like this, many people would not take him seriously or regard him as they did before. Since it was the beginning of an unknown fate, it must be the result of the fate that began from his position. Now that things had come to this, if there was a need to severely punish this guy, many people would definitely be unjustly implicated. What needed to be said was already very obvious, and the evident results were already on display. YanLing was wrong, and it was a very complicated mistake. He should not have existed in this world, but unexpectedly, he was still walking on the path of the unknown. There must be a reason for him, and it wasn't for others to misunderstand, nor was it a strong conflict or ideology. It had already erupted here. Many people felt that they could not continue living like this. So, it was a matter of how to explain the next step regarding this thing. However, Hades stared at the corpse of the dead Titan giant ape in front of him. They had not spoken a word for quite a while, because they hadn't thought that YanLing had truly made a mistake, and it was a complicated one at that. Who would have thought that after all the hard work in pursuing the Titan giant ape for so long, it would end up like this? Was it of any use? I feel like it should have no effect. The situation had reached a peak, and if this continued, many people should not understand it this way. Hades looked at YanLing's face, which was swollen like a loaf of bread, and he found it very amusing. He had never agreed with YanLing killing the Titan giant ape for the sake of dropping equipment. What benefits could come from killing a living being? It was simply a ridiculous joke. So now, Hades, who had always been at odds with YanLing, began to speak in a sarcastic tone. He could almost see his dinner stuck in his throat, and the vegetables stuck between his teeth were clearly visible. Poseidon's expression was also very unpleasant. He felt that he had unconditionally supported YanLing, but unexpectedly, he had not received any of the benefits he was supposed to get. It seemed that this historical cycle must have its own absolute rationale. Since the situation was already like this, there was nothing more to say. YanLing could only choose to remain silent. Yet Poseidon continued to speak endlessly. We should have realized from the beginning that the Titan giant ape was not a vicious creature. Why do we have to do this to him? If his death could bring us benefits, then we should feel fortunate. However, it seemed that his death had not caused any substantial harm to us. In fact, Poseidon did not want to say these words. He just felt that among everyone present, only Hades was on the same side as him. Therefore, he could only echo Hades' words. Otherwise, others would think he was a ridiculous protector of YanLing. The situation had become so awkward. Why must I explain some real circumstances? If it were not for instinctively maintaining this, many people should not exist in this world. YanLing also felt a headache. He gritted his teeth and smiled at Poseidon not far away, thinking these people were truly amusing. They had not shown their complete strength in this camp, yet still wanted to thrive amid certain volatile outcomes. What were they doing? Did they really think there were no series of causes and effects in this world? Logically speaking, there should not be so many implications because dragging in so many would be useless. A mistake is a mistake. If wrong, one should not exist in this world. We should not have to face so much before the spiral of fate. Since things had already come to this, there was no need for others to understand the outcome. YanLing, what are you going to do next? At this moment, YanLing no longer cared about YanLing's face. He felt that YanLing now resembled a clown, speaking and acting without any thought. Look, the Titan giant ape was killed, and no good came of it. The situation had already reached a complete stage, and it seemed utterly foolish, unable to show itself. Initially, YanLing had not chosen to get too close to YanLing. He knew this guy would not achieve anything good. But unexpectedly, now that he looked, it was bad enough that nothing good came of it. Yet he had even killed the Titan giant ape. What good could possibly come from that? Was there no explanation for his existence on the road of fate? If so many unnecessary things truly happened, many would be unjustly implicated. Now that things had come to this, since they were already on this path, it might be very difficult to bear. Chapter 430, The Temperature of Blood. Chapter 431. The impact of superpowers. He didn't know what to think. He just felt that something was very wrong on his side. He believed that if this matter didn't show such good performance, then it definitely wouldn't require them to achieve it. Therefore, since this matter was already being demonstrated here, it must have its own reasoning, and it wasn't about needing to make those complete choices unnecessarily. If the situation had reached a complete initial intention, then it must have its own origins for transformation. It wasn't about needing to become a series of others that couldn't be taken seriously. The few people serving Principal Zhao were almost scared to death. They didn't expect that if Zhao Wujie truly activated, it would cause a series of indelible impacts on the energy fluctuations around. After everyone saw it, they all hurried to avoid it, because they hadn't thought that YanLing could really strangle this titan. It seemed that this matter had already reached a particularly perfect result. The facts were laid out here, so it was just a matter of how to face this and produce the results that have been transformed from it. Principal Zhao, do you really need to do this? If you can't confidently produce what they need, then is there any need for you to live in this world as the second in command of this so-called academy? You became the second in command of this academy because of your absolute power, not because you had to face a series of choices. Do you really have to make the situation so awkward? After the incident, those around Principal Zhao felt there was nothing good to explain. They believed that if the situation had reached such a result, then there was no need for others to understand what facts they were entangled with. Having reached such a peak, it must have been the result of his own credibility being manifested here. Look, if you don't even understand these things, then everything is just making it so that others can't comprehend the most real situation. But how could Zhao Wujie listen to this now? He was almost furious to the point of explosion, flames of rage seeming to burst from his chest. Everyone around felt a headache. Enough of a nonsense. This time, even if I shatter into pieces, I will make YanLing pay a painful price. That brat has bullied me, defecating on my head and arms. Fine. I'll let him taste what true confidence is, and let him face these things without the absolutes he should possess. The phrase enemies on a narrow road is not something to be taken lightly. Zhao Wujie was gritting his teeth in hatred, his anger enveloping him entirely, making him unable to distinguish directions. Thus, when facing this matter, there was no need for others to perform in any particular way. Since it had already reached this point, there was no need to say much. The situation had already moved to the forefront, and there must be its own results at the forefront. If even these matters weren't understood, then many people seeing it simply couldn't happen. Since it had already occurred, there must be reasons for its occurrence, rather than making it so others wouldn't know how to face it. But how could the students caring for Zhao Wujie let him go? They directly grabbed Zhao Wujie's hand, preventing him from moving, because they knew that if Zhao Wujie made a mistake, their lives would also be at risk. One student hugged Zhao Wujie's waist tightly, shaking him vigorously, mumbling 3 years after 3 years, 3 years after 3 years, old sir, since you haven't reached a complete beginning, why must you face this situation without producing the absolutes they should have? I don't want to hear you spouting nonsense. If you don't even meet your own requirements, then living in this world is just wasting our time. Although the student had a sense of reasoning and caring for Zhao Wujie, he didn't express it so obviously. So now he could only advise Zhao Wujie to try to calm down and not act so impulsively to avoid making things too awkward in the end. If it continued like this, the situation would only become more difficult to explain. Zhao Wujie directly performed a 360-degree spin, throwing the apprentice aside, causing him to crash to the ground. Shut up. If you're trying to stop me, then I cannot forgive you. You need to understand that on the road of fate, I can hide my brilliance because I choose to be low-key, not because I have to criticize the government and suppress this matter. You should understand that. Zhao Wujie could never forgive himself, nor could he forgive YanLing. He felt that since the situation had already reached this point, if he made the outcome even more awkward, then in this world there would be no nonsense. Everything had already been summarized. There must be reasons for it, rather than doing so many unnecessary things that left people confused about the genuine situation. YanLing also learned about this terrifying news at the first moment. He didn't expect that when this news suddenly came to him, he would be so bewildered. At that moment, YanLing widened his eyes in disbelief. What did you say? Zhao Wujie, that bastard, plans to not let me go? What is he planning? He can't really be looking for trouble on purpose, can he? Is it necessary to do something so heinous? YanLing never thought that this Principal Zhao actually had such intricate connections with the Titan Giant. If that were the case, there was no need to talk about any nonsense. Having reached this point, it was just a matter of seeing how to proceed with the next transformation regarding this matter. Chapter 432. The strength to uplift mountains and rivers. If we talk about intentions, then the outcomes are very clear. However, if we say we don't have intentions, then the outcomes become very difficult to understand. Some things, once understood, are clear, but if not understood, they remain perplexing. Anything that happens in this world has its reasons. It is not necessary to make perfect choices. Just observe how this thing should manifest and how it should dissipate. It must have its own decisions. People should never be so foolish. If one is foolish, then living in this world is surely a waste of too much time. At this moment, YanLing felt that he couldn't quite grasp the mind of the monk. So, he slowly fumbled through his thoughts and finally said, "Flander, let me go." But I didn't expect Zhao Wujia would insist on not letting me go. Fine, I'll wait for him here and see if he can make the choices he should. This decision-making aspect must be able to play into his own situation. Of course, things are not for me to control. It is just fate here, making the next transition, and not producing the necessary absolutes. Although YanLing accepted this fact, upon hearing the outcome, Bibi Dong erupted with chaotic behavior from her mind. She felt that since things had come to this, there was no need to make others understand the chaos. It seems these facts must have their own transitions, and it is not necessary to make so many perfect absolutes. At this moment, Bibi Dong hurriedly ran out from under the nebula in the sky. While running, she muttered, "I never thought about making such a choice facing this guy. Fine, if he insists on making this matter look ugly, then I have no choice but to protect my so-called disciple. Of course, everything must have a result." Bibi Dong finally came down from the stars. It was no longer feasible to stay up there. She felt that wasting too much time on this matter was unreasonable for her. Next, she would see how to face this chaos. If it is possible, then it can be done. If not, then everything is complete. There is no need for others to make plans, but things are already manifesting here, and there must be their own results. Meanwhile, Flander, the principal of Douluo Academy, was enraged to hear that Bibi Dong was planning to help her so-called disciple. This completely ignited the anger within Flander. So, he put down all his work and rushed toward Douluo Academy. He felt that this time he must support Zhao Wujia. If he did not provide support, he could not call himself a person in this world. He really didn't expect that this old Bibi Dong was such a protective figure. In unnecessary situations, she had to suppress this matter. He didn't know what was going through her mind. Did she really plan to create those necessary absolutes in this position? I think not. Everything should have a beginning, end, and conclusion, not an endless cycle without resolution. An end is an end, and death is death. One should not get entangled in so many interests. It is not worth it for anyone. The matter concerning Zhao Wujia had caught Flander's attention, and he also planned to protect his own. The two of them were engaging in the next transition between these two factions, believing that this matter was already clearly displayed here. There must be their own cause and effect, and it is not necessary to produce other situations that should not be understood. Therefore, these matters must be able to manifest here, and it is not about making others not understand the results they are entangled in. Of course, the fluctuations in one's heart can only be said to be unclear, but that does not mean there are no results. Everything is already manifested here, and there must be their own cause and effect. As the battle ignited, YanLing found it very amusing to hear that Zhao Wujia had lost his temper. After shaking his head for a while, he slowly said, "I really didn't expect Zhao Wujia to have such a bad temper. It seems this time, the 8 Directions Conference will not end well. Otherwise, without making such a grand decision, wanting to flourish in someone else's story is simply impossible. I don't want to say much more, since things have come to this. It must be a result of what he has already chosen." After saying this, YanLing found it quite humorous. He felt that this matter had already been displayed, and it must have its own decisive elements. It is not necessary to make a series of inappropriate choices. Next, let us see how it will manifest. The transformation within oneself, but the real situation in the world already has its own decisions. Next, one must truly stand in this position and create their own charm in their circumstances. Of course, as long as it is what one thinks in their heart. It must be done for what is in their heart, but it is not so easy. Bibi Dong and Flander were preparing to engage in a decisive battle to maintain the dignity of their subordinates. This decisive battle, facing the entire Douluo continent, could be a catastrophic disaster. Of course, led by Zhao Wujia and with YanLing participating, they represented the two major factions clashing here. If it is not in vain, the outcome will certainly not be good. Of course, under such a split plan, people would not understand the situation they were facing. Must it really be done this way? Chapter 433. Goodbye. Dream. In fact, it shouldn't be this way. It's just that the issue of face makes it difficult to move on. leading to a series of breakdowns that should come to an end. After all, so many years have passed. 12 years is a cycle. Even with all these imperfect plans, there must be something that can be owned. There are always stronger people out there. Just watch. This thing must be suppressed. Otherwise, if it can't be dealt with here, then many people living their lives are just wasting their reasons for existence. A loud noise echoed in the sky, and several beams of light emerged from the main topic. YanLing was not backing down at all. He felt that Zhao Wuji was simply too much. Was it just because he squeezed into the property theater? He had to make it personal. What the hell was he thinking? Did he have a mental illness? Or was there something wrong with his nervous system? He had to make things difficult for YanLing. Fine, if he insisted on this, and wouldn't forgive himself, then YanLing would definitely let him taste the price of a fist. Thus, the battle began. The four of them faced off, their eyes shining with a malicious light. After seeing each other, people felt that they were not getting along. It seemed that this matter was very difficult to handle. Standing at the forefront were Flander and Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji was injured, but YanLing and Bibi Dong were not intimidated at all. YanLing thought this situation would be easy to turn around, but unexpectedly, Zhao Wuji had actually killed the Titan. He really had a cruel heart. Why did he do this? What the hell was he thinking? Although Zhao Wuji was injured, he felt that he should not forgive YanLing. He believed that forgiving YanLing would be unfair to the Titan Great Ape, which had been killed without any benefit. Instead, it only provoked his side. What was the point? Did he think he was just bored and had nothing better to do? YanLing had not expected this situation to unfold like this. Why did it have to be him facing it? He never imagined that the world would be like this. But what could Zhao Wuji do? He couldn't just kill him, right? YanLing thought Zhao Wuji was useless, a waste, unable to lift himself up yet wanting to suppress him. He was just dreaming and eating dog shit. YanLing was not afraid of Zhao Wuji. He thought that it would just end in mutual destruction. Since it had come to this, why drag out so much unnecessary nonsense? Was this funny? It was truly unreasonable. There was no need to make a decision here that should have been made long ago, and instead, it left people confused. The most sincere appearances were unclear, making it difficult to understand the situation. If they wasted more time here, it would only reflect poorly on both sides. Good boy. You really are tough. You think your master Bibi Dong standing here can back you up, right? All right, you're impressive. You're really something, Zhao Wuji thought. He never expected that YanLing was not planning to back down. Since he was not going to yield, there was no need to show it. Make your move. Stop stalling. Anyone who keeps dragging this out is being disloyal to themselves. Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled, as did YanLing's. They both prepared to press forward, trading punches and slaps without caring for the outcome. They felt that there was no need for more chaotic discussions. Everything that needed to be said had been said, and everything that needed to be done had been done. Why drag out more nonsense? It was ridiculous. If a son is not taught, it's the father's fault. If a master does not teach, it's the disciple's fault. If you two insist on making this situation awkward, as the old principle, I will not forgive you. I want to let you off the hook, you bunch of bastards. Flander expressed his position clearly and thoroughly. Seeing the old guy like this, Bibi Dong decided to back YanLing, and thus the battle was about to erupt. The four of them fought, trading blows without taking the other seriously. Naturally, the results were quite embarrassing, and it all unfolded before them. Each of them had their own unique brilliance shining around them. A loud crack echoed in the sky as four beams of light converged. People saw this and found it quite amusing. The light presented before them felt reasonable. The light drew a perfect boundary line in the sky, and upon seeing it, people thought it was indeed quite funny. This meant that there was really no need for people to understand how to face the results of what was happening. It had already transformed here. Thus, it must have its own decisive nature. Strong people always have stronger opponents. Generations of heroes come and go, and in this fighting scene, if people truly understood it, everyone would feel regretful after witnessing it. The four of them fought, and those watching found it quite amusing. At this point, it had come to this, and it was indeed unnecessary for many people to be so absolute. After a loud, cracking sound, the four of them fell to the ground, and leading the way, YanLing felt a trickle of blood in his chest. His memories were slowly fading away. Then, the very ordinary universe unfolded here. And all these causes and effects must have their own complete original intention to strike out. No more stalling. The next results would certainly be what they could transform themselves. Not a series of truths accepted by others. Of course, as YanLing saw the light before him slowly fading, everything seemed to end and would no longer exist, ultimately becoming a dream, returning to his waking world. Chapter 434. Rebirth. YanLing finally returned to his own reality. only to find that everything around him had turned into darkness. He felt that things had reached such a point that there was nothing more to say. Since he had come this far, he would accept it. Although that world wasn't great, this one wasn't entirely cold and heartless either. In this world, one must fully realize everything that should be done. What needed to be said and done had already been expressed quite perfectly. However, if one were to say that these straightforward facts were made so unclear, many people wouldn't understand that this thing should be so transparent, which is why YanLing had already seen the sorrow in reality. Yet, when facing the sorrow of the real world, he still guarded everything that belonged to him. After all, this scene had already occurred, and next, he would see how others would act. It was truly baffling that upon returning to the real world, he found himself overwhelmed by trivial matters like food and daily necessities. Well, if it had to be like this, there was no need to say more. This world was inherently quite cruel. The real world was cold and indifferent, making YanLing feel that he had no strong foundation or belief. He thought that such things had already been expressed in a way that made people understand, so there must be a reason behind it. Next, he would see how to navigate these encounters. A year had passed, and soon 2 years would too. He would observe how the next 3 or 4 years would unfold. When a place cannot accommodate certain people, there must be a reason for it, rather than an obligatory choice to be made. One could say ignorance exists here, but it cannot be said that there is nothing in one's mind. Tragedies occur, but it cannot be shown that these tragedies happen without any outcome. So, it is evident that some things have manifested here, and there must be a reason for it, which YanLing had to accept. The occurrence of tragedy always has a tragic ending. Since things had come to this, there was no need to say more. After all, he had come to the real world this year. He might as well accept it and strive to present things even better. YanLing had already grown accustomed to living in this Douluo world. However, after enduring such a long period of baptism, he found that he had gained nothing beneficial. Instead, he had become a tragic figure, so it seemed that this matter should not have been taken too seriously. Yet, in such unfavorable circumstances, who could understand the representation of his interests? Life is like this. Amidst a few words, the most sincere facts are not expressed. Yet one wants to stand in a position to suppress this thing. All of this should belong to the truths that he ought to have. But who could understand these truths? After all, the real world is filled with sorrow. If there were no sorrow in the real world, then the emergence of everything should not be understood by people. However, encounters always come with their own fates. Perhaps he did not understand, but that does not mean it should not be. Since things have always been this way, what more is there to express? The expression is either humorous, unclear, or vague. Layers upon layers of platforms. Thus, it has already become quite clear, and there is no need to say more. Saying more is pointless, entirely a charade. The daily necessities of life in the real world make people find this situation quite humorously complete. They believe that this matter has already been suppressed by themselves, which helps avoid excessive joy leading to sorrow. Just think, it also makes many people understand that the northern regions have suffered from long-term drought, causing YanLing's mind and body to become a series of fragmented experiences. But isn't that just the nature of things? Perhaps that is the only way, but there must be a reason behind the results of such actions. If even these reasons cannot be expressed, then many people need not exist in this world. Of course, behind the existence and outcome of any event, there must be a series of straightforward facts. Laziness is never something that truly helps people understand. It is too forced and can only be attributed to ignorance. Therefore, he could only try to express some situations from his mind. YanLing was starting a new life. He felt he had to accept these terrifying facts. If he couldn't accept them, then living in this world would have wasted too much time. The results behind time. And in the end, the state that can lead to understanding the most important circumstances, who could comprehend how these situations are. However, these plans that do not make one feel helpless must have their own results within the particularly helpless plans. Now that it has come to this, let us see how to express it and how to reclaim these situations back into his own little territory. YanLing was starting a new life and facing reality. In real life, he was a very sorrowful person, with no parents or a series of relatives and friends. In the city, he felt like the loneliest and most desolate person. But what could he do? Everything that happened should have its reasons. There was no need to make any unnecessary choices. Since things had come to this, there was no need to talk about random nonsense. What needed to be said had been said, and what needed to be done had been done. Next, he would see how to let people understand the most sincere situations. A new life had begun, and YanLing had accepted that he had to face it. A series of grand discussions would ultimately serve no purpose. So, all of this would come to a perfect conclusion. Synopsis. Upgrade system? That's outdated, really hard to bear. A whale falls, and all things flourish. All things grow for this purpose. Inhale, gather, merge, transform into my power. Let us see how you all handle the passing years. A life in the rivers and lakes. Turbulent as the winds and clouds. Let us turn this Douluo world upside down.